Introduction. How did one seize the power of the Chow Wei? First, let us examine Sima Shi. Who was he? Sima Shi, 208 to 255 AD, the eldest son of Sima I, was married to Xiahou Hui, daughter of Xiahou Shang, and they had 5 daughters, all born of the same wife. After the poisoning of Xiahou Hui, he took 2 concubines. One was Wu, who was later discarded, and the other was Yang Hu, daughter of Yang Xian, whose grandfather and father had both served as governor, and whose mother was the daughter of Kai Yong, sister of Kai Wenji. Neither of these two had children. What happened to Xiahou Hui's poisoning? According to the Book of Jin, after marrying Sima Shi, Xiahou Hui lived together with him for several years. Chapter 1. Have I become a skeleton soldier? In the frigid wilderness, the biting wind howled. On the snow-covered plains of eternal winter, the white-haired winds often swept across the desolate earth, rendering the sky perpetually gray. Suddenly, a skeletal hand broke through the snow, emerging from beneath the icy ground. "Huh!" Zhang Exin yawned, opening his eyes, and to his surprise, he did not experience the expected throbbing headache. Last night, he had been promoted and celebrated with his colleagues, unwittingly drinking a bit too much. After losing consciousness, he assumed his colleagues would take him home or, at the very least, secure a room for him to rest, so he had no cause for concern. But who would have thought that upon awakening, he found himself lying in the icy wilderness, with no landmarks in sight, only a visibility of 200 or 300 meters. Where the hell did these bastards throw me? He muttered, struggling to rise. As he moved, Zhang Xin realized something was amiss. The hand he extended had transformed into a skeletal appendage. Zhang Xin stared at his palm in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment, followed by a piercing scream. The volume echoed like a scene from a drama, where a naive heroine awakens to find herself naked in the bed of the villain, who approaches her with a small whip in hand. Then, like the heroine, he lifted the covers, not covers, but the white snow that enveloped him, only to be met with utter darkness. After some time, Zhang Xin slowly regained his senses, hoping it had merely been a dream. He hopefully extended his hands once more, but there remained those skeletal hands. This is a dream. This is a dream. I must have drunk too much. If I sleep a while longer, it will be fine. Zhang Xin said as he lay back down, tightly closing his eyes. He believed this because, despite the icy surroundings, he felt no chill. What else could it be but a dream? Yet, no matter how he tried, sleep eluded him, and not even a hint of drowsiness lingered. Soon, a voice shattered all of Zhang Xin's fantasies. The voice resonated in his mind as if through telepathy. It uttered 2 simple words: assemble. The tone was domineering, leaving no room for doubt. Received. Instinctively, Zhang Xin jumped up, but then reconsidered, thinking he was still dreaming, so he decided to ignore it. Damn it, accustomed to being a subordinate, even in dreams, that cursed leader. Just as he was about to lie down again, a rustling sound surrounded him. Turning his head, Zhang Xin nearly lost his mind in fright. Ragged arms emerged from the snowy expanse, and one by one, grotesque skeletal soldiers clawed their way out of the snow. Everything felt alarmingly real. Aside from the lack of sensation, it was indistinguishable from reality, leaving Zhang Xin in a state of confusion, unable to discern whether he was dreaming or awake. This, Zhang Xin stammered, unable to comprehend the situation. Seeing that the newly emerged skeletons showed no intent to harm him, but instead wobbled towards a particular direction, he felt an inexplicable connection with them. This connection imbued him with strength, allowing him to move freely, while a voice in his subconscious urged him to follow and serve his supreme king, to die for him, to offer everything. Zhang Xin shook his head, dismissing that subconscious impulse. He was not gravely ill. He lived for himself, not to die for another. However, with all the skeletons gathering in one direction, he stood still and felt like an anomaly. To be safe, he decided to follow and see what was happening. The snowfield was vast, and as he walked, many other skeletons like him converged from all directions. Zhang Xin estimated their number had already reached over 10,000. He walked for a whole morning, and when the sun was at its zenith, he finally beheld the Supreme King. From a distance, Zhang Xin was stunned, nearly shouting aloud. "Isn't that the Night King from Game of Thrones? How did I become a skeleton soldier under his command?" At that moment, the Night King was majestically mounted on a skeletal horse, standing atop a high cliff, flanked by 4 figures, also astride skeletal horses. Armed with ice spears, they were towering and silent, exuding an aura of grandeur. Yet Zhang Xian understood that despite their current intimidating presence, in due time, when the Night King breached the wall and entered Winterfell, they would all meet their demise. The protagonists were not to be trifled with. The Night King summoned his forces into the valley and turned to leave, exuding absolute confidence that if he commanded them to remain, they would not budge an inch. Except for Zhang Xian. At that moment, Zhang Xian felt anxious. He had become a skeleton soldier under the Night King. What sin had he committed? He was unaware of the current progression of the plot, but undoubtedly, if he remained idle, he would perish alongside the Night King. He did not wish for such an end. He needed to find a way to survive, even if he could not return to his original world. Living here would suffice. Even ants strive to survive. How much more so a living man like Zhang Xian? To ascertain the plot's progression, the first step was to escape the valley, but he was unsure how strict the guards were. If the Night King discovered a deserter among his ranks, the punishment would be merciless. Zhang Xian looked around. The high-ranking Wights on the cliff had vanished with the Night King, and aside from the skeleton soldiers standing vacantly like him, there seemed to be no guards present. Tentatively, he took a small step back, cautiously observing his surroundings, and noticed that the other skeleton soldiers displayed no unusual behavior. Taking another small step, still no reaction. Zhang Xian gradually relaxed, as all the skeletons stood haphazardly, lacking any formation. One less skeleton would go unnoticed by the Night King. Though he was aware from watching the series that these skeleton soldiers were mindless killing machines, obedient to the Night King's orders, it was wise to be cautious regarding his own life. As Zhang Xian moved step by step, gradually approaching the perimeter of the sea of skeletons, he still found no signs of guards. Only then did he feel completely at ease, beginning to stride toward the valley's exit. The Night King was exceedingly confident. He had never considered that beneath his command, a mere skeleton soldier had awakened a sense of self-awareness. Or perhaps it could be said that an external soul had taken residence within one of his subordinates. This seemingly inconspicuous little skeleton soldier would, in due course, emerge as a figure of great consequence, stirring the very winds of Westeros. Chapter 2: Four Paths. Upon emerging from the canyon, Zhang Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. The sensation of being surrounded by skeleton soldiers was indeed unnerving. Although he too was now a skeleton soldier, his soul remained human, and this reality left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Once outside, Zhang Xian placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. The Night King, who has instilled terror across the continent for millennia, is not as formidable as he seems. I managed to escape with such ease. After reveling in his triumph for a moment, however, concern began to creep back in. He had escaped, but what was to follow? Where could he gather information about the current state of affairs? The only four races that had long inhabited the eternal winter plains were as follows. The first were the White Walkers, who were barred from crossing the wall, protected by the magical wards that lay beneath it, leaving them to languish in survival just beyond its reach. The second were the Night's Watch, the guardians of the wall, tasked with preventing its destruction and protecting against incursions by the free folk. The third were the free folk themselves, indigenous inhabitants of the lands beyond the wall, having adapted to the harsh climate of the eternal winter plains. Due to the geographical conditions, they were typically robust and fierce, living in tribal societies. As for the fourth group, they were quite exceptional. The inhabitants of Westeros regarded them as mere legends, yet Zhang Xian was aware of their existence. The children of the forest, a race akin to elves or druids. With green skin and devoid of gender, they were said to be the first sentient beings of the world, predating humanity by eons. The ancestors of humanity had once interacted with this race, but as human dominion expanded, the children of the forest were driven into the frigid expanse of the eternal winter plains. To combat humanity, the leader of the children, the Green Prophet, utilized magic to create a unique dragon crystal. The children of the forest embedded this special crystal into the chest of one of their ancestors, thus birthing the first White Walker, known as the Night King. However, as the Night King grew in power and self-awareness, he became increasingly uncontrollable. One day, fully fledged, he turned against his creators, commanding the White Walker army to decimate the dwindling population of the children of the forest. Upon awakening to his consciousness, the Night King not only disavowed his humanity, but also harbored a deep-seated hatred for both humans and the children of the forest, as well as everything that existed in the world. His singular aim was the annihilation of all living creatures, transforming every corner of the world into a realm of White Walkers. In essence, the Night King sought nothing less than the end of all existence. Moreover, due to the magical lineage of the Dragon Crystal, the Night King inherited the ability to perceive all that had transpired in the past and present, much like the Green Prophet. However, unlike the Green Prophet, he lacked foresight into the future, although he desired such knowledge, even at a significant cost. Thus, after slaughtering the entirety of the children of the forest, the Night King, in a frenzied search for the Green Prophet, amassed his White Walker forces to scour the eternal winter plains for him. But the Green Prophet, possessing prophetic abilities, was not easily found. He had long since retreated to a place of safety. This sanctuary was a colossal weirwood tree, beneath which the Green Prophet had constructed a small magical barrier, one that even the Night King could not penetrate. Should any White Walkers wander into this space, they would be severed from their source of power, leading to their demise. Thus, the Green Prophet's hiding place remained undiscovered by the Night King. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xian's spirits lifted. Why not seek out the Green Prophet? Surely, he would possess a means to sever the connection between himself and the Night King. If the Night King were to perish, he would not follow suit, thus freeing him from the narrative's constraints. Yet, his enthusiasm waned as he considered the formidable challenge of locating the Green Prophet. The Night King had searched for him across the eternal winter plains for millennia without success. Why would Zhang Xian, a mere newcomer, succeed where the Night King had failed? He did not believe himself to be endowed with any protagonist's aura. After all, protagonists did not typically find themselves as skeleton soldiers. Currently, the only knowledge Zhang Xian possessed was that the Green Prophet's sanctuary lay beneath an immense weirwood tree. Arya Stark had discovered this location due to the guidance of the three-eyed raven. But in this vast expanse of snow, shrouded in fog and blizzards, spotting that tree would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With a sigh, Zhang Xian resolved to consider alternative plans. He promptly ruled out the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, for regardless of their distinctions, they were still human. Upon encountering a White Walker, their instinctual response would undoubtedly be to draw their weapons without hesitation. This left him with but one option, the Night King. As the ruler of the White Walkers, it was unlikely he would indiscriminately slay his soldiers. However, if he were to discover that one of his subordinates had awakened to self-awareness, one could only speculate how he might react. Might there be a chance for him to be favored? Zhang Xian pondered, stroking his chin. The Night King had been solitary for many years, devoid of any companionship, and surely must have felt profound loneliness. Yet, he understood the necessity of preparing for the worst. Should the Night King learn of Zhang Xian's existence, there was a distinct possibility he would simply decapitate him on the spot. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down Zhang Xian's spine, and he could almost detect a hint of fear permeating the air. Ugh, enough of this ill fortune. Let's take it one step at a time. With four paths effectively blocked, Zhang Xian found himself enveloped in a sense of aimlessness. For the time being, aligning himself with the Night King seemed the safest course, for even if he stumbled upon the Green Prophet's hiding place, it would likely result in his own demise. For thousands of years, the Night King had dispatched his forces in search of the Green Prophet, leaving all discovered White Walkers behind. Zhang Xian aspired to be the living exception. Conversely, conversing with the Night King appeared a more prudent approach. At the very least, he would not be met with immediate violence. Rather, he would be assessed based upon his circumstances. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Xian. Of course, how could I have overlooked this? The Night King possesses knowledge of the past and present, while I have insight into the future. Together, we would perfectly complement each other's shortcomings. I could serve as a strategist for the Night King. After all, he was ultimately slain by Arya Stark. I could assist him in evading this calamity. With such a trump card in hand, he would surely spare my life. As long as the Night King lived, he would be spared. Although he did not endorse the Night King's ideology, his own survival took precedence. Until he could supersede the Night King, it was best to focus on preserving his own life. Zhang Xian did not consider himself noble enough to sacrifice his life for others. Having grasped the implications of his thoughts, Zhang Xian strode forward with determination, following the path previously taken by the Night King. He no longer feared exposure. Indeed, it might be advantageous, as it would allow the Night King's confidants to escort him directly to him. However, after only a few steps, Zhang Xian was startled by an ominous caw-caw-caw overhead. Glancing up, he saw a flock of crows circling above him, emitting peculiar cries. Zhang Xian gasped the three-eyed raven. Chapter 3. The Green Prophet. It is essential to understand that the three-eyed crow serves as the eyes of the Green Prophet and embodies his essence. The appearance of the three-eyed crow is almost synonymous with the Green Prophet observing him. Just as he was about to seek out the Night King to act as his strategic advisor, the three-eyed crow manifested, leaving Zhang Xian perplexed about its significance. All he knew was that he had caught the attention of the Green Prophet. The arrival of the three-eyed crow could very well indicate a search for him, as it was through a similar encounter that Bran was led to the domain of the Green Prophet. At this moment, upon noticing Zhang Xian, the flock of crows ceased their aerial circling and collectively soared in a singular direction. Observing that he remained stationary upon a bare rock, three pitch-black eyes fixated upon him. Should he go or should he stay? This was a conundrum. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian concluded that true to the character of the Green Prophet, he would not engage in actions devoid of purpose, nor would he harbor any particular expectations from a mere skeleton soldier like himself. The very fact that the three-eyed crow had come seeking him suggested that there was indeed a matter of great importance at hand. Originally, the Green Prophet had been Zhang Xian's primary choice. However, the uncertainty of locating the Green Prophet's hideout posed a significant challenge. Even if he were to find it, he feared that the Green Prophet might eliminate him without hesitation. Nevertheless, the present circumstances had shifted. The Green Prophet had dispatched the three-eyed crow to find him, ensuring that he would not resort to deceitful tactics to lure him into a trap. Such actions would serve no purpose and would be utterly unwarranted. With this realization, Zhang Xian cast aside his doubts and promptly altered his course, following the direction indicated by the three-eyed crow. Across the vast expanse of the snowy wilderness, a solitary black figure trudged forward, guided by a flock of crows not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this dark silhouette was none other than a skeleton, creating an eerily surreal scene. At this juncture, Zhang Xian had been traversing the snow-laden terrain for 7 or 8 days. He pressed on tirelessly day and night. The advantage of his skeletal form was that he did not require sustenance or rest. As long as his connection with the Night King remained intact, he could continue onward without fatigue. However, one aspect that greatly vexed Zhang Xian was his painfully slow pace. As a skeleton soldier, his gait was unsteady, and navigating the snowy landscape proved treacherous, often causing him to sink into icy crevices, where he would struggle for some time to extricate himself. Thus, he continued on this arduous journey for 7 consecutive days and nights. On this particular day, the weather was unexpectedly favorable. The sun, long obscured by mist, finally emerged. The three-eyed crow alighted on a nearby cliff, idly preening its feathers with its sharp beak. Its normally dark plumage shimmered with vibrant colors in the sunlight. As Zhang Xian pursued the crows, he muttered to himself, lamenting the seemingly endless distance ahead. How far could this possibly stretch? Had he known it would be such a journey, he would have thought twice about embarking on it. What a stroke of bad luck. Yet, despite his grievances, he recognized the necessity of this quest for his own survival. The Green Prophet represented his best option at present, contingent upon the absence of any ill will directed towards him. As he rounded a hill ahead, the landscape opened up before him. In a depression of the hillside, an immense fishthang tree came into view, astonishing Zhang Xian. Overcome with emotion, he nearly wept. He had finally arrived. This tree was truly colossal, adorned with vibrant red leaves reminiscent of autumn's maple foliage. The fishthang tree stood firmly against a steep mountain peak, which shielded it from fierce winds and biting cold. Soaring to a height comparable to the cliff itself, perhaps reaching over 100 meters. Its girth was equally astounding, with no other trees nearby competing for sunlight. It spread horizontally, its canopy extending an astonishing 70 to 80 meters across, far more breathtaking than anything depicted in films. The three-eyed crow did not afford Zhang Xian much time to marvel, darting back into the dense canopy. Beneath the great tree, the roots twisted and turned, protruding from the earth in a labyrinthine fashion. At that moment, a small green head emerged from behind one of the roots, calling out to Zhang Xian with a cheerful hey. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Xian turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a diminutive humanoid creature, about 1.5 meters tall, with green skin that blurred the lines of gender. This must be the child of the forest, Zhang Xian thought. The creature tossed a piece of wood toward him, which Zhang Xian caught, discovering it to be an utterly ordinary piece of timber, akin to a random twig picked up from the ground. Perplexed as to why the child of the forest would offer him this seemingly worthless wood, Zhang Xian looked up for an explanation. Noticing his confusion, the little creature elaborated, "Hold on to this, and you shall gain entry. Would you prefer to become a mere pile of bones? Follow me." Before he could finish, the creature spun around and vanished. Zhang Xian then realized the true purpose of the wood and hurried to follow. Entering the maze of roots, he navigated left and right alongside the child of the forest until they finally reached an opening. Though referred to as an opening, it was merely a denser maze of roots, resembling a wall, accessible only by following the child of the forest. Where are we going? Why have you brought me here? Zhang Xian pondered, secretly aware that the Green Prophet sought him out, yet hoping to extract more information from the child of the forest. Our leader, the Green Prophet, wishes to meet you, the creature replied, confirming Zhang Xian's suspicions. The fact that the child of the forest could communicate indicated that it would divulge some information. What does he want from me? I don't even know him, Zhang Xian inquired. The child of the forest regarded him with a strange expression. Clearly, you are a unique skeleton, capable of speech and possessing self-awareness. Just as the child of the forest seemed poised to continue, it abruptly fell silent, pouting slightly. Do not ask so many questions. The Green Prophet will reveal everything when you meet him. Zhang Xian felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that the Green Prophet had intervened to curtail further revelations. Zhang Xian understood that the Green Prophet spoke in a cryptic manner, akin to a fortune teller, leaving much to personal interpretation. He worried whether his current mental capacity could grasp the meaning behind the Green Prophet's words. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. He could simply ask for clarification on any misunderstandings. Following the forest child through a labyrinthine passage, he sensed that the route descended, indicating that the Green Prophet had concealed himself deep underground. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a small clearing ensnared by gnarled tree roots. While referred to as a clearing, it was rather confined, merely wider than the corridor they had traversed. An elderly man with a white beard was ensnared by the roots, with his hands, feet, and half of his body completely enveloped, resembling the character from the original tale. The Green Prophet's form was embedded in a wall of roots suspended in midair. As Zhang Xian approached beneath the Green Prophet, he curiously observed him. Yet the Green Prophet remained silent, his eyes closed. However, Zhang Xian sensed that the old man was also scrutinizing him. After a moment, Zhang Xian could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Your Excellency, Green Prophet, may I inquire what you seek from me? Are you not concerned that I might divulge your hiding place to the Night King? The Green Prophet opened his eyes a fraction, responding in a slow, raspy voice. You would not do such a thing. Oh, and why is that? He is my king. After all, he has sought you for thousands of years. If I were to report your whereabouts, do you truly believe he would treat me poorly? The Green Prophet chuckled softly. You are but a lowly skeleton. Even if he wished to reward you, he lacks the means. Indeed, the Night King lacked the ability to evolve his skeletal minions. Otherwise, he would not expend time and effort selecting and nurturing wildling infants, only to pierce them with dragon glass to cultivate his elite forces. He could simply enhance his existing skeletons. Noticing Zhang Xian's silence, the Green Prophet continued, but I possess that capability. What? This revelation took Zhang Xian by surprise. Initially, he had sought the Green Prophet merely to inquire if there was a way to sever his connection with the Night King, to prevent the latter's demise from implicating him. He had never anticipated that the Green Prophet possessed the ability to facilitate the evolution of skeletons. It was noteworthy that in the original narrative, the Green Prophet had never displayed such a power. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Zhang Xian's mind. Wait, the Green Prophet had indeed demonstrated this ability before, but that instance had resulted in the near extinction of the forest children. The Night King. Chapter 4. The greatest variable, the essence that created the Night King, was, in fact, a unique piece of dragon glass crafted by the Green Prophet. Was it possible that he had created another one? This hypothesis filled Zhang Xian with exhilaration. The Green Prophet discerned Zhang Xian's excitement, remarking, It seems you have begun to speculate. Zhang Xian's breath quickened. He could not help but feel thrilled, as he was fundamentally an ordinary person, lacking the composure of one who remains unperturbed amidst chaos. If the Green Prophet still possesses another dragon crystal, he could not only sever his connection with the Night King, but could even ascend to become the second Night King himself. How could such a prospect not excite him? Do you truly have a second dragon crystal of that kind? The Green Prophet did not directly respond to Zhang Xian's inquiry. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully, acknowledging, Indeed, you seem to know something of significance. The origins of the Night King are known to but a handful across the globe. At that moment, Zhang Xian felt as though he had been ensnared by this ancient sorcerer, abruptly sealing his lips and refraining from further speech. Observing Zhang Xian's heightened wariness, the Green Prophet merely smiled wryly. There is no need for such caution. You are my chosen heir, and I have no intention of causing you harm. In fact, I am counting on you to assist me in accomplishing certain tasks. Heir. That cannot be right. According to the original tale, the Green Prophet's heir should rightly be Bran Stark, the second son of House Stark. Understanding the Green Prophet's intentions, Zhang Xian felt less restrained and directly inquired, "Why me? Your choice should rightly be Bran Stark." This time, the Green Prophet was genuinely taken aback. While there were a few individuals aware of the Night King's origins, he was the sole person privy to the fact that the Green Prophet intended to choose Bran. Nevertheless, having lived for over 10,000 years, the Green Prophet had mastered the art of composure. He displayed no signs of surprise, merely stating in a calm demeanor, "Until today, he was indeed my preferred candidate. For I foresaw the tapestry of future events. Bran will become the new protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the king of Westeros." This was undeniable. Zhang Xian was aware that in the series finale, Bran Stark emerged as the ultimate victor, recommended by Tyrion Lannister. The rationale was straightforward. He possessed the powers of the Green Prophet, rendering it impossible for anyone to conceal anything from him. However, starting 10 days ago, the future shifted, becoming unpredictable. The visions I had foreseen became fragmented and illogical, with the most significant variable being you, a mere skeleton soldier. The Green Prophet's tone carried a hint of resignation. He had contemplated luring this variable in and eliminating it to restore the original course of events. Yet he understood that even if everything reverted, he could only achieve one of his two objectives. Indeed, he had summoned Bran for two purposes. The first was to ensure the continuation of the Green Prophet's legacy. His life was nearing its end, and among the dwindling number of children of the forest remaining by his side, none were suitable to inherit his mantle. Reluctantly, he was compelled to choose from humanity. The second objective was to secure a territory in the south for the children of the forest when Bran ascended to the Iron Throne, enabling this tribe to thrive undisturbed and propagate peacefully. The eternal icy expanse is indeed unbearably frigid, entirely unsuitable for the children of the forest to dwell. They now constantly face the looming threat of the Night King, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. He remains perplexed as to why. Following Bran's ascension to the exalted throne, the children of the forest have all but perished. Though he has foreseen this sequence of events multiple times, he has failed to grasp the underlying causes. It may very well be that Bran, having forsaken his promises, did not allocate territories to the children after acquiring his legacy. Alternatively, it is plausible that the children were discovered and slain by the Night King before they could escape the icy wasteland. Regardless, his most crucial objective remains unfulfilled. And apart from Bran, he finds himself devoid of better options. However, 10 days prior, everything changed. This diminutive skeletal soldier began to appear with increasing frequency in his prophetic visions. Subsequently, he became entirely elusive, a phenomenon he referred to as uncontrollable. Thus, the Green Seer resolutely abandoned his guidance of Bran, opting instead to seek out Zhang Xian immediately. Inviting Zhang Xian into this equation was akin to a gamble. Should it succeed, all would be well, but failure would lead to dire consequences, all quite straightforward. He had previously lost such a wager when the Night King betrayed him, nearly leading to the extinction of the children of the forest. Unwilling to accept defeat, he chose to gamble once more in the twilight of his existence. Even if he were to lose, he would remain oblivious to the outcome and thus free from regret. Zhang Xian did not anticipate his connection to this unfolding narrative. No wonder the old sage exerted such effort to summon him. It seemed that as long as he received the Green Seer's endorsement, he would not meet his demise alongside the Night King. This was indeed promising. First, he would acquiesce to the old man's wishes, and whether he could fulfill the subsequent tasks would depend on his own capabilities. If it were a mere trifle, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. It appeared then that the Green Seer had chosen him over Bran. Zhang Xian inquired, "What of Bran? Have you begun to guide him to you?" He posed this question to ascertain the progression of events. Bran accepting the Green Seer's legacy marked a pivotal moment. Once he had undergone this transformation, the Night King would inevitably seek out the Green Seer, extinguishing the children of the forest entirely. Following that, he would acquire the Bone Dragon, devastate the Wall, and march southward with great force, engaging in a cataclysmic battle against the human alliance in Winterfell, ultimately meeting a swift and decisive end. It seemed they were nearing the climax of this tale. Zhang Xian felt a surge of relief, realizing he had arrived at a fortuitous moment. Had the Green Seer not found him, he might still have been ensnared in a protracted scheme. And whether the Night King would have deemed him a mere skeletal soldier was uncertain. If he were not believed, his head could easily become a night pot. Zhang Xian dared not dwell on such thoughts. Having encountered a more favorable choice, he resolved to renounce the Night King without hesitation. Let him perish, after all. At his age, he should relinquish his position. How could the young ascend if he refused to step aside? He seemed utterly ignorant of the principles of sustainable succession. The old, undying creature would serve as a night pot once he had departed this world. The Green Seer abandoned Bran to seek Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian forsook the Night King in favor of the Green Seer. Thus, a mutual pursuit was established. Indeed, Bran has now traversed beyond the Wall of Despair and delved deep into the shadowy forest. If you do not intervene, it is likely that we shall meet in just a few days. Zhang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Here was someone who had journeyed thousands of miles to seek refuge with you, and now, as they approach, you speak of indifference? You are a cunning old man. Without the guidance of the three-eyed crow, they lack direction and will soon abandon their quest to return. Moreover, the shadowy forest is predominantly inhabited by wildlings, with few others. Thus the dangers are relatively minimal. Zhang Xian chose not to elaborate. After all, he was the beneficiary in this matter. Very well, speak your terms. I shall certainly endeavor to fulfill what is within my capacity. As for what cannot be accomplished, I regret that it cannot be done. Chapter 5. Heritage. My conditions are quite simple. The first is advantageous for you. Once you infuse the enchanted dragon crystal, you will naturally inherit the legacy of the Green Seer, severing your ties with the Night King. From this moment forth, you shall no longer rely on him for survival. Indeed, this is the primary purpose of Zhang Xian's arrival. The Night King is destined for demise, and he has no desire to accompany him to death. The second condition is not overly difficult to fulfill. I merely require you to provide a habitat for the children of the forest in the warm southern lands, allowing them a suitable territory to thrive, be it a forest, a mountain range, or even a marshland. Once you have dominion over Westeros, this will be but a trifling task for you. Ah, Zhang Xian understood. This old man must have seen no future for the children of the forest in Bran, which is why he abandoned him. Indeed, when Bran embraced the legacy of the Green Seer, he traversed through time. Yet he was overly careless and drew near to the Night King in his dreams. It is worth noting that the Night King possesses similar abilities. He seized Bran's arm and, following the connection, located this place, nearly annihilating everyone present. Ultimately, Bran was saved by his foolish servant, Fodder, who valiantly blocked the door, allowing his companions to flee. However, the children of the forest suffered greatly, with the last remnants of their flame extinguished, and the Green Seer reached the end of his life. One could argue that it was Bran who brought about the tragic extinction of the children of the forest, ultimately acquiring the coveted supreme power while confined to a paralyzed body, thanks to the legacy of the Green Seer. Zhang Xian chuckled, tugging at the decaying flesh on the skull. This is indeed not a daunting task, even if I do not reach the pinnacle. If all the children of the forest desire is a small piece of land, I can still make that happen. Compared to what the Green Seer offers, his demands are indeed trivial, even humble. Yet this is what the children of the forest have yearned for over countless centuries. Humans have no place for them. The ancients drove them into the snowy plains and imposed restrictions, ensuring they could never tread upon human territory. Otherwise, the Green Seer would not have been compelled to create such a terrifying creature as the Night King, only to suffer the repercussions. The Green Prophet, upon receiving his affirmative response, revealed a relaxed smile, untroubled by the possibility of a change of heart. He was well aware of the wisdom that comes from experience. His greatest regret lay in the fact that he had not imposed any restrictions upon the dragon crystal given to the Night King. However, the dragon crystal he later crafted was unlike the previous one. Should he fail to fulfill his promises, that very crystal would reclaim all that he had bestowed. Naturally, the Green Prophet refrained from disclosing this information to Zhang Xian, lest it sow seeds of doubt within him. Very well, I place my trust in you, the Green Prophet said, gazing deeply into Zhang Xian's eyes. He slowly extended his hand, retrieving a deep blue dragon crystal from a hollow at the roots of a nearby tree. The crystal emitted an eerie azure glow, exuding a sense of the uncanny. Unlike the dragon crystal of the Night King, which was a lethal weapon against the White Walkers, this one held the promise of transforming one back into a human. For Zhang Xian, the Green Prophet's words struck like a thunderclap. He had never anticipated that the Green Prophet possessed such means to revert the White Walkers to humanity. If he could turn a person into a White Walker, it stood to reason that he could also reverse the process. Yet, before Zhang Xian could fully rejoice, the Green Prophet continued, "This hope is but a possibility. In my lifetime, I have crafted only 2 of these exceptional dragon crystals, each a product of my utmost effort, imbued with unique powers and effects. You have obtained one, but to fully transform into a human, you must acquire the other, allowing the 2 crystals to merge completely. Moreover, This fusion would grant you the ability to shift freely between human and White Walker. The power of the dragon crystals was immense. The extent to which their combination could reach was beyond even my comprehension, and you must embark on your own journey of discovery. As for the location of the other crystal, you are well aware that it resides within the Night King, and acquiring it will not be a trivial endeavor. It is no simple task. Had he arrived several centuries earlier, he might have found himself forever unable to obtain it. However, the circumstances have changed. Zhang Xian understood that soon the Night King would meet his demise, a formidable antagonist, akin to a character from a Jet Li film, making a grand entrance only to exit in a swift and unceremonious manner. Nodding nonchalantly, Zhang Xian resolved to secure the dragon crystal from the Night King. According to the narrative, after Arya and Bran vanquished the Night King, he shattered into a multitude of ice shards, and they did not seek out his remains, departing with a sense of righteousness. That dragon crystal may well have been left there, unmentioned until the very end. I understand. I shall honor my commitment. Upon obtaining the dragon crystal and its legacy, I will take it upon myself to protect the children of the forest. From this moment forth, they shall be my kin. Zhang Xian proclaimed solemnly, thumping his chest in a gesture of earnest promise. The Green Prophet, pleased with this declaration, waved his hand and tossed the dragon crystal to Zhang Xian, instructing him to embed it in his chest. It is now yours. Zhang Xian delicately cradled the extraordinary dragon crystal, its surface smooth and warm to the touch, lacking any sharpness, resembling a piece of soft jade. It radiated a gentle, deep blue aura, and after observing it for a while, Zhang Xian, without a second thought, plunged the crystal into his own chest. This was not a daunting task, as he felt no pain, and being a skeletal warrior, his body was already in a state of decay, with flesh crumbling at the slightest movement. Piercing through the space between two exposed ribs signified the act of embedding it into his chest. In that moment of penetration and fusion, a tidal wave of power surged throughout Zhang Xian's entire being. The sensation was akin to possessing divine strength, leaving him momentarily entranced. It was an exquisite feeling, as if he had glimpsed all events that had transpired since the birth of Westeros. The flow of history engulfed him, warm and profound. The Green Prophet guided him through this vivid illusion, traversing majestic mountains and rivers, witnessing the essence of human life. Time felt as though it had stretched for eons, yet also seemed to pause for just an instant. When Zhang Xian finally opened his eyes, they bore a completely transformed gaze. He understood at last why both the Green Prophet and the Night King possessed such commanding visages. It was a demeanor cultivated through the trials of existence and the passage of endless years. The previous Zhang Xian had resembled an ordinary citizen, and though he had been granted an opportunity to transcend, he remained bound by the habits formed over 2 decades. Yet now, having inherited the legacy of the Green Prophet, he comprehended that the demeanor of the Green Prophet and the Night King was not mere pretense. It was genuine composure and tranquility. He recalled the expressions on their faces at the moment of death: no panic, no despair, nor hysteria, only a steadfast calmness that persisted throughout. Now he realized that for individuals of their caliber, death was a trivial matter, for all things must eventually perish. Nothing is eternal, including themselves. The very earth beneath their feet and the azure sky above. There would inevitably come a day of reckoning. The Night King's ambition was merely to hasten that day by a fraction. Chapter 6. Surround and support in an instant. Zhang Xian underwent a profound transformation from a shrewd petty merchant, one who would respond to assembly orders with a simple acknowledgement, to someone entirely renewed from within. Although it appeared to be a fleeting moment, he had traversed thousands of years within the illusion. That span of time, while seemingly a mere fantasy, rigorously honed Zhang Xian's character, allowing him to emerge reborn. Upon returning, he found himself once again beneath the tree roots, facing the old man and the skeleton. Yet everything had irrevocably changed. With hands clasped in reverence, Zhang Xian bowed deeply and uttered 2 words: "Thank you." The aged visage of the Green Prophet appeared even more worn, yet his expression had softened considerably. From this moment forth, he recognized that the individual before him was truly prepared to fulfill his promise. The piercing of Longjing transformed Zhang Xian's skeletal form prior to entering the illusion. His body had been fully restored, clad in a suit of ice blue armor. He had grown to an imposing height of over 2 meters, his decayed frame now resembling a formidable war deity, robust and exuding an aura of authority. His skeletal eyes deepened, emanating a serene, icy blue glow. Yet, upon exiting the illusion, Zhang Xian reverted to his inconspicuous, tattered state as a mere skeletal soldier. Now was not the time to showcase his prowess. The Night King's influence loomed vast, with a legion of over 1,000,000 undead warriors at his command. Even with his myriad of skills, Zhang Xian felt woefully inadequate in the face of such overwhelming power. Furthermore, it would not be long before someone else would confront the Night King on his behalf, making it unnecessary for him to expend his own energy in the endeavor. The Green Prophet waved his hand, weary, bidding him farewell, reminding him only to remember his promise. Zhang Xian exchanged no words, rising to depart the cave, once again traversing the endless snowy expanse. Having shared millennia with the Green Prophet, their understanding transcended verbal expression. He comprehended the Green Prophet's intent. Soon, his life would reach its conclusion, and the only thing weighing on the Green Prophet's mind was the welfare of the forest child. Now entrusted to Zhang Xian, granting him a sense of relief. Zhang Xian intended to continue his existence beneath the Night King's reign, engaging in covert actions without revealing himself. For the time to act had not yet arrived. Scattered skeletal soldiers could be seen occasionally gathering towards the canyon from which Zhang Xian had initially come, evidently to undertake significant tasks. Reflecting on the unfolding narrative, Zhang Xian recalled that the Night King, through Bran, had likely discovered the Green Prophet's hiding place. Intent on extinguishing both him and the forest child, Bran had also retreated south of the wall. A subtle smile graced Zhang Xian's lips. He knew precisely what course to pursue. After another long journey, he followed the fragmented skeletal soldiers back to the gathering place in the canyon. Less than a day had passed since his return when he observed all the skeletal soldiers around him suddenly springing into action, charging forth behind a towering Wight mounted on a skeletal steed, heading in a singular direction. Zhang Xian had severed his connection with the Night King and could no longer receive his messages. However, remaining concealed was simple. He merely needed to follow the skeletal soldiers, mimicking their actions while resolutely refraining from leading the charge. He had no desire to be mere cannon fodder. Cheering and rallying were tasks in which he excelled. So he feigned the demeanor of a slow-witted, bumbling skeleton, swaying along with the main force, occasionally emitting sounds of laughter to appear enthusiastic. Though his performance went unnoticed by the mounted commander, who could only cast flirtatious glances at the blind, maintaining a steady pace behind the main contingent, they arrived at the edge of a frozen lake. The battle had long since commenced here and was nearing its conclusion. Thousands of skeletal warriors surrounded the lake's surface, which was fragile and prone to cracking under their weight. Thus, the Night King commanded his minions to encircle the humans without launching an assault. Had he wished, the Night King could have ordered all the skeletons to advance recklessly. Filling this modest lake would pose no challenge. However, his ambitions extended beyond these insignificant humans. Concealed behind an icy precipice, his ice-blue eyes flickered with a sinister gleam as he deliberately left a small gap for a lone figure seeking aid to escape. For reinforcements were his true objective. Indeed, he aimed to encircle and strike at the reinforcements. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian lingered at the rear of the skeletal horde, feigning an inability to penetrate the ranks as he remained trapped outside. He was aware that the reinforcements, led by Daenerys, would arrive within a day, and the dragon that would fall in the ensuing conflict was one he must seize. The dragon, the most formidable creature in this realm, had reduced the entirety of King's Landing to ashes during the battle, with Daenerys having only one dragon left at her side. Yet, this single dragon wreaked havoc upon the city, rendering hundreds of thousands of armed soldiers powerless against its wrath, immolating them into charred remains. In her fury, rivers of blood flowed, and countless corpses littered the ground, ensuring the demise of the incestuous siblings, Jaime and Cersei. They met their end fittingly, buried beneath the ruins of a city that had once thrived, serving as a grim testament to Daenerys' first battle after her descent into darkness, a massacre of the city. Thus, the might of dragons was unmistakable. Not only the Night King coveted them, but Zhang Xian too felt a deep yearning. Hence, he awaited in quiet anticipation. As dawn broke the following day, Jon Snow and his companions, encircled by the skeletal army, awoke, their thoughts consumed with the imminent arrival of Daenerys' reinforcements. They rose, preparing for the impending battle. The Hound, observing the motionless skeletal warriors on the shore, sought to ascertain whether they had been frozen in place. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the skeletons, but it fell short, landing several meters away. The stone skidded across the ice before coming to rest against the toe of a skeleton. Upon its descent, the skeletons seemed to awaken, tentatively stepping forward, discovering that the ice remained intact. As more skeletal warriors ventured onto the ice, it continued to bear their weight. The Night King did not intervene. The figure seeking aid had been absent for some time, and those present were of little use now. Therefore, they were to be eliminated. Jon Snow cast a silent glance at the hound, refraining from rebuke, as unity was essential for their impending struggle. The hound, recognizing his error, grasped his sword and charged bravely toward the skeletal army, while Zhang Xian continued to seek an opportunity to breach the inner circle. However, due to the overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers, no matter his efforts, he made no progress. The Night King could not constantly monitor him, as his legion of skeletons was simply too vast, and the army of White Walkers lacked any form of oversight. Zhang Xian, meanwhile, was comfortably biding his time at the back, wielding a crude battle axe made from a wooden stick bound to sharp stones, fervently waving his flag and shouting. The battle raged on for a while, but the human forces were too few and quickly exhausted, leading to a palpable decline in morale. Just as they found themselves encircled and struggling, Daenerys made a dramatic entrance. Chapter 7. The Fall of the Dragon. Daenerys, brimming with vigor, emerged from the clouds, accompanied by her 3 dragons. Streams of dragon fire erupted forth, the ice beneath them unable to withstand such intense heat, melting away in an instant. Many of the White Walkers standing on the ice plummeted into the frigid waters, flailing helplessly, while countless others were incinerated into ash by the dragon's flames. At this moment, Zhang Xian dared not venture closer. It was not that he feared the dragon fire, for in truth, it could not harm him in the slightest. However, his indifference was not shared by the other skeleton soldiers, who would undoubtedly be reduced to mere cinders amidst a barrage of dragon fire, leaving him untouched and exposed. At that point, not only the Night King, but even the mindless skeletons would recognize his anomaly. Thus, Zhang Xian remained on the periphery, occasionally colliding with other skeletons in chaotic disarray, struggling to regain his footing. Eventually, he sought refuge in a crevice of ice, peeking out intermittently to observe the dragons wreaking havoc in the sky, before retreating once more to rest. It was not until he heard a resounding roar, filled with anguish and terror, that he decisively emerged from his hiding place. Indeed, the Night King had struck, piercing the massive abdomen of a dragon with a spear. The Night King's javelin was no ordinary weapon. It was imbued with effects of tearing and bleeding. The dragon struggled in the air, blood raining down like a tempest. But soon it succumbed to its injuries, plummeting to the ground. Daenerys watched in horror as her beloved child, who had grown alongside her since its infancy, was lost in this brutal confrontation. The weight of the dragon was immense, crashing onto the ice and creating a gaping hole before slowly sinking into the lake. Despite her heart-wrenching grief, Daenerys had no choice but to abandon any attempt at rescue, fleeing with the remaining 2 dragons and Jon Snow. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with opportunity as the protagonists departed. With their escape, the Night King would soon begin to recover the dragon's corpse. He certainly could not descend to the lake's depths himself. After all, his loyal army of White Walkers would never betray him. Under the Night King's directive, hundreds of skeleton soldiers, each grasping one end of a chain, leaped into the icy waters, and Zhang Xian was among them. Upon descending into the depths of the lake, the skeletal soldiers found their stamina insufficient compared to Zhang Xian, leaving the others far behind. Zhang Xian was the first to sink to the lake bed, where he beheld the immense corpse of the dragon. Naturally, he could not simply claim this colossal beast for himself, as it would easily attract the Night King's attention. The dragon must first be manipulated by the Night King. After all, there was only one dragon, and the Night King would certainly take notice, unlike Zhang Xian, who was merely a skeletal soldier among millions. The Night King would be oblivious to the absence of one among his countless minions. Zhang Xian casually condensed a shard of ice, finding a concealed spot to embed it within the dragoness corpse. This shard was not intended for direct control of the dragon. Rather, it served as a safeguard to ensure that the body would not disintegrate upon the Night King's demise. It acted as a contingency device, ensuring that the corpse would persist even after the Night King's power had faded. Such an intriguing toy would be lent to the Night King for now, for he was the leader while Zhang Xian played the subordinate role. He merely hoped to have it returned after the Night King's eventual death. With a satisfied smile, Zhang Xian proceeded to attach iron chains to the dragon's body as the other skeletal soldiers gradually descended. Together, they emerged from the water, dragging the dragon's corpse to the surface. As the massive body slowly broke the water's surface, a rare smile graced the Night King's eternally stoic visage. Gently placing his hand upon the dragon's great head, the deceased creature suddenly opened its eyes, their pupils transformed into an icy blue akin to the Night King's, devoid of any emotion. This dragon, originally named Viserion, a name bestowed by Daenerys, meaning the brave and high Valyrian, had now been reborn as an undead ice dragon, serving solely the Night King and Zhang Xian. A resounding roar echoed across the sky, heralding its return. The Night King, pleased, patted its neck, and Viserion nuzzled against his hand in submission. Mounting the dragon, the Night King no longer needed to ride a mere skeletal horse like those inferior White Walker generals. With a mere thought, Viserion soared into the skies, embodying grandeur and majesty. In no time, the silhouette of the giant dragon vanished into the thick mist, leaving behind echoes of its triumphant roar. After the Night King had thoroughly enjoyed his new companion, he descended back to the ground, hours having passed. Upon landing, his first command was to march toward the wall. Zhang Xin, of course, did not receive any orders, but that did not hinder him from following the main force. This location marked the boundary between the eternal winter tundra and the ghost forest, not too far from the wall. However, gathering the entire army was not a task to be accomplished in a day. This time, the Night King was determined to advance boldly, aiming to fulfill his grand ambitions. He believed that once his million-strong army of White Walkers crossed the wall, they would sweep through their foes without encountering any resistance. The White Walkers advanced at a lethargic pace. By the time the Night King amassed his vast army of 1,000,000, encircling the base of the wall, over a month and a half had passed. Yet, this was inconsequential. Having waited for millennia, he was hardly perturbed by this fleeting duration. Throughout this interval, the Night's Watch patrols continuously relayed updates to Winterfell, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the White Walker legions. When the Night King finally approached the gates, the wall stood deserted, its defenders having retreated completely. The plight of the White Walkers had been communicated to the leaders of the Seven Kingdoms. Initially, Cersei dismissed the existence of such creatures. But upon witnessing the harrowing price paid by Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen to retrieve one of the White Walkers, she was compelled to believe. Consequently, she agreed to dispatch troops to aid the North in their battle against the White Walkers, but with a singular stipulation: once the threat was neutralized, the North must remain neutral, offering no support to either her or Daenerys. Jon Snow, however, stated, "Not long ago, I pledged my allegiance to Queen Daenerys Targaryen, acknowledging her as the sole queen of Westeros, and I am prepared to serve her." Infuriated by his declaration, Cersei stormed out, effectively terminating the negotiations. While Daenerys appreciated Jon's loyalty and forthrightness, she was equally exasperated by his impetuosity. One of my dragons perished for this negotiation. Should it fail, Viserion's sacrifice would be in vain. Could you not have uttered a benign falsehood? Jon Snow, however, wore an expression of innocence. If this world is rife with deceitful lies, then promises lose their significance. Truth would vanish, leaving only exquisite yet hollow falsehoods, of no benefit to this war. Daenerys, though resigned, did not excessively chastise Jon, for he had publicly defended her interests, which warmed her heart. Ultimately, Tyrion, the imp, persuaded his sister Cersei to resume negotiations. The ensuing discussions proceeded smoothly, with Cersei agreeing to send troops for the survival of humanity and mutual benefit. However, both Daenerys and Jon underestimated Cersei's intentions. Chapter 8. The impending clash. As Daenerys and Jon Snow set forth for Winterfell in the north, Cersei reneged on her promise. In truth, she had never contemplated dispatching aid to Daenerys. Her intent was merely to exploit the negotiations, deceiving Daenerys into confronting the White Walkers alone, thereby weakening her forces. Then, Cersei could reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the army of the White Walkers stood at the precipice of the wall. The colossal wall, towering hundreds of meters high, had thwarted the Night King for millennia. Yet now, it was time to dismantle it. Nothing and no one could impede the march of the White Walker Legion. The Night King, mounted upon Viserion, soared into the sky. The hoarse, discordant voice of the Night King resonated, "Dragon fire." Upon receiving the command, Viserion began to amass a searing, torrid flame within its maw. With a fierce exhalation, a torrent of blue fire erupted from Viserion's jaws, the intense heat akin to a blue serpent, violently crashing against the surface of the wall. This colossal force, accompanied by an overwhelming temperature, swiftly melted the icy facade of the wall. Subsequently, the wall trembled as if it were a massive ice block struck by a mighty hammer. Tons of debris crumbled and disintegrated from its surface, cascading downwards until it lay in ruin. In mere moments, the wall, which had stood for millennia safeguarding humanity, collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating a breach hundreds of meters wide. As the wall fell, immense boulders and ice fragments rained down upon the earth, causing the ground to quake and sending ripples through the air. It was akin to an aging warrior, filled with reluctance, yet ultimately succumbing to the fate of dying in battle, wrapped in the leather of his steed. The might of the dragon was indeed terrifying. The Night King, empowered by Viserion, caressed its neck in a gesture of reward. and Viserion proudly raised its head, fierce and domineering, surveying the wreckage below with a disdainful gaze, as if to declare that the wall was nothing but a mere obstacle. With a flourish of his spear, the Night King directed his forces forward. The vast army surged across the ruins of the fallen wall, officially entering human territory. In Winterfell, Daenerys had been stationed for over half a month, fortifying the city into an impenetrable fortress. Yet, she awaited in vain for the reinforcements Cersei had promised, fully aware that she had been deceived. However, the pressing concern was not to confront Cersei, but rather to respond to the reports from the front lines. The army of the dead had crossed the wall and was advancing into the Wolfswood. To the north of Winterfell lay the very edge of the Wolfswood, which meant that the vast host of White Walkers was now perilously close. Upon receiving this news, the High Command of Winterfell convened an urgent meeting, continuously simulating tactics and strategizing the battlefield on a sand table. Currently, the garrison at Winterfell comprised over 50,000 Dothraki cavalry brought by Daenerys, along with 10,000 unsullied warriors and 2,000 from the Tarly contingent, her elite forces. Additionally, there were troops from Meereen, Karth, and Astapor, all infantry, totaling less than 50,000. Moreover, Jon Snow's forces were considerable, with over 70,000 troops from the various northern realms, the Night's Watch, and the wildlings he had recruited from outside the walls, summing up to nearly 100,000. Combined, their forces numbered around 270 to 80,000, a formidable strength against any force on the continent, save for the White Walkers. This gave Daenerys a false sense of confidence that she could confront the Night King directly. After careful consideration, it was decided to unleash over 50,000 Dothraki cavalry to charge forth from the city. The Dothraki, oblivious to the concept of defense, perceive offense as the ultimate form of protection. Moreover, the advantage of cavalry over infantry is a well-established tenet of warfare, particularly in the wilderness. Charging cavalry is an unstoppable force. The initial onslaught by the cavalry would serve to diminish the enemy's morale, followed by the unsullied phalanx, whose shield and spear formations would effectively counter the infantry's assault. Thus, with the Dothraki cavalry and the unsullied legion, alongside the valiant wildling forces, positioned outside the city to repel several waves of the White Walkers while depleting the enemy's numbers, the ensuing siege upon the walls would be considerably eased. Not a single White Walker shall cross the threshold of our walls, Daenerys proclaimed with fervor, striking the table with intensity. Her commanders echoed her sentiments, rallying around her resolve. As dusk deepened, the last rays of sunlight bathed Winterfell's walls, a fortress that had not witnessed the ravages of war for decades. Yet tonight, the flames of conflict would reignite. The battlements brimmed with watchful soldiers, while the cavalry had retreated within the city. For venturing into the Wolfswood now would be tantamount to suicide, as the forest teemed with White Walkers. The Night King lay in wait, anticipating the cloak of night to envelop the land, for it was under the cover of darkness that the White Walkers thrived. Time inexorably passed, and the pressure mounted within the hearts of the townsfolk. Some trembled, their hands quaking upon their weapons. It is vital to understand that they did not face mere mortals with hearts that beat, but rather soulless specters who felt neither fear nor pain. For some, even a mere glimpse of the grotesque visages of the White Walkers could instill a terror so profound it threatened to shatter their very sanity. This reaction is but a natural manifestation of humanity's primal fear of the unknown. Night fell completely, and the forest beyond the walls stirred ominously. Those with keen senses could discern the distant howls of the White Walkers. To quell the ordinary soldier's trepidation, Daenerys commanded that they commence their actions. The gates swung open, and the unsullied legion emerged first, each one a child of servitude, castrated and conditioned to strip away their humanity, leaving only two words: obey. Whatever their master commanded, they would execute without hesitation, whether it was to seize an infant from its mother and slay it or to plunge into the abyss. These individuals would not flinch, for they were wholly devoted to Daenerys. The Unsullied formed a defensive formation outside the city, shields and spears at the ready, while the Dothraki cavalry, unrestrained and lacking in discipline, surged forth from the gates, accustomed to the wilds of the steppe. Imposing order upon them was as futile as teaching the White Walkers to wield cutlery and sip wine. They followed only the strong. Daenerys had performed miracles before the Dothraki, emerging unscathed from raging infernos, which had compelled several tribes to pledge their loyalty and allegiance to her. To understand, the Dothraki, prior to any campaign, typically engage in pillaging the surrounding weaker tribes, violating women, and seizing their provisions and livestock to bolster their reputation. Now, following Daenerys, they have suppressed this inherent instinct. Yet they are eager to charge forth and obliterate the army of the White Walkers, fear holds no place in their beliefs. Lastly, there is Jon Snow's force of wildlings, who have long thrived in the wilderness, possessing extensive knowledge of guerrilla warfare, and many have encountered the White Walkers, harboring less fear than those south of the Wall. The three forces form the front line of defense outside the city, poised for battle. Chapter 9. The Battle of Winterfell. The Dothraki cavalry stand in formation, wielding curved swords. Unarmored, yet appearing formidable. The Red Witch stands at the forefront, her countenance solemn and reverent, engaged in prayer. Upon concluding her supplications, she grasps the blade of a nearby cavalryman. The edge is sharp yet inflicts no harm upon her. Suddenly, the weapons of the cavalry ignite in roaring flames, transforming into fiery, curved swords. The flames swiftly spread amongst the ranks, confined to the blades, illuminating the entire cavalry regiment. Fire wields tremendous lethality against the White Walkers. Ordinary weapons may shatter them, but cannot slay them. Even severed, a limb can still function. Only three entities can truly vanquish a White Walker: dragonglass, Valyrian steel, and fire. Dragonglass, a rare treasure from Dragonstone, is far too scarce for widespread distribution. Valyrian steel weapons are renowned across the continent, exceedingly rare, typically owned solely by nobles or powerful knights. Westerlanders take pride in possessing a Valyrian steel weapon, often treating it as a treasured heirloom. Jon Snow's Valyrian steel sword was bestowed upon him by the previous Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Mormont. The sword is famed, known as Longclaw. Originally, the cavalry wielded ordinary weapons, but through the Red Witch's collective fire enchantment, they can now truly slay the White Walkers. Instantly, the morale of the cavalry surged. And atop the walls, Daenerys and Jon exchanged glances filled with confidence. Victory in this battle was assured. In the distance, shadows multiplied in the clearing outside the Wolf's Wood. Although visibility was limited, the moonlight illuminated the white snow, providing some sight. Yet now, the snow was scarcely visible, shrouded beneath the ominous mass of the White Walker army, resembling a dark cloud descending upon Winterfell. The cavalry, unable to contain their eagerness, charged toward the encroaching darkness at a command, accompanied by a trebuchet clearing the path. Its projectiles soaked in oil, ignited as they were launched. One by one, blazing fire boulders streaked across the sky, resembling meteors plummeting into the ranks of the White Walkers. Yet, the White Walker army remained utterly unperturbed, allowing the flaming boulders to crash into their formation, unconcerned about the potential for destruction among their soldiers. The Night King, mounted on his colossal dragon, circled in the background, exuding an air of calm, even allowing a disdainful smile to grace his lips. Zhang Xian, too, lingered at the rear. Aware that true mastery lay in maintaining a strategic distance, one must not grow arrogant simply due to strength, as the Night King's hubris had led him to underestimate his foes. In the role of a warrior, it was a wonder to survive when ambushed by assassins. Zhang Xian, cheerfully spectating from behind, observed as the cavalry collided with the vanguard of the White Walker army. It was only upon nearing the enemy that the cavalrymen were horrified to discover that leading the charge were the giant White Walkers. These giants, akin to the wildlings of the frozen tundra, were the product of an unknown hybrid, standing over 7 or 8 meters tall, possessing immense strength and formidable defense. To them, weapons like swords and axes felt no more than a mere tickle. As they first engaged, several cavalrymen at the forefront were sent sprawling by a single sweep of a giant wielding a massive tree as a weapon. Indeed, the giant White Walkers plucked trees from the forest with ease, finding other weapons cumbersome. The momentum of the charge was halted by the giants, causing the Dothraki cavalry behind them to lose their speed. The White Walker army surged forth like a relentless tide, executing their strategy of overwhelming force with devastating efficiency. The Dothraki cavalry found themselves mired in chaos, unable to advance, while those in front sought retreat, colliding with those behind who wished to push forward, creating a scene of utter disarray. Weapons fell to the ground, extinguished underfoot, as the once resplendent flames flickered and died, leaving the Dothraki cavalry, once so formidable, shrouded in silence. On the castle walls, Daenerys furrowed her brow, incredulous that her invincible Dothraki cavalry could fall so easily. They were, after all, a force of 20,000 riders, a power capable of sweeping across the continent. Furthermore, the Dothraki were known for their savage nature, unacquainted with fear. Their reputation had only grown more terrifying due to this very trait, though she still commanded an additional 30,000 riders. The current situation deterred her from recklessly sending them into battle, for the swift annihilation of her 20,000 riders left her heart bleeding. In the darkness, a few battle-worn steeds returned, each bearing scars of conflict, as Yora led the remnants of his cavalry back to safety. Fear was etched on every face. They had finally come to understand the true nature of the White Walker army. Even the fearless Dothraki had come to grasp the meaning of terror. Behind them, the White Walker army surged forth like a relentless avalanche. The Unsullied, armed with shields and spears, took command of the battlefield, standing resolute against the oncoming White Walkers, as steadfast as the rocks upon the shore, refusing to yield an inch. Yet the Unsullied Legion remained mere flesh and blood, confronted by an army of White Walkers, vastly outnumbering them. Their frail bodies could hardly endure for long. Soon, the Unsullied began to fall in droves, engulfed by the torrent of the undead. Daenerys watched in agony, her heart bleeding. Each lost soldier was a weight she could scarcely bear, as they were her most loyal forces. With flames of fury igniting in her eyes, she mounted her dragon and soared beyond the city, while Jon Snow, too, mounted regal to join the fray. The tide of battle swiftly turned with the arrival of the two dragons, their fiery breath incinerating countless White Walkers. The onslaught became a massacre, as legions of the undead were reduced to ashes, unable to rise again. However, the Night King was not one to be a mere spectator. Observing the two dragons wreaking havoc, he patted the massive head of Viserion, who understood the command. With a resounding roar, Viserion lunged towards his brethren, accompanied by the Night King's ice magic. A vast array of frost magic was unleashed, and a chill swept through the air, the icy mist stinging the faces of those caught within it, rendering them momentarily blinded. Daenerys and Jon, exposed atop their dragons, found themselves disoriented, unable to discern their surroundings. Yet for the Night King, this was not an obstacle, it was his domain. Reluctantly, the duo ascended above the clouds. But the Night King seized the opportunity amidst the blizzard to carry out a ruthless slaughter. The situation once again shifted unfavorably, as the human forces on the ground faltered, retreating hastily behind the city gates. If this continued, Winterfell would surely fall. In desperation, Daenerys and Jon steered their dragons back into the storm, searching for the Night King, poised to strike him down. Chapter 10. Eternal night, yet within the tempest, visibility was severely impaired, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. They became lost in the blizzard, unable to find the Night King or discern the ground, plunging into dire straits. On the ground, the northern forces retreated within the city walls, leaving the Unsullied to hold the line. Without the Queen's command, they would not yield. Grey Worm, the commander of the Unsullied, watched helplessly as his brothers, now a mere few thousand, were left to abandon their posts with tears in their eyes. However, their small number was insufficient to halt the onslaught of the White Walker army. To create a barrier against the invaders and guide Daenerys and Jon from above, the Red Priestess took action once more. Outside the city gates stood a row of caltrops, encircling Winterfell. The Red Priestess placed her hands upon the spikes, fervently praying to the Lord of Light for fire. Yet, having just summoned flames to ignite the weapons of 20,000 cavalrymen, her magical reserves were nearly depleted, rendering her unable to rekindle the caltrops. After an extended prayer, she failed to ignite them. The last Unsullied fell outside the gates, as the White Walker horde advanced towards the Red Priestess. In that critical moment, it was uncertain whether her prayers bore fruit or if her magical strength had recovered slightly. The barricades were ignited, flames roaring, consuming the stakes encircling the city. The White Walkers, fearful of fire, were halted outside, unable to advance a single step. Within the fiery circle, the armies of the living and the dead gazed at one another across a barrier of flames, illuminating the grotesque visages of the White Walkers, whose expressions revealed neither anger nor fear, but rather an endless void of indifference and apathy. Meanwhile, from above, Daenerys and Jon Snow discerned the situation below. Without hesitation, dragon fire began to spew forth, unleashing a massacre upon the encircling White Walkers. In the skies, the Night King observed the unfolding scene. Of course, a mere ring of fire would not impede his progress. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the White Walkers gathered beyond the flames to hurl themselves into the fire, extinguishing it with their bodies and forging a path for their kin. Instantly, the previously blazing barrier was breached in multiple places, as the army of the dead trampled over their fallen comrades, advancing toward Winterfell. The inhabitants of the city had never expected that a mere ring of fire could entirely repel the White Walkers, and they were already prepared for battle. As the undead army approached the walls, the defenders atop the battlements began to unleash fiery arrows. The flaming tips struck the bodies of the White Walkers, some extinguished, others ignited, yet the damage inflicted remained but a drop in the ocean, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the enemy. At that moment, illuminated by the flames, Daenerys and Jon finally located the Night King. Slaying the skeletal soldiers would not resolve the conflict. The only solution lay in eliminating the Night King himself. Mounted on their 2 dragons, they ascended into the sky, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Night King. Having been discovered, the Night King had no reason to shy away from battle, charging directly at the duo and their dragons. 3 colossal dragons intertwined in combat, unable to unleash their fiery breath, resorting instead to primal and savage tactics, biting and clawing at one another. Yet, one dragon found itself at a disadvantage, and in a violent roll, the Night King was cast off its back. Daenerys exhibited a victor's smile as she soared above the Night King, looking down upon him, and declared, "Dragon fire." Without hesitation, the dragon harnessed its immense power, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the Night King, who was engulfed in the searing inferno. Daenerys sighed in relief. It seemed that everything had come to an end. She had never witnessed any creature, apart from herself, emerge alive from the grasp of dragon fire. However, she had underestimated the Night King. As the prolonged burning continued, the flames dissipated, revealing the Night King, unscathed, emerging from the fiery depths. The intense heat had failed to penetrate his chilling aura. The Night King remained unchanged. A smirk of disdain crossed his face, as if to mockingly inquire, "Is that all?" He retrieved a nearby ice spear and hurled it with great force at the dragon soaring above. Fortunately, Daenerys had anticipated this, realizing the gravity of the situation the moment she saw the Night King emerge. Even the dragon flame could not harm the Night King in the slightest. She truly found herself at a loss. The colossal dragon deftly evaded the incoming ice javelin, veering off in another direction. Zhang Xian lay amidst the remnants of numerous skeletal soldiers, feigning death, thoroughly entombed in the skeletal remains. He felt a wave of relief wash over him for being at a safe distance. Otherwise, he would have been scorched, reduced to ashes alongside the debris, thus revealing his presence. He bore witness to the so-called final battle of the Game of Thrones, and he mused that this immersive experience was far more exhilarating than watching it on a screen. The acrid scent of smoke, the thundering of thousands in motion, and the tremors beneath his feet were truly unparalleled, far beyond any special effects displayed on a monitor. However, a grave concern soon crossed Zhang Xian's mind, one that could potentially disrupt all his future plans. Alas, how could he have forgotten this crucial matter? He slapped his forehead, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The reason Arya and Bran were able to orchestrate the Night King's demise was that the Night King was aware that Bran had inherited the legacy of the Three-Eyed Raven. The Night King sought to eradicate all humanity, for the legacy contained the entirety of human history and knowledge from ancient times to the present. To annihilate humanity, he must first eliminate the Three-Eyed Raven, which explained why the Night King had delayed his actions for so many years. He could not locate the Raven. This gave Bran the opportunity to serve as bait, luring the Night King beneath the great weirwood tree, where Arya concealed herself among the thick branches and struck with decisive blows. Yet now, the situation had changed. The Night King had sensed that the Three-Eyed Raven was dead, which prompted him to shatter the wall and initiate his own plans. The bearer of the Raven's legacy had shifted from Bran to Zhang Xian. Consequently, the protagonist group no longer possessed the bait to lure the Night King. Would he still meet his end? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Xian could not help but feel anxious for the protagonists and himself. If the Night King remained alive and humanity were to lose this battle, the army of the dead would march southward unimpeded. With only a handful of Cersei's forces, they would be utterly insufficient to withstand the Night King. Should the protagonist group be annihilated at Winterfell, it was conceivable that his plans might succeed, and the realm of Westeros could face true annihilation. At that point, the world would plunge into eternal night. Zhang Xian began to feel a throbbing headache. How dreary it would be if the world were to descend into such despair. After witnessing the rich culture and history of humanity spanning millennia in Westeros, he genuinely did not wish for this land to become a hellish wasteland. The civilization here was starkly different from that of Earth, yet it still brimmed with its own resplendent and unique brilliance. It encompassed both the sordid and the sublime. Minor skirmishes might be tolerable, but a world overrun by the undead was something Zhang Xian could not accept. Since this upheaval was of his own making, he resolved to take responsibility for the conclusion, for he had promised the Three-Eyed Raven to provide a paradise for the children of the forest. Chapter 11. Despair Indeed. After Daenerys took flight, the Night King did not advance into Winterfell as per the original narrative. Instead, he elegantly turned back, retreating to the rear of his army. Outside the city, humanity had vanished. Daenerys and Jon Snow soared back into the fortress upon their great dragons. What remained was the relentless strategy of a sea of corpses, as the infinite horde of Wights relentlessly assaulted, leaving no respite for the living. The fall of the city was merely a matter of time. Without Bran as bait, the Night King could hardly be bothered to enter the city. His Wights would handle everything. The siege intensified with the ceaseless tide of the undead, and the skeletal remains piled higher beneath the walls. Soon, the Wights began to ascend the ramparts, using the accumulated bones of their fallen comrades as a staircase. The soldiers atop the walls swung their blades with fervor, yet they could not halt the advance of the Wights. With the pressure from above diminished, the giant Wight approached the city gates, its massive tree trunk crashing against the entrance. Inside, the defenders hastily piled stones and stakes at the gate. But it was in vain. The gates shattered under the giant's tremendous force, splintering into mere wood shavings. As it bent low to enter through the breach, a barrage of arrows rained down upon it, but the giant merely swatted them away, continuing its onslaught. At the forefront of the defenders stood Lyanna Mormont, the young head of House Mormont at the tender age of 12. This girl had assumed leadership of her family, her grandfather being the late commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, and her uncle, Jorah Mormont, a trusted advisor and protector of Daenerys. The Mormont family had long sworn fealty to House Stark, producing no cowards. Not even this 12-year-old girl. Despite the staggering size difference, with the giant towering tenfold, she boldly raised her dragonglass axe to confront it. The giant, with a casual sweep, sent her flying, her body crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Approaching her, it grasped the girl in its hand, its simple, frozen mind unable to comprehend why such a diminutive creature would dare to provoke it, almost as if she were no larger than its palm. The giant brought Lyanna closer to its gaze, scrutinizing the unconscious girl. Yet, to its surprise, she was not truly unconscious. She was merely feigning it, her hand still gripping a weapon. Though her dragonglass axe had been knocked away, she retained a dragonglass dagger. Seizing the moment while the giant remained unresponsive, she plunged the dagger into its eye socket. The giant let out a pained howl, but soon, the energy of the dragonglass surged through, dispelling the Night King's icy magic within its body. In an instant, the giant's colossal form transformed into shards of ice, scattering across the ground. Young Lyanna fell from the height, struck by the falling ice, meeting a tragic end. Such scenes unfolded throughout the city as the Wights breached its walls. Even at the cost of their lives, the warriors of the North refused to yield. Driven by the mentality of recovering losses through decisive strikes, the warriors fought valiantly. Inspired by these brave souls, everyone summoned their courage to confront the Wights, momentarily managing to hold them at bay. Utilizing the buildings and structures within the city, humanity engaged the Wights in fierce urban warfare, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Although the Wight army was vast in numbers, their quality was lacking in one-on-one confrontations. Not a single Wight could match the prowess of a trained soldier. Particularly in such confined terrain, humanity harnessed nearly all its combat potential to challenge the advancing Wight forces. However, this situation could not endure for long. The Wights, despite their inferior fighting capabilities, possessed an advantage: inexhaustible stamina. They showed no signs of fatigue or fear, capable of engaging in battle for as long as necessary. In stark contrast, humans were bound by their limitations. They grew weary, felt fear, and needed sustenance to maintain their strength. In the current circumstances, there was little time for nourishment or rest, and even taking a moment to catch their breath seemed a luxury beyond reach. Wave after wave of Wights continued to surge forth, appearing almost endless. Many of the new Wights had once fought alongside them as comrades, a reality that weighed heavily on the soldiers' hearts, leaving them feeling despondent and hesitant to strike. A sense of despair clouded many eyes. How could the living triumph over the dead? The thought that one might fall only to rise as a Wight, turning their blade against former allies, was unbearable. This pervasive hopelessness eroded the spirits of the warriors, and as time wore on, the situation grew increasingly dire. Some had even abandoned their weapons and fled, uncertain of where to go. They only knew that to survive, even for a moment, was paramount. They wished to evade such monstrosities and to avoid becoming one themselves. If fate dictated that everyone would become Wights, then let them be the last to fall. Above the battlefield, Daenerys and Jon Snow, their leaders, circled on dragons, their expressions heavy with disappointment. The chaos below, with humans and Wights intertwined in disarray, left them hesitant to unleash the dragon's fiery breath, for the already outnumbered human forces could not withstand such losses. Drawing his longsword, Jon dismounted from the dragon, determined to join the fray. Yet, while he could fight, Daenerys could not. Though unafraid of fire, she was ultimately a woman of fragile strength, her combat abilities perhaps slightly superior to Cersei's. If she were to perish, the army would be left leaderless, certain to face defeat. As Jon descended, he was swiftly targeted by the White army, beset by dozens of them. He found himself surrounded. Daenerys could not bear to watch him fall. But wishing to avoid harming other humans, she released a small stream of dragon fire at low altitude, providing Jon with cover. Grateful, Jon glanced skyward before plunging back into battle. The battle rages on, and the number of humans on the battlefield continues to dwindle. The army of White Walkers surrounding Jon Snow has multiplied from dozens to hundreds. Daenerys unleashes a torrent of dragon fire, clearing a substantial area, while her great dragon descends, attempting to lift Jon onto its back. Yet, blinded by fury, Jon refuses to mount. In this delay, the army of White Walkers closes in once more. While Jon remains obstinate, the White Walkers are undeterred. They ascend the dragon's legs and begin to gnaw at its flesh. The immense creature shudders in pain, striving to dislodge these bothersome pests. However, in this thrashing, Daenerys, who was perched upon its back, is flung to the ground with a thud, utterly disoriented. The White Walkers converge again, seizing the opportunity to assault the one who had long ridden the dragon, intent on tearing Daenerys to shreds. Meanwhile, Jon finds himself ensnared in a deadly encirclement, unable to render assistance. In despair, Daenerys closes her eyes, wondering if defeat is imminent. Chapter 12. The Night King is dead, a new king must rise. In a moment of dire urgency, a long sword intervenes, blocking the assault of the White Walkers aimed at Daenerys. Almost immediately, the sword swings, dispatching those who dare to approach. It is Jorah, the firstborn son of House Mormont, who has faced expulsion from Daenerys multiple times, yet returned to her side as her steadfast protector. At this moment, he is exhausted and battered, but his unwavering loyalty and fervor compel him to fight for his queen one last time. As waves of White Walkers press closer, Jorah repeatedly positions himself before Daenerys, vowing that as long as he draws breath, he will not allow his queen to suffer even the slightest harm. Outside the city, many White Walkers remain poised to surge in, while the Night King, astride his dragon, soars arrogantly above. His cold gaze surveys the city below, ready to command his forces to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Jung Xian has stealthily positioned himself directly beneath Viserion. He smirks inwardly. Had the Night King been riding a skeletal horse surrounded by numerous whites, approaching him would have been perilous, likely alerting the foe. However, at this moment, he is fortuitously mounted upon an ice dragon, which, while seemingly imposing, is precisely what Jung Xian desires. He had tampered with Viserion, and with a mere thought, the dragon would instantly switch allegiance, obeying only Jung Xian's commands. Recognizing the opportune moment, Jung Xian hesitates no longer. With a snap of his fingers, Viserion, previously suspended in the air, emits a mighty roar and begins to thrash its body. The Night King, believing the chaos of battle has startled the dragon, clings tightly to the protrusions on its back, attempting to calm it with a reassuring pat on its neck, simultaneously wielding ice magic to control the frost dragon. The Night King immediately sensed something amiss as soon as the spell was cast. He found himself severed from the dragon's connection. What could this mean? Such an occurrence had never transpired before. The creatures he commanded were bound to him for eternity, with no sign of rebellion in thousands of years. Yet, now this dragon had inexplicably broken their bond, leaving the Night King momentarily bewildered. It seemed the dragon had received a command from an unseen force, soaring high into the sky, carrying the Night King ever upwards into the clouds. It was only at this height that the Night King realized the peril he was in. Should he fall from such a great altitude, even his formidable strength would not shield him from severe injury. He quickly summoned his army of whites to gather beneath him, forming a cushion to break his fall. As he had anticipated, once they reached the heavens, the dragon Viserion began to shake violently, ultimately causing the Night King to lose his grip and plummet downward. Fortunately, the multitude of whites below was ample enough to absorb the impact of his descent, ensuring that his injuries would not be dire. Despite the betrayal of the dragon, the Night King maintained his composure, his expression revealing no sign of turmoil. As he fell from the clouds, he fixed his gaze on Viserion until the dragon was out of sight, his mind racing to decipher where things had gone awry. Unperturbed by the towering cushion of whites beneath him, the Night King fell straight toward its center. Moments later, he struck the whites like a meteor, the force of the impact embedding him deeply among them. Just as he commanded the whites to disperse so he could escape, he felt a sudden numbness in his lower back. Almost immediately, his magical energy dissipated, his strength rapidly waning. Glancing back, he was met with a sight of nothing but his own skeletal soldiers. Not a single human remained. Could there be a traitor among them? Impossible. This final thought marked the Night King's illustrious life. as that fleeting glance became the last vision he would ever behold, an array of grotesque skeletons. Until his dying breath, he remained oblivious to the identity of his assailant. As the Night King fell, his magical essence dissipated, and the amassed skeletons crumbled into mere bones, collapsing to the ground. The same fate befell the city, where the once despondent and numbed populace awaited the final soldier's demise, believing that would herald an end to their suffering. Yet, happiness often arrives unexpectedly. One by one, the Wights wielding their blades fell, transforming into a heap of skeletal remains. Tragically, before the skeletons disintegrated, Yora received a fatal blow amidst the chaos, pierced through the chest by a skeletal soldier's sword. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yora summoned his last reserves of strength to swing his sword at the skeleton's neck. Now, he fought solely on sheer will and determination. Uncertain if he had struck down the Wight, but it indeed fell apart. Then, before Daenerys' astonished eyes, all the skeletons surrounding them collapsed, never to rise again. As the remnants of the White Walkers disintegrated into dust, Yora, battered and bruised, succumbed to the ground, finally releasing a breath of relief as he closed his eyes for the last time. From the moment Daenerys had yet to command a single soldier, he had pledged his unwavering loyalty to her. He witnessed her ascent from despair to glory, enduring multiple exiles, yet he never faltered in his oath. Even in the final moments of his life, Daenerys cradled the lifeless body of Yora, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by grief. He had saved her life on numerous occasions, staving off disaster. While his cunning did not rival that of Tyrion, nor did his martial prowess match that of Dario, and his abilities paled in comparison to Grey Worm, there was no doubt that Yora was her most steadfast supporter. He had accompanied her from nothingness to commanding legions, from being destitute to ascending as queen. Yora's departure inflicted a deep wound upon Daenerys' heart, for she had grown accustomed to his presence over the years. He had bled his last drop of blood for her, and in his final moments, he had no time to utter a farewell. After weeping until exhaustion claimed her, Daenerys lifted Yora's lifeless form, determined to grant him a funeral befitting his loyalty. Jon Snow, weary and bloodied, stood 100 meters away, still grappling with the surreal turn of events. He could not comprehend how the White Walker army had vanished, nor who had vanquished the Night King. Upon seeing Daenerys laboriously carrying a body, a flicker of guilt passed through his eyes. He regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Had he mounted a dragon sooner, Daenerys might not have faced such peril. The body she held was unrecognizable, drenched in blood. Without casting a glance in his direction, Daenerys continued her solemn march toward the inner city. I am sorry, Jon thought, unsure of what else to say. Words felt superfluous in this moment, leaving only the weight of apology. Victory had been achieved, albeit shrouded in confusion, yet it was still a triumph worthy of celebration. Humanity had triumphed over the White Walkers and the Night King. The grave threat had been vanquished, a cause for rejoicing. The heavy price paid by Daenerys and the Northern Alliance for this victory was both poignant and heroic. In the aftermath, Daenerys and Jon Snow held a grand funeral for those who had perished in battle, great warriors who fought and sacrificed for humanity. Such elaborate ceremonies were a fitting tribute. While the city mourned, in a hidden corner of the Wolf's Wood, Jung Exin reveled in the glow of a dragon crystal, shimmering with an eerie blue light. With the Night King defeated, a new king must rise. Chapter 13. The birth of a new king. Unquestionably, Jung Exin emerged as the greatest victor of this battle. He had exercised caution, adeptly exploiting the Night King's vulnerabilities, lurking amidst the legions. From the moment the Night King fell into the pile of bones, his destiny had been sealed. The battlefield lay strewn with weapons forged from Valyrian steel, and Jung Exin casually picked up a dagger. The former wielder of this blade must have been a formidable warrior, for he possessed a weapon crafted from Valyrian steel. Yet, he fell short of true greatness, as this weapon was merely a dagger. However, a dagger was sufficient. Even if Jung Exin were granted a long sword amidst the piles of skeletons, he would be unable to wield it effectively. The dagger was just right. The Night King's fate was to perish beneath a dagger, as depicted in the original tale, where he met his end at the hands of Arya wielding the Valyrian dagger. In reflection, one might say he met a fitting demise. After the Night King's death, the army of White Walkers crumbled into disarray, leaving Jung Exin as the sole remaining creature of his kind in this world. Yet, if he so desired, he could become even more terrifying than the Night King, for he possessed 2 special dragon crystals. Under the cover of night, while the world remained oblivious, Jung Exin stealthily returned to the Wolfwood. The forest was sufficiently dark and the terrain complex, even if a search party were to come. Finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, to Jung Exin's knowledge, the humans had not dispatched any search parties following the battle. firmly believing that with the Night King's downfall, all skeletal soldiers would perish without exception. They were utterly unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Night King's death, nor had they discovered his corpse. Yet, it was undeniable that he had indeed perished. As Winterfell faced imminent siege and the will of its defenders was pushed to the brink, the Night King quietly met his end. No one knew the manner of his demise, nor could anyone claim the honor of slaying him. Daenerys had inquired among all the living, yet none stepped forward to take credit for such a monumental achievement. However, the Night King's survival was intrinsically linked to the existence of the White Walker army. All signs indicated that he had indeed fallen. The accolades were reluctantly bestowed upon an unknown, nameless hero. In Winterfell, the funerals and celebrations of victory spanned 3 days. During this time, Zhang Xian fully absorbed the power of the Night King's dragon crystals, truly becoming an immortal entity. The fusion of the two crystals rendered Zhang Xian immobile within a hollow tree for 3 days, marking his most vulnerable period. Once those 3 days elapsed, no one in the world would hold power over him. Fire and water could not extinguish him, nor could the dragon crystals, and Valyrian steel remained ineffective against him. As he lay in the hollow, Zhang Xian stirred a finger and awakened. The fusion of the dragon crystals complete, his body had shed its disguise during the unconsciousness, transforming into that of a White Walker. However, his current form differed from the one he assumed upon awakening with the Green Prophet. And it was unlike the Night King as well. Now, he was a wholly new being. His ice-blue physique was streamlined, towering over 3 meters in height, with elongated limbs and fingers, while his face retained that gaunt, fearsome visage. Most notably, a pair of bony wings sprouted from his back, with 8 protruding spines connected by a membrane. Upon the once barren crown of his head, a ring of bony protrusions had emerged, resembling a regal circlet, akin to the crown of an otherworldly king. As for the newfound dragon crystal, its peculiar powers remained to be gradually uncovered in due time. Zhang Xian rose with determination. As he did, the ancient tree that had concealed him splintered like fragile tofu. After stretching his limbs and performing a set of exercises, he felt invigorated, as if brimming with boundless energy. This body seemed to be the quintessential masterpiece of creation, leaving Zhang Xian profoundly satisfied. However, to traverse the continent in such a guise would surely frighten the children. Discretion was warranted. With a mere thought, Zhang Xian's form rapidly diminished, transforming into the figure of a youthful hunter, standing at 5 feet and 7 inches, with a close-cropped hairstyle, clad in animal hide. A rudimentary bow and arrows slung across his back, and a short dagger in hand. After surveying his new appearance with contentment, he smiled and mused. Ah, youth is splendid. It embodies vitality, hope, and the exuberance of life. Fully pleased with his visage, Zhang Xian strolled into the sunlight. He knew he could not venture into Winterfell, having just experienced a fierce battle. The surrounding villagers had been gathered, and emerging from the outskirts would clearly signal trouble to Daenerys and her companions. Instead, he circumvented Winterfell and headed south, relishing the scenic beauty of this otherworldly realm, which was indeed captivating. He found it perplexing why the Night King was so determined to obliterate it. After all, in his current state, he could not transform, and would be met with hostility wherever he went. Truly a lowly predicament. Although Zhang Xian had traversed the vast history of Westeros during his acceptance of the Green Prophet's legacy, it had only been in a vision. Now, with the opportunity before him, he yearned to witness the reality with his own eyes, to touch and feel the world firsthand. As Zhang Xian ambled leisurely, the atmosphere within Winterfell was far from harmonious. At the celebratory feast, everyone gathered around Jon Snow, heralding him as the hero of the North and a savior, while neglecting to mention Daenerys' contributions. In this battle, Daenerys had suffered the loss of over 20,000 Dothraki warriors, half of the Unsullied, her most loyal subordinate Yora, and a dragon. Yet, the Northerners were notoriously insular, and this exclusion extended to Daenerys herself. On the morrow of the feast, still inebriated, the assembly convened in the war room. Daenerys had upheld her promise, aiding the North in their struggle against the army of the undead, achieving victory. Now it was time for the North to fulfill its pledge. However, Sansa Stark interjected, stating that the Northern forces, having just endured a grueling battle against the White Walkers, were utterly exhausted and unfit to engage in another conflict so soon. Sansa, as the current Lady of Winterfell, Jon Snow's sister, and daughter of the Stark patriarch, spoke on behalf of the sentiments of the North. Daenerys, upon hearing these words, nearly lost her composure. I exerted myself to assist you in the North, sacrificing a significant portion of my forces, while you, as the ruler of King S Landing, merely cowered in a cellar with a throng of women and children. Without my aid, you would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Now that you have triumphed over the White Walkers, is this how you choose to repay me?" The war council fell into a profound silence. Indeed, had it not been for Daenerys' intervention, the entire North would have succumbed, rendering any notion of independence moot. The people of the North may be insular, yet they are not ungrateful. At Daenerys' remarks, many lords of the North bowed their heads, unable to meet her penetrating gaze. Ultimately, it was Jon Snow who rendered the final decision. "The North shall honor their commitment to the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and remain loyal. Your commands, we shall obey." Chapter 14. The Red Priestess. Though Sansa currently holds the title of Lord of Winterfell, the true recognition and allegiance of the great houses of the North invariably lies with Jon Snow. Officially, Snow is regarded as the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark. Yet his true lineage remains known only to a select few of the Stark children and Tyrion Lannister. It was Sansa who disclosed this to Tyrion, intending for it to become known, as she wished for Snow to ascend to the pinnacle of power, the Iron Throne, in lieu of Daenerys. In this manner, with Snow's support, the North could claim independence, emerging as a kingdom free from the constraints of King's Landing, akin to the other seven kingdoms. However, it is evident that Tyrion ultimately refrained from acting upon this knowledge. Snow's words garnered the consensus of the assembled lords, for without Daenerys' assistance, they all might have become White Walkers. Gratitude is a cherished tradition among the people of the North, and thus they pledged their fealty. Daenerys' demeanor brightened considerably. Just as Daenerys was consolidating her forces and the great houses of the North were preparing for battle, Jung Exine had already circumvented Winterfell, arriving at a small town to the south, known as Seawatch. This settlement lies at the southernmost tip of the North, strategically positioned at a vital passageway, firmly guarding the neck, a battleground from the time when the first men and the children of the forest resisted the invasion of the Undulls. Presently, it is enveloped in dense forests and marshlands, rendering large troop movements impractical, and thus serves as a natural moat for the North. Seawatch may be a modest town, but it is home to a singular individual of great significance to Jung Exine, the Red Priestess. Indeed, she is the very one who ignited the cavalry's weaponry before the battle, and when all seemed lost. With Daenerys and Snow unable to discern their path in the skies, she ignited the caltrops for Winterfell. After the conclusion of the battle, before the celebratory feast could commence, the Onion Knight emerged, eager to settle accounts with the Red Priestess. His hatred for her is one he will never relinquish, for his former lord, Stannis Baratheon, was led astray by the Red Priestess, raising his banner in rebellion against Cersei following King Robert's demise. The first, of course, is the Stark family, whose patriarch, Lord Eddard Stark, met his untimely demise in King's Landing, his head displayed upon the city walls for 7 days. This ignited a tempest throughout the North, prompting his eldest son, Robb Stark, to lead a rebellion southward, determined to avenge his father by severing Joffrey's head. The second notable figure is Stannis Baratheon, the deceased King Robert Baratheon's younger brother. Following Joffrey's poisoning, he deemed himself the sole legitimate heir to Robert's throne and, under the insidious influence of the Red Priestess, assassinated his younger brother, Renly. The Onion Knight harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Red Priestess, not solely for inciting Stannis' rebellion or for employing dark magic to slay Renly, but primarily because, under her relentless persuasion, Stannis sacrificed his own daughter in a misguided offering to the Lord of Light. This deity, revered by the Red Priestess, is the only divine being in this narrative that has manifested miracles. This is precisely Jung Exine's objective, the Lord of Light. He is aware that deities do indeed exist in this realm, as evidenced by the Flame Knight Beric, who has been resurrected 6 times by the Lord of Light. Jon Snow, too, was resurrected once by the Red Priestess through the Lord of Light, marking a genuine revival. This event transpired during Jon's tenure as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, when he was betrayed by his own men and met a most grievous fate. His lifeblood completely drained. The Red Priestess restored him to life, leading Jung Exine to contemplate whether he might establish contact with the divine through her. Jung Exine perceives his current power as unrivaled. He believes that he could summon an army of millions to wage war at any moment. Yet such an endeavor seems devoid of purpose. The Lord of Light possesses the extraordinary ability to grant life after death, a power that eludes Jung Exine's comprehension, sparking within him a desire to understand and anticipate such might. It is important to note that the Lord of Light, despite his remarkable capabilities, is a relatively obscure deity, with few followers and a history lacking in grandeur. The belief systems in this world are intricate, encompassing the children of the forest and the first men. The Northmen's veneration of the old gods, representing the forces of nature, and the Undul faith in the seven gods, with the seven kingdoms being established by the Unduls. These deities boast a multitude of followers and disciples, whereas the Lord of Light occupies a humble position among them. Yet, this seemingly insignificant god wields the power to resurrect the dead. One can only ponder the capabilities of the greater gods. Zhang Xian eagerly anticipates the revelations that await him, seeking to discern why he has found himself in this place, whether a deity has summoned him, if he can return, and whether he is destined to fulfill a specific task or mission. To unravel these mysteries, he must engage with the divine, and thus far, the only known conduit to the gods is the Red Priestess herself. Naturally, the Red Priestess cannot remain in King's Landing awaiting reckoning, for despite her significant contributions, her identity precludes trust from any quarter, and many harbor a profound hatred for her. After the battle concluded, she faked her own death and arrived in this small town. Everyone was aware that the source of her power was the ruby necklace adorning her neck. At that time, she had removed the ruby necklace, casting it into the blood-stained snow, and had fallen step by step into the snow, her body aged beyond recognition at the moment of her death. The townsfolk firmly believed in the demise of the Scarlet Witch, yet only Zhang Xian knew the truth. The Scarlet Witch had not perished, rather, she seized this opportunity to liberate herself from the constraints of the ruby necklace, becoming the true emissary of the King of Light. She left the ruby necklace and her frail, aged body outside Winterfell, while her soul awakened in the home of a blacksmith family in Sevon City. Elman, the blacksmith in Sevon City, had been in high spirits these past few days, for his daughter, who had been lost in a haze of folly since birth, had miraculously regained her faculties 2 days prior. At that moment, he was diligently forging a hoe when his daughter emerged from their dwelling. Although she had been a simpleton, she was their only child, and he and his wife cherished her deeply, never allowing her to venture outside alone. The harsh northern cold posed a threat, and they feared she might lose her way and freeze to death outdoors. Moreover, the region had recently descended into chaos. The lord of the town had summoned the able-bodied young men to Winterfell, purportedly to engage in battle, though the foe remained unknown. In any case, the call to arms did not extend to the blacksmith, who was instead tasked with crafting weapons. Thus, Elman intercepted his daughter, as he often did, cautioning her about the dangers outside and gently persuading her to return indoors. They had come to terms with the notion that, given her condition, marriage and motherhood were not suitable prospects for her. It was enough for her to remain at home, providing companionship for her parents. When they grew old and frail, they would seek refuge in Wight Harbor with Elman's brother, who made a living by fishing. Though not wealthy, he would undoubtedly be willing to care for their daughter, as Elman intended to share the entirety of his life savings with him. With these thoughts, Elman's eyes glimmered with affection. His daughter had always been obedient, despite her foolishness. She never defied their wishes. However, today was different. He grasped her arm, urging her to return inside, but found himself unable to move her. Turning around, he beheld his daughter's eyes sparkling with vitality, a glimmer reminiscent of a normal person, filled with a lively brilliance. Gone was the dull, lifeless gaze that had once characterized her, resembling that of a living corpse. Nada, he whispered, astonished. In the astonished gaze of her father, Nada slowly spoke. Father, I am well. At 16 years of age, Nada was no longer a child in the realm of Westeros, where many had already wed by this age. Yet, Elman had never entertained such thoughts. Nada was unique. Though she had always possessed the promise of beauty, her previous state of folly had dissuaded any notions of marriage, fearing she might be mistreated. Now, with Nada speaking, how could Elman contain his overwhelming joy? Is this truly the case? Thank the old gods. My heavens, Nada, you have truly recovered. Please say something for me to hear. Upon hearing her father express gratitude to the old gods, Nada furrowed her brow slightly. Father, it was the King of Light who healed my affliction. I have sworn an oath to devote my life solely to the King of Light and serve him eternally. She had broken free from the constraints of the ruby necklace, signifying that the King of Light had accepted her and officially appointed her as his earthly emissary. As the representative of the King of Light, how could she permit her father to worship other deities? Yet, she understood that she could not openly proclaim her faith just yet. She must wait. Wait until Jon Snow and Daenerys descended before spreading the teachings of the King of Light. For all were aware that the Red Priestess was a devotee of the King of Light, and she had feigned death to escape. She could not afford to arouse any suspicion during such a sensitive period. The King of Light, what is that? Elman had never heard of the King of Light, yet he had learned that he had healed his daughter and gained her devotion. This must indicate that he was a deity, and deities should never be angered. Even if one does not believe in them, It is wise not to provoke their wrath. It is best not to elaborate. In any case, I am the messenger of the King of Light, and mortals must serve him. Very well, regardless. The wonderful news of your recovery must be conveyed to your mother. Come with me at once. Elman took Nada's arm and exited the blacksmith shop, heading towards a nearby tavern, owned by his wife, Lomia. The couple managed a blacksmith shop and a tavern, living a reasonably prosperous life, which afforded them the confidence not to marry off their daughter. Lomia, come quickly. See Nada. Elman's voice rang out with exuberance, drawing the attention of the patrons. What is all this shouting about? What has happened to Nada? A middle-aged woman, clad in a soiled apron and wiping her hands, emerged from the back of the tavern. Upon stepping out, she saw her husband pulling their daughter into the center of the small establishment, which felt even more cramped with their presence, as if he were showcasing some grand achievement. Astute Lomia quickly noticed that her daughter's demeanor was unusual. In the past, Nada had been timid, especially under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. Previously, she would have appeared flustered, hiding behind Elman, trembling, and murmuring incoherently. Yet now, she seemed composed, her gaze steady, maintaining an air of calm under the attention of so many men. Her daughter was no longer the same. This was Lomia's first impression. What is happening? Let us speak in the back. With that, she ushered her husband and daughter into the back room. Once inside, Elman, brimming with enthusiasm, began to speak of Nada's recovery, expressing gratitude to the King of Light. Observing her husband's disjointed words, Lomia could only turn her gaze towards their daughter. She gently and cautiously took the woman's hand, while her other hand caressed the smooth face of Nada. My Nada, is it true? What your father said? Is it truly so? She asked, her eyes glistening with tears and disbelief. The transformation in her daughter was astonishing. Just yesterday, she had been the same as she had been for the past 16 years, dazed and foolish, needing a bib to eat. How could she have improved so suddenly? Nada nodded. I truly am well, mother. Today, as I sat by the fire, I found myself lost in thought, mesmerized by the flames. Suddenly, a face appeared within the fire. It spoke, declaring itself the King of Light, proclaiming that wherever there is light, there he is, omnipresent. At that moment, upon beholding the King of Light, a radiance seemed to illuminate my mind, dispelling the clouds that had long obscured it. Sunlight broke through, and my reason returned. I have vowed to serve the King of Light for all my days, to be his devotee and messenger, until death claims me. Listening to her daughter's articulate yet slow recounting, Lomia was completely convinced. They had previously worshipped the old gods. Yet those deities had offered no blessings or care for their family. Since the King of Light had healed their daughter, and she had sworn fealty, it was imperative for them to embrace the King of Light as well, for they were a family. However, changing one's faith was no simple matter. The local old gods church maintained a register of believers, with their family's names inscribed therein. It wasn't merely a matter of choice. One could not simply switch faiths unless they relocated to an unfamiliar land. To approach the old gods church with such intentions could easily mark them as heretics. Though the governance of faith in Westeros was not exceedingly stringent, a sudden desire to change one's belief was viewed as a grave disrespect to the divine, potentially resulting in exile. Nevertheless, a miracle had manifested through the King of Light, gracing their family, which necessitated their belief, an unwavering one. The matter of changing faith could be addressed gradually. If necessary, they could relocate to Wight Harbor. Yet for now, it was imperative to celebrate their daughter's recovery and the favor bestowed upon them by the King of Light. It was worth noting that the entire continent had not witnessed divine manifestations for many years. Each occurrence was a momentous event. However, this miracle was known only to their family. Sharing it would likely be met with skepticism, and they had no like-minded devotees of the King of Light to join in their celebration. Thus, they would celebrate alone. The ceremony, though modest, must be observed. Elman grandly announced in the tavern that his daughter had recovered from her grave illness, and to celebrate, ale would be offered free for 3 days. The patrons of the tavern cheered, offering their congratulations. After all, free ale warranted good wishes, and kind words cost nothing. On the final day of the complimentary ale, a new guest arrived at the tavern. Business had thrived over the past few days, thanks to the free ale, leading to a significant increase in the sale of other food items. A seemingly inconspicuous young hunter, with a short bow slung across his back and a dagger at his waist, entered a quaint tavern, appearing weary from his travels. Upon stepping inside, he glanced around and called out, "Mistress of the tavern, I have heard that there is free ale to be had here." Lomia, having managed the tavern for many years, had honed her skill in conversation. "Please, take a seat. You have arrived at just the right moment. Today is the last day to partake, and should you come tomorrow, you shall miss out." With that, she approached him, bearing a large jug of ale, which she placed before Zhang Exan. Chapter 16. Speak not, but feel deeply. Zhang Exan inhaled the strong aroma, sharp and almost piercing, akin to a knife that penetrated his nostrils. Yet, he lifted the mug and took a hearty swig, wiping his mouth afterward. "Quite potent indeed. The moment I set foot in the mountains, this is what I longed for." Lomia chuckled in response. Of course, the more formidable the hunter, the stronger the drink he must consume. Fortunately, the ale in my humble establishment is renowned for its strength. But tell me, did you return from the Minghua Mountains with any noteworthy game? Before Zhang Exan could respond, she continued, eager to scout for fine prey to celebrate her daughter's forthcoming occasion. Believing that a feast of quality fare would signify their respect for both her daughter and the King of Light. They had inquired for several days, yet regrettably, the hunters who had ventured into the mountains recently either returned empty-handed or had yet to arrive back. Zhang Exan's eyes darted toward Lomia. "What price can you offer?" Hearing the prospect of a deal, Lomia hastily took a seat. "That depends on the game. If it is exceptional, I shall pay handsomely. I have hunted an iron-horned deer," he declared, "and it weighed 700 pounds. Lomia gasped. A 700-pound iron-horned deer was indeed a rarity, as most typically weighed around 500 pounds. Although the iron-horned deer is herbivorous, its male counterpart possesses a fierce aggression and a strong territorial instinct, often leading to the demise of many carnivorous predators beneath its formidable antlers. Most hunters would dare not pursue such a beast. This unassuming lad had managed to slay a deer of such impressive size. Moreover, a 700-pound iron-horned deer could be deemed the king of its kind. Lomia bit her lip. She could not let such a prize slip away. This hunter exhibited remarkable skill, and offering him a high price would encourage future endeavors. "I will take the complete iron-horned deer. For that, I shall offer you this sum." As she spoke, she raised 4 fingers, indicating 40 silver coins. Typically, a pound of iron-horned deer meat commands 5 copper coins, thus 700 pounds would amount to 35 silver coins. Lomia's offer of 40 silver coins for the whole deer was a generous one, motivated by her desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with a hunter of such caliber, who could potentially provide her with further bountiful game in the future. Secondly, he can display the deer, presenting it in its entirety after butchering, while keeping the hide, bones, and antlers to create a specimen, showcased outside the establishment, serving as a living advertisement. With the Iron Antler Deer King in my possession, who wouldn't take a second glance? Customers would be more inclined to visit. It must be said that after years of running a tavern, Lomia possesses a certain business acumen. Zhang Exan cheerfully agreed. "All right, I shall fetch it for you shortly. Need any assistance? My husband is a blacksmith and quite strong." Zhang Exan shook his head. "No need. I have a cart, and I can bring it directly." The iron antler deer was indeed available, having been casually hunted by Zhang Exan during his sightseeing. This unfortunate creature, oblivious to its fate, dared to attack the world's foremost powerhouse, displaying a reckless disregard for life, and was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Exan with a single blow. The carcass was carried to Savan City, as he was currently dressed as a hunter, and it would be unseemly not to have some trophy to show. It also served as a perfect cover, allowing him to experience the joy of an ordinary hunter's earnings. Along the way, many inquired about the price, but since Zhang Exan intended to use it as a guise, he could not afford to sell it midway, so he ignored their questions and proceeded into Savan City. The deer lay on his cart, covered with an oilcloth, leaving others unaware of its true nature. Zhang Exan took a roundabout path, retrieving the cart and the iron antler deer, and made his way to Lomia's tavern. Lomia was exceedingly warm, her delight evident upon seeing such a magnificent iron antler deer, her smile stretching from ear to ear, alleviating her concerns. She promptly paid him and returned to seek Elman, as she could not manage such a large specimen alone. It was imperative to have a man handle it. The red-robed witch, Nada, followed suit, currently in a period of dormancy. Daenerys and the Northern Army were preparing to march south, necessitating troop organization, expansion, and the procurement of weapons and provisions, with the most pressing task being the preparation of warships, a process not easily accomplished in a day or two. This time, Daenerys did not intend to traverse by land, as doing so would require passing through the neck, where military movement was cumbersome and necessitating a detour around the Moonlight Mountains, which would be time-consuming. The route devised by Daenerys and Jon Snow was to first reach Wight Harbor, gather the main forces, and set sail, navigating around the Fingers Peninsula, traversing the narrow sea, and heading straight for Blackwater Bay to land at King's Landing. However, this proposal met with opposition from the Onion Knight, who, having experienced the Battle of Blackwater, understood that although it lay closer to King's Landing, The area was fraught with treacherous reefs, and the cliffs along King's Landing's shore were steep and heavily fortified. His former lord, Stannis, had met his downfall there, suffering significant losses, which left the Onion Knight with a profound psychological scar regarding Blackwater Bay. Ultimately, Daenerys adopted the Onion Knight's suggestion, deciding to land at Rosby, which featured a gentler terrain, a harbor, and less stringent defenses than King's Landing, making it more suitable for a large-scale landing. The final siege would still rely on the army on land. Meanwhile, the main forces at King's Landing were already prepared to embark towards Wight Harbor as per the established strategy, in a quaint tavern nestled within the bustling town of Severn. The atmosphere remained vibrant and lively, untouched by the impending turmoil of war. The Scarlet Witch, Nada, cast her gaze upon the young man before her. Seemingly no older than 20, yet he eluded her insight. Nada possessed the unique ability to glimpse fragments of a person's future through their eyes. She had once foretold to Arya, "I see the darkness in your gaze, the hues of brown, blue, and green, eyes that will forever remain shut. We shall meet again." This prophecy was later fulfilled when Arya vanquished the Night King, leading to the demise of countless Wights, their eyes closing forever. It was she who instilled in Arya the courage to confront the Night King. In the face of death, what word should we utter? The hour had not yet come. Thus, Arya set forth. Yet now, no matter how intently she focused, she could discern not the slightest glimpse of the future from Zhang Xian's smiling eyes. Devoid of any revelation. Logically, having completed the task bestowed upon her by the Lord of Light, her powers should have intensified, yet before this ordinary hunter, she found herself utterly blind. She approached closer, until their breaths mingled. Nada fixed her gaze on Zhang Xian's eyes, declaring, "I see no future for you." Not even a trace. Zhang Xian remained undisturbed, his demeanor unchanged, casually remarking, "Mortals are destined to perish." Nada instinctively retorted, "Mortals must serve." Only after speaking did she realize the implication. He was also. Zhang Xian raised a finger to gently press against Nada's soft lips. "Hush, do not speak. Feel with your heart." He then closed his eyes, drawing Nada into a reverie. Chapter 17. The Lord of Light goes silent. This marked the inaugural formal meeting between Zhang Xian and the Scarlet Witch. Later, Nada would confess that had she known she would encounter the new king, she would have preferred to perish in Winterfell. No one knew what transpired within the confines of the illusion, but Elman and Lomia observed as their daughter approached the young hunter. They exchanged peculiar words. And in the next moment, both closed their eyes, reopening them within the span of a heartbeat. Yet, in that fleeting second, their daughter yielded completely. Indeed, she surrendered. Nada knelt, adopting a posture of worship, uttering, "I must serve." In truth, Zhang Xian merely employed subtle tactics to win the Scarlet Witch's allegiance, for without her acquiescence, she would not assist him. Her faith lay solely with the Lord of Light. Zhang Xian's desire was to make contact with the Lord of Light, in any form, seeking enlightenment or miracles. Of course, to those present, Zhang Xian's actions were tantamount to blasphemy. To the inhabitants of Westeros, and even those from Essos, deities were not to be confronted or desecrated. One simply needed to fulfill their demands to achieve their aims. Even the divine, if capable of delegating tasks, allows those appointed to assume the mantle of a deity. In recent decades, aside from the Lightbringer assigning a few missions to the Red Priestess, no other god has intervened. Consequently, many have ceased to believe in the existence of divine beings. For instance, Stannis is a skeptic regarding the presence of gods in the world. The Red Priestess fervently proclaimed before him that he is the true Dragon King, asserting that no one but he may occupy the Iron Throne, with dire consequences for those who attempt to do so. She cursed 3 of the 5 kings, Robb Stark, Balon Greyjoy, and Joffrey Baratheon. Curses that came to fruition as these 3 met their demise in quick succession, leading Stannis to acknowledge her powers. However, following his military failure and the devastating losses at the Battle of Blackwater, he seized the Red Priestess by the throat, nearly suffocating her in his rage. "Where is your god? Why does he not come to your aid? Tell him to release me." In that moment, he yearned to end her life. Yet a flicker of reason stayed his hand. He recognized that he would need her assistance in the future. Ultimately, the discontented Stannis, accompanied by his dwindling forces, faced off against the diminutive Reek, only to lose his head to Brienne's sword. In the aftermath, even the Red Priestess began to doubt the authenticity of the Lightbringer, grappling with her own disillusionment. Despite having witnessed Stannis ascend to the throne in the Flames' foretelling, the current reality was one of his death. Unable to accept this outcome, she ultimately resurrected Jon Snow, realizing her true purpose. The Lightbringer's objective was not to elevate anyone to the Iron Throne, but rather to vanquish the Night King. The Lightbringer held no interest in who occupied the throne. His sole desire was to eliminate the Night King. This raises a profound question. Why did the Lightbringer seek to destroy the Night King, yet refrain from acting personally, instead opting to send a Red Priestess to stir chaos across the land? Was it merely due to the dichotomy of light and darkness? Zhang Xian was unconvinced. Or had the Night King's power become a sufficient threat to the divine? These inquiries were buried with the Night King's downfall, and the truth could only be uncovered through the Red Priestess's connection to the Lightbringer. Within his vision, Zhang Xian crafted a framework for the Lightbringer's influence. In the Red Priestess's imagination, she perceived herself as a secondary emissary, while the figure before her was the true divine messenger. In the illusion Zhang Xian created, he was omnipotent, and the ability to conjure such illusions and draw others into them was a formidable skill, beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The Red Priestess had come to believe in Zhang Xian's vision to a significant degree, which was sufficient for his purpose. What he sought was merely to have the Red Priestess facilitate a connection to the Lightbringer. Once that connection was established, regardless of whether his objectives were achieved, the Red Priestess would no longer be of use. Rise, there is no need for formality. We are merely servants of the Light King, Zhang Xian said. Assisting nodded to her feet. Before her parents, kneeling was hardly an issue. Might I inquire, dear divine messenger, is there a matter that brings you to me? Nada asked cautiously. Zhang Xian hesitated momentarily, feeling the weight of his confession. As the most devout follower of the Light King, he had been unable to reach the divine since the day before. Despite his fervent prayers, no revelation had graced him. I sought you to inquire if you still possess the means to connect with the Light King. The crimson-robed witch was taken aback. It had indeed been some time since she had communed with the Light King. Following the death of the Night King, she had feigned her demise to escape and had not sought guidance since arriving here. I shall attempt to reach out at once, she declared, hastening to the fire outside. Wherever there is fire and light, there the Light King resides. He is omnipresent, she believed. Zhang Xian followed her outdoors, where dusk had settled, and a bonfire had been kindled. He was well aware of the witch's genuine abilities. Her prayers to the Light King were nearly always answered, and witnessing her communion firsthand was a rare privilege. Nada grasped a burning log, mere inches from the flames. Long is the night, fraught with peril, O Light King. Grant us illumination, O Light King, shelter us, she intoned. However, her words were not in the common tongue of the continent, but rather in the nearly forgotten ancient Valyrian language. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, striving to attune to the ambient energies, discerning any nuances that might herald the Light King's response. With his current level of power, even the slightest shift would be perceptible to him. Yet, after an extended pause, no signs of change emerged, while the crimson-robed witch continued her incantations, her tone growing increasingly urgent and her expression more strained. Yet, the bonfire before her offered no indication of divine communication. After a considerable time, the witch's expression fell as she withdrew her hand. It seems I too cannot reach the Light King. Zhang Xian feigned a grave demeanor, pondering the implications. Surely something significant had transpired to occupy the Light King's attention. Yet inwardly, he mused, could it be that the Light King wishes to avoid my presence? This speculation furrowed his brow as he stroked his smooth chin. The witch, encountering such an experience for the first time, reasoned that having recently become a servant of the Light King, she should not have been forsaken. The likelihood was that the senior attendant's words bore truth. Something unknown must have occurred. If even the senior attendant could not connect with the Light King, it was only natural that she too would struggle. Yet, what could have befallen the Light King? What circumstances had arisen that might require their assistance? Upon contemplating this, the red-robed witch felt an unsettling urgency within her. Chapter 18. The plan in Zhang Xian's view, the disappearance of the Light King heralded ominous tidings. First and foremost, ever since the fall of the Night King and the subsequent flight of the red-robed witch, there had been no further communication. Second, aside from the Light King, there had been no sign of any deities on the continent for decades, even centuries. This clearly indicated a troubling reality. This continent, or perhaps this world, may no longer possess anything worthy of divine attention. Historically, the cataclysm that befell Valyria is believed to have stemmed from the actions of a deity. Valyria, once a formidable empire, was renowned for its dominance, controlling nearly half of the Esso's coastline and a fifth of its territories. Its economy thrived, and its civilization was unparalleled, the most advanced known to man at that time. Yet, this civilization, which rode dragons and wielded magical artifacts to conquer vast lands, met its demise after 14 volcanic eruptions and numerous tsunamis, reducing the famed freehold of Valyria to ruins. shrouded in a thick layer of volcanic ash. The dragons were nearly annihilated, and the once great freehold lay in desolation, cloaked in the shadows of countless restless souls and poisonous vapors. Those who ventured too close were afflicted by the grayscale disease, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied, attacking any living creature that approached the ruins of Valyria. Furthermore, the waters surrounding the Valyrian peninsula became toxic, transforming into a noxious sea, spawning colossal sea monsters. To Zhang Exine, all these calamities appeared as natural disasters. However, he believed they were undoubtedly the machinations of a deity, one that first obliterated Valyrian civilization and subsequently forbade any creature from approaching. What was this deity's purpose? And what secrets were being concealed? Zhang Exine could not ascertain the answers. Yet if one were to study deities, that place would undoubtedly be a prime location. However, the distance was formidable. Not only did he need to cross the strait to reach another continent, but he also had to journey from the north to the southern region of Dorne. Before embarking, Zhang Exine had several hypotheses to validate, for which he would require the assistance of one individual, Daenerys Targaryen. Indeed, this was the very mother of dragons, who was soon to be betrayed by her lover and rendered missing. The northern forces in Daenerys' coalition had already departed for Wight Harbor, facing relentless storms along the way. Her second son, Rhaego, was soon to be attacked and perish at sea by Euron Greyjoy, plunging into the depths. At that moment, Zhang Exine intended to tame Rhaego, making him his second steed. The ambitions of dragons were vast. Zhang Exine had already concealed the ice dragon Viserion, awaiting his command to appear, yet clearly, the time was not ripe. If he could successfully bring Rhaego under his banner, then after Daenerys' demise, the elder dragon, Drogon, would yield without a fight. Daenerys' aspirations, unfulfilled in life, could then be realized posthumously. Zhang Exine's lips curled into a smile, for once Daenerys perished, his grand design could commence. First, he sought to dismantle the belief system the seven gods had painstakingly established over centuries on the continent of Westeros, testing their reactions to gauge their disposition. The followers of the Seven had once incited the Undulls to invade Westeros, wreaking havoc upon the weirwood forests and driving the children of the forest to the eternal winter, leaving them to their own devices in an attempt to obliterate the faith of the old gods. Now, having inherited the legacy of the Green Seer, Zhang Exine felt compelled to take action, beginning with the destruction of their faith. With this thought in mind, he resolved upon his next destination, the juncture of the Narrow Sea and Blackwater Bay. The Red Priestess had outlived her usefulness, and Zhang Exine had no intention of squandering further time in her company. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse to make his exit, only to find the Red Priestess stubbornly opposing him. "My lord, the Lord of Light cannot be reached at present. Something must have transpired unbeknownst to us. Your rank surpasses mine. Surely you possess knowledge that you could share with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "No, you cannot assist. Remain here patiently. Once I uncover the truth, I shall seek you out. My lord, though I am currently unable to contact the Lord of Light, I am well versed in dark magic. Please trust in my capabilities. I assure you I shall prove useful." The Red Priestess, known as Melisandre before her devotion to the Lord of Light, had practiced dark sorcery and was no ordinary individual. Zhang Exine recalled how Melisandre had utilized shadow magic to assassinate Renly Baratheon and curse the death of Robb Stark. Her abilities were indeed formidable, and he could not predict when they might be required. However, his forthcoming endeavors did not permit her presence, so he replied, "Very well. Take this shard of ice. Should I truly require your aid, I shall reach out." Zhang Exine conjured a shard of ice and handed it to Melisandre. This was no ordinary piece of ice. It was a trinket crafted through his ice magic. With it, the holder could be drawn into a realm of illusions at any moment. Melisandre accepted the shard, feeling its coolness, yet it was not frigid. Rather, it bore a gentle warmth. "Very well, my lord. Should you need me, do not hesitate to call." Melisandre bowed respectfully. "Indeed, I shall take my leave now. For many matters await my attention. Please await my message patiently." With that, Zhang Exine lingered no longer, turning into a nearby room. A glance back revealed he had vanished without a trace. The Narrow Sea lay tranquil, positioned between two continents, typically spared from fierce winds and towering waves, making it a favored haunt for fishermen. At that moment, amidst the calm waters, a grand fleet was underway. The unsullied fleet of Daenerys was sailing forth. The Unsullied have long served as Daenerys' vanguard, facing any peril without so much as a flicker of hesitation, even in the face of death. This fleet, composed entirely of Unsullied, stands as the forefront of the Allied forces. Although only 4,000 remain, the venture to sea necessitates hundreds of ships, a formidable number indeed. Behind them, a substantial force of northern soldiers and Dothraki cavalry, orchestrated by Jon Snow, follows closely. Daenerys stands at the bow of the ship, relishing the bracing sea breeze as she inhales deeply. Missandei, do you sense it? She queries, her eyes closed, not turning her head. Missandei observes her mistress, stifling her own excitement as they approach the culmination of Daenerys' dream. Once they reach King's Landing, Cersei's forces will falter, and the Iron Throne will be within their grasp. Indeed, Your Grace, I can already smell it, the scent of freedom. King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms await you, she replies, fully aware of the Queen's preferences and how to please her, which cements her position as Daenerys' most trusted confidant. Daenerys regards her as a sister, for Missandei understands her profoundly. Indeed, everyone has waited far too long, Daenerys asserts, gripping the ship's railing with white-knuckled intensity. Chapter 19. The resurrection of Rhaego. The mere thought of uniting the Seven Kingdoms stirs Daenerys' heart with exhilaration. She yearns to arrive at King's Landing swiftly to sever Cersei's head from her shoulders. Initially, they had agreed to form a united army to resist the White Walkers, but Cersei's sudden betrayal nearly led to their demise at Winterfell. Daenerys' teeth grind in frustration. It seemed she was meant to shield herself while her allies bore the brunt of the conflict, allowing Cersei to reap the benefits of their mutual destruction. Little did anyone anticipate that the Night King would meet an inexplicable demise outside the city, reducing the countless White Walkers within to mere dust, thus sparing the inhabitants and preserving a significant portion of her forces. With the support of the North, she now possesses the means to contend with Cersei on equal footing. This time, she shall descend upon King's Landing as a sovereign, displacing Cersei, the false queen, from the Iron Throne. And she must exact vengeance to quell the rage within her heart. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Daenerys cannot suppress her fervor. She whistles, prompting her two dragons to slow their pace, allowing her to ascend onto their backs. Accompanied by her dragons, she detaches from the main force to survey the waters and gather intelligence, though her true intent is to channel her inner tumult. As Daenerys soars high upon Drogon, she remains oblivious to the imminent tragedy that awaits her. Just as the two dragons venture further into a rocky sea, a massive bolt is launched from among the cliffs, aimed directly at Rhaego. In an unexpected turn of events, Rhaego was pierced through the neck, a cry of anguish echoing as blood cascaded like rain. Daenerys could scarcely believe her eyes. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Soon after, a second and a third bolt struck Rhaego, each arrow finding its mark. In that instant, Rhaego was rendered utterly defenseless, plummeting straight into the ocean. The immense dragon's body crashed upon the water's surface, sending up a spray of white foam that mingled with his blood, staining a vast expanse of sea crimson. At that moment, Daenerys discerned the identity of the assailant, Euron Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, the wretch who had slain his own brother and usurped control of the Iron Islands. He had been ensnared by Cersei's treachery and was now a loyal subject beneath her sway. The Iron Islands, situated at the northwestern edge of the continent, are rich in iron and colossal trees, both vital resources for shipbuilding. Thus, despite their modest geographical size, the naval prowess of the Iron Islands should not be underestimated. Euron, reveling in his success, let out a cheer before redirecting his crossbow to target Drogon, who was soaring toward the fleet. Daenerys had no time to wallow in rage or sorrow, for she herself was in peril. With Rhaego gone, Drogon remained aloft, should he be struck. She too would plummet into the depths. With utmost caution, Daenerys maneuvered the dragon toward the Iron Islands fleet at breakneck speed, determined to avenge Rhaego and make Euron pay. However, as the leader of the Iron Islands, Euron was not without his wits. He was well aware of the inevitable fate that awaited him should a dragon approach. Thus, he commanded that every ship equipped with crossbows aim their weapons at the dragon soaring overhead. Drogon, dancing in the sky, found it impossible to approach the fleet. For her safety, Daenerys was reluctantly compelled to abandon her plans and veer away. Although she fled, the unsullied fleet remained behind her. The unsullied vessels lacked long-range attack capabilities, primarily serving as troop transports, and could at most engage in close-quarters combat. At this juncture, the two fleets were far apart, leaving the Unsullied unable to contend with Euron's forces. Yet, with the dragon no longer drawing fire, Euron turned his focus upon the vanguard of the Unsullied fleet. The devastating power of the crossbows was laid bare in this maritime battle. Any Unsullied ship struck by a bolt was left with gaping holes, some merely leaked, while others shattered apart, sinking immediately. This was a one-sided onslaught, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the Unsullied fleet. Fortunately, they had been sent as the vanguard, allowing the main force to retreat in a timely manner. Had Jon Snow and his allies arrived later, the losses would have been far more catastrophic. Euron returned home in triumph, having not only decimated the Unsullied fleet, but also claimed a dragon from Daenerys, elated to share his victory with Cersei in King's Landing. Some remnants of the Unsullied sought refuge on nearby rocks, awaiting rescue, while others returned by small boats to reunite with the main forces, including Jon Snow. In any case, the Unsullied suffered significant losses in this battle. Meanwhile, higher in the heavens, amidst the billowing clouds, a figure lurked in the shadows. Zhang Xian had transformed back into his White Walker form, flapping his wings and savoring the unfolding drama from a distance. It seemed my arrival had little impact on the narrative. Daenerys was still destined to lose her second son to Euron, as per the original storyline. At this moment, Daenerys had regrouped with the main forces, consolidating her scattered troops, and was searching for a suitable place to land alongside Jon Snow. The sea, once a battlefield, was now a gruesome tableau of blood and shattered vessels, devoid of any survivors. Zhang Xian descended to the ocean's surface, seeking the spot where Rhaego had plunged into the depths. After the fierce battle, the blood from Rhaego's fall had dissipated, making it harder to locate him. However, Zhang Xian was undeterred. He lightly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the icy blue of his pupils held a newfound clarity. Ah, there you are. Fortuitously, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have been feasted upon by the schools of fish. Beneath the waves, Rhaego's immense carcass and the scent of blood had attracted a throng of sharks. The saying "a whale falls, and myriad life thrives" held true. The dragon's body was a veritable feast for these marine creatures. The sharks were eager to rend Rhaego apart, but alas, a dragon remains a dragon, even in death. Its formidable scales were impervious to their jaws. With no minions at his disposal, Zhang Xian had to plunge into the sea himself to retrieve the dragon's body. Unlike the Night King, who commanded millions to do his bidding, gazing at the vast shoals of fish below, Zhang Xian unleashed a burst of ice magic, sending shards of ice cascading through the water, instantly freezing the fish into solid blocks. He then crafted a massive chain of ice to ensnare Rhaego, guiding the lifeless form toward the surface. With his current strength, lifting Rhaego into the sky was a trivial task. He placed the dragon's body upon a prominent, exposed rock. Carefully, he withdrew the 3 crossbow bolts lodged in Rhaego's neck and abdomen. The wounds, soaked in seawater, had ceased bleeding, perhaps due to the loss of blood. Zhang Xian smiled, a glimmer of pride flickering across the ghastly visage of the White Walker. He gently placed his hand upon Rhaego's dragon head. At last, I shall assume the mantle of the Night King. Rise, my ice dragon Rhaego. As Zhang Xian recited the dramatic incantation in his heart, Rhaego stirred to life. The eyelids that were meant to remain forever closed slowly opened, revealing icy blue irises that signified his newfound loyalty to Zhang Xian. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now, go seek out your brother and await my call. Your mission is far from over. Zhang Xian gently caressed the forehead of the ice dragon, Rhaego, who tilted his head and nuzzled against Zhang Xian's arm, obediently soaring into the sky towards a certain direction. Chapter 20. The Fiery Wrath of Destruction. The following day, Daenerys and the Northern Alliance, having regrouped, set forth towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, Cersei was already prepared. She arranged for all civilians and slaves to gather at the base of the city walls, forming a human barrier. You, Daenerys, the so-called liberator, renowned for your compassion. Let us see if you dare to harm these innocents. If you slay them, you shatter the facade of your mercy. If you do not, you shall not enter King's Landing. Additionally, Cersei positioned a giant scorpion at intervals of 10 meters along the battlements, specifically targeting the last remaining dragon. Within the city, the Golden Company numbered 20,000, a fierce elite force under Cersei's command, the Royal Guard, arguably one of the most formidable armies on the continent. They wielded the sharpest weapons and donned the sturdiest armor, having received the finest education from a young age, each warrior a seasoned veteran of countless battles. At this moment, Missandei had fallen into Cersei's clutches. Cersei audaciously attempted to use Missandei, a mere handmaiden, as leverage to compel Daenerys to surrender. One must admit, this woman's thought process was indeed peculiar. Zhang Xian, perched upon the clouds, flapped his wings, casually munching on seeds obtained from an unknown source while offering commentary. Although distant and unseen by others, his strength allowed him to easily observe every movement on the ground. Unsurprisingly, the negotiations between the imp and the Imperial Chancellor collapsed, resulting in Missandei's execution. Cersei's folly was astounding. Had she spared Missandei, Daenerys might have accepted the city's surrender, but now that was impossible. Missandei's death was the final straw for Daenerys, plunging her into darkness. The slaughter of the city became inevitable. Her second son, Rego Missandei, Yora, those closest to Daenerys, were falling one by one. The deaths of Rego and Missandei were directly linked to Cersei, igniting Daenerys' fury. With tears of rage welling in her eyes, Daenerys turned away, abandoning any hope of negotiation. She no longer harbored illusions of peacefully resolving the situation in King's Landing. Now, all she desired was bloodshed, to eradicate all within the city, for only through slaughter could she assuage her burning hatred. The following day, the siege officially commenced. Daenerys, alone, suddenly descended from the clouds atop Drogon, with Jon Snow leading the army in close pursuit. The dragon's arrival was so swift that the defenders of King's Landing had no time to react. A single breath of dragon fire incinerated a line of warships, rendering the Scorpions ineffective. Soon, the naval forces of King's Landing were decimated, fleeing in chaos and disarray. The Golden Company had long been prepared within the city. However, Daenerys did not grant them the opportunity. As the commanders were still rallying their troops, the walls collapsed, followed swiftly by the searing flames of dragon fire, which mercilessly claimed the lives of thousands of Golden Company soldiers. The ruthless Dothraki cavalry surged through the breach in the walls, unleashing a frenzied slaughter while the Golden Company was still reeling from the chaos. Drogon showcased his aerial supremacy, breathing fire upon the fleeing soldiers, reducing them to mere ash. Meanwhile, the northern forces surged into the city, as if traversing an unguarded realm, rendering Cersei's every scheme and resistance akin to a fragile sheet of paper, effortlessly pierced. In the face of the enraged dragon, all conspiracies were rendered pointless. Moreover, Daenerys, in her current state of recklessness, sought only carnage. The remaining half of the Golden Company, witnessing the overwhelming numbers of the enemy and the formidable dragon's assistance, found no will to resist. They swiftly discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. Cersei stood atop the castle battlements, observing the impending doom as her hand trembled uncontrollably around the goblet of red wine. Yet the ominous tide of soldiers continued to converge upon the palace. She understood that they were there to claim her life. However, as a queen of formidable stature, Cersei was not one to submit easily. She had buried countless wildfire caches beneath King's Landing, awaiting the moment when Daenerys' forces had fully entered the city. At that juncture, she would ignite the wildfire and take them all down together. If King's Landing and the Iron Throne could not belong to her, then she would see them destroyed, refusing to allow that barbaric woman to obtain everything. Cersei drained the last sip of her wine, her face a mask of madness. At that moment, Jaime Lannister had already sounded the surrender bell. Previously, his brother Tyrion had informed him that ringing the bell would compel Daenerys to halt her advance, resolving matters through peaceful means. However, the situation had drastically changed. Drogon, who had previously perched upon the castle, took to the skies once more upon hearing the bell. Daenerys, devoid of any mercy, demanded Cersei's life, seeking to vent her pent-up fury. The wrathful dragon fire surged again, sweeping through the streets, incinerating homes. While the populace fled in disarray, cries of despair echoing throughout. Yet, this was futile. Ultimately, Drogon soared into the inner city, where the residences of the elite lay. Each courtyard and structure radiated opulence. Yet, beneath the dragon's flames, all lives were rendered equal. The lavish buildings, exquisite streets, and the terrifying wildfire hidden underground were all ignited and detonated by the dragon fire. Drogon soared above, impervious to the flames below. But the people on the ground were not so fortunate. Any contact with the wildfire would lead to an unrelenting inferno, not ceasing until they were reduced to mere cinders. Daenerys, witnessing this scene, grew even more furious. If she accepted their surrender, though she would escape the flames, her followers would face utter annihilation. Fortunately, they had yet to breach the inner city. In the palace, Cersei beheld the scene before her, her face devoid of any semblance of hope, replaced solely by terror. She had not anticipated that the bells had already tolled, yet Daenerys showed no signs of restraint. Did she truly no longer care for her own reputation? Jaime returned, equally unprepared for the revelation that Daenerys was so utterly deranged as to commit mass slaughter. He was even more astonished to discover that his beloved sister Cersei had laid a trap of wildfire beneath the city, intending to take everyone down with her. At that moment, what could he say? He could only hold her trembling body tightly, whispering words of comfort. Gone was the proud demeanor of the queen. Instead, she now appeared fragile and pitiable. Clinging desperately to her only remaining support, she wept, "I do not wish to die. Jaime, take me away. I do not want to die." Upon hearing her plea, Jaime summoned his courage once more, leading Cersei into the royal escape tunnel. This passage, once prepared by the Mad King as his retreat, was now employed by Cersei. However, they were completely unprepared for the devastating power of the dragon's fire. As they reached the exit, they were confronted with the grim reality that it had collapsed, blocked by a pile of rubble. Despite Cersei's cries, Jaime refused to surrender. He desperately clawed at the earth and stones, yet to no avail. Soon, ominous sounds echoed above, the ground trembled, and Jaime froze in his frantic efforts. They both understood the gravity of their situation. Jaime ceased his futile digging, and Cersei, resigned, stopped her weeping. They embraced tightly. The cave crumbled, entombing the once magnificent pair along with their children. Chapter 21. The death of Daenerys. The siege was over. The slaughter had concluded. After more than a decade, Daenerys had finally set foot on this land, King's Landing. She had been a refugee from birth, relying solely on her brother, who had sold her like a common dog to gain the assistance and support of the Dothraki. Now, having risen from nothing, she claimed the Iron Throne she had long yearned for, yet all she found were remnants of shattered walls and dilapidated structures. She had sacrificed 40,000 cavalry, 5,000 unsullied, and 2 dragons. At this moment, she questioned whether it was all worth it. Nevertheless, she had arrived here, vanquishing the foes who had slain her father. Standing before King's Landing, she gazed upon the ranks of her assembled forces and delivered another impassioned address. Unsullied, you who have lost your parents since childhood, have always been slaves. But now, you are free people, having liberated the citizens of King's Landing from the grip of tyrants. Yet, the war is not over. We shall continue to fight with spear in hand for the liberation of people across the world. From Winterfell to Dorne, from Lannisport to Karth, from the Summer Isles to the Jade Sea, from Westeros to Essos. Men, women, the elderly, and children have endured the weight of fate for far too long. Will you join me in shattering the wheels of destiny? Beneath the stage, the sound of the war spear striking resonated, persistent and unyielding, accompanied by the mighty roar of a dragon. Yet, in the eyes of Jon Snow and the Imp, Daenerys had transformed into a tyrant akin to her father, the Mad King. The massacre of cities like King's Landing was evidently not the last of its kind. Tyrion Lannister was sentenced to death for treason, having released his brother Jaime before the battle. Witnessing all of this, Snow felt a deep sense of dread as he ventured to the dungeon to visit Tyrion. At that moment, Tyrion was far from the grandeur of his former role as Hand of the Queen. He had experienced numerous rises and falls, often finding himself imprisoned, yet somehow always escaping peril. However, this time, he suspected he might not be so fortunate. Do you think I will be the last person she executes? Nothing is more important to her than becoming the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. This statement pierced Jon Snow's heart, as both men understood that, in terms of legitimacy, Snow himself was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Daenerys, by blood, was Jon's aunt. Jon Snow was the child of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the Mad King's eldest son, and Lyanna Stark, the younger sister of Eddard Stark. He was the Mad King's grandson, the rightful first in line. Although Jon harbored no desire for the Iron Throne, Daenerys had become obsessively fixated on it. Would she permit him to continue living in this world? Both were uncertain. Jon Snow's heart was ensnared in endless torment. The current Daenerys had been intoxicated by power, and anyone who posed a threat to her would be ruthlessly eliminated. Thus, Snow resolved to meet Daenerys one final time. He found her amidst the ruins of the palace, standing before the Iron Throne, an imposing seat forged from the weapons of countless vanquished foes. A seat that had driven many to madness. Now, it sat there, solitary and abandoned, at her disposal. In that moment, she too felt a tinge of loneliness. Jon appeared behind her, attempting to persuade Daenerys to spare Tyrion, but her dismissive response revealed that a mere act of mercy could not forge a new world. Snow realized that she was no longer someone he could sway. In her pursuit of the so-called New World, anyone who disobeyed her commands would share Tyrion's fate. Ultimately, Snow resigned himself to this reality, saying, "You are my queen, now and always." He then deeply kissed Daenerys, enveloped in the fervent kiss of her beloved. She was caught off guard as a dagger was driven into her heart. Daenerys gazed in disbelief at the man she cherished, unable to fathom that he had plunged a blade into her chest. She had once braved the encirclement of 1,000,000 Wights to rescue him from the Night King, even sacrificing a dragon in the process. She had nearly sacrificed half of her army for him, relinquishing her best opportunity to claim the Iron Throne. What ultimately ensued was betrayal. Perhaps this power struggle, ignited by an affection for this man, was fated to culminate in a dismal defeat. Blood trickled slowly from the corners of Daenerys' mouth. Even in death, her eyes remained wide with disbelief. Jon Snow gently laid Daenerys upon the ground, his gaze still imbued with profound tenderness. yet his hand remained resolute in its betrayal. He did not perceive himself as in the wrong. His actions were aimed at sparing the populace from the scourge of war, striving for peace throughout the realm. Daenerys' ambition had transcended the aspirations of a mere queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She yearned to unify 2 continents, a desire he deemed more tyrannical than that of his own grandfather, the Mad King. Thus, despite the anguish of losing his beloved and bearing the weight of infamy, he felt compelled to act. At that moment, Drogon seemed to sense something amiss. He soared down slowly, landing beside Daenerys' lifeless form, a dagger still embedded in her body. In that instant, fury ignited within him, yearning to incinerate the man who had slain his mother. Jon Snow braced himself for the fate that awaited him. Perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion. Yet the anticipated dragon fire did not descend as expected. Instead, it swept past him, igniting the Iron Throne that so many had coveted, melting it into a pool of molten iron before ceasing its wrath. After accomplishing this, Drogon grasped Daenerys' body in his claws and flapped his wings, ascending into the sky. Disappearing from sight, Zhang Xian hovered high above, like a deity surveying the scene. Was it over? No, everything was merely beginning. Unbeknownst to all, Zhang Xian trailed after Drogon, flying towards distant mountains. Drogon, consumed by grief, lamented the loss of his 2 brothers and his mother, questioning the purpose of his existence. Now, only he remained, a solitary dragon in a world that felt utterly devoid of meaning. He descended upon a high cliff, emitting a mournful wail that echoed through the heavens. Zhang Xian, witnessing it all from above the clouds, smiled. It was finally time for his entrance. His slender figure glided down from the cloud cover, massive wings folding in, resembling a demon from the mortal realm, appearing before Drogon's gaze. Despite his sorrow, Drogon retained a sense of caution, especially regarding the peculiar figure of Zhang Xian. He regarded this stranger warily, dragon fire coiling in his throat, prepared to unleash it should there be the slightest indication of harm towards his mother. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Xian appeared more monstrous to Drogon than he himself did. Relax, child. I mean you no harm. Zhang Xian's grotesque visage attempted to convey a semblance of kindness. Yet Drogon was evidently unconvinced. Do you wish to reunite with your brothers? Would you like to see your mother revived? Chapter 22. The Resurrection of Daenerys Zhuogang. A primordial dragon, belonging to the world's oldest and mightiest race, undoubtedly comprehended the implication of Zhang Xian's words. However, at that moment, he was evidently displeased. Both of his brothers had perished, and his mother was also gone. Did Zhang Xian intend to slay him as well, so they could reunite as a family of 4? Dragon fire was already coiling in his throat, emanating a searing crimson glow. Yet, Zhang Xian merely observed him with a smile, refraining from any superfluous actions or words. Though the dragon fire appeared formidable, it posed no threat to him. Even the Night King, possessing only a single dragon crystal, was unafraid of the flames. How much less should Zhang Xian, with his 2 unique dragon crystals fused into one, fear it? Were it not for the forthcoming plan that necessitated the involvement of this young dragon and Daenerys, Zhang Xian would have readily dislodged a tooth from his maw if provoked. Noting the apparent absence of malice in Zhang Xian, Zhuogang tempered his fury. When Zhang Xian had mentioned the possibility of resurrecting his mother, he indeed yearned for it, and would willingly trade his own life for hers. Yet, the immutable law of mortality dictated that the dead cannot be brought back to life. No one could defy this truth. What audacity allowed this individual to claim he could revive his mother? At that moment, 2 resounding dragon roars pierced the sky, one after the other, heralding their return. Just prior to Zhang Xian's appearance, he had summoned the 2 dragons with his thoughts, and now they had arrived. Zhuogang gazed in disbelief at the heavens. There were his 2 brothers, Rhaego and Viserion. He was aware that Viserion had been transformed into a malevolent undead creature, and he was astonished to discover that Rhaego had met a similar fate. Now, he understood the meaning behind Zhang Xian's notion of resurrection. It appeared to entail converting his mother into an undead being, perhaps even a Wight. If that were the case, he would never consent to such a transformation. He would vow to protect his mother's remains with his life. Zhang Xian seemed to read his thoughts and softly remarked, "Rest assured, my capabilities far surpass those of the Night King. His trivial methods are beneath me. When I resurrect Daenerys, she will retain her original memories and consciousness. She will not become the grotesque abomination you fear." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhuogang's simmering rage extinguished in an instant. If she could preserve her consciousness and memories, she would not simply be a living corpse. Moreover, she would possess the unique, extended lifespan of an undead creature. Would that not allow them to be together eternally? Contemplating this, The notion of becoming an undead being became less intolerable. Zhuogung lifted his gaze to his two brothers above and let out a long, resonant call, summoning them to descend. With Zhang Xian's permission, Rigo and Viserion unfurled their immense wings and emerged from the clouds, landing upon the precipice. Observing his once reddish-brown brothers now cloaked in icy blue, Zhuogung's heart was torn with anguish. Upon closer examination, it appeared that the two brothers were not merely mindless undead beings, but rather a novel species that amalgamated the extended longevity of the undead with the autonomous consciousness of living creatures. Zhuogung slowly approached the two brothers, extending his snout to sniff them, and engaged in a dialogue with Rigo for a while. Zhengxin was uncertain about the nature of their communication, only able to discern the rumbling or whimpering sounds emanating from the dragon's throat. The three dragons intertwined their necks, resembling humans in a moment of profound sorrow and lamentation. Zhengxin granted them ample time to process their emotions, understanding that Zhuogung required this moment to shift his mindset. Ultimately, persuaded by Rigo and Viserion, Zhuogung acquiesced to Zhengxin's proposal, for he too yearned for his mother's presence and could not bear the thought of her passing without reason. He sought vengeance against those who had caused their separation, the despicable humans who had torn apart the bonds of mother and sons, and had it not been for the peculiar individual before him, his brother Viserion would have already succumbed to the Night King's icy grasp in Winterfell, while the other brother, Rigo, would meet his demise from 3 arrows in the narrow sea. Their mother had perished at the brink of success, mere moments away from triumph. For Daenerys was but one coronation away from her destiny. He alone survived, and the hypocrisy of humanity fueled his hatred. Thus, he consented, reconciling himself to the notion that even if he were to become a mindless undead, the prospect of revenge was worth the sacrifice. Once Zhuogung found clarity, the remaining matters would fall into place. He stepped aside, unveiling the serene and lifeless form of Daenerys, who had just passed, her complexion still radiant and unclouded, though a poignant frost now adorned her once fair skin. Zhengxin approached Daenerys, conjuring a shard of ice with a flick of his wrist. The shard, though small, glimmered with a faint blue light under the sun, infused with his ice magic and a trace of his essence, extracted from the unique dual-purpose dragon crystal. With this essence, upon her resurrection, Daenerys would exhibit no heartbeat or breath, yet would function as a living being, for she would no longer require a heart to pump blood or oxygen to sustain life. Even sustenance would be unnecessary, as long as Zhengxin drew breath. She would possess an inexhaustible source of power. Zhengxin made an incision on Daenerys' forehead and inserted the ice shard. The moment the shard made contact, it seemed to come alive, transforming into a stream of blue light that coursed through her body. In the next instant, Daenerys' eyes flew open, a fleeting blue aura flashing before her, and she sat upright, surveying her surroundings, her gaze falling upon Zhengxin and the 3 colossal dragons behind him. In that moment, she comprehended everything without the need for further explanation from Zhang Xian. The instant the icy shards penetrated her being, she instinctively understood that from that moment forth, she would become the most loyal servant of the new king. Her allegiance to Zhang Xian rivaled, if not surpassed, that of fervent devotees of the divine. For it was Zhang Xian who granted her a second life, and all that she possessed now stemmed from him. Every gesture, every step, even the mere act of blinking required his energy. Those zealous followers did not exhibit such dependence on their deities. With a frigid demeanor, Daenerys withdrew the dagger that still protruded from her own chest, an instrument of her demise, vowing that one day she would return it to its rightful owner's heart. Subsequently, Daenerys turned and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I pay homage to my king. Daenerys is willing to sacrifice her life for you." Though her life was already firmly in Zhang Xian's grasp, her declaration nonetheless filled him with delight. "Excellent. Now, let me elucidate my plans," he began. Chapter 23. Faith. Daenerys lowered her head, submitting to his command. "The course of action remained as you proposed, to conquer the continent of Westeros, subsequently consolidating all its resources to launch a counteroffensive against Essos. However, with each territory subdued, it is imperative to cultivate a profusion of weirwood trees in the wilderness and compel the local populace to renounce their faith in the Seven and turn instead to the old gods. Offering daily prayers toward the weirwood trees, I intend to dismantle the churches of the Seven, obliterate their structures, and eradicate their worship from both continents." Daenerys gasped at Zhang Xian's scheme. The worship of the Seven had prevailed on the continent for millennia, since the Undulls invaded Westeros and established the Seven Kingdoms. The faith in the old gods had been relegated to the north and beyond the wall, barely surviving. When had a figure so formidable and terrifying emerged from the old gods' lineage? surpassing even the Night King in instilling despair. In truth, Zhang Xian began to perceive the transformation within himself following his acceptance of the Green Seer's legacy and the Night King's dragon glass. The subtle threads of faith emanated from the children of the forest. Although their numbers were dwindling and weirwood trees were nearly extinct across the continent, this still allowed Zhang Xian to sense the changes brought about by that faint essence of faith. It represented an elevation of life's essence, a purification and transcendence of the soul. The old gods were indeed the Green Seers, yet the Green Seers were not necessarily the old gods. Much like the previous Green Seer, who was not an old god due to his inability to absorb the power of faith. Thus, prolonging his existence amounted to little more than a fleeting moment, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, why was it that Zhang Xian could ascend to the status of an old god while the former Green Seer could not? This question remained unresolved in his mind. If it is indeed due to the dragon crystals, then it is perplexing that both unique dragon crystals originated from the hands of the Green Prophet. It stands to reason that he should absorb and inherit the legacy of the old gods himself, rather than allowing Zhang Xian to benefit. However, it is prudent to set aside such confounding questions for the moment. The primary focus now is to secure more territory and the power of belief. This is also why Zhang Xian has not descended into the madness of annihilation like the Night King. The Night King does not require the power of faith. His sole desire is to eradicate all of humanity. In contrast, Zhang Xian seeks to conquer their very souls, while Daenerys aims to subjugate their bodies. Their needs complement each other perfectly, creating a harmonious alliance. Upon completing her conquest, Daenerys finds herself urgently in need of dismantling the old belief system. Her original plan was for her people to worship her, the queen, instead of any deities. Yet the circumstances have changed, since the new king requires faith. It would be prudent for her subjects to wholly embrace this new king. Little does Daenerys realize that should she proceed with this plan, it may invite her own demise. The seven gods care not for who reigns over the continent. They merely wish to maintain their sources of worship. Should Daenerys sever these ties, she need not fear external forces. The seven themselves would come to obliterate her. Let us not forget how the once mighty Valyrian civilization fell. Go forth, summon your forces, and let your enemies witness the fury of Daenerys Targaryen, born from the storm, as it sweeps across two continents. Daenerys kneels, speaking with utmost reverence of her loyalty to Zhang Xian. Indeed, my king, I, Daenerys Targaryen, shall serve as the most loyal vassal to the new king. I shall risk my very life to secure the faith of all humanity for you. You are the one true God here, and the false gods shall surely perish. Zhang Xian is thoroughly pleased with Daenerys' demeanor. He believes in her capability to rise from nothing to rule over all. Had she not been betrayed by Jon Snow, these two continents would undoubtedly have fallen within her grasp. Go now, your former troops have returned to Quarrels, your stronghold, where the Second Sons also reside. You can make your resurgence there. I trust you know what to do next. Rest assured, my king, I am aware of my course of action. Excellent. Drogon and Regal will continue to accompany you. Regal is one I resurrected personally. He can transform into a normal dragon. However, Viserion was brought back by the Night King and can only remain in his ice dragon form, which I cannot alter. He must remain by my side. At this moment, Drogon exhales a torrent of scorching breath, seemingly eager to convey something. Daenerys, attuned to Drogon's sentiments, comprehends his meaning. My king, Drogon wishes to join us. We are all now part of the undead, yet he remains a flesh and blood dragon, yearning to share in our fate. He does not wish to be an outcast. Zhang Xian overlooked a significant point. He did not anticipate that there were indeed individuals, rather, beings, willing to voluntarily transform into the undead. The majority of the undead are whites. And to all living beings on the continent, the undead symbolize filth, ugliness, and inferiority. However, Zhuegung's situation is somewhat understandable. The closest companions and brothers he once had have all become undead, leaving him as the sole dragon in a state of normalcy, engulfed by solitude. Zhang Xian regarded Zhuegung with keen interest. Have you truly considered this carefully? In terms of long-term development, maintaining your current state of life is the optimal choice. After becoming undead, your growth will inevitably slow down, and you will no longer be able to produce offspring. I suggest you retain your dragon egg for now, or seek me out only after attaining a level akin to that of the Black Death, Valyrian. Dragons are wondrous beings, hermaphroditic in nature, capable of reproducing without mating. As long as there remains a single dragon in the world, the bloodline will not perish. Initially, the Targaryen family departed from Valyria, bringing 5 dragons to Dragonstone. However, During Aegon Targaryen's conquests of the continent, 4 of them perished in the flames of war, leaving only the last, Balerion, the Black Dread. Myricus and Vhagar are both descendants of Balerion, yet they too met their demise during Aegon's campaigns in Dorne. As for the disparity between Jourdan and Balerion, it can simply be stated that Aegon was still an immature dragon. The Black Dread possessed a lifespan that extended over a millennium. According to legend, in the final year of its life, its size had become immense, capable of effortlessly swallowing a fully grown elephant. The flames it breathed were black, capable of incinerating all in their path, which is how it earned its fearsome name. Should Jourdan choose to become an undead being now, it is likely he would take millennia to reach the heights of the Black Dread. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jourdan hesitated. Daenerys turned to comfort him, gently patting his neck. "Fear not, whether you are a dragon or an undead, you shall never be regarded as an outsider. You will always be my child. Live well. I need you to grow swiftly and assist me in conquering 2 continents." Seeing the hopeful gaze of his mother, Jourdan relinquished the thought of becoming an undead, nuzzling against her form to signify his compliance with her wishes. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xian felt a sense of relief. It seemed that even after Daenerys became one of his undead, her wisdom and resolve remained undiminished, which was commendable. Well, the plan has been set in motion. Now, attend to your affairs. I too have matters to address. Should the need arise, I shall contact you. At your command, my king. With that, he mounted Jourdan, accompanied by Regal, soaring into the sky. Zhang Xian, without a moment's hesitation, climbed onto Viserion and flew towards the southeast. Chapter 24. Departure from King's Landing. At this moment, in King's Landing, the trial of the imp, Tyrion Lannister, had concluded, and he was unsurprisingly granted clemency. Though Grey Worm felt defiant, he found himself powerless. His queen had perished, and his beloved Missandei was gone. He was bereft of motivation and hope. Born a slave, his existence revolved around obedience. Yet now he found himself without a master, devoid of any vision for the future. In this moment of profound confusion, he gazed upon the dwindling 3,000 Unsullied, all eyes upon him. In the absence of their queen, Grey Worm had become their leader. Fortunately, the newly appointed King Jon Targaryen had commanded their return to Qarth, a distant land in Essos where Daenerys' influence still lingered. Following Daenerys' demise, Jon Snow had reclaimed his rightful surname Targaryen, that of his father, Rhaegar Targaryen, which he was destined to bear. In the north, Snow is the common surname for bastards, as the people believe that such children are unworthy of their father's name, only deserving of Snow. The guardianship of the 7 kingdoms has transitioned from the conqueror Aegon Targaryen to the Mad King, Aerys Targaryen. The glory of House Targaryen endured for centuries, briefly usurped by the Baratheons for 2 generations, before ultimately returning to Targaryen hands, a testament to their unassailable legacy. With Jon Targaryen at the helm, the North could not hope to assert its independence. Rather, it became the most steadfast ally within the 7 kingdoms. The ambitions that Daenerys pursued throughout her life were effortlessly fulfilled by Jon, who took the reins with remarkable ease. As the dust of war settled, King's Landing lay in ruins, necessitating the removal of the Unsullied, who remained loyal solely to Daenerys. Despite their mere 3,000, each Unsullied was a battle-hardened elite, a single one worth 10 of any other. Jon contemplated enlisting them for his own purposes, yet neither Grey Worm nor the other commanders offered him the slightest acknowledgement. Moreover, they held him in contempt, viewing him as the traitor who had slain Daenerys. Allowing them to return to Qarth was Jon's reluctant concession. Should conflict arise between the forces within King's Landing and the Unsullied, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, Jon reluctantly decided to send them back to Qarth, letting them fend for themselves. With the greatest threat, Daenerys, no longer a factor, the Unsullied would be but a headless dragon, likely to remain peaceful as long as they were not provoked. Soon, Jon immersed himself in the reconstruction of King's Landing, tending to the populace, repairing homes, and revitalizing the city, which was his paramount concern. Meanwhile, at the port outside King's Landing, Grey Worm was methodically boarding ships with his 3,000 Unsullied and fewer than 20,000 Dothraki. They were returning to Qarth, for none of them felt any allegiance to the 7 kingdoms. Essos was their true home. Had it not been for the desire to follow Her Majesty Queen Daenerys, they might never have set foot upon this land. Grey Worm wore a face marked by despondency, yet upon witnessing the disheartened Unsullied and the utterly disorganized Dothraki, he could only muster a semblance of resolve. If he did not take charge now, no one would. The Dothraki were herding their warhorses onto the ships, for to them, these steeds were more precious than women, their lifelong companions, second only to their own lives. and they would never relinquish their horses to the likes of King S. Landing or that hypocrite Jon Snow. The scene was somewhat chaotic, yet a line of Unsullied, armed with their spears, stood firm on either side, forming a passage, maintaining a semblance of order. After an entire day of adjustments, all the men and horses finally boarded the vessels. Thousands of warships set sail from the harbor, heading towards Qarth. On the open sea, 1,000 ships unfurled their sails, their engines roaring as they navigated the waters. Grey Worm's legion of Unsullied led the charge, standing at the bow of the ship, lost in his thoughts. Upon their return to Qarth, he pondered what madness might await them from that scoundrel Daario. Despite his seemingly genteel and suave demeanor, Grey Worm knew that Daario's ambitions ran deep. To rise as the leader of the Second Sons and align himself with Daenerys, while also having enjoyed her bed, spoke volumes of his aspirations. If Daario lacked ambition, how could he have forsaken his family, assembled the Second Sons, and, with merely 2,000 cavalry, instilled dread across the city-states of Essos, compelling them to pay tribute in exchange for peace and protection? It is well known that any lord on the continent of Essos possessed enough forces to obliterate the Second Sons, yet none dared to act against him. This was not solely due to the cavalry's agility and sharpness, but also to Daario's formidable combat prowess and intellect. Contemplating this left Grey Worm with a headache. He currently lacked a confidant. The Queen was dead, Missandei was gone, and Tyrion remained in King S. Landing as Hand of the King. Now, he was surrounded only by the brawny yet simple-minded Dothraki and his own subordinates. Although the Unsullied were disciplined and formidable, they were not suited for negotiation. It would be easier to converse with the Dothraki. With a gentle sigh, Grey Worm's heart longed for home, for at least Daario would be there upon his return. Initially, Daario had insisted on accompanying them, but Qarth required a trusted and capable guardian to maintain order. Otherwise, the slave masters would surely rise in rebellion. A situation Daenerys could not tolerate. Thus, Daario had to remain, for it was her stronghold, her true sanctuary. As Grey Worm's mind swirled with thoughts, a familiar sound echoed through the sky, causing his body to tremble. What had he heard? The roar of dragons? Was it the Queen's dragon, Drogon, returning? The heart of Grey Worm was a tempest of emotions, for he was acutely aware that at that moment, Jon had taken Her Majesty's remains. If only Jon could return the body to him, he would have a satisfactory explanation for Daario upon his return. Although the Queen had perished, bringing her remains back in their entirety was the only thing he, as her subordinate, could achieve. Grey Worm lifted his gaze to the thick clouds above, yearning to catch a glimpse of that majestic figure. Indeed, the sound of dragons grew progressively clearer, resonating louder until a silhouette gradually emerged from the clouds. From a distance, Grey Worm could only ascertain that it was indeed a dragon, unable to discern the diminutive figure perched upon its back. That was until another dragon appeared. Regal? Had it not perished? At that moment, true astonishment washed over Grey Worm. He had witnessed Regal plummet from the sky, struck down by a giant crossbow, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Yet, after spending so much time with the Queen and her 3 dragons, how could he not recognize Regal's form and coloration? The 2 dragons circled the sky for a while, as if confirming something, and shortly thereafter, they descended gracefully, landing upon Grey Worm's ship. Their thunderous roars echoed, heralding their return and capturing the attention of all. A figure that had been crouched on the dragon's back now stood upright, allowing all nearby to finally see who it was. The revelation struck Grey Worm with a mix of shock and boundless joy. Your Majesty, you are alive. Chapter 25. The Rise of Valyria. At that moment, all the Unsullied in the vicinity instinctively stood at attention. Even though their humanity had been reduced to its barest essence, the resurrection of their queen profoundly affected their hearts. Jon, that scoundrel, had adamantly declared that he had slain Queen Daenerys and was prepared to face any punishment for it. He understood that they were in King's Landing, bolstered by numerous northern forces supporting him, and that the Unsullied would not dare retaliate, even if Grey Worm sought vengeance. He lacked the means to do so. This was indeed the reality. Faced with the overwhelming circumstances and the backing of the Northerners and the people of King's Landing, Grey Worm could only endure, for if he did not restrain himself, he would never return, let alone avenge the Queen. Thus, he bore the humiliation and spared Jon and Tyrion, hoping that upon returning to Qarth, Daario would be able to reorganize the Queen's army and mount another assault on King's Landing. And now, not only had the Queen returned, but she had also brought Regal with her. The 2 dragons flanked either side of the warship, pressing the vessel's waterline perilously low, nearly reaching its deepest draft. Gazing at the living embodiment of Daenerys upon the dragon's back, Grey Worm found himself momentarily speechless. Surprised to see me back? Daenerys inquired with a confident and serene smile. Grey Worm immediately realized that Her Majesty the Queen had truly returned. He understood that Daenerys Targaryen could not have perished so easily as Jon Snow had claimed. Your Majesty, Grey Worm thought, I always knew you would not succumb so effortlessly. It was Jon Targaryen who deceived me. Kneeling on one knee and thumping his chest, he welcomed the Queen back. At the mention of this, a rare and intense hatred flickered across Daenerys' otherwise expressionless face. She regarded him as a beloved, having sacrificed so much for him, only to be met with betrayal. How could she not feel hatred and resentment? Yet now, her forces were dwindling, and the original plans relied heavily on the Northern Army and conscription from the Seven Kingdoms. Even if she sought vengeance, a reckless counterattack would only lead to her own demise. The immediate priority was to return to Qarth, gather her forces, and recruit extensively, stabilizing the few city-states under her control. Once her strength was restored, she would return to Westeros. After her resurrection, Daenerys' obsession with the Iron Throne had diminished. Her perspective had shifted from self-centeredness to a focus on her new mission. Fulfilling the tasks assigned by her ally was paramount. Returning to Qarth, she would ensure that not a single grudge remained unaddressed. A fierce glint ignited in Daenerys' eyes, her anger boiling beneath a veneer of chilling calm. As you command. Grey Worm felt renewed purpose, his life regaining direction. Wherever the Queen pointed, he would follow. While he was not adept at strategizing, leading the charge into battle was his forte. Two dragons once more soared through the skies as Daenerys rode aboard the unsullied warship, advancing towards the port of Qarth. When she returned to Westeros, the flames of war would reignite, not out of a desire for violence, but because everyone owed her a debt that must be repaid. In the distant sky, the air was thin and the cold winds biting. A dragon and its rider flew swiftly towards their next destination, the ruins of Valyria. Within a vision, Daenerys had experienced the millennia-long evolution of the continent and was well acquainted with its renowned events. She was well aware of Valyria's rise from a nomadic culture to a superlative empire, and ultimately, its cataclysmic fall. The earliest Valyrians dwelled near the 14 Fire Peaks, where they stumbled upon the existence of dragons amidst the mountains. They engaged with and tamed the dragons, uncovering the secrets of magic within the dragons' lairs. Thus began their path to conquest. They initially moved north from the Valyrian Peninsula, gradually expanding their influence and clashing with the then dominant civilization of the Giscari. The collision of old and new civilizations was destined to spark the flames of war. While the Valyrians still lived a nomadic existence, the Giscari had already established a grand civilization in the city of Giscari. They wield control over vast expanses of land stretching from Slave Bay to Jade Sea and beyond the Bone Mountains, firmly grasping maritime trade. Adopting the Harpy as their totem, they erected numerous temples and pyramids, conquering extensive territories on both sides of the Bone Mountains through their disciplined and sizable infantry legions. Their influence continued to expand westward, crossing Slave Bay to reach the Valyrian Peninsula. For the Valyrians to flourish, a confrontation with the Giscari was inevitable. At that time, the Valyrian presence was limited to the vicinity of the 14 Flames, without any significant outward expansion. Yet, their dragons instilled a sense of threat in the Giscari. Thus, in an effort to stifle this looming menace in its infancy, war erupted between the Giscari and the Valyrians. Although the Valyrians possessed a modest territory, their mastery of fire magic and metallurgy, facilitated by the volcanoes, allowed them to integrate fire magic into their weaponry, culminating in the renowned Valyrian steel. Mounted on dragons, the well-armed Valyrians posed a considerable challenge to the reigning Giscari. While their ground forces were insignificant compared to the Giscari's legions, the power of the dragons exceeded all expectations. In their initial clash, the Valyrians, utilizing dragon fire, repelled the Giscari. Soon after, numerous nomadic tribes from the Dothraki plains joined the Valyrian alliance to collectively oppose the Giscari Empire. It was not until the Fourth Valyrian War that a fundamental shift occurred in the balance of power. It became evident to all that Valyrian dominance was inevitable. No one could withstand the flames of the dragons. All participating Giscari either perished or were taken captive as slaves, forced to mine in the depths of the 14 Flames. Seemingly aware of their unstoppable momentum, the Valyrians grew bolder and proactively initiated the Fifth Valyrian War. In the final confrontation, the Valyrians utterly vanquished the Giscari Empire, with dragon fire reducing their temples and pyramids to ashes. The majority of the Giscari populace became prisoners of war and slaves. After the Valyrians obliterated the ancient city of Gisk, they firmly established themselves as the new sovereigns west of the Bone Mountains. This marks the genesis and rise of Valyrian civilization. intertwined with their own hubris and the erosion of their humanity. Chapter 26. The War of Valyria and the Loeni following their conquest of the Giscari Empire. The Valyrians relentlessly expanded westward and northward, capturing slaves, mining the ores of the 14 Flames, and producing Valyrian steel to enhance the influence and power of the free cities. The freehold was governed by 40 Dragonlord families, the most potent in magic, residing atop volcanic cliffs, closest to the source of magic, and wielding unparalleled strength. Other Valyrians had no choice but to venture beyond the Valyrian Peninsula, conquering additional lands. A multitude of free city-states was established, maintaining trade with the freehold and flourishing over the centuries. After several hundred years, the Undals began to rise in the northern Axe Peninsula, adjacent to the Shivering Sea. Innately combative, the Undals learned the art of ironworking from the Loiner while engaging in commerce with the free cities of Valyria. As their power grew, they embarked on a campaign of conquest. Initially, they tested their might by massacring the long-haired folk dwelling in the hilly regions, seizing control of Andaz. Andaz is bordered to the north by the free city of Braavos, established by the Valyrians, and to the south by the mother river of the Loiner, the Rhoyne. This land is also the birthplace of the Faith of the Seven, where it is said the Seven descended from the mountains to crown the first king of the Undals, Hugo, king of the hills. After conquering the hills, the Undals could not quell their aggressive nature and sought to dominate the city-states of the Loiner. However, the Loiner were not easily subdued. They were not only well-equipped but also adept in water magic, earning the respect and fear of even the Valyrians. It was precisely due to the Loiner standing between Valyria and the Undals that they were spared from devastation, yet now they turned against their benefactors. After suffering a grievous defeat at the hands of the Loiner, the Undals lay low for a time, recuperating before once again extending their reach towards the free cities. They expanded from the Axe Peninsula to Lorith, commencing their southern advance on Novos, encircling this trade city. At last, the Undals' audacious demeanor provoked the Valyrians of the free cities. The Dragonlords of Valyria dispatched 100 great dragons to safeguard this distant free city. The dragons ascended along the Rhoyne, launching a surprise attack on the besieging Undals. The entire Undal army was engulfed in flames, and to impart a lesson to the Undals, the Dragonlords advanced north to Lorith, bringing blood and fire to that region. The Undals in Lorith were utterly decimated, and even the vast rock labyrinth was charred beyond recognition, losing its former glory. Even the Undal stronghold of Andaz faced imminent peril, prompting their retreat back to the Axe Peninsula. However, having provoked the Valyrians, it was no easy task to quell the wrath of the Dragonfire. The Valyrian Peninsula sought new slaves for mining, relentlessly pursuing the Undals with a formidable army accompanied by hundreds of dragons, heading straight for the Undals' homeland in the Axe Peninsula. Faced with this onslaught, the Undals had no choice but to flee. They commenced the construction of warships to seek a new homeland. In their flight, Westeros bore the brunt of their turmoil. The Undal fleet sailed westward along the Shivering Sea, reaching the northern Five-Claw Peninsula of Westeros, where they made landfall. Thus, the valiant forebears and the children of the forest encountered their most formidable adversaries, the Undals. The ancestors wielded bronze tools to slay half of the forest children, while the Andalusians, with their iron implements, extinguished the remaining half. It is within this historical context that the monstrosity known as the Night King emerged. Wherever the Andalusians tread, they obliterated all fish-leaf trees, and the ancient worship of the old gods was supplanted by the faith in the Seven. After centuries of warfare, the Andalusians, through marriage and conquest, obtained dominion over the ancestral kingdom south of the Neck, with only the king in the north standing resolutely at the shores of Cape Carhold to halt their advance. In terms of civilization, Westeros lagged significantly behind the continent of Essos. The Andalusians, having fled as vanquished foes, began their unrestrained rampage across Westeros. This was largely due to the formidable prowess of Valyria and the Rhoyner, one adept in water magic, the other in fire, with dragons aiding them. At that time, the entirety of Essos bowed before these two powerful factions, struggling to survive within the narrow confines. The principle of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers proved true in this instance. After centuries of stability, war finally erupted between Valyria and the Rhoyner. The Rhoyner, romantic by nature, established countless picturesque cities along the banks of the Rhoyne River. They were a people of arms, yet not inclined towards expansion, content to safeguard their ancestral lands and live alongside the mother river for generations. When danger loomed, the Rhoyne became their most lethal weapon, the water walls protecting them and drowning their adversaries. Following the obliteration of the Giscari Empire and the Andalusians, the Valyrians arrived at the banks of the Rhoyne. establishing outposts that gradually evolved into villages and towns. The Rhoynar, unperturbed, welcomed all to partake in the bounties of their mother river. However, the Valyrians had other intentions, continually provoking the Rhoynar downstream. They even ensnared the great turtle, revered by the Rhoynar as the elder of the river. Enraged, the Rhoynar resolved to no longer endure such indignities. The city of Samel, situated downstream, dispatched troops to besiege the Valyrian city of Valenceris. Thus, the war commenced. The conflict between the Rhoynar and the Valyrians raged for centuries, ultimately culminating in Valyria's victory, bolstered by their dragon's aerial supremacy and fire magic. All Rhoynar cities along the Rhoyne were devastated. Once beautiful and harmonious, they were reduced to ruins, the able-bodied enslaved, women and children conscripted into servitude, and the elderly mercilessly slaughtered. In despair, Prince Galen of the richest and most exquisite city of Chaorn cast a curse upon the mother river, vowing to sacrifice his own life to punish these mad enemies. That very night, the waters of the Rhoyne surged uncontrollably, unleashing an unprecedented flood, accompanied by a toxic mist descending from the heavens. The conquerors of Valyria succumbed en masse to the disease of grayscale. From this moment forth, the splendid city of Chaorn was transformed into a city of death, later renamed Sorrow's Ridge by those who came after. Legend has it that Prince Galen emerged from the fetid, viscous waters of the river, continuing to rule over Sorrow's Ridge under the moniker of the King of Shrouds. Subsequently, the Valyrians did not relent in their aggressive advance, moving northward to obliterate the city-states of the Loinans. Queen Namelia of the newly established Nassa gathered all the old, weak, and vulnerable, fleeing southward by ship, ultimately enduring numerous tribulations to reach Dorne in the southern reaches of Westeros, where she wed the then Prince of Dorne. Meanwhile, on the continent of Essos, vast lands west of the Bone Mountains lay prostrate under the oppressive might of Valyria. Chapter 27. The Smoky Sea. After vanquishing the Giscari Empire, expelling the Undulls, and driving out the Loinans, the Valyrians officially ascended as the sovereigns of the region. The 14 Flames not only forged the Valyrians, but also served as their harbinger of doom. Composed entirely of volcanoes, the 14 Flames formed a colossal volcanic belt. The Valyrians scoured the roads for slaves to mine precious ores. Within the volcanic mines, the temperatures soared perilously high. Slaves entering these depths would succumb to decay within a month or two, their lives extinguished by the acrid steam emanating from the volcanoes. Thus, the demand for slaves soared, propelling the Valyrians to wage wars in pursuit of captives. These slaves hailed from diverse corners of the world, each worshipping disparate deities. The Undulls venerated the 7 gods. The Cohorans honored the goat. The inhabitants of the lands east of the Bone Mountains revered the Night King, and the Valyrians prayed to the Lord of Light, R'hllor. Despite their varied beliefs, they all beseeched the same release, death. For the divine, such matters are trifling, yet no gods answered their pleas. Until one fateful night, in the deepest abyss of the volcanic mines, amid the crimson darkness, the first faceless man attained enlightenment. No one knew his true identity. Some claimed he was a dying slave. Others asserted he was a lamentable guardian of the mines. He bestowed upon those wretched slaves a gift, and that gift was death. For those ensnared within the volcanic confines, enduring relentless torment day and night, death was a merciful release. Every mortal must meet their end, and all mortals are bound to serve. As the Faceless Men's organization burgeoned, the once extravagant notion of hope began to permeate the mines. The Faceless Men initiated a rebellion, exploiting the discord between the Valyrians and the fire sorcerers of Ashai, successfully forging an alliance. With the sorcerers' aid, they infused the unhatched dragon eggs with the sacred fire of the Lord of Light, R'hllor. Clad in black, on a pitch-black night, the Faceless Men cast hundreds of these sanctified dragon eggs into the volcanoes. The capital, Valyria, and the freehold, encompassing a radius of 500 kilometers, including the 14 Flames, awakened. The mountains cracked like eggshells, while rivers, lakes, and seas boiled with fervor. Flames, magma, and volcanic ash erupted from the crater like fountains. The searing heat incinerated even the great dragons soaring through the sky. The earth fractured, and the seas surged in a tumultuous flood within mere hours. One of humanity's most magnificent city-states was reduced to ashes. This calamity cleaved the entire peninsula in twain. The northern region became the Sighing Sea. The central expanse endured an unrelenting heat, transforming into a land of eternal summer, while the southern part sank beneath the waves, exuding toxic vapors and thick smoke, thus dubbed the Sea of Smoke. To this day, this area remains shrouded in poisonous mists, referred to as the Cursed Land beneath the shadow of doom. Those daring enough to venture into the sea of smoke, be they fleets or solitary souls, have met with no salvation. None have emerged alive from that realm. This event is eternally remembered as the doom of Valyria. Even now, no living being dares approach the ruins of Valyria. For all who draw near succumb to the affliction known as grayscale, either meeting a tragic end or transforming into grotesque entities, neither human nor ghost. Once, Yura ventured close, contracting grayscale himself. However, fortune smiled upon him as he found a sorceress capable of curing his ailment, a modest miracle in itself. Yet, the original tale does not delve deeply into the details of Yura's healing, merely hinting at a swift recovery. This time, Zhengxin's destination is the ruins of the freehold of Valyria. For ordinary folk, it is a realm of death, yet for Zhengxin, it bears little difference from a backyard. At this moment, Zhengxin and Viserion hovered high above, surveying this forbidden zone of life. To his astonishment, Zhengxin discovered that his consciousness could not penetrate the thick fog. Upon nearing the mist, one would be assimilated, becoming a fragment of it. This posed a considerable challenge for Zhengxin. Ever since absorbing the Night King's dragon glass in Winterfell, he realized his awareness could detect a radius of nearly 100 miles. Within this sphere, he could discern the number of legs on a mosquito with clarity. This habit cultivated a constant vigilance in his consciousness. Once he entered the ruins, devoid of this conscious alertness, he would have to rely solely on his eyesight. Not only would his range diminish significantly, but many dangers would remain unseen, rendering him akin to a blind man. Nevertheless, Zhengxin harbored strong confidence in his abilities. Even should peril arise, it could not inflict harm upon him, especially with the ice dragon Viserion at his side, providing reassurance. With this thought, Zhengxin hesitated no longer. How could he ascertain the information he sought without personally investigating? Viserion descended lower, plunging into the mists of the sea of smoke. The sight that greeted Zhengxin, even one who had witnessed the Night King's army of wights, sent shivers down his spine. Beneath the sea of smoke, tumultuous waves rolled, and colossal figures glided through the viscous waters. Zhang Xian sensed the formidable and terrifying aura emanating from them. Each of these creatures possessed the power to annihilate a small city. Yet, they remained submerged, lurking silently beneath the waters, confined within the boundaries of the smoke sea, never daring to venture beyond its limits, as if some unseen force restrained them. Zhang Xian suspected the involvement of the Lord of Light, for the recollections he had just experienced revealed the devastation of the Valyrian Empire, a calamity that bore the mark of the Lord of Light's influence. It was those fire sorcerers who had infused the Faceless Ones with sacred fire dragon eggs, imbued with a fragment of the Lord of Light's divine essence, igniting the full-scale upheaval of the 14 fire peaks. The first to suffer were the Dragon Lords, families that had established their lineage upon the cliffs of the fire peaks. They were the closest to the source of magic, possessing immense power, yet they were the first to be obliterated in that catastrophe. Given the might of the Dragon Lords, it was unfathomable that they would be completely annihilated without even a semblance of resistance. It is essential to note that the 40 Dragon Lord families constituted the very core of Valyria, and the Empire's expansion relied heavily upon their strength. Their destruction signified the fall of Valyria itself. At that time, 39 of the 40 Dragon Lord families were eradicated, with only the Targaryens surviving, thanks to the prophetic dreams of the dreamers that warned them of the impending disaster. However, no one heeded their warnings. No one believed that such a powerful ruler could perish overnight. In desperation, the head of the Targaryen family, Aegon the Conqueror, along with all his kin and 5 great dragons, migrated to Dragonstone in Westeros to escape the calamity. Zhang Xian had ample reason to suspect that the demise of the Valyrian Empire was intricately linked to the Lord of Light. Such grand designs remained unknown to the continent. Yet many steadfastly believed that the Lord of Light represented illumination, embodied justice, and was an omniscient, omnipotent deity. The Lord of Light, may you not let me down. A smile flickered across Zhang Xian's grotesque, other-like visage. Chapter 28. The ruins of Valyria at last. Zhang Xian descended to the ground, with Viserion slowly trailing behind him. They had crossed the smoke sea and arrived at the true ruins of Valyria. This was once the world-renowned freehold of Valyria, the largest city in the world, renowned for its prosperity, population, and bustling trade. The Valyrians established free city-states abroad, and all things precious and valuable were transported here. For only in this place could they command a high price. Only here would the scions of the Dragon Lord families lavishly spend their wealth on ostentatious trinkets. Yet, all prosperity and grandeur had now faded into oblivion, leaving behind only crumbling walls and toxic smoke. The noxious fumes drifting from the smoke rendered this place perpetually devoid of sunlight, and the air was thick with the foul stench of decay. Zhang Xian took a deep breath of the air around him, acutely aware that the atmosphere was laden with the grayscales virus and drifting volcanic ash, potent enough to bring a normal person to a tragic demise. Ah, the delightful scent of death. Indeed, numerous corpses were drawing near. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. Despite lacking his heightened perception, the proximity of these soulless beings could be discerned even with his eyes shut, as their presence resonated audibly. As anticipated, a multitude of figures with pallid skin, rigid forms, and dust-covered bodies began to encircle him. Rather than mere humans, they bore a closer resemblance to wights. However, Zhang Xian observed that, although they were no longer alive, they did not quite fit the category of the undead. The most significant distinction was that these entities could naturally perish. In other words, once the grayscales virus had devoured the flesh and blood of these corpses, it would relinquish control over the bodies, which would eventually degrade into mere skeletons, ceasing all movement. Yet, this process was exceedingly protracted, typically spanning over 5 centuries. The afflicted were converging towards Zhang Xian, unabashedly revealing their presence, howling as they swept through their surroundings, intent on transforming the lone man and dragon before them into reflections of themselves. Observing them, Zhang Xian displayed a disdainful smirk. He tilted his head back, raised his hand, and summoned his magic. The ghastly eyes of the grayscale sufferers began to shift from white to an icy blue. Indeed, this was the Night King's ability to control the dead. All lifeless entities were powerless against his summoning spell. Before long, swathes of grayscale's victims experienced this transformation, their eyes turning blue, and they ceased their menacing gestures, bowing in submission to Zhang Xian. His face betrayed no discernible emotion. Yet the glimmer of mirth in his eyes revealed his satisfaction. The Night King's power proved immensely practical. The protagonists, having witnessed it numerous times in the heat of battle, were all too familiar with its efficacy. Those wights they had painstakingly vanquished would, at the mere flick of the Night King's hand, rise once more. This included foes they had slain and comrades who had fought alongside them just moments before, all rendered vacant and indifferent in their gaze. Now, Zhang Xian activated this very ability, causing all deceased within a kilometer radius to rise as wights, bowing obediently. He estimated their numbers to be around 50,000. If all of this truly bore the hallmark of the Light King, Zhang Xian was skeptical that the entity could remain unperturbed. After all, the Light King's insistence on eliminating the Night King likely stemmed from motives beyond mere dichotomies of light and darkness. It could only be said that the Night King's summoning magic was exceptionally effective against these grayscale's victims. With a mere flick of his wrist, your soldiers become mine, rendering the game rather trivial. With danger averted, Zhang Xian continued his exploration, the summoned wights remaining in place. Without his command, they would not stir. Zhang Xian's decision to proceed without them was primarily due to its lack of significance. Summoning more of the grayscaled afflicted would only bolster his own strength within the Valyrian ruins. However, the more he summoned, the more he would inevitably encroach upon the interests of others, prompting them to intervene. Should no one dare to oppose him, he would not hesitate to transform this peninsula into his personal garden. As Zhang Xian advanced, the number of grayscaled individuals he had assimilated into wights increased. This desolate site bore no trace of greenery. It was bereft of life, dominated instead by bare, rugged stones formed from the cooling of volcanic magma. It would indeed be a marvel for any plant to thrive in such an environment. Nevertheless, the thick fog rendered visibility limited, with the naked eye barely discerning objects 200 to 300 meters away. After a while, Zhang Xian grew weary of the oppressive mist and sought to ascertain whether the chilling winds of ice magic could disperse it. With a snap of his fingers, he invoked his ice magic. A gust of wind surged forth. Suddenly, a wave of cold air descended upon the Valyrian peninsula, a land accustomed to sweltering temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. The rapid exchange of hot and cold air dramatically reduced visibility from 300 meters to less than 50. Before long, a fierce wind followed the cold front, carrying with it invisible shards of ice and snow. The volcanic ash on the ground was swept up, mingling with the steam in a chaotic display. Yet, within 5 minutes, the tempestuous wind had whisked away the ash, banishing the oppressive heat and leaving only a biting chill in its wake. The fog had nearly dissipated, and visibility had expanded to 2 or 3 kilometers. Quite effective, isn't it, Viserion? Zhang Xian remarked, turning to stroke Viserion's draconic head. Viserion obediently bowed, his eyes narrowing in pleasure as he let out a contented huff. The The caress of his master was ever so intoxicating. After indulging in a few affectionate strokes, Zheng Xian lifted his gaze. His surroundings were now markedly improved. He could see far into the distance, no longer stumbling about like a blind man. From his current vantage point, he spotted a colossal volcano in the distance. Likely one of the famed 14 flame peaks. "Let us proceed and take a closer look," he declared, pointing towards the immense volcano. Without hesitation, he mounted Viserion and set off towards it. Upon nearing the volcano, he was astonished to discover that many remnants of structures still clung to the cliffs. These must belong to a once mighty dragon lord family from Valyria's zenith. Remarkably, their edifices had not been entirely obliterated. Numerous structures remained perched upon the cliffside. Carved into the sheer rock face, these buildings were exquisite, resembling works of art, and stood in stark contrast to the architectural style of present-day Westeros. Adorned with intricately carved beams and elaborate patterns, they were astonishingly well-preserved, untouched by the ravages of time, and even the pervasive noxious fumes had not enveloped this place. It is as if someone had deliberately reserved a safe space here. This revelation enlightened Zheng Xian, revealing the underlying intricacies at play. Chapter 29. The pyromancer of Shea. With the toxic smoke no longer enveloping him, Zheng Xian's consciousness expanded outward, probing into the depths of the castle, and to his astonishment, he discovered that there were indeed individuals active within. Numerous areas remained inaccessible to his awareness, sealed off from the outside, where figures clad in fiery red robes, reminiscent of the Red Priestesses, moved about. Pyromancers? These individuals hailed from the land of Shea. Shea, situated southeast of Essos, is the third continent, seldom mentioned throughout the narrative. Aside from the historical accounts of the ruined loiner who fled there after their defeat, it was said that the land was inhospitable to humans, rife with ghastly creatures, prompting the loiner to seek refuge elsewhere after suffering great losses, ultimately landing in Dorne, Westeros. However, the pyromancers of Shea do not reside on the continent itself, but rather on the surrounding Cheyenne Islands, distanced from the mainland. The mere presence of Cheyenne pyromancers at the Valyrian ruins adds an exhilarating twist to the tale. It is known that the pyromancers have long revered the Lord of Light. Lawler, if they appear here, does it not imply that the fate of Valyria is inextricably linked to the Lord of Light? Now, as Zheng Xian and Viserion soared above the clouds, undetected by those below, he resolved to boldly intrude, eager to observe the pyromancers' activities up close. He doubted that the Lord of Light would remain indifferent to such a brazen intrusion. Amidst the clouds, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed across the sky, as a colossal dragon broke through the cloud cover, resembling a divine entity descending to earth, charging directly towards the castle perched upon the volcanic cliff. Soon, commotion erupted within the castle as fireballs were hurled forth, aimed at Viserion. The pyromancer's abilities differ from Valyrian fire magic. Their power stems solely from the Lord of Light, who bestows upon them their unique strength, thus earning them the title of pyromancer. This relationship is akin to that of the Night King and the White Walkers. Yet the pyromancers do not perish with the Lord of Light's demise. They merely harness a fragment of his power. In the face of the incoming fireballs, Viserion remained unperturbed, unleashing a torrent of icy dragon fire to extinguish the approaching projectiles. With their offensive thwarted, the great dragon descended upon the castle's pinnacle, roaring once more for all to hear of its arrival. Zheng Xian gently patted the dragon's neck, soothing its tempestuous disposition, for now was not the time for indiscriminate slaughter. Leaping from Viserion's back, he transformed into his human form and gracefully alighted upon the highest windowsill of the castle. With a forceful kick, the crystal glass door swung open. While such doors exude opulence, their protective capabilities leave much to be desired. Upon entering the room, it was evident that it had recently been occupied. The door stood ajar, suggesting a hasty exit. Zheng Xian smiled faintly, dismissing the scene, and proceeded towards the area that had severed his conscious perception. Clearly, this was their core domain, and he harbored no fear regarding the fire sorcerer's absence. Thus, there was no need to seek them out. In the corridor, distant hurried footsteps and murmured conversations echoed, yet they remained far enough away that without his keen senses, Zheng Xian would have been oblivious. Once again, he expanded his perception, revealing the castle's interior, save for a few isolated areas. He observed numerous fire sorcerers clad in crimson robes congregating 2 levels below him, their numbers reaching into the dozens as they engaged in rapid discussion, subtly guarding certain locations. Zheng Xian paid them little mind as he continued toward the isolated area. Indeed, upon noticing his approach, the sorcerers grew anxious, forming clusters to obstruct his path. Soon, at the corridor's end, Zheng Xian encountered the fire sorcerers. Their surprise at his unassuming appearance was palpable, yet they dared not underestimate him. "Sir, I do not know who you are or the purpose of your visit, but I must implore you not to disturb us. Please leave at once. This is not a place for someone of your kind." A middle-aged sorcerer, evidently their leader, stepped forward with a demeanor both courteous and assertive. Emboldened by the presence of his comrades, Zheng Xian regarded him with intrigue. He understood that all fire sorcerers were fervent devotees of the Light King, rendering any discourse futile. Even coercion would yield no revelations. Thus, he deemed further conversation unnecessary, as he had never been one for idle chatter. With a mere flick of his hand, a frost swept through the corridor, conjuring shards of ice that swirled like blades in a tempest. The sorcerers, taken aback by his sudden aggression, were caught unprepared and were swiftly ravaged by the icy shards, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. In mere minutes, the ferocious wind subsided, revealing the corridor strewn with the fallen forms of the once mighty sorcerers, none remaining upright. While it would have been effortless for Zheng Xian to eliminate them entirely, he refrained, needing to preserve their lives to extract information through soul-searching. Should they perish, their minds would cease to function, and he would glean no insights. With all adversaries gravely wounded upon the ground, Zheng Xian grasped the middle-aged sorcerer by the neck, lifting him to a half-kneeling position. As the apparent leader, he might possess critical information. Zheng Xian held his head firmly, ensuring the sorcerer was too disoriented to resist, thus facilitating the process of soul-searching. Zheng Xian tightened his grip, and the face of the fire sorceress contorted in agony, her tightly shut eyes rolling incessantly, while her facial muscles twitched. Zheng Xian's azure eyes soon gleamed with astonishment. Indeed, these individuals were carrying out research on the grayscale's disease under the command of the King of Light. Moreover, this castle housed many spotted ghouls captured from the third continent. They were, astonishingly, investigating how to amalgamate the traits of grayscale's patients with those of ghouls, aiming to create an undead race akin to the others, one that would achieve eternal life. The current drawback of the grayscale's patients was that their flesh was gradually consumed by the virus, leading to their demise once nothing but bones remained. In contrast, ghouls possessed robust physiques, their bodies more resilient than those of the others, yet they were uncontrollable. Their research sought to maintain the physical attributes of ghouls while rendering them as manageable as the grayscale's patients. Should they achieve success, this middle-aged man would report directly to the King of Light in prayer. Indeed, probing his mind had proven wise. This man possessed knowledge that eluded others. Having acquired the desired information, Zheng Xian wasted no time. He tightened his grip, and the middle-aged man's head exploded like a watermelon. Zheng Xian shook off the splattered brain matter and blood from his hand, wiping it on the man's red robe, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 30. Spotted ghouls. It appeared that his suspicions were being validated step by step. The King of Light was not as radiant and majestic as he seemed. Indeed, these grayscale's patients were his creations. The red-robed witch was not a genuine fire sorceress. At least, she was no zealot, for after Stannis' failure, she had even removed her ruby necklace, questioning the very existence of the King of Light. Although she had witnessed revelations within the flames, the outcomes in reality were starkly different. It was only after the resurrection of Jon Snow that her faith was reaffirmed. Now, those present in this castle were all fervent devotees of the King of Light, his true kin, messengers walking among mortals. Compared to them, Melisandre seemed more like a temporary worker, an outsider. Zheng Xian felt that he was on the verge of uncovering the King of Light's true secrets. His actions must have great significance. People from both continents spoke of the grayscale's disease with trepidation, equating it to a plague, and in creating such a horrific virus. What exactly did the King of Light intend to achieve? Did he aspire to enact a cataclysm akin to the Night King? Yet that seemed contradictory. He still required living beings to bestow upon him the power of faith. What benefit would a lifeless world hold for him? Zheng Xian could not comprehend it. Nor did it matter. By undermining the King of Light's schemes, he would inevitably draw the King's attention, and in due course, all would be revealed. Having dealt with the fire sorceress within the castle, it was now time to ascertain the progress of their research. At the end of the corridor stood a large iron door, equipped with a peephole, which could be opened or closed from the outside at will. Zheng Xian stealthily approached the peephole. Upon opening the observation hole, a profound darkness enveloped the interior, devoid of even a single window. This was one of the several chambers designed to sever his perception, leaving him uncertain of what lay within. Most likely some grayscale afflicted, or perhaps the ghastly ghouls of Shea. Indeed, as Zheng Xian approached, an enormous maw lunged unexpectedly from the other side of the aperture. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear, but Zheng Xian was far from ordinary. In truth, he found these ghouls quite fascinating and yearned to conduct a thorough examination. Confronted by the terrifying creature within, Zheng Xian displayed no hesitation as he swung open the imposing iron door, allowing the corridor's light to penetrate and illuminate a portion of the room. Before him stood a towering ghoul, grotesque in visage, its body marred by suspicious green splotches. It appeared to have been captured recently, still brimming with untamed ferocity, and in the presence of fresh flesh, it knew not the meaning of fear, roaring as it charged forward. However, Zheng Xian remained unperturbed, his eyelids scarcely fluttering. Two minuscule shards of ice, as sharp as blades, pierced the ghoul's legs. In an instant, the beast collapsed in a disheveled heap, its limbs rendered into icy sculptures, utterly immobilized. Yet, the ghoul felt no pain. With its legs incapacitated, it clawed at the ground, dragging itself forward, its sharp nails etching deep gashes into the rocky floor. Summoning magic activated, Zheng Xian sought to ascertain whether he could exert control over these ghouls. Logically, as undead entities, they should fall under his dominion, yet to his surprise, he found himself unable to summon them. When the energy of his spell attempted to infiltrate the ghoul's form, it was repelled by an overwhelming force, severing any potential mental connection. According to the memories of the fire sorcerer, the King of Light was also actively seeking methods to dominate the ghouls, suggesting that this repelling force was not due to the king having already established control. But from whence did this force originate? Zheng Xian raked his fingers through his hair. Intrigued, the ability to command undead beings had always been the Night King's forte, a source of his most formidable terror. Legions of undead numbering in the hundreds of thousands surged forth, rendering any nation on the continent powerless to resist. Yet, in this instance, the Night King's necromantic abilities faltered against the ghouls, leaving Zheng Xian both astonished and pondering the same question as the King of Light. Why was control unattainable? And what was the source of this repelling force? Observing the struggling ghoul still crawling upon the ground, Zheng Xian contemplated conducting a small experiment. With a flicker of intent, a shard of ice penetrated the ghoul's brain. This was the very method he had employed to manipulate Vesalian during his betrayal of the Night King. While the Night King exerted control through mental exertion, Zheng Xian's icy shards held a higher precedence, and he could hardly believe that this would fail to yield results. As the shards of ice penetrated the brain of the ghoul, Zheng Xian continued to invoke his control magic, a technique so potent that even dragons would find themselves ensnared, let alone a mere ghoul. However, to Zheng Xian's astonishment, once the ice shards infiltrated the creature's skull, it fell utterly silent and motionless. Upon investigation, he discovered that the ghoul had, astonishingly, perished. Zheng Xian was acutely aware of the ice's capabilities, given the ghoul's formidable physique. Such damage should have been insufficient to cause death. Thus, it was evident that some force compelled the ghoul to meet its demise. Alternatively, it seemed that his ice shards clashed with the influence of another entity within the ghoul's mind, leading to a fatal confrontation that the creature could not withstand. It was certain that the entity controlling the ghoul was not the King of Light, also known as Shuo. There must be another player orchestrating events from the shadows. Zheng Xian felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled upon a profound secret. Beyond the facade of the King of Light, a more enigmatic force was at play, manipulating the ghoul. Clearly, the King of Light remained oblivious to this fact, as he was engrossed in dreams of merging the ghoul with the grayscale afflicted. With the ghoul deceased, Zheng Xian surveyed the room, finding nothing of particular note. He then ventured into other areas of the castle that were undetectable. Most were occupied by grayscale patients, and two additional locations housed ghouls, all of whom were bound, exhibiting none of the previously aggressive behavior. Instead, they appeared lethargic and dispirited, likely having been confined for an extensive period. Zheng Xian noted the differences in these two ghouls. Their skin bore faint greenish spots and displayed distinct characteristics of the grayscale affliction. A layer of grayish-white keratin covered their skin. When he gently touched it, the keratin flaked off like walled dust, revealing the putrid, darkened flesh beneath. Had the ghouls been infected with the grayscale disease? Zheng Xian unshackled the chains binding the ghouls, setting them free to observe whether they would attack him. However, it was evident that these two ghouls, having succumbed to the grayscale affliction, were in a notably poor state. Rather than launching an attack, they huddled in a corner, trembling. The manifestation of fear akin to that of humans in these ghouls took Zheng Xian by surprise. Logically, it seemed that undead beings should be devoid of fear. Even if they refrained from attacking him, they should have ignored him altogether. How could they exhibit such trepidation? Something was amiss. Chapter 31. The emergence of the King of Light. Zhang Exine circled the two ghouls, huddled together like injured brides, his mind awash with questions. In hindsight, he realized he should have spared two of them alive to inquire about their research progress. The ghouls' aberrant behavior left Zhang Exine uncertain about the advancements made by the fire sorcerers in their experiments. He understood that their research aimed to alter the ghouls' characteristics, rendering them controllable while retaining most of their combat attributes, based on the foundation of the grayscale afflicted. However, it is evident that the current research progress is rather limited. Zhang Exine stepped out of the door and continued towards his next destination. The fire sorcerers here had been completely eliminated, leaving no one to impede his passage. He soon arrived at the lowest level of the castle, the basement, a crucial site for the fire sorcerer's studies, where he anticipated finding something of great significance. Yet, since entering the basement, Zhang Exine had sensed an unseen pair of eyes scrutinizing him. Despite his inability to identify the source of this sensation, it lingered as an instinctive subconscious awareness. Zhang Exine had never dismissed such feelings. Perhaps he had disturbed the domain of the King of Light, who had now taken notice of him. Nevertheless, there was little he could do. One of his intentions for coming here was to lure out the King of Light. Given that the king could not personally confront even the Night King, it was unlikely he would engage directly with Zhang Exine. There must be some constraints binding the King of Light, preventing him from intervening personally, which left Zhang Exine unafraid in the face of the king. Torches lined the walls of the basement, their flames casting flickering shadows. Zhang Exine gazed intently at the flames, seeking to discern the shadow of the King of Light within them. He had observed that the red-robed witch often prayed to the torches to receive the king's revelations. With his azure eyes fixed upon the dancing flames, the light reflected in his pupils, transforming into a diminutive figure. This figure danced as if performing a sacred rite. Zhang Exine cleared his mind, allowing this little being to enter his consciousness. He understood that this indeed bore fruit. The King of Light had manifested. More precisely, it was the essence of the king, actively reaching out to Zhang Exine. Once the fiery figure entered Zhang Exine's mind, it ceased its dance. Standing motionless like a flame that would not flicker, Zhang Exine submerged his consciousness into his mind, transforming into a small figure to stand face to face with the fiery being. "Are you the King of Light?" Zhang Exine inquired, seeking to confirm the identity before proceeding. The flame figure remained silent, gazing steadily at Zhang Exine. After a moment, it finally spoke. "I cannot see through you." Its voice was ancient and weighty, laced with surprise and confusion, as if being unable to penetrate Zhang Exine's essence was a remarkable phenomenon. Zhang Exine refrained from responding, patiently awaiting the continuation. "But I know what you intend to do. Shall we strike a bargain?" Zhang Exine asked with keen interest. "Oh, what sort of bargain do you propose?" "Quite simple. I can assist you in achieving your desires, provided you refrain from interfering with my own affairs and vacate this place immediately. I share a lineage with the Night King. Why do you wish to extinguish him yet ignore my existence?" This was indeed a perplexing matter for Zhang Exine. Logically, the Night King's intention to annihilate the world would sever their divine source of faith, having undergone a baptism akin to a power of belief. Zhang Exine had come to appreciate its value, which he could never forsake. He, too, requires the power of faith, which inevitably conflicts with the demands of the Lord of Light. He cannot tolerate the Night King. How then could he accept him? This world is vast, far beyond what you currently perceive. One must focus on the grand scheme and the future. What you desire, I can grant you. My source of faith does not originate from Westeros or Essos, for that realm belongs to the Seven. I can even offer you assistance to expedite your acquisition of what you seek. Without my aid, you will not surpass the challenge posed by the Seven, and you must trust me on this matter. In truth, Zhang Exine holds this belief. Across the two continents, the faith in the Lord of Light is rather niche, with nearly 90% of the populace devoted to the Seven. However, Zhang Exine perceives the Seven as mere fabrications, conjured by the Undulls to conquer Westeros with fictitious deities. In the original narrative, the Seven have never manifested in any tangible manner. Their presence is acknowledged solely through the lips of the people, lacking even a peripheral confirmation. The Great Sparrow's church was consumed by flames at the hands of Cersei, yet the Seven did not respond. Samwell has also expressed that despite his ceaseless and devout prayers, the Seven have never granted him any acknowledgement. Perhaps the old gods might. This sentiment reflects the thoughts of many adherents to the Seven. They may harbor doubts about their actual existence, merely seeking self-comfort. The Seven? Do they truly exist? Undoubtedly. The most compelling evidence lies before us. The Lord of Light does not conceal his intentions, To prevent Zheng Xin from further undermining his plans, he must endeavor to placate him. The seven can be seen as seven manifestations of a singular deity, or as representatives of seven distinct social strata: the father above, the mother, the smith, the warrior, the maiden, the crone, and the stranger. You may assert they do not exist, or you may claim they are omnipresent, for they gaze down upon all creation, yet remain indifferent and uninvolved. Your disbelief stems from your own inadequacy. Once you attain a certain level of understanding, you will comprehend the nature of their existence. The Lord of Light's words may seem nebulous, yet Zheng Xin grasped the essence. The seven do indeed exist, and his denial is merely a reflection of his insufficient understanding. In other words, should I aspire to unify the faith across the two continents, the seven will intervene to thwart me, and you can assist me in this endeavor, correct? The Lord of Light regarded him, affirming both yes and no. They will not intervene directly to obstruct you, yet you will inevitably discover that the entire world stands against you, a consequence you must endure as a trial. How then do you intend to aid me? Will you speak favorably to the seven on my behalf, or will you stand by my side to confront them together? The Lord of Light shook his head. Neither option suffices. I will assist you in my own manner at the opportune moment. Or you may call upon me when you can no longer endure, and I shall respond, but only once. Zheng Xin discerned that the King of Light, wishing to avoid further antagonizing the seven gods, sought to stabilize his own position by diverting Zheng's curiosity away from his secrets. Yet, who was Zheng Xin to be so easily swayed by the King of Light? The king's ostensibly generous offer required little on his part. He needed only to withdraw from the Valyria ruins, and even the matter of his slaying dozens of fire sorcerers went unmentioned. In exchange, he would receive the divine assistance of the King of Light at a crucial moment. If this opportunity were seized judiciously, it could indeed yield significant benefits. For the King of Light possessed the power to grant life after death. However, one must exercise caution when presented with seemingly fortuitous opportunities, as they may conceal peril rather than promise. Zheng Xin resolved to test the boundaries of the King of Light's proposition. What if I decline? Chapter 32. Return. You have no grounds to refuse my offer. Seeking my secrets brings you no advantage. Yet, by doing nothing, you could gain my friendship. Why would you say no? The King of Light's reasoning was sound and echoed the sentiments of the majority. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement, devoid of harm, would tempt any individual, and few would be willing to forego it. Securing the friendship of a deity is an opportunity that many would covet throughout their lifetimes. Yet Zheng Xin was resolute in his refusal. Aligning with the King of Light was tantamount to courting disaster. Who was the King of Light? A deity, the shadowy architect behind the downfall of the Valyria Empire, and the mastermind who orchestrated the demise of the Night King in the original narrative. He had long remained in the shadows, yet his influence had pervaded the developments in Westeros, often overlooked by many, including the former Zheng Xin. However, the situation had changed. Having grasped the context, Zheng Xin surmised that the King of Light harbored grand ambitions far darker than his facade suggested. Collaborating with him would undoubtedly lead to betrayal. This was a certainty. The so-called assistance promised by the king would hinge upon its alignment with his own interests. A single misstep could render Zheng Xin a mere pawn, laboring for the king while expressing gratitude for his servitude, a fate Zheng Xin would not accept. I require neither your assistance nor your friendship. What I intend to accomplish is beyond anyone's capacity to impede. I must caution you. I am not akin to the Night King, whom you could eliminate with but a trivial piece. You may wish to test that. Zheng Xin's words were blunt, leaving no room for negotiation and offering no semblance of respect to the King of Light. He sought to ascertain whether the king would react with indignation upon rejection, and to confirm whether he could indeed intervene directly. The King of Light had repeatedly utilized pawns. Was it due to the Night King's insignificance, or was it that he could not directly influence the world? This was a crucial point that Zheng Xin urgently needed to validate. Upon hearing Zheng Xin's response, the King of Light was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his generous offers and promises would be met with such unwavering refusal. Do not feel compelled to respond immediately. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate. However, if no consideration is necessary, I can accept your answer now. I refuse. The King of Light had barely finished speaking when Zheng Xin interrupted him, unwilling to pursue further tests. For it was now evident that the King of Light was indeed unable to act directly. This realization made many matters considerably easier. You cannot take direct action. What charade are you playing at? Understand this. It is you who seeks my favor, not the other way around. After engaging in so many clandestine affairs, how dare you still call yourself the King of Light? Who gave you the audacity? I have uncovered your secrets. Seeing that he could not sway Zhang Xian, the King of Light chose to remain silent, leaving only a cautionary remark. Take care of yourself. With that, the fiery figure dissipated. Zhang Xian withdrew his consciousness and returned to the underground corridor. The flickering flames still danced, albeit with less vigor than before. His speculation had proven true. This encounter with the King of Light had yielded substantial insights, revealing much that he had previously been unaware of, while also confirming that the king could not confront him directly. If the King of Light was thus constrained, then the seven gods would be even more restricted. Zhang Xian was uncertain of what bound these exalted deities, but the fact that they could not act was the most favorable news for him. With the capability to receive the power of faith, Zhang Xian might very well be the sole being in the world unbound and capable of free movement. Akin to a deity. Though his current reservoir of faith was regrettably scant, he remained unperturbed, with Daenerys fighting on his behalf. The accumulation of faith was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Daenerys had returned to Qarth, her true stronghold. Accompanied by over 20,000 Dothraki riders, 3,000 unsullied, and 2 dragons, Daenerys was greeted at the city gates by Daario. Unchanged in demeanor, Daario's relaxed and carefree exterior concealed an ambitious heart. During Daenerys' absence, his 2,000 men had swelled to a force of 10,000, successfully intimidating the surrounding slave masters and extinguishing any flickers of rebellion before they could ignite. Daenerys looked upon the row of desiccated corpses displayed atop the city walls and smiled with satisfaction. Daario never failed to meet her expectations. Approaching her, Daario knelt on one knee and kissed the back of Daenerys' hand. "Welcome home, my beloved queen." A rare smile broke across Daenerys' frost-laden visage. "Well done, Daario. I knew you would not disappoint me." Receiving her praise, Daario's face lit up with a charming grin. "It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, your majesty." As the crowd returned to the Grand Hall of Qarth, it remained as resplendent as ever. However, a glance at those surrounding her revealed that all was no longer as it once was. The betrayal by Queen's Hand Tyrion, the sacrifice of the steadfast Yura, and the beheading of her closest translator and confidant, Missandei, left Daenerys in a dire predicament devoid of trusted allies. Her journey to Westeros had unveiled the treachery of human hearts, and even she had nearly perished there. Had she not encountered Zhang Xian later, she might not have returned at all. Her skills were still too naive for the complexities of Westeros, revealing that she was yet unfit for the role of a true politician. A capable politician would never entrust their heart to others, especially not men. Just as Cersei would not place her trust in even her most devoted brother and lover, Jaime, whom she had known the longest. For her, physical intimacy was merely a bargaining chip for political resources, as illustrated by her use of her body to secure the support of the Iron Islands. Thus, apart from her physical form, Daenerys had transformed entirely. In this moment, she embodied the exalted queen, untouchable by mere mortals. Daario, stationed below the steps, sensed this shift. Astutely, he refrained from verbal inquiry. He understood that Tyrion, Yura, and Missandei had not returned, and the implications were clear. With her inner circle nearly decimated, his own standing would undoubtedly rise. Indeed, upon her return, Daenerys' first significant decree was the appointment of Daario as the Queen's Hand and Prime Minister, personally fastening the emblem of her office upon his chest. Elevating a military man to such a political position was a desperate measure. Yet there were precedents within the Seven Kingdoms, such as Tywin Lannister. Subsequently, Grey Worm was formally appointed as the commander of the army, entrusted with leading all troops under Daenerys' command. Grey Worm had unequivocally earned Daenerys' trust and confidence, relinquishing military power to him, for she believed he would never betray her. After her death, Grey Worm had forsaken the allure of power and wealth, instead returning to Qarth with everyone. This alone sufficed as proof of his loyalty. It should be noted that, at that time, had Grey Worm shown even a hint of submission, Jon Snow would have promised him high office and wealth, persuading him to remain. The fact that he did not do so indicated his genuine allegiance, rivaling that of Yura, making Daenerys confident in her reliance on him. The matters ahead involved conscription and training. She intended to march north along the banks of the River Lorne and seize all the city-states along its shores. Grey Worm, can you assist me in achieving this objective? Chapter 33. Departure. I am willing to give my life for you, Your Majesty, Grey Worm stated, fist to chest, his posture rigid and proud. Excellent, Daenerys thought, pleased that no pitying words urged her to remain calm. Observing her two absolute confidants below, an idea began to blossom within her. Grey Worm, you have been a slave since your youth. Although I have granted you freedom, your name cannot remain as Grey Worm. Furthermore, You are now the supreme commander of the nation's military, the Grand Marshal. I bestow upon you the noble name of Targaryen, Gregor. Henceforth, you shall be known as Gregor Targaryen. Do you accept this?" Daenerys had only just conceived the idea of renaming Grey Worm and spoke it aloud. His current status demanded a title befitting his new identity. The name Grey Worm was far too humble for one who stood as one of the nation's core leaders and the highest military authority. Daenerys had several considerations in mind. Firstly, the Targaryen lineage had dwindled significantly. Although a prophecy from the Dreamer had once preserved their legacy, continuous warfare, betrayal, and bloodshed had left only Daenerys and her nephew Jon as the last surviving members. Adding Gregor to the Targaryen name could help alleviate the perception of their family's decline. Secondly, bestowing upon Grey Worm a royal surname would instill within him a profound sense of belonging, ensuring his unwavering loyalty and dedication, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Indeed, upon hearing Daenerys' words, Grey Worm's eyes glistened with emotion, and his body trembled with excitement. Targaryen, a name steeped in ancient glory, as the sole remaining fruit of the Valyrian dragon lords. The legitimate rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, the existence of this name ensured that the Iron Throne would never fall into the hands of another. Grey Worm, now Gregor, vowed to honor the Targaryen name and to defend the glory of the realm with his life, without regret. This was the sentiment that resonated deep within him. Since he could remember, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. He had never known his biological parents, nor did he have siblings. The unsullied were his brothers. He was trained for slaughter, stripped of his humanity. At the command of his masters, he had no choice but to obey, even if it meant leaping into raging flames. No one cared whether a slave would comply. It was simply an order. However, everything changed when Daenerys took him under her wing. The queen taught them that each individual was distinct and free. You may fight for me, or you may choose to reclaim your freedom. Go wherever your heart desires. Yet, none wished to leave. They willingly followed the queen, driven by genuine gratitude. Even in the face of the grotesque and terrifying White Walkers, Grey Worm did not flinch. Now, as Gregor Targaryen, he felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears at this moment. The queen's treatment of him inspired an unwavering devotion to repay her kindness with his very life. With one knee on the ground, he solemnly accepted the insignia of the military commander that Daenerys offered him. This emblem allowed him to command the army in the queen's absence, akin to a royal seal. Daenerys was thoroughly pleased with Gregor's demeanor. This was precisely the effect she sought to achieve. Initially, she had hastily crossed the strait to Westeros after conquering 3 city-states, neglecting the proper governance of the territories she had claimed. However, the situation has now changed. She must establish a solid foundation to ensure a continuous supply of troops, thereby enhancing her dominion over both continents. If the people of Westeros are not welcoming, she shall first cultivate her strength here, and when she is sufficiently formidable, she will strike back. At that time, no one shall stand against her, not even Jon, the nephew she both loves and loathes. This conflict is a civil war within House Targaryen, the family of dragon lords. Without the support of dragons, Jon is at a disadvantage. Whereas she commands 2 dragons and the backing of an omnipotent new king, victory will undoubtedly belong to her. A cold smile graced her lips. Very well, Gregor Targaryen, I, as your queen, command you to commence the recruitment and expansion of our forces immediately. Proceed north along the banks of the Rhone River and seize all free city-states. I shall revive the ancient glory of Valyria and spread the name of Valyria across both continents. The Targaryen family has always been the royal house of Old Valyria, and there is nothing amiss in resurrecting its legacy under the banner of Valyria. Presently, along the banks of the Rhone River, numerous city-states are scattered, with Qarth situated at the southernmost point, at the river's estuary. Nearby lies Astapor, the site where she once enlisted 8,000 Unsullied. The third city-state is located in Yunkai, where she also recruited the Second Sons. However, Yunkai is somewhat distant from the Dothraki Sea and is not the focus of this expedition, which is aimed at the Dothraki Plains. Countless Dothraki tribes inhabit that region. The Dothraki she has conquered represent only a fraction, while tens of thousands await her arrival. Daenerys resolved to commence her campaign from Qarth, advancing to Astapor, and then plunging into the vast Dothraki plains to conquer more of the Dothraki until the plains are unified under a single banner, becoming the Khaleesi of all Dothraki. Subsequently, she will move from east to west, conquering the prosperous lands along the Rhone River, at which point her forces will swell to nearly 1 million. 3 days later, Gregor had assembled the army, with all troops positioned beneath the walls of Qarth, awaiting Daenerys' command. As queen, Daenerys herself would lead the expedition to conquer the untamed Dothraki. Her personal involvement was imperative. Her mastery of fire would mitigate unnecessary complications and significantly reduce casualties. With 3,000 unsullied, 5,000 second sons, over 20,000 Dothraki cavalry, and 2 dragons fully prepared, she left 5,000 unsullied and the second son's lieutenant to guard the base in Karth. This time, Daenerys brought along Daario, a man of both courage and cunning, who always provided her with reassurance. She trusted that Daario's intellect rivaled that of the cunning Tyrion. He was quite pleased that Daenerys had not abandoned him for this campaign. He believed that once again, as the hand of the queen, he would be left behind to guard the home front. To his surprise, Daenerys had chosen to bring him along. The primary reason was the lack of trustworthy individuals at her side, while the secondary reason was her apprehension that Daario might harbor resentment. Regardless, it was imperative that Daario accompanied them this time. With an army of nearly 30,000 ready for departure and 2 dragons soaring majestically in the sky, Daenerys exuded confidence. Flanked by her 2 trusted lieutenants, a brief yet inspiring pre-battle address, delivered with the fervor of a master orator, stirred the hearts of her followers, including Daario and Grey Worm, who found themselves deeply captivated by her charismatic presence. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, they marched towards Astapor. The journey imbued with a sense of ease, for they tread upon the queen's domain. After a brief respite, they gathered the full complement of 30,000 troops in Astapor. Daenerys gazed upon the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, the birthplace of her ascent, and the site of her first husband Khal Drogo's demise, a poignant reminder of her youth. With a flick of her whip, she commanded, "Let us depart." Chapter 34. Daario's fury. Though the Dothraki were often perceived as savage and brutal, they were indeed a people with a rich history. Long before the rise of Valyria, the Dothraki tribes had established a significant foothold on the plains. The Giscari had attempted 3 invasions of the Dothraki, all of which ended in failure. Despite their fierce internal conflicts, when outsiders sought to encroach upon the Dothraki plains, the Dothraki would swiftly demonstrate the sharpness of their scimitars. Essos had witnessed the emergence of 4 great civilizations, the earliest Giscari, followed by the Loinans, the Valyrians, and finally the Undals, who were expelled from Essos. Apart from the Loinans, who were content in their fertile lands along the Rhoyne and showed little interest in the vast plains, the other 3 formidable civilizations had all attempted to conquer the Dothraki. Yet, regardless of the era, including the zenith of Valyria, the Dothraki had repelled them all. Although the Valyrians possessed dragons, the Dothraki were entirely cavalry, exhibiting remarkable mobility. Should they become entangled with the Valyrian ground forces, the dragons' flames would hesitate to descend, for doing so would mean inflicting significant losses upon their own ranks. While deploying dragons could inflict some casualties upon the Dothraki, annihilation was unattainable. The plains were too vast, allowing the cavalry to disperse and flee. How many could they truly slay? It must be acknowledged that although the Dothraki had yet to produce a unifying figure capable of consolidating all tribes, their strength remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Now, Daenerys led over 20,000 Dothraki cavalry into the Great Plains, where they galloped freely, akin to fish returning to the sea or birds soaring back to the sky, exuberantly emitting piercing cries as they reveled in the boundless expanse. Across the vast expanse of the Great Plains, numerous tribes, both large and small, are dispersed. Daenerys has dispatched her cavalry as scouts, organizing them into teams of 50, with 20 such detachments sent forth. Their mission is to seek out the nearby Dothraki tribes, and any who gather intelligence are to return swiftly to the main force. Daenerys intends to evaluate the size of the tribes before deciding whether to launch an assault to subdue them. This time, she has resolved to adopt an aggressive strategy, first to conquer, and then to employ miraculous methods to secure their loyalty. However, she will not immerse herself in flames as she once did, for such an act would leave her exposed. She is no longer the destitute girl who had no choice but to resort to such extremes for survival. Now, she stands as Her Majesty the Queen, and cannot afford to exhibit such desperation. Nevertheless, she considers extending her arm into the fire for a brief display, as winning the genuine allegiance of the Dothraki is no simple task. After a day of marching, the main force, bathed in the twilight of the plains, sets up camp in a flat area, igniting a bonfire to prepare their evening meal and rest. Drogon and Rhaegal have also landed, lying quietly on the ground. While Daenerys reclines against Drogon's neck, sitting on the earth, she observes that Drogon has grown significantly larger, surpassing Rhaegal in size. Indeed, since Rhaegal's transformation into a Wight, his growth has noticeably slowed, and perhaps Drogon still has room to develop further, potentially rivaling the legendary Viserion. Daario approaches with a bowl of food in hand. Drogon immediately raises his head, filled with vigilance. Ever since that vile man assassinated his mother before his very eyes, Drogon has lost trust in anyone, even the loyal servants of his mother. Daenerys gently pats Drogon to soothe him, smiling at Daario as she assures him, there is no need for fear. They will not harm you without provocation. Having spent little time with the two enormous dragons, Daario is still unfamiliar with them and feels a deep-seated apprehension towards these creatures capable of taking his life in an instant. Suppressing his fear, he maintains a respectful demeanor. Please eat something, Your Grace. You must be weary after a day of marching. Although Daenerys no longer requires food to replenish her energy, she accepts the offering to avoid arousing suspicion. The meal consists of corn porridge and the Dothraki's essential dried horse meat. Thank you, Daenerys replies, taking the food without hesitation and savoring the warmth of a cooked meal, an indulgence during their journey. With no news from the scouts, they can afford to make a fire for now. However, once they receive intelligence, and if it is close enough, lighting a fire will be out of the question to avoid detection. According to Grey Worm, the journey to Westeros has not been particularly smooth. A bittersweet smile graces Daenerys' lips as she reflects, not merely unsteady. I have underestimated the nature of humanity. Grey Worm has likely shared everything with you. My sole purpose for returning this time is to ensure that the hypocritical scoundrels of Westeros pay for their transgressions and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. In Daenerys' captivating eyes, a fierce glint flashed, accompanied by an unmistakable resentment born from betrayal. I had warned you. Tyrion is astoundingly clever, always able to devise the most advantageous solutions in dire circumstances. Evidently, he has succeeded once more. Daario shrugged. You are astute as well. I require the counsel of intelligent individuals. A nation cannot rely solely on the king's intellect. I shall not compare you to Tyrion simply because you possess wisdom. You are unlike him. Daenerys tore a small piece from the jerky and chewed it leisurely. This is precisely my point. I am different from him. And this distinction is evident. I hail from the second sons. Do you know why my cavalry is named thus? Why? Because you are all overlooked sons? Indeed. In the ancient traditions of Essos, second sons bear no distinction from bastards. Even if they are full-blooded brothers, twins at that, it makes no difference. No matter how superior, intelligent, or valiant the younger sibling may be, the firstborn remains the father's primary heir. My brother received the finest education, trained by the most exceptional warriors, and tutored by the most learned scholars. Yet, from the age of 12, he was ensnared by beauty, his greatest passion being the collection of women. By 15, he already had 9 concubines. Additionally, he was a cold-hearted sadist, with countless girls perishing under his torment. Yet, my father appeared blind, no matter the atrocities committed. He remained the favored heir. To him, I was no more than a servant, solely because I emerged from that damned womb 5 minutes later. I do not comprehend nor respect this, and thus I betrayed my family, gathering many overlooked second sons to form the second sons. At this juncture, Daario's handsome visage was overtaken by fury. Now that I have pledged my loyalty to you, my queen, I shall serve you wholeheartedly, harboring but one desire. Daenerys smiled with interest. These matters had never been broached by Daario. I wish to lead the charge when we assault Volantis. I yearn to personally obliterate that family. Chapter 35. The first target your home is in Volantis? No, that is not my home. Wherever you are is my home, my queen. Daario knelt humbly, as if before an unattainable goddess. Daenerys placed a hand on Daario's shoulder and solemnly declared, Of course, you are my hand, my prime minister. I shall grant your wish. Go forth and pursue it. Just promise me, do not stake your life on it. I desire a wise and valiant prime minister, not one shackled by the past, eternally governed by rage. Can you promise me this? Daario raised his head with fervor, reassuring the queen, I have pledged my life to you. My very essence belongs to you. Without your command, how could I dare to perish? If I must face death, it shall be in your presence, shielding you from the blades of your enemies. Daario's words evoked memories of Yora in Daenerys' mind, the man who had valiantly protected her from countless wights. Even in the final moments of his life, he wielded his sword. Those haunting images would forever linger in Daenerys' memory. With her eyes glistening, she promised, Rest assured, I shall fulfill your desire. After we conquer V's Dothrak, I will grant it to you as your fiefdom. You shall become the hereditary Duke of V's Dothrak. Upon hearing this, Daario trembled with excitement, for his obsession with the city of V's Dothrak rivaled Daenerys' own fixation on the Iron Throne. He drew a dagger from his belt and cut his palm, swearing a blood oath. I, Daario Naharis, henceforth entrust my life to Her Majesty Daenerys Targaryen, serving her until my last breath. An indescribable sensation surged through Daenerys' mind. She felt that Daario's vow had taken root within her. a feeling she had never encountered before. Gently supporting Dario's arm, she helped him rise. "You are my hand, and I trust you. Do not speak of death." In that moment, Daenerys recognized that both Gregor and Daario were individuals she could unequivocally trust. After naming Gregor and making a promise to Daario, their loyalty matched that of Yora, leaving her free to rely on them. Having faced numerous betrayals, Daenerys had grown vigilant towards those around her. Yet these two had earned her trust. Just as Daario was about to speak again, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. The scouts they had dispatched were returning. The scouts rode the swiftest horses, numbering few, carrying only 2 days' worth of provisions. Any more would burden them, complicating their swift return. The fact that a scout had returned within a day indicated they had gathered intelligence on the nearby Dothraki tribes. Indeed, it was not long before Gregor approached Daenerys. Having received a report from the captain of the scouts, "Your Majesty," Gregor said, kneeling on one knee in respect. "While on campaign, there is no need for such formalities. Do you bring news?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The scouting party from Collar has discovered a gathering of Dothraki 300 miles to the west. Based on our observations, this tribe comprises approximately 15,000 individuals, with 6,000 to 7,000 able-bodied men, the remainder being the elderly, women, and children. We can certainly overpower them. The Dothraki are a nomadic people. The vast plains of Dothraki land are parched year-round, with limited pastures for their horses. Thus, they migrate seasonally in search of suitable grazing grounds. Very well, let us regard this tribe as our initial target. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, ensuring that scouts remain vigilant to monitor their movements, exercising utmost discretion to avoid premature exposure." A glimmer of determination flickered in Greg's eyes. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Once I have set my sights on a quarry, there is no chance of it eluding capture. Moreover, this marks the first step for Her Majesty the Queen towards unifying the Dothraki plains. It is imperative that we secure a resounding victory." At the break of dawn the following day, the entire army set forth. Seizing the opportunity while other scouts had yet to report, they aimed for a swift resolution. Rapidly amassing strength, with each tribe subdued, their power would incrementally grow. A march of 300 miles posed no significant challenge for cavalry. Soon, Daenerys and her companions found themselves atop a high ridge, surveying the Dothraki tribe below, which exhibited a semblance of order amidst chaos. As the scouts had indicated, this tribe was relatively small, comprising just over 10,000 individuals. Nestled near a water source and surrounded by a grassy expanse, this Dothraki tribe was in a state of recuperation, encircled by a rudimentary wooden palisade, within lay tents crafted from various animal hides, easily assembled and disassembled for migration. Daenerys, intent on refraining from direct involvement in the battle, entrusted command of the army to Greg, allowing him to lead while ensuring the troops transitioned towards a more organized structure. Greg signaled to the Dothraki cavalry with a series of gestures. Upon witnessing his commands, the cavalrymen silently mounted their steeds and departed. Daenerys felt a surge of delight. Greg was indeed a natural leader, capable of training the Dothraki cavalry to adhere to such disciplined conduct, even rendering their march silent. It is worth noting that Dothraki warriors typically would not engage without issuing a cacophony of battle cries. Now, they understood the necessity for stealth in their advance. Clearly, entrusting command to Greg was a judicious decision. The opposing Dothraki tribe inhabited a low-lying area, encircled by desolate highlands. The main force gradually enclosed this tribe, tightening their perimeter without alarming the adversaries, striving to ensure that not a single individual escaped. The encirclement progressively narrowed until the surrounding heights were completely occupied. Greg raised his arm and made a slicing motion downwards. In an instant, all the Dothraki cavalry emerged, emitting their distinctive war cries as they brandished their scimitars, assuming a posture indicative of imminent assault. This display sent the tribe below into a state of utter panic. It is well known that warfare among the Dothraki is merciless. They would forcibly abduct the able-bodied warriors of rival tribes, commit acts of violence against their eligible women, and slaughter the elderly and infirm. Those who remained were predominantly the young and strong, as the very old and very young were typically slain. This brutal tradition has persisted among the Dothraki for centuries, and the tribe below was acutely aware of the fate that awaited them. Had they encountered an even weaker tribe, they would undoubtedly have acted similarly. However, the forces on the heights did not immediately descend to commence slaughter, instead granting them ample time to prepare. In a state of panic, Cow of the tribe began to summon the young warriors, charging forth on horseback with swords drawn, breaking through the feeble wooden barricade. The tradition of the Dothraki dictates that surrender without a fight is entirely unacceptable. Even in the face of certain death, they must engage in battle. To yield without resistance would not only invite mercilessness from the adversary, but would also be seen as a profound insult to the glory of the Dothraki, leading to a bloodbath of one's tribe. Thus, Cal led thousands of elite warriors, shielding the elderly and frail behind them, encircling the women and children, ready to mount a desperate counterattack. Surprisingly, their opponents merely observed as they organized, encircling them without launching an assault, merely shrieking and brandishing their sabers, showing no signs of aggression. As the Dothraki completed their formation, a figure emerged from the opposing side, mounted on a grand steed, a leader from one of the Dothraki clans. "Where's your cow? Step forward and speak." Chapter 36. Miraculous Deeds Amidst the Encircled Dothraki. The largest and most formidable warrior, known as Cuz, advanced to confront the small leader of Daenerys' army. "I am the cow of this tribe. My name is Cuz. There is no need for pleasantries. I understand the rules. I must die, but you too shall pay a heavy price. I swear it." Cuz, imposing and fierce, bore a gaze full of intensity, with slightly reddened eyes, not from excitement or fear of death. Daenerys knew that Dothraki warriors consumed their spoils, if resistance was too fierce, leading to significant casualties for their tribe. The victor would feast upon the vanquished leader. Indeed, it was a literal consumption. Alive, they would carve away the flesh until the defeated breathed their last. The redness around Cuz's eyes indicated that he had partaken in human flesh, a rarity among the Dothraki, showcasing the depths of his savagery. Unsurprisingly, the once belligerent small leader found his bravado diminished in the presence of Cuz's fierce gaze. "This Cuz, let it be known, we do not come to slaughter. We serve Queen Daenerys, intent on restoring the Valyrian Empire. I see that Cuz is no ordinary man. Why not join my queen in achieving greatness? Surely, your name will find a place in the annals of glory." Laughter erupted from Cuz, scornful and dismissive. "Your queen? A woman who ought to be at home, dutifully bearing children, speaks of rebuilding Valyria? What right does she possess to utter such words? I, Cuz, would rather leap from the 14 flames than become a mere lapdog to a woman. If it is battle you seek, then let us fight. I have no time for your idle chatter." Quisco's demeanor incited great fury within the young chieftain. "You may have tasted the might of KO, yet what does it matter? Who could possibly rival Daenerys, the queen who rides dragons? She is the true heir of this world, revered like a deity by all who follow her, and none are permitted a hint of disrespect." However, before he could utter a word, a thunderous roar echoed from the heights beyond, and 2 colossal dragons ascended gracefully into the sky. Notably, Drogon, with his immense form, spread his wings to eclipse the sun. The horses below were startled, their front hooves raised high as they nervously circled in place, and had their masters not been in control, they might have bolted in fear. The Dothraki, upon witnessing the dragons, were thrown into a state of utter panic, as the terrifying memories of being pursued by the Valyrian dragons resurfaced. Even Quisco's fierce aura was diminished under the overwhelming presence of the dragons. One dragon, gliding low, landed within 10 meters of Quisco, and Daenerys rose upright upon its back. "You claim I am unworthy? I am the last surviving member of the ancient Valyrian dynasty, the legitimate heir of House Targaryen, the queen of the Undulls and the First Men, the protector of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, the mother of dragons, the Unburnt, the liberator of Slaver's Bay, and the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea." Daenerys proclaimed her impressive titles with commanding authority. Now, without Missandei, her loyal supporter, she had to assert these declarations herself. From her elevated position, she gazed down upon the defiant Quisco, appreciating him, yet resolute in her need to bring him to submission. Among her titles, Quisco only comprehended the reference to the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, a designation reserved for the true wife of a Khal. "You claim to be Khaleesi. Yet where is your man? He has perished. His name was Khal Drogo, the most valiant warrior of the Great Grass Sea." A flicker of reminiscence crossed Daenerys' eyes as she recalled her first husband. Clearly, Quisco had heard of Khal Drogo. Indeed, he was renowned as the bravest warrior of the plains, leading the largest tribe of the Dothraki with an army of 50,000 fighters and a population nearing 200,000. He was truly a formidable Khal. To have been his true wife marked her as extraordinary. Simultaneously, Quisco's resistance began to wane. Since she had once been a Khaleesi, she was one of their own. Aligning with her would not tarnish the honor of the Dothraki, especially as he was not the first. There were throngs of Dothraki surrounding her, easily numbering over 10,000. Yet, his pride prevented him from fully relinquishing his stance. "Though you are called Drogo's Khaleesi, we Dothraki do not easily yield. To conquer my tribe, you must first slay me. Without resistance, the tribe shall naturally belong to you." He did not wish to leave behind a reputation of surrendering without a fight. Even if he were to die, he would be looked down upon by other Khalas. As he spoke, he drew his curved dagger and assumed an offensive stance. And behind him, all the mounted warriors followed suit, drawing their own blades. The Dothraki could die, but they could not yield. Observing this, Daenerys refrained from ordering an attack, for she sought to conserve her forces. After all, her arduous efforts were not aimed at acquiring a multitude of the frail and the aged. She required soldiers of vigor, strong, youthful men. Otherwise, conquering them would hold no significance. Daenerys leapt down from her dragon, and while Grey Worm sought to accompany her with a contingent of Unsullied, she gestured for him to desist. Turning back, she merely instructed, "Prepare a torch for me." The Unsullied obeyed, and soon returned with a torch in hand. Daenerys then approached the towering Kono, lifting her gaze towards him, her eyes still emanating an air of superiority. "Do you know why I am called the Unburnt?" Daenerys decided to intensify the situation. Ideally, she wished for them to surrender without bloodshed. Kono, observing that this woman not only refrained from inciting violence, but also approached him calmly and unaccompanied, realized that with a mere flick of his blade, he could sever her head from her body, a deed he had executed effortlessly before. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to act. An inner voice fervently warning him against taking action, lest he live to regret it. Why? Kono was perplexed. Did it imply a lack of fear of fire? Who could possibly be unafraid of flames, unless they were divine? Daenerys smiled, extending her hand to grasp the torch from the Unsullied, but not by its base. Rather, she seized the flaming head. Kono watched in astonishment as her delicate hand plunged into the fire. The anticipated cries of agony did not arise, nor did the scent of roasting flesh waft through the air. She appeared to hold a mere cold stick, exhibiting no signs of distress. Kono was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Uncontrollably, he dismounted, compelled to draw closer for a better view. Yet before he could approach too closely, the flames leaped, singeing his beard. The searing sensation hit him, prompting him to hastily extinguish the flames licking at his facial hair. Within mere seconds, his once lengthy beard was reduced to a charred mess. Yet he remained unfazed, staring incredulously at the woman who held the torch, then back at her face, as if verifying whether she was merely feigning resilience. However, such a feat was evidently impossible. No one could maintain composure under such torment. The burning of his own beard was a testament to the pain he understood all too well. Chapter 37. The Unusual Cannibal. Are you truly unafraid of fire? Kono felt his legs weaken, struggling to suppress the urge to kneel and worship. Daenerys smiled with a sense of pride. I have proclaimed myself a descendant of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, with true dragon blood coursing through my veins. How could I possibly fear fire? Time and again, Daenerys emerged from the flames, conquering the Dothraki, who now follow her. She believed this instance would be no exception. The ancestors of the Dothraki held this belief in the highest regard, a notion that has persisted through the ages. Now tell me, do I possess the right to restore the glory of old Valyria? Indeed, in this world, no one is more entitled to this than you. Quisqueo felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, exhilarated by his earlier restraint. Not only he, but also the warriors behind him, were captivated by Daenerys's prowess in fire. Who could fear flames if not a deity? If she were unworthy of reconstructing Valyria, then no one else could claim such a right. Once, Daenerys desired only the Iron Throne and dominion over the Seven Kingdoms, but her aspirations had transformed. Westeros alone felt too small. She aimed to encompass Essos as well. Only then would her ambitions be grand enough, glorious enough. Thus, under the banner of restoring the Valyrian Empire, many would undoubtedly rally to her cause, and her lineage, her name, ensured that no one else in this world was more legitimate than she. Jon Targaryen could not compare. He lacked the ability to command fire and would perish if engulfed in flames. This was the foundation of Daenerys's confidence. Her bloodline was purer than any other. Now, do you wish to fight once more, or will you yield to me? You have the freedom to choose between these two paths. Upon hearing this, Quisqueo hesitated no longer. He brandished his blade across his chest and knelt, pledging his loyalty to Daenerys. The Quisqueo tribe willingly submitted to Queen Daenerys, vowing to fight for her until death. Finally, Quisqueo lowered his proud head, his crimson eyes softening with an emotion rarely seen, gentleness. Daenerys was immensely satisfied, having acquired a Dothraki tribe without shedding a single drop of blood. With the addition of 7,000 cavalry, her forces swelled to nearly 40,000. She gathered the old, the weak, and the women and sent them back to Astapor, where they would be welcomed. Of course, this was only a temporary refuge. Once she had conquered the city-states along the banks of the Rhoyne, All would disperse to live within the cities, a life that promised stability and prosperity. Thus, Daenerys executed her first step flawlessly, and the path ahead would only lead to further growth. The vast Dothraki plains were on the brink of an unprecedented unification. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, having rejected the proposal of the Lord of Light, discovered that the castle held no survivors. He explored every corner of the castle, uncovering numerous experimental records and processes documented by fire sorcerers. Zhang Xian realized that the research of these fire sorcerers was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he had discovered the reason behind the two ghouls that could sense fear. According to the records of the pyromancers, ghouls are merely undead beings. However, upon infection with the grayscales disease, an exceedingly rare number of ghouls may undergo distinct mutations. The majority of ghouls are immune to the grayscales virus, as their skin has long since decayed and their internal organs, along with their brains, have ceased to exist. Yet, after extensive trials and experiments, the pyromancers discovered that newly turned ghouls, those who have been ghouls for less than a year, exhibit a remarkable compatibility with the grayscales virus. This phenomenon occurs because the skin of these ghouls has not completely rotted, and their internal organs remain relatively intact, thus providing a viable environment for the virus. Nevertheless, calculations from experiments indicate that such instances of compatibility between new ghouls and the grayscales virus occur in less than 1 in 1,000. The precise distinctions between these individuals and their ordinary counterparts have yet to be elucidated. The pyromancers speculate that this may relate to the bloodline of the ghouls during their human life, specifically, that they possessed a rare or unique lineage. However, this conjecture remains unverified. Zhang Xian encountered two ghouls that had wandered forth. Initially timid, these ghouls regained their former bravado upon seeing Zhang Xian, swaggering out of the room towards the enticing scent of flesh and blood. When he found them, the two ghouls were voraciously devouring the corpse of a recently deceased pyromancer. The allure of fresh meat proved irresistible. However, before they could satiate their hunger, an overwhelming aura of pressure manifested before them. This formidable presence, shared among the undead, instilled a deep-seated fear and tremor within them, resonating from their very bloodlines. Zhang Xian was perplexed, despite his efforts to suppress his own aura, the moment he arrived. Even before the ghouls raised their heads to see him, they began to tremble instinctively. Can they sense my presence? Zhang Xian's curiosity piqued. Initially intent on dispatching them with ease, he now considered the prospect of retaining them. After all, they might prove useful. He decided to test whether he could assimilate them. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured two ice spikes and directed them toward the ghouls. These ice spikes bore no offensive power. They merely contained a fragment of Zhang Xian's magical essence, easily manipulable by ordinary beings. This occasion, however, differed significantly from his previous attempts to control other ghouls. Previously, he felt a formidable repulsion as his power entered their bodies, which instantaneously expelled his influence. Yet now, while that repulsion lingered faintly, it was markedly diminished, allowing him to effortlessly regain control over the ghouls. He succeeded. It seems these two ghouls must possess some extraordinary talent or bloodline from their former lives. The two ghouls, ensnared by ice spikes, no longer feared Zhang Xian. Instead, they raised their heads, their vacant eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion as they gazed upon him. Zhang Xian, intrigued by these creations of the fire sorcerers, decided to retain them for the time being, curious to observe any future developments. Subsequently, Zhang Xian lingered for over a month in the ruins of Valeria, transforming nearly every visible grayscaled patient he encountered into his subordinates. The number of grayscaled patients wandering the ruins dwindled, all having been consolidated under his command. It was evident that these patients were products of the Light King's design, and having rejected him, Zhang Xian was determined to thwart his plans. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of those plans, he was certain that these grayscaled individuals would prove useful. With their utility established, it was prudent to integrate them into his ranks. Once the area was devoid of grayscaled patients, Zhang Xian set his sights on his next destination, the Sea of Smoke. He yearned to discern the nature of the sea monsters lurking within and whether they could be recruited. Chapter 38. The sea monsters of the smoke. See a dragon soared through the skies above the Sea of Smoke, bearing a tall young man upon its back. From this lofty vantage, the surface of the sea appeared to exude visible wisps of smoke, reminiscent of steam rising from boiling water. Once terrestrial, this region was part of the Valeria Peninsula, but the violent eruptions of the 14 fire peaks had caused the land to sink, allowing the sea to encroach, a testament to the devastation wrought by that calamity. Though the dragon possessed fire attributes, even in its undead form, It dared not engage the sea monsters in combat. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Zheng Xian left the dragon on land, plunging into the depths of the smoke sea himself, intent on making contact with these creatures. Much like the grayscaled patients, these sea monsters surely had a purpose to fulfill or guardianship to maintain. The waters of the smoke sea differed from those of the outside world, exhibiting a viscosity several degrees higher than normal seawater. Standing at the shoreline, Zheng Xian scooped up a handful of seawater, which flowed through his fingers with the consistency of beaten eggs. Yet, this posed no concern, whether ordinary seawater or that of the smoke sea. They could not approach him in the slightest, should he will it. As he stepped into the sea, the water parted around him as if guided by an unseen hand, flowing past his sides without dampening even a corner of his garment. As the water deepened, he found himself enveloped, surrounded by the sea, save for a circle of dry space around him, akin to the legendary water-repellent beads that allow free movement within the ocean. In the surrounding darkness, Zheng Xian's consciousness was unrestrained, unlike in the fog of the ruins. At the seabed of the smoke sea, his awareness expanded, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Within this span, no sea monsters were detected. However, he did uncover the sound waves employed by the creatures for communication. A series of inaudible infrasonic waves traversed the ocean depths, facilitating communication among colossal sea creatures. Zheng Xian, however, was left in the dark regarding their meaning. No matter his prowess, he could not comprehend the language of beasts. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the intelligence and memory of these titanic sea monsters rivaled that of humankind. He could easily employ soul-searching techniques on them. What mattered most was to swiftly locate one of these creatures. Transforming into his spectral form, Zheng Xian unfurled his wings and hastened toward the source of the infrasonic waves. Before long, a gargantuan silhouette materialized in his consciousness, a massive saber-toothed shark, stretching 500 meters in length, with a head width of 100 meters. Such a colossal shark was a sight Zheng Xian had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. At that moment, the saber-toothed shark remained oblivious to Zheng Xian's approach, as the distance was too great and Zheng Xian's size too insignificant to raise any alarm. However, Zheng Xian's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 1 kilometer gap, arriving before the shark. Although his stature was minuscule in comparison, the terrifying aura emanating from him instilled fear in the shark. The saber-toothed shark, nonetheless, had its own mission to fulfill. It understood the dire consequences of failing its master. Even if this diminutive figure appeared formidable, thoughts of its master compelled it to take the risk and engage in battle. Yet, the shark vastly overestimated its own capabilities. Just as it mustered the courage to open its cavernous maw and unleash its innate skills to devour this strange entity, Zheng Xian merely raised a hand, rendering the shark utterly immobile. Regardless of its efforts, the creature found itself powerless against him. It could only watch helplessly as Zheng Xian leaped onto its forehead, steadied himself, and placed his palm gently upon its crown, uttering the words, "Soul Search." In less than 5 seconds, the saber-toothed shark succumbed to Zheng Xian's binding power, allowing him to conduct his soul-searching. Indeed, the shark was an intelligent being, having lived for over 18 centuries in these waters, retaining memories since its inception. It served a master, whose identity remained a mystery to it, though Zheng Xian recognized him as the King of Light. This master had instructed the shark never to venture beyond the mists of the ocean, to vigilantly guard this domain, and to eliminate any intruders. He had awakened the shark's intelligence and bestowed upon it a unique skill, devour, enabling it to consume any creature smaller than itself, thus growing in size with each consumption. The area it guarded was a submerged archway, a place it dared not approach, for its master forbade it. Its only duty was to patrol the vicinity, preventing all other creatures from coming near. Having acquired the answers he sought, Zheng Xian lingered no longer. He was determined to explore the underwater archway, certain that it concealed the secrets of the King of Light. Casting aside the memory of the soul-searched, soulless, saber-toothed shark, Zheng Xian resolutely approached the location etched in the recollections of the fierce creature. However, before long, a colossal silhouette emerged within his consciousness. It was a gigantic octopus, its size far surpassing that of the saber-toothed shark. Each of its tentacles extended over 1,000 meters, suspended upside down beneath an underwater cliff. Easily overlooked if not for Zheng Xian's remarkably clear perception. The alertness of the colossal octopus was significantly superior to that of the saber-toothed shark. Almost simultaneously with Zheng Xian's discovery of it, the octopus became aware of his presence. Its soft yet powerful appendages began to reach towards Zheng Xian. and it was not difficult to imagine the catastrophic fate that would befall anyone ensnared by such a gigantic creature. The tentacles moved with astonishing speed, darting through the depths like whips. Yet, Zhang Xian was swifter. He deftly evaded the first strike before the tentacles could make contact. With a flick of his wrist, a translucent ice steel dagger materialized in his grasp. He favored the blade over swords, preferring its efficiency for slashing and ease of force application. As the tentacles launched a second assault, Zhang Xian swiftly appeared behind them, decisively bringing the blade down. The icy dagger, infused with an overwhelming chill, struck the tentacle, creating a significant gash in the 10-meter-wide appendage, with azure octopus blood gushing forth. Yet, within moments, the blood was frozen by the blade's frigid aura, congealing with the surrounding seawater into a sizable ice mass that severely hampered the tentacle's speed. The octopus, taken aback by the resilience of this seemingly diminutive adversary, prepared to extend a second tentacle for another assault, but Zhang Xian would not grant it that opportunity. He surged forward with all his speed, heading directly toward the underwater cliff, the lair of the octopus. Its massive head clung to the base of the cliff, numerous suckers adhering to the rocky surface. Sensing imminent danger, the gigantic octopus relinquished any hopes of underestimating its foe. It recognized that it had encountered a formidable opponent. All 16 tentacles unleashed in unison, a concerted effort to ensure a fatal strike, weaving an impenetrable net of appendages that descended upon Zhang Xian. Chapter 39. The doorway. The terrain of the underwater cliff was constricted, leaving Zhang Xian with limited space to maneuver. The 16 tentacles, each over 1,000 meters in length, effectively covered every possible escape route. But would Zhang Xian flee? Regrettably, he would not. As the tentacles loomed overhead, accompanied by the writhing suckers, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, causing the ordinary 2-meter dagger to expand dramatically to 20 meters in length. While the 2-meter blade was manageable for Zhang Xian's towering stature of over 3 meters, it was insufficient to sever the colossal tentacle of the octopus in a single stroke. Now he has extended the length of his ice blade to 20 meters, capable of severing tentacles with ease. Come forth and let me witness the prowess of the minions of the King of Light. With that, he brandished his 20-meter-long great sword, cleaving through the massive net of tentacles that surged toward him. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and the octopus tentacles were sliced into segments, disintegrating into chaos. 16 tentacles were reduced to hundreds of fragments. Zhang Xian's blade was simply beyond the capacity of the octopus's corporeal form to withstand. With the great sword in hand, a sinister grin spread across Zhang Xian's face. Do you think you can escape? Is there still time? The colossal octopus, having lost 16 of its tentacles, was now desperately flailing its remaining limbs as it attempted to swim away. Yet, without its elongated appendages, its swimming speed was severely hampered, resembling a legless individual crawling along the ground with its forelimbs. Zhang Xian leisurely pursued, effortlessly stepping upon the octopus's head. Employing the same tactic, he invoked the soul search once more. To his surprise, the guardians of the underwater archway were not limited to just the saber-toothed shark. The shark served merely as the outer sentinel, while the giant octopus was the true guardian near the archway, passing through the deepest recesses of the cliff. Behind a rock formation resembling an inverted peak, he discovered an isolated area devoid of water, akin to an overturned ship with ample space within. Zhang Xian emerged from the water, marveling at this underwater wonder. This expanse was nearly the size of half a football field, with the ground littered with fragmented bones and shells. Each step produced a crunch, shattering countless remnants beneath his feet. Most of the debris consisted of fish bones, along with some shellfish remains. On the cliff face, there stood a massive archway inscribed with the words to enter. This was in the ancient Valyrian language. Had Zhang Xian not been well-versed in knowledge, he might have struggled to comprehend the meaning of the inscription. To enter? What does that signify? Although he recognized the characters, their specific significance eluded him. Regardless of its meaning, having arrived at this juncture, he was determined to find a way inside. It was highly likely that the grand secret of the King of Light lay hidden within, as evidenced by the presence of 2 sea beasts guarding it. The archway stood approximately 15 meters high, imposing and magnificent. Zhang Xian approached and exerted all his strength to push it open, only to find it impervious to brute force. Confirming that this was a door that could not be opened by sheer strength alone, he then searched for any hidden mechanisms, yet the cliff face appeared barren, devoid of any discernible traps. However, upon soaring into the air, he discovered a handprint at the very top of the archway, which appeared similar to a human hand, albeit slightly larger than normal. Zhang Xian extended his own hand, finding that it perfectly aligned with the print in his spectral form. Was it designed specifically for me? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed implausible. The King of Light would not have provided such an overt clue if he intended to thwart him. It must merely be a coincidence. With his palm directly aligned with the handprint, he pressed down upon it, confident that whatever lay within could not harm him. Such was his unwavering belief in his own strength. As the moment of contact between the palm and the imprint arrived, a fierce, voracious pulse surged forth, greedily siphoning the magical energy from within Zhang Xian. He yearned to struggle, yet discovered himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a fraction. Zhang Xian's magical power stemmed from two extraordinary dragon crystals, seemingly inexhaustible. However, he was apprehensive about the unforeseen consequences that might arise from this situation. Ever since the two dragon crystals had fused within him, he had felt invulnerable, as though nothing in this world could threaten him. Yet, this sensation of being completely at the mercy of circumstances was entirely new. The force of the pull persisted for approximately an hour, during which Zhang Xian's magic poured forth like a raging torrent. Gradually, the suction diminished, granting him the freedom to withdraw his hand swiftly. In that moment, the door before him cracked with a sharp sound, its surface fracturing as if it were an ancient stone worn by relentless wind and sun. The 15-meter-high portal shattered into countless fragments, collapsing under its own weight. Beyond it lay an abyssal darkness, unfathomable and chilling, emanating an eerie cold that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails and roars erupted from the depths of the void, chilling Zhang Xian to the core. At that moment, he too felt the prickling terror of his own scalp. The darkness within the passage was palpable, thick as tar, prepared for the emergence of monsters. He sensed something amiss. Everything had unfolded with such eerie ease that it dulled his senses, leading him to believe it was all to be expected. Yet now, it was too late to ponder. He could only brace himself for the impending chaos. Before long, a figure emerged from the inky blackness of the passage. It resembled a humanoid form coalesced from shadows, formless and ethereal, drifting out into the open. Following it were more figures, second, third, until they surged forth in a swarm, as dense as a wasp's nest, blotting out the sky. Zhang Xian stood agape, realization dawning upon him. These were shadows. He recalled that they were the very gifts bestowed upon Stannis by the red-robed witch Melisandre, the shadow assassins that had slain Renly. To find so many shadows emerging from this passage was staggering, and they continued to pour forth, seemingly endless. The shadows hovered momentarily, not attacking him, before plunging into the water, their destination unknown. Zhang Xian wished to intervene, but found himself powerless to stop them. It dawned on him that he could not vanquish or impede these entities. If such a multitude of shadows were allowed to roam freely into the continent of Essos, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for humanity. Who could say whether these shadows would indiscriminately slay any who crossed their path? Even Zhang Xian found himself at a loss in the face of these matters, let alone the ordinary people on the mainland. It remained uncertain whether Daenerys's dragon fire would prove effective against such entities. The number of shadows that had emerged was indeterminate. It could have been as few as 100,000 or as many as 200,000, and Zhang Xian was unable to count them. Nor did he possess the inclination to try. Standing opposite the entrance, he could only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to intervene. As the shadows ceased to emerge from the tunnel, the vast underground hall once again fell into an oppressive silence. Yet, before Zhang Xian could catch his breath, a familiar voice echoed from the depths of the tunnel, aged and raspy. "Ha ha, did you think I was gone? I, Rollo, have returned, and this time, no one can stop me." Chapter 40. The madman Rollo, a frenzied and suppressed voice resonated from the depths of the tunnel, imbued with a trembling excitement that seemed on the verge of explosion. Rollo, the King of Light. In that moment, Zhang Xian comprehended everything. He realized that the true name of the King of Light was indeed Rollo. The answers to the enigmas that had plagued Zhang Xian regarding the King of Light also crystallized. The reason for the King's inability to act directly was that he was sealed within this domain. It turned out that his objective was to manipulate Zhang Xian into aiding his release, deliberately inciting his rebellious spirit, feigning a desire for collaboration to dispel any doubts, thereby solidifying Zhang Xian's resolve. What a cunning stratagem. Zhang Xian had to concede that he had been far too complacent, easily falling prey to the King of Light's machinations, believing that his aims were merely to address the plight of the grayscaled and the ghouls. Any external force paled in comparison to his own capacity for action. Zhang Xian could not help but admire the King of Light's scheming. The sound of applause resonated, echoing throughout the vast underwater expanse. The King of Light, Rollo. was indeed a master of manipulation. I, Zhang Exan, am hardly a fool, yet it is only now that I have grasped your intentions. I must admit, in this game, you have triumphed. Young one, you remain far too inexperienced. Even if you have inherited the legacy of the old gods, it cannot alter the undeniable truth of your youth. To witness and to experience firsthand are eternally disparate. Your lack of experience ensures that you cannot rival me. A hunched figure clad in a red robe emerged slowly from the tunnel, each step deliberate and resolute, exuding a dark aura with every movement. Rollo's visage was obscured beneath his hood, rendering him unrecognizable, and Zhang Xian's consciousness was unable to pierce the veil of the King of Light, who had effectively blocked all attempts at scrutiny. Curious? The King of Light offered no pretense, removing his hood. When Zhang Xian beheld the visage of the King of Light, he was genuinely taken aback. The King of Light bore an uncanny resemblance to the shadows, had he mingled among ordinary shadows. Even Zhang Xian would have struggled to discern their differences. To think that I, the illustrious King of Light Rollo, have fallen to such depths. How could I not harbor hatred within my heart? Laro's face, shrouded in a veil of darkness and smoke, emanated an infinite loathing, with a fierce glint flickering in his eyes, as if he were utterly burdened by disdain for all things. Who is it that has imprisoned you here? And what is your purpose for emerging? Zhang Xian suspected it was the elusive seven gods behind this, for he could fathom no one else possessing such formidable power. In light of the fact that you have liberated me, I shall deign to answer your question. However, before I do, I have one inquiry of my own. Speak. Tell me, should the wicked, the malevolent, face punishment? Those whose desires are insatiable, who are engulfed by their own cravings, and those who wield power with callous indifference, while the benevolent are treated as lesser beings. The order of the world ought not to be as such. My ideals are not flawed. It is the seven gods who have erred. It is this world that is in the wrong. I yearn for a new order. I seek to shatter the existing paradigm. What fault lies within me? A restless crimson light began to shimmer in Laro's eyes, his demeanor spiraling into madness, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up hatred. I say your experiences are too limited. This is not an unfounded assertion. You have only recently inherited the legacy of the ancient gods, and your followers are still too few. One day, when you stand at a height akin to mine, you will come to know and hear just how sordid and contemptible those individuals and circumstances truly are. The desires of the children of the forest are exceedingly humble. They merely wish to dwell quietly within their woodland realms. Yet the devotees of the seven gods refuse them even this modest existence. Humanity has felled every fishbean tree, nearly exterminating the children of the forest. What wrong have they committed? Slaves from all corners of the world languish in the subterranean mines of the 14 fire peaks, enduring the torment of extreme heat while engaged in the most perilous labor until they meet tragic ends. What sins have they committed? The Valyrians, driven by selfish gain, sought to enslave the entirety of the world. I obliterated Valyria. What fault lies within that? The hypocritical seven gods dare to claim that my sins are too great, that I am unworthy of divinity, annihilating my corporeal form and imprisoning me here. Yet, have they ever paused to reflect upon their own actions? They have been assimilated by humanity's insatiable desires, becoming slaves to those very cravings. They are no longer gods. Only I, the radiant King Laro, can bestow hope upon this world. I am the sole, true deity. Laro, perhaps due to his prolonged imprisonment or the absence of a confidant, or perhaps owing to the profound hatred born from the destruction of his corporeal form by the seven gods, appeared quite deranged. Yet from his narration, Zhang Xian discerned many truths. Even from the perspective of an ordinary person, one cannot categorically declare the Radiant King to be entirely in the wrong. It is undeniable that the wicked must face retribution. However, the outright slaughter of an entire empire, leaving the vast expanse of the Valerian Peninsula in a state unsuitable for human habitation even after millennia, is indeed a grave transgression. Moreover, it is evident from Laro's words that his ambitions extend far beyond mere vengeance against the Valerians. Moreover, the Undulls and the ancestors have slaughtered the children of the forest. If the continent of Westeros were to transform into the wretched visage of the Valyrian Peninsula, Zhang Xian could scarcely fathom such a conclusion. During his time on Earth, he encountered a theory asserting that the way of heaven is merciless. What is the way of heaven, you may ask? It dictates that everything must evolve in the most natural and primal form, forbidding the world from being molded into the ideal of any single individual. For doing so would strip humanity of its intrinsic spirituality. The dichotomies of good and evil, light and darkness, yin and yang, heaven and earth, are all oppositional, yet coexisting. Excessive human intervention is rarely a boon. As a deity, witnessing the wicked being punished is not a grave concern, for one individual is insignificant in the grand tapestry of existence. However, to indiscriminately obliterate an entire nation for the misdeeds of a few is a grave error. Can one truly claim that a nation is comprised solely of malevolent beings, devoid of any virtuous souls? Furthermore, humans are complex creatures, and cannot simply be categorized as good or evil. For a divine being, harboring excessive personal bias can yield unpredictable consequences. Yet, to adopt a one-size-fits-all approach, like that of Lalro, and annihilate a nation outright is profoundly misguided. Zhang Xian, however, refrained from contradicting these notions, aware that reasoning with a madman is futile. Lalro, confined for millennia, had long since reached an intellectual dead end. His current focus should be on how to reseal this lunatic. If everything were to unfold according to Lalro's desires, what difference would there be between him and the Night King? Chapter 41. The First Encounter. Little one, I perceive your thoughts. You undoubtedly disagree with my perspective, yet I shall not impose my beliefs upon others. I do not require validation. I shall simply act upon what I deem right, and that suffices. How you perceive matters is your own concern. Having spoken, he offered Zhang Xian no opportunity for retort and soared directly towards the sea. However, Zhang Xian could not permit the Light King to depart so easily. He must be retained here. Though Zhang Xian understood the difficulty of this endeavor, he was unwilling to relent without attempting it. Instantly, Zhang Xian unleashed his full aura. The form of the White Walker represented his most formidable state. The ice blade re-emerged in his grasp, and under the enhancement of ice magic, the entire underwater cavern was transformed into a realm of winter, instantly freezing the surface of the sea. Should you wish to leave, you must first inquire whether I shall permit it. Lalro had just been unsealed, and his strength was surely not at its peak. Now was the prime opportunity to re-imprison him. Should he escape, capturing him again would prove exceedingly arduous, and Zhang Xian was acutely aware of Lalro's cunning. I have stated, once I have emerged, there is no possibility of returning. No one can thwart me, not you, nor the seven gods. Dark energy surged around Lalro, and a dagger materialized in his palm. He understood that to escape, a confrontation was inevitable. He would exploit the presence of the young man before him. For regardless of the circumstances, this individual would certainly endeavor to thwart him. Since reason had failed, a battle was the only recourse. With a powerful spread of his wings, Zhang Xian harnessed the swift currents generated by their movement, momentarily elevating his speed to its pinnacle within his icy domain. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Lalro, his ice blade descending with intent, imbued with the essence of frost magic, aimed directly at Lalro's head. The clash resonated with a sharp ring as the ice blade met the dagger, neither party able to gain the upper hand. The terrifying visage of Lalro shrouded in dark mist came alarmingly close to Zhang Xian's ghastly expression. Both weapons locked in a brief standoff before they swiftly retreated to a safer distance. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged no words, resuming their fierce contest. Zhang Xian's speed was remarkable, leveraging the environment sculpted by his frost magic. His ice blade swept and slashed with abandon. Meanwhile, Lalro, relying on his agile evasion and formidable defense, adeptly parried or dodged Zhang Xian's onslaught with nothing but his dagger, narrowly escaping each strike. Amidst the swirling white mist, the silhouettes of both combatants became nearly indistinguishable. Yet Zhang Xian discerned that the King of Light, Lalro, had not yet regained his full strength, at least. His current prowess paled in comparison to Zhang Xian's. Moreover, Lalro harbored a palpable fear of Zhang Xian's ice magic, reluctant to allow the ice blade to approach his shadowy form. It was evident that the frost magic posed a threat to his very soul, compelling him to avoid its touch. In the expansive underwater cavern, the mist thickened, the air nearly crystallizing with frost. After Lalro narrowly evaded another of Zhang Xian's attacks, a sudden icy javelin flew forth from behind him. Zhang Xian employed his ice magic to launch a surprise assault on Lalro, positioning himself as the primary attacker while utilizing the surrounding environment to unleash a frigid arrow. He doubted Lalro could consistently evade such a tactic. Indeed, Lalro was caught off guard, the icy javelin piercing through his form, causing the dark mist to erupt and subsequently reconstitute itself nearby. However, Zhang Xian could distinctly sense that Lalro's vigor had noticeably diminished compared to the initial encounter. Pinned to the ground by the javelin, Lalro's body gradually reformed from the black mist. Little one, do you think this will seriously wound me or seal my fate once more? You are gravely mistaken. I merely choose to avoid the cost of confrontation. Even the seven gods cannot contend with me. let alone you. I merely toyed with you for a while, stretching my limbs. Now, I no longer wish to play. I shall spare your life this time, but mark my words. The next time we meet will be when I claim yours. I hope you grow stronger by then. Do not let our next encounter find you incapable of withstanding even a single blow from me. Until we meet again, little one. With a dismissive wave, Rollo vanished without warning. The dark mist dissipated, leaving no trace of Rollo's presence. Zhang Xian took a moment to attune himself to the surroundings, confirming that Rollo had indeed departed, slipping away right before his eyes. The methods employed by Rollo were beyond Zhang Xian's understanding, and he could not help but admire the divine techniques, feeling utterly outmatched. For the time being, Zhang Xian found himself at a loss for how to subdue Rollo. Yet the mistake has been made, and regret serves little purpose. All that remains is to seek remedies as best as one can. The immediate priority is to return swiftly to check on Daenerys, ensuring she is prepared at all times. He is uncertain whether the Lord of Light will seek to undermine his plans, for their ideologies and objectives are in conflict. And Daenerys is the most pivotal piece in Zhang Xian's strategy, indispensable in every regard. Emerging from the underwater cavern, the sea monsters have vanished, and Zhang Xian retraces his steps back to the ruins of Valyria. The grayscale patient he had transformed into a Wight still awaits his return, accompanied by two unique ghouls. Upon Zhang Xian's arrival, the ghouls regard him with an expression of reverence. Their fractured, raspy throats emit unpleasant, viscous bubble-like sounds, yet they are indeed attempting to communicate. Already able to articulate imperfect syllables, this development brightens Zhang Xian's spirits. The longer they remain as ghouls, the further they drift from their human origins. However, these two ghouls were first infected as humans, subsequently captured by a fire sorcerer and afflicted with grayscale, and now Zhang Xian has reanimated them with summoning magic. They are arguably the most complex and metamorphosed undead beings in history, and Zhang Xian is indeed curious about their eventual evolution. The fact that they can now slowly articulate human speech raises the question of whether the memories of their humanity might awaken. If so, it would certainly be intriguing. Observing their anxious expressions, unable to articulate their thoughts, Zhang Xian offers a reassuring nod. There is no need to rush. You are beginning to evolve positively. Take your time. Let it unfold naturally. Do not force it. The two eager ghouls tilt their heads in a somewhat endearing manner, as if grasping his words, albeit vaguely. Zhang Xian resolves to take these two ghouls along, to observe their development and potential for change. Now, he must return to Daenerys, primarily to assess her progress and secondly to consolidate their forces, avoiding dispersion. If R'hllor truly dares to assassinate Daenerys, even with dragons and numerous guards by her side, she would undoubtedly face death. An ordinary individual, even an undead being resurrected by Zhang Xian, could not withstand the assassination of a deity. The significance of Daenerys is self-evident. For the moment, Zhang Xian does not wish for her demise. Given R'hllor's methods, Zhang Xian can guarantee that those slain by him cannot be resurrected by summoning magic. He instructs the two ghouls to mount the dragon's back. Initially, the dragon resists vehemently. As an ancient and powerful race, how could it allow ghouls to ride upon it? However, after a series of friendly interactions, the dragon relents. Maintaining his white form, Zhang Xian senses Daenerys' location and swiftly ascends northward. Chapter 42. Divided Assault. After more than a month of relentless campaigns, Daenerys has conquered 21 Dothraki tribes, both large and small. Among the largest tribes, the population exceeds 70,000, with 30,000 able-bodied men ready for battle, constituting a formidable force on the vast plains. However, there exist more obstinate tribes within this number. The Cow tribe, for instance, is resolutely unwilling to surrender, leaving no choice but to launch a forceful assault. For Cow warriors perished beneath the dragon's flames, and the tribe, fueled by the loss of their comrades, displayed unparalleled ferocity, with every warrior fighting valiantly alongside Daenerys' forces until the last breath. The elderly, women, and children chose to end their lives, resulting in a total population of just over 20,000 for this tribe. Not insignificant, yet not overly large. The significant loss of life left Daenerys profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated the existence of such fierce tribes upon the vast grasslands. Regrettably, their stubbornness rendered them unyielding allies, thus necessitating their eradication. Daenerys is no longer the person she once was. Having experienced death, she comprehends the peril of keeping disloyal individuals close, regardless of their disregard. Such liabilities must be eliminated for her peace of mind. Presently, Daenerys' army surpasses 300,000, predominantly composed of Dothraki cavalry, with the Unsullied serving as her personal guard, ever vigilant at her side. The second sons, under the command of Dario, have detached from the combat ranks to manage logistical affairs, overseeing the transport of supplies and escorting Dothraki women and children into the cities. The immense army imposes a substantial strain on food resources, with 300,000 mouths to feed daily, leading to significant consumption figures. Fortunately, through continuous conquests, the number of subjugated tribes has increased, prompting Daenerys to revise her strategy. By utilizing the territory she currently holds as a foundation, she seeks to expand outward, ensuring that her forces remain anchored and that the women and children have sustenance. Astapor, being the closest to the Dothraki plains, serves as a crucial logistics hub for the ongoing war. Dothraki women and children are welcomed into the city, and the second sons facilitate the delivery of provisions from Quarth and Yunkai to the front lines, establishing a productive cycle. While this approach may exert some temporary pressure on the three cities' food supplies, such challenges are fleeting. An increase in population will inevitably enhance productivity, revealing the advantages of a larger populace in due time. The Grand Army marches forth, with scouts perpetually entering and exiting, providing intelligence from various fronts. After collating this information, it is presented before Daenerys. Your Majesty, I believe we have reached a juncture where we should divide our forces, proposes Dario. With 300,000 troops, we could split into 3 contingents of 100,000 each, led by myself, General Gregor, and Queshkeo, advancing toward the east, west, and north respectively. This would significantly enhance our efficiency and conserve time. Dario, with a superior grasp of warfare strategy and a broader perspective, makes this proposal, though Gregor's virtues are undeniable, his loyalty, obedience, and formidable capabilities ensure that when Daenerys directs him eastward, he will not waver toward the west. As for Queshkeo, the first of the Kalas to submit, Daenerys granted him considerable authority, appointing him as the lieutenant to call Gregor and commanding the Dothraki cavalry. Queshkeo's imposing presence epitomized the Dothraki ideal of strength, a robust physique, a beard cascading to his chest, and braids that reached his waist, all signifying his unbroken record of victories prior to his allegiance to Daenerys. Many Dothraki who yielded to Daenerys did so primarily out of respect for Queshkeo, often requiring no miraculous demonstration from her. When the army advanced, Queshkeo's mere appearance diminished the fighting spirit of many Kalas. Upon learning that surrender would spare their lives, they acquiesced with little resistance. Recognizing the value of such a capable subordinate, Daenerys was generous in bestowing upon him further powers. I concur with Dario's counsel, with the army's numbers swelling. Dividing the forces of 100,000 would suffice to conquer the majority of tribes. Furthermore, such a strategy would alleviate the strain on our supplies, for the tribes we conquer possess ample provisions. This way, we could sustain ourselves through warfare, rendering external support from Astapor nearly unnecessary. Gregor also endorsed Dario's plan and offered his encouragement. Daenerys was aware that the sheer size of her forces might impose significant pressure on Astapor. An army of 300,000 assaulting a tribe of merely a few thousand meant that much of her military might would go unutilized, and the provisions from the conquered tribe would surely not suffice for such a vast number. After a brief deliberation, she acquiesced to Dario's proposal. Indeed, Dario proved himself worthy of his title as Hand of the Queen, displaying keen insight. However, I must emphasize the importance of preserving the vital forces of the tribes. Our objective is not merely territory, but the populace. As long as the resistance is not fervent, we should strive to minimize casualties. Additionally, I invite recommendations for capable Kalas. Our nascent state is in urgent need of talent to bolster our ranks. Indeed, Daenerys found herself in dire need of skilled individuals prior to her campaigns against the Dothraki. She had but 2 trustworthy allies. Yet, as she conquered more of the Dothraki, she discovered that numerous Kalas were both formidable and competent. Each Khal, leading thousands, could not have risen to their position without merit. The Dothraki system is not one of inheritance, but rather one where the capable rise to prominence. An aging Khal will inevitably face challenges from subordinates, and should he falter, he falls from grace, becoming an ordinary Dothraki. Much like the lion pride, where the aging king is eventually supplanted by a younger, vigorous lion, this natural order holds true among the Dothraki tribes. A force of 300,000 cannot be commanded by merely 2 individuals. It necessitates a structured hierarchy of grassroots, mid-level, and senior officers, ensuring orders are executed effectively and efficiently. Including the highest-ranking officer, Queshkeo, there are currently 18 cows within the military, each occupying various ranks. However, this number still appears insufficient. It is imperative to select and promote capable individuals to reinforce the ranks of junior officers. The battlefield serves as the finest training ground, and Daenerys is confident that through the crucible of war, the potential of these Dothraki will not be diminished. All that is required is time for refinement. She instructed her 3 trusted generals to organize the troops and divide them accordingly. Alone in the meeting hall, which is essentially a vast tent serving as Daenerys' central command, separated by a partition for her personal quarters, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her post-discussion. Just as she contemplated resting, a voice from deep within beckoned. Come forth on the back of a great dragon. There are matters of great significance. Was this not the voice of her master? Had he not gone on an errand? Why would he suddenly seek her out with news of great importance? Whatever it was, it must indeed be monumental. Daenerys did not dare to delay. She hastily exited the tent, informed the unsullied guards stationed at the entrance, and swiftly mounted Drogon, soaring towards the direction her heart indicated. Chapter 43. Jon Targaryen. As Daenerys rode Drogon into the skies, the vast army below gradually diminished to the size of ants, passing through the clouds until the ground was entirely obscured. At that moment, her master, Zhang Xian, appeared directly above her. Zhang Xian had transformed back into his human form, riding the ice dragon Viserion, casting a commanding gaze upon Daenerys from his elevated position. Find a suitable place to converse, Zhang Xian instructed before veering towards a barren mountain peak in the distance. Daenerys promptly followed, landing atop the mountain alongside him. Master, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? She inquired respectfully, gazing up at his towering figure. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Xian stood at the edge of the precipice, his expression grave. There is a matter of great importance. Are you familiar with the Lord of Light? Daenerys pondered briefly before responding. I am aware. He is the deity worshipped by the Red Priestess, endowed with many extraordinary abilities. Daenerys was no ordinary individual. She possessed knowledge of many secrets unknown to others and had witnessed the powers of the Red Priestess, thus holding a degree of belief in the existence of the Lord of Light. Exercise caution in the coming days. I will disguise myself and remain close by. Additionally, send some scouts to Westeros to gather intelligence. Report any unusual occurrences immediately, he instructed. Understood, Master. You need not refer to me as Master any longer. You may call me New King. I will accompany you back shortly, but we must avoid public appearances, and you should refrain from taking risks personally. I suspect you may become one of the targets for an assassination by the Lord of Light. Zhang Xian then recounted his recent journey to Valyria, including the incident of allowing the Lord of Light to escape. Daenerys' expression turned pale upon hearing this revelation. How could she, of all people, become the target of an assassination by a deity? In that moment, I was left pondering whether to feel honored or to be filled with trepidation. Furthermore, the Lord of Light harbors a profound enmity towards both the Undul descendants and the First Men. Should his animosity lean more towards the Unduls, his first course of action would be to venture to Westeros. Conversely, if his ire were directed more towards me, he would likely seek you out first. However, I surmise he may indeed prioritize Westeros, for although I have wounded him, I also granted him his freedom, and his strength has yet to be restored to its zenith. At this juncture, he would not pose a threat to me. If I were in his position, I would seek to trouble the Unduls first. Daenerys nodded, recalling his assertion that the Seven had destroyed his corporeal form and sealed him away. The Unduls, not only fervent devotees of the Seven, had also decimated the children of the forest. For whichever reason, it seems more fitting that he would first target Westeros. Once there, he would lose his threat and find it easier to regain his power. Hence, I urge you to dispatch more spies to Westeros to gather intelligence. Should any news regarding the Shadow arise, inform me at once. Daenerys remained unaware of the Red Priestess's manipulation of the Shadow to assassinate King Balon. Thus, she could not fathom the Shadow's true nature. Yet, the ability to strike down their king, Balon, amidst countless foes attests to the fact that this entity cannot be thwarted merely by caution. Very well, I understand. I shall return to make the necessary arrangements. You may head back. I have my own means of concealment. If the Lord of Light learns of my return, he might not act immediately. Let us not stir the grass and alert the serpent. We shall pretend to remain oblivious and proceed as planned. Indeed, Daenerys acquiesced and mounted her dragon, soaring back to the camp to continue her endeavors. According to the strategy, she would divide her forces into 3 and march towards the conquest of the entire Dothraki Sea. Westeros, King's Landing. 2 months have passed since that monumental battle, and Jon Targaryen has rallied the nation's resources to rebuild King's Landing. 2 months prior, the city lay in ruins, with scarcely a handful of intact structures, even the royal palace reduced to rubble, and the Iron Throne melted into molten iron by Drogon's fury. Yet, Through the collective efforts of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, a remarkable reconstruction has taken place. Over the past 2 months, King's Landing has undergone significant transformation. At the very least, the palace has nearly been restored, and the various noble houses within the inner city have begun to regain their order. The impoverished districts, having suffered less devastation compared to the affluent areas, were intentionally spared by Daenerys, who understood that the massacre of the wealthy and officials would inflict greater anguish upon Cersei than the plight of the poor. Moreover, the wildfire from the past was primarily buried within the inner city, where the devastation wrought by dragonfire and wildfire left the wealthy district in shambles. Now, after the concerted efforts of hundreds of thousands over 2 months, the streets and buildings of King's Landing have largely returned to a semblance of normalcy. The newly constructed edifices are grander and more vibrant, and the palace has adopted a design reflecting Tyrion's recommendations rather than reverting to its former style. Jon, as the newly crowned monarch, it is unwise to indulge in excessive luxury at this juncture. The palace should first be restored in its appearance and structural integrity. The interior can be addressed gradually. It is imperative to instill confidence in the lords and citizens of King's Landing and the 7 kingdoms, demonstrating that the new king is not a profligate individual. In this time of reconstruction amidst calamity, you must lead by example. Jon wholeheartedly endorsed Tyrion's proposal. He himself is not driven by insatiable desires. His upbringing as a bastard has granted him a profound understanding of human nature. Presently, the palace remains adorned with dark, unrefined stones, revealing the absence of meticulous craftsmanship. Aside from the council chamber, which holds some semblance of dignity, even Jon's chamber lacks windows. Fortunately, King's Landing is situated in the south, where the climate is temperate. Had this been in the north, in Winterfell, he would have likely succumbed to the freezing cold. Observing King's Landing gradually regain its vitality and flourish brings Jon great joy. He harbors feelings of guilt and remorse towards Daenerys, yet he does not experience regret. His actions are aimed at ensuring that the 2 continents no longer suffer the ravages of war, preventing tragedies akin to those witnessed in King's Landing from recurring, and safeguarding the lives of countless common folk. Even in the face of scorn, he remains resolute in his choices. He often reassures himself that had he not delivered that fateful speech, how much better it would have been. Indeed, it was Daenerys, standing before a ragged palace and an army of hundreds of thousands, who articulated those words in the presence of the Unsullied, igniting Jon's resolve to act against her. He had no inkling that his beloved, who also happened to be his aunt, harbored such grand ambitions. The visceral fear he felt upon first hearing her intentions is a sentiment only he can truly comprehend. If he had not intervened, it is likely that no one could have halted Daenerys. In the stillness of the night, Jon frequently dreams of Daenerys, of her gentle nature, her domineering spirit, and the iron grip she holds over vast lands, leaving devastation in her wake. He believes his actions are just. Is it not preferable for Westeros to be on the path to stability, flourishing in peace and prosperity? Why must there be such overwhelming ambition? Reclining in his modest chamber upon a rather unadorned bed, Jon gazes at the night sky outside, lost in contemplation. Chapter 44. The Possession at Midnight. The once bustling King's Landing has succumbed to silence. The reconstruction efforts are nearing completion, yet they encompass only the main structures and basic framework. To restore the former splendor of King's Landing will require no less than a year or 2. During the day, the populace toils under strenuous labor, and at night, they sleep soundly, unaware that an unexpected visitor has arrived in the city. A shadow blends seamlessly into the night, traversing the darkened streets. Not even in the current tumultuous circumstances of King's Landing, nor during its heyday, would anyone have noticed this shadow, for it is the King of Light, a divine presence. In the royal castle, the Lord of Light discovered Jon Targaryen's chamber. Silently, he crept through the windowless frame, arriving at the bedside of the newly appointed guardian of the 7 kingdoms. Should he successfully seize Jon's body, the 7 kingdoms would be at his command. This realm, a product of numerous compromises, alliances, and wars between the Undulls and the First Men, represented a sordid union of humanity that ought never to have existed. If he could claim dominion over it, its annihilation would be effortless. He could command Westeros to amass an army and launch an offensive against Essos. The continent of Essos, having languished since the fall of the Valyrian Empire, has yet to witness the rise of any formidable civilization, remaining mired in a system of slavery that lags far behind the 7 kingdoms of Westeros in terms of cultural advancement. With a strategic plan in mind, R'hllor hesitated no longer and lunged towards the recumbent Jon. Just as he was about to invade Jon's body, the seemingly slumbering Targaryen unexpectedly sprang to life, leaping upright with a Valyrian steel sword in hand, striking towards R'hllor. This unforeseen turn of events caught Lawler off guard, as the sword pierced through him. Valyrian steel is no ordinary blade, forged from the finest or enriched with Valyrian fire magic. It is, in essence, a magical weapon. Although the fiery sword inflicted some damage upon the Lord of Light, it was minimal, far less than the harm caused by Zhang Exion's ice blade. For over 2 months, Jon had endured sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of Daenerys, her hair disheveled as she questioned his heartlessness. Having taken the life of his beloved with his own hands, Jon suffered a tremendous psychological blow. Thus, from the moment the light being entered the room, Jon had sensed its presence, biding his time for a singular fatal strike. Yet, he never anticipated that his Valyrian steel sword would fail him for the first time, unable to sever this malevolent creature of darkness. Unbeknownst to Jon, the shadowy figure before him was none other than the infamous Lord of Light, Lawler. Had he known, he would not have acted so rashly, but would have called for reinforcements at once. "Jon, why are you still awake at such an hour? Late nights are not the behavior of a good child." Lawler's voice dripped with mockery, akin to a gentle elder chastising a wayward youth. Jon felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this entity speak, recognizing his name. He opened his mouth to summon aid, only to be shocked to find himself utterly voiceless. Clutching his throat, fear finally blossomed in Jon's eyes. "Useless. Do not dare to attempt escape from my grasp. To be chosen by me is indeed a privilege, mere mortal. Surrender your life to me." Rollo spread his arms wide, resembling a figure awaiting the return of a beloved child, ready to envelop them in an embrace. Jon found himself utterly immobilized, voiceless, akin to a lamb led to slaughter. A feeble light flickering in his eyes. He was but a mortal, albeit a king, yet in the presence of Rollo, the Lord of Light, he bore no semblance of resistance. The dark mist approached Jon gradually, its pace neither hurried nor slow, devoid of any joy or excitement that might accompany impending success. All of this lay within its grand design. Without surprise, how could there be delight? Soon, the dark mist merged with Jon's very being, the two becoming one, leaving no trace of anything but Jon's corporeal form. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his body rigid, convulsing as if undergoing some cruel torment. Yet, in due course, the convulsions ceased and his body relaxed, as though nothing had transpired at all. Rising slowly from the ground, Jon dusted himself off and tidied his slightly disheveled hair. After completing these actions, the corners of his mouth curled upward as he approached the bedside. Gazing out at the moonlit night, how splendid it is to once again possess a corporeal form. The following day, dawn broke. The city of King's Landing, which had slumbered through the night, stirred back to life, its inhabitants rising to partake in their morning meals. The reconstruction of King's Landing was still underway, with a day filled with laborious tasks awaiting them. However, unbeknownst to all, their revered king, the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon Targaryen, an illustrious leader with the promise of greatness, had undergone a profound transformation. The turmoil of war had only recently subsided, and the lords of the Seven Kingdoms had yet to return to their respective domains, as King's Landing still required their aid. The lords contributed their wealth and strength, resources gravitating toward the city. While the lords remained present, King Jon Targaryen summoned all to convene in the royal council chamber. Among the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, several had witnessed a change in leadership. For instance, the Baratheon family, once usurpers, had seen the demise of the three brothers, Robert, Stannis, and Renly. Robert's son, Joffrey, born of the incestuous union between Jaime and Cersei, ultimately succumbed to poison, leaving the Baratheon line extinguished, bereft of heirs. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Robert Baratheon did have a descendant. He bore the same dark hair and brown eyes as Robert, a faceless man, the mightiest assassin, Arya Stark's sole companion, a blacksmith. However, apart from Cersei, no one knew he was Robert's illegitimate son, and now that Cersei was deceased, his identity lay buried in obscurity. Thus, the Stormlands conferred rewards upon the loyal Mormont family, also known as Yora's kin. Now, the prominent lords and their representatives have gathered, including the current head of House Lannister, Tyrion Lannister, who serves as the hand of the king, and the head of House Tyrell, Mace Tyrell, who has replaced Peter Baelish as the master of coin. Jon is aware that this opportunist is driven solely by self-interest. However, he has no choice, for House Tyrell possesses immense wealth and a formidable military presence. To maintain stability in the Riverlands, he decides to employ this cunning old fox, Mace. Additionally, there is Marcus Arryn, the knightly minister sent by House Arryn, who is a direct descendant of the family but is not in line for succession. From Dorne, there is the representative, Oberyn Martell, who oversees all matters pertaining to Dorne and King's Landing. Finally, There is his former sister, Sansa Stark, an ambitious woman. Jon has gathered everyone today for an important discussion. What significant matter is to be deliberated? Tyrion, as Hand of the King, inquires first. Seated upon the newly forged Iron Throne, Jon surveys the assembly and speaks slowly. Mobilize the troops. Prepare for war. Chapter 45. The speech Prepare for War? The mere utterance of King Jon's command ignites a fervor among the lords, as the nation has only just begun to taste peace, a time for recuperation. This moment is certainly not opportune for rekindling conflict. Those who once held high hopes for Jon now question whether ascending to the Iron Throne has unleashed an insatiable thirst for power within him. Such a stance seems reckless and militaristic. Jon, whom do you intend to declare war upon? Regardless of the adversary, now is not the time, Tyrion advises earnestly. Indeed, brother, especially concerning the north, which has suffered greatly. After battling the White Walkers and then laying siege to King's Landing, the northern houses are nearly drained. They can scarcely muster any forces, Sansa responds gravely. Even if Jon desires to conscript troops, as a northern lord, she will not yield a single soldier. The north has already sacrificed enough. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. The Seven Kingdoms have only just emerged from conflict. The nation is sorely lacking in manpower. Moreover, financially, King's Landing is already in deficit, relying on the support of the lords for reconstruction funds. Engaging in war would be beyond our means, Mace Tyrell remarks. His aged face contorted with concern, his disheveled hair standing on end from agitation. House Arryn is willing to fight for the king, interjects the knight from House Arryn, countering the tide of dissent, asserting the Vale's unconditional support for Jon. Jon glances at the knight from House Arryn, surprised to find someone willing to stand by him. After all, even his staunchest supporters, Tyrion and once his sister Sansa, oppose him now. The reason is simple. The Arryn family has undergone a dramatic transformation. Following the demise of Lysa Tully and Robin Arryn, the Arryn family's branch leader, Roberson Arryn, has taken control of the Eyrie. The Knights of the Vale, who once aided Jon in securing victory during the Bastards' War, played a pivotal role in restoring House Stark to Winterfell. A profound friendship blossomed between Jon and Roberson, thus solidifying the ownership of the Eyrie in the wake of Jon's ascension. Now, irrespective of the challenges ahead, the Arryn family has pledged unwavering support to Jon, viewing it as a form of repayment. Moreover, the Vale remained neutral throughout the two recent conflicts, refraining from aiding either Cersei or Daenerys, which has allowed them to preserve a significant fighting force. Even now, they could muster a considerable number of recruits if needed. Consequently, Marcus Arryn, under the guidance of his cousin Roberson, has chosen to unconditionally support the newly crowned King Jon. Following the spokesperson's declaration from the Vale, any dissenters fell silent. Indeed, with the new king just assuming his throne, this may merely be a test of loyalty to see who would stand by him, even in the face of such unreasonable demands. Your Majesty, may I inquire whom we are declaring war upon, and the rationale behind it? Cautiously asked the Dornishman, Grain Martell, who was reluctant to take a definitive stance for or against. Laro observed the reactions of those present, feeling more assured of his position. He understood that Jon's recent coronation left his authority somewhat precarious. Thus he aimed to seize this opportunity to bolster his own prestige. Mere tokens of favor would not sway anyone. He needed sufficient resolve and formidable military strength as a foundation to solidify his reign. After all, his ambition was to dismantle the Seven Kingdoms, and before embarking on such a monumental endeavor, he required a stable position. Otherwise, he risked ending up like the Mad King. Forsaken by all, Laro composed his expression to feign helplessness. I acknowledge your arguments are quite valid. Yet I am compelled to declare war for reasons of my own. You are all aware that I personally ended Daenerys' life, aiming to restore peace to the world and spare the populace from the ravages of war. However, I did not anticipate that Daenerys had survived. I believed she was doomed when I plunged the dagger into her chest. Yet, her dragon, Drogon, rescued her. Perhaps she was not entirely lifeless when he carried her away. After returning to Essos, through some unknown means, Daenerys managed to evade death and was brought back to life. Upon hearing Jon's account, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. That deranged woman had not perished. Instead, she had returned to Essos, and with her madness and ruthlessness, her resurgence and inevitable retaliation against Westeros seemed all but certain. As this realization settled in, the chamber fell into a profound silence, leaving no room for further opposition. Laro smiled triumphantly. According to intelligence gathered in Essos, Daenerys' forces are currently unifying the Dothraki plains, with her army surpassing a staggering 500,000. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 500,000? It is a force potent enough to devastate the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Upon hearing this, even Tyrion and Sansa could not suppress a shiver coursing through them. Daenerys harbors a profound hatred for Jon, who betrayed her, followed closely by Tyrion, whom she condemned to death, and Sansa, who has consistently feigned loyalty while undermining her. Now, not only is she alive, but she has also amassed such a formidable army on the continent of Essos. Should she be granted sufficient time to develop upon her return to Westeros, these 3 individuals would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Furthermore, she raises the banner of the old Valyrian Empire, aiming to restore its former glory. It is widely acknowledged that no force in Essos can rival her. The region resembles a collection of scattered fragments. If she succeeds, Westeros would become akin to a fish on a chopping block. A unified and powerful Essos would be an adversary against which Westeros could not contend. Now, does anyone still oppose my call to arms, if you are willing to embrace annihilation? As Lorelho's words echoed, silence enveloped the assembly until Tyrion broke it. I support this. He recognized what was advantageous and detrimental to his own interests. I too support this, Sansa added, her unease palpable until Daenerys was dealt with. The Arryn family has always stood by you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we must engage in battle. I support you. I too support you, Your Majesty. Lorelho surveyed the assembly with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent. We must shatter Daenerys' forces while she is still unsteady, dismantling her dreams of restoration. Everyone, return to your territories, recruit soldiers, and muster all your strength to gather as many troops as possible. We shall convene at the major ports of Dorne, King's Landing, and the Crownlands, and I intend to assemble an army of 1 million to cross the strait, trample Essos, and eliminate Daenerys. Trample Essos, eliminate Daenerys. The fervor of Lorelho's impassioned speech ignited the spirits of all present. Indeed, what is Essos? What does a force of 500,000 signify? The 7 kingdoms of Westeros have never recoiled in fear. To assemble 1 million strong, each house need only gather a mere 15,000 troops. While it may present some challenges for the 7 kingdoms, it is not insurmountable. With determination, it can be achieved. Henceforth, all lords shall return to their armies. With a maximum deadline of 1 month, as I expect to see 1 million soldiers gathered at the docks of the 3 great ports. Chapter 46. Altering plans west of the Bones Mountains on the continent of Essos. 2/3 of the vast plains now belong to Daenerys' Valyrian Empire. In the span of 2 months, Daenerys and her formidable army conquered 75 tribes, amassing a population exceeding 1 million, with a fighting force of 570,000. The Dothraki primarily inhabit the southern regions of the vast plains, where the pastures are lush and the climate more temperate, thus facilitating their nomadic lifestyle. Several major tribes are also situated in this southern expanse. Consequently, although Daenerys' forces marched northward, the Dothraki tribes encountered along the way dwindled in size, with some consisting of fewer than 1,000 individuals. Dividing her forces into 3 paths significantly expedited their campaign. 2 of these armies boasted nearly 200,000 soldiers each, while the contingent led by Kono comprised a staggering 210,000 warriors. This remarkable strength was primarily attributed to his Dothraki lineage, which made it easier for smaller tribes to yield to his command. In contrast, the forces of Gregor and Dario fell short of 200,000, owing to the staunch resistance of several tribes that preferred death over submission, resulting in considerable Dothraki casualties and a degree of combat losses. Thus, their numbers were still below 200,000. Nonetheless, such achievements brought immense joy to Daenerys. At this moment, she remained within the confines of her central command, refraining from public appearances since receiving unsettling news. Heightened awareness of her safety compelled her to exercise caution. Numerous scouts were dispatched from the cities of Karth, Astapor, and Yunkai to the continent of Westeros to gather intelligence. Although these scouts had been absent for over half a month without returning any useful information, Daenerys remained unperturbed, believing that no news was, in fact, the best news under the current circumstances. She hoped for ample time to prepare and strengthen her position, for only with formidable power could she counter the divine machinations of Rhaegar. Daenerys planned to first conquer the entirety of the Dothraki Sea before advancing westward to seize the lands surrounding the River Lorne and the coastal cities. Ultimately, she envisioned utilizing the wealth of the affluent slave masters to construct a formidable fleet and launch a counteroffensive against Westeros. This strategy had been agreed upon with her advisors, though it would undoubtedly entail further details, such as when to formally declare the establishment of an empire and the timing of her coronation, tasks that needed to be finalized before embarking on her campaign. As Daenerys scrutinized the sand table map within her tent, a raven landed at her entrance. Cawing twice, it captured her attention. Approaching the door, she retrieved the raven and unfastened the small bamboo tube tied to its leg, discovering a note within. This was the response from her spies in Westeros. Each day, several ravens would return, primarily reporting on the reconstruction of King's Landing, usually in just a few words. However, today's raven was different. The note was larger than usual and densely filled with tiny letters, prompting Daenerys to recognize that it contained significant news. Holding the note, she began to examine it meticulously. As she read, Daniela's brow furrowed ever deeper, astonished by the contents before her. The 7 kingdoms of Westeros had begun to recruit soldiers and prepare for war. This intelligence had been relayed by a spy hidden within Dorne, stating that the Duke of Martell had commenced conscription within Dorne, amassing over 20,000 recruits in merely 3 days, with numbers continuously rising. Any able-bodied man with siblings was compelled to enlist. The spy discerned that if such conditions persisted, Dorne could swiftly muster an army exceeding 100,000. Being the closest region to Essos, Dorne's spies were the first to deliver such news. Within the following 2 days, reports from spies across the 7 kingdoms fluttered into Daniela's hands like snowflakes. Without exception, all indicated a call to arms, with the first contingent of advanced troops converging upon King's Landing. "My lady, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Xian, upon receiving Daniela's missive, emerged within the tent. His expression grave as he surveyed the plethora of information. After a moment, he set down the parchment. What a cunning strategy from the Lord of Light. A true case of using another's blade to achieve one's ends. Using another's blade? Daniela was perplexed, for she had not studied the art of war. The most efficient method for him to dismantle the 7 kingdoms was through warfare. He merely needed to inform the highborn of King's Landing that she yet lived and was expanding in Essos. One could only ponder how Jon would react. Indeed, Jon was honorable to the world, yet the only one he wronged was Daniela. As long as she lived, she would remain a persistent threat, likely robbing him of peaceful slumber. Zhang Xian suspected that Lawler had utilized some form of prophecy or divine revelation to unveil Daniela's survival, thereby inciting Jon's fears. Little did he anticipate that Lawler had directly usurped control of Jon's corporeal form. Judging by Lawler's previous tactics, this was indeed a favored method of his. However, Lawler had once been bound and without autonomy. Now that he had regained his freedom, how could he abstain from direct involvement and still savor the fruits of victory? Moreover, only by inhabiting a physical form could he gradually restore his strength. If he remained in a state of shadow, his power would forever be stunted. And you, dear Daniela, were the blade he sought to wield. Do you recall my mention of Lawler's enmity towards the Undulls and the First Men? His actions not only aimed to obliterate the 7 kingdoms, but would also effectively undermine your burgeoning influence. A mutually destructive outcome would be the ideal conclusion. Let us not forget the multitude of shadow troops that accompanied him. It seems we must alter our strategy. We can no longer linger upon the plains. We must swiftly seize coastal cities, commence troop reinforcements, and construct ships to thwart the Westerlanders upon the seas. Daniela, truly a queen of her era, quickly devised an effective countermeasure. Indeed, summon the army at once and march westward. There is no time for a gradual assault on the Lorne River. We may spare the slave masters of those city-states, provided they do not hinder our progress. Our objective is the ports of the coastal city-states. Very well. I shall attend to this immediately. The following day, Gregor, Dario, and Kaz entered Daenerys' central command tent. Upon witnessing the confidential missive in Daenerys' grasp, they were left agape with astonishment, particularly Kaz. He was unaware of the entire context, merely presuming that Daenerys aimed to restore the Valyrian Empire. Yet he had not anticipated her profound enmity with the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Your Majesty, Kaz is willing to brave fire and water for you, to raise their stone edifices and eradicate those clad in iron. Though he lacked understanding of the intricacies, he recognized that this was the queen's ambition, and thus, he would endeavor to fulfill it. The Dothraki would not capitulate easily, but once they acknowledged someone as their sovereign, they would remain steadfast unto death. Their lexicon contained no notions of cunning or betrayal, only relentless advance. Chapter 47. The Kingdom of Cotton. Daenerys was greatly pleased with Kaz's demeanor. His words evoked memories of Drogo. The Dothraki referred to the knights of Westeros as cowardly men encased in iron, mocking their sluggishness and clumsiness. The Dothraki were light cavalry, adorned in leather armor, armed with bows and scimitars, far surpassing the heavy cavalry of Westeros in agility and mobility. Yet, in close combat and defense, heavy cavalry possessed undeniable advantages. Iron armor effectively shielded against blades and strikes, with some of the most zealous heavy cavalry even outfitting their steeds in scale armor, rendering them armed to the teeth. Among them stood the likes of Ser Gregor, the Hound's brother, the Mountain. If a battle on the open plains were to ensue, it would be imperative to prevent the Dothraki from clashing directly with the heavy cavalry of Westeros, for they would find themselves at a disadvantage, Daenerys contemplated. Our grand army faces considerable challenges in traversing from the vast steppes directly through the Lorne River Basin. You must understand how avaricious those slave masters are, Dario interjected. Your reputation as a liberator of slaves has spread. Upon hearing your name, they will react like agitated cats. Moreover, without the assistance of the slave masters, we lack vessels to cross the Lorne River. Should we refuse to compromise with them, we will be compelled to launch a direct assault. Yet time is not on our side. The slave city-states of the Lorne River Basin indeed posed significant obstacles for Daenerys' forces. Originally, these city-states belonged to the Loiner, and following their defeat, many cities were set ablaze by Valyria. However, numerous cities surrendered and were thus preserved. Subsequently, with the fall of the Valyrian Empire, these city-states lost their guardians, allowing the slave masters of Slavers Bay to seize the opportunity and take control of them. They wield an immense fortune, amassed through the trade of slaves to the Valyrian Empire, profiting handsomely, while the slaves themselves serve as soldiers. Now, many former slave owners have declared themselves kings, transcending their once menial status and aspiring to greater heights. Such individuals would not easily permit a formidable army to traverse their territory. Daenerys' maneuvers on the Dothraki Sea have already captured their attention, prompting them to devise countermeasures. They have formed a coalition, the Free Alliance, and mutually signed agreements ensuring that whenever Daenerys mobilizes her forces, the nearby allies are compelled to assist. The Roine River flows majestically through Essos from north to south, its vast basin rightfully earning the title of the largest river in Essos. This fertile land is conducive to agriculture, capable of sustaining a substantial population, while the northern proximity to the Andalos Mountains, rich in iron ore, allows for the production of iron goods. Although no exceptionally powerful civilizations have emerged, the collective strength of these smaller nations is not to be underestimated. Presently, 3 significant kingdoms span the Roine from south to north, the slaveholding kingdom centered around Valyria, the kingdom of Qarth, ruled by King Mysel Harris, also Dario's father, the man he most desires to eliminate, the kingdom of Croyane, established around the ancient city of Croyane by descendants of the Lyseni, whose age-old enmity with the Valyrians precludes any notion of reconciliation, and lastly, the northernmost nascent ruins, where the slave owners have rebuilt and expanded following the complete withdrawal of the Lyseni. Nestled at the foot of the Andalos Mountains, this city finds itself hemmed in by a series of rugged mountains to the north, rendering the passage of armies nearly impossible. These 3 kingdoms do not share borders. In between, numerous smaller free city-states have arisen, independent of any overarching power, predominantly slave-holding city-states alongside a few trade city-states thriving on commerce. For individuals sat before a sand table, meticulously analyzing their options. Ultimately, under Dario's strong suggestion, they resolved to approach from the southernmost kingdom of Qarth. The southern region of Qarth boasts a seaport with a grand harbor. Capturing this location would enable them to commence shipbuilding. Securing Qarth offers numerous advantages, both strategically and personally, leaving no justification to overlook it. Although Dario had initially left in anger, he remains the son of the king of Qarth, a Harris by name. He could easily feign an apology to gain his father's trust and enter the city. Once inside, he could utilize a secret passage that leads directly into the city, the very path he once took to leave, for how else would his father have allowed him to depart so easily? When Daenerys' forces approach, he and his compatriots could act as insiders, coordinating efforts to open the city gates for the army. Once Valyria is captured, the surrounding smaller cities of Qarth will fall effortlessly, as long as the actions are sufficiently clandestine and the speed of conquest is rapid. The reinforcement troops from Cheorn will be unable to arrive in time. After all, even light cavalry units require a substantial portion of the day to traverse the distance from Cheorn to Valisa. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging to breach a heavily fortified city that remains ever vigilant in defense within that time frame. However, with an insider to open the gates and the assistance of a dragon, if the city cannot be taken in that duration, it merely indicates the incompetence of the attacking force. Are you confident? After all, your role as the hand of the queen is not a secret. I believe King Mises must already be aware of it. Dario shook his head. No, you do not understand him. My father is a man of tradition and conservatism, possessing a strong sense of kinship. In his eyes, those of his own blood are deemed highly trustworthy and worthy of significant responsibilities. This is why he would prefer to appoint a fool as his heir rather than me, his more capable second son. He believes I would, out of brotherly loyalty, assist my brother in consolidating his claim to the throne, yet he fails to comprehend the resentment that simmers within me. Daenerys gazed intently at Daario. Very well. I shall entrust this task to you. Our success depends on your efforts. Daario knelt before Daenerys. My loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. He then took her hand and gently kissed it. Go forth and act. I await the news of your triumph. He turned to Gregor and Cuz, stating, Daario will serve as our insider within the city. You shall lead an army of 560,000 to mount a fierce assault. This time, we shall concentrate our strength at a single point, striving to capture the kingdom of Cotton with utmost urgency. Rest assured, your majesty, if we fail to take Valisa, I shall present my head to you, Cuz vowed, solidifying his military oath. Gregor, too, alongside Daario and Cuz, knelt on one knee. We shall capture Valisa at all costs. Chapter 48. The return of the second Prince Valisa, a free trade city-state established by the ancient Valyrians, became the first target when Prince Galen of Chaorn launched his southern campaign, aiming for the nearest town, Sahiru. The Valyrians hastily prepared for battle, dispatching 20,000 defenders from Valisa, barely amassing a force of 30,000. However, confronted by the overwhelming might of Prince Galen's hundreds of thousands and the water sorcery of his aquatic mages, the city fell within less than a day. With Sahiru breached, Valisa became the next target. However, its defenders had been redirected to Sahiru, rendering it nearly a ghost town. Prince Galen captured it effortlessly. The Valyrians strategically abandoned Valisa, regrouping at the next stronghold, Violences, and dispatched 3 dragons to confront Prince Galen. Subsequently, after Galen suffered defeat in Volantis, the largest trading city of Valyria, the Valyrians pushed back with great vigor. Valisa, being originally a Valyrian city-state, was naturally spared from any destruction. Thus, the city of Valisa has remarkably evaded 2 calamities, with both its walls and principal structures remarkably well preserved. This fortuitous circumstance was one of the reasons the ancestors of House Harris chose this place as their capital. Presently, Valisa is fortified with an immense contingent of slave soldiers, numbering as many as 100,000, poised to counter any assault from Daenerys or to support the proud descendants of the Loiner people, led by Chaorn. Old Messies drained the last of his wine, carelessly wiping his mouth, and seized a delectable roasted fish from the table, indulging in its savory flesh. Approaching 70 years of age, Messies had gradually succumbed to the comforts of a lavish lifestyle, resulting in a portly physique. The age spots upon his face quivered with each chew. At this moment, the Harris family was partaking in a lavish luncheon, a grand array of exquisite dishes spread before them, while laughter and conversation filled the air. Messies' late wife, the queen of the Cotton Kingdom, had long since passed, and he was now surrounded by 2 lovely concubines, who occasionally offered him sweet fruits to savor. His eldest son, Valen Harris, sat at Messies' right hand. At first glance, Valen possessed a commendable appearance, with tousled golden hair, a prominent nose, and eyes that conveyed a hazy yet profound allure. Although nearing 50, his countenance bore no signs of age, a testament to years of diligent self-care. Tall and robust, he donned an elegant silk robe, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. Valen, are there any issues with the city's defenses? Messies inquired. Setting down his utensils, Valen replied, Rest assured, father. I conduct 3 inspections of the defenses daily. The guards are in high spirits, and we have deployed scouts beyond the city walls, patrolling 50 leagues outward. Should they spot any sign of the Dothraki, they will promptly return to report. Messies nodded with relief. Entrusting you with the city's defenses is both a challenge and a means for you to earn the trust of others. With Daenerys' influence expanding, our 3 kingdoms are bound to become her next targets. It is merely a matter of time. We must remain vigilant. Do not worry, father. I bear this responsibility with utmost seriousness, Valen assured. As the meal concluded, the old man's words drifted in one ear and out the other. He had fully delegated the defense matters to his trusted confidant, feeling quite at ease. His main concern was the conflict between the time required for daily patrols and his personal maintenance routine. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly participate in the inspections, Valen mused. If he did not prioritize his self-care, how could he smoothly inherit his father's throne? Observing the old man nearing 70, still thriving, with no inclination to abdicate, filled him with anxiety. If the old man were to live another decade, Valen would be 60 upon ascending the throne. Without robust health, how could he relish the opulence he had long yearned for? Curse that old man, always placing such burdens upon me. Recently, I've noticed new wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. Alas, as Wallen fretted over his own wrinkles, Dario emerged beneath the walls of Valiza. 3 men on horseback approached the city gates, accompanied by a patrol team. The soldiers atop the walls, upon seeing their returning patrol, did not immediately open the gates, but instead conducted a head count. The patrol, consisting of 10 men, had returned with 13, prompting an inquiry. Which team are you? Why do you have 13 members? The patrol leader, removing the rag that concealed his face, replied, It is I, Ismon. We encountered Prince Dario in the wild. His Highness has separated from the second sons and wishes to return to Valiza to be by his father's side. Upon hearing that it was Prince Dario, the soldiers atop the wall dared not delay. After verifying his identity, they opened the gates and allowed the patrol to enter the city. As lowly slave soldiers, they would never dare provoke Prince Dario, and in their ignorance, they remained unaware that their prince had already fallen under the sway of Queen Daenerys. This knowledge was confined to the higher echelons. Thus, Dario, accompanied by 2 attendants, easily entered Valiza, the process proving even more effortless than anticipated. As a mere private took it upon himself to open the gates without the appearance of a single commander, a soldier was dispatched at full gallop to the palace, eager to relay this momentous news to King Messes. Upon hearing it, Messes's expression shifted dramatically. Who allowed this? Why was I not informed? The messenger soldier, flustered, stammered. Your Majesty, I the soldier, nervous and unsure of the king's sudden ire, did not comprehend why the return of the second prince, who was far more capable than the first, would incite such a reaction, especially at a time of impending conflict. Forget it. How many returned with him? Did he mention his purpose? While Messes valued familial bonds, he was not a fool. The return of his estranged son, bearing such a significant identity at this critical juncture, was a matter of concern. Your Majesty, the prince brought only 2 attendants. He mentioned that life outside is perilous and that he bears grave news that could threaten the kingdom's very existence. This was relayed to the soldier by Dario himself prior to the messenger's arrival. Messes's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions before he finally instructed the soldier. Let him come to me. Yes, Your Majesty, the soldier replied, relieved, and hurried back to convey Messes's words. Meanwhile, Dario awaited outside the palace. The messenger, drenched in sweat, rushed out. Your Highness, the king requests your presence. Dario nodded, adjusted his attire, and strolled into the palace. Chapter 49. The shocking news at this moment, Messes, accompanied by Wallen and several close advisors, awaited Dario's arrival in the council chamber. Merzes wore a furrowed brow, hesitating as he contemplated the implications of his younger son's allegiance to Daenerys, a secret known to the upper echelons of the 3 kingdoms. His return, shrouded in uncertainty, could herald either fortune or misfortune. The ministers within the council chamber shared this apprehension, primarily concerned that Merz's excessive emphasis on familial bonds had rendered him susceptible to Dario's persuasive words, potentially planting a ticking time bomb within the city of Valiza. Meanwhile, Prince Valen was most troubled by the question of whether his younger brother had returned to claim the throne, ever since Dario's failed coup. Valen had enjoyed a life of ease, appearing rejuvenated by a decade. Within the hall, each individual harbored their own thoughts as they awaited Dario's arrival. With a creak, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open, and 2 guards ushered Dario into the room. Years had passed, and the elements had weathered Dario's visage, rendering him even more aged than his brother Valen. Nevertheless, his spirit remained vibrant, and a wild gleam sparkled in his eyes. Upon entering the chamber, Dario relaxed completely. At last, I have returned. This time, I shall not depart. I concede. Being the second prince has its merits, he declared, striding to the exquisite mahogany table, pouring himself a goblet of wine from a silver decanter, and drinking heartily, oblivious to the varied expressions of those around him. Merzes, do not tell me you have returned without purpose. I am not so easily deceived. Believe me when I say I could issue an order to throw you, the hand of the queen, into the water dungeon this very moment, Merzes retorted, slamming his hand against the armrest of his chair, the flesh of his face quivering in indignation. Come now, father, you know me well, as I know you. Would I have returned without a modicum of confidence? I simply wish to avoid dying alongside Daenerys, Dario replied, unfazed by Merz's fury, casually taking a seat with his legs propped on the table, reclining comfortably. Impudence. This is the council chamber. Do you not regard your father? Sit properly, Valen exclaimed, rising to chastise Dario, seizing every opportunity to attack his brother. Brother, do you not grasp my reason for returning? Our squabbles are meaningless. You shall not ascend to the throne. The kingdom of Cotton is on the verge of becoming a duchy, and it may even find itself reduced to a marquisate. Dario stated nonchalantly, continuing to lounge. His words sent ripples of shock through the council chamber. Second Prince, what do you imply? Do you predict our defeat at the hands of that woman, Daenerys? I assure you, the outcome is far from certain. If you have come to flaunt your bravado, you have chosen the wrong venue. Bellowed General Luther of the Kingdom of Cotton, rising in indignation. Dario regarded Luther with an expression of bemusement. Did you not hear my words clearly? Daenerys, that woman, will not survive for long. This time, I deceived her. I claimed that I would open the gates of Valissa, enabling her to effortlessly seize the Kingdom of Cotton. To my astonishment, that foolish woman actually believed me. Huh. Yet, if that is the case, why then do you assert that the Kingdom of Cotton shall cease to exist? Maesters inquired anxiously, echoing the concerns of all the ministers. Daenerys' enemies in Westeros are poised to strike. She should have perished in Westeros, but her dragon saved her, allowing her to escape grievously wounded back to Essos. Recently, Jon Targaryen, the new protector of the Seven Kingdoms and heir to the Iron Throne, learned of Daenerys' survival and has begun rallying forces throughout the realm. Reliable sources indicate that the Seven Kingdoms have already mustered 500,000 troops. And this is far from the end. It is rumored that Jon's ambition is to gather an army of 1 million, launching from 3 major ports, Sunspear and Dorne, King's Landing, and the port of Seagulls on the Fingers, all aimed squarely at Daenerys. One can only imagine the elite of the Seven Kingdoms, clad in iron armor and wielding long swords, disciplined and formidable. In contrast, Daenerys commands merely a few 100,000 Dothraki, a savage people lacking any semblance of order. They are absolutely no match for the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, my scheme was devised to extricate myself, with the ultimate aim of persuading the Kingdom of Cotton to surrender to the Seven Kingdoms. Though the throne may be lost, we would at least be spared the ravages of war. Submitting to Jon is not without merit. He is a benevolent sovereign who would grant you a duchy, or at the very least, a countship. You must understand that our objectives diverge. Jon seeks to eliminate Daenerys, while she desires our lands and the annihilation of House Harris. Though I once served as Prime Minister, I am also a member of House Harris, and I shall not allow her to proceed with such plans. Hence, I have returned. Is this news weighty enough, my Lord Father? Dario spoke at length, and throughout his discourse, no one dared to interject, all stunned by the revelation that the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros were indeed advancing upon them. Currently, no faction in Essos can contend with this threat. If they are resolute in their assault, the various powers of Essos, including Daenerys, stand no chance. Since the fall of Valyria, the greatest power on this continent has been the nomadic tribes east of the Bones Mountains, yet even they pale in comparison to Westeros. Is everything you say true? Old Maester's voice trembled with deep contemplation. Although he was reluctant to relinquish his current throne, he had to weigh the feasibility of surrender against the specter of death and annihilation of his lineage. It is indeed certain. If you doubt, you may dispatch scouts to Westeros to inquire further. There, recruitment is fervently underway, a grand spectacle that cannot be concealed, nor is it something I can fabricate. At the current pace, it will not take more than half a month for them to muster sufficient soldiers and construct a formidable fleet to traverse the strait and stand before you. The time for your hesitation is fleeting. Upon hearing this, Valen's wine cup shattered upon the ground. If that is the case, what have I been waiting for all these years? What have I been striving for? Merely for a title. It is imperative to understand that an independent kingdom and a noble bound to obey orders, even if a duke, are not comparable. Moreover, there is the possibility of a marquis. This revelation left Valen utterly disconcerted. Dario cast a sardonic glance at Valen, remarking, "Thus, I shall cease my ambitions. Rather than be a lord subservient to others, I would prefer to be a leisurely second son, at least able to enjoy a carefree old age. Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother?" Chapter 50. The High Council of Cotton. Dario's words undeniably resonated with everyone present. Who among us truly wishes for death when the prospect of living well exists? Westeros is vast and treacherous, and even if they were to submit, they would not establish a permanent presence here, merely a nominal allegiance. The Emperor's decrees are often ineffectual, and over time, they would revert to their original ways. However, should Daenerys come to power, the Harris family would undoubtedly face obliteration. Such a dilemma is one that any would choose to avoid. What do you plan to do next? Will you merely await the arrival of the Westerosi to greet them? While Old Maester had reigned as king for a lifetime, he could not shake the insatiable greed inherent to a slave owner, always prioritizing self-preservation. No, I have devised a plan. The second sons have followed me for many years. They are entirely loyal to me, and I shall not abandon them. I conveyed to Daenerys that I would allow the second sons to enter the city. but that was merely a tactic to placate her. Subsequently, I intend to detach the second sons from Daenerys and send them to Westeros to negotiate an alliance with the Seven Kingdoms. I believe they would be exceedingly eager to welcome another ally on this unfamiliar continent of Essos. Therefore, you intend to permit the second sons to first enter the domain of the Kingdom of Cotton? Valen's greatest concern was that his younger brother remained undeterred. He had heard of the second sons, renowned for their formidable combat prowess, capable of tenfold what one might expect, and fiercely loyal to Daario. Allowing them entry would yield more disadvantages than advantages. Daario discerned his brother's apprehensions with ease. Our second sons number merely in the thousands, and they shall not enter the city but rather circumvent it, entering the strait from the western side of the Kingdom of Cotton. If even this does not assuage your fears, I can only say you are indeed as timid as a mouse, dear brother. The emphasis on brother was laden with sarcasm. Valen gritted his teeth. His younger sibling was perpetually insufferable. I concur with the second prince's proposal. The aged Grand Maester Calicotto initially supported Daario's stance, asserting that with merely 100,000 of us, what could we achieve through defiance? Even if we were to ally with the other two great kingdoms, survival between the Seven Kingdoms and Daenerys would remain unattainable. Making a choice to align with a particular faction is the prudent course of action. Whether viewed from the perspective of long-term advantages or the survival of the royal lineage, Westeros is undoubtedly the sole correct option. Furthermore, one must not forget the descendants of the Loinai, who harbor an immense animosity towards Valyria and would never submit to Daenerys. Even in terms of potential alliances, we can only rely on Westeros. At this juncture, Calicotto felt a pang of grief and indignation. How formidable was the civilization of Essos in its heyday, when the Giscari established the city of Gisk and reigned supreme over the continent, while Westeros had yet to see the shadow of humanity, inhabited only by primitive children of the forest and giants. Even the Undulls, who were scattered and defeated in Essos, found it effortless to vanquish the native inhabitants of Westeros upon their arrival, establishing the governance of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet now, the Undulls thrive and multiply in Westeros, their powers steadily escalating, while Essos languishes in the aftermath of the Valyrian cataclysm, devoid of even a semblance of a respectable empire, a lamentable state of affairs. As a learned Grand Maester, Calicotto, with his vast knowledge and historical insight, found himself overwhelmed with thoughts, discerning how to maximize benefits through the right choices. His current subservience to Westeros was but a pragmatic measure. He was convinced that Essos would eventually birth a super-civilization, though he would not witness that day. Once Calicotto concluded his discourse, Maesters fell into contemplation. In truth, he had already begun to waver after hearing his second son Daario's words. And now Calicotto's endorsement solidified his resolve. Calicotto, being an erudite Grand Maester, carried significant weight in his words, and none present could afford to disregard him. Let it be decided then. We shall hasten the entry of the second sons. The ships capable of traversing the narrow sea are already at our disposal. No further preparations are necessary. You are correct. Our time for hesitation is running thin. Father, we cannot allow the second sons to enter. If negotiations are to be conducted, it must be through your appointed emissaries, not the second sons. Valen understood that he could not thwart his father's determination to surrender. Yet the representatives of the Cotton Kingdom and Westeros must be figures of authority, not merely the second sons. Mex nodded in agreement, for he held the same sentiment, but felt it prudent to let Valen voice his concerns. Would this arrangement suffice? You and Daario shall serve as the negotiators, and I will dispatch a contingent of guards to accompany you. Deep down, Valen wished to avoid sharing the journey with Daario, uncertain of whether his younger brother might cast him into the sea. Father, perhaps it would be best to send the Grand Maester instead. I have no experience in negotiations. Daario also opposed the notion. No, the second sons must enter, and the entire contingent must join. I cannot abandon them to remain with Daenerys. Their fate would be sealed. Mercis was acutely aware that without the protection of the second sons, the city was overrun by the Valyrian. He feared for Daario's life after his own demise, not wishing to witness his two sons turn against one another. It was imperative to provide Daario with the necessary protection. The presence of the second sons would deter the Valyrians from taking rash action. Let us cease this discussion. The most pressing matter now is to negotiate peace. I propose that the Grand Maester and Daario set sail to initiate talks, accompanied by the second sons, who will draft the terms of the negotiations. This task I entrust to the Grand Maester, and I expect a proposal by tomorrow. The Grand Maester, Calicotto, nodded slightly, indicating his readiness to undertake this responsibility. Mercis's decision was final, leaving little room for dissent from the Valyrians. The old king then turned to Daario. instructing him to ensure that his second sons enter the territory of the Cotton Kingdom, but to refrain from entering the city itself. Only those accompanying you for the negotiations should proceed. The rest must remain stationed outside. Dario understood that Mercis still harbored reservations about him, unwilling to risk placing a ticking time bomb within the walls of Valisa at such a critical juncture. Very well, I had no intention of allowing them into the city. To spare the more timid souls from undue fright, he replied, casting a sardonic glance at Valen. Valen's expression shifted between shades of anger and despair, his clenched fists betraying his fury. Just wait. What does it matter having the second sons? Once the old man is gone, I shall ensure your demise. You truly believe that 2,000 men can safeguard your life? How naive. As the assembly dispersed, each individual absorbed in their own thoughts, they set about fulfilling Mercis's directives. The news brought back by Dario heightened the already tense atmosphere in Valisa, even prompting the usually lackadaisical Valen to patrol the city walls. Watching Dario depart through the city gates with 2 attendants to meet the second sons, Valen's eyes flickered with an inscrutable glimmer. Chapter 51. Undermining the foundation. Laro appeared in Westeros. As we had anticipated, he did not seek you out first. Zhang Xian sat within the command tent, savoring sweet wine. Indeed, however, he has disseminated news of my survival, effectively restraining me while simultaneously weakening the 7 kingdoms. Daenerys nodded, refilling Zhang Xian's cup. The King of Light, the dragon, is elusive. Capturing him again after allowing him to escape previously will be no easy feat. I must take my leave for a while. During this time, you must exercise caution. I cannot guarantee that the King of Light will not strike back, but I cannot remain indefinitely. Daenerys nodded softly, understanding that the new king possessed power rivaling that of the divine, making it improbable for him to serve as her bodyguard. Rest assured, to die for the grand ambitions of the new king is an honor. Having faced death once, I find nothing to fear in it. Everything is proceeding according to plan. You may continue with the arrangements. The second sons have commenced their actions, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with me. Daenerys set forth upon her orders, yet Zhang Xian did not hasten to depart. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to delve into the annals of the past. It was imperative that he swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the Lord of Light, ensuring that it could not regain its strength. While he was not yet its equal, it would be prudent to eradicate this threat if possible. If not, he must at least create obstacles, preventing it from recklessly restoring its power. Before long, Zhang Xian found himself immersed in the past. The entity known as Rollo, having been injured by an ice blade, dissipated, and following its essence, Zhang Xian discovered that it had undergone a physical transformation with a shadow that had fled the cavern. Thus, it was by such means that it had escaped. The countless shadow armies had broken free from their confinement, not to wreak havoc, but to scatter into the far reaches of 2 continents, burrowing underground as if awaiting a summons. If the Lord of Light could endlessly transform, it would possess the equivalent of numerous lives, a veritable immortal. It was no wonder that it refrained from unleashing the shadows upon the world. Each shadow served as a mere avatar, a single life, not easily sacrificed. The shadows, having been replaced by the Lord of Light, emerged from the depths, heading towards Westeros. Zhang Xian sought to follow them in his dreams, but perhaps due to proximity, he was detected by the Lord of Light. With a wave of its hand, a dark mist surged forth, severing the connection between them. From that moment on, the Lord of Light vanished from Zhang Xian's consciousness. Frowning, he withdrew from the dream. Indeed, the Lord of Light possessed considerable prowess, able to detect even the slightest intrusion into its realm. It appeared that this method was futile. However, Zhang Xian was prepared for such eventualities. If even the Night King could sense him, it was no surprise that the Lord of Light could as well. Since tracking in dreams was ineffective, he resolved to take direct action. You seek to incite war between the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and Essos? Then let us first eliminate Jon, this mortal. With Jon's demise, the 7 kingdoms would be left leaderless, inevitably plunging into civil strife. The allure of the Iron Throne is not easily resisted. Mounted on the ice dragon Viserion, Zhang Xian soared towards Westeros. Meanwhile, Dario had successfully organized the second sons and, with Daenerys' cooperation, set forth towards the kingdom of Koth. After a long day's journey, the second sons arrived at the gates of Valisa. Your Highness, let the second sons camp outside the city. His Majesty has prepared ample tents and provisions to ensure they do not suffer from cold or hunger. The city guards were of the Valen, who had been specifically stationed there to await Dario's arrival, intending to deliver a stern message. What of your men? They cannot enter the city. Valisa belongs to Valen, and none shall take it from us. Dario smiled. As you wish. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, expecting Dario to reprimand him, to unleash his frustration upon him. Yet, to his surprise, Dario accepted the situation with remarkable composure. After receiving the supplies and provisions, he commanded the troops to remain stationed, taking 2 of his confidants into the city. "Is everything arranged?" Mindless inquired, seated behind his desk, observing the peace negotiation terms presented by Calicato. "The Second Son's brigade has returned in full, totaling 3,000 men. I intend to take 500 to Westeros. Has the Grand Maester finalized the negotiation materials?" "Yes, they are complete. I believe the feasibility is quite substantial, as they not only grant ample respect to the 7 kingdoms, but also preserve the interests of our kingdom of Cotton to the greatest extent. Take a look, after all. This negotiation primarily involves the 2 of you." Dario took the documents and began to scrutinize them carefully. One could not deny that Calicato demonstrated considerable acumen. The words conveyed a deep reverence for the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, expressing a sincere desire to join their ranks and to receive their protection. To that end, they were willing to lower their status from an independent kingdom to the 8th kingdom under the aegis of Westeros, subject to the authority of King's Landing, paying tribute annually, and requesting that King Jon dispatch troops promptly, as the kingdom of Cotton was perpetually threatened by Daenerys. They lamented the sparse population and barren lands of Cotton, stating that survival had become increasingly difficult, and expressed hope for the resources and economic support from the 7 kingdoms. The documents elevated the Iron Throne of King's Landing, listing urgently needed supplies for the Kingdom of Cotton, seeking support from the crown. The most astute aspect lay in the Grand Maester's implication of retaining the title of kingdom. Thus, even if negotiations led to concessions, the title would only be diminished to that of a duchy. Any further degradation to a marquisate would be untenable. This approach preserved the royal title while maximizing the autonomy of the Kingdom of Cotton. Dario nodded, acknowledging Calicato's skill. "I have nothing further to add. When do we depart?" "Supplies have already begun loading onto the ships, alongside numerous valuable gifts for King Jon. If all goes smoothly, you should be able to set sail by tomorrow morning. You may commence preparations with the Second Son's accompanying personnel now, boarding the ship at dawn to depart swiftly. At present, Daenerys could strike at any moment." And Mindless was eager to expedite the departure and the negotiations, willing to forfeit certain interests to save time. "Very well, I shall make haste. I will consult with Grand Maester Calicato regarding the negotiation process." "Go ahead." Mindless felt a significant weight lift from his heart. As long as Dario left Valissa City for King's Landing, it signified his genuine return, a result he yearned for. He and his queen had only these 2 sons, both sources of pride, while the others, born of concubines, were regarded by Mindless as no different from bastards, their status incomparable to Valen and Dario. He wished that Dario would not harbor such grand ambitions, but instead devote himself wholeheartedly to assisting Valen. With both of them fully committed, the future of the Cotton Kingdom would undoubtedly shine brighter. Mindless approached the window, gazing at Dario's retreating silhouette. "I hope this reflects your true sentiments, my son." Chapter 52. The broken city. In the stillness of the night, Valissa City succumbed to slumber, while the watchful guards atop the walls dared not blink. Having heard rumors that Daenerys' forces could strike at any moment, everyone was aware that the enemy had dragons at their disposal, prompting them to prepare weapons specifically designed to counter such beasts. Not only were there rows of formidable catapults on the walls, but the archers' battalion was also bolstered by over 5,000 skilled marksmen, forming a formidable unit. It is well known that training archers is no small feat. It requires not only inherent talent, but also exceptional strength and extraordinary eyesight. A volley of 5,000 arrows could blanket a vast expanse, posing a significant threat to the dragons. The walls were illuminated by torches, casting a solemn and vigilant atmosphere. All soldiers within the city were now aware that His Highness Dario had betrayed Daenerys. The prince's second son's regiment had already returned and was stationed just outside the city, which confirmed a troubling reality. Daenerys had chosen the Cotton Kingdom as her target among the 3 great kingdoms, and she was now mere miles from Valissa. Messages requesting reinforcements had been dispatched, and it was anticipated that aid would arrive before sunset the following day. Currently, the garrison within the city comprised a formidable force of 100,000 men. They only needed to endure for a single day and night to secure their safety. Valissa City was thoroughly prepared, with all off-duty soldiers sleeping in their attire, weapons at the ready, poised to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. Midnight approached, the hour when humanity sinks into the deepest slumber. Within the confines of a dilapidated and remote dwelling in Valissa City, a shaft of moonlight filtered through a crumbling roof, casting its glow upon the impending collapse of the walls, beneath which lay scattered debris. The fragments of brick shifted slightly, followed by another movement, producing a faint sound of dislodged rubble. Be cautious, you fool. Slowly shift the cover plate and clear away the debris bit by bit. Make a noise, and I shall take your head. In the tunnel, a squad leader of the Second Son's regiment struck his subordinate sharply on the back of the head, admonishing him in hushed tones. Yes, Captain, I will be more careful, the soldier replied, fully aware that he had nearly jeopardized their mission. And thus he moved the cover plate with utmost caution. After a painstaking 30 minutes, they finally cleared the rubble. The squad leader lifted the cover plate and peered outside, only to discover that the exit was an abandoned hearth, shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight faintly illuminating the remnants of broken walls. He gestured for silence, climbed out first, and then, one by one, the figures emerged silently from the tunnel. The number may not be vast, merely 100 individuals. Yet each member of this elite band is a paragon among the ranks of the Second Sons, possessing agility and formidable combat prowess. Their mission is to breach the city gates, where 3,000 comrades await outside to provide immediate support. Should these 3,000 manage to hold their ground for but a moment, the main force led by Daenerys will swiftly mobilize upon receiving the signal, and the conquest of Valissa will be but a matter of hours. Under the cloak of darkness and the cover of the walls, the group stealthily navigates through the shadows, evading 4 patrols of soldiers on the streets, inching closer to the gates. Beneath the gates lies a garrison of 500 troops tasked with its defense. Yet this number pales in comparison to the elite 100 of the Second Sons. As they draw nearer, a sharp glint flashes in the captain's eyes as he silently unsheathes his blade. Esteemed brothers, glory is within our grasp. Once the gates fall, we shall be lauded as heroes. Our queen will not forget our valiance. Follow my lead, the captain whispers fervently, igniting a spark of enthusiasm among his comrades. Their faces light up with excitement. Having honed their skills, they yearn for this very moment. What hesitation remains? Life is fleeting, and should they survive, their lineage will commence anew with their names etched in history. As the captain's words resonate, the 100 surge forth like wraiths, swift as shadows, launching a surprise assault on the 500 guards. The clash of steel against flesh reverberates through the air, and within moments, dozens of the unsuspecting sentinels fall. The captain of the guards reacts with urgency, calling for reinforcements before he too joins the fray. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A soldier dedicated to communication produces a horn, sounding the alarm while retreating to summon further aid. The captain, witnessing the retreat of the guards, understands that opening the gates takes precedence. Chaos erupts within the city. The cacophony of battle cries resounding as the station's Second Sons outside, now alerted, commence their assault on the gates in unison with their brethren within. Simultaneously, thousands ignite torches, creating a brilliant tapestry of light outside Valissa, illuminating the darkened night. 10 miles away, atop a hill with a commanding view, Gregor, ever vigilant of Valissa's movements, finally receives the signal for the assault. Behind him stands an army of 200,000, fully assembled and poised for a charge. Second Sons, the signal has been given. Cavalry charge. Take Valissa. With Gregor's resounding command, the Dothraki cavalry descends the slope, a thundering wave of 200,000 riders shaking the very earth. Meanwhile, on the flanks of Valissa, Kaz and Dario's aides have also begun directing their forces forward. Dario, having penetrated Valissa's heart, cannot command his troops directly and entrusts his forces to his aide, Coman, who rises to the occasion, coordinating a fierce onslaught from the side, maintaining impeccable formation and an indomitable spirit. Within the confines of Valissa city, after a fierce and bloody battle, the entire contingent of 500 guards was annihilated. Yet a greater number of soldiers surged from all directions. The response of the soldiers within Valissa city was nothing short of swift. In less than 10 minutes, they roused from their slumber, armed themselves, and hastened to the city gates. However, in that brief span, the gates succumbed to the onslaught. At that moment, over 60 members of the Second Sons remained entrenched within Valissa city. The desperate counterattack by the 500 had inflicted considerable casualties, yet they ultimately emerged victorious. 10 among them were dispatched to operate the heavy winch of the gate, gradually prying it open, while the remaining few valiantly defended against the relentless tide of reinforcements from the Valissa city garrison. The narrow terrain at the gate afforded the Second Sons an opportunity to engage in a battle of numbers, as the advancing forces could not exceed a few hundred at most. Just as the valiant defenders were on the brink of annihilation, the gate thunderously swung wide, and the eager thousands of Second Sons poured into the city like ferocious tigers, safeguarding the entrance from being sealed once more. The blood-soaked captain, driven nearly to madness by the slaughter, mechanically swung his steel blade, which had, in fact, already shattered. At that moment, another individual clapped him on the shoulder, taking over his position. "Well done, Mannington. Leave the rest to me. Kill." Chapter 53. The Battle of Valisa. At the gate, a bloody struggle ensued. Rivers of blood flowing as the Second Sons displayed extraordinary prowess. Daario was not exaggerating, as each warrior was indeed worth 10. Inside the city, chaos reigned, and the captain of the royal guard abruptly roused the drowsy Mises from his sleep. "Your Majesty, it's dire news. The Second Sons have rebelled and seized the East Gate. Daenerys's forces have surrounded Valisa City. It is on the verge of falling." The captain's voice trembled as he gasped for breath, his duty being the personal protection of the king, which kept him from the front lines. Mises, caught between the realms of dreams and reality, leapt up in shock upon hearing the captain's words, utterly unrecognizable from his usual languid demeanor. "What did you say?" "The Second Sons have taken the East Gate. They have rebelled." Mises could scarcely fathom the implications of this revelation. He understood all too well what it signified. The kingdom of Cotton was on the brink of obliteration, and his gravest fears had materialized. His misplaced trust in his second son had exacted a heavy toll. Despite being aware of Daario's burning ambitions, he had remained cautious enough to prevent the Second Sons from breaching the city, yet he had still fallen into their trap. He hastily donned his cloak, urgency overtaking him. "Quickly, there are still 100,000 troops within the city. Organize them all. We must resist to the death. Daenerys must not be permitted to enter." Where are they now? When I arrived, the Second Sons still firmly held the gates, while Daenerys's cavalry was less than 5 miles away, poised to break through at any moment. Mises's mind teetered on the brink of explosion, nearly toppling to the ground in despair. What more is there to say? The city gates stand wide open, and the enemy forces are pressing in, akin to a courtesan eagerly awaiting her suitor's arrival. Rally all, empower Luther. And we must resolutely resist to the bitter end. Our signal has been dispatched. The allies from Cheorn will undoubtedly come to our aid. If we can withstand the initial onslaught, we have not yet lost. Hurry. The old king, more agitated than ever, swiftly assessed the situation and issued a command for a desperate battle. He understood that Daenerys would not spare him, nor would Daario show mercy to his brother. Their animosity had reached a boiling point. Indeed, the captain of the guard, inspired by the old king's fervor, felt a renewed sense of purpose and promptly set off to instruct General Luther on the tasks ahead. Maesters recognized that he could not afford to lose his composure. As king, his panic would spell disaster for the entire realm. Outside the city, the Dothraki cavalry continued their charge, drawing ever closer to Valisa, where the sounds of fierce combat and desperate cries could already be discerned. Without requiring further words from Gregor, the Dothraki warriors exerted all their strength, pushing their steeds to the limit, determined to reach the city gates at any cost. It was clear to all that time equated to life itself, and seizing Valisa would hinge upon their swift action. It is a well-known fact that cavalry are ill-suited for siege warfare, thriving instead in open plains. If the enemy were to close the gates, would they charge headlong against the walls? Now, with the gates ajar, if they did not capture Valisa in a flash, the future would only become more arduous. Defending the city afforded a geographical advantage. 100,000 could easily hold back 500,000 for a month. This was the prime opportunity to seize the city. The 5-mile stretch vanished under the furious charge of the cavalry. Within the city, a response had been mobilized. 50,000 took to the walls, predominantly archers, while the infantry battle at the gates intensified. The Second Sons found themselves retreating under the relentless assault, on the verge of being driven from the city. The enemy, having initially panicked, regained their composure and withdrew their wounded. In their place came a well-armored, fully equipped regular army. A shield wall rose before them, with pikes thrusting through the gaps, advancing steadily and fearlessly towards the few thousand members of the Second Sons defending the gates. If Zhang Xian were present, he would instantly recognize this as the famed Macedonian phalanx of medieval Rome. The best way to counter the Macedonian phalanx is through a rain of arrows, inflicting casualties upon the unshielded pikemen. Heavily armored cavalry, positioned behind, would then utilize the momentum of their steeds and the superior protection of their armor to breach the enemy formation. However, the Second Sons were all lightly armored. Their weapons were battered and worn, lacking heavy armor altogether. Now, the terrain was constricted, allowing space for no more than 20 heavy shield bearers to line up at the gates, a feat far beyond the exhausted Second Sons' capabilities. The enemy's advantage in weaponry was simply overwhelming. Mannington gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat even a single step, his blood-soaked visage betraying no trace of its former hue. His trembling hand, weapon in grip, quivered not from fear, but from the sheer exhaustion wrought by the fierce battle that had drained him to the very core. Sustained solely by his indomitable will. No retreat. For Prince Dario, hold the line. Hold firm. As he beheld the enemy advancing like a massive hedgehog towards the city gates. The members of the Second Sons realized that they might not escape alive today. Yet, if it were for Prince Dario, what did death matter? With Mannington's hoarse roar, the Second Sons surged forward rather than retreating, launching a desperate countercharge against the phalanx of shields and spears. Even Luther, commanding from atop the city walls, was profoundly shaken by this scene. Was Dario truly worth such devotion? Certainly, morale can sway the tide of battle, yet when the disparity in strength is so vast, sheer spirit proves futile. The vanguard of the Second Sons attempted to cleave through the long spears with their blades, but they underestimated the resolve of the enemy's pikemen. The long spears retracted, the blades struck emptiness, and then, thrusting forward, a row of men was pierced through the chest, meeting a grim fate on the spot. Yet, like frenzied beasts, the Second Sons pressed on, undeterred. Unable to halt the enemy's advance with their swords, they resolved to use their own bodies instead. Soon, the ground before the shield formation was littered with corpses, the heavy shields unable to rest upon the earth as they advanced. The soldiers sought to lift their shields over the bodies, but the ground was slick with blood and strewn with fallen comrades, presenting a treacherous hazard. In an even more desperate act, the barely living members of the Second Sons grasped at the ankles of their foes, for even a moment's delay was deemed worthwhile. The shield-bearers, expressionless, drew their blades and severed the wrists that clutched at their ankles. Though the arms were broken, they still clung tenaciously. Within mere minutes, the Second Sons suffered catastrophic losses, and Mannington, with a grievous wound piercing his chest and numerous lacerations, lay motionless upon the ground. My prince, I shall take my leave first. I truly did my utmost. As the valiant defenders at the city gates were decimated, Luther atop the walls beheld the enemy forces drawing perilously close. With no time to celebrate, he bellowed, "Hurry! Close the gates! They are upon us!" Without waiting for further command, the soldiers rushed forward, eager to operate the winch and hasten the gate's closure, for none wished for their demise. As the winch turned, the gates began to rise slowly. These were drawbridge-style gates, designed to lift upwards, and their solid construction rendered them nearly impervious to brute force. The gates ascended gradually. While outside, the Dothraki cavalry was now less than 20 meters away. Gregor led the charge, wielding his spear, striking his steed to spur it on. The horse, feeling the sting, surged forward, effortlessly covering the distance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the gates had risen halfway. In mere seconds, they would close entirely, at least reaching a height beyond which the warhorses could leap. But even so, it was still not enough. Arrows rained down from the battlements, relentlessly targeting the nearest Greg and the Dothraki cavalry. Greg wielded his spear, deflecting several arrows that were aimed at him, then shook the reins of his steed, which understood the command and leapt forward, as if gliding through the air, soaring over the half-open city gate. The horrific scene within the gate came into view. As it began to close, Greg knew that the Second Son-s group must have been annihilated. Yet he was unprepared for the sheer brutality of the sight. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the Second Son-s men, almost entirely dismembered, missing limbs and decapitated. Greg's eyes widened in fury as he thrust his spear with a swift motion, piercing the gears of the operating winch. The mechanism jammed, ceasing its operation, and the gate's closure halted. Greg drew his sword from his waist, and his horse leaped into the throng of people. Behind him, the Dothraki cavalry surged forward, following Greg into the city gate. With a sweep of his sword, Greg dispatched the 3 soldiers that were entangled before him, their faces twisted with rage and eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, "Kill them all, do not take prisoners." Chapter 54. The Fall of Cotton. Ultimately, the eastern gate of Valisa could not be held. Luther, upon the wall, was drenched in cold sweat. These barbarians were fearless, confronting a tide of cavalry below that felt overwhelming. A wave of despair washed over him. Fire! Keep firing! Do not stop! The wall was still in his hands, and below lay countless enemies. There was no need to aim. Shooting with eyes closed would yield no misses. Yet the Dothraki were far too numerous, and as more cavalry poured in, the defenders within the gate could not withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. No retreat. Hold your ground. Luther, frantic, commanded the soldiers below to stand firm. Even if they had to use their bodies as barricades, they must not allow the enemy's main force to breach the gate. It was impossible to rely on reinforcements now. They would not arrive until at least noon the next day. The only hope rested upon themselves. But orders were orders, and execution was execution. The defenders below, eager to fight, yet powerless to change their fate, were left to be slaughtered by the ever-increasing Dothraki forces. The cavalry played a crucial role, many soldiers being trampled to death under the hooves of the charging horses. The Dothraki cavalry surged like a torrent, carving a breach through the crowded masses. The newly arrived cavalry seized the winch, reversing its mechanism and slowly lowering the gate once more. With this, the last obstacle vanished, and the cavalry, riding their steeds, poured into Valisa as if through an open floodgate. The eastern gate had finally fallen. As the influx of cavalry grew, some dismounted and charged up the stairs to assault the walls. These insufferable archers, perched above, had slain countless kin, and their vengeance could only be quelled by their destruction. At this moment, the Dothraki's hatred for these archers far surpassed their animosity towards the infantry. The area atop the city walls was inherently limited, cluttered with a haphazard array of arrows, boulders, and other defensive materials that occupied a considerable portion of the battlements. Only a few thousand archers were stationed to defend, while the Dothraki, heedless of the peril, surged forward with relentless ferocity. The primary weapon of the archers was the bow, and they bore naught but daggers, rendering them almost inconsequential compared to the formidable curved sabers wielded by the Dothraki. The most dire circumstance was that Luther, the commanding general of the Valyrian forces, stood upon the walls at that moment, gazing out at the Dothraki throng overwhelming the battlements, with his own forces dwindling to a mere handful. Aware that he could only fight to the bitter end, Luther unsheathed his sword, pointing skyward as he bellowed, "Valyrian city shall stand forever. Push them back." His fervor was palpable, yet ultimately futile, as the archers continued to fall in droves. Armed with steel, Luther charged to the forefront, cleaving down a Dothraki warrior. "See, they are not invincible. Let us fight our way out." Yet, before he could finish his rallying cry, more Dothraki swarmed around him. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he could not escape. A curved blade severed his sword arm. "Ah!" Luther cried out in agony, clutching the wound with his remaining hand. Before he could regain his composure, a flurry of blades descended upon him, and Luther, the highest commander of the Valyrian forces, was dismembered by the onslaught. With the eastern wall breached, the defense of the other two walls lost all significance, prompting a retreat to the lowly palace walls, which, rather than serving as fortifications, stood as mere symbols of royal authority, barely capable of accommodating defenders, rendering them little more than ornamental. Yet, in such dire circumstances, even a facade must serve a purpose. For instance, Valen, the eldest prince, had never before experienced such profound terror. In a single night, his identity, status, and grandeur evaporated, leaving him with a life hanging by a thread. Trembling, he clutched a guard before him. "Where is Dario? Find him quickly. Tell him I surrender. I was wrong. The throne is his, and I will grant him whatever he desires, so long as he spares my life." As he spoke, Valen wept bitterly, his sobs choking him. At that moment, he was truly afraid, unable to comprehend how, after merely slumbering, he awoke to find the world turned upside down. It was all Dario's doing. He had opposed his return from the outset, yet his father had disregarded his counsel. What could he have done? Now reduced to such a pitiful state, the Harris family, save for Dario, would likely be left with no one. Old Maester sat alone upon the throne, devoid of any company, resembling a dying lion, clinging to life. He had never felt so powerless. He had been vanquished, defeated by his own familial ties and by underestimating Dario's ambition. The latter disregarded even the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. He could not fathom whether this was worth it. At that moment, Dario had returned, having ventured out to the docks with 500 unsullied and the learned scholar Karlik to ostensibly inspect supplies. As soon as the battle erupted, he received reports and immediately led his men back, yet he was still too late. His remaining son's regiment had been entirely annihilated. Upon his return, Daenerys appeared above Valisa city, riding her dragon. At that moment, the royal palace was completely surrounded, with the remnants of over 30,000 soldiers trapped within. In the short span of a night, the defending forces within the city had suffered over 60,000 casualties, primarily due to the overwhelming numbers of Dothraki cavalry, whose slaughtering efficiency was unparalleled. Squads of cavalry patrolled the streets, mercilessly slashing down anyone clad in Valisa's soldier-esque attire. General Greg had commanded total extermination, leaving no prisoners, which aligned perfectly with the Dothraki's nature, prompting a ruthless massacre. With the threat of the great bowman eliminated, Daenerys boldly soared through the skies on her dragon, surveying the chaotic scene of the palace below. Most soldiers had lost their will to fight, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. They gazed upwards at the colossal figure in the sky, their hearts filled only with fear and trembling. "Lay down your weapons, and I shall grant you freedom." I know you are all slaves. I am Daenerys, the liberator of Slavers Bay. You can trust me. If you surrender, I will not kill you." Her words instilled a flicker of hope in the despairing soldiers. Indeed, Queen Daenerys would not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Her reputation resonated throughout Essos. "I surrender. I too surrender." The power of example is boundless, especially in such a dire moment. To resist meant certain death. Was it worth dying for a king who had exploited their ancestors for generations? Clearly, the answer was no. As one man laid down his weapon, those around him followed suit without hesitation, until all were unarmed and voluntarily opened the palace gates. Upon seeing the Dothraki cavalry encircling them in layers, their faces appeared ferocious and fearsome, instilling terror in the soldiers. With trepidation, they opened the city gates, their hearts racing with dread at the thought of Daenerys ordering a massacre. What could they do? Their weapons lay abandoned. Now, they could only leave their fates in the hands of chance, hoping for Daenerys' mercy. This time, their gamble paid off. They were luckier than the defenders of King S. Landing and the Golden Company. King Mieses had not provoked Daenerys. In her rationality, she did not mind extending a measure of kindness to these ordinary slave soldiers. Daenerys dismounted from her dragon and strode into the palace, with the soldiers parting to create a path for her. Daario and Greg stepped alongside Daenerys, serving as her trusted aides. Inside the palace, only the aged Mieses sat alone on the throne, awaiting their arrival. Chapter 55. Jon S. Anomaly. Old Mieses appeared haggard, seemingly aged a decade overnight, stripped of his vitality. Resembling a man on the brink of death as he slumped on the throne, barely possessing the strength to lift his gaze. He blinked wearily, glancing at the three figures who entered. "You have returned." The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, as if a stubborn phlegm lodged in the throat could neither be swallowed nor expelled. Daario nodded slightly, remaining silent. Was it truly worth it to act in such a manner? Daario gently spoke. "I have stated before that the second sons belong to Her Majesty the Queen, just as my life does. Ultimately, Valissa will also belong to Her Majesty. I do not go back on my word." Mierzes remained silent for a moment. "Is it merely because I refuse to allow you to inherit the throne?" Daario shook his head. "You are my father, the one who raised me. But from the moment I was betrayed by Valen and nearly met my demise here, from the instant I departed Valissa, our father-son bond ceased to exist. You do not care for me at all." Mierzes sighed. It seemed he had indeed erred, pushing away an exemplary son while favoring a foolish and ineffectual eldest. But had this not been the way of tradition? Was he truly in the wrong? Before Mierzes could respond, a figure stumbled out from behind the palace, collapsing to the ground upon seeing Daario, crawling to his feet and beseeching at Dario's feet. "Please do not kill my brother. You cannot take my life. We are blood brothers, born of the same mother and father. No one in this world shares a bond closer than ours. If you spare me, I will serve you. I will be your slave. Please, just let me live." Daario gazed at his kneeling brother, and the resentment that had accumulated over the years dissipated in that moment. He raised his foot and kicked Valen in the chest. "Scram, you worthless wretch. You are unworthy to be my brother." Yet Valen clung to Dario's leg like a mangy dog, refusing to let go. "Promise me, please, do not kill me." In that instant, dread of death engulfed Valen, causing him to abandon all pride and dignity. All he desired was to survive. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Gregor, knowing that Daario ultimately could not bring himself to act. Without hesitation, Gregor seized Valen by the collar and hurled him from the hall. Valen fell, blood spilling from his mouth, wailing on the ground. Daenerys stepped forward. "Lord Mierzes, as the heir of the Valyrian Empire, I hereby declare that the Kingdom of Cotton is henceforth disbanded. Its lands, cities, and people shall submit to the Valyrian Empire, and their allegiance shall turn to the old gods. Do you consent?" Whether he consented was of little consequence. It was merely a formality. Yet he understood that this formality was essential. It appeared Daenerys was prepared to show leniency in consideration of Daario. Mierzes offered a sorrowful smile. "As Her Majesty the Queen wishes, my house Harris shall follow Queen Daenerys Targaryen, ever ready to heed her call." Mierzes exerted great effort to rise from the throne, approaching Daenerys step by step before kneeling on one knee, signifying his willingness to submit. What alternative did he have? Submission to anyone was ultimately the same. It merely hinged on whether Daenerys or Jon would emerge victorious in the end. Daenerys smiled with satisfaction. The Kingdom of Cotton, Valyria City, had finally been secured. Having departed from Westeros for over 2 months, Zhang Xin returned once more. He had traversed directly in his White Walker form, leaving Viserion and 2 special Whites behind. He had discovered that the more corpses the Whites consumed, the quicker their evolution progressed. They could now articulate rudimentary speech and exhibited a degree of intelligence though their memories from their human lives remained dormant. He had left Viserion and the two Wights on a secluded island between the continents, allowing them to evolve independently, hoping for delightful surprises upon his return. As he navigated through the clouds, Zheng Xian gazed down upon the towering mountains and rolling hills below. He was nearing King's Landing. Uncertain of Ralro's current location, he resolved to extinguish his schemes at the source. Should Ralro make another move, he would undoubtedly reveal a flaw. For now, he focused on eliminating Jon. Ralro possessed methods to obscure Zheng Xian's tracking, yet Zheng Xian too had means to shield his presence from Ralro's perception. As he approached King's Landing, Zheng Xian reigned in his aura, revealing no trace of his essence, resembling an unremarkable bird soaring through the sky. That night, perched high above, Zheng Xian opened his eyes, his white pupils gleaming. A flock of sparrows flying beneath him suddenly descended into chaos. But the disorder lasted barely a second before they regained their composure. The sparrows dived towards King's Landing, soon settling upon a grand structure, the castle that had been recently restored. The castle was quite rudimentary, a stark contrast to its former grandeur during Cersei's residency. The sparrows scattered, occasionally landing on eaves and window sills, inspecting various spots as if in search of something. Zheng Xian employed this method out of caution, unwilling to expand his consciousness within King's Landing, for such an act would betray his presence. If Ralro were near, he would immediately sense his arrival. Therefore, prudence was paramount. Adopting a hypothetical approach was the safest strategy. One sparrow landed on a balcony devoid of windows, its head turned outward, not directly gazing into the room, but stealing glances with its peripheral vision. There sat a figure on the bed, Jon Targaryen. However, Jon's posture was peculiar. At such a late hour, he should have been asleep, yet he remained seated on the bed. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Xian sensed something amiss. Although the sparrow's perceptive abilities were minimal, the faint impressions transmitted to Zheng Xian stirred a tumult within him. What had he sensed? It is the power of faith, gradually converging within Jon's being, and he can certainly sense it correctly. Jon and the power of faith. How could they possibly be intertwined? Zheng Xian refrained from acting hastily, taking advantage of Jon's unawareness of the sparrow's surveillance. He once again attuned himself with meticulous care. Without a doubt, it was indeed the power of faith. Although it emanated faintly from the faith of the children of the forest, it was not entirely absent. The sensation, albeit subtle, was unmistakable. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Zheng Xian. Brothers, I implore you for favorable reviews. The barrage of negative feedback is overwhelming my psyche. The author, too, must provide for his family, diligently writing chapters each day after work, regardless of fatigue. Yet, the plethora of poor reviews has genuinely taken a toll on my morale. Initially, my motivation for writing this novel stemmed from a desire to compensate for my inner regrets. The conclusion of Game of Thrones was profoundly disappointing, and I sought solace through my writing. I recognize that the market for Game of Thrones in our country is not substantial, and I never anticipated a wide readership for this novel. It was truly a labor of love. However, the relentless stream of negative critiques weighs heavily on my heart. I am but a novice, a mere beginner. I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. For those who find my work displeasing, I ask for leniency. Grant me a moment to refine the narrative. It is challenging to satisfy all tastes, yet I strive to complete this novel as satisfactorily as possible. I extend my gratitude to the many esteemed readers for their kindness and understanding, and I earnestly seek your comfort. To those who have urged for updates and left positive reviews, I am profoundly grateful. Your support fuels my perseverance. I am aware of my many shortcomings and will endeavor to rectify them gradually. Please allow me a little time. Thank you. Chapter 56. The King of Light commands. Let there be light. Rallo's corporeal form was annihilated by the seven gods. Without a physical body, Rallo cannot achieve self-restoration. The body serves as a medium for healing, and at this moment, it represents Rallo's most vulnerable point. Had it been his original form, recovery from injury would have taken merely days, for that was the body of a deity, vastly superior to that of a mortal. Now, if Zheng Xian's conjecture is correct, Rallo has already parasitized Jon's body. He had once been resurrected by the King of Light, and now he occupies it with greater ease. Even if Rallo's power were to return to its zenith, his physical form remains his Achilles heel. He likely intends to utilize it temporarily, and once his strength is restored, he will undoubtedly abandon Jon's body. Understanding Rallo's intentions, Zheng Xian began to strategize on how to confront him. The best course of action would be to strike while he is unprepared, perhaps to take his life, or at the very least, to destroy Jon's body, preventing any further restoration. A transparent energy shield enveloped Zheng Xian, concealing his presence. Immediately, The power of the dragon crystal within him surged forth, coalescing into a spear of glacial ice in his grasp. The ferocious icy magic continuously emanated, imprisoned within the icy spear. As the energy surged, the ice spear began to tremble uncontrollably. Were it not for Zhang Xian's steady control, it would have erupted long ago. He meticulously focused on gathering the energy to its maximum potential while simultaneously observing Rollo's reaction. Noticing that Rollo was still engrossed in healing his wounds and that the ice spear in his hand was quivering slightly, Zhang Xian realized that he could no longer increase the energy. An explosion was imminent. It can be said that what Zhang Xian held was akin to a missile poised to detonate at any moment. Now was the moment. The tranquil night sky over Junlin City seemed to witness a shooting star as the energy barrier shattered, releasing a torrent of violent energy. At this juncture, Zhang Xian decided to abandon stealth, for any attempt at a surprise attack would undoubtedly expose him. The arrow was knocked and must be released. Almost simultaneously with the ice spear's launch, John, who had been sitting still, sprang into action. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the window. No longer concerned with concealing his identity. With divine power propelling him, he exited the castle in the blink of an eye. Rollo had grown overly complacent, believing that Zhang Xian could not locate him, thus allowing him to recuperate in peace. Little did he know he was attempting to assassinate an ordinary man with a demigod's physique, utterly shameless. Although Rollo fled with utmost speed, the ice spear was too swift and imbued with too much energy. He could not escape far enough and was forced to summon his divine power to create a protective barrier around himself, desperate to shield against the impending explosion. He could already sense the terrifying aura emanating from the approaching ice spear. Boom. The moment the ice spear struck the castle's outer wall, a catastrophic storm erupted with the spear at its epicenter, spreading outward. The recently constructed castle disintegrated into powder in an instant, and not far away. Rollo's protective shield crumbled within mere seconds. Under the onslaught of the violent energy, John's physical form disintegrated like cotton caught in a raging fire, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. A black mist, invisible to the naked eye, detached itself from John's remnants and fled into the distance. Zhang Xian, however, would not allow Rollo to escape so easily. With a flick of his wings, an unseen chain sped toward the black mist with astonishing velocity. Although Rollo had transformed into mist to evade capture, he was already gravely wounded, and Zhang Xian's energy-laden strike exacerbated his injuries. The chain pursued for over 1,000 meters, piercing through Rollo's misty form and ensnaring him, preventing any further attempts at escape through substitution. A painful groan echoed along the chain, a lament emanating from the depths of the soul. Meanwhile, the explosive force had yet to dissipate, unleashing a frigid vortex of energy centered around the royal castle, expanding outward for thousands of meters. Every structure within this radius was reduced to powder, resembling a barren desert devoid of life. Upon hearing the tremendous noise, the townsfolk rushed from their homes, fearing some calamity had befallen them, frantically scurrying through the streets in terror. Each individual was gripped by profound fear. As Zhang Xian emerged from the clouds, obscured by the night, none could perceive the divine presence that graced the heavens. Countless lives had been claimed in the wake of this strike, yet capturing Rollo would render all sacrifices worthwhile. Gripping the energy chain, Zhang Xian pulled taut, declaring, "You cannot escape, Rollo." A chilling smile spread across the terrifying specter's face as he tugged at the tendrils of dark mist entwined with the chain, knowing his voice could traverse the link to reach Rollo. From the other end came a tremendous force. "Do you think this will ensnare me? Little one, I concede you possess some intrigue, but you are still far from my level." As Rollo's words echoed, a searing sensation coursed through the chain, a torment that transcended the physical, one that seemed to singe the very essence of the soul. This unexpected shift momentarily disoriented Zhang Xian, granting Rollo the opportunity to exert force once more, shattering the chain into mere fragments that scattered through the air. "Do you believe my flight is born from fear? I assure you, the desire to extinguish your existence is as effortless as the flick of a wrist." Zhang Xian, recovering from the fleeting agony, was compelled to regard Rollo with newfound seriousness. Though a madman, Rollo's abilities instilled a profound unease within Zhang Xian. "Your followers are too few. You have yet to experience the true baptism of faith's power. You are not yet a true deity. Allow me to enlighten you on what it means to be divine." Light. When Rollo's voice resounded once more, it bore an entirely different weight. Within that utterance lay an irresistible and majestic divine force, commanding unwavering obedience from all existence. As if his words were the very laws of nature, the sacred decree of the cosmos. In that moment, he became the epicenter of the world, and his words constituted the singular truth. Though it was the pitch-black hour of midnight, when Rollo spoke the word light, the skies erupted in resplendent hues, heralding dawn. Gasps arose from the ground as people fell to their knees, venerating the two figures materializing in the heavens. The sun shone brightly above, casting a warm glow across the earth. For ordinary souls, this sunlight brought comfort and warmth. However, for Zhang Exine, it was a different sensation altogether. The piercing agony returned, as each ray of sunshine felt like steel needles penetrating his skin, piercing through to his very core, stabbing deep into his soul. Zhang Exine's energy shield proved utterly ineffective. Though it remained intact, the sunlight disregarded it entirely, piercing through the air as if it were non-existent. In an instant, Zhang Exine's once ice-blue form resembled a shrimp cooked to perfection, turning a deep crimson as moisture evaporated in the heat, shrinking within seconds into a mere desiccated husk. Zhang Exine's combat experience was woefully inadequate. He was utterly unprepared for such an assault. It became clear that during their last encounter, Rollo had not even unleashed his full divine power. Until now, he had only just realized the true terror of divine beings. Even a half-diminished deity remains a deity. Chapter 57. Despair of Laro. However, Zhang Exine was not one to sit idly by. After becoming accustomed to the searing pain, his body trembled as he rose again. Channeling the energy within the dragon crystal, the icy magic alleviated some of the burning sensation, lowering his body temperature. Yet, the damage lingered. An attack powered by divine energy is not easily borne. While desperately expending energy to combat the rays of sunlight, he pinpointed Laro's location and, with a flash of his wings, shot forth like an arrow. Laro, well aware of its own circumstances, realized that with the meager divine power remaining, coupled with its unhealed old wounds and the recent ambush, it appeared relaxed but was actually burning its very soul, fighting desperately to unleash its full potential. It had not anticipated that this mere demigod would prove so troublesome. Previously, it had successfully blocked the opponent's dream tracking. Yet the adversary was still able to accurately locate its hiding place. The shifting of shadows and black mist required leaving behind a soul coordinate with each exchange. The greater the distance, the more soul power was left behind, akin to a slow form of self-destruction. Under no circumstances would it resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, as a formidable figure who had dominated for millennia, Laro possessed its own pride. It could not allow itself to be pursued like a lost dog. If the opponent could find it once, they could surely do so again. Fleeing was not an option. Thus, it could only muster the strength to fight back, a prospect it was reluctant to embrace. However, if it did not make the opponent pay the price, if it did not inflict pain, it would forever be followed like a pesky shadow. Consequently, this time, the King of Light Laro was indeed enraged. If it were to fight to the death, it was confident it could drag the opponent down to hell alongside itself. Zhang Exine was unaware of such thoughts. His sole focus was to eliminate this threat. As long as the King of Light existed, so too would the danger it posed. Laro regarded Zhang Exine, who was hurtling toward it like an arrow, with an air of calm. With a wave of its hand, a beam of light descended from the sun, akin to a laser, shooting directly toward Zhang Exine's head. Zhang Exine was swift, but he could not match the speed of light, and was sent flying by the sun's rays, a massive wound tearing open on his back. His immense body crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a small crater. Yet, Laro was not unscathed. That strike had halved its soul power. Inflicting harm on its foe had come at a steep price. Looking back at Zhang Exine in the pit, his body charred and blackened, a flash of blue light erupted, shedding the dead skin as he stood once more. Shaking off his shoulders, the horrific wound began to heal. Is this all you can do, Laro? If this is your limit, then perhaps you are not worthy. The power of the dragon crystal surged once more within. As wings unfurled and countless ice spears were launched towards the shadow in the sky, the body following closely, charging towards Rollo. As Rollo's strength gradually waned, the sun in the heavens dimmed, akin to the twilight of a typical evening, with darkness slowly enveloping the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, Rollo summoned a wall of black mist to block the ice spears, and Zhang Exine's figure was engulfed by the murk. However, he soon burst forth from the rear, only to find that the sky had entirely succumbed to darkness, restoring the normality of night, and the King of Light had vanished without a trace. Zhang Exine immediately delved into the dream realm, seeking to uncover useful clues before the opponent could deploy their shielding. Indeed, Rollo had yet to cast the shield and, like a startled bird, fled towards the northwest. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Exine extended his consciousness and pursued Rollo's direction. Having executed a series of attacks, Rollo sought to escape, But such an outcome was far too convenient. At that moment, Rollo was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He had exhausted every means to deceive this adversary into unbinding the seal, believing he would then soar freely, yet little did he anticipate the tenacity of this foe. He felt like a bereft dog, unable to find solace, as it appeared he had been the aggressor throughout the battle, when in truth he could not afford to relent. A single misstep could lead to his opponent seizing the opportunity for a counterattack, resulting in his potential re-imprisonment. Death was not an option. He was shielded by his faith, and as long as there remained even one soul in the world that worshipped him, he would not vanish. This was precisely why he had sought the demise of the Night King. Now, the successor of that Night King, the demigod of the others, clung to him like a parasite, preventing him from restoring his strength and peace. Overextending his soul power had caused his abilities to wane further, rendering him no match for Zhang Xian. Should the situation escalate unfavorably, the illustrious king of light risked succumbing to an endless slumber once more, a fate he did not desire. Zhang Xian offered little time for contemplation, closing in relentlessly, as the ice spears whizzed past him. A single hit would render Rollo's power insufficient for another soul transfer. Feeling the remnants of his strength dwindling, Rollo, despite his reluctance, was compelled to make a choice. Soul transfer. As the soul transfer activated, Rollo's true form vanished, merging with a shadow hidden in the recesses. The recently transitioned shadow, caught unawares, was swiftly decapitated by Zhang Xian, dissolving into a cloud of black mist accompanied by a reluctant scream before disappearing. Rollo executed the soul transfer once more to flee, and as success loomed near, Zhang Xian could only vent his fury upon the shadow. A near success turned into a failure, yet this time Rollo too suffered, and it was likely that he would not emerge to wreak havoc for a considerable duration. This period marked the prime golden development phase for Zhang Xian. To acquire the power of faith, to earn the deep-rooted worship and devotion of the people, is no simple endeavor, particularly in the land of Westeros, where the inhabitants have adhered to the Seven since the arrival of the Andalusian people. Altering their beliefs is far more challenging than extinguishing their lives. Presently, Zhang Xian's strength is entirely derived from dragon crystal, having yet to transform his magical prowess into divine power. However, since gaining the faith of the children of the forest, there has been a slight shift. Yet, this shift is minuscule, akin to a single drop in an ocean. He requires a more substantial reservoir of faith. Such a transformation would yield manifold benefits. For instance, the extraordinary abilities demonstrated by Rollo, the ability to invert day and night, and to manifest his will instantaneously, are beyond Zhang Xian's current capabilities. Moreover, should an overwhelmingly powerful deity emerge, such as the Seven, they could easily obliterate Zhang Xian's corporeal form and extinguish his very soul. Yet, if safeguarded by the strength of faith, unless the Seven were to annihilate all of his believers, his soul's flame would endure. This is why the Seven chose not to eradicate Rollo, but instead opted for his confinement, not out of desire, but rather out of inability. Now, with Rollo incapacitated for at least a decade, if not a century, Zhang Xian is finally free to pursue his plans without restraint. Chapter 58. Manifestation of Divinity Morning. King's Landing. The events of the previous night feel like a fleeting dream, yet the survivors engage in fervent discussions. The extensive ruins surrounding the castle serve as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion, but a tangible occurrence. Tyrion stands before the remnants, a jagged scar slicing across his cheek, rendering his visage particularly sinister. My Lord Prime Minister, he reflects, the battle last night was witnessed by nearly the entire city. The sudden emergence of the sun at midnight, the two figures in the sky radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression, and the countless souls kneeling in reverence. They all stand as witnesses, including myself. Fortunately, my residence lies a fair distance from the palace. Otherwise, I too would have perished in that calamity. He promptly summons the dukes of the other 6 kingdoms to King's Landing, with King Jon deceased and Daenerys and Essos watching intently. Now is not the time for internal strife. Furthermore, who are those 2 deities? What is the purpose of their battle here? All remains shrouded in mystery, and it is imperative to pacify the populace and elect a new king to stabilize the situation. Indeed, seal the city, no one enters or exits. Suppress the news of the king's death. Otherwise, Tyrion did not finish his thought, but the guards understood. If the news were to leak, unrest would surely ensue. Ever the astute dwarf, Tyrion swiftly identifies the crux of the issue. Now is not the time for discord. A peaceful selection of a new monarch is the most prudent course of action. Rest assured, my Lord Prime Minister, not even a fly shall escape King's Landing. The guards accepted their orders and set forth, yet the bravado they had just exhibited was swiftly met with a harsh reality. A chilling wind swept through, stirring the dust from the ruins and raising clouds of sand. The otherworldly figure from the previous night reappeared in the skies above King's Landing. The once clear skies were soon obscured by ominous clouds, which coalesced into a vortex directly above this enigmatic presence. This extraordinary phenomenon captivated the attention of all, for none had ever witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Before long, someone recognized Zhang Xian, the very participant from the previous night's conflict. The current situation was unmistakably in his favor. The populace was left pondering his intentions. Did he seek to annihilate all of King's Landing? Many harbored such fears, particularly upon gazing at the extensive ruins, a testament to his capabilities. Yet, Zhang Xian clearly had no such designs. Slaughter would not yield the power of belief, but rather incite hatred and disgust. Fearful submission is not genuine allegiance. Zhang Xian must subtly influence the people's ideology, relying on the conquest facilitated by Daenerys. Much like the ancient coronation of the first Undul king, Hugo, by the 7 gods in the Undul's mountains. A divine presence among mortals necessitates a spokesperson. There must be individuals to erect temples, offer sacrifices, and propagate the faith, complemented by Zhang Xian's occasional miraculous appearances. One day, all inhabitants of the continent would once again revere the old gods, rather than the 7. The Unduls did not simply conquer their ancestors, but, through alliances, marriages, and suppression over centuries, managed to spread the belief in the 7 across the continent. To amass sufficient power of belief, it is imperative to dismantle the old faith, which may jeopardize the interests of the 7. Zhang Xian must tread cautiously, yet according to Rollo's insights in the underwater caverns, the 7 would not intervene for the time being. Zhang Xian could not verify this, but he could experiment. If the 7 truly remained inactive, he could boldly pursue a reformation of faith. Let King's Landing serve as a pilot for this endeavor. As the skies darkened with gathering storms, the populace fell to their knees, pleading for divine mercy. The specifics of their transgressions were known only to them. The old gods would grant them forgiveness. A resounding celestial voice echoed throughout King's Landing, reverberating in every ear like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of the people. Did he represent the old gods? Or was he, in fact, one of them? Everyone gazed upward in disbelief. Few here adhered to the old gods, for worship had become taboo within the 6 kingdoms, prohibited from mention or practice. Only the northerners maintained their devotion to the old gods, as the 7 kingdoms prepared to recruit forces against Essos. With King's Landing as one of the departure ports, among the crowd were indeed northerners who still revered the old gods. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, these devotees were moved to the point of trembling, their eyes brimming with tears. The deities they once revered have manifested, astonishingly, after many years during which many among them had ceased to believe in their existence. Countless times, they had fervently prayed to the dwindling Fishrungu in the north, articulating their innermost desires, yet they received no response. However, the situation has changed. The old gods have returned, and they can now proudly proclaim, "Our old gods have manifested." Meanwhile, those who had never believed in the old gods are pale and sweating profusely. The disappearance of the old gods predates even that of the 7. And if the old gods have returned, what of the 7? Like the old gods, the 7 have long lived on through the tales of the people, and their faith has merely served as a comforting balm for the soul, nothing more than self-deception. Today, I continue to indulge in self-deception, while you, the adherents of the old gods, have somehow found organization. The crux of the matter is, how shall we reconcile our beliefs now? Shall we switch our allegiance and embrace the old gods? Yet, with the return of the old gods, how far off can the 7 be? If they indeed return, will they not unleash divine retribution upon us, the traitors? Regardless of how the people ponder these thoughts, the undeniable truth remains that Zhang Xian represents the old gods, descending upon the mortal realm. Zhang Xian, from his emergence to his disappearance, uttered but a single sentence, lingering not longer than necessary. The gravitas of a deity must be preserved, offering just enough information while maintaining an air of mystery and distance. The rest is left for them to choose. Zhang Xian believes that his appearance will plant a seed in the hearts of these individuals, alleviating many challenges on Daenerys' path of conquest. Tyrion gazed at his kneeling subordinates and sighed heavily, his expression grave. They ought to attend to their duties. The significant upheavals in King's Landing necessitate stability and unity. There must be no room for error. The lords of the remaining 6 kingdoms must convene to deliberate their next steps, whether to continue the campaign in Essos and to select a new king. Tyrion, as the guardian of the West and the sole heir of House Lannister, is indeed qualified to contend for the throne. The thought of potentially grasping that exalted seat sends tumultuous waves through his heart. The very birth of a dwarf is a crime. This was Tyrion's lament during his trial. A moment of utter helplessness in the face of accusations regarding Joffrey's poisoning, the only words he could muster. If I were to truly become, Tyrion shook off his fanciful delusions and returned to the Prime Minister's office. How exhausting it is to write until 2 in the morning, only to rise at 7 to toil once more. Once again, I implore you, dear brothers, 10 favorable reviews will merit an extra chapter. Let your words rain down upon me. Chapter 59. The arrival of the 7 dukes. It must be said that the secrecy in King's Landing is exceedingly stringent. Within 3 days, the guards have shot down 19 messenger ravens, all dispatched to various territories bearing news. Clearly, no message could be conveyed, as all 7 lords, including Tyrion, the Duke of the 7 Kingdoms, had assembled. Initially, everyone had returned to their respective domains to muster troops in preparation for a grand endeavor. However, 3 days prior, all lords received an official missive from King's Landing. The message was simple yet shocking. King's Landing was experiencing a disturbance, and they were summoned to hasten their arrival. Typically, in such instances, even if matters were urgent, the correspondents would provide a brief overview. The absence of details, however, signified the gravest of situations. These 7 individuals represented the pinnacle of power within the 7 kingdoms. From the Westerlands, Tyrion Lannister; from the north, Sansa Stark; from the Vale, Robertson Arryn; from the Riverlands, Mace Tyrell; from the Reach, Edmure Tully; from Dorne, the youthful Doran Martell, son of the Red Viper Oberyn Martell, who, having just come of age, inherited his father's dark hair but lacks Oberyn's fierce temperament; and from the Stormlands, Stannis Mormont, the uncle of the late Lady Lyanna Mormont, who succeeded her after her heroic fall at Winterfell. Among these 7, Doran and Stannis appeared the least likely to vie for the throne. Doran's youth rendered him unable to command respect, while the Mormont family has long been a vassal of House Stark and has only recently assumed lordship of the Stormlands, thus lacking a solid foundation. The remaining contenders were all formidable figures. Tyrion and Sansa need no introduction. One is the current hand of the king, while the other is Jon's sister, both wielding considerable military strength. Consider Edmure Tully, Jon's nominal elder and Sansa's uncle, whose lineage ties him to the previous lady of House Stark, Catelyn Tully. He is also a distant relative of Robertson Arryn, as the last lady of House Arryn was Lisa Tully. It is noteworthy that Edmure benefits greatly from the marriages of his 2 sisters to the 2 great lords. Robertson, a staunch ally of Jon and a distant claimant to the title, similarly lacks the stature to contend for kingship. This leaves the last lord, Mace Tyrell of the Riverlands, who is the most cunning of them all. Appearing indifferent and almost serene, he harbors the grandest ambitions. At this moment, the assembled lords remained unaware of the events unfolding in King's Landing. Upon their arrival, they were whisked directly to the Hand's residence without even disembarking from their carriages. "Your Grace, has His Majesty summoned us for a matter of significance?" inquired Doran Martell, the youngest among them, unable to contain his curiosity. As Doran posed the question, the others turned their puzzled gazes towards Tyrion. With a grave countenance, Tyrion responded, "What I am about to convey is astonishing, yet entirely true. All of King's Landing can attest to it. Come, allow me to take you to a location where you may see for yourselves." Tyrion's words left the other 6 lords bewildered, yet they understood that he could not possibly jest before the eve of battle. Suppressing their confusion, they followed Tyrion out of the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister's office was not far from the palace, yet numerous buildings obstructed their view, so initially, no one noticed. Surrounded by guards, they made their way toward the palace, all assuming they were to meet Jon, and thus remained somewhat relaxed. It was only when a vast stretch of desolate land suddenly appeared before them that their ease was shattered. Indeed, it was a barren wasteland, devoid of life, strewn with stones and mud. When had King's Landing acquired such a wasteland? It should have been near the palace, not here. As they surveyed the scene, they saw that the edges of the wasteland were lined with collapsed structures, clearly demolished by immense force. The lords exchanged glances, at a loss for words to convey the shock that gripped them. If their suspicions were correct, had the palace truly been reduced to rubble? This was absurd. Who could possibly raise the palace in King's Landing? Was it Daenerys, descending upon them on dragoness wings? Before the lords could voice their disbelief, Tyrion, observing their expressive faces, interjected, "It is the work of the divine. Edmure, do not be so agitated, let me finish." Looking down at his feet which had left the ground, and at Edmure's hands gripping his collar tightly, Tyrion raised his voice, I know this seems incredible, yet it is the truth. Do you take us for fools? Where is this god of yours? Tell me, where is he? And why would he lay waste to this place? Edmure's skepticism was echoed by the other 5 lords. And Jon, what of our sovereign? He is dead, Tyrion replied. With this revelation, Edmure's grip slackened, his hands falling limply to his sides. This must be a conspiracy. Tyrion had concocted such a ludicrous scheme to deceive them, believing them to be mere children. Prime Minister, this is no jest. I demand the truth, Sansa declared, her face pale with grief. Clearly devastated by the news of Jon's demise. Although reluctant to accept it, she recognized that Tyrion would not toy with them regarding such grave matters. The immediate priority was to uncover the truth behind Jon's death and the cause of this wasteland. The remaining lords looked at Tyrion with skepticism, doubting he possessed such audacity. Tyrion's complexion was ashen. I know you will not believe me, but you may inquire freely. Ask anyone in King's Landing, the beggars, soldiers, blacksmiths, or tavern keepers, what transpired on the night 3 days ago. Honestly, I still feel as though I am dreaming. Tyrion then recounted the events of that fateful night in meticulous detail, leaving no aspect overlooked. A few individuals listened with expressions of disbelief. Yet they felt that Tyrion could not possibly concoct such a juvenile lie to deceive them. The unfolding events would warrant investigation, but I must return to my territory momentarily. Without my own forces present, one cannot guarantee that you will not resort to underhanded tactics. After all, this place is teeming with your loyalists. And who would dare to speak the truth? Mace Tyrell asserted. Others concurred, recognizing the validity of his point. With Tyrion's soldiers occupying the entire city, who would dare voice the truth before there existed any armed force capable of countering him? Even if he claimed that Jon had exploded on the spot, these individuals would likely affirm it as fact. However, Tyrion shook his head, stating, No, you cannot leave. Until we select the next king, none of us may depart from King's Landing. Chapter 60. Tyrion's compromise. Mace was furious. Tyrion, do you intend to place us under house arrest? What audacity! Are you seeking to incite a civil war? Observing Mace's furious demeanor, Tyrion, though small in stature, bore an equal measure of authority. Allowing you to return now would indeed ignite a civil war. I am fully aware of your intentions. The 7 kingdoms are currently leaderless, and the death of His Majesty Jon has once again unsettled the foundations of the realm. I cannot permit civil strife to erupt at this juncture. Furthermore, I have no intention of confining you. First and foremost, all of King's Landing is aware of how His Majesty met his end. You are free to investigate as you wish, and I shall not interfere. Secondly, we must elect a new king through peaceful means. Lastly, I must clarify that I, Tyrion Lannister, shall not partake in the contest for the throne. You 6 shall be the candidates, while I shall serve as the impartial witness. Upon hearing this, the 6 others displayed a range of expressions. Tyrion's withdrawal from the race meant the absence of a formidable contender. His wisdom was renowned throughout the continent, and without him, their chances would increase significantly. Additionally, Tyrion's decision not to participate in the election spoke volumes. It indicated his lack of ulterior motives, as such a course would bring him no advantage. It was evident that Jon's demise had no direct connection to him. Tyrion's choice stemmed from a place of necessity. Who would voluntarily forsake the chance to grasp the Iron Throne? Yet he could not, for as the sole duke present in King's Landing at the time of Jon's death, the shadow of suspicion would forever cling to him. Even if the entire city could vouch for his innocence, it would bear no weight. Should he ascend to the throne, he would be perceived as the beneficiary, and the others would undoubtedly harbor resentment, leading to covert machinations. In the face of a great adversary, unity within their ranks was paramount. Thus, he relinquished this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a compromise that showcased his wisdom, for politics often demands such sacrifices. Moreover, Tyrion had his own considerations. He had witnessed firsthand the might of that ancient god, an imposing figure beyond human comprehension. Whether that deity had come to vanquish the terrifying Black Mist or to eliminate Jon remained uncertain, but the outcome was clear. Jon had perished, and the Black Mist had vanished. Who can ascertain whether the next king might also fall victim to treachery? Thus, it would be prudent for the one who dares to rise to refrain from doing so. Tyrion has repeatedly found himself ensnared in perilous situations, narrowly escaping death, relying on his acute awareness of danger and his silver tongue. Even the slightest possibility of such a fate requires him to exercise caution. You are presently unable to leave King's Landing. Therefore, let your attendants conduct the investigation. After all, you have ample manpower at your disposal. Furthermore, you are free to undertake any actions within the city. Once your inquiries are complete, you may inform me, and we shall commence the election of the next king. I hope for your expedience, as we currently face formidable external threats. Daenerys has already seized vast territories in Essos and the Kingdom of Qarth, gaining control over several major ports at the mouth of the Rhoyne River. I fear it will not be long before she turns her attention towards us. This news has reached the lords far and wide. Ever since they learned of Daenerys' survival, the Seven Kingdoms have dispatched countless spies to Essos, closely monitoring her every move. Similarly, the news of Jon's demise may have already reached Daenerys. If we do not hasten our actions, she may exploit this window of opportunity to launch an assault on Westeros. What was once a position of assured control for us has suddenly turned into vulnerability, a situation unforeseen and alarming. In Essos, in the city of Volantis, Daenerys gazed at the reports sent back by her spies, her heart shaken. Jon was dead, the man she both loathed and loved with fervor. She had envisioned countless times the day she would personally exact vengeance upon him. Yet she had not anticipated his demise would come so easily, at the hands of his own master. In this moment, Daenerys was uncertain of her own emotions. Whether it was satisfaction or sorrow, the reality remained unchanged. Regaining her composure, she handed the note to Daario. The latest news confirmed Jon's death. However, the situation in King's Landing remained stable under Tyrion's guidance. The seven dukes had gathered, yet no new king had been elected, and other information was currently inaccessible. Speak, then. What course of action should we pursue next? Daenerys' retinue was no longer the small band it once was. After absorbing the Harris family of the Kingdom of Qarth, her administrative staff had gradually been reinforced. She entrusted the bureaucratic system to Daario without reservation. I believe we should take advantage of the instability in King's Landing and act decisively, deploying our forces to utterly defeat the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. The Kingdom of Qarth already possesses a multitude of warships, and we are tirelessly constructing additional vessels, our production capabilities now sufficient to match the size of our army. Gregor was the first to speak, aware of the Queen's urgency and echoing Daenerys' sentiments. However, Daenerys did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the former Grand Maester of the Kingdom of Qarth, Caleb, the old man perpetually clad in white robes. Under the formidable recommendation of Daario, Carricato was appointed as the Grand Maester of the Valyrian Empire, second only to Daario among the civil officials. Daenerys regarded him with a discerning eye. Carricato spoke slowly. I believe it is unwise. Oh, the Grand Maester suggests that we should not seize the opportunity to strike while the Seven Kingdoms are in disarray? Should we not wait until they select a new king and prepare themselves for a direct assault? No, I wish to present 3 points. First, while it is true that Westeros currently lacks a leader, order remains intact due to Tyrion's presence. Chaos has not ensued. Second, Jon had made extensive preparations before his demise, specifically aimed at us in Essos. His forces are nearly battle-ready, always on high alert. If we rush in now, we will only face a devastating counterattack. Third, we cannot overlook the turmoil behind us. Have you forgotten about the Loiner and their vengeance against Cheorn? The current Cheorn is not the Cheorn of old. It has been rebuilt downstream from the ancient city, which remains uninhabitable for humans due to the curse of Prince Galen. The downfall of old Cheorn is a memory etched in the hearts of the Loiner, a hatred that courses through their veins and marrow. If we recklessly venture forth, leaving a pack of wolves at our backs, it would be sheer folly. I am certain they would not hesitate to strike us while we are embroiled in battle. Even if they gain nothing from it, the Loiner would relish the opportunity. Carricato's words sent a chill down Gregor's spine. The Grand Maester's reasoning was sound. A hasty advance could bring about significant peril. Whether to first secure their rear would ultimately be a decision for the Queen to make. Chapter 61. The campaign to Cheorn. Daenerys had to concede that she was swayed by Carricato's counsel. With the impending war, she could not afford even the slightest miscalculation. Although Westeros was not in outright chaos, the process of selecting a new king would not be swift. Thus, a surprise attack at this juncture was certainly ill-advised. The Grand Maester was correct. The opposing forces were already assembled, gathered near the 3 major ports, with King's Landing's docks housing a formidable contingent of 500,000 troops, ever ready for battle. Everyone recognized that this was an opportune moment for an offensive, yet it was precisely such universally acknowledged circumstances that demanded caution. After careful consideration, Daenerys resolved to heed Carricato's advice, directing her forces northward to confront Cheorn. The principle of securing one's own domain before engaging external threats held true in all contexts. Indeed, the Grand Maester proved to be erudite. Daario had not misjudged him. Daenerys cast a commendatory glance at Daario, clearly pleased that he had recommended such a wise individual. Your Majesty is too gracious, Carricato replied with humility, rising slightly and bowing. It is my duty to alleviate your concerns, my queen. Dario spoke but a single sentence throughout. Yet it was evident that Calicato's words echoed his own sentiments. With ample affirmation given to both, Daenerys turned her gaze towards Gregor and Kays. Instantly, the two men straightened, their eyes fixed ahead. Gregor, Kays, you shall lead my forces, commanding 300,000 men. Ensure the conquest of Cheorn. Can you accomplish this? Rest assured. We shall not disappoint your majesty. Gregor thumped his chest with a resounding force. Ever since her majesty bestowed upon him a name, he felt his existence imbued with significance. Now bearing the noble and ancient Targaryen surname, no longer just a lowly worm. Such a transformation compelled him to serve with unwavering loyalty. Daenerys was pleased with Gregor's demeanor. Very well, assemble the troops at once and prepare for immediate departure. We cannot afford to linger. Time is not on our side in Westeros. Fear not, your majesty. Our forces are readily available, and we can set forth by dawn. Excellent. I await your triumphant news. The following day, as dawn broke, the sharp sound of a whistle pierced through the camp outside Valissa. The Dothraki cavalry had finished their breakfast and stood in neat formation. The Dothraki had been organized under Gregor's command. 10 men formed a group, 10 groups made a squad, 10 squads constituted a battalion, 10 battalions formed a regiment, and 10 regiments comprised an army, each with designated leaders. Though the organization was rudimentary, it was a marked improvement over the chaotic past of the Dothraki, ensuring a semblance of order, preventing the disarray that once characterized their tactics. The cows of each tribe were appointed to positions above the rank of regiment leader. The entire force now comprised 6 armies, each 10,000 strong, with the 6th army consisting of over 60,000 Dothraki and more than 30,000 surrendered defenders from Cotton City, forming a mixed infantry and cavalry unit. The remaining 500 members of the Second Sons served as Daenerys' personal guard, abstaining from the conflict to ensure the queen's safety. This arrangement also signified a profound trust in the Second Sons. After the Battle of Valissa, where 4,500 had perished, they bore the greatest losses. The remaining 500 were led by Dario under the guise of protection at the docks. Had they engaged in battle, they likely would have met a similar fate. The Second Sons had now been rebranded as the Iron Guard. Had Yora still lived, Daenerys would undoubtedly have entrusted the Iron Guard to him. However, the responsibility now fell to Edith, the former second-in-command of the Second Sons, stationed far away in Querce. While Edith was reliable, Yora's image remained irreplaceable in Daenerys' heart. Thus, Daenerys' army was structured in this manner, enhancing the efficiency of their movements. An hour after dawn, 300,000 troops stood ready, devoid of the former disarray of the Dothraki, all in meticulous order, bustling yet composed. Behind the army of the Pure Ones, provisions were being escorted. With a grand force of 300,000 troops, the daily consumption of food and horses was no trifling matter. With the Pure Ones overseeing, Daenerys felt a sense of reassurance. Soon, the grand army set forth, marching northward, an endless procession stretching as far as the eye could see. Daenerys stood upon the city walls, personally bidding farewell, watching the figures of her army gradually recede into the distance, a surge of valor igniting within her. With such a formidable force at the forefront, and a demigod as her steadfast ally, what endeavor could possibly be beyond her reach? Await, Westeros, for the return of your queen. In the skies above, a dragon's sword, Drogon appearing even larger than before. Having put on a show in King's Landing, Zhang Xian did not return directly to Essos, but rather first journeyed to the Stepstones, an archipelago situated in the central waters between Dorne and the southwestern edge of the Essos continent. Among the Stepstones lay Bloodstone Island, shrouded in perpetual miasma due to its proximity to the smoking sea. While life was not entirely extinguished here, the creatures that managed to survive were either ferocious predators or carrion eaters rife with disease. Before heading to Westeros, Zhang Xian deposited Viserion and 2 mutated Wights on Bloodstone Island, knowing that despite the island's savage inhabitants, they would be rendered as docile as kittens upon encountering Viserion. Viserion was tasked with hunting for the 2 Wights, providing sustenance, while the Wights were to consume. Zhang Xian was keen to observe what remarkable traits these specimens, closely monitored by the fire sorceress of Ass High, would exhibit. These 2 Wights, already reanimated corpses, had been infected with the grayscale virus and now, with Zhang Xian's icy essence added, had evolved into a peculiar type of Wight. Given Zhang Xian's prowess, his direct involvement would not be trivial, although he did not summon these mutated Wights with the same meticulous care as Daenerys. Infusing them with a plethora of dragon crystal energy, a comparison revealed that these Wights were not inferior to the Wight commanders once under the Night King's command. Zhang Xian himself was curious to see how far these 2 would develop. when Zheng Xin discovered them in a dense forest on Bloodstone Island. He was astonished to find the two Wights roasting meat over a fire. Upon sensing their master's arrival, the Wights immediately rose, no longer cowering, but instead kneeling on one knee in submission. Had they awakened a semblance of human consciousness? The ability to cook meat suggested they had transcended the primitive desire for consumption, their thoughts gradually aligning more with humanity. "You have returned, master," they uttered, their voices still raspy and unpleasant, accompanied by a disorienting bubble-like tone, yet no longer fragmented, able to articulate complete sentences. It seemed Viserion had not been remiss in providing them with meat, facilitating their rapid evolution. Zheng Xin nodded slightly, retracting his wings and descending to the ground. "I see your condition suggests you have regained your reason." One of the ghouls raised its head and said with reverence, "Master, after several days of nourishment from the Ice Dragon Lord, we have begun to recall our memories from our time as humans." Chapter 62. The Norbert Brothers. "Oh? Have you remembered so quickly? Very well, then, enlighten us. What exactly transpired? From whence do you hail? How were you captured? And what makes you unique?" Zheng Xin, intrigued, inquired. Ordinarily, he would not have found interest in two diminutive ghouls that could easily be crushed with a fingertip. However, given the significance that Raholo's servants placed upon these two anomalous ghouls, Zheng Xin felt a flicker of curiosity, perhaps out of sheer boredom. The two ghouls, sensing the gravity of the moment, began to recount their tale without hesitation. "We are twin brothers. I am Blaze Norbert, and my brother is Leo Norbert. We originally descended from the Roina on the Serpent Lizard Isles, long ago, after Queen Nymeria of the Nasa fled with all the elderly, weak, and women. Their first destination was the abandoned continent of Sothros, specifically the desolate region known as Yaminta, which had been forsaken for over a millennium, rife with skeletons, specters, and ghouls, making it utterly inhospitable for humans. Thus, they abandoned it. Yet, a portion of the populace was unwilling to continue sailing into the perilous, unknown seas, where death lurked at every turn. Consequently, many chose to remain on the Serpent Lizard Isles, and we are their descendants. The inhabitants there revere the King of Light, including us brothers. However, one day, a group of individuals clad in crimson arrived on the island, proclaiming themselves as the fire sorcerers of Asha, servants of the King of Light, and they demonstrated the miracles of the king to us, leading us to believe their words. They asserted that to join their ranks and become fire sorcerers, we must journey to the interior of the continent of Sothros and accomplish a specific task, as it was the path they all took to attain their sorcerous powers. We, blinded by the elation of soon becoming servants of the King of Light, followed their lead. Upon reaching the forests of Sothros, they shockingly urged us to willingly become infected with the ghoul virus. At this juncture, Blaze's voice grew increasingly hoarse. It was evident that articulating so much was a considerable strain for him. Noticing his brother faltering, Leo continued, "Having lived our entire lives on the Serpent Lizard Isles, we were acutely aware of the fate that awaited those infected with the ghoul virus. Yet, they reassured us that the King of Light would safeguard us and prevent our transformation into ghouls. They insisted that completing the task was paramount to becoming fire sorcerers. After all, do you think it is so easy to succeed as a fire sorcerer?" Although we were filled with trepidation at that time, we also felt justified in our actions. Moreover, being just two against a multitude, we mustered our courage and approached, only to be bitten by the ghouls. To our astonishment, no sooner had we been infected than we were ambushed from behind, leaving us both unconscious. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves before you. What transpired in between and how long we were out remains a mystery to us." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xin was puzzled. It sounded rather mundane, merely the tale of ordinary individuals. Could he have truly misjudged the situation? However, Leo hesitated for a moment before continuing. "But what?" Zheng Xion's interest was piqued. "Upon awakening, we discovered some extraordinary phenomena." Before Zheng Xion could inquire further, Blaze interjected. "We stumbled upon the realization that we seem to have the ability to manipulate water flow. As descendants of the Roina people, I suspect that by mere coincidence, we have awakened the bloodline of water sorcerers." Zheng Xion suddenly understood. No wonder the fire sorcerers placed such emphasis on those two ghouls, conducting focused research on them. The crux of the matter lay here. Yet, how did the fire sorcerers ascertain the presence of water sorcerer blood within these two? That question remains unanswered, but they had indeed pinpointed the brothers with remarkable accuracy. The prowess of water sorcerers is indisputable. In the past, Prince Galen relied on water sorcerers to counterbalance the dragon flames, leading a campaign all the way to Volantis. Ultimately, he compelled the Valyrian Dragon Lord family to deploy their full might, sending forth 100 dragons, employing the strategy of dragon seas, which ultimately secured their victory over the Rhoyna people. Now, these two fortuitously acquired mutated ghouls claimed to have awakened their ancestral bloodline and become water sorcerers. Through the ghoul virus, the grayscale virus, and Zhang Xian's necromantic summoning magic, threefold enhancements, they inadvertently revived this profession, which had been extinct for over a millennium. Two newly awakened water sorcerers may not seem significant, yet their emergence provided Zhang Xian with a fresh perspective. He possessed ample resources regarding the ghoul virus, the grayscale virus, and summoning magic. The only challenge lay in accurately identifying individuals with the water sorcerer bloodline. It is crucial to note that not all Rhoyna possess such blood. It is an exceedingly rare lineage. Even during the zenith of the Rhoyna, there were no more than 100 water sorcerers, a true rarity. Currently, the densest populations of Rhoyna can be found in two locations. First, in the city of Cheorn on the continent of Essos, and second, on the Serpent Lizard Isles of the continent of Sothoros. The third location is within the kingdom of Westeros, where the descendants of the Rhoyna are most numerous. Most of them had once ventured out to sea with Namelia, leaving behind only a small fraction. Shall we resort to a sea selection method? The mortality rate of such an endeavor is incalculable. To become a water sorcerer, one must first transform into a ghoul, a prerequisite that most would likely refuse. Is this not akin to the notion that one must first undergo castration to attain mastery in a divine art? The only notable distinction lies in the substantial probability of mastering divine skills after self-castration. However, once transformed into a ghoul, achieving the status of a water sorcerer becomes exceedingly challenging. It is not merely a matter of diligence, but fundamentally tied to one's bloodline. Without the bloodline of a water sorcerer, succumbing to the state of a ghoul signifies a complete transformation into a true ghoul. Temporarily setting aside this notion, it is prudent to devise a thorough plan, ideally acquiring a method to discern bloodlines before proceeding. What level of water control can you presently achieve? Leo scratched his head, uncertain of the extent, suggesting they demonstrate to their master. Coincidentally, a river flowed nearby, and the two brothers approached its bank. With a mere lift of his hand, Blaze halted the river's flow, as if a fabric had been torn asunder. At one end, it appeared an invisible hand had lifted it, erecting a wall-like barrier. While water continuously surged in, the water wall growing taller and thicker. Eventually, Blaze could no longer sustain it. As he released his hands, the river burst forth like a punctured balloon, cascading back into its bed. Blaze had conjured a defensive water magic, the water wall, which the water sorcerer had originally employed to withstand dragon fire. Yet, the display was far from over. Following closely, Leo waved his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly erupted in the now calm river, expanding in size as it rose from the water like a cobra lifting its head. The whirlpool grew ever higher until it formed a colossal water vortex. Leo deftly maneuvered the vortex towards the shore, the water spiral seemingly imbued with life, obediently advancing onto land and devastating vast stretches of forest and earth. Only after reaching 100 meters away, due to the lack of a continuous water influx, did the vortex gradually diminish until it vanished entirely. Zhang Xian surveyed the extensive destruction of the forest, thoroughly impressed by the power of the water vortex. What do you think, my lord? Blaze turned to Zhang Xian, his eyes gleaming with pride, reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting praise after a commendable performance. Remarkable. I am quite satisfied. You two shall accompany me back to Essos. I have an important task to assign you. Chapter 63. The anxious Dario. After a full day of the army's march, Daenerys awaited news from Zhang Xian, who instructed her to meet him at a certain location outside Valissa. Without hesitation, Daenerys mounted her dragon, reassuring the Ironborn that there was no cause for concern, and ventured out of the city alone. In the distance, she beheld the immense form of Viserion sprawled upon the ground, accompanied by three figures, one tall and two shorter. That towering ice-blue figure could only belong to her master, Zhang Xian. Drogo descended in a whirlwind, now significantly larger than Viserion, the two having transcended different tiers. Though Viserion could continue to grow, his rate had been considerably hindered since becoming an undead creature, while Drogo faced no such limitations. Upon landing, Daenerys respectfully greeted Zhang Xian. Your Majesty. Zhang Xian nodded gently, his expression devoid of emotion, characteristic of the White Walkers. Allow me to share a few matters with you. Daenerys listened attentively. I have already made my presence known in King's Landing, in the name of the old gods. Before you embark on your journey to Westeros, I shall crown you as the Emperor of the Valyrian Empire, which is under the protection of the old gods, provided that the populace must believe in them. Zhang Xian's intentions are unmistakable. He will crown Daenerys as empress in the name of the old gods, thereby securing their favor. It is now widely known throughout King's Landing that the old gods have returned, which will undoubtedly influence the soldiers during the battle against the Valyrian army, potentially leading to disobedience or even rebellion among them. Do not underestimate the fervor of one's faith. At times, it compels individuals to sacrifice their lives, particularly when the deity they revere has manifested signs or has made a personal appearance. Followers may very well become zealots. Rest assured, my lord, I have instructed the construction of temples dedicated to the old gods in the regions of Yuan Kai, Kors, Astapor, and Valissa, along with the planting of weirwood trees. Henceforth, wherever my army traverses, they shall be enveloped in the glory of the old gods. Excellent. Zhang Xian commended Daenerys' initiative. Once the temples are established and the weirwood trees are extensively planted, he will be able to harness the power of faith on a grand scale. Daenerys' territory has indeed expanded significantly. With a burgeoning population, soon, an immense influx of faith will surge into Zhang Xian, who is well prepared for this eventuality. There is one more matter. They are, like you, my servants, though they are water sorcerers transformed from mutated ghouls. Henceforth, let them don robes and accompany you. How you choose to employ them is entirely up to you. At this moment, the Norbert brothers were clad in blue robes, similar to the red robes of the fire mages, albeit with larger hoods that concealed their faces, leaving no skin exposed. Initially, Daenerys had sensed that the two individuals behind Zhang Xian shared the same aura as her own servants, thus she accepted them without hesitation. However, she was taken aback upon learning that they were water sorcerers transformed from ghouls. How could ghouls and water sorcerers possibly be connected? Zhang Xian gestured for the brothers to remove their hoods. Obediently, the Norbert brothers lifted their hoods. Although their consciousness had reverted to that of humans, their appearances still bore the characteristics of ghouls, ugly, fearsome, with sharp teeth. Yet their bodies were not covered in the green slime typical of ghouls. Rather, their skin bore patches. They now possessed the robust form of White Walker generals, imbued with strength. The energy of the White Walkers emanates from the Night King, and as long as the Night King endures, they shall possess boundless energy. The Norbert brothers, too, derive their strength from Zhang Xian. As long as he remains alive, they can serve as a perpetual source of magical power. This is also the reason why the two were able to wield such formidable water magic immediately upon awakening. Otherwise, with their nascent and feeble magical power, they would likely only be capable of using a water vortex for washing dishes. Observing their terrifying appearances, Daenerys felt no hesitation or disdain. I am Daenerys Targaryen, the heir to the Valyrian Empire. From now on, you shall accompany me. No one shall dare to trouble you. The Norbert brothers were equally astonished. Truly, their master was remarkable. They were well aware that the Valyrians had annihilated their people, the Loinans, and the strength of the Valyrians was undeniable. Now, the one who was reconstructing the Valyrian Empire was, like them, a servant of their master. It seemed that the two were destined to serve Daenerys henceforth. However, despite being descendants of the Loinans, their loyalty to their master eclipsed all notions of ancestral grievances. Their sole focus was on serving their master with unwavering dedication. Very well, let us return with them. They will prove useful. Daenerys complied. Yet this time she did not ride her dragon, for Drogon, being a living creature with his own temperament, would not permit two whites to mount him. To demonstrate her respect for the brothers, Daenerys chose to walk back to Valyria alongside them. Fortunately, the distance to Valyria was not great, and they arrived after a brief walk. Upon her return, the city guards were taken aback. The queen had always soared through the skies on her dragon. When had she ever walked? They had just seen the great dragon soar from the city, and now they wondered why she was returning on foot. Following her were two mysterious figures in blue robes, their faces obscured, yet being in the presence of Her Majesty, they were assuredly allies. Upon catching sight of the queen's return, the soldiers, displaying keen awareness, opened the city gates to welcome her back. As for the two water mages, no one dared to inquire about their origins, save for Dario. Observing the increasingly enigmatic Daenerys, Dario approached her. Your Majesty, who are these two? In truth, Dario felt a sense of unease, not out of fear that Daenerys might distrust him, for if she truly did, she would not have entrusted him with significant tasks or allowed him to return to Valyria to carry out his duties as her hand. Rather, it was that Daenerys had been back for quite some time without once inviting him to partake in their intimate games. Before her departure to Westeros, they had shared several passionate encounters. From the moment Dario laid eyes on Daenerys, he had been utterly captivated, willing to betray the other two leaders of the Second Sons for her. Yet, despite their fervor before her journey, upon her return, she had become distant. The thought that he might never again engage in those delightful activities with the queen troubled Dario profoundly. Daenerys cast a deep glance at Dario, fully aware of his thoughts. But for now, all she could do was silently apologize within her heart. These two individuals are the water sorcerers I have summoned, and I intend to dispatch them to Cheorn to assist Greg. With the aid of these two water sorcerers, I firmly believe that our conquest of Cheorn will be significantly expedited. Water sorcerers? Anyone who has read the comprehensive history of the continent is well aware of their origin. They are the national treasure of the Loinai people, akin to what dragons represent for Valyria. Now, to hear that water sorcerers are poised to aid Valyria in its assault on the Loinai city of Cheorn is utterly astounding. Dario, unable to conceal his own thoughts and disregarding his noble demeanor, gaped in disbelief at Daenerys. Daenerys merely smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. Chapter 64, Prince Loch Cheorn. Once the wealthiest and most beautiful city of the Loinai, was renowned as the capital of festivities, hosting all significant ceremonies and festivals of the Loinai people. However, since the outbreak of the War of Vea millennium ago, Cheorn was utterly devastated. The great Gaelings suffered defeat at Volantis, imprisoned in a gilded cage, forced to witness the destruction of Loinai cities and the brutal slaying of his kin, as the River Lorne ran red with blood until the Valyrians reached Cheorn. Prince Gaeling, weeping blood, sacrificed his soul in a plea for the river god to punish these savage invaders. It is said that a torrential rain fell, seawater surged, and the deluge was accompanied by viscous poison and lethal fog, causing the Valyrian conquerors to succumb to grayscale. From that moment, the once beautiful city of Cheorn transformed into a city of death, later referred to as the Hill of Sorrow, where Prince Gaeling emerged from his grave, claiming the title of King of the Shroud, continuing to rule this land. Of course, this is merely a legend, a tale spun by the descendants of Loinai to denounce Valyrian atrocities. Yet, it is undeniable that this place has become uninhabitable for humans. Therefore, those Loinai who did not sail with nameless celebrated their survival amidst the collapse of Valyria, and, not far downstream from ancient Cheorn, constructed the present city of Cheorn in the same style as its predecessor. They consider themselves the rightful Loinai, shunning intermarriage with outsiders and eschewing expansion, content to guard their modest domain. However, just recently, news has emerged that has incited fury among the Loinai people. The Targaryen family, one of the ancient Valyrian dragon lord families and the sole survivors of the Great Extinction, has returned. Daenerys Targaryen aims to reconstruct the Valyrian Empire, and this certainly ignites the ire of the Loinai. Their hatred for the Valyrians runs deeper than the heavens and broader than the seas. Swiftly, they mobilized, heading north to Nassausin and south to Valiza, uniting the three great kingdoms and surrounding independent trade city-states to prepare to confront Daenerys. To his astonishment, the inept Valicena could not withstand even a single day. The gates of the city were breached by none other than the son of Mysis, one of Daenerys' commanders. The cavalry surged into the city, and the outcome was all but inevitable. Upon receiving this news, Prince Edwin Locke of Cheorn was so enraged that he shattered the cup in his hand. He had already dispatched reinforcements, but they had not even traversed half the distance when word arrived that the kingdom of Cotton had fallen, and old Mysis had pledged allegiance to Daenerys. While Cheorn might refrain from intervening in others' conflicts, they could not afford to lag behind in the face of Valyria's aggression. Yet now, the tide had turned irrevocably in favor of the adversary, leaving them powerless to contend. Although their forces numbered slightly more than Valicena's, they could muster only 150,000 men, and in the face of Daenerys, defeat was merely a matter of time. Thus, Prince Locke devised another scheme. In Westeros, there remained a greater number of the Loinar people who had embarked on a voyage with Nymeria a millennium ago. Although 1,000 years had passed, it was undeniable that the blood of the Loinars still coursed through their veins. To illustrate, during the conquest led by Aegon Targaryen, the most vehement resistance emerged from Dorne, spearheaded by the noble Loinar faction. With the support of Prince Martell, the Loinar of Dorne successfully repelled Aegon's armies on 3 separate occasions. It was only during Aegon's 4th campaign against Dorne that he managed to seize the land, albeit with great difficulty. Nevertheless, the Loinar continued their relentless opposition and disturbances for over a century. Ultimately, the Targaryen family, overwhelmed by their tenacity, established a nominal subservience to Dorne, which in reality operated as an independent kingdom. Prince Locke penned a letter to Prince Martell of Dorne, asserting their kinship, emphasizing that Queen Nymeria was wed to Prince Martell as his legitimate wife. He reminded Martell that the blood of the Loinar ran through their veins as well, and that they could not stand idly by in their time of need. Though the familial connection was somewhat tenuous, it bore a semblance of truth. He proceeded to make a series of promises and concessions, offering to pay tribute to House Martell annually, provided they would send troops to assist him. However, just yesterday, Prince Locke received alarming news from a scout in Dorne. It was reported that the current Prince of Martell, Dorne Martell, had traveled to King's Landing and had been there for 3 days without any indication of when he might return. The letter had been left unopened, as it bore the inscription, "For the personal attention of Prince Martell." In a fit of rage, Prince Locke shattered yet another wine glass, marking the 14th he had broken in recent days. His subordinates remained silent and tense, fearful that even the sound of their breathing might provoke his wrath. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathless and flustered. "My Lord Locke, grave news has arrived." Locke's veins throbbed with frustration, a strong urge to execute the impertinent fool before him who failed to read the room. Yet, he stifled his temper and rasped, "What is the matter? Why the flurry?" Meanwhile, a deep unease stirred within him. Could it be that Daenerys had made her move? Our scouts stationed outside the city reported a formidable force approaching from the direction of Valissa, numbering at least 300,000, all cavalry. It was unmistakably Daenerys' army. A wave of dizziness washed over Prince Locke as he pressed his forehead with his hand, nearly collapsing to the ground. "They have come. They have arrived. Quickly, summon General Baildaway." "Yes." The attendant promptly obeyed, hastening to bring General Baildaway. In but a moment, a tall, middle-aged man clad in silver-scaled armor entered the chamber. "Your Highness." Baildaway greeted respectfully before raising his gaze to meet Prince Locke's. "General, let us dispense with formalities. Daenerys is upon us. What shall we do? Think of a solution." Baildaway, perceiving Locke's disarray, let out a sigh. In times of peace, Prince Locke was undoubtedly a benevolent ruler, kind, compassionate, economically astute, and progressive. However, he bore one significant flaw: cowardice. Born into nobility, Locke had enjoyed a life of luxury and privilege, seamlessly inheriting his father's dominion over Cheorn. Having never faced the tumult of war, he had relished peace for far too long. Little did he know that while he yearned for tranquility, others nurtured ambitions that would not allow him to remain undisturbed. Often, weakness is a cardinal sin. Yet Baildaway felt compelled to offer reassurance. "There is no need for such panic, Your Highness. We possess an army of 150,000, fortified by high walls, and our defenses are stockpiled with weapons and armor in abundance. I can assure you, no matter how many they send, they shall not return. Furthermore, we are not alone. Surrounding us are 4 slave lord houses. Do they wish to be conquered? They will join our cause. There is also the Free Alliance Coalition. Although the Kingdom of Cotton has fallen, the largest slave lord, Nameless, still holds sway. He may lack in other resources, but he has numbers. Before my arrival, I sent word to Nameless, and their reinforcements shall soon arrive. Our forces shall be equal, rest assured, Your Highness." Baildaway's words and his composed demeanor deeply reassured Prince Locke. Indeed, he had allies. Even if the Dornish did not come, his own numbers would rival Daenerys's. Moreover, General Baildaway was a formidable warrior, Cheorn's unrivaled champion. With him at the helm, Cheorn would be as steadfast as a fortress. Ultimately, the outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. Chapter 65. The election begins in Westeros. At the Prime Minister's office in King's Landing, the Dukes of the Seven Kingdoms convened once more. After 3 days of various investigations, regardless of the methods employed, the cause of Jon Targaryen's demise was unanimously attributed to being struck by a meteor. However, the common folk believe it to be a meteor sent by the gods. Those with some knowledge of the situation assert that Jon's slaying of Daenerys provoked divine retribution. The dark mist is deemed a demon, which purportedly came to protect Jon, suggesting that the king has aligned himself with evil forces. In summary, the findings were diverse. Each individual presented a unique narrative, embellished with their own artistic interpretations. Nonetheless, the overall process bore a resemblance to what Tyrion had articulated. This was not a uniform account arrived at after consensus, but rather the results of personal observations intertwined with speculation. Each duke's entourage consisted of no fewer than 50 to 60 individuals, with some numbering over 100. Over the course of 3 days, they were all dispatched to gather intelligence. After consolidation and deliberation, the final conclusion was that Tyrion had not lied. Furthermore, 2 additional points corroborated Tyrion's assertions. First, the violent explosion that affected a kilometer radius. To date, neither Westeros nor Essos has reported anyone possessing such capabilities. The results of Dragon Fire would yield a different outcome than the current state. An assault capable of reducing structures to dust could only be wrought by divine power. The extensive range of destruction was unprecedented, and similarly, even if Tyrion had intended to deceive, he could not have orchestrated such a spectacle. Second, Tyrion had declared his withdrawal from the competition for the Iron Throne. Although the recently forged Iron Throne was once again reduced to iron dust, they would undoubtedly craft a replica, as it symbolizes the supreme authority of King's Landing, which must not be forsaken. Tyrion's withdrawal speaks volumes. His brother Jaime betrayed the Mad King and has been labeled a kinslayer for life. Yet, no one truly sought to avenge such a tyrant. Otherwise, Jaime would not have lived so freely until the Battle of King's Landing. He would have been executed long ago. However, Tyrion's act of killing Jon yields no advantages. He not only forfeits the Iron Throne but also invites chaos, which would inevitably ensue within the Seven Kingdoms if mishandled. Thus, the Six Dukes concluded that Tyrion was not the perpetrator. Consequently, the presence of the Divine that day became the most credible explanation. Upon reflecting on this, Sansa felt a surge of excitement. Among the seven present, she alone worshipped the old gods, implying that, of all the deities known, only the old gods had truly manifested. How could this not exhilarate Sansa? She felt a renewed hope of ascending to that exalted throne, for she believed she had divine favor. My Lord Prime Minister, after 3 days of investigation, we have discovered that the facts indeed align with your description. Although it is truly astonishing, I have always held steadfast belief in the existence of the old gods. I surmise that the old gods did not come to exact vengeance upon Jon, but rather to confront that demon. You have exonerated yourself and proven your innocence. We are grateful for your contributions to King's Landing and the peace and stability of the Seven Kingdoms. There is no need for you to withdraw from the election for the Iron Throne. A person as wise and respected as yourself is undoubtedly qualified to run, and I shall cast my vote in your favor. Sansa Stark was the first to speak, her words not merely representing herself, but echoing the sentiments of the entire North. Maerys Targaryen sneered, recognizing the cunning nature of this woman, as she began to seek the support of the Prime Minister. She was fully aware that Tyrion's statements could not be retracted, and thus began her sycophancy. Maerys inwardly regretted having spoken slowly, as Sansa had preempted her thoughts. Yet, there was still time for redemption. Indeed, Lord Tyrion, I believe that should you be elected king, it would be highly convincing, at the very least. Our kingdom of the Riverlands will have no objections. With that, she shot a challenging glance at Sansa, then turned her gaze sincerely towards Tyrion. How perceptive Tyrion was to discern the ulterior motives of these individuals. However, having announced his withdrawal, he had no intention of wading into this murky water. If he were to acquiesce at this juncture, these individuals would surely don a different facade. No, it is an undeniable fact that when Jon perished, I was indeed in King's Landing, and thus I shall refrain from participation. Since the matter has been thoroughly investigated, let us proceed with the election. We shall cast our votes, and the one with the most votes shall be crowned king. As expected, Tyrion declined. Upon the conclusion of his statement, 6 individuals tensed up. Or rather, 3, Sansa, Edmure, and Maerys. Dothraki, Stannis, and Robson were acutely aware of their disadvantage and had little chance of ascending to power. Each individual possessed 1 vote, and casting a vote for oneself was prohibited, rendering this single vote exceedingly significant. They might even choose to abstain rather than bestow their vote upon another without any vested interest. The 3 viable candidates had garnered some support through various means over the past few days. Now, it was time to await the results of the voting. Those in favor of Prince Dothraki Martell, please raise your hands. The room fell into silence, with no hands raised, which was anticipated. Dothraki offered an awkward smile, but refrained from further comment. Those in favor of Stannis Mormont, please raise your hands. Still, no hands were raised. Tyrion's gaze swept over each person present, and after a brief silence, he announced, those in favor of Robson Arryn, please raise your hands. Again, no hands were raised. The failure of these 3 candidates was entirely expected. Now, the main event was upon them. Those in favor of Sansa Stark, please raise your hands. Stannis Mormont was the first to raise her hand, affirming that the Mormont family would always stand behind the Stark family. Edmure Tully also raised his hand. Having previously reached an agreement with Sansa to mutually support one another, with the intention of excluding Maerys from contention, the task of garnering further support would then hinge on their own abilities. The 2 individuals are indeed relatives, an uncle and a nephew, regardless of who is elected. It is certainly preferable to the election of Mace. 2 individuals have already raised their hands in support of Sansa, who cast an eager glance towards Tyrion. Without hesitation, he too raised his hand, reminiscent of how he had raised another limb the previous night. Among those present, only Tyrion was privy to the truth that from the moment he arrived in the north and beheld that bashful girl whose eyes were solely filled with thoughts of Joffrey, he had fallen for her. Yet, he understood that he was unworthy of loving her. Thus, he endeavored to treat her with utmost kindness. On the very day of Joffrey's poisoning, he sought out Peter Baelish, attempting to devise a way to rescue Sansa. Although Baelish had his own motives, Tyrion's plan succeeded. Sansa managed to escape by boat, while he himself was vilified and nearly executed. Had it not been for his persuasion of Jaime to secretly free him, he would have met his end that day. In summary, Tyrion harbored a profound love for Sansa, one that he never dared to reveal. However, there had indeed existed a betrothal between them, which, due to a series of unfortunate events, had been long forgotten. If Sansa, as the Duchess of the North, had not been so determined to claim the Iron Throne, she would not have sought an audience with Tyrion last night, bringing up their former engagement. Although it had initially been proposed by Tywin to humiliate Tyrion, it now conveniently provided Sansa with a rationale to advocate for Tyrion, rendering her intentions less mercenary. Ultimately, Sansa successfully secured a vote from Tyrion, fulfilling his long-held desire. Although he was aware of Sansa's materialistic tendencies, it mattered little to him. In his eyes, she remained the innocent Sansa of yesteryears. Love can cloud one's judgment, and the allure of a cherished memory is irresistible. Brothers, favorable reviews and more chapters are forthcoming. I never deceive. Today, I present 4 new chapters. Additionally, my gratitude to the prompt of the Corpse of Fear and the likes. Thank you for your support. Chapter 66. The furious Edmure. Sansa leads with 3 votes, currently ahead of all. Mace is beginning to panic. He has only garnered the support of Dolta Martell, whose territory is adjacent and usually maintains a close relationship. In recent days, he secretly met with Stannis and Robson, but their attitudes were ambiguous. They neither pledged their support nor opposed him. Mace finds himself in a bind. The outcome is now evident, as Stannis has unequivocally backed Sansa. And surprisingly, Tyrion, that little imp, has also turned against him. With Sansa at 3 votes, even if he were to secure an additional vote, he would still not match her strength. Suddenly, Mace's mind becomes alert, recalling his agreement with Edmure from the previous day. Those in favor of supporting Duke Mace Tyrell, please raise your hands. Dolta glanced at Mace, subtly shaking his head. Mace realized that the time had come to cast his vote, but he must secure his interests first. Merging the Riverlands with the River Bay is indeed a commendable idea. No one raised their hand to support Mace. He received 0 votes and faced failure. Currently, those who still possess voting rights are Sansa, Mace, Doran, and Robertson. Sansa's complexion shifted repeatedly. There remained 4 votes, and according to her agreement with Edmure, her vote must be cast in his favor. Edmure had already cast his vote for her, but would she reciprocate? If the remaining individuals all supported Edmure, her carefully laid plans would unravel, rendering her efforts a mere embellishment for him. Thus, the final round of voting commenced. Those in favor of Duke Edmure Tully, please raise your hands. Edmure gestured for Robertson and Mace to remain still, observing Sansa's reaction. Should she cast her vote, the 3 would promptly follow suit, propelling him to the throne. He feared that if others voted first, Sansa might abstain, resulting in a tie. The moment of truth rested on whether Sansa would adhere to their agreement. Time passed quietly as all eyes fixated on Sansa. She felt a prickling sensation against her back, an unfamiliar torment. Initially, had her vote not jeopardized her own candidacy, she would have cast it without hesitation, as it would have mattered little. However, the situation had grown stark. Edmure and Mace had formed an alliance, and if she were to engage, it would spell disaster for her carefully orchestrated scheme, something she would never allow. Tyrion, having discerned the gravity of the situation, spoke after a brief pause. Will everyone abstain? I will count to 3, and if no votes are cast, we shall consider it an abstention. 1, 2. Before he could utter 3, Edmure subtly nodded, prompting Robertson to raise his hand. I cast my vote for Duke Edmure. Observing this, Mace and Doran had no choice but to follow suit. The tide had turned dramatically. Only Sansa remained without a vote. Tyrion waited a moment longer, declaring the final count, 3. As the time elapsed, Sansa abstained, resulting in a tie between Sansa Stark and Edmure Tully. Witnessing the throne he believed was within his grasp slip away, Edmure could no longer restrain his emotions. Slamming his hand on the table, Sansa, have you forgotten our agreement? Such words were ill-suited for the occasion, yet they were an unspoken secret among them. Merely a matter of whether one wished to unveil this shroud of shame. Edmure, now furious, felt utterly deceived. Though he should not have placed his hopes on a rival, he had honored their agreement by voting for Sansa, and her betrayal ignited his wrath. My lord Edmure, abstention is Sansa's right. Please temper your emotions. This is not the time for discord, Tyrion interjected at an opportune moment. Just as he was about to elaborate, Sansa stood, clutching her forehead. I apologize, everyone. I am feeling unwell and must retire to rest. We shall reconvene on this matter at another time. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, she exited the room, her pallor evident. The reason Sancha was in such a hurry to depart was her fear that someone might propose a re-election. In the event of a new election, her support would dwindle to merely 2 votes, while Edmund would command 3. She needed to employ a strategy of delay, utilizing the next few days to sway a vote from Edmund's side to her own. Edmund, observing Sancha's hurried demeanor, began to grasp the situation. Yet with Sancha having already left, it was clear that an election could not proceed. Though he seethed with resentment, there was little he could do. He could only focus on consolidating his supporters and preventing Sancha from seizing any opportunities. Tyrion wore a grim expression. If they could smoothly elect the next king, all would be well. His greatest concern was the potential for disruptions during the election's interim. To his surprise, he discovered that Mace had allied with Edmund to oppose Sancha. Initially, he believed Sancha had a strong chance of winning and thought it prudent to lend her a gentle push, allowing both parties to achieve their desires. However, it now appeared he had underestimated the avarice of these individuals, uncertain of what Edmund had promised Mace to elicit such fervent support from this fickle ally. A wave of anxiety surged within Tyrion. He could only hope for a smooth conclusion. He had truly done his utmost. On the continent of Essos, outside the city of Cheorn, an army of 300,000 had arrived, effectively encircling the city. Meanwhile, Naz's reinforcements had already entered. Within Cheorn, 25,000 defenders had gathered, forming a bastion that could be described as impregnable. The city's high walls and deep moats made it easy to defend but difficult to attack. If they chose to hunker down, their disadvantage would be considerable. Kays approached Gregor, who hailed from the Dothraki Call, aware of the inherent difficulties cavalry faced during a siege, which paled in comparison to the ease with which infantry could assault a city. Gregor's expression was grave. He was acutely aware of the challenges posed by Cheorn. Their forces were only 5,000 stronger than the defenders, yet he understood the disparity in casualties between attackers and defenders. A direct assault was not feasible. He resolved to deploy trebuchets first to clear a path. Even if they could not bring down the walls, they must fill the moat. For the attackers, the moat was a formidable barrier. Without the means to scale the walls or a secure position to assault the gates, Gregor found himself limited to this strategy. He had already dispatched men to seek large stones in the wilderness and to fill bags with sand, maximizing their efforts to gather materials to fill the moat. They had constructed over 100 trebuchets, yet this was insufficient. For such a vast contingent, those 100 trebuchets would only serve half a battalion. They needed to continue building trebuchets, sourcing materials for filling the moat, and furthermore, they required something to be taken upstream on the Lorne River and dispersed into the waters. Gregor handed Kays a large package containing grayscaled virus powder. Be cautious, this substance is perilous. Ensure our men do not touch it or accidentally ingest or inhale it. Kays was uncertain of the nature of this powder, but presumed it to be some form of toxin. For the ruthless Dothraki, the use of poison incurs no psychological burden. Rather, it is a source of comfort to witness their leader's mercilessness, revealing that he is no indecisive character. However, he remains insufficiently acquainted with the Unsullied, whose hearts harbor not a shred of sympathy or compassion, but are solely driven by an unwavering resolve to achieve their objectives, regardless of the means employed. In Chapter 67, the defense of Cheorn, as the Valyrian army besieged the city, the forces within had already assembled, filling the walls to capacity. Supplies for the defense accumulated in towering heaps, with arrows, boulders, and boiling oil being transported to the battlements as if they were mere trifles. 250,000 men worked in unison, their pace remarkably swift. Beldaway ascended the walls to survey the scene, and even he felt a twinge of pressure upon witnessing the throng of black-clad figures beyond the gates. Nonetheless, he held firm confidence in the defense of Cheorn, a city revered as sacred among all the Loina people. He would not allow the Valyrians to lay claim to a single inch. As he observed the siege engines being erected outside the walls, Beldaway scoffed derisively. He had preemptively arranged for the retrieval of sufficiently large stones, and any that could not be salvaged had been shattered to ensure that no opportunity was afforded to the enemy. Should they dare approach the city, they would find no safe passage. The forces within the city numbered an impressive 250,000, and Beldaway had never encountered such abundant resources in battle. If he could not withstand these barbarous Dothraki, he might as well surrender to the moat. Meanwhile, the Valyrian army could no longer contain their impatience. With a grand gesture, Gregor commanded the trebuchets to be positioned beyond the maximum range of arrows, and the main body of troops halted. They commenced the task of loading stones and sandbags onto the trebuchets. When the soldiers dispatched to gather stones returned with only a handful of pebbles, it mattered not. for Gregor ordered the fragments to be encased in oil-soaked cloth bags and ignited. At this distance, they could launch burning projectiles directly into the city. Once chaos erupted within the city, they would assault the walls. Even if they could not breach them, they would ensure that the defenders paid a steep price. Soon, flaming projectiles, trailing thick black smoke, were catapulted towards Cheorn. The battle had begun. Hundreds of trebuchets launched their deadly payloads simultaneously, making the sky seem to rain down a fiery meteor shower, all aimed at Cheorn. The firestones, laden with tremendous kinetic energy, struck the city, obliterating rows of houses. In an instant, flames engulfed the impoverished districts, forcing Beldaway to dispatch troops to combat the inferno, unwilling to let the flames ravage the city unchecked. Fortunately, there were enough hands. Those who could not fit on the walls were all deployed to extinguish the fire. Yet, the rain of firestones continued unabated, leaving little time for relief. Many soldiers engaged in firefighting were struck down or consumed by the descending projectiles. As the siege commenced, casualties already began to mount within Cheorn. The bombardment of fireballs persisted for an entire hour, engulfing the city in flames. Yet fortunately, it primarily affected the impoverished districts, resulting in minimal property damage. However, the anguished cries emanating from the streets and residential areas caused a profound ache in Beldaway's heart. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting impulsively. The enemy lay beyond the range of their arrows, and shooting would merely squander resources without yielding any benefit. After all, this was a price that the besieged must pay. Is this all they are capable of? If this is their only tactic, then let them wreak havoc. Even if they flatten the slums, they shall not breach our walls. With a grave countenance, Beldaway commanded his men to retreat beyond the range of the firestone bombardment, allowing the flames to consume what they would, intending to extinguish them only when they reached areas inaccessible to the firestones. Greg observed that sufficient destruction had been wrought and raised his hand to halt the assault on the inner city, directing the trebuchets to withdraw and target the city walls instead. Even if they could not breach the defenses, they aimed to fill the moat, using sandbags in the absence of stones, for it was unthinkable to sacrifice lives in such an endeavor. In essence, Cheorn was merely a minor obstacle on the Queen's path, one that could be easily cast aside without incurring significant costs. The trebuchets resumed their bombardment, with Greg focusing his efforts on the southern gate, while the other three sides merely feigned an assault. The primary limitation remained the insufficient number of trebuchets, which were still under construction. The moat was deep, having been artificially excavated from a tributary of the Lorne River, wide and profound. Rather than igniting stones and sandbags, Greg opted to strike directly at the city walls. He simultaneously commanded the heavy infantry to advance, utilizing flatbed carts to transport soil to the moat. Rows upon rows of soldiers approached the walls, appearing from above like a disciplined army of ants, methodically forming lines as they neared the moat. Observing this, Beldaway ordered arrows to be loosed towards the approaching figures. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down from the battlements, transforming the foremost heavy shields into pincushions. Yet, the casualties among those shielded were not substantial. At most, a few stray arrows found their way through the gaps in the shields, fortuitously striking some individuals, though the likelihood was minimal, and the losses remained within tolerable limits. Soon, the convoy of flatbed carts reached the moat, and the soil was dumped into the water, creating a splash but yielding no significant alteration. This was merely the beginning. Greg was not in haste, instructing his men to expedite the filling of the moat, aiming to obstruct the flow within a day, for this process required patience. As the sun gradually set, 17 trebuchets had been rendered inoperative, yet more new trebuchets were constructed, albeit not yet deployed. With nightfall approaching, Greg ordered a retreat, establishing a camp outside the city. From a distance, he surveyed the day's achievements, which appeared commendable. The water level of the moat had begun to overflow, indicating that the riverbed had been significantly raised, though it still lacked signs of being completely filled. As night enveloped the land, the soldiers rested, while Greg and Cuz convened with the various commanders in the central tent. On the vast sand table lay the topographical map of Cheorn. Cuz anticipates that by tomorrow, the river outside the south gate will be obstructed, paving the way for the formal siege to commence. Once the siege officially begins, the losses will undoubtedly be substantial, as the number of defenders is not significantly inferior to their own forces. The crux of their discussions revolves around how to mitigate casualties. As the assembly deliberates, a commotion arises outside, followed by a gust of wind that causes the tents to flap violently. The assembly hastily exits the tent to investigate. To their relief, it is revealed that Her Majesty the Queen has arrived, accompanied by 2 colossal dragons. Upon landing, numerous soldiers bow in reverence to the queen. Daenerys rises proudly from Drogon's back, surveying the scene with an air of authority. On Rhaegal's back, two enigmatic figures clad in blue robes are also present, their faces obscured. Their presence alongside the queen, riding upon dragons, suggests they hold Her Majesty's utmost trust. Greg swiftly approaches to greet her. Your Majesty, what brings you here in person? You need not worry. I shall secure Cheorn for you. Daenerys places a reassuring hand on Greg's shoulder. I have complete faith in you, Greg. I have come specifically to bring you two individuals. With their assistance, capturing Cheorn will be a mere formality. Daenerys refrains from mentioning the reduction of personnel casualties. Her trust in Greg's command abilities is unwavering, knowing he will consider the soldiers' well-being. However, she is aware that there are limits to human resources. With the arrival of 2 dragons and 2 water sorcerers, Cheorn will undoubtedly fall into her grasp. Time is of the essence, and she is impatient to delay any further. She must swiftly conquer the 3 great kingdoms to secure her expedition. Chapter 68. The Tempest at Cheorn. Greg is taken aback. Who are these 2 mysterious individuals that have garnered such praise from the queen? She claims that with them, capturing Cheorn will be effortless. Throughout the day, his frustration with Cheorn, the Water Lord, has grown. Aside from filling the moat, he can conceive of no other strategy. Setting fires or poisoning within the city would only incite chaos, but persuading the enemy to surrender seems nearly impossible. It appears Daenerys perceives Greg's skepticism and continues her introduction. These 2 are water sorcerers from the city of Loina, now allied with our Valyrian Empire. They will serve as high priests, overseeing the temples and the worshippers of the old gods. Loina? Water sorcerers? Greg stands frozen, momentarily speechless. Setting aside the fact that water sorcerers have been extinct for countless years, one would expect their return would align them with Cheorn against the Valyrians. When has a water sorcerer ever aided the Valyrians against the city-state of Loina? This seems a betrayal of their ancestors. Yet, Greg's unwavering trust in the queen stifles any doubts he might voice. Regaining his composure, he thumps his chest in homage, proclaiming the queen's might. You have arrived ahead of schedule. Has your progress been favorable? Daenerys inquires about the situation at hand. Extraordinary novel network returning to Her Majesty the Queen. The walls of Cheorn are formidable, surrounded by a moat and guarded by 250,000 soldiers, akin to a turtle concealed beneath the water. We must devise a means to fill the moat before officially commencing our siege. Otherwise, our losses would be catastrophic. Daenerys nodded. Acknowledging the prowess of Cheorn, no city-state of the Loineans is easily subdued. Their men are nearly all warriors, and they have inherited exquisite forging techniques from the ancient Loineans, resulting in sharp swords and armor that balances protection with joint mobility, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. However, the times have changed. Daenerys wields both dragon fire and water sorcery. No matter how formidable the warriors, they will ultimately fall to her might. Prepare for a night assault on Cheorn. Within Cheorn, despite a minor disturbance during the day, Prince Locke's anxiety had subsided. Beldu was correct. Their defenses are impenetrable, and their warriors are exceedingly brave. No Valyrian could breach Cheorn's walls. After several sleepless nights, Prince Locke finally enjoyed a restful slumber that night. Yet Beldu remained vigilant, needing to organize efforts to clear the riverbed under the cover of darkness. The river had accumulated a considerable amount of sand and stones, and understanding their intentions, he knew it was imperative to clear the river while they paused their offensive. Thwarting their plans, the thought of witnessing the moat restored to its original state the following morning filled Beldu with anticipation. He could envision their vexation and helplessness. To breach my fortified city-state, perhaps in another life. It must be said that Beldu is a remarkably capable commander. Under the veil of night and without torches, he and his men stealthily cleared the riverbed, having already accomplished much of the task, nearing completion. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle change. Standing atop the city walls, he observed the progress of the work, but keenly noticed that the flow of the river seemed to quicken, its volume increasing. He could even faintly hear the sound of surging waves, which was unusual. The moat merely diverted a small segment of the tributary from the Lorne River. That tributary was not large, nor was the water particularly turbulent, rendering it impossible for such waves to form. Beldu glanced upstream, but the darkness obscured his vision. The unsettling feeling intensified until, from his elevated position, aided by the faint glow of torchlight, he discerned what was transpiring upstream. A colossal wave surged perilously close to Cheorn, so near that Beldu could see the white froth cresting the tumultuous water. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted to the soldiers laboring in the moat below, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Yet the wave approached with such rapidity and ferocity that it left no time for escape. The roaring waves, bearing immense power, struck against the walls of Cheorn with relentless fury. The once sturdy and formidable fortifications trembled under the onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse. Numerous soldiers stationed atop the battlements were swept away by the surging waters. Beldawee clung desperately to the parapet, fortunate to have survived the initial onslaught of the colossal wave. The soldiers who had been clearing the riverbed were not spared. They were engulfed by the torrent, crashing against the walls, meeting their demise without hope of survival. Beldawee had no time to ponder other matters. He too was precariously balanced amidst the chaos. Yet, before he could issue any commands, a massive figure filled his gaze. It was a tremendous waterspout, rising from the moat and nearly draining it of its water, charging toward the walls with the force of a tempest. In Beldawee's horrified vision, amidst the desperate cries of countless warriors, the waterspout collided with the fortifications. The already crumbling walls succumbed to the impact, collapsing with a resounding crash. The inhabitants of the city, who had been peacefully slumbering, were abruptly roused by the thunderous noise. Prince Locke, who had finally managed to enjoy a restful night, was momentarily disoriented, as if he were hearing a cacophony of sounds, the crashing waves against the rocks, the rumble of collapsing buildings, and the anguished cries of the people. Cries of anguish? How could there be such cries? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Surely, he must be dreaming. Turning over, Prince Locke attempted to return to sleep, but the door to his chamber was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. His captain of the guard rushed in, his face etched with terror. "Your Highness, there is grave news. The walls have fallen, the city is breached, and General Beldawee is missing. His fate is uncertain." Locke sat dazed upon his bed, rubbing his eyes as he gazed out the window. What had he heard? The walls had fallen? Could such tall and thick fortifications truly collapse? Beldawee missing? What jest is this? He is the god of war of Cheorn, after all. Seeing his prince still in a daze, the captain of the guard paid no heed to anything else and swiftly hoisted Locke onto his shoulder, fleeing from the chamber. His thoughts were simple. As long as Prince Locke remained alive, Cheorn would endure. If he could just get Locke out of the city and to Nasa Exine, they could still collaborate with the slavers and stage a comeback. At this moment, nothing was more important than the princess' life. Drawing his sword, the captain called out, rallying the loyal guards around them. These were Locke's elite troops, utterly devoted to him, prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect even a single hair on the prince's head. Quickly, assemble the remaining forces. Protect Prince Locke and fight your way out, he commanded, and the guards responded in unison. However, as they stepped onto the street, they were met with a sight that struck terror into their hearts. Two massive creatures soared through the air, breathing fire indiscriminately. Wherever they went, buildings were obliterated, and people were reduced to ashes. Amidst the chaotic dance of the dragons, a cavalry surged forth like a tide, pouring through the breach in the walls and slaughtering all in their path. This time, the people of Loina finally comprehend the terrifying monsters their ancestors once faced. Chapter 69, The Queen. Knock, knock, knock. A delicate, alabaster hand gently tapped on the door. With a creak, the door opened slightly, and Roberson Aaron peered out, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Seeing nothing unusual, he swiftly opened the door wider, allowing the visitor to enter the room. The newcomer removed her hood, revealing none other than Sansa Stark. "Duke Aaron, there is no need for such caution. Since I dared to come, I am well prepared and shall not be discovered," Sansa assured him. "You know I must be careful," Roberson replied, his face flushed with excitement. If what Sansa had written in her note was indeed true, he would be willing to switch allegiances and cast his vote for Sansa, this ambitious woman. "Is what is written on the note true?" he inquired. Sansa took a chair, her posture poised and graceful. "Of course, Duke Aaron. I come with the utmost sincerity. I do not know how much my uncle has offered you, but it surely pales in comparison to what I can provide, does it not?" Roberson pondered for a moment. "Are you truly willing to forsake your ancestral home? That has been the Stark family's refuge for generations." A fleeting, inscrutable expression crossed Sansa's face. "That is a matter of the past. As long as I can ascend to the Iron Throne, this will be my home henceforth. I shall relocate my family here, and the Stark lineage will rise to greater heights because of my decisions. It was my father who once led the charge into King's Landing, stepping into that great hall, a mere step away from the Iron Throne. Yet, he did not cherish that moment. He relinquished that honor to Robert. Everything here should have belonged to House Stark. Had my father claimed the throne, the subsequent chaos would have been averted. This ought to belong to us, House Stark. I am merely reclaiming what we once lost. My father watches over me from the heavens, smiling in pride." At this point, Sansa's expression twisted momentarily before she regained her composure. My terms are clear. I am willing to sign an agreement with you. If I successfully ascend to the Iron Throne, both Winterfell and the entirety of the North will be yours, Duke Aaron. You must understand, the North is the largest region among the Seven Kingdoms. And I come bearing sincerity. To be frank, Sansa's proposal was exceedingly tempting, and Aaron felt a surge of excitement. Furthermore, I can reveal to you a piece of information. Should I fail, I will ensure that the North secedes from the Seven Kingdoms, no longer bowing to King's Landing. By choosing me, you also protect the integrity and peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Aaron was taken aback. Why would you do such a thing? Because if my uncle Edmure were to rise to power, would I benefit in any way? The answer is glaringly obvious. I did indeed breach our agreement, and he could harbor no love for me. I fear that all the warriors of the North would be sent to the front lines as mere fodder. I am not so foolish, Sansa scoffed, revealing her motives. Indeed, the pact between Sansa and Edmure had been conveyed to Robb. Yet, at a pivotal moment, Sansa chose to abstain, thereby shattering all of Edmure's meticulous plans. It was akin to being mocked in front of the esteemed leaders of the Seven Kingdoms. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? In a bid to secure the support of Mace, Edmure was even willing to cede the entirety of the Riverlands to him, having laid a trap for Sansa, all for the sake of that supreme power. Now, Sansa was employing a similar tactic to lure supporters away from Edmure, and Robb found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure. The North and the Vale were geographically contiguous, which granted Sansa a distinct advantage. In truth, Robb had already been swayed. Edmure's terms were evidently less appealing than Sansa's, and having pledged his own territory, he could offer little in return. With a gentle tap of his fingers on the table, he pondered for a moment before striking the surface decisively, resolute in his determination. The following day, as Sansa's health improved, she declared her readiness to proceed with the election, fearing that prolonged delays might invite further complications. The Seven convened once more in the meeting room, and Edmure's countenance appeared grim. He had sought negotiations with Stannis the previous night, but had met with failure. The loyalty of House Mormont to House Stark exceeded his expectations. For to his knowledge, Sansa had offered Stannis no incentives, merely issuing a command. His only hope now rested on the unwavering support of both Mace and Robb. Mace had already received sufficient benefits, making him the most reliable ally. Mace's advantages had been secured through Stannis, and after the meeting yesterday, Edmure had taken the initiative to meet with Robb privately, fortifying his bargaining position and receiving Robb's steadfast assurance. Yet, merely a day later, Sansa announced her recovery and readiness to continue the election, which aroused his suspicion. Had she prepared for this? Would she truly convene an election without prior notice? However, it was too late to back down now. The Seven, each harboring their own thoughts, settled into their seats. How is Miss Sansa's health? I am quite concerned, Mace inquired. Feigning concern. The position of king may sound appealing, yet it is fraught with responsibilities and burdens. One cannot endure without robust health. Sansa nodded slightly, responding with a smile. I am quite well now. Yesterday's sadness was merely due to the loss of Jon. As you know, we grew up together. Though he was not my biological brother, I have always regarded him as family. Mace let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage further. Tyrion adopted a businesslike demeanor, stating, since all is well, let us proceed with the election. We must reach a conclusion today, for Daenerys will not wait for us. Moreover, regardless of who is elected, there must be no dissent or duplicity among us. We must unite to conquer our formidable enemies. Internal strife now would only lead to our demise. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Now, let us begin the voting. Those in favor of supporting Sansa Stark, please raise your hands. Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand, and unsurprisingly, Stannis followed suit. 2 votes secured. Edmure glanced at Dothraki Martell, the source of his greatest apprehension, as he was uncertain of the extent of the benefits that the miserly Mace had bestowed upon him. Should he waver, all would be lost. Fortunately, Dothraki Martell remained steadfast in his seat, showing no inclination to raise his hand. Turning his attention to Robertson Aileen, Edmure was momentarily taken aback. Robertson, please, Duke Edmure. Do not disrupt the integrity of the election. Let us speak once the voting has concluded. Tyrion interjected at an opportune moment, halting Edmure's impending outburst. Edmure was on the brink of madness. He never anticipated that Robertson, having received such considerable benefits, would betray him at this critical juncture by raising his hand in support of Sansa. Sansa wore a modest smile, devoid of any trace of arrogance or triumph. 3 votes. It seems I am victorious, dear uncle. I trust my mother, your sister, would take great solace in witnessing this moment from beyond. Wouldn't you agree? Edmure's countenance fell, for he had to concede that Sansa possessed considerable cunning. With 3 votes in her favor, his own vote had become utterly inconsequential. Congratulations, Queen Sansa. Chapter 70. A live dawn broke. The aftermath of the battle at Cheyenne was catastrophic. 2 immense breaches marred the southern wall, and half of the front wall lay in ruins. One breach had been wrought by a water spout, while the other succumbed to dragon fire. Meanwhile, a multitude of captives were being led out of Cheyenne, their hands bound, in orderly rows. On either side, Dothraki cavalry brandished their whips, occasionally striking the prisoners, eliciting cries of agony. In this conflict, the garrison of Cheyenne, numbering 250,000, suffered a staggering loss of 160,000 lives. With the remainder captured, none escaped the encirclement. At the time, the city was ravaged by dragons and floods. Most perished in the conflagration and deluge, while those who remained sought to break through the other 3 gates. However, the peril within the city was too great. Daenerys, fearing for her own men, commanded that the other gates remain poised for ambush. This left those who had hoped to flee in utter despair, as they found themselves escaping from the tiger's den only to plunge into the wolf's lair. The captain of the guards, along with several hundred protectors, fought valiantly to escort Prince Locke through the northern gate. By that time, Locke had despaired. Yet upon realizing he had indeed escaped the city, a flicker of hope reignited within him. If he could reach Na's son, all might still be salvaged. However, just as that ember was kindled, a deluge of cold water extinguished it. From all directions, countless Dothraki cavalry surged forth, surrounding them in a tight formation, circling on horseback while emitting incomprehensible shrieks, akin to those of savages. His few hundred men stood no chance of breaking through such a multitude of ambushers. Prince Locke's knees buckled, nearly succumbing to the ground, but the captain of the guards caught him, preventing him from embarrassing himself before all. Yet within him, the last vestiges of hope had vanished. He had ultimately been defeated. Lay down your arms. Cease these senseless sacrifices. I understand your indifference to death, for my sake. You would willingly forsake your own lives. You are true sons of Loiner, preserving the honor of our ancestors. It is my cowardice and incompetence that prevents the revival of the glorious legacy of the ancient Loiner. If Daenerys seeks a life, let it be mine alone. Spare the others. In a pivotal moment, Locke finally cast aside his weakness, summoning the courage to cry out alongside the leading Dothraki. Upon hearing their prince's willingness to sacrifice himself for their safety, his loyal guards were stirred, their blood surging as they fervently proclaimed their defiance. No, my prince. We are willing to fight to the death. This is an order. As the High Prince of Cheyenne, this is my final command. If you still recognize me, then execute it. Locke's voice was resolute, yet a tremor betrayed the turmoil within. His followers were rendered speechless, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. How could they not pledge their lives to such a prince? Even if he occasionally displayed weakness, it was precisely this quality that endeared him to them. He never unjustly raged at his subordinates. Even in anger, he maintained his composure, refusing to become a tyrant. Among the 3 great kingdoms, the new Lord of the North, Nazan, was cruel beyond measure, reveling in the torture of slaves. The southern kingdom, House Harris of Cotton, was a facade of strength, with an aged king long since senile and a successor lacking vision. Only they, Cheyenne, inherited the bravery and spirit of the ancient Loiner. Were it not for Daenerys, one day under Prince Locke's leadership, they would surely restore the splendor of the Loiner. Yet now, gazing at the myriad forces encircling them, they understood the futility of their hopes. Bound hand and foot, Locke knelt before Daenerys. He yearned to assert his strength, but alas, surrounded by the enemy. His legs were kicked numb, rendering him unable to rise. Daenerys regarded Locke with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. He was not a significant threat. Her true adversary lay on another continent. This one was merely an insignificant obstacle. You have lost justly. Do you know why I say this? Locke lifted his gaze. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Let me assure you, we Loiner never bow to Valyrians. Abandon that hope. You would do best to kill me now. Daenerys paid no heed to Locke's words, continuing with her own thoughts. For even your Loiner water, which is aiding me. What chance do you Loiner have against me? Her words were a dagger to the heart. The water which was not only their mightiest warrior, but also a symbol of their identity. They revered the mother river, Lorne, and the water which was the river god's envoy. In many ways, the water which represented divine authority. Locke was whisked away by the royal guards to the northern city gate, deprived of the opportunity to witness the battles at the southern gates. Yet he could hear, as if from a distance, the sound of waves crashing in the south. It is inconceivable that the water sorceress would assist you, you deranged Valyrians. Surely, you have resorted to some form of deception, masquerading as the water sorceress. who has been extinct for over a millennium. He understood that Daenerys would not speak without purpose, yet he found it difficult to accept her assertion. In truth, Daenerys' attempt to persuade him was not merely to undermine his confidence. Her primary objective was to win over Locke. Capturing Locke would equate to subjugating the Loyner people, for it must be noted that in the realm of Westeros, numerous descendants of the Loyners still reside. When the time comes for Locke to take the stage, combined with the ace of the water sorceress, it would be far more advantageous to have them submit willingly rather than through force, thereby minimizing resistance. The Master had stated that the highest form of rule is not conquest, but the ability to subdue without battle, whether they are indeed the water sorceress. The truth will reveal itself in due course. For now, I ask you, do you wish to live or die? Should you choose death, your entire army shall follow you to the grave. Should you choose life, they may yet have a chance to survive. I now place the choice in your hands. Daenerys presented Locke with two options, seemingly straightforward, yet in truth, if he chose to live, it would undoubtedly signify the bending of the Loyner's spine. If it were solely his decision, he would not hesitate to choose death, thus finding solace in meeting his ancestors with dignity. However, the situation was beyond his sole control. His choice impacted the lives of 100,000 Loyner warriors and over 1 million civilians within Cheorn. These were the pure-blood Loyner, the torchbearers of hope, while the Loyner descendants outside were deemed mixed blood and were not acknowledged by those within Cheorn. Locke found himself in turmoil. Daenerys did not rush him, instead sitting quietly on her throne, occasionally sipping from her goblet of wine. The wine of Cheorn, renowned as the festival capital of the Loyner, was rich and lingering, an exquisite delight that tantalized the palate. After several moments of inner conflict, Locke's expression shifted dramatically, and with a heavy sigh, he realized that sometimes living requires greater courage than dying. I choose to live. As he uttered these words, his tightly clenched fist relaxed, and he sank to the ground, as though bereft of his backbone, kneeling in a state of pallor with a vacant gaze, as if his very soul had been extracted. Daenerys smiled and approached Locke. You will come to understand that you shall not regret the decision made today. Chapter 71. The disappearance of the fire sorcerer Zhang Xian, after days of relentless flight, arrived in the region of Yasha, east of the Bones Mountains on the continent of Essos. This area lies in the southeastern part of the entire Essos continent, where the inhabitants are all devoted followers of the Lord of Light, the fire sorcerers being a fervent group capable of harnessing the divine power of the Lord. They were initially able to accurately locate the Norbert brothers, which proved they possessed something capable of identifying the bloodline of water sorcerers. This was precisely what Zhang Xian needed. He was merely a step away from mass-producing water sorcerers. However, upon arriving here, Zhang Xian was astonished to discover that the fire sorcerers of Asha appeared to have vanished en masse. Numerous gathering points for fire sorcerers were now desolate. Zhang Xian's first destination was Asha City, a vast metropolis with a sparse population constructed entirely of imposing black stones that exuded a stifling atmosphere. The tallest structure was the Church of the King of Light, but it was managed by mere commoners. The distinction between fire sorcerers and ordinary folk was striking, not only in appearance, but also in their ability to draw divine power from the King of Light, which imparted them with a semblance of the King's aura. Zhang Xian had previously sensed this among the fire sorcerers at the Valeria ruins. Yet now, there was not a single individual exhibiting the traits of a fire sorcerer. Transforming into human form, Zhang Xian inquired within the church, where an elderly janitor informed him that the fire sorcerers had received divine revelation last month and had all departed for a mysterious location. Outsiders were oblivious to this, known only to the fire sorcerers, who had since all withdrawn, leaving even their families unaware of their whereabouts. It was evident that Rollo had taken measures to prevent him from infiltrating their domain, prompting his zealous followers to flee. The fervent fire sorcerers possessed knowledge of certain secrets of Rollo, which he wished to keep from Zhang Xian, such as the means to discern the bloodline of water sorcerers, along with other ongoing research endeavors by the fire sorcerers. Returning from Asha empty-handed, Zhang Xian, undeterred, scoured other cities within the Asha region, the Shadowlands, Staya, Thunder Isle, and Scorpion Tail Beast Islands, even some obscure, uninhabited isles within the Jade Sea. Without exception, the fire sorcerers had seemingly evaporated, collectively disappearing, and even Zhang Xian's heightened perception could not locate them. The Asha region, already sparsely populated, now felt even more desolate without the fire sorcerers. Historically, Asha had always existed independently. Even the once mighty and prosperous Dawn Empire had never ruled over it. The territory of the Dawn Empire extended west to the Bone Mountain, east to the Grey Wasteland, north to the Trembling Sea, and south to the Jade Sea, yet it had neglected the southeastern corner of the Asha region for millennia. This raised suspicions of Rollo's influence. Zhang Xin had meticulously studied the doctrines of the Church of the King of Light within the Church. Rollo's primary divine aspect was the King of Light, also referred to as the heart of sacred flame, the god of shadow and fire, and the god of heat and life. The teachings also mentioned that Rollo had a mortal enemy, known as the god of cold night and darkness, the god of ice and death. The emphasis was primarily on the opposition between light and dark, life and death, fire and ice. This inevitably led Zhang Xin to contemplate the Night King, whose very essence embodies darkness, coldness, and death. Concurrently, he was reminded of another deity, the Night Lion, which is presently worshipped in the land of the Yi. The emergence of the Night Lion signifies a significant chapter in the history of the Dawn Kingdom, though I shall refrain from elaborating on it. A statue of the Night Lion resides within the Grand Hall of the Palace of Black and White, revered by the Faceless Men. It can be said that the meanings represented by the Night King and the Night Lion are nearly identical. However, the Night Lion is less extreme. It symbolizes punishment and torture, born from the public grievances against the brutal rule that characterized the latter days of the Dawn Kingdom. This distinction highlights a fundamental difference between the two figures. Geographically, Lalho is somewhat closer to the Night Lion, yet in terms of doctrine and the attributes they represent, the King of Light and the Night King are fundamentally opposed. With the Night King now deceased, the darkness, coldness, and death he embodied have not dissipated. Rather, they have shifted to Zhang Xin, further affirming his suspicion that he stands in opposition to the King of Light. Ever since he inherited the Night King's dragon crystal, he has been in constant conflict with the King of Light, whether intentional or inadvertent, premeditated or coincidental. The two remain irreconcilable until the King of Light's disappearance granted Zhang Xin a fleeting respite. After perusing the doctrines, Zhang Xin courteously bid farewell to the elder in the church. He refrained from resorting to violence to destroy the church. Annihilating these ordinary people would serve no purpose and would compromise his identity. Having failed to achieve his objectives in the journey to Yasha, Zhang Xin decided not to linger any longer. Instead, he set off to return westward towards the Bone Mountains, where the ravages of war raged fiercely, starkly contrasting the tranquility of the east. Daenerys's plans were progressing smoothly, having successfully vanquished two major kingdoms, with only the northernmost Nassausen remaining. Once the largest slave master of the Bay of Slaves, emerging from a lineage of slave masters, his power eclipsed that of the ancestors of the Harris family. By now, the Harris family had long abandoned the slave trade to focus on politics, while the Kessler family of Nassausen continued to uphold their ancestral traditions. Before Daenerys liberated the Bay of Slaves, the small slave masters of Yunkai and Astapor merely served as suppliers to the Kessler family. They transported slaves from the Bay of Slaves, navigating the Lorne River northward to Nassausen. Nassausen, nestled adjacent to the Andros Mountains, is rich in minerals and resources, also serving as the source of the Lorne River, boasting exceptionally fertile land. All slaves were condemned to arduous labor, mining ores, cultivating crops, and gathering wild resources, while the beautiful female slaves engaged in the flesh trade, generating profits for their masters. In summary, no slave ever lived to see the end of their days. Such is the tragic fate of slavery. On this particular day, Daenerys was convening with several trusted subordinates in the hall of Prince Cheorn to discuss their next military strategy. Suddenly, a swift steed arrived bearing a letter. The soldier announced that it was a missive from the Kessler family of Nassausen, with the messenger waiting outside. Accompanied by 100 large chests, a gesture of goodwill from the Kessler family, Daenerys received the letter and began to read it. As expected, it was a peace treaty from the Kessero family. In the correspondence, the current patriarch, Private Kessero, expressed that Nasa Xin was willing to submit to Daenerys's Valyrian Empire, pledging eternal loyalty. They would remit 1 million golden coins annually, provide 10,000 slaves, and deliver various exquisite products, including top-quality fruits and silks. The golden coin, a prominent currency in quarrels, varied in form due to the absence of a unified monetary system across Essos. However, ever since Daenerys unified the 3 city-states and gained control over the Slave Bay, several major slave masters, who had prospered from the Slave Bay, adapted their currency to the widely accepted golden coins, which were akin in size to the copper coins of Westeros, bearing a crown on one side and a skull on the other. This letter could be deemed both a peace treaty and an act of surrender. She pondered whether to accept their capitulation or adhere to the original plan of assault, seeking a definitive course of action. After perusing the letter, Daenerys did not rush to meet the envoy. Instead, she shared the letter with her trusted confidants, hoping they would provide her with sound counsel. "Brothers," 10 favorable reviews will yield an additional chapter, a promise honored sincerely. Special thanks to the milk tea from the fearsome corpse. And to all my brothers who contribute their love, much appreciated. Chapter 72. The Lion's Demands. Once everyone had read the letter, Gregor spoke first. I believe it is better to conquer them. The greed and cunning of slave masters are ingrained in their very being. They may temporarily submit for the sake of peace, but at the first sign of our weakness, they will be the first to betray us. Rather than leave an unstable element, it is wiser to resolve this matter swiftly. They have dispatched 100,000 slave soldiers to Cheorn, and their internal defenses in Nasa Exion must surely have been weakened. With only one kingdom remaining, they are isolated and vulnerable. Our morale is high. Seizing Nasa Exion will not be difficult. As the foremost military leader, Gregor held significant influence, and his reasoning resonated deeply with Daenerys, who nodded in agreement, pleased with his growth. Once a man of few words, though a commander of the Unsullied, Gregor had struggled with his introverted nature. Now, he exuded increasing confidence and a burgeoning sense of valor, much to Daenerys' satisfaction. In contrast, Grandmaster Caracardo expressed a differing viewpoint. Your Majesty, rather than a forceful assault, it would be more prudent to integrate them. Our true enemies lie to the west, in Westeros, in King's Landing. While a strong offensive could capture Nasa Exion, the cost would be considerable. As I understand it, there are typically 200,000 troops stationed within the city, and to suppress slave revolts, they have had to expand their forces. This figure only reflects their standing army. In times of war, they can mobilize additional reserves to bolster their ranks. According to the tales surrounding Privik, it is said that he possesses a grand menagerie, not solely home to tigers and leopards, but also a plethora of wild creatures, all kept to discipline those unruly slaves. Many unfortunate souls have been devoured by the beasts, with reports claiming that the menagerie houses thousands of ferocious creatures, including over 100 colossal elephants, sufficient to form a formidable cavalry unit. Indeed, a veritable nightmare for any adversary. Given their willingness to surrender and offer tributes, one might wonder why not seize such an opportunity. Daenerys smiled, recognizing that Calicato still lacked a true understanding of her. Once, on the outskirts of Meereen, Daenerys had inquired of Missandei, how many slaves reside in Meereen? To which Missandei had replied, approximately 200,000. Daenerys declared, then we possess 200,000 reasons to assault Meereen. Moreover, Meereen was not even the principal city, it was merely a subordinate town of Qarth, underscoring the rampant nature of the slave trade at that time. It was during this period that Grey Worm comprehended the depth of Daenerys' resolve to eradicate the slave masters. While Calicato's intentions were noble, he did not fully grasp Daenerys' character. Daario, fearing that his aid might provoke Daenerys' ire, hastily sought to mediate the situation. I propose we feign acceptance of the Kessler family's overtures for peace, enticing them out of the city to surrender, whereupon we can capture them. Once we apprehend the patriarch and key figures of the Kessler clan, the remainder will pose little threat. Slaves yearn for liberty, and Her Majesty shall never hesitate to bestow freedom upon her people. When the slaves see their masters apprehended, their will to resist will surely dissipate, leading to the inevitable downfall of Naasan. This was indeed a prudent strategy, minimizing losses while simultaneously absorbing Naasan, a region whose metallurgy and ironworking capabilities were resources Daenerys desperately required. The area boasted a complete industrial chain, from ore extraction to smelting, culminating in the forging of weapons and armor. Such power must not remain in the hands of the slave masters. Excellent. Let us proceed to negotiate with the emissary from Naasan. We shall present lofty demands to ensure they harbor no suspicions. Calicato, I entrust this task to you. Daenerys rose, adjusted her robes, and stepped forth. In the grand hall, a strikingly handsome emissary with fair skin and short hair stood in the center. Daenerys had heard that many from the Kessler family indulged in male companionship, notably Privik's eldest son, who was reputed to revel in nightly revelries, leaving no man unentertained. His methods were said to be exceedingly depraved, with over 200 slaves having perished under his torment. Thus, upon encountering this charming emissary, Daenerys found the rumors somewhat credible. Upon her arrival, the emissary bowed deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. I pay homage to the illustrious Queen of Valyria, Your Highness Daenerys. I am Banshel Kessler, representing the Kessler family of Naasan, and I extend my greetings to Her Majesty. Oh, you hail from the Kessler family? Daenerys was somewhat taken aback to find that the visitor was none other than a member of the esteemed Cassaro family, indicating a genuine intent behind their arrival. Indeed, my father is the illustrious Privik Cassaro, and I am his 14th son, Bankhel Cassaro. Very well, Your Grace Bankhel, do share your terms. The matters mentioned in your letter do not particularly appeal to me. Daenerys accepted the goblet of wine handed to her by a maid and took a delicate sip. With a wave of her hand, she ensured that all present received a cup. For those who came to negotiate peace, she would not withhold such a modest offering, and it was essential to maintain a facade of cordiality. Upon hearing Daenerys's words and noting the goblet she had offered, Banchel's eyes sparkled with hope. There was a possibility. He accepted the goblet but refrained from drinking, merely holding it in his hand, and spoke. "Certainly, Your Majesty, the sincerity of the Kessero family extends beyond these offerings." Outside the hall, there are 100 chests, each containing 10,000 golden coins, totaling 1 million golden coins, to be delivered annually. Furthermore, we shall present to the Valyrian Empire 5,000 robust male slaves and 5,000 beautiful female slaves each year, along with 10,000 sets of fine weaponry and armor, 5,000 cattle, sheep, and horses, 100 barrels of wild wine from the Andes Mountains, and 10,000 bolts of the finest silk. What say you, Your Majesty? Are you not satisfied? Banquel, brimming with confidence, believed this proposal to be most generous. Despite their newfound wealth, such an annual tribute would certainly extract a hefty toll from their resources, and Banquel felt a pang of regret. He could hardly fathom that Daenerys would remain unmoved. However, Daenerys merely cast a cursory glance at an elderly man in white robes beside her, remaining silent. Calicato, having received Daenerys's subtle cue, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began, "Your Grace, we acknowledge the sincerity of your offer. However, prior to this, when we encountered conflict with Cheorn, your forces dispatched 100,000 troops to assist them, which severely disrupted our plans and inflicted immeasurable losses upon our army, leaving our queen most incensed, enough to lose sleep over it. How shall we address this loss?" Banquel felt beads of sweat form on his brow. He had deliberately chosen to overlook this matter, hoping to distract the woman with the monetary tribute, but this old man had brought it to light. Yet, there was little choice in the matter. One must bow to the circumstances. Banquel offered an awkward smile, conceding, "Indeed, this was our misstep. What is it that you propose?" For now, he could only wait to see what terms would be put forth. "We do not demand much, simply a compensation of 10 million golden coins, as well as restitution for the loss of 100,000 troops and their accompanying sets of weaponry and armor, which is only fair, would you not agree?" Banquel gasped. 10 million golden coins, 100,000 men, along with complete sets of weaponry and armor. This was a most grievous demand. If this were to be extracted all at once, it would undoubtedly drain the lifeblood of the Kessler family, leaving them unable to recover for at least a decade. Our queen, whose word is as steadfast as iron, assures you that provided you can offer compensation, we shall not pursue this matter any further and will consent to your request for peace. However, should you fail to comply, what then? The threat in Calicato's silence was palpable. Yet, this also served as a reassurance for Banquer. Indeed, Daenerys's reputation and acclaim are unrivaled across the continent of Essos. Gritting his teeth, Banquer acquiesced. "I shall persuade my father, and I only hope Her Majesty will honor her promise." Upon hearing this, Daenerys beamed with joy, raising her goblet in a toast. "Then let us celebrate our fruitful collaboration." Chapter 73. A bloodless victory after a brief day of respite. The army set forth once more, this time with their sights set on Nassauson, the stronghold of the Kessler family. Banquer had departed yesterday. While the magnitude of compensation was beyond his authority, he could return with a report, trusting that the head of the family, Privik, would make the judicious decision. Once renowned for its magnificent and splendid fountains, Nassauson was dubbed the City of Singing Fountains. The former queen, Namelia, was both beautiful and romantic, transforming this place into a veritable city of angels. However, it was later ravaged by war and dragons, and the Valyrians, after destroying the foundations of society and executing the populace, abandoned it. Following the fall of Valyria, the slaver Bellic Kessler recognized the strategic importance of this location and invested heavily in the reconstruction of Nassauson. This decision elevated the Kessler family, which had previously languished in the middle ranks of slavers, to the pinnacle of power, surpassing all others. Their rise was facilitated by their exceptional iron smelting techniques and the fertile plains at the foot of the mountains. Situated at the confluence of two tributaries of the Rhone River, Nassauson boasted ample water resources and fertile land. Nestled between mountains and rivers, its natural geographical advantages were unmistakable. Embarking on the path to prosperity for the family was Bellic Kessler's most sagacious choice. Generations of wealth accumulated here could only be described as rivaling that of nations. When the army arrived, Daenerys was first struck by the towering, formidable city walls, more robust and grand than those of the other two kingdoms. Aerial views revealed a bustling interior, far more expansive, particularly the resplendent palace that surpassed even the grandeur of the Red Keep. These wretched slavers truly knew how to indulge themselves, Daenerys mused as she circled the skies in proclamation of her arrival. Upon landing, she couldn't help but express her admiration. Truth be told, she felt a pang of reluctance to destroy such a beautiful city. Yet, this was a city of slavers. No amount of exquisite facade could mask the filth and stench lurking beneath. It was akin to a beautiful corpse, crawling with maggots. As the immense dragon of Drogon soared through the skies, the entire city was made aware of the arrival of Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Valyria. The slave masters, affluent merchants, and the aristocracy within the city felt a palpable sense of unease. They were uncertain whether Daenerys had come to demand their surrender or to obliterate their existence. Privy Caesaro stood upon the vast balcony of his opulent palace, resting his hands upon the railing, his complexion ashen. He had received reports from his son, indicating that Daenerys' ambitions were insatiable, pushing the limits of his endurance, yet she had not yet crossed his threshold, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. To concede might offer a fleeting semblance of stability, but it was widely recognized that Daenerys harbored an intense loathing for slave masters. To resist, however, was to acknowledge the grim fates of the other two nations that had dared to defy her. His army of enslaved individuals stood no chance against the might of her dragons. Moreover, it was rumored that she had the aid of a water sorcerer. With Nasa newly established at the confluence of two tributaries of the Lorne River, once an advantage, now a lethal liability. At that moment, his captain of the guard approached, stating, "My lord, Daenerys' forces have arrived outside the city, and someone is calling out, inquiring if we will accept her terms. If we acquiesce, you must lead the entire Caesaro family out to surrender in person, bearing the agreed-upon offerings. Daenerys promises to bestow upon you a title, making you the Duke of the Valyrian Empire, with Nasa as your domain, provided you pay tribute annually, after which she will withdraw her troops." Privy, fully aware of the consequences of refusal, nonetheless inquired, "And what if we do not accept?" The captain clenched his jaw, responding, "If we do not accept, they threaten to incinerate the city with dragon fire." Upon hearing this, Privy trembled. He had witnessed the sheer magnitude of the dragon, and merely its passage through the heavens had instilled a sense of dread that rendered him breathless. Contemplating the agony of being scorched by dragon fire and gazing upon the beauty and prosperity of his city, Privy resolved to take a gamble, wagering that Daenerys would honor her word. Though the thought of relinquishing such wealth and resources made his heart bleed, in comparison to the prospect of death and annihilation, these losses paled in significance. With a deep sigh, the once proud countenance of Privy dimmed. "Let us go, summon everyone, and bring the prepared supplies. We shall exit the city." The last two words were nearly bitten out through gritted teeth. "Daenerys, do not let me seize this opportunity, should you fall from grace. The humiliation of today I shall repay 100-fold. I shall cast you into the den of lions and tigers, allowing the brown bears to gnaw at your flesh, subjecting you to endless torment until your demise." Privy silently vowed to himself that the shame of this day would one day be avenged. Not long after the calls from outside ceased, activity stirred within the city. Initially, a figure clad in the attire of a guard emerged, announcing that the Lord was in the midst of preparations, as the required supplies were substantial, necessitating a multitude of individuals to transport them from the city, and requested Daenerys grant him some time to prepare. Daenerys readily consented, granting them an hour for preparations, a sufficient span of time, as had they made their decision earlier, the necessary provisions ought to have been assembled. The exit from the city would not consume much time. Dario bestowed a badge upon the guard, informing him that it was the emblem of the Duke of Valyria. Donning it would signify allegiance, ensuring the safety of any member of House Kessler. He instructed the guard to return with the badge to present it to Privy. The guard accepted it with both hands, elated to avoid bloodshed, as he harbored considerable fear. Of course, the badge's purpose was merely to placate Privy temporarily, assuaging his anxieties and compelling him to surrender peacefully, serving as a comforting talisman. Once outside, Daenerys would have the reins firmly in her grasp. She claimed wealth and resources, as well as the life of Narcissa, and she certainly intended to collect the entire Kessler family's lives. Leaving a formidable family harboring animosity towards her in the shadows was not something she could allow. An hour later, the gates of Narcissa creaked open, and the entire Kessler family emerged, including wives, concubines, grandchildren, and collateral descendants, totaling 315 individuals, all clad in white. Leading them was a man over 60, yet still vigorous and robust, adorned with the very badge that Dario had given to the guard. Behind the Kessler family trailed a lengthy procession of wagons, laden with untold treasures, weapons, and armor, reparations and tributes for Daenerys. Daenerys' forces were stationed 5 kilometers from the city, and the convoy extended the same distance. As the Kessler family approached Daenerys, they all knelt in homage. Under Privy Kessler's lead, they collectively proclaimed, "On behalf of the citizens of Nassausen, we humbly welcome the Queen into the city." After this declaration, Privy raised his gaze to the woman towering above him, and in her eyes he discerned pride, disdain, loathing, and a murderous intent. Yet, he steeled himself to continue the formality. Privy Kessler, representing Nassausen, henceforth acknowledges Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Valyria, as the sole legitimate ruler. We pledge to follow her unto death, and we shall never betray. Daenerys smiled and nodded, her expression as warm as a spring breeze. With a gentle lift of her hand, she glanced at Gregor. Yet her tone was as frigid as ice. Proceed. Chapter 74. The time has come at Daenerys' command. Gregor swiftly drew forth a spear from his side, an implement designed for the unsullied, long, sharp, and lethal without spilling blood. Before Privy could react, the spear pierced through his throat. The tip emerged from the back of Privik's neck, flooding his mouth with blood. He coughed violently, 2 spurts of crimson escaping him, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment as he fell to the ground. Gregor expressionlessly retracted the spear, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential task. At this moment, the other members of the Privy clan finally grasped the grim reality. Their chieftain lay dead, and Daenerys had betrayed them, luring them out of the city solely to execute them mercilessly. Suddenly, the air was filled with the piercing screams of women, while the others scattered in a frantic escape. Yet, how could 2 legs outrun 4? A small detachment of cavalry, led by Gregor, pursued the fleeing members of the Kessler family, delivering swift and merciless blows to those they caught. Outside the city, the scene transformed into a slaughterhouse, as members of the once mighty Kessler clan, for centuries exalted, were reduced to mere livestock, awaiting their demise. Soon, every member of the Kessler family, young and old, met a bloody end, with the cavalry ensuring their deaths with additional strikes before returning to their ranks. The slaves tasked with the transport had long been paralyzed with terror, crouching on the ground, hands clutched over their heads, too afraid to move. They feared that the merciless demon would once again raise a hand, sealing their fates to mirror that of the Kesslers. The soldiers atop the distant walls stood aghast at the spectacle, at a loss for what to do. The Kessler family had ruled over them for generations, a colossal mountain that seemed insurmountable and untouchable. Yet now, this once mighty family was being slaughtered without mercy, resembling swine in their fate. It was revealed that even they could cower before blades, bow their noble heads to overwhelming power, and scream in the face of death. The newly enslaved soldiers of Nasus, as if witnessing the collapse of their faith, felt the oppressive weight of centuries dissipate in an instant, replaced by a euphoric sensation. They were unsure why they felt such exhilaration, but that was the sentiment that surged within them. From this moment forth, you are no longer slaves, nor shall your children be slaves. You are free people, Daenerys Targaryen proclaimed, declaring her intent as Empress of the Valyrian Empire. I grant you freedom. Anyone who lays down their weapon shall receive my protection and become citizens of the Valyrian Empire, allowed to live peacefully in your familiar homeland. I am the liberator of Slavers Bay. I have only slain slave masters. I vowed to abolish slavery across the continent of Essos, to render it a relic of the past. I shall lead you into a new era. Daenerys, atop her great dragon, hovered above Nasus, proclaiming her oaths and promises. Her voice resonated throughout Nasus, striking powerfully at the hearts of every enslaved soldier. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Many of the slaves bore collars around their necks, symbols of their unbreakable servitude, denoting their lowly status. As the soldiers lowered their weapons, the slaves tore off their collars, reminiscent of dog collars, welcoming the arrival of their new queen into the city. They raised their hands high, chanting the sacred mass, embodying the essence of motherhood. Zoran ascended the city wall, his sharp dragon claws effortlessly shattering the massive stones as if they were mere tofu, a resounding dragon roar echoing through the heavens. Daenerys leaped down from the dragon's back, arms elevated, accepting the adoration of the newly liberated people of Nassausen. At the city gates, cavalry entered in an orderly fashion, causing no disturbance, gradually taking control of the city's defense systems, armories, ironworks, treasuries, and granaries. Many were bound and brought before Daenerys, representing the interest groups centered around the Kessler family. Among them were high-ranking officials from Nassausen, local wealthy merchants, and various petty slave owners, After the demise of the Kessler family, they sought to flee Nazsan. Yet the omnipresent slaves would not let these oppressors, who had tormented them for a lifetime, escape. Stripped of the Kessler family's protection, they amounted to nothing, beaten to a pulp by the very slaves they once despised, and delivered to Daenerys. She spared no courtesy, imprisoning them all to await public trial. For they served as excellent instruments for winning the hearts of the people, deserving of no leniency. Witnessing the once untouchable nobles, now bruised and weeping as they pleaded for mercy from Daenerys, the slaves felt a long-awaited sense of vindication. In truth, they had never had access to the lofty heights of the Kessler family. The true bullies were these very individuals. The slaves' demands were modest. All they sought was enough to eat, a place to call home, and the restoration of their freedom. This was the aspiration of their lives. Regrettably, far too many slaves waited their entire lives, yearning for an opportunity that never came. Now, Her Majesty the Queen had proclaimed that she would restore their freedom, allowing them to live on as citizens in Nazsan, fulfilling the lifelong dreams of countless souls. How could they not feel gratitude? How could they refrain from singing praises? The army, amidst the cheers of the slaves, now referred to as citizens, entered the city. This time, Daenerys brought with her an army of 100,000. Yet due to meticulous planning, this force merely served as a show, their strength never needing to be unleashed, effortlessly conquering Nazsan, the largest, most populous, and powerful kingdom among the three. Standing within the opulent palace, Daenerys leaned against the railing, receiving the homage of the masses outside the royal palace. In the grand square before the palace, fountains flowed, flowers bloomed, painting a scene of exquisite beauty. Yet from this moment forth, the banner would change. Decay and foulness would be eradicated, and the word slave would never again be uttered. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen, who claimed Nazsan without the shedding of a single drop of blood. With Nazsan secured, our supplies of weapons and food, as well as troop recruitment, would no longer pose a challenge. Daario approached, holding 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Daenerys. At this moment, how could one not indulge in a celebratory drink? Daenerys took hold of the goblet, savoring a delicate sip while gazing at the sky and the multitude of citizens below, fervently chanting their praises. The view here is truly splendid. Now, with no lingering worries behind her, it is time. Daario, of course, understood what Daenerys meant by it is time, and gently clinked his goblet against hers. As you wish, my queen. Chapter 75. The eve of great battle. King's Landing, the Prime Minister's residence. Sansa Stark held a modest coronation ceremony at the Prime Minister's residence, ascending as the protector of the 7 kingdoms, the king of the Undulls and the First Men, and the sole queen of Westeros. The royal palace remained in ruins, as everyone was preoccupied with preparations for war, with little time to focus on reconstruction. First, they must win this battle. Only then can they devote themselves to rebuilding King's Landing. Should they fail, all would be lost, and Westeros would face a new name, rendering the notion of a royal palace moot. Any repairs at this juncture would merely serve another's interests. Thus, upon Sansa's suggestion, the others concurred to temporarily set aside the reconstruction of the palace. They would conduct the coronation ceremony at the Prime Minister's residence, ensuring that everything was done swiftly and simply, thereby legitimizing their actions. Sansa's coronation could be described as the most hastily arranged in the annals of Westeros. Lacking in grandeur, however, Sansa paid no heed to such formalities. Her sole desire was for power, supreme power. Jon had already accomplished much of the preliminary work. Currently, the forces in King's Landing had amassed 300,000 troops, still 100,000 short of their goal of 400,000. According to the previous operational plan, the troop distribution was as follows. King's Landing would gather 400,000 soldiers, while the 2 other starting points would each assemble 300,000, culminating in a grand army of 1 million to cross the narrow sea and land on the western coast of Essos. Recent intelligence indicated that Daenerys had already annexed the 3 major kingdoms of the Riverlands, effectively eliminating any destabilizing factors behind her. She was poised to advance westward and invade Westeros at any moment. Thus, time was of the essence. They needed to rapidly muster sufficient soldiers, provisions, and warships. The final 100,000 troops from the Westerlands were making their way from afar, while the other 2 locations were fully prepared, gathering warships from major ports, with the Iron Islands contributing the most. Once the last 100,000 arrived, they would be ready to confront Daenerys. Our forces from the Westerlands will arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest. The military camp in King's Landing can no longer accommodate more troops, so we must swiftly erect tents. Otherwise, new arrivals will be left to sleep on the streets. Furthermore, soldiers from across the nation have gathered here, and some have clashed due to mutual disdain, resulting in several altercations within the ranks. It is imperative to impose strict discipline on the subordinates to prevent unrest or face military justice. Some soldiers have complained about the poor quality of rations, demanding additional meals, particularly meat. However, with so many individuals, we simply cannot afford such provisions. The lords, accompanied by their trusted confidants, gathered in the war room, voicing their grievances. Of course, these expressions were uttered by their subordinates, who could freely articulate their hardships and discontent. Yet such words were not befitting of the lords themselves. Sansa, having just ascended to the throne, found her position precarious and her understanding of King's Landing lacking depth. For days, she had immersed herself in organizing intelligence and resources, scarcely finding time for rest. She had attained the coveted power she longed for, yet it came with a heavy burden, especially with impending warfare on the horizon. A myriad of individuals, differing in customs, beliefs, and temperaments, congregated, making it easy for tensions to ignite. Particularly vexing were the soldiers from the Riverlands. It was unclear whether Edmure was being deliberate, but he reported even the most trivial matters, and his indifference drove her to the brink of madness. The cacophony of complaints persisted, drowning Sansa's thoughts in a relentless buzz. "Enough," she exclaimed, slamming her hand upon the table, instantly silencing the tumult in the hall. "Such trivialities should not be brought before me. Matters that the lords can resolve amongst themselves should be handled accordingly. Am I not burdened enough? I sleep a mere 3 hours each night and have no time for these petty issues." During this tumultuous period, Sansa realized that only Sansa was truly aligned with her. Even Tyrion maintained a facade of objectivity, seldom speaking in her defense in public. She felt she had misplaced her trust. Sansa, a woman scarred by emotional trauma, had her first love, Joffrey, who was undeniably a tyrant. Though he promised her the crown, he ultimately wed a daughter of House Tyrell, drawn by their wealth and influence. Later, she was abducted and held captive by House Bolton in Winterfell, where Ramsay Snow violently violated her. She was eventually rescued by Littlefinger, with whom she shared a complicated past. In summary, Sansa harbored deep psychological scars regarding love, as any intimacy with a man would evoke those painful memories. This time, she had mustered the courage to engage intimately with Tyrion under the allure of power, an encounter that provided her with a novel sensation. Despite his stature, Tyrion, a Lannister, possessed considerable wealth and was a seasoned warrior, adeptly attending to her needs. This fresh experience left her with an unexplainable longing and nostalgia that haunted her dreams. Hence, she found herself unexpectedly stirred, yet Tyrion's subsequent demeanor suggested a reluctance to acknowledge their encounter, leaving Sansa in a state of uncertainty. Her outward behavior manifested as irritability and impatience. During this assembly, she failed to rein in her emotions. Tyrion looked up at Sansa, bewildered by her outburst. As he had diligently endeavored to assist her in governance during this demanding time, sharing in her sleepless nights. "Do not be overly agitated, Your Majesty Sansa. Wait until tomorrow. Once all the troops are assembled, we can commence our expedition as early as the day after. This conflict is unlike any we have faced before, as we are engaging in a continental campaign against an adversary who is no less formidable than ourselves. Therefore, meticulous preparation for logistics and supplies is imperative. We must not afford even a moment's negligence. Should our grand army engage in battle at the front while our supply lines falter, the consequences would be catastrophic." Tyrion patiently elucidated that the primary concern now lies in determining the commanders for our 3 armies. "Do you have any suggestions?" He tactfully shifted the conversation, providing Sansa an opportunity to regain her composure. Sansa rubbed her forehead, feeling a touch embarrassed due to her recent lack of rest. "Very well, for the King's Landing contingent, I propose that Stannis be appointed as commander. His emergence from among the myriad branches of noble families to take the helm of House Baratheon and govern the Stormlands speaks volumes of his capabilities. Moreover, as a duke, his appointment to lead one of the armies is entirely justifiable. He possesses the requisite qualifications. As for the Yunkai contingent, I believe that Doran is still rather young and lacks sufficient experience. Edmure, why not appoint you to oversee this task instead? The lords of the South, both aged and young, leave no alternative but to entrust Edmure with the command. It is not merely Sansa's confidence in him, but rather the stark reality that he is the only viable candidate. Furthermore, she is assured that Edmure will not engage in treachery when confronted with formidable foes. Edmure readily acquiesced. Although his military prowess is average, one cannot afford to show weakness at such a critical juncture. As for the Fingers Peninsula, let us assign it to Robson, for it is fundamentally the domain of House Arryn, and his command there would be most fitting. I shall accompany the troops on this expedition, Tyrion. With you in King's Landing, I feel greatly reassured. In just a few exchanges, the most critical matters were resolved, and Sansa covered her forehead in relief. Very well. It is getting late. Everyone should return and rest. Please ensure the soldiers below are well assured. Our success in this expedition hinges upon them. I will not tolerate any unforeseen incidents, understood? Everyone responded in unison, finally sensing the urgency that precedes a great battle. Chapter 76. The coronation ceremony in stark contrast to Sansa's mounting stress. Daenerys leisurely sipped her red wine while enjoying the splendid view of the fountains and blooming flowers. The situation in Essos has now stabilized, with the region of the Rhoyne River and the Dothraki Sea firmly under her control. To the west, the coastline is dotted with a few free trade city-states, lacking any formidable military strength. Once she dispatches forces to seize control there, she will be poised to directly confront the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms on the seas. It is worth noting that she currently commands two powerful water sorceresses. Engaging in naval warfare would allow her to fully leverage their advantages, and to squander such an asset would be a grave error. Following Dario's counsel, Daenerys has dispatched an army of 150,000, divided into three contingents, each heading toward the three largest port cities along the western coast. Capturing those cities should prove to be a straightforward endeavor, hence Grey Worm, Dario, and Quentyn remain behind in Meereen, for they have more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Daenerys is poised to be officially crowned as Empress. Zhang Xian has stated that before embarking on her journey, he must bestow blessings upon her and personally crown her. This occasion also serves as the perfect opportunity to formally announce the restoration of the Valyrian Empire and the establishment of a new regime, allowing the civilization of Essos to rise once more. In the annals of history, their ancestor Aegon Targaryen founded the Seven Kingdoms, naming the realm Conquest. Now, Daenerys Targaryen shall resurrect her ancestors' glory, forging an even grander Valyrian empire, one that spans two continents, an unprecedented behemoth. She has resolved to name this new realm Ascendance. The entirety of Noth, along with the major cities conquered by Daenerys, is abuzz with activity. Exquisite wines, top-tier ingredients, and renowned figures are converging upon Noth. Loyal subordinates such as Dario and Yora are bustling about, diligently preparing for the upcoming coronation ceremony. This monumental event will celebrate the ascension of their empress. Daenerys need not concern herself with any details. She need only await the culmination of their efforts. She has decided to establish the capital in Noth, which is the largest city in the region of the Rhoyne, known for its wealth and stunning scenery, fitting the aspirations Daenerys holds for her capital. While cities like Quoleth and Yunkai are also substantial, they lack the elegance and beauty that Noth possesses. Hence, the capital will be situated here. The following day dawns clear and bright, a rare and splendid day. With all preparations complete and the ceremony rehearsed numerous times, they await the coronation of Her Majesty. The ancient Valyrian coronation ceremonies are notably elaborate and intricate. The longest recorded was that of Emperor Rhaenys, who was crowned 3 times, with the proceedings lasting 2 months in total. Daenerys, however, cannot afford such lengthy rituals, as there are battles to be fought and reports of stirrings across the sea. Thus, they must expedite the process. Essential traditions will be honored, but the duration and intervals between segments will be condensed, aiming for completion within a single day. Consequently, Daenerys rises early, donning a silk gown and styling her hair in an intricate updo, preparing to wear the dragon robe during the coronation. This dragon robe symbolizes the ancient Valyrian dragons, as Valyria has long been ruled by the House of Dragons, necessitating that the emperor wears the dragon robe and sits upon the dragon throne. The dragon is the emblem of Valyria and their totem, deeply entwined with the coronation ceremonies. Meanwhile, in the square before the Grand Hall, officials and military leaders are already arranged in formation. The current regime under Daenerys is markedly different from its predecessors. After conquering 3 kingdoms, it has opened its doors to talent, welcoming many who were previously marginalized and suppressed. Daenerys seeks ministers who possess capability, courage, audacity, and loyalty. After meticulous selection, she has established the foundational framework of the Valyrian dynasty. The ministers stand in the square, surrounded by guards. While the throngs of citizens outside resemble mountains and seas, their voices rising in exuberant cheer. At last, under the gaze of the multitude, Daenerys ascends the coronation platform. Following a speech by Karlitka, the coronation ceremony officially commences. In the first step, with the assistance of her handmaidens, Daenerys opens her arms as they drape her in a robe of black and gold, adorned with soaring dragons, magnificent and solemn. Once clad in the dragon robe, The second step involves a ritual to honor heaven and earth. She raises her cup in a toast to the divine, signifying the blessings of the gods and the promise of a prosperous reign. Originally, the third step entailed the conferral of titles to lords and the establishment of a royal harem. However, Daenerys has no harem, and it is not the appropriate time for such matters. These can be addressed after the battles have been fought and rewards distributed. Thus, the third step is modified to focus on bestowing honors and clarifying the ranks of her ministers. This plan has long been devised, with the civil officials being announced by Dario, the Queen's Hand, and the current Prime Minister, a figure of immense power, second only to the Queen herself. The martial commanders are entrusted to Gregor, who has already restructured the military ranks, managing them through a decimal system and establishing a meritocratic framework, significantly alleviating the challenges of troop mobilization and communication failures. The majority of the martial commanders are drawn from the Kalas of the Dothraki tribes, each holding at least the rank of captain, leading groups of 10,000. Daenerys' army has now reached a formidable size of 100,000, bolstered by the incorporation of forces from the three great kingdoms, as well as young slaves eager to rise in the world and willingly enlist. Although they have yet to undergo formal military training and cannot engage in battle, they serve as a reserve force. Nonetheless, the main contingent has swelled to a staggering 800,000, rivaling the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. With the aid of dragons and water sorcerers, each capable of matching 1,000 soldiers, her might is undeniable. By the time all ministers have received their honors and assignments, noon approaches, marking a lengthy and time-consuming endeavor. The next phase is the ancestral rites. The Targaryen lineage has been a colossal force throughout several eras, now reduced to Daenerys and the ancillary Gregor. Thus, during the ancestral worship, Gregor follows closely behind Daenerys to partake in the rites. Incense is burned, prayers are offered, and bows are made to honor the spirits of their forebears. As the afternoon wanes, only the final step of the ceremony remains, the crowning. Upon the completion of the coronation, Daenerys will be the rightful Empress of Valyria, a moment she has eagerly anticipated. She wonders in what manner the old gods will crown her. Chapter 77. The Divine Coronation. The coronation ceremony has reached its final step, the crowning of the crown. The ceremonial guards flanking the ascension platform resounded with the solemn and weighty march of the dragon. This was the traditional coronation piece of Valyria, reserved solely for the enthronement of a new monarch. As the majestic strains filled the air, Daenerys stood atop the dais, the sunlight illuminating her pure and unblemished visage, casting a radiant glow. Just as the coronation was about to commence, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, dimming the surrounding sunlight and drawing the gaze of the assembled multitude to the radiant shaft that illuminated the center of the platform. This unexpected spectacle left all in awe, an occurrence unanticipated during rehearsals and not orchestrated by any design. It was a sheer serendipity. The ministers held their breath, refraining from any movement, as Daenerys did not halt the unfolding marvel. Instead, her smile grew ever brighter, as if she were venerating a divine being. A colossal figure, shimmering with an icy blue hue, gradually descended from the sky, coming to hover 5 meters above Daenerys. A resounding and majestic voice echoed across the expanse, reaching even those unable to crowd the square. The inhabitants of the city's streets could hear it distinctly. In the presence of the gods, I, the old god, bestow upon you, Daenerys Targaryen, the supreme authority and glory of Empress. You shall reign over this land, and your wisdom and courage will guide your people towards prosperity and hope. May you be wise, compassionate, loving, and just. Hereby, in the name of the old god, I crown you. May your reign endure, and your dominion remain steadfast. With that, the radiant figure descended, personally placing upon Daenerys a crown bestowed by divine grace. The crown, immaculate and white as jade, was adorned with a magnificent icy blue gem, within which the essence of divine power flowed subtly. This crown would render Daenerys impervious to any ambush, capable of withstanding the might of a deity, and bestowing upon her eternal youth, a true diadem imbued with divine essence. Before Daenerys could utter a word, the divine presence transformed into a streak of light and vanished, taking the dazzling beam with it. Only then did the assembled crowd grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. It was a divine blessing. The old god had crowned the Empress. Such glory was unparalleled. Valyria was destined to endure and conquer unceasingly. This scene left all present profoundly moved, while they had heard of the old god reclaiming his place. To witness the divine personally crowned Empress Daenerys spoke volumes. In the annals of human history, there had been only one instance of a divine coronation, the 7 gods crowning Hugo. the first emperor of the Undulls in the Andes Mountains. Subsequently, the Undulls unified Westeros, ruling for millennia until the advent of Aegon Targaryen. Yet, Aegon too worshipped the Seven and did not alter their faith. Now, the old god, once supplanted by the Seven, had re-emerged, and the implications of this were unmistakable. This is no longer a mere contest among human empires. It has transformed into a battle for divine faith. The stakes have been elevated significantly. It is evident that the Valyrian Empire has embraced the coronation of the old gods, signifying their allegiance, while in Westeros, one can only speculate whether the Seven gods will extend their assistance. Presently, the old gods have begun to manifest their presence across the continent. Yet the Seven remain eerily silent, devoid of any divine revelations. This silence can only imply one of two scenarios. Either the Seven have long departed from the mortal realm, indifferent to worldly affairs, or they lack the stature of the old gods, deeming themselves unworthy adversaries, and thus refrain from direct confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, the Valyrian Empire undeniably holds the upper hand. Failing to seize Westeros would be tantamount to betraying the trust and blessings of the old gods. Among the throngs present, many had previously placed their faith in the Seven or other deities. However, without exception, they have all now gravitated towards the old gods. There is no doubt, for the old gods have reclaimed their rightful place, evidently suppressing Westeros and supporting Valyria, leaving no room for hesitation. As Samwell once expressed, despite countless fervent prayers, the Seven offered him no response. Perhaps the old gods will. Divinity has become a source of solace for many, a form of anesthetic during times of despair. Yet, the situation has shifted. The old gods have indeed re-emerged, rendering the change of faith devoid of any psychological burden for those present, as they were never fervent zealots to begin with. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the coronation ceremony approached its climax. The people gazed upon Daenerys, no longer viewing her through the lens of mere mortals. She was now the messenger of the divine, an embodiment of the gods walking among them. Adorning her head was a sacred artifact bestowed by the divine, a treasure so lavish that mere mortals could only dream of it. "My people," she declared, "each of you shall receive the protection of the divine. The light of divinity shall illuminate every corner of the Valyrian Empire. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be homeless children. Regardless of your wealth or status, all shall equally receive the favor of the old gods. Now, the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros gaze upon us with hostility. Are you willing to drive them away from me, to counterattack them, to annihilate them?" Her words resonated with the crowd, still reeling from the shock of the old god's arrival. A fervent response erupted. "We are willing. Drive them away, counterattack them, annihilate them. Let the Seven Kingdoms fade into history. Let the light of Valyria shine upon Westeros." Indeed, those denizens too seek redemption. A thunderous chorus arose, united in purpose. As Daenerys stirred the emotions of all present, including Grey Worm and Missandei, Dario, and Yora, no soul remained untouched by the captivating presence of Daenerys, crowned and radiant, exuding an aura akin to that of an inviolable goddess. "Well then, the day after tomorrow, I hope to witness my army gathering at the great ports of Norvos, Pentos, and Coer, ready to sail across the vast ocean and repel all invaders from Westeros at our borders. Is that feasible?" Daenerys raised her scepter high, greeted by the resounding agreement of tens of thousands in the square. Zhang Xian, concealed high above, observed this scene with clarity. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Daenerys was indeed a born orator, effortlessly igniting the spirit of battle among the populace. Coupled with the divine endorsement she received, her authority in Essos was unassailable. The impending war, marked by the clash of two colossal forces each comprising millions, filled Zhang Xian with anticipation. As we enter a new month, I wish everyone smooth sailing in the final month of 2024. Additionally, I humbly seek your favorable reviews. Thank you for your support. Chapter 78. Prepared and ready the following day, having just completed her coronation ceremony, Daenerys tirelessly made her way to the port of Pentos. This place, a free trade city-state located on the western coastline of Essos, was a realm without a sovereign, governed by the intricate alliances of 17 major merchant guilds. However, when the Valyrian army advanced with great might, these guilds expressed their eagerness to welcome Queen Daenerys' rule, pledging their allegiance to her empire and committing to contribute to its economy. It had been ages since a formidable empire emerged in Essos, and while each guild maintained their own armed forces, ranging from a few thousand to a couple of tens of thousands for the protection of their own goods, the necessity for resistance diminished with the promise of imperial protection. Merchants sought wealth, and they had no interest in engaging in political strife that would jeopardize their interests. Moreover, The 17 guilds were hardly united. Describing them as a scattered assemblage would not be an exaggeration. Thus, when the Valyrian army of 50,000 arrived in Pentos, despite the greater number of guild soldiers within the city, none were inclined to take the initiative. Pentos fell without a fight, almost instantaneously. Even Spawn, who had led the forces prepared for battle, found himself puzzled. When had these free trade city-states become so accommodating? During his time as a Khal, he had encountered these guilds, who had been exceedingly arrogant, viewing the Dothraki with contempt, hardly recognizing them as equals. Now, these individuals greeted him with smiles and amiability, leading Spawn to question if they were always this agreeable. Yet he understood that this transformation was merely a reflection of his newfound strength, bolstered by the Valyrian Empire, by Queen Daenerys, which had afforded him the confidence to stand tall before the once condescending merchant guilds. In a moment of fervor, Spawn pledged unwavering loyalty to Valyria and Daenerys, vowing to follow Her Majesty the Queen for a lifetime. Pentos, a vital maritime city, finds itself directly across the strait from Blackwater Bay, where the illustrious King's Landing resides. This proximity means that Pentos will inevitably bear the brunt of King's Landing's influence. Daenerys has mobilized a formidable force of 1 million troops across 3 ports, with Pentos being the location of the largest contingent. Since the conclusion of the coronation ceremony yesterday, the number of volunteers eager to enlist has surged, nearly comprising half of the able-bodied men from the 3 great kingdoms. However, Daenerys cannot exhaust the resources of her people. Such a large enlistment would inevitably disrupt livelihoods. With so many able-bodied individuals away from home, who would tend to the fields, forge metal, or care for livestock, numerous essential tasks rely on their labor. Thus, Daenerys decreed that families with 3 or more sons may send 1 or 2 to enlist, while those with 2 or fewer must remain at home to honor their elders and cannot join the military. Even so, the numbers remain overwhelming. She commanded Grey Worm to meticulously select the finest candidates, aiming to limit the regular army to 1 million, the reserve forces to 500,000, and the logistical support to no more than 200,000. Currently, the majority of the standing army consists of Dothraki, with a smaller contingent of seasoned veterans from the 3 kingdoms, all of whom have undergone formal military training and have experienced combat, making them ready for the battlefield. New recruits will enter the reserves and first undergo military training to comprehend the essential rules of warfare. Otherwise, these inexperienced individuals would likely perish within a day on the battlefield, their numbers swiftly depleted in a single skirmish. At this moment, Daenerys surveyed Pentos' vast harbor. Under her command, large warships were being hastily constructed. Merchant vessels were being repurposed, reinforced with steel rams at the bows, their sides thickened, and equipped with formidable ballistae, transforming them into warships. Such modifications are not overly complex. A significant number of merchant ships are currently under reconstruction. Given their original design for transporting substantial cargo, these vessels, though cumbersome, possess distinct advantages, particularly in ramming engagements. With a 1 million-strong army already deployed, the northern forces of Norvos are poised against the Fingers Peninsula. Led by Grey Worm and comprising 300,000 troops, Daenerys feels assured. Grey Worm's strategic acumen is systematic, and he possesses the capability to dominate the battlefield when forces are evenly matched. The northern region of Coer has been entrusted to Dario, facing the stronghold of Sunspear across the sea, with a chain of islands in between. Legend has it that many years ago, Westeros and Essos were once connected by a landmass known as the Arm of Dorne, situated between Dorne and Coer. Later, the ancestors traversed the Arm of Dorne into Westeros, wreaking havoc upon the Fisher's Wood and slaughtering the Children of the Forest. In the Children of the Forest, the Green Seers utilized magic to summon earthquakes and tsunamis to thwart the invasion of the Ancients, causing the Arm of Dorne to shatter and fragment, thus giving rise to the present-day Stone Steps Isles. The terrain here is exceedingly intricate, with the sea conditions varying from turbulent to tranquil. Dario, possessing a sharp intellect and adaptability, is ideally suited to lead the 30,000 troops stationed here. Meanwhile, Daenerys commands an army of 400,000, with Kaith serving as her second-in-command, accompanied by 2 colossal dragons and 2 water wizards to safeguard Pentos. Initially, she intended for the 2 water wizards to assist Gregor and Dario, one in the south and the other in the north. However, both unanimously declined, believing that their powers could only manifest overwhelming force when concentrated. While dispersing might yield localized advantages, it would not significantly impact the overall battle. Confident in their own abilities, they felt equipped to handle the situation. Daenerys refrained from further commentary, acknowledging that the presence of water wizards would not greatly alter the outcome given Gregor and Dario's capabilities. Thus, she decided to keep all 4 formidable warriors by her side to defend the massive forces stationed at King's Landing. This strategy would ensure that once the battle dynamics shifted, the momentum could lead to the collapse of King's Landing, leaving the other fronts disheartened. Currently, the 2 forces have already embarked towards Norvos and Coer, having departed half a day ago. They separated this morning in Nassausen, with the 4 of them heading towards their respective objectives. Daenerys first inspected the progress of the warship's modifications at the port and arranged for vessels to patrol the open sea. Instructing that any sighting of the Westerosi forces be reported immediately, she intended to intercept them at sea, determined to prevent them from trespassing even a step onto Essos. The leadership and coordination of personnel were entrusted to Kaith, who possessed greater experience in this domain. Observing the bustling scene before her, Daenerys turned her gaze towards the boundless ocean, aware of the election results from Westeros. Jon Snow's sister, Sansa Stark, had ascended as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the heir to the Iron Throne. During her time in Winterfell, Daenerys had perceived Sansa's considerable ambition, recognizing her duplicity. With the threat of the Night King eliminated, Sansa was eager to tear asunder their alliance, and were it not for Jon Snow's insistence, she might not have the resources to attack King's Landing. Now, across the sea lies Sansa's army, and Daenerys feels a subtle anticipation. Sansa, when the White Walkers attacked, you hid in the cellar to escape. Now let me see how much your prowess has truly grown. Chapter 79, Arya Westeros. King's Landing. Here, the atmosphere is also one of fervent activity, yet unlike Pentos. The port of King's Landing is overcrowded with ships. How did you manage to organize such chaos that your own vessels collide? If I were you, I would have sought the Seven's mercy long ago. Tyrion was expressing his dissatisfaction with Stannis' planning capabilities. Stannis, hailing from Bear Island and proficient in naval warfare, was expected to avoid such grave mistakes. Currently, the harbor of King's Landing was on the brink of being overwhelmed by departing vessels, and the utter lack of coordination among the troops rendered victory an unattainable goal. Stannis felt unjustly treated. The forces comprised soldiers from various kingdoms, each loyal only to their own commanders and disregarding his commands. When he instructed them to fall back, they insisted on advancing. When he ordered them to remain stationary, they chose to mingle with other fleets. His attempts to enforce military discipline were met with threats of mutiny from the soldiers, and he feared imposing harsh penalties on the commanders. Tyrion, too, felt a sense of helplessness. After Sansa ascended to power, in a bid to prevent any singular entity from gaining too much influence and to avert potential rebellion, she had disbanded and restructured the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. The primary concern was, after all, Edmure. Sansa's ascent was not without its underhanded tactics, and Edmure's resentment was unmistakable, a sentiment Sansa herself was acutely aware of. Under normal circumstances, the standing armies of each territory were not to exceed 50,000 men, and Sansa would not have feared Edmure stirring up trouble. However, the current circumstances were starkly different, with Edmure commanding an impressive force of 300,000 soldiers. It was implausible for Sansa to claim that she held no resentment, yet forbidding Edmure from leading was equally inappropriate. Should they entrust the aging, nearly immobile Mace with command? Or perhaps the freshly minted adult, Doran, who had never led troops before, would be an even more precarious choice. In truth, the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands would have been more suitable for the task. Yet their territory was too small to be deemed worthy, and even if he consented, the other lords would not. Thus, after much compromise, the current predicament arose. The 3 armies were not organized according to proximity, allowing their respective lords to command their own forces. Instead, the 7 kingdoms were first restructured and then divided into 3 units, each comprising soldiers from all kingdoms. This led to a disconnect between the higher-ups and the lower ranks, with the latter unaware of the former's strategies. Given sufficient time, this would not pose a significant issue. As long as there was ample opportunity for mutual understanding and for the soldiers to familiarize themselves with their commanders' leadership styles, complications could be minimized. However, the pressing timeline complicated matters. Sansa insisted that the troops must depart within 3 days. With so many individuals residing in King's Landing, the daily consumption was a considerable expense. Sansa believed that commanding a 1,000,000-strong army would make conquering Daenerys a trivial matter, yet she was oblivious to the fact that greater numbers often led to more complex management. Every individual harbored their own temperament, and they were not mere machines or beasts of burden, but sentient beings, making them far from easy to maneuver. Tyrion knocked on Sansa's door, finding her buried under a mountain of paperwork. She had never realized the exhaustion that accompanied kingship, particularly during wartime, when the responsibilities were overwhelming. Tyrion recognized Sansa's diligence. After all, A woman could not ascend to such heights solely on a modicum of cunning and ambition. Yet, her perspective still required broadening. Tyrion, you have arrived. How prepared is the army? Sansa, overwhelmed with anxiety, yearned for swift action. The sooner, the better. Her initial intention was to accompany the troops, yet this proposal was dismissed. The rationale was that, as the reigning monarch, it was more prudent for her to remain in King's Landing. Even if she were to join the campaign, her presence would contribute little to the outcome of the battle. Better to stay behind and orchestrate matters from a distance. In truth, she was reluctant to face the battlefield. Her suggestion had merely been a means to demonstrate that she, as the new queen, was not one to cower in fear. With opposition from the lords mounting, Sansa found herself with an easy excuse to remain comfortably in King's Landing, where she could oversee affairs from a position of relative ease. Tyrion regarded Sansa with earnestness. Sansa, you must recognize the underlying issues. The state of the army is far from satisfactory. Following its disbandment, management has become chaotic and insubordination among the ranks has become commonplace. If this continues, not only will victory be elusive, but merely maintaining order on the battlefield will be a considerable achievement. Sansa rubbed her forehead, her expression darkening. Tyrion, the situation is not as dire as you portray. Familiarity with the troops is merely a matter of time. In these few days, let the lords become well acquainted with the soldiers and lower-ranking commanders. Conditions will surely improve. Moreover, once on the battlefield, disobedience equates to self-destruction. Every soldier's safety hinges on this. They will act not for any other reason than the preservation of their own lives and will not engage in reckless behavior. Tyrion observed Sansa growing increasingly obstinate. Unwilling to heed counsel, his frustration mounting. Was Sansa's ascension truly a boon for the Seven Kingdoms? Nonetheless, he resolved to make one final effort. Sansa, I understand your concerns. In truth, you need not worry about Edmure. He is, after all, your uncle. Moreover, the current circumstances are known to all. Cooperation yields mutual benefit, while division guarantees doom. No one wishes for death. Our decision to mobilize the troops is born of necessity. As long as Daenerys lives, the realm will know no peace. Even if Edmure harbors resentment, he would not betray you at this juncture, for such an action would serve him no advantage. Should he turn against you and King's Landing, the most favorable outcome would be a return to his lordship as it is now. The worst would be defeat and death on the battlefield. Ponder this well. I have matters to attend to. With that, without waiting for Sansa to respond, he turned and exited. He had articulated everything he deemed necessary. Whether Sansa would absorb the message or grasp the implications was a matter for her alone. In reality, Sansa understood the logic. She was not from humble beginnings, but the daughter of the North's warden, having received the finest education and nearly becoming queen herself. In terms of intellect, she considered herself equal to any. Yet, the present moment was unlike any before. She now bore the title of queen, sovereign of King's Landing, and the collective monarch of the Seven Kingdoms, the guardian of Westeros. This identity was a novel experience. Having tasted the fruits of power, Sansa found herself somewhat dazed, firmly believing that her instincts were infallible, a conviction that had seen her through numerous perilous situations. As soon as Tyrion stepped out, Sansa did not dwell on it and continued with her tasks. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted behind her, startling Sansa. She was taken aback at the thought that someone had entered her room without her knowledge. Turning around, she beheld a strange child behind the table on the balcony, pouring wine for herself. Sansa stiffened, an unsettling sense of danger prickling at her skin. The child giggled and straightened up, wiping her face, revealing her true self. It was none other than Arya. Sansa's tense body relaxed at the realization that it was Arya, the sister who had spoken of traveling the world. Arya, you're back! Sansa exclaimed with joy. She cherished the fact that Arya was one of her only two remaining blood relatives, with their parents deceased, and both her brother Robb and youngest sibling Rickon having perished. Bran remained bedridden and crippled after a strange dream that compelled him to venture to the lands of eternal winter, only to return gravely ill. Jon had been confirmed as the son of Prince Rhaegar and Aunt Lyanna, merely a cousin, and he too was now dead. The only surviving family member was her little sister Arya. Though the sisters had not always shared a close bond, Sansa often found Arya's tomboyish nature off-putting, while Arya frequently mocked Sansa's pretentiousness, drawing their mother's ire. Now, the ties of blood revealed their true significance. How could I not return after such great upheaval? You are my sister, and now a guardian of the Seven Kingdoms. I had to come back to lend you my support. I could not bear the thought of leaving you alone, Arya declared. Sansa felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. In this pivotal moment, she had to rely on her family. Arya finally understood her. She stepped forward and took Arya's hand. I am genuinely delighted that you have returned to assist me, not for any other reason but that you still hold me, your sister, in your heart. However, I cannot allow you to go to battle. It is far too perilous. You and Bran are all I have left, and I only wish for you both to live well and pursue your own desires. If not, what was the purpose of my arduous climb to this throne? Was it not to strengthen our family? Was it not to seek justice for our father, who met a tragic end in King's Landing, his head displayed upon the city gates? I vowed to restore honor to our family and seek justice for House Stark. Now, you have avenged our mother and brother, and I have avenged our father. We have not failed them. As she spoke, Sansa felt the sting of tears in her eyes. Perhaps Arya was the only one who could truly comprehend her feelings at this moment. Arya too was misty-eyed, knowing the injustice that had befallen House Stark. Their parents had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters, along with a bastard, Jon Snow. Now, only the 2 of them and Bran, who was incapacitated from the waist down, remained. If they wished to preserve their lineage, their children would need to take on their mother's surname. Otherwise, House Stark would face extinction, a fate they could never allow. Fortunately, Sansa has ascended to the throne. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for her, given her status, to wed a commoner. Moreover, the nobility would never allow their offspring to bear another surname, not even that of the Stark lineage. Arya embraced her sister briefly, declaring, I possess this capability now. Were I an ordinary girl, I would not flaunt such prowess. But as a faceless man, I must harness my abilities. I am a specter on the battlefield, undetectable. Even in the heavily guarded King's Landing, I can silently approach you. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Sansa was startled by Arya's words. Indeed, what did this signify? It implied that if Arya were an agent of Daenerys, she would already be dead. Yet, the situation had reversed. Arya was her beloved sister. If she could stealthily infiltrate Daenerys' vicinity. But Sansa quickly dismissed that thought. No, Daenerys is unlike me. She is protected by dragons, making her formidable to approach. I will confront her openly with my army, decisively defeating her, slaying her cherished dragons, and dismantling her Valyrian empire until she kneels before me. There are many who will fight for me. You need not venture forth. Remain in King's Landing. And do not wander, understand? With a resigned shake of her head, Arya replied, Sister, you do not comprehend me. Just as in our youth, when I promised to assist you, I shall indeed do so. The faceless men revere the Lion of Night, and I now share this belief. The lion shall shield me from the dragon's gaze, enabling me to approach Daenerys. I am departing now. You should proceed with your plans. However, before you either vanquish or are vanquished, I will personally ensure her demise. Arya's tone and expression exuded an unwavering confidence. Daenerys is merely human, and all mortals are destined to perish. If an opportunity arises, one swift strike will suffice. There is no distinction between an emperor and a peasant. Sansa wished to protest, her anxiety compelling her to grasp Arya, yet Arya swiftly concealed herself behind a column. When Sansa circled the pillar, Arya had vanished. She understood that Arya had left, never heeding her words, a pattern that had persisted throughout their lives. With a deep sigh, Sansa could only pray for her sister's safety. 3 days later, the army was prepared, and the ships poised for departure filled the Blackwater Bay, stretching into the horizon. Sansa stood at the harbor, bidding farewell to the grand forces. Over the past few days, the army's discipline had markedly improved, providing Sansa with a sense of reassurance. At least this time, there was no chaos or congestion during the embarkation. Everything was orderly. The vanguard had already set sail from Blackwater Bay, while the logistical support was still at the harbor, a testament to the army's vastness. With so many troops and lords commanding them, Daenerys' defeat was assured. Yet, standing behind Sansa, Tyrion wore a furrowed brow, his optimism starkly contrasting with hers. While the armies of the Seven Kingdoms were indeed numerous, the forces of Valyria were equally formidable, bolstered by dragons that commanded the skies. Despite their ships being armed with massive ballistae, such contraptions were effective only through stealth attacks or widespread barrages. Otherwise, the dragons' agile maneuvers in the air would easily evade the bolts fired from the ballistae. The outcome of the impending battle remained an enigma. They could only ascertain the reality through engagement. Sansa's optimism seemed prematurely exuberant to Tyrion, who pondered the source of her confidence. Only Sansa herself knew that Arya had set her plans in motion, a fact she had chosen to withhold from everyone, including Tyrion. She believed deeply in the high probability of Arya's success, having heard whispers of Arya's experiences since her disappearance. The Faceless Men were an ancient and vast organization, whose members referred to themselves as nameless. Each possessed neither a fixed identity nor a visage. One moment, you might encounter a stooped old crone. only to find her the next moment unleashing a poison dart into your throat before vanishing with a different face, evading pursuit with ease. Sansa was uncertain of how much prowess Arya had acquired, but Arya's confident demeanor inspired considerable hope within her. For half a day, the fleet departed the port in a slow yet orderly fashion, embarking on their journey across the sea. King's Landing was left with only 3,000 souls, most of whom were the King's Guard, tasked solely with the protection of the king and the safety of the city. This elite force was more than sufficient to safeguard both King's Landing and Sansa. With the army dispatched, the once chaotic city of King's Landing found a semblance of tranquility, allowing Sansa a moment of respite. The absence of the army alleviated numerous burdens and eased the financial strains, underscoring the challenges of maintaining a substantial military presence. Commander Stannis, leading an army of 400,000, felt a surge of ambition. Originally a distant descendant of the Mormont family from Bear Island, he was not considered a direct heir. However, fate took a dramatic turn when the family matriarch, Lady Diana, perished at the hands of giants and wights in Winterfell, and the elder patriarch fell at the Wall's Black Castle. Jorah Mormont, a castaway of the family, also met his end in the Battle of Winterfell while protecting Daenerys. With the direct lineage decimated, the opportunity for the cadet branches to rise emerged. After engaging in a series of intrigues, Stannis ascended to the Mormont leadership, unexpectedly being named Duke of the Stormlands due to his alliance with the Starks, whose ascendance had inadvertently bolstered the Mormont clan. Stannis, once an obscure figure, soared to prominence, now commanding an army of 400,000 on behalf of Queen Sansa. Fortuitously, having been raised on Bear Island, he possessed familiarity with naval warfare. Otherwise, he would not have dared to undertake such a colossal responsibility. 2 days after the Grand Army's departure, the Vanguard fleet reported that the ships of Essos were visible in the distance, still within the offshore area, indicating that the adversary had long been prepared. Stannis commanded that all vessels ready their rams and proceed at full speed. Upon encountering the enemy, the Vanguard fleet was to launch an immediate and full-scale assault without any attempts to parley. This was a matter of life and death. The one who seized the initiative would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. He notified everyone to don their armor, keep their weapons at hand, and prepare for close-quarters combat at the first opportunity. No one was permitted to retreat a single step without his command. They were reminded that this was the open sea, and abandoning ship meant certain death. Everyone was to be fully alert, for the true battle was about to commence. Chapter 81. Sea Encounter. The Valyrian patrol reacted swiftly, opting not to engage directly with the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms, but instead dispatched a swift vessel to report back, while the remaining ships retreated into their own inland waters. Their numbers were insufficient. They were not a large force, and their vessels could not possibly confront the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms head-on. They could only hunker down defensively, awaiting reinforcements. Look, the Valyrian ships are retreating. They are fleeing. Quick, pursue them. We must not let them escape. Capture their patrol fleet to secure an initial victory. Stannis, standing on the main deck of the flagship, observed through his spyglass and, confirming the enemy's numbers were few, decided to give chase. If they could annihilate these patrol ships, it would significantly boost the morale of his soldiers and provide a triumphant start for himself. The Vanguard received orders to increase their power, maximizing their sails, while oars extended from both sides of the hull, propelling them forward vigorously. The patrol fleet, realizing they were not being spared, could not retreat any further. They had entered the inland waters belonging to the Valyrian Empire. Allowing the enemy to pass unchallenged would render their patrol duties meaningless. The fleet of the Seven Kingdoms surged forward at full throttle, reaching the peak of their speed, while Valyria remained in quiet anticipation. Just as the two sides closed to within a nautical mile, a colossal wave suddenly rose between them. This was no ordinary swell. It formed a towering wall of water, towering over 100 meters high, effectively separating the two fleets. The Vanguard fleet, poised for a collision, was caught off guard by this unforeseen wall of water. The ships could not be halted in time and were left helpless as one vessel after another crashed into the barrier. It turned out that within the patrol fleet, a water sorcerer had been stationed to handle unexpected emergencies. At the moment of impact, the ships were torn to shreds by the water magic contained within the wall, splintering into pieces that floated upon the surface of the sea. The air was filled with the panicked cries of the people. Some surfaced, calling for help, while others were less fortunate, struck unconscious by falling debris and sinking beneath the waves. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Stannis was taken aback and promptly commanded the ships trailing behind to navigate around the water wall and continue their advance. The foremost vanguard found themselves obstructed by the water wall. However, its expanse was minuscule compared to the vastness of the ocean. Soon, the fleets on either flank maneuvered around the water wall, colliding with the patrol boats. The colossal vessels crashed into one another, producing a thunderous cacophony. Splintering wood flying in all directions, while the prows became embedded in the hulls, allowing soldiers to surge forth through the breaches. The clashing of swords and the cries of battle began to resonate across the sea. On duty that day was his brother, Leonibert, who observed the melee unfolding at the front lines. It was imprudent to employ large water magic, as it would inevitably harm their own fleet alongside the enemy. Currently, the patrol boats were vastly outnumbered compared to the opposing forces, making any exchange of lives unfavorable. It was prudent to conserve their remaining strength. Thus, he set his sights on the enemy ships yet to arrive from the rear. A torrent of water erupted from the surface, wreaking havoc among the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms. The meticulously arranged formations were thrown into disarray, and vessels that came into contact with the vortex were shredded like mere toys, while those fortunate enough to evade it hastily collided with neighboring ships. What could have been an easily won battle transformed into a scene of heavy losses under the onslaught of two massive water spells. Frustration engulfed Stannis. The losses had already exceeded his projections. The first battle had been ambushed by the enemy, and the path ahead promised to be increasingly arduous. Yet, retreat was not an option. Victory must be seized at any cost. Stannis understood the adage that mercy does not belong in warfare. Commands were dispatched, urging the fleet to press forward recklessly until they finally broke through the blockade of the water vortex. The vanguard and the patrol boats finally made contact, and by this point, both sides had suffered injuries. Reinforcements from the vanguard arrived, placing the patrol boats at a disadvantage. However, it was not yet a state of collapse. For Daenerys was acutely aware that the battle was imminent. It was inconceivable that she would send merely a handful of small vessels, while the patrol fleet appeared sparse. It was only in comparison to the main forces of the Seven Kingdoms. In truth, each patrol fleet comprised around 50 ships and approximately 5,000 personnel. 5 patrol fleets simultaneously monitored the outer seas, while another 5 awaited support and replacement in the inner seas. At this moment, the other patrol fleets had received word and were hastening to the scene. Once all patrol fleets arrived, they would form a substantial fleet capable of holding out until the main forces could arrive. Meanwhile, the first patrol fleet, already half submerged, was surrounded by the vanguard fleet of the Seven Kingdoms. Despite Leon's best efforts to impede the advance, the limitations of one man's strength rendered him unable to alter the tide of battle. Just as the first patrol fleet was on the brink of annihilation, reinforcements arrived from all directions. They initially unleashed a barrage of projectiles, catching the encircling vanguard fleet off guard, and the once intact vessels were reduced to ruin, with some even sinking outright. Without waiting for Stannis' command, the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms abandoned their encirclement and directly engaged the enemy, charging towards the reinforcements. Although the 5 patrol squads were numerous, they paled in comparison to the vanguard forces, which boasted an impressive 50,000 troops and over 400 warships, an assemblage twice the size of the combined patrols. The main forces of the Seven Kingdoms lingered in the offshore waters, as the vanguard fleet had already commenced a boarding battle with the enemy. With no adversaries to confront directly, they could only observe the skirmish unfold. Stannis, peering through his telescope, noted with relief that his side appeared to hold the advantage. It seemed that annihilating the enemy would be an attainable goal. However, he gravely underestimated the resolve of the Valyrian forces, who were wholly devoted to Queen Daenerys and steadfast in their worship of the old gods. The fighting spirit unleashed by those with unwavering faith was boundless. As the boarding battle commenced, the Seven Kingdoms fleet, though greater in number, soon discovered that the Valyrian troops fought with reckless abandon. Some were felled in combat only to rise again and drag their foes into the sea, embracing a mutual demise. Stannis found himself compelled to dispatch additional ships to reinforce his vanguard fleet, sending more soldiers to the front lines to achieve parity with the enemy. Simultaneously, he sought to maneuver around the enemy's flanks and rear, launching long-range strikes to inflict greater casualties on the patrol squads. Despite the Seven Kingdoms' overwhelming numerical and power advantage, the battle proved exceedingly arduous. What had initially appeared to be a straightforward annihilation campaign evolved into a protracted conflict, much to Stannis' frustration. The primary cause of this difficulty was the intermittent large-scale magic unleashed by the water sorcerers, which forced him to scatter his fleet to mitigate further losses. After enduring half a day of relentless fighting, the patrol squads had nearly depleted their vessels. Only a scant few managed to escape, thanks to the path cleared by the water sorcerers. Remarkably, half a day had elapsed, during which Stannis' forces had been delayed by over 20,000 adversaries. Tactically, Stannis had claimed victory, Yet strategically, he had faltered, for the opposing army had surely gathered and was now on the move. If his estimations were correct, the main forces would soon meet head-on. Sanny's countenance grew unusually grave. Valyria was indeed a formidable foe. If even a single patrol squad faced such difficulty, a direct confrontation with the main army would prove even more challenging. Nevertheless, he had to instill confidence in his soldiers, masking any trace of concern. Initial victory, he proclaimed. Notify all soldiers that successful landings will be rewarded with an evening feast. The first wave of troops to disembark will each receive 100 gold dragons. My word is my bond. The promise of such a generous reward ignited a spark in the soldiers' eyes, and morale surged as the fleet's pace quickened. Chapter 82. The Battle of the Valyrian Inner Sea. At this moment, Daenerys was advancing with her considerable forces towards the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms. The main contingent was fully prepared, yet they faced a headwind, necessitating the lowering of their sails and relying on manpower to glide forward. This significantly reduced their speed, delaying reinforcement efforts. Fortunately, the patrols had managed to impede the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms for half a day, granting the main fleet a considerable strategic depth. Regrettably, the patrols suffered near total casualties, inciting great anger in Daenerys. At this time, she soared through the skies atop Drogon, with Rhaegal flying alongside. The two brothers had begun to diverge in size, with Drogon approximately one-third larger than Rhaegal, a distinct advantage of not having transformed into an undead creature. The duo spotted the immense fleet on the horizon. Though there remained some distance between the two forces, Daenerys swiftly turned back to her own fleet, commanding all warships to form a line, creating a colossal wall across the sea. She positioned the Scorpions in a row, instructing them to fire immediately upon reaching range, denying the enemy any opportunity to charge. Currently, they were battling against the wind, while the opposing fleet benefited from a favorable breeze, making a head-on collision disadvantageous. Instead, leveraging the might of the Scorpions to suppress the enemy's momentum was the correct strategy. Once all the vessels were arranged, the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms emerged from the waters, a dark line gradually materializing, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Although the distance was still considerable, the palpable intensity of their presence pressed closer. The soldiers, awaiting intense silence, breathed heavily, their hearts pounding as they struggled to suppress their inner anxiety and fear. The operators of the Scorpions steadied their launchers, poised to commence bombardment at a signal from their commander. With a force of several 100,000, the only sound apart from the waves was the near silence, harboring emotions on the brink of explosion. As time progressed, the enemy's vanguard drew nearer, inching closer to firing range. At Kaz's command, the Scorpions on the sides of over 1,000 ships unleashed their fury. Thousands of massive bolts, imbued with tremendous force, rained down upon the advancing vanguard. In an instant, splinters flew as the leading ship was dismembered, its crew screaming as they plunged into the water. In such dire circumstances, the ability to swim became irrelevant, for any fall into the depths spelled certain doom. Yet, the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms did not slow their charge. Rather, they accelerated, occasionally retaliating with long-range Scorpions, though to little effect. As the distance continued to diminish, water magic erupted amidst the enemy ranks, with the Norbert brothers joining forces to obliterate several warships. This time, Stannis, having learned from experience, refrained from tightly clustering the ships, knowing that the presence of water mages could lead to significant losses from large-scale spells. Despite the few water spells, they could not halt the army's advance. The distance between the two forces continued to close, until the flags upon the opposing ships became discernible, revealing the individuals aboard and their menacing expressions. After incurring a considerable cost, the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms finally breached the formation of Valyria's vessels. Fearing the onslaught of water magic, Stannis commanded all ships to spread out, thus elongating the front line across a vast expanse of the Valyrian inland sea. The breach in the formation was anticipated. Daenerys soared high above, facilitating her observations and commands. With the fleet on the surface restraining the enemy, the dragons could finally descend, unleashing their fury. The dragons' flames obliterated numerous ships of the Seven Kingdoms, which sank before they could even approach. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the dragons, Stannis promptly ordered a retreat. But the crossbow bolts fired into the sky were effortlessly evaded by the dragons, none managing to inflict harm upon them. Were it not for the surprise assault, the dragon's speed would have rendered them impervious to the bolts. Left with no alternative, Stannis commanded all ships to engage alongside one another, compelling the dragons to unleash their fire indiscriminately, thereby significantly reducing casualties. Stannis's orders proved effective. Amidst the chaotic mingling of nearly 10,000 warships, the dragons lost their targets. For their flames were too expansive, easily incinerating 2 vessels at once, a feat Daenerys could not afford. Nonetheless, the dragons had a substantial impact, destroying over 100 enemy ships in the early stages and claiming the lives of thousands, thus avenging the patrols. The waters erupted in flames. The clashing of weapons reverberated endlessly, and cries of anguish mingled with the sounds of men plunging into the depths, swiftly tainting the sea with crimson. The stench of blood attracting swarms of sharks. They vied fiercely for sustenance, with some soldiers, still clinging to life, being torn apart by the ravenous predators. A gruesome spectacle indeed. The close-quarter combat was brutal. Both sides engaged in a desperate struggle on the cramped decks, with no avenue for retreat. Each individual, regardless of their desire, was compelled to fight fervently against every visible foe. The ground beneath them was soaked in blood, each step a precarious endeavor, further complicated by the ship's swaying motion. Many were drenched in gore, unable to distinguish between their own blood and that of their enemies. The Dothraki were ill-suited for naval warfare. Without their horses, they felt as though they had lost their legs, particularly disoriented in such confined and turbulent combat. Daenerys observed many Dothraki, unable to maneuver amidst the throng, succumbing to the onslaught of chaotic blades, while their adversaries, the Ironborn of the Iron Islands, thrived in maritime conflict. These individuals had grown up amidst the scent of fish, transitioning seamlessly from fishermen to pirates, and now, as warriors, they emerged as formidable sailors. The principal warships of the Seven Kingdoms were predominantly supplied by the Iron Islands. Daenerys had encountered Asha Greyjoy, a fiercely spirited woman of proud demeanor whom Daenerys greatly admired. At this moment, Asha has personally taken up the call to arms. Following the demise of Euron, she ascended to the throne of House Greyjoy as the matriarch, becoming the leader of the Iron Islands. Her authority is undisputed among her people. However, according to the feudal system of the Seven Kingdoms, her title does not equate to that of a duke. The Ironborn's encounter with the Dothraki on the seas was nothing short of a massacre, as the home advantage allowed them to engage in boarding actions with little resistance. A vessel manned by Dothraki soldiers was swiftly decimated, prompting Daenerys to act without hesitation, unleashing her warships and the Iron Islands fleet, which were engulfed in dragon fire. Witnessing Daenerys' actions, Asha felt a deep sense of futility. Even if they triumphed in the boarding combat, there would be no benefit to them. Once the enemy was vanquished, Daenerys would be unencumbered and free to annihilate them without remorse. Yet, if they refrained from fighting back, they would be slaughtered. The odds of victory in this battle were dire. Resolutely, after witnessing yet another Ironborn and Dothraki ship fall to destruction, Asha issued a retreat order. She could not allow herself to accompany the foolish Sunnis to his demise, for she had discerned the futility of this naval conflict. The Seven Kingdoms stood no chance. The mere presence of the 2 dragons rendered them powerless. Remaining would only lead to their gradual obliteration, and escape from the pursuing dragons was impossible. They had to retreat while the skirmish was still ongoing, while the dragons were unable to pursue them. Otherwise, once their disadvantage became apparent, escape would be impossible. Daenerys watched as the fleet of the Iron Islands was gradually pushed to the fringes of the battlefield, ultimately witnessing over 100 large ships fleeing the scene. A smirk playing at her lips. It seemed the Ironborn were not as steadfast as they appeared. Asha was indeed astute, recognizing the shifting tides of battle and retreating at the first sign of trouble. Daenerys chose not to pursue her, considering such clever individuals worthy of preservation, while the remainder, failing to retreat promptly, faced inevitable annihilation. Chapter 83. The fearful Sansa Sunnis was fuming in the flagship, furious yet powerless, as the entirety of the Iron Islands forces retreated without so much as a consultation with their commanding general, abandoning the battlefield to return home. Such cowardice on the battlefield deserved execution. Hiding within the flagship, Sunnis had equipped his vessel with 7 ballistae, designed to fend off dragons. As long as a dragon approached, the ballistae would fire in succession, ensuring the safety of their commander and denying the beasts any opportunity to draw near. Daenerys, however, had no intention of taking risks in closing the distance. She aimed to obliterate their main force at sea, even if the flagship remained. It would be of little consequence. A commander without troops could not create significant waves. Indeed, the 40,000 soldiers and nearly 5,000 warships were not easily vanquished. The sea had transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with both fleets engaged in a vicious struggle, indistinguishable from one another. As the battle raged on and the sun began its descent, the quality of the soldiers on both sides was comparable. Yet the Valyrian forces exhibited a markedly superior prowess in high-end combat. The two water mages single-handedly vanquished a multitude of soldiers from the Seven Kingdoms. Now, with both sides drawn perilously close, the use of grand magic was rendered impractical. However, this did not hinder their ability to cast smaller, individual spells. Arrows of water shot forth from their fingertips, effortlessly piercing through the esteemed armor of the Seven Kingdoms, rendering it as fragile as parchment. No vessel could approach the warship occupied by the two brothers. All who dared to close the distance met their demise. Under the influence of the water mages, the tide of battle began to tilt in favor of Valyria as dusk approached. Observing the precarious situation, Stannis promptly ordered a retreat, aware that once night fell, they would be ensnared in a grueling struggle amidst the treacherous waters. His original strategy had been to determine the victor by day, planning to regroup and rest once they reached land. Yet, the patrols alone had consumed half a day, and now, on the front lines, even more time had elapsed without any semblance of progress. Rather, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Numerous ships lay in ruins, with the Iron Islands in defection, as remnants of wood and flaming vessels bobbed upon the surface, caught in a state of half-sinking despair. At this juncture, failure to depart would render their escape impossible once darkness enveloped the sea. The flagships sounded the retreat, and those who heard the call felt an overwhelming sense of relief. They could finally withdraw. After a day of intense combat, exhaustion gripped everyone, who longed to collapse and rest. Yet they understood the necessity of leaving enough personnel to cover their retreat, as the slower ones would inevitably be left behind. Whether one liked it or not, as long as one could outrun their comrades, they were not part of the rearguard. As the ships separated, the crew of the Seven Kingdoms rowed with all their might, knowing that any delay could spell death. Thus, while hastily retreating, they also devised ways to hinder their own men. Ultimately, after incurring considerable losses, the fleet of the Seven Kingdoms managed to disengage from the battlefield. Daenerys continued her pursuit, seizing the moment of chaos to destroy a further 10 vessels and retreating unscathed as the enemy mustered a counterattack. The ships remaining in the sea erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed, successfully repelling the invaders. Elation filled the air as they celebrated their victory. Daenerys returned to port with her main forces, and news of their success had already reached Pantos, where a grand welcome ceremony awaited to honor the valiant defenders of their homeland. While Pantos rejoiced, Stannis' fleet was engulfed in gloom, their morale shattered. Dragging their weary bodies and battered ships back to their forward base, a desolate island between two continents, they were met with logistical support vessels. The soldiers, having gone without food from dawn until dusk, were ravenous and immediately clamored for a meal upon their arrival at the base. However, the remaining logistics personnel were limited, utterly overwhelmed, leaving those behind to queue for their meals. A sense of despondency and dissatisfaction began to permeate the ranks. Upon his return, Stannis immediately commenced the tally of casualties. Upon seeing the figures, he nearly collapsed. The death toll, compounded by those who fled, exceeded 200,000, signifying that nearly half of his forces had been lost. This was undeniably a significant defeat. Such a loss of life made him dread the punishment he would face upon returning home. Fortunately, he was a steadfast supporter of Sansa. She would not demand his life, as he still held value. Engaging in further combat was out of the question. Doing so would only lead to greater losses. It was imperative to preserve sufficient fighting strength to counter any potential counteroffensive from Daenerys. The Central Army had suffered a crushing defeat, and their hopes now rested on the northern and southern forces, praying for a breakthrough. However, without the cooperation of these two armies, even if someone managed to land, they would be swiftly expelled. Stannis resolved to rest for the night and return the following day. The focus was no longer on whether to attack, but rather on how to defend. Meanwhile, Sansa, having enjoyed a brief respite, received news that ignited her fury. Her million-strong army had barely commenced battle before suffering grievous losses. With all three fronts failing, the Northern Army lost over 100,000 men, while the Central forces sustained casualties of 200,000, and the Southern Army fared even worse. Edmure, that fool, had blundered into an ambush. The enemy, utilizing numerous islands and reefs for concealment, had dispatched only a small contingent to lure him in, leading Edmure's fleet into treacherous waters. With their superior knowledge of the terrain, the enemy evaded capture, while Edmure's forces, unfamiliar with the waters, lost half their ships to grounding. Ultimately, they were relentlessly pursued until they reached the Dornish seas, where the enemy finally withdrew, leaving a mere 30,000 to return. That was a loss of 90% from an army of 300,000. Sansa felt darkness close in, nearly fainting from the shock of the news. After deploying 1,000,000 troops, only just over 400,000 returned a few days later, leaving her in a state of disbelief and fear. When had Daenerys' forces become so formidable? Tyrion, faced with this dire news, was left speechless. The usually astute and sagacious man found himself at a loss for words to comfort Sansa. Immediate recall of the troops and organizing a defense was imperative. Though uncertain if they could withstand Daenerys' counterattack, they had to make every effort. Even if they perished on the battlefield, they could not fall into Daenerys' hands. Such a fate would grant her the satisfaction of vengeance while subjecting them to torment. Tyrion's voice, once filled with vigor, now sounded low and hoarse. Sansa's complexion paled. She was all too aware of this reality, yet at that moment, she felt utterly deflated. After all her machinations to ascend to the throne, was it merely to become a queen of a fallen nation? No, she does not desire this. It is not the outcome she envisioned. What should she do? Who will guide her through this predicament? She helplessly gazed at Tyrion, hoping that this astute dwarf could offer her some valuable counsel, but disappointment washed over her. The spark had also faded from Tyrion's eyes, and the scar that traversed his face appeared particularly menacing. Chapter 84. The Power of Faith in Recent Days. Zhang Xian has palpably sensed a transformation, a shift brought about by the power of faith. Since Daenerys commenced the establishment of the old gods' temples within the Valyrian Empire and began planting the weirwood trees, the power of faith has gradually surged into Zhang Xian's being, evolving from a mere trickle to a torrent akin to a spring. Moreover, his personal participation in Daenerys' coronation has become widely known, serving as proof of the old god's existence. Zhang Xian understands that the number of those who believe in him is steadily increasing. Only the devout followers of the old gods can bestow upon him the power of faith, a mysterious force capable of purifying and accelerating the flow of his strength. This has catalyzed a significant transformation, as the dragon crystal power within him has officially transitioned into divine power, marking a qualitative enhancement. The applications of divine power are boundless. It allows one to manipulate the laws of nature with immense force. This is reminiscent of the great power once wielded by the Light King, who could alter day and night, a feat that Zhang Xian, even now, cannot replicate. Back then, the Light King was in a weakened state, with little divine power remaining, significantly diminishing his strength. Had the Light King been at his zenith, Zhang Xian would have stood no chance against him. He is grateful to have discovered the Light King in time. Otherwise, should the latter fully harness the power of faith to restore his former glory, Zhang Xian would likely face an inevitable demise. Presently, as his followers multiply, the power of faith he can absorb grows correspondingly stronger. However, this power is not pure. It is a mixture tainted by the emotions, desires, expectations, and even the sordid thoughts of his devotees. Zhang Xian finds himself compelled to invest considerable time extracting these impurities before expelling them from his body. If left unchecked, these negative thoughts could drive him to madness, much like the Light King, leading to extremism and insanity. For now, everything remains manageable. Zhang Xian strives to extract the essence while discarding the dross, focusing on converting his magical energy into divine power first and foremost. Moreover, Zhang Xian speculated that the seven gods remained indifferent to the waning of faith, possibly having blocked the absorption of divine power due to reaching a critical threshold, or perhaps overwhelmed by too many distractions, rendering them incapable of discerning the essence of belief. Regardless, all plans proceeded smoothly, unimpeded by unforeseen events. Much like during the time the seven gods seized the faith of the old gods, when the latter did not intervene. It appeared that the deities adhered to some unspoken accord, a convention Zhang Xian had yet to comprehend, although the King of Light certainly understood. However, with his divine power utterly depleted and vanished without a trace, Zhang Xian could not locate him, yet he believed that the King of Light would emerge one day. For his ideals remained unfulfilled, and he would not relinquish them easily. Zhang Xian commenced the arduous process of fully absorbing divine power while purging the impurities contained within, aiming to transform the levels of power within him. This endeavor had only just begun, having achieved less than 1/10,000th of the required transformation, underscoring the immense quantity of divine power needed. At the current pace, it could take him millennia to complete this process. Nevertheless, he was confident that Daenerys would secure more followers for him, even fervent devotees. As the number of believers grew, so too would the influx of divine power, hastening the conclusion of this process. Thus he felt no urgency. A few days later, the news of the triumphant returns of the three armies spread throughout the Valyrian Empire, particularly the Southern Army, which had decisively annihilated 270,000 naval forces of the Seven Kingdoms. with the most significant aspect being the negligible casualties suffered by their side, an unequivocal victory that left Daenerys astounded once again. She had thought her own defeat of 200,000 foes was a considerable feat, but it paled in comparison to Dario's 270,000, especially since her forces had the aid of 2 dragons and 2 water mages. Yet they still incurred nearly 70,000 losses to achieve their victory. On the other front, Gregor had also eliminated nearly 100,000 enemy troops, sustaining minimal losses. Collectively, the 3 armies had vanquished almost 600,000 of the 7 kingdoms. A triumph unprecedented in history, severely weakening the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and heralding the resurgence of Valyria. Upon the return of both armies to Astapor, Daenerys held a grand welcoming ceremony and celebratory feast in their honor. Within the city of Astapor, flowers adorned every corner, and a red carpet stretched from the city gates to the steps of the palace. The citizens spontaneously gathered in the streets, bearing garlands and fruits, prepared to present them to the triumphant soldiers. These were their heroes. They had long awaited the arrival of Daenerys, the queen who promised them freedom and a life of prosperity, only to find that just as she ascended the throne, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros began their invasion. Their newly begun days of joy seemed to dissolve like a fleeting dream. At that time, the common folk were filled with both anger and uncertainty. Young men eagerly enlisted in the army. However, the queen decreed that only families with 3 or more sons could allow their children to join the military, while those with 2 sons were required to remain at home to care for the elderly and manage the household. Such a queen was rare, always considering the welfare of her people. The populace felt a mixture of gratitude and apprehension, grateful for Daenerys' benevolence, yet anxious that the newfound peace might be shattered by the 7 kingdoms. Now, all worries and frustrations had been supplanted by joy and confidence. They thrived in a prosperous nation, under the rule of a compassionate monarch who promised them a life of abundance. For those who had once felt that their very lives did not belong to them, this place was a paradise, and Queen Daenerys was akin to an angel sent by the old gods to save them. As the grand procession entered the city in a slow and orderly manner, the citizens lined the streets to welcome them, their cheers resonating through the skies. Had it not been for the golden-armored guards restraining them, the enthusiastic crowd would have rushed forward to lift the returning soldiers high into the air. Dario and Gregor rode side by side on their majestic steeds, waving to the citizens on either side of the road, their smiles almost frozen in place. Dario mused, "I never realized I was so beloved. The people of this new realm are exceedingly warm." Even the usually stoic Gregor managed a rare smile. "You are unaware of how remarkable your achievements are. When I first heard, I thought I had misheard. An army of 300,000, and you decimated 270,000. I, the supreme commander of the empire, could hardly match that." Dario was well aware that Gregor was jesting. "You see, I am a warrior by nature. Serving under this queen's command feels like being forced into unfamiliar territory. Perhaps we should swap roles. Being a civil servant lacks the grandeur of a warrior." The two continued their banter, their spirits soaring, while a long line of soldiers trailed behind them. Daenerys stood joyfully at the palace steps, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Chapter 85. The reward. The streets outside the palace were utterly congested, for this was the most vibrant place in the city. Daenerys had arranged a continuous feast that spanned 2 streets, celebrating with the people for 3 days and nights without pause. Every commoner who attended was provided with free food, drawing nearly the entire city to partake in the festivities. However, the true allure lay not only in the free provisions, but also in the chance to catch a glimpse of the queen's radiant visage. On the second day, Daenerys granted the returning soldiers a day of rest, primarily because the first day's revelry had left everyone, including her, quite intoxicated. This resounding victory allowed her to release pent-up frustrations. Her previous journey to Westeros had been exceptionally stifling, and until this triumph, she had felt uncertain about the potential clashes ahead. She understood well the ferocity of the Westerosi in battle, particularly those from the north, who faced the fearsome White Walkers with unwavering resolve, swords drawn and unflinching. However, after this battle, she felt a profound sense of relief. The forces of Westeros had been considerably diminished, and she still possessed a reserve army of 500,000 to 600,000 that remained untapped. When the next Western campaign commenced, they would be dispatched to the battlefield to hone their skills and experience the taste of blood. The following day, the people took the opportunity to rest and recuperate, restoring their spirits. On the 3rd morning, Daenerys convened an official meeting of all her ministers in the grand hall of the palace. The newly constructed hall was even more magnificent and imposing than the one at Quinn's, as it had once been the seat of the most prominent slave-owning families, who were renowned for their ostentatious displays. With no one to suppress their extravagance, They had realized every luxurious vision they could conceive. The former throne had been replaced with the Iron Throne, now adorned with the outstretched wings of dragons. Behind it loomed a carved dragon's head, eyes wide open, as though scrutinizing all the civil and military officials below. This throne added to Daenerys's regal presence, as she sat upon it with an air of sanctity and authority, meticulous and unyielding, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. All the officials had taken their places. This was the first significant assembly since the establishment of the new realm, and no one dared to arrive late or be negligent. The civil officials lined one side, led by Dario, with Carlito as his aide. Standing behind them were the Grand Maester, the Minister of Finance, and heads of various powerful departments, all newly appointed, who now faced the Queen with a mixture of respect and trepidation. The military leaders, however, appeared more at ease, with Gregor at the forefront, followed by Quen. The majority were the various tribal leaders Daenerys had conquered, while a few were remnants of the Second Sons, along with city commanders who had pledged loyalty after their cities surrendered. They were more familiar with Daenerys and did not exhibit the same apprehension as the civil officials. Silence enveloped the hall as all awaited Daenerys' address. She surveyed the room, nodding in satisfaction. The Empire was taking shape, having vanquished the invading foes from the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. I have witnessed your performances and contributions, and those who have distinguished themselves will surely be rewarded. I now announce the honors for Dario Naharis. Daenerys' initial topic was rewards and commendations, which served as excellent motivation for the officials of this newly established empire. Thus, I hereby declare Dario Naharis the Duke of the Duchy of Qarth, overseeing the city of Valyria and its surrounding affiliated city-states and territories, an honor passed down through generations. The Duchy of Qarth is the predecessor of the Kingdom of Qarth. Daenerys had promised Dario that should they conquer the Kingdom of Qarth, she would grant him dominion here, elevating him to the rank of Duke. Now, she had fulfilled her promise publicly. All eyes turned to Dario with envy, but he was deserving of it, having followed Daenerys from the very beginning, offering counsel and securing vast territories. His past achievements shone brightly, particularly the annihilation of 270,000 troops from the 7 kingdoms, a feat that stood as the pinnacle of his illustrious career. Furthermore, I declare Gregor Targaryen the Duke of the Duchy of Cheorn, with dominion over Cheorn and its surrounding city-states and lands, an honor that shall endure through generations. Greg originated from the Unsullied, having been castrated in his youth, a profound source of anguish in his life. However, he is aware that the procedure was not entirely effective, as he once experienced intimacy with Missandei, thus proving that his hereditary condition is not merely a matter of words. He was among Daenerys' earliest followers, predating Dario, at a time when she possessed little more than 3 dragons and 2 guardians. These guardians were Jorah Mormont and Barristan Selmy, the former First Knight of Westeros and captain of the Mad King's Kingsguard. Regrettably, both met their demise. One perished amidst the assault by the children of the Harpy, while the other fell protecting Daenerys against the Wights at Winterfell. Had they survived, they would undoubtedly hold the rank of dukes today. In summary, those who remain have all been elevated in rank and status. The Unsullied have dwindled to merely 3,000, serving as Daenerys' elite guards, akin to the Kingsguard of Westeros, the most highly regarded force in the realm. After bestowing titles upon her 2 most trusted aides, Daenerys began to honor other deserving individuals. She granted the title of Marquis of Nathos to Grand Maester Nord Calicato. Nathos, situated near the harbor, had 5,000 troops stationed there when Daenerys departed, and it is now heavily fortified. It will serve as one of the launch points for the counteroffensive against Westeros, necessitating loyal personnel, making Calicato an excellent choice. At an advanced age, Calicato has his own family and descendants, making it convenient for him to relocate his entire household to the territory while he himself remains in service at Meereen. She conferred the title of Marquis of Vise Dothrak upon Kaith. Kaith is a Dothraki, and the sacred land for the Dothraki is located in the central region of the Dothraki Sea, near the largest northern city, Vise Dothrak. This city has historically been the capital of the most powerful Khals. Whoever conquers Vise Dothrak is recognized as the strongest Khal, a universally accepted truth among the Dothraki. Khal Drogo had once taken Daenerys to Vise Dothrak, his words brimming with pride, for during that period, he was indeed the mightiest Khal on the plains. Had it not been for the witch's poison that claimed Drogo's life, his valor would likely have ensured a much longer existence. Now, the entirety of the Dothraki Sea belongs to Daenerys. By granting Vise Dothrak to Kaith, she has fulfilled the dream of this loyal subordinate. Kaith stood tall, his already crimson eyes glowing even more intensely. Vise Dothrak is a revered sanctuary for all Dothraki, hailing from a lesser tribe. He was compelled to cultivate a fierce and brutal demeanor to avoid being absorbed or victimized by larger tribes. Time and again, he has challenged the calls of larger Dothraki factions under their assaults, emerging victorious and even consuming the defeated calls, leading to the deepening of his crimson gaze. Until he encountered Daenerys, he was captivated by her unburnt methods, willingly choosing to follow her. This decision, the most astute of his life, would have been unattainable through his own efforts alone. The Khalas of the Dothraki regarded him with reverence, a stark contrast to their previous disdain. The bestowal of rewards continued, rectifying what had been left unfinished during the coronation ceremony. Each significant minister received honors, ranging from marquises to earls, viscounts, and barons. The viscounts and barons, collectively referred to as lords, held no lands nor hereditary titles, yet their progeny could forge their own paths through their father's connections, aspiring for a broader future and loftier titles. The granting of rewards persisted throughout the morning, prompting Daenerys to adjourn the session for lunch, allowing her ministers a respite before reconvening in the afternoon. Chapter 86. The counteroffensive plan. After the midday break, the assembly resumed. The ministers, rejuvenated from their respite, were invigorated by the morning's accolades, which had sparked their enthusiasm, rendering fatigue nearly imperceptible. As they reconvened in the Grand Hall, the ministers were acutely aware of the matters to be deliberated. The time for complacency had not yet arrived, for the battle was far from over. Indeed, following the distribution of rewards, the discussion turned to strategies for a counteroffensive. Daenerys set the tone, asserting that, despite our recent success in repelling the incursions from Westeros, it was not yet the time to relax. The heart of Westeros harbored lingering malice. If given respite, they would surely retaliate with even greater ferocity. Therefore, I have resolved to mobilize our forces westward across the narrow sea to Westeros. Do any of you possess sound strategies? Daenerys made it clear from the outset that a western campaign was non-negotiable. She sought not a debate on whether to embark westward, but rather a meticulous strategy and an infallible plan. Upon concluding her remarks, Gregor was the first to voice his support. The Valyrian army shall undoubtedly trample Westeros, Your Majesty. Grant me 500,000 men and 5,000 ships, and I shall personally lead the charge to secure Westeros for the Queen. Gregor was now well within his rights to make such declarations. He was no longer merely the commander of 8,000 unsullied, but the supreme leader of an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. His illustrious record, forged through the crucible of battle, was not the result of mere serendipity, but rather the product of steadfast resolve and valor. Presently, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros lay in tatters. Their regular forces dwindled to a mere 400,000. Even if they were to conscript every able-bodied man, including laborers and craftsmen, their numbers would be barely sufficient. And what combat prowess could they claim? Many had never even grasped a sword, rendering them ill-prepared to confront a trained army. This time, Daenerys intended not only to conquer Westeros, but also to send unblooded recruits into battle to gain their experience. Thus, I shall provide you with 200,000 regular troops, led by Commander Kays, to draw the attention of King's Landing, while you personally lead 500,000 new recruits from Qohor, utilizing the islands of Dorne's Arm as cover to launch a surprise attack on the Dorne Peninsula. Dorne is currently in a state of transition. Prince Doran Martell has just come of age, serving as an excellent sharpening stone, and their vast army is stationed in King's Landing, leaving their internal defenses vulnerable. You can seize this opportunity to capture Dorne directly, and you must also bring along a secret weapon. The secret weapon referred to by Daenerys is none other than Prince Aegon, the former Prince of Dorne, whose persuasion, coupled with the assistance of the Water Witch, will sway the majority of the defenders, who are primarily descendants of House Martell. They will not march for King's Landing. Their interests lie solely with themselves, making this the perfect moment to take Dorne. Gregor nodded, thumping his chest. No problem. I shall bring good news to Her Majesty the Queen. Kays also expressed his readiness, stating that all Dothraki are willing to shed their last drop of blood for the Queen. Daenerys acknowledged, excellent. These 200,000 are all selected from the Dothraki tribes. Remember, do not launch an all-out assault. Our true strategic objective is Dorne, while King's Landing will serve merely as a feint. Therefore, you need not feel undue pressure. It is best to maintain the integrity of your forces. Even if you achieve great success, that will suffice. Understood, Your Majesty, Kays replied, kneeling on one knee in gratitude. The situation is different now. Daenerys no longer needs to follow her army wherever they go. The empire has already been established, and her further campaigns are now termed as leading the royal expedition. Historically, emperors have led their armies only at critical junctures of survival, risking their lives to inspire their soldiers. However, The circumstances have changed. They are now on the offensive, and Daenerys need not accompany the army at all times. Having previously experienced perilous situations on the battlefield, Daenerys has come to understand its brutality, thus entrusting the matters of war to professionals. With Gregor's capabilities, she need not worry. Moreover, Daenerys has become the cornerstone of the empire, her prestige unparalleled and unlikely to be surpassed. Even if she wished to lead, her courtiers would likely oppose her. The queen must not encounter even the slightest misfortune. In truth, Daenerys is acutely aware of this, as evidenced by her actions during the victory feast when she became inebriated and chose to spend the night on the back of Drogon, her eldest son. Firstly, Drogon's temperament has grown in accordance with his size. Now, apart from her, outsiders must contend with his fiery breath if they venture too close. She must convey to Drogon that not all are foes and that there is no need for such hostility towards her subjects. Secondly, it is also a matter of her own safety. With Drogon nearby, no one can approach her. What she does not realize is that Drogon has been lamenting his previous carelessness, having once trusted Jon and allowed him into the castle. Little did he know that this moment of negligence would lead to their mother's assassination. If it were not for the appearance of that alarming individual later on, the mother might never awaken again. Thus, it is imperative that it does not repeat the same mistake, as long as it stands guard. No one shall approach to assassinate the mother. The preliminary strategy for battle has been drafted, and the remaining details may be entrusted to the military personnel, sparing her from further concern. The meeting had already lasted long enough, and as the sun began to decline in the west, Daenerys finally declared the session adjourned. After the meeting, Daenerys felt a twinge of discomfort in her back from sitting for an extended period, and the ministers had stood for nearly the whole day. The military commanders fared better, but the elderly civil servants, led by Carlito, were utterly exhausted. It was time to allow everyone some respite to arrange their respective families for the fiefdoms, while the military and financial departments coordinated the procurement and allocation of resources. These mundane matters would naturally be organized in tandem, but they required time. With the foundational structure now expanded, it could not be as it was before, where a mere command to mobilize would see the Dothraki cavalry charging into battle the very next day, armed with steeds and provisions. This was not a tribal skirmish. It was a struggle for survival between two continents and could even lead to the annihilation of a nation. Hence, it was not prudent to deploy forces recklessly. Warships, provisions, military salaries, horses, weaponry, and countless other elements needed to be meticulously arranged. Fortunately, the current departments were not overly numerous, and the organization was not cumbersome, ensuring a high efficiency of operations. A week would suffice to complete the allocation of all necessary supplies. For Daenerys, this week would be relatively tranquil. Her responsibilities would primarily involve addressing a few matters beyond the purview of her ministers, which were quite limited. The remainder of her time could be spent in the company of her dragon sons, strolling through the gardens and savoring life. However, for Arya, each day felt like an eternity. She was unable to find an opportunity to strike. She had secretly replaced one of Daenerys's handmaidens. Yet this woman had instituted an entire system, preventing ordinary handmaidens from approaching her. Those who were near her were out of her reach to act. Furthermore, abandoning her current identity would equate to the inexplicable disappearance of a handmaiden, inevitably drawing the attention of the head of the handmaidens, leading to an investigation that would be highly detrimental to her. What was she to do? Arya stood among the many handmaidens, holding a tray, blending into the background. The tray bore a cluster of luscious grapes. She had contemplated poisoning, which was the reason behind her replacement of an inconspicuous handmaiden, hoping to escape once successful. However, upon familiarizing herself with the protocols after the replacement, Arya was taken aback to discover that Daenerys had a dedicated poison tester. Every morsel of food and sip of drink she consumed underwent stringent scrutiny before being presented to her. Poisoning was out of the question. She could only seek another opportunity. Chapter 87. The stranger. Since becoming the capital of the Valyrian Empire, Nasa has attracted visitors from all corners of the realm to pay their respects. The news of Jung Xian crowning Daenerys had already spread, and this place was referred to as the site of the old god's descent. Thus, whether within the confines of the Valyrian Empire or beyond, even among certain individuals east of the Bone Mountains, all have gathered here under the pretext of venerating the old gods. Today, the city of Noth has once again welcomed a multitude of visitors. The fountains in the central square flow incessantly, greeting those who come to worship the ancient deities. Thousands clad in robes stream into Noth in waves, passing through basic scrutiny before entering the city. Since Daenerys seeks to embrace her followers, the examinations for the pilgrims are not overly stringent. On the first day, these individuals exhibited no unusual behavior, leisurely exploring the enchanting streets of Noth before arriving at the newly constructed Temple of the Old Gods. This site was originally a sept of the Seven, and due to Noth's proximity to the Andes Mountains, the birthplace of the Seven's faith, many inhabitants previously adhered to this belief. After Daenerys' arrival, she transformed the sept into a temple dedicated to the old gods. The visitors feigned worship at the temple before returning to their lodgings. They organized their entry in groups, and the number of individuals within the city had swelled to no less than 2,000 or 3,000. Should chaos ensue, they would constitute a formidable force. Tomorrow marks the day of Daenerys' prayer to the old gods, the opportune moment for us to act. A dark-skinned man, his voice lowered, meticulously outlined the plan of action to those around him. The Valyrian army would soon embark on their campaign, and before this, Daenerys, as queen, must beseech her deities for a prosperous expedition and triumphant return. This has been a tradition in Valyria since time immemorial, a convention that Daenerys is obliged to uphold. The imposing figure, fierce in appearance, was evidently the leader of this assembly, with a dozen others resembling him. They were fervent devotees of the Seven, self-identified as the others, representing death and retribution. For Daenerys, the usurper of many followers of the Seven, they deemed it imperative to administer punishment, regardless of her status or rank. This was a mission they were bound to fulfill. After careful deliberation, the others had resolved to execute their plan tomorrow. Daenerys would personally visit the temple. Although the surroundings would undoubtedly be under strict surveillance, their compatriots would incite a disturbance nearby, creating an opportunity for them. Concealed within the throng outside the temple, they would seize the moment of chaos to forcefully breach the temple's interior and accomplish their objective. With their numbers now sufficient, 3,000 individuals could orchestrate significant upheaval amidst the city's disorder. After a night of meticulous preparation, the next day dawned bright and clear, with the city under martial law. Daenerys' pilgrimage officially commenced. In truth, had she genuinely sought the old god's favor, she could have discreetly contacted the revered ones. However, her ostentatious display of worship at the temple was intended to send a clear signal to all. This is the most significant site of veneration for the old gods in Essos, and I, Daenerys, am their most devoted follower. Firstly, this endeavor serves to fortify the faith of believers. Secondly, it leverages her influence to attract a greater number of followers. Thirdly, it fosters a sense of communal joy and establishes a model of virtue. Thus, it is a pursuit well worth undertaking. Although it presents certain challenges, the evident advantages far outweigh them, compelling Daenerys to resolutely proceed with her plans. In recent days, the influx of new arrivals to the city of Meereen has surged significantly, all drawn to partake in Daenerys' ceremonial worship. Once she concludes her prayers, these common folk will also flock to the temple, eager to bask in the presence of the old gods, a splendid opportunity for the assimilation of new devotees. On that morning, Daenerys, under the vigilant protection of a throng of unsullied, exited the palace in a carriage, greeted by thunderous cheers echoing through the streets. The populace felt immense joy and honor at the prospect of beholding Daenerys in person. This occasion marked yet another celebration for the entirety of Meereen, as crowds gathered in the streets, raising their hands in reverence to their queen. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Old Gods, Daenerys, assisted by her handmaidens, entered the sacred space, where no outsiders were permitted. Only her personal attendants could accompany her inside. The guards stationed at the entrance awaited the conclusion of her prayers. Among the gathered crowd, many directed their gaze toward the temple, yet some furtively cast glances at an individual within the throng. When he donned a mask, it was clear he was preparing to strike. However, the chaos had yet to erupt elsewhere, and he awaited the signal. As time progressed, a sudden plume of smoke billowed from the northern part of the city, as if a fire had ignited. With the city under martial law, the Golden Guards and the city's defense forces mobilized, rendering the protection of the queen unnecessary for the sworn knights, as others would address the crisis. Yet, their attention was irresistibly drawn to the north. At that moment, the masked assailant concealed within the crowd sprang into action, donning a pitch-black mask, reminiscent of death itself. He unsheathed a dagger and plunged it into the neck of a nearby civilian, blood gushing forth and splattering those around him. A murder. The assailants commenced their onslaught, first targeting the surrounding populace, inciting a wave of panic. Indeed, the frightened citizens began to jostle and flee, with some, in their terror, seeking refuge behind the royal guards, who would not allow them to approach. The chaos was clearly orchestrated to assassinate the queen, and they could not permit anyone to near her. Nevertheless, the sheer number of civilians was overwhelming. In their panic, they disregarded the soldiers' attempts to maintain order, and some even attempted to breach the wall of guards in a desperate bid to enter the temple for safety. Meanwhile, the assailants sought their opportunity, pushing to the front, ultimately raising their blades against the royal guard. One guard, who was valiantly warding off the crowd, was fatally struck in the chest, blood spilling forth on the spot. Upon witnessing the death of their comrade, the remaining guards, now bereft of caution, aimed their spears at the crowd, causing those who sought to charge forward to falter momentarily. A voice, unknown to us, suddenly cried out that Daenerys, indifferent to our fate, commanded weapons to be aimed at her own civilians, declaring that we could not let her go unpunished. In an instant, the crowd surged, easily swayed by fervor, as the common folk, unaware of the circumstances, charged towards the temple gates alongside the outsiders. Surrounding the temple were approximately 500 to 600 Unsullied, Daenerys' most trusted legion, devoid of mercy. Any threat to Her Majesty's safety would prompt them to raise their spears without hesitation. Soon, the conflict escalated into a deadly struggle, as the Unsullied accepted all challengers, dispatching each one with ruthless efficiency, a display that instilled fear in the hearts of the other citizens. The true commoners retreated, leaving only the outsiders to press forward. Observing this, the outsiders revealed their daggers, charging towards the Unsullied with fervor. In the square outside the temple, more than 1,000 outsiders gathered, while the rear entrance hosted fewer than 1,000, with another 1,000 dispatched throughout the city to divert the attention of the garrison, thereby weakening their forces. This group of over 1,000 assailed the 500 Unsullied. Had they not been well-trained and swiftly organized, they might have been overwhelmed in an instant. The new commander of the Unsullied, sensing the dire situation, ordered everyone to hold the gates firmly. He produced a horn from his cloak and sounded a call for reinforcements. This signal indicated that the queen was in peril and assistance was urgently needed. Upon witnessing the Unsullied's actions, the outsiders knew they must hasten their efforts to break through the defenses and summon aid. The temple featured 2 entrances, and at the same moment, a similar scene unfolded at the smaller rear door. Although fewer Unsullied defended this entrance, the number of outsiders was comparable to that at the front, and had the terrain not been so constricted, an even greater number would have surged forth. Their strategy was to launch a primary assault at the rear while distracting at the front. However, the Unsullied's formidable combat prowess and unity, combined with their tactical formations, rendered them capable of facing multiple adversaries at once, preventing any immediate breakthroughs. Impatience grew within the black-skinned outsider. Should the city guard arrive, not only would their mission fail, but they would also face certain death. In desperation, he produced a wildfire vial, a potent substance he had brought from Westeros, capable of igniting with the slightest spark. Once it touched a person, it would burn until nothing remained. "Make way," he bellowed, and the outsiders before him parted to reveal the Unsullied still resisting valiantly. With a swift motion, he hurled the vial towards the Unsullied. One Unsullied, oblivious to the dangers of wildfire, thrust his spear, shattering the vial and spilling the green liquid across the ground. The black-skinned outsider then produced a spark from his cloak and cast it onto the flowing liquid, while other Unsullied, sensing the impending doom, found themselves unable to intervene in time. At the moment when the spark met the wildfire, emerald flames ignited, and the searing heat sent the innocents into disarray. Their bodies, engulfed by the inferno, writhed in agony upon the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. However, quelling the wildfire proved to be an insurmountable task. Once touched, escape from incineration became impossible. A single bottle of wildfire claimed the lives of dozens of innocents, particularly those positioned directly at the forefront. Others attempted to fill the gaps, but were repelled by the intense heat. As the wildfire raged on, neither the innocents nor the outsiders could advance. Soon, the bodies on the ground were rapidly reduced to ashes, and the flames eventually ceased their relentless consumption. The innocents surged forward, yet the outsiders were swifter, successfully carving a path between the converging ranks of innocents. Though the innocents pledged their lives in resistance, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of outsiders, who forged a passage through sheer force. A black outsider, accompanied by 3 subordinates, squeezed through the opening, while the remaining forces stationed outside barred the way for the innocents and any reinforcements. Having arrived, they were determined to succeed. With no one harboring hopes of leaving Nasser alive, the assassination of Daenerys was paramount. Even if they perished alongside her, it would be deemed a worthy sacrifice. As the black outsider and his 3 companions entered the temple, they found themselves amidst a mere handful of handmaidens and Daenerys herself. Remarkably, Daenerys appeared oblivious to the chaos outside, steadfastly engaged in her prayers, unfaltering in her devotion. This spectacle bewildered the black outsider. Yet urgency eclipsed his astonishment as he seized his weapon and lunged toward Daenerys. The handmaidens, though frightened, stood resolutely before her, their loyalty unwavering despite their lack of martial prowess. At that moment, Arya positioned herself at the periphery of the handmaidens, unwilling to risk her life for Daenerys. Should these individuals succeed in slaying Daenerys, her own mission would be accomplished. The identity of the assassin mattered little to her. Only the demise of Daenerys was of consequence. The Black Outsider cleaved down the handmaiden blocking his path, who collapsed silently to the ground, while the others attempted to intervene but fell victim to the blades of his three subordinates. Feigning weakness, Arya collapsed to the floor, narrowly escaping the blades that claimed the lives of the other handmaidens. Now standing before Daenerys, the Black Outsider felt his victory within reach. Yet he understood that in such moments, composure was paramount. Idle words were unnecessary. Without hesitation, he swung his blade toward Daenerys' neck, envisioning the scene of the once mighty queen's severed head. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Daenerys, her eyes tightly shut and lips unwavering, continued her incantation. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from the crown atop her head, intercepting the lethal strike. The Black Outsider was momentarily stunned, as was Arya. What was this force, possessing such formidable protection? In an instant, Arya contemplated myriad possibilities, but within that fleeting moment, she made her choice. She struggled to rise, dashing towards the Black Stranger. The other three attempted to intervene, yet inexplicably, they could not grasp even a corner of the maid's skirt. Alicia lunged at the Black Stranger, clinging fiercely to his back. In that moment, she possessed countless ways to end his life, yet she opted for the most primal method, biting. She sank her teeth into the carotid artery of the Black Stranger's neck. He writhed violently, but could not break free from Alicia's grip. She clung to him like a koala bear. Observing this, the three subordinates drew their blades, aiming to strike at Alicia from behind. Alicia could have evaded their attacks, yet she chose not to. 3 blows were struck, 2 slashed at her, while 1 pierced deeply into her lower back. Still, she did not relent her bite. Just then, reinforcements arrived. A throng of guards surged in, swiftly subduing the scene and slaying the 3 assailants on the spot. The Black Stranger, now on the brink of death, had blood gushing from his mouth, held tightly in Alicia's grasp. Her hair disheveled, she remained fixated on his neck as if entranced. It was only when the captain of the guards gently tapped her that she returned to her senses. "You are very brave, young maid. You are injured. Please seek treatment. We are here, and the assassins have been eliminated. There is no need for concern." Beneath Alicia, a substantial pool of blood had formed. Though the 2 slashes were superficial, the stab wound was grave, likely damaging her internal organs. Alicia gasped in pain, her voice trembling. "Is it true? Is there no danger anymore?" Upon receiving the captain's reassuring response, Alicia's eyes rolled back, and she fainted, having lost too much blood. Before losing consciousness, Daenerys continued her prayers, undistracted by the chaos outside. Unbeknownst to Daenerys, she was unaware of the events transpiring around her. She was currently communicating with Zhang Xian through her thoughts, as he had drawn her into a dream. Zhang Xian informed her that he would soon enter seclusion to absorb the essence of faith, allowing her to make decisions independently. She also reported on the situation in Valyria and the plans for counteroffensive against Westeros. After receiving Zhang Xian's guidance, she exited the dream. However, upon awakening, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The temple's main hall was soaked in blood. Of the 15 handmaidens she had brought, only 1 remained alive. After hearing the captain's report, Daenerys realized that she had merely been lost in a fleeting dream while such significant events had unfolded. Glancing at the gravely injured Alicia, Daenerys commanded, "Summon the finest healers. Ensure her life is spared." "Yes, Your Majesty. Allowing these individuals to breach the sanctum is my oversight. Please, punish me," said the captain. Daenerys bore no blame. She understood that the adversaries had come with intent and strategy, and some oversight was inevitable. Moreover, the Unsullied had also suffered substantial losses. And Daenerys herself was unhurt, blessed with divine protection. These ordinary individuals could not harm her. It is truly lamentable for the multitude of maidens, now reduced to but 1, who bears grievous wounds. It is said that when the guards burst in, she fiercely clung to the neck of an assassin, disregarding the 3 daggers that pierced her back. Daenerys felt a stirring of emotion. Since Missandei, she had not formed any close bonds with her handmaidens. After some contemplation, she resolved to grant this young maid a chance. Chapter 89. The Grand Expedition. Arya's gamble paid off. Daenerys welcomed her. When she awoke languidly from her slumber, 2 days had already elapsed. Other maidens tended to her, and upon noticing Arya's awakening, They expressed great joy. Nayla, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there still pain? They brought forth a bowl of warm broth, evidently prepared long in advance. After a moment of disorientation, Arya regained her bearings, recalling the events that transpired. A dull ache persisted in her lower back. It seems I have succeeded. Her actions had indeed garnered Daenerys' favor. She had witnessed that mysterious black figure in the temple hall strike at Daenerys' neck with a blade, and anticipated a swift and fatal end for her. Unexpectedly, the crown upon Daenerys' head had shielded her, leaving her unscathed. It was rumored that the crown was bestowed upon her by the old gods, and it appeared to possess miraculous powers, as long as she wore it. All harm was rendered ineffective. Fortuitously, those assassins had paved the way for her. Otherwise, had she acted recklessly, she would likely have met with failure and death. Thus, she made a decisive move at a critical moment to earn Daenerys' trust, planning to strike when Daenerys was crownless, in her most relaxed state, ensuring a successful and decisive blow. Arya, with her pale visage, attempted to present a facade of strength as she tried to rise, only to be gently pressed back down. Her Majesty has commanded that you rest well and tend to your injuries. Only when you are fully healed may you move freely. I cannot simply allow others to serve me, for I am the Queen's handmaiden. Arya insisted, I am not gravely injured. I am capable of action. She attempted to get up, but the movement exacerbated her back injury, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Do not be so stubborn, Nayla. The Queen has ordered you to rest. Will you not heed Her Majesty's words? Reluctantly, Arya laid back down and began to sip the medicinal broth. Meanwhile, investigations into the identity of the assassins had revealed that they were fervent devotees of the seven gods, self-styled as the Stranger, and were not agents sent from Westeros. They had organized spontaneously, targeting Daenerys in a violent act stemming from their religious fervor. They deemed Daenerys' representation of the old gods as a transgression against the seven, believing her to have desecrated the divine, and thus sought to punish her on behalf of the seven. Daenerys remained unperturbed, since the conflict of faith had commenced. Retribution was inevitable, especially with the widespread belief in the seven gods across 2 continents and their multitude of followers. Such an encounter was almost a foregone conclusion. Years prior, when Daenerys was merely rising to prominence, she had already faced an onslaught from the Harpies' offspring. Though the Harpies' faith was limited in its reach and its adherents far fewer than those of the seven, fervent zealots had still targeted her. Regarding these self-proclaimed outsiders, there was little to discuss. After ascertaining the reasons behind their actions, the captured zealots were executed. An assassination attempt on the Empress in Valyria was a crime that could never be forgiven. To Daenerys, these incidents were mere trifles, incapable of causing significant disruption. The primary focus now was the imminent march of her armies. Supplies and armaments had been fully assembled, and today marked the day of their departure. Standing atop the new battlements of Nassa, Daenerys gazed upon the soldiers pouring out of the city like a relentless tide, her heart swelling with anticipation. This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. 200,000 regular troops would launch a frontal feint, while an additional 300,000 regulars, supported by 500,000 reserve soldiers, would land in Dorne as the principal assault force. Once they secured a foothold, they would advance northwards, aiming directly for King's Landing. The primary offensive could not be entrusted solely to the reserves. Thus, 300,000 regulars would provide the necessary support. This time, Daenerys was nearly emptying her coffers, unleashing a 1,000,000-strong army. With her territories expanded, it was essential to leave adequate garrisons in every region to prevent insurrections, thus mobilizing nearly every available force. Once the army had exited the city and the tasks were complete, Daenerys returned to the palace and learned that a maid named Nayla had regained consciousness. She resolved to pay her a visit. Since Miss Sandye's passing, Daenerys had long been deprived of a confidant. Initially, she had refrained from seeking another, fearing the pain of betrayal once more, wary of misplaced trust. Yet, this maid had endured 3 stab wounds, resolved to perish alongside her assailant, and had nearly vanquished the outsider who was twice her size. This act touched the tender core of Daenerys' heart, prompting her to visit the maid personally. Nayla displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence, her eyes brimming with respect, which assuaged Daenerys' concerns. Once you have recovered, you shall remain by my side. Nyla's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Daenerys. Is this true? Your Majesty, do I truly have the privilege? Daenerys nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you do. Like those noble maidens who sacrificed themselves, you embody loyalty. You represent not only yourself, but also them. I have witnessed your devotion, and this is a commendation for you and all your sisters. Tears of joy streamed down Nyla's face as she exclaimed, I know, Your Majesty, you possess keen insight. My sisters did not die in vain. At that moment, even had I perished, it would have been a worthy sacrifice, for it was our duty. No, that is not the case. Daenerys reached out and gently brushed away the hair from Nyla's forehead. No one is obligated to die for another. I have stated that you are all free, and you are merely handmaidens, not warriors. Even if you had chosen differently at that moment, I could still understand. Do you comprehend? Arya felt that Daenerys was merely uttering grandiloquent phrases, for such politicians are adept at weaving comforting words. Nevertheless, she nodded softly. I understand, Your Majesty. We are all here voluntarily. I cannot bear to witness your harm while I yet live. Daenerys shook her head in resignation, perceiving that this young handmaiden was rather foolishly naive. She and Missandei were fundamentally different individuals. It was difficult to judge who was superior or inferior. Yet as long as she felt at ease, it mattered not. Well, the hour grows late, and you are still recovering from your grievous wounds. Rest well, and remember to take your medicine on time. Do you remember? Nyla obediently nodded, appearing remarkably innocent. I am grateful that Her Majesty has come to see me. Even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. Do not utter such foolish words. Remember, while I am here, you shall not perish. Daenerys tucked the blanket around Nyla and rose to leave the chamber. Arya and Daenerys had never truly interacted during the battle against the White Walkers in Winterfell. They had merely exchanged distant glances. Now, after this encounter, she could see why Daenerys had managed to seize such vast territories. She possessed the ability to win hearts. Even to a mere handmaiden, she was willing to lower herself and pay a personal visit, something most would find difficult to accomplish. It seemed that the assassination plan required further contemplation. Chapter 90. Sunspear City. Greg commanded an army of 800,000, along with men, horses, and logistical supplies, totaling thousands of ships. Such an immense fleet would have surely been exposed were it not for the chain of islands concealing the route between Dorne and Essos. However, the past few days had been shrouded in thick clouds, drastically limiting visibility, as if the heavens themselves were aiding them. It was only when they were nearing the Dorne Peninsula, just a few hundred nautical miles away, that the Dornish patrol vessels detected them. Upon sighting the Essos warships, the enemy did not approach to intercept, but instead turned and fled. Faced with such a multitude of vessels, they had no choice but to escape. Otherwise, they would face certain demise, and they needed to relay the message back swiftly. Even Greg had not anticipated such ease along the journey, so smooth that he began to suspect whether the enemy was feigning weakness. Yet, at this juncture, he could not afford to hesitate. Although his strategies were renowned for their prudence, such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. As the enemy hastily retreated, Greg commanded all combat ships to advance at full speed, seizing the moment to land before the opposition could organize a counterattack. This cannot be attributed solely to Dorne's overly complacent defenses, for during their last assault, they had suffered significant losses, returning with only 30,000 remaining soldiers. The other two armies also returned in utter defeat, with the remaining personnel yet to return to Dorne. Even Prince Doran was still in King's Landing. The commander responsible for Dorne, Edmure, was summoned back to King's Landing to face punishment. There was no immediate opportunity to fortify Dorne, as personnel were limited, and the defensive focus of the Seven Kingdoms was entirely on King's Landing, leaving other regions somewhat neglected. Moreover, they had not anticipated the rapid counterattack from Essos. It was merely a week since the last battle, and Westeros had yet to recover from the shadow of its recent defeat when the enemy's retaliation struck, a turn of events that took everyone by surprise. As Gregor trailed behind the patrol ship and caught sight of the coastline of Dorne, the enemy noticed them as well. The port on shore was in disarray, with people scurrying about like ants, and some soldiers even fishing, showing a blatant disregard for the Valyrian forces. As the Valyrian warships approached the port, the figures on the shore became increasingly clear. They had managed to muster a few thousand men in the brief time available, a mere fraction compared to the 80,000-strong army, hardly significant in the grand scheme. Gregor first ordered the release of the siege engines, systematically dismantling the port's defenses and clearing a substantial area for the bulk of the forces to land. Under the relentless barrage of crossbow fire, the defenders were powerless to resist, quickly yielding a vast expanse of open ground. The Valyrian soldiers transitioned from their large vessels to smaller boats, rowing ashore with minimal resistance. It was only when the army advanced into the hinterland and approached Sunspear that they encountered any semblance of organized opposition. At this moment, Sunspear lacked a prince's oversight. Yet the populace was far from sparse. Upon hearing that the Valyrians were advancing, the able-bodied young men seized their weapons, particularly the descendants of the Rhoynar living in Sunspear, who were filled with fervor and animosity at the mere mention of the name Valyria. their expressions reflecting a deep-seated desire for vengeance. Although they had not undergone formal military training, the Rhoynar, like the Dothraki, had a long-standing tradition of universal military service. In the past, when Prince Galen called upon them, they rallied effortlessly, assembling an army of 100,000. Now, in Sunspear, upon hearing the name Valyria, the people were invigorated as if by a potent elixir. Their ancestors had been forced to flee to this refuge, and now the loathsome Valyrians refused to relent. Thus, they resolved to fight to the last. The Dorne region, primarily flat with few hills and abundant water, bears a climate reminiscent of the banks of the Rhoyne, which was one of the reasons Nymeria had chosen this locale. With the army besieging the city, Sunspear was like a solitary island adrift in a vast ocean, isolated and vulnerable. The Rhoynar were united. They armed themselves with weapons and armor from the city's arsenal and took to the walls for defense. Originally, the garrison was insufficient, but with the addition of the Rhoynar reinforcements, the number of defenders surged to over 100,000. With the fortification of the city walls and the advantages of the defenders, they have indeed qualified to confront the Valyrians. However, Yangji City lacks a moat, making it susceptible to direct assaults. Yet, a conundrum arises. The city is encircled by the sea on 3 sides, with sheer cliffs and treacherous reefs preventing ships from approaching or individuals from crossing, necessitating a frontal assault without any cunning alternatives. The frontal walls are ingeniously constructed, encircling the towers with triple curved walls that meander through the shadowy city, forming a formidable defensive barrier, rendering it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. While the Valyrians could feasibly launch a strong offensive to breach the city, the inevitable costs would be significant. Greg understood that the key to conquering Yangji City lay not in brute force, but in psychological warfare. Armed with the presence of Prince Loken of the Loina and the Water Sorceress, he believed these 2 trump cards could shatter the resolve of the Loina descendants within the city. He gestured for Loken to be brought forth. The prince appeared dejected, acutely aware of his role, to demoralize and wear down the Loina inhabitants, for he epitomized the highest status of the legitimate Loina lineage. As long as they identified as Loina, they must acknowledge Prince Loken's identity. The residents listened intently as he spoke, recognizing him as the Prince Loken of the distant Essos, a guest of their Queen Daenerys Targaryen, who had openly affirmed her legitimacy as the ruler of the continent. If any still regarded themselves as Loina, he urged them to lay down their arms, assuring them that they would not be harmed. There was no longer enmity between Loina and Valyria, only friendship. The benevolent queen would never harm her allies, with animosity reserved solely for the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Greg sought the assistance of a vociferous Dothraki, wielding a crude loudspeaker to convey his message, attempting to undermine the alliance between the Loina and Dorne before the conflict commenced. The citizens heard his proclamation, contemplating the implications of not disarming, as Prince Loken would expel the Loina descendants from their lineage for the sake of their kinship, prohibiting them from identifying as Loina henceforth. This declaration instigated uncertainty among them. As the reigning highest prince of the Loina, Loken's words carried considerable weight among his people. However, relinquishing their weapons so easily was an impossibility. They had to fight for their homeland and take responsibility for their lives. Thus, despite their inner turmoil, they remained steadfast in their resolve to retain their arms. This development offered a sigh of relief to the Dorne defenders within the city. A betrayal by the Loina would have been a catastrophic blow. Their surrender would not merely signify the laying down of arms, but would entail turning their weapons against the non-Loina inhabitants, subjecting them to a devastating dual assault, with dire consequences. Fortunately, the people of Loina withstood the threats and temptations from the enemy, remaining steadfast, which greatly relieved the defending troops. The calls from the adversary persisted for quite some time, yet Greg remained undeterred, fully aware that persuading these individuals would not be an easy task. Since gentle appeals proved futile, he resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. He prepared to launch an assault on the city to divert attention, allowing the Water Sorceress to maneuver behind enemy lines to unleash her water magic, aiming to shatter the Loina people's faith in one decisive blow. Greg recalled the scene when the Water Sorceress attacked Cheorn, when the sky was filled with swirling water, the expressions of disbelief, despair, and helplessness on the faces of the Loina people, as if betrayed by their own beliefs, were etched in his memory. He understood the profound implications of the Water Sorceress turning against the Loina. It was akin to whispering softly in the ear of a 5-year-old. Your parents no longer want you. A cruelty that cut deeply. Chapter 91. The flooding of Yangji City was a stronghold that must be captured at all costs. It was the largest city in Dorne, personally managed by the prince himself, and Greg was intent on not wasting any time. After Locke delivered his speech, he stepped back, having fulfilled his role of undermining the resolve of the Loina within the city. Without the presence of Cheorn from Essos, the remaining defenders were but rootless drifters, posing no significant threat. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Greg signaled for the heavy infantry to advance at the forefront, followed by the foot soldiers carrying siege ladders, surging toward the walls of Yangji City like a mighty tide. Meanwhile, the trebuchets in the rear were activated. Their purpose here was not to demolish the fortifications, but to suppress the archers, preventing them from inflicting excessive casualties while endeavoring to cause as much destruction as possible. After all, Yangji City had only one wall suitable for assault, meaning that of the 800,000 strong army, fewer than 20,000 could engage directly, while the rest stood ready to reinforce or replace as needed. Nevertheless, the sight of 200,000 men charging simultaneously was indeed a formidable spectacle. The earth trembled beneath their weight, heavy footsteps accompanied by the shouts of the advancing troops instilling fear in the defenders atop the walls. Soon, the heavy infantry reached the base of the walls first, raising their shields high to protect against the arrows and boulders raining down from above. The brutal siege had commenced. Every individual was resolutely focused, risking their lives to set up the siege ladders and begin their ascent. Although the defending forces numbered only around 100,000, they had ample manpower to defend a single wall, allowing the surplus to transport supplies to the battlements. Boulders, arrows, and other consumables were hoisted up in waves, ready to be cast down as the battle commenced, with ample reserves at their disposal. As blood spattered and cries of anguish filled the air, the attackers began to be struck down from the ladders, plummeting from the walls and meeting a grim fate. Yet, an increasing number of individuals, undeterred by the specter of death, pressed forward with unwavering resolve, leading to a growing toll of sacrifices. The towering city walls were soon brimming with ladders, teeming with climbers. At that moment, scalding oil cascaded down from the parapets, dousing the besieging warriors ascending the ladders. Instantly, anguished cries filled the air as those struck by the boiling oil suffered grievous burns, their skin blistering and decaying, causing them to lose their grip and plummet from the heights, clearing substantial areas on the overcrowded walls. As the hot oil wrought devastation, jubilant cheers erupted from the battlements, celebrating this fleeting victory. Yet their exultation was short-lived as the waiting warriors below swiftly replaced those who had fallen, resuming their ascent. Simultaneously, the cumbersome siege hammer was maneuvered to the gates, its weight necessary to breach the formidable entrance. To prevent its destruction, it was essential to first position the soldiers, then, amidst the chaos, push the siege hammer forward. The great gates of Yangji City, designed as two large swinging doors, were ideally suited for this purpose, and the hammer was soon set into motion. A massive log was suspended on a transport cart spanning several meters, with 10 burly men on each side, protected by heavy shields, began to swing the enormous log back and forth against the gates. The resounding thuds echoed relentlessly, each strike resonating within the hearts of those inside the city, instilling dread that the gates might soon give way. The design of Yangji City's gates was ingeniously crafted. Although they swung open, an internal winch mechanism rendered them difficult to breach in a short time. The siege continued, and the casualties on the Valyrian side had already mounted significantly, with thousands perishing in this brief span, and even more grievously wounded. Yet, such is the nature of war. Sacrifices are an inevitable consequence, and as long as the strategic objectives are secured, all is deemed worthwhile. Greg observed that the city's defenses were nearly fully mobilized and turned to instruct his subordinates. Inform the water sorcerers that they may commence their assault without restraint. With full force. Yes, his subordinates responded, setting off to relay the command. At that moment, the Norbert brothers had positioned themselves on either side of Yangji City. This city, a small peninsula jutting into the sea, had been transformed by the Dornish into a stronghold, formidable to breach. However, when confronted with the water sorcerers, they had met their match, far more advantageous than any moat. While the moat's waters were limited, here lay the vast ocean, a boundless source for the water sorcerers to draw upon. As the messenger arrived, Blaze and Leo unleashed their water magic. The defenders and the loyalists, who had been staunchly resisting atop the walls, were suddenly met with the thunderous sound of rushing water from both sides, resembling the roar of cascading waterfalls. Upon closer inspection, they were left in stunned disbelief. The inhabitants of Yangji City were merely astonished, questioning the source of this phenomenon, but the descendants of the loyalists recognized it instantly. This was the signature skill of their ancestral water sorcerers, water vortex. How could this be? After a millennium, could water sorcerers still exist? Was it possible that Prince Locke had sent them? How could he possibly summon the water sorcerers to assault the people of Loyner? Some were engulfed in terror, others perplexed, and some even wept openly, their minds consumed by thoughts of the water sorcerers. A tumult of abandonment and betrayal intertwined within them, rendering their emotions beyond verbal expression. They felt as if their hearts were shattered in that moment, engulfed in a sense of abandonment by their faith. Yet, the water tornadoes would not alter their course based on human sentiments or thoughts. Two colossal water spouts, towering half the height of the city walls, erupted from the sea, bearing down upon the walls of Yanji City. The front wall of Yanji City was robust enough, but the side walls were not as fortified, having been constructed merely as a symbolic gesture due to the three sides being surrounded by the sea, rendering an attack from that direction seemingly impossible. The thunderous roar resounded, as if the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, blinding those below. Simultaneously, the inhabitants of Yanji City felt the earth tremble beneath them, akin to an earthquake, with some unable to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground. In a single strike, the side walls were declared in ruins, as seawater surged forth, inundating vast areas. Initially, the seawater would not have reached this point, but with the assistance of the water sorcerers, the inundation was hardly a challenge. The morale of the city's defenders plummeted, and chaos ensued as the seawater flooded in, leaving many scrambling for survival, utterly incapable of resisting the Valyrian army. Seizing the opportunity, Greg waved his hand, initiating a full-scale assault. This time, the resistance encountered was far less tenacious than before. The scattered stones rolling down caused negligible harm, as the army surged towards the city walls. As more and more soldiers ascended the ladders to the battlements, a clear path emerged, and the city walls fell to the Valyrian forces. A smile finally broke across Greg's face. He recognized the profound impact the water sorcerers had on the spirits of the Loyner people within Yanji City. With the walls breached, the gates were no longer an obstacle. As more troops flooded into the city, the gates swung open from within. With a wave of his hand, the horn sounded, and the cavalry surged forward, racing towards the gaping city gates. In less than a day, Yanji City had succumbed. Chapter 92. A feigned assault on King's Landing. The Grand Army of Dorne faced no hindrances in their advances. Yet Kaz's force of 200,000 encountered formidable obstacles in Blackwater Bay. Currently, all defensive efforts of the Seven Kingdoms were concentrated on King's Landing, with 400,000 troops amassed, 30,000 of which were stationed here, rendering the city virtually impregnable. When Kaz's fleet appeared beyond Blackwater Bay, the news promptly reached King's Landing. Sansa's complexion darkened. Daenerys' response had been swift, counterattacking within mere days. Ladies and gentlemen, we now stand at a critical juncture of survival. We must set aside past grievances and unite against the common foe. She no longer had the luxury to punish the defeated lords. The moment demanded unity, and she needed to consolidate all available forces. Edmure, immediately assemble the Grand Army. We must gather Daenerys' troops outside Blackwater Bay. If you succeed, I shall pardon you for the loss of 270,000 soldiers. What more could Edmure say? He was already haunted by the shadows of defeat, yet he had no choice but to muster the courage to accept the daunting task. Tyrion, the provisions of King's Landing are entirely under your command. The logistical supply must remain flawless without a single misstep. Mace, you shall assist Tyrion. Tyrion nodded gravely. While he may not excel in battle, he could certainly manage logistics and undertake tasks within his capabilities. Stannis, Roberson, Duff, take your forces to assist Edmure and confront the Valyrians at sea. They must not be allowed to enter Blackwater Bay. Do you understand? The three men recognized the gravity of the situation and wasted no time in mobilizing their troops. Every moment counted as they hastened to establish defenses. As Kaz led his fleet near Blackwater Bay, they were met by numerous patrol ships. King's Landing had transformed into a fortified stronghold, teeming with soldiers. Sansa had not relaxed her vigilance in patrolling. She dispatched forces to cruise the bay, ensuring that Daenerys would not be granted a single opportunity for a surprise attack. The mobilization of troops within the city was remarkably swift. Within 2 hours, all ships had set sail. Meanwhile, outside Blackwater Bay, both sides began tentative exchanges of fire. But the distance was too great, and the siege engines fell short, with arrows plummeting into the sea. Kaz remained cautious, refraining from a headlong assault. He recalled his mission, to feign an attack and divert the enemy's attention, creating the illusion of an imminent offensive that would exhaust their resources and focus. Observing the increasing number of enemy ships gathering, Kaz sneered and ordered his fleet to maintain a safe distance, denying them the chance to encircle him. Given that King's Landing had superior numbers and held the home advantage with continuous supplies, there was no need for him to engage in a direct confrontation. Your Majesty, We have successfully driven the enemy back. We now completely control the entrances to Blackwater Bay, and they have retreated 10 nautical miles without launching an attack," reported a soldier sent back with news. Sansa was elated upon receiving the report. She was pleased with her side's swift and calculated response, leaving the enemy no opportunity to capitalize. "Excellent. Deploy heavy troops to continue blocking them. If they dare to approach, we shall push them back." However, Tyrion sensed an anomaly. "Sansa, their route is long, and the distance is great, making resupply challenging. If we continue to drag this out, it will yield no benefit for them. I doubt Daenerys is so foolish as to allow her main force to be trapped here without movement. We need to conduct thorough reconnaissance of their numbers." According to reports from the front lines, the enemy fleet boasted over 10,000 ships, a formidable armada capable of accommodating 1,000,000 soldiers when fully loaded. Sansa, however, remained unfazed, having already observed the deep draft of the enemy's vessels, indicating that their fleet was indeed fully loaded. "I believe this situation is a strategic ploy on their part. We must not fall into their trap. It is imperative that we prevent them from breaching the Blackwater Bay." Tyrion pondered this notion and recognized its validity. Under no circumstances could they be allowed entry. This was a fundamental premise. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, it occurred to Tyrion, if our forces were to divide into 3 factions, would the enemy not consider doing the same? Should Daenerys also split her troops? Then the defensive capabilities in other regions would undoubtedly be stretched thin. For instance, Dorne, where there were already the fewest defenders, would be left especially vulnerable. As this thought developed, Tyrion broke into a cold sweat and hastily shared his concerns. Sansa, upon hearing this, found it reasonable, while King's Landing was undeniably vital. If the enemy managed to breach through another front, the outcome would leave King's Landing isolated and ultimately doomed. "What do you propose we do now?" Sansa's expression shifted from initial joy to a pallor of concern in just a few minutes. "We must dispatch scouts to both Sunspear and Seaguard to gather intelligence and recruit locally. We must ensure adequate manpower for the city's defenses. All able-bodied men should be conscripted to weather the impending storm," Sansa declared resolutely. "I shall write a letter and issue the orders immediately. You find the messengers, and I will send it out as soon as it is ready." Tyrion felt a measure of relief as Sansa accepted his counsel. He hoped that time was still on their side. With a heavy heart, he stepped outside, his greatest fear being that the enemy forces from Dorne or Seaguard would arrive simultaneously at King's Landing, rendering their efforts futile. At that moment, it would likely be too late. Tyrion glanced at the darkening sky, his expression grim. Tyrion's concerns were not unfounded. Meanwhile, Gregor was already seated within the Prince of Dorne's residence, indulging in the region's exquisite culinary offerings, while the original palace attendants served him with trepidation, one presenting fruits and another fanning him. Capturing Sunspear would equate to gaining dominion over much of Dorne, for it was the capital, the wealthiest and most prosperous city. Other regions lacked both the formidable walls of Sunspear and the density of defenders. A straightforward march would suffice. However, he resolved to allow his troops a night of rest, as they were fatigued from the day's siege. He understood the value of swiftness in military matters. Yet unfamiliarity with Dorne's terrain at night posed risks of losing direction. Thus, traveling by day was preferable. Much of Sunspear had been ravaged by the encroaching sea, leaving it in disarray, yet the elevated inner city remained unscathed. After Gregor breached the city, he did not issue an order for slaughter. Rather, he merely bound and confined the captives for centralized management. As long as they did not stir up any trouble, he could allow them to live. Chapter 93. The Land Reform of Valyria. 2 days later, Daenerys received word from the Raven. Sunspear had been successfully captured, and all of Dorne lay under the watchful gaze of an army of 800,000. The letter had been sent 2 days prior, and by now, Dorne had likely changed its allegiance, becoming the first overseas territory of Valyria. Connected to Dorne are the Kingdom of the Reach and the Stormlands, one a bountiful granary and the other a rugged mountainous region rich in iron. Both territories are formidable opponents, and with war already erupting in Dorne, they would certainly be well prepared, unlike Dorne, which had been caught off guard. As the army campaigns abroad, Daenerys has been following the advice given by Zhang Xian, initiating construction in more cities throughout Valyria. An increasing number of people have flocked to Nassane, drawn by news of its extensive expansion, eager to seek employment. With the abolition of slavery in Valyria, all labor must now be compensated with appropriate wages, covering city construction, mining, and factory production. As the nation takes shape, every matter demands her attention, leaving Daenerys no time to indulge in life's pleasures. Her aspirations remain lofty and unchanged. She yearns to be a monarch who enriches and brings happiness to her subjects. Thus, all must be set into motion. She once sought guidance from the old gods on how to achieve her aims. Before she established Valyria, her singular ambition was the Iron Throne. However, after seizing King's Landing, she was tragically cut down by Jon before she could savor the fruits of victory. Now, she has finally succeeded in wielding control over a vast nation, yet upon ascending to this position, she comprehends the enormity of the challenge. The myriad of pressing matters leaves her at a loss, far exceeding the difficulties of commanding an army and conquering vast territories. The nation's wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, who purchase slaves and exploit their labor to amass further riches, while the slaves themselves are bound to their masters, possessing not even a single copper coin. By abolishing slavery, Daenerys has ensured that masters no longer sustain their slaves, and the value created by the slaves now belongs to them. Prior to Daenerys unifying the nation, all lands, properties, shops, and merchant guilds belonged to the affluent, who held sway over the lifeblood of cities. After conquering the major city-states, they did not resist, but rather accepted her rule submissively, particularly in important port cities such as Pentos, Volantis, and Coer, where the merchant guilds wholeheartedly supported Daenerys, contributing funds, labor, and ships. Consequently, Daenerys found it somewhat challenging to act against these individuals. It was once Zheng Xin who suggested that certain trade associations might benefit from the implementation of tax reductions and policies promoting free trade, provided that the land is surrendered. This condition is non-negotiable. The land must be relinquished and redistributed to the common people, for it is only when the populace is well fed that civil unrest can be averted. The tax concessions granted to these associations should be allocated for the remuneration of public laborers. Unlike in the past, when slaves toiled without compensation, now fair wages must be assured to enable individuals to support their families. Stability in society can only be achieved when the common folk possess cultivable land and reliable means of livelihood. Valyria, once a bastion of strength, ultimately crumbled from within, giving rise to the faceless men who, in alliance with the fire wielders, obliterated the Valyrian Empire. Daenerys must heed these lessons of history to foster better governance. Currently, the pressure she faces emanates from the leaders of these trade associations. They initially believed that by aligning themselves with Daenerys and demonstrating sufficient goodwill, they could safeguard their interests. However, they were taken aback when her inaugural decree targeted their associations. These leaders possess vast tracts of land, which constitute their private property. In the absence of slaves, they could lease their fields, generating considerable profits. Yet, should Daenerys' policies compel them to relinquish their land for mere pittance, their losses would be catastrophic. While they dare not confront Daenerys directly, knowing that such defiance leads to ruin, they are not inclined to remain passive. These affluent individuals, typically adorned in finery and exhibiting refined manners, now find themselves kneeling in Daenerys' grand hall, accompanied by their entire families, an assembly that fills the chamber. Their lamentations echo throughout, from the frail grandfather to the mute great-grandchild. All present in a desperate plea for their own interests, their dignity cast aside. They seek to sway Daenerys with their displays of sorrow, hoping she might retract her decree or, at the very least, make concessions to avoid the total confiscation of their lands. O great and wise Empress, they implore, our whole family relies on this meager land to stave off hunger. Upon your arrival, I offered all my possessions to your army, retaining only a single jar of rice for myself. As a patriotic merchant, though I have not fought on the battlefield, I have expressed my loyalty in my own way. We support and cherish you, yet you cannot leave us without a means of survival. I understand your heart is for the people, but we too are your subjects. I have contributed to the nation. I would willingly sacrifice my life, yet my family is innocent in this matter. After exhausting my wealth, we are left to depend solely on this scant land for sustenance. What shall they do without it? They are blameless. The leading president of the trade association weeps, simultaneously professing loyalty while recounting their plight. Daenerys was acutely aware that his words were laden with exaggeration. For the merchant guilds, land constituted merely a trifling fraction of their revenues, which were, in truth, entirely personal gains. Yet, as he rightly pointed out, these grand trading companies had made significant contributions to the nascent Valyria. Consequently, Daenerys did not resort to extreme measures against them. In fact, she provided substantial support in terms of taxation and trade freedoms, though the reclamation of land remained non-negotiable. President Russell jested, asserting that he had not disbanded their guilds. Under the protection of the Valyrian Empire, the merchant guilds need no longer concern themselves with piracy, which would save them considerable sums in tolls and property losses annually. My thorough investigations revealed that land accounted for only a minor portion of their income. I have already made concessions and compromises elsewhere, and I hope that the guild leaders and their families can support this endeavor. As beneficiaries of the old regime, the merchants, having brought their grievances to the Empress's court, would not be easily dismissed with a few words. Although land comprised only a small portion, it represented around 30% of their revenue. Losing such income would be akin to having a significant piece of flesh carved away from them. The merchants wished to voice further objections, but Daenerys coldly interrupted them. The decree has been issued. Do you wish for me to renege on my word? Remember, a sovereign does not make idle promises. I have already made concessions and relinquished certain privileges. If you remain unsatisfied, I must advise against excessive avarice. Daenerys's fury silenced the cries within the hall. With her resolve laid bare, the merchants recognized her determination. Their pleas for sympathy had fallen on deaf ears, leaving them to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 94. The struggles of Arya. After addressing yet another group of merchants seeking clemency, Daenerys returned to her chamber, her mind burdened with the weight of unresolved disputes. Truly, the enormity of her responsibilities was overwhelming. The proposal put forth by the old gods was unprecedented, granting land to the common folk, allowing them to cultivate it independently, bearing both profit and loss. Such a notion had never been seen in history, nor was it evident in present-day Westeros, where land belonged to the great lords, and all were compelled to labor for them. As for the taxes levied by the lords, that was their own affair. Some, like the former Lord of the North, Arya Stark, were benevolent, imposing only a 20% tax and sharing the remaining bounty with the commoners who toiled the fields. Others demanded between 40 to 50%, managing to prevent mass starvation and despair among their subjects, thus averting significant civil unrest. Daenerys was uncertain whether such a transformation could be realized. Yet as it was the old God's counsel, she felt compelled to execute it with unwavering resolve. Even if it resulted in failure, the worst outcome would be the suppression of rebellion through force, a consequence she deemed manageable. Exhausted, she seated herself before her vanity, removing her crown and allowing her lustrous golden locks to cascade freely. Without the need for Daenerys's foundation, Arya approached her from behind, gently taking a comb to style her hair. Your hair is truly magnificent, abundant and lush, a regal shade of golden blonde. Once her hair was arranged, Arya placed a glass of wine upon Daenerys's vanity. This exquisite beverage contained a drop of holy water from the palace of Black and White, tasteless and odorless, yet potent enough to slay a bull with just a single drop. Arya harbored doubts. Holy water could not possibly harm Daenerys, especially now that she had removed her crown, making this the perfect opportunity. Since becoming Daenerys's handmaiden, the task of testing food and drink for poison had fallen upon her, a role she relished. She was astonished by Daenerys's naivete, so easily trusting her. As a faceless one, Arya's first lesson had been to master her emotions. One must never reveal a hint of murderous intent before striking. Even with a blade plunged into an adversary's heart, one must maintain a serene demeanor, utterly unperturbed. Thus, even as success seemed imminent, Arya displayed no trace of anxiety or triumph, simply placing the wine glass before Daenerys as she calmly uttered flattering words. Daenerys, unsuspecting, felt a thirst after her recent verbal sparring with the merchants. Just as she lifted the glass to her lips, a knock echoed at the door. Even with Arya's composure, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. However, she quickly regained her poise and approached the door, opening it. Standing outside was Daario. Recognizing the loyal maid, he offered her a friendly smile and said, "You may step out. I have matters to discuss with Her Majesty." "Yes, my lord," Arya replied, aware of her humble status as a mere maid, even as a close attendant, still barred from involvement in significant state affairs. As Daario entered the room, Arya lingered at the threshold, her greatest concern being that he might drink from the poisoned cup, which would unravel her scheme, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Upon entering the chamber, Daario bowed before Daenerys. "Your Majesty." Daenerys inclined her head slightly. "Yes, Duke Daario, you have come to see me this evening. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Daario paid little heed to the distance in her tone. Women, after all, required some flattery. Though Daenerys' status was elevated, they had shared intimate moments, which bolstered his confidence. With a flourish, Daario produced a bottle of wine from behind him. "Taste this. I specifically requested Gregor to procure this fine vintage from Dorne, the renowned wine of the Kane's estate, famous across the continent, as you well know." Shaking the bottle, he wore an exceedingly gentlemanly smile. Noticing that Daenerys did not refuse, Daario sensed that this was a promising beginning. Daario uncorked the bottle and fetched 2 wine glasses, pouring a modest amount of wine into each. "Fine wine, of course, deserves the company of beauty. The moment I received my glass, My thoughts drifted to Her Majesty the Queen, wondering if she might grace me with her presence. Dario, displaying the demeanor of a peacock in full display, was well aware of his intentions, and Daenerys, ever perceptive, understood them too. With most pressing matters now settled, and the war entrusted to Grey Worm, Daenerys felt at ease. As Dario, representing the Queen as a civil servant, remained in Meereen to assist Daenerys in overseeing her affairs, she stood up to accept the glass he offered, taking a delicate sip while gazing at him with a silent smile. Dario mirrored her action, then enveloped her slender waist in an embrace, kissing those lips he had long yearned for, gradually transferring the wine between them. After a prolonged moment, they parted. Your Majesty, your lips feel much cooler than before. Allow me to warm them for you, he remarked. Dario, hailing from royal lineage, had received a fine education and later commanded the Second Sons, demonstrating prowess in both strategy and combat. He possessed an air of refinement coupled with a wild spirit, and his robust yet graceful physique was what initially captivated Daenerys. Curious about the differences between her undead form and her human past, Daenerys did not resist Dario's advances, recalling their shared experiences before their journey to Westeros. She was thoroughly pleased with his skills. Meanwhile, Arya stood outside the door, having eavesdropped for the entire night, if she had not misheard. The two had indulged in Dario's own wine. Untouched was the bottle resting on the vanity. This knowledge left her feeling both relieved and vexed. The following morning, Dario opened the door to find Nyla still waiting outside, her loyalty surprising him anew. He silently acknowledged the dedication of this young maidservant. Realizing that Her Majesty's charisma was truly formidable, Nyla's loyalty rivaled that of Missandei. With a nod to acknowledge her presence, Dario straightened his collar and strolled out. Arya, weary and drained, made her way to prepare breakfast for Daenerys. Dario was already awake, and it was likely that Daenerys would rise soon. Should Dario have spent the night in the Queen's chamber and then left just as she encountered trouble, all blame could easily fall upon him. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Arya, a master assassin, would let slip by. The breakfast spread was lavish. After a night of toiling, Daenerys would surely be famished. Arya had meticulously prepared the meal, confident that Daenerys would consume it all. Seizing the moment, Arya discreetly retrieved a small vial of holy water, steeling herself before sprinkling a few drops onto each dish, stirring it in thoroughly, determined that this time, the water would ensure her demise. In the chamber of Daenerys, a breakfast was laid upon the table. Your Majesty, would you care for a meal? Yet Daenerys, still enveloped in slumber, merely murmured, leave it there for now. I shall rest a while longer. Arya, at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming urge to rouse her sister and feed her. But such an act was merely a fanciful thought, utterly unattainable. She could only await Daenerys to rise and partake of the meal herself. A pang of regret struck Arya. She should have reserved some holy water, for should Daenerys sleep until noon, she would not deign to consume the now-cold food. Chapter 95. The 5-year plan. Daenerys slumbered soundly until midday, reflecting upon the previous night when Dario had behaved with the wildness of a rampaging bull, leaving her to question whether he had indulged in the company of women during her absence. Your Majesty, Lord Caricado requests an audience. Throughout the morning, Dario had diligently addressed numerous visitors seeking land reform. He understood Daenerys's unwavering resolve and recognized the advantages and disadvantages of their endeavors. Nevertheless, he firmly supported her vision, which he deemed largely sound. Now, having conferred with Caricado, they had resolved to dispatch a team of professional surveyors to the various city-states to conduct measurements, awaiting only the royal decree to proceed. As noon approached, it was time for Daenerys to awaken. Thus, an invitation was extended in Caricado's name. Arya stood outside, aware that their scheme had once again faltered, for Dario also included an invitation for Daenerys to join him for lunch. Once Daenerys had donned her crown and emerged, Arya accompanied her to the Great Hall. 2 esteemed ministers awaited, and Dario, with meticulous dedication, had already managed a considerable number of official duties. As Duke and Marquis, they were lords of 2 significant cities, resolved to lead by example in the cession and surveying of land. They stipulated that the land belonged to the nation and its people, with ownership and usage rights granted upon the payment of agricultural taxes. This principle was enshrined in the imperial constitution. In the Lorne River Basin and the western plains of Essos, vast tracts of fertile land flourished, nourished by the river's perennial embrace, rendering it exceptionally suitable for cultivation. Beyond the existing fields, Daenerys encouraged her subjects to cultivate the wilds. Many areas of uncultivated land still lay fallow in the wilderness. Former slave masters and affluent merchants, having compelled their slaves to till a certain amount of arable land, ceased further cultivation, For their families, this was deemed sufficient. To expand further would necessitate the acquisition of additional slaves for farming and recruiting more soldiers for protection. A venture fraught with peril and loss, thus dissuading anyone from laboring to cultivate extensive farmlands. As long as the tilled fields sufficed to sustain the army and prevent the slaves from starvation, meeting the demands of trade was considered adequate. Now, Daenerys encourages her people to cultivate barren lands, proclaiming that all land cultivated will belong to the cultivators, with only a modest agricultural tax of 10% to be paid annually. This figure represents the lowest tax rate in history. The various lords will collect taxes within their own domains, while the empire will also receive 10% of these collections, ensuring the economic development of the empire is not hindered. After considering the opinions of her two trusted ministers, Daenerys nodded in satisfaction, expressing her appreciation for their efforts in alleviating her burdens. "You have done exceptionally well. Your counsel shall be heeded, and this will silence the merchants," she declared. Indeed, throughout that morning, Dario was besieged by the merchants' incessant lamentations. With no success in reaching Daenerys, they turned to Dario in hopes of finding a resolution. However, their efforts were in vain, for Dario is a steadfast supporter of Daenerys and would never betray her. He took it upon himself to set an example, employing both benevolence and authority to threaten the merchants, warning them that failure to behave would result in the revocation of their tax concessions. This tactic subdued the merchants considerably, and they finally departed. Furthermore, the establishment of the temple must be expedited, and the planting of the fishbone tree should be increased, aiming to ensure its blossoms grace every corner of the empire. This initiative has traditionally been overseen by the Grand Chancellor, and swift action is necessary. Your Majesty, rest assured, I have arranged for merchants in the north of Westeros to procure numerous fishbone tree saplings. Once they arrive, we can commence large-scale planting, assured Jung Xian. He shared numerous strategies for stabilizing the empire with Daenerys, indicating that the current land reform is merely the first step, with additional phases to follow. However, these plans require time to be realized, aiming for completion within 5 years, which Jung Xian has dubbed the first 5-year plan. Daenerys was deeply impressed by Jung Xian, marveling at the old god's profound expertise in managing an empire. Implementing his methods, she believed, would one day lead the Valyrian Empire to surpass the illustrious Dawn Age, becoming the greatest and most magnificent empire in history. Subsequently, the armies of Gregor and Kays made logistical arrangements for their ongoing campaign. They decided to dispatch another contingent to the Stepstone Islands to establish a forward base and supply station. Proper utilization of these islands would free Gregor from supply constraints, allowing him to focus solely on the conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. According to the latest military intelligence, within 3 days, Gregor had conquered the entirety of Dorne, a feat that even the conqueror Aegon could not achieve. Aegon fought 4 wars over a span of 10 years to subdue Dorne, and even then, he did not fully conquer it. While Gregor benefited from Dorne's current lack of defenses and absent lords, a conquest remains a conquest, without question. Now, the kingdoms of the Bay and Stormlands have dispatched heavy forces to guard their territories, making it considerably more challenging to exploit such advantages again. Westeros, King's Landing. Doran Martell's expression was one of extraordinary agitation. He had lost his ancestral lands. Upon hearing that Sunspear had succumbed to the Valyrian army's sudden assault, he could scarcely believe his ears. This was Dorne, his birthplace, the land where the Martell family had resided for generations. Even if it meant death, he was determined to reclaim Dorne. Otherwise, he would have no face to present to his ancestors in the afterlife. Prince Doran, please do not be so agitated. Dorne belongs to all of Westeros, and its loss pains us all deeply. Rest assured, you are not alone in your sentiments. Everyone present shares your thoughts. What we must now deliberate on is how to retake it. You need to remain composed. Excessive emotion will only lead you into the adversary's trap, Tyrion implored, attempting to soothe the irate Doran. The young man was not lacking in fervor, but he was far too impulsive. Of course, it's easy for you to say, "You ugly little imp. It's not your lands that have been lost, so you are not anxious." No, I must return with my forces at once. I intend to confront that gray worm, who doesn't even recognize his own mother, Doran exclaimed, his agitation leading him to utter words he would later regret. He was no longer the indifferent Doran of yore. Tyrion's expression turned grave. He was unfazed by Doran's insults, having endured such comments throughout his life and grown immune to them. However, Doran's current attitude and mindset would lead his meager forces to certain doom if he were to act rashly. "Stop right there," Tyrion declared, rising to his feet, his small stature belied by his commanding presence. "Is this how you intend to return? To meet your demise? Do you have a plan? Do you have enough troops?" I have told you, Dorne is not yours alone. We will assist you. Our purpose for gathering here is to strategize for the campaign. Come back and sit down. A barrage of questions left Doran speechless. He recognized his impulsiveness, yet the gravity of the situation rendered him incapable of remaining calm. I apologize, Lord Tyrion. I spoke out of turn, Doran said, his face pale as he returned to his seat. Please, let us continue. Chapter 96. The city advanced. The atmosphere returned to a semblance of normalcy as Doran sat expressionless, awaiting assistance from his companions. With Doran's earlier outburst subdued, a heavy silence descended upon the room. How to assist him was indeed a formidable question. No one ventured to speak first, and Tyrion turned his gaze toward Sansa. Sensing that it was her turn to express herself, Sansa too felt a sense of helplessness. Relinquishing King's Landing was simply out of the question. Firstly, as the capital, it represented the core and dignity of the Seven Kingdoms. Losing it would equate to losing the very heart of Westeros. Secondly, Sansa had already promised the North to Robb, and such commitments could not be repeatedly overturned without jeopardizing her reputation and credibility, leaving her without support. As silence loomed and Doran's patience waned, Sansa finally found her voice. Enlistment is imperative. A comprehensive draft must be initiated, as every able-bodied youth should be summoned to the battlefield. Our military strength is alarmingly insufficient, rendering us incapable of confronting our adversaries. Sansa's expression was grim. She could conceive of no alternative. The Valyrian forces encircling Blackwater Bay remained poised for attack, continuously restraining a significant portion of our troops. Should we withdraw our forces from King's Landing, the likelihood of a genuine assault from the enemy would increase dramatically. Tyrion concurred, stating, Indeed, our regular army has dwindled to a mere 400,000. Currently, King's Landing has deployed 300,000 troops, while another 100,000 have already marched south to confront the Valyrians in Dorne. Their numbers vastly surpass ours, and their combat prowess is formidable. This situation cannot persist indefinitely. Mess, Sannies, you must conscript soldiers within your respective territories. Recruit as many as you can. We are at a critical juncture for survival and cannot afford to be concerned with other matters. We must first withstand the enemy's onslaught, he urged. Both Sansa and Tyrion advocated for local conscription, leaving others with little room for dissent. Although such actions would significantly impact the populace, there were no alternatives left. We shall devise a strategy. Dorne has fallen entirely, and the next target is either myself or Sannies. We must concentrate our forces, support one another, and seek opportunities to counterattack. We cannot allow ourselves to be manipulated by the enemy. Mess's domain still holds substantial wealth. He could not idly relinquish it. Conscription was an absolute necessity. I must return. Without my presence, the morale of the people will falter. In the face of war, the foremost concern of every lord is self-preservation, only assisting others when circumstances permit. This is a natural inclination, particularly for Mess and Sannies, the imminent targets of the Valyrians, who now live in constant trepidation. Originally, Mess served as the Minister of Finance in King's Landing, a position from which he could not easily depart. However, given the exceptional circumstances, it is entirely justifiable for him, as a lord, to return and defend his own territory. Sansa nodded. You two should return at once. Upon reaching your domains, commence recruitment immediately. It is paramount to keep the Valyrians at bay. Once the conflict in King's Landing subsides, I will come to your aid. Yet, this notion seemed distant. When would the fleet outside Blackwater Bay withdraw? Their departure remained uncertain, possibly never coming, leaving Sansa's promise of support in question. Dort was unable to contain himself. Amidst the discussions, no one had addressed Dorne, focusing solely on self-preservation, which ignited his fury. Is no one prepared to address Dorne? The Valyrians occupy my lands. Do you not plan to launch a counteroffensive? Counteroffensive? With what resources? We are currently in a state of defense against their assault, and a single misstep could lead to the loss of our territories. To expect assistance in reclaiming lost ground is sheer folly. Rest assured, the Riverlands and Stormlands stand as the front line of the war. We must first defend our position before seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Other regions will not remain idle. They will also conscript forces to march southward in support. Therefore, you should lead your men back to the Riverlands alongside Mace. We too shall depart shortly. Reclaiming Dorne is merely a matter of time. Tyrion continues to soothe, fully aware of his urgency. However, the reality is that the enemy is formidable while we are comparatively weak, and he cannot simply eliminate them all. Dot understands that this is the only course of action, and he can only hope that, as Tyrion has suggested, the other lords will endeavor earnestly to assist. Roberson, you currently command 2 kingdoms. making you the most powerful among us. This time, I urge you to contribute additional troops to support the south. Roberson, holding dominion over the north and the Vale, has emerged as the second greatest victor after Sansa, significantly enhancing his strength among all present. Had it not been for the rise of Valyria, everyone here would be compelled to heed his will. Roberson nods in agreement, stating he will set forth tomorrow, first returning to the Vale and then dispatching men to conscript in the north. He refrains from making further promises, having previously committed 30,000 troops during the last campaign in Essos, which ended in retreat and significantly weakened their forces. Even if he were to conscript again, he does not intend to send forth more men, as discontent within his realm is already palpable, particularly in the north, where the populace is fiercely independent. He, a newly appointed lord yet to make his presence known, risks inciting unrest. Should he impose conscription, the northern folk might well oust him from power. Presently, their compliance stems from Sansa's influence. In truth, while he is the nominal lord of the north, the great houses still heed the Starks, which troubles Roberson. He can only allow time to assuage these tensions, yet time is precisely what Westeros lacks. With the war strategy established, darkness begins to fall. After a meal, the lords prepare to return to their respective domains the following day to recruit and mobilize their forces, gearing up for a decisive confrontation with Gregor in the Riverlands or Stormlands. Meanwhile, Gregor's forces, after 3 days' march, have traversed from Sunspear to the western city of Vance in Dorne. This city is the last major stronghold in Dorne, and they encountered little resistance along the way. Before the might of their 800,000 troops, the lesser noble houses loyal to House Martell either faced slaughter or pledged their fealty. It is hardly their fault. With all able-bodied men conscripted for battle, even if they could muster a few thousand, they would stand no chance. Thus, resistance holds little significance, leading them to surrender without a fight. Only in Vance, situated on the Vance River to the west of Dorne and distanced from Sunspear, did they initially send a mere 1,000 men to join the fray, citing the distance as their reasoning. Consequently, Vance became the city with the second most defenders, following Sunspear. Upon the arrival of Gregor's army, Vance had received word and made ample preparations, rallying 50,000 able-bodied men to defend their homeland. This is an extraordinary feat for a city like Vance, which is not a major city. Men aged 16 to 60, and even some sturdy women, have been conscripted, barely bringing the total to 50,000. When the inhabitants of the walls saw Gregor's army of 800,000 approaching, they trembled in fear. Yet, they had no choice but to stand firm. This was the last territory of Dorne. Even if it meant death, they would defend this place. That was the unwavering belief of every soul standing upon those walls. Gregor observed the people of Vance, youths, elderly men with white beards, and even women. A cold smile crept upon his lips. The notion that these individuals could safeguard the last piece of Dorne was nothing short of delusional. Chapter 97. Forced Conscription. Vance City stood resolute against the 800,000 of Valyria with its mere 50,000 defenders. Though their courage was commendable, their small numbers foretold an inevitable outcome. The city held out for a day before it was breached. Gregor primarily adhered to the Empress's strategy, utilizing the new recruits for battlefield practice, thus refraining from unleashing the water sorcerers. Situated along the banks of the Vance River, the sorcerers could have easily submerged the town. Yet Gregor chose a methodical approach, patiently conducting a siege. This was a rare opportunity for the soldiers to hone their skills through repeated engagements. Ultimately, when the seventh wave of attackers commenced, Vance could no longer withstand the onslaught. Once the walls were breached, the city was inundated like a dam, giving way to a deluge of Valyrian soldiers. As this transpired, the various lords returned to their respective territories, urgently calling for conscription. Their actions needed to be swift, urgently so, because the forces in the Riverlands and Stormlands were insufficient, and a breakthrough could occur at any moment. Therefore, they had to exert every effort. Mace resorted to mandatory conscription. Upon returning to his domain, he rallied the existing troops to recruit able-bodied men from house to house. Regardless of their willingness, all males between the ages of 16 and 60 were mandated to take up arms. Despite the outcry and grievances, the results were remarkably effective. He assembled a force of over 247,000, hastily heading to the front lines. According to the latest intelligence, the last city of Dorne, Vance, had fallen, leaving the entirety of Dorne under Valyrian control. Their next objective would likely be one of the two neighboring kingdoms, and they might even initiate a dual-front campaign. Uncertainty loomed over the preparations in Sarnes. The Stormlands, now under the Mormont family's dominion, had once been ruled by the Baratheons. Mormont's hold there was still tenuous. Forced conscription could provoke adverse reactions. As anticipated, Sarnes found itself in a similar predicament regarding enlistment. As a neighboring kingdom to Dorne, the people were already aware of the calamities that had befallen Dorne. A vast multitude of war refugees fled from Dorne, seeking sanctuary in the Stormlands. Most of them were frail, elderly, women, and children, utterly incapable of taking up arms, their productivity woefully diminished, contributing nothing but the waste of provisions. Utterly ineffectual in the war effort, Sarnes felt compelled to accept these individuals to showcase his benevolence. However, during the conscription process, these very people extolled the valor of the Valyrian soldiers and the formidable prowess of the water sorcerers, recounting tales of how 2 water spells could obliterate Sunspear, instilling a sense of dread among the able-bodied. Consequently, the able-bodied men were largely reluctant to engage in battle and, organized and disciplined, began to resist conscription, rallying around their villages as collective corps. Despite Sarnes offering substantial military salaries, only a scant few succumbed to temptation and joined the army, while the majority opted to remain spectators. They were small farmers, reliant on tilling their land for sustenance. How could they be expected to abandon their plows for swords and fight for their lives? When Mesra mustered nearly 250,000 men, Sarnes could only muster 20,000, and even those were drawn by the allure of high pay, resembling mercenaries. It became painfully evident that Sarnes's lack of decisive leadership was detrimental. He could not, nor dared, to enforce conscription, knowing it would provoke backlash. In the vast expanse of the Stormlands, the total number of new recruits and seasoned veterans barely reached 70,000. 70,000. How could they withstand the onslaught of Valyria's 800,000? He could only send out messengers, inquiring when reinforcements from other regions would arrive, placing his hopes on the possibility of additional troops from neighboring territories. The following day, he received a response. An army of 100,000 from the west had set out for the Riverlands, and 160,000 from the Kingdom of Rivers had also begun their march to support Wind's Rest, albeit largely through forced conscription, lacking in quality. Sarnes silently exhaled a sigh of relief. 160,000 was certainly better than his own 70,000. Furthermore, both the Valley Kingdom and the North were actively recruiting soldiers, expected to move southward imminently. He urged them to hold the line, awaiting the arrival of more reinforcements. With his heart now more at ease, he began to reposition his troops, all converging on the border between the Stormlands and Dorne. This region housed 2 fortress cities established during the initial conquest of Dorne by Aegon, one named Blackport and the other Night's Song. Blackport, situated in the northern reaches of the Blood Mountains, was the residence of House Targaryen, a noble family of considerable strength. Night's Song, located at the northern end of Prince's Pass, was once the domain of House Carlin. After the Blackwater battle, the Carlin family was extinguished and the land was granted to Sir Philip Fort as his residence. Now, it served excellently as a military stronghold, renowned for its pointed towers. Night's Song produced a whistling sound as the wind swept through, akin to a singing tower, hence its name. Now, Sarnes had arrived with his troops, marching through the night, not daring to delay for a moment, fearing that a moment's tardiness might allow the Valyrian forces to breach their defenses. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Valyria had not yet reached this place. Black Harbor City was entrusted to Count Darlene, which reassured Sarnes considerably. As a local power, he could count on the support of surrounding families in critical moments, alleviating any concerns Sarnes might have. With a force of 70,000, he allocated 20,000 to Darlene, 10,000 seasoned veterans, and 10,000 fresh recruits, while leaving the remaining soldiers for Darlene to recruit as he deemed fit. 50,000 were stationed to defend Night Song City while awaiting reinforcements from the Kingdom of Riverrun. The journey from Riverrun through the Stormlands, where King's Landing was located, would require some time, and Sarnes fervently hoped that the Valyrians would not advance during this period. Sarnes meticulously organized his soldiers into detailed groups, ensuring continuous shifts of duty day and night. He also dispatched scouts to venture 50 miles into Dorne, instructing them to return with haste and report any signs of enemy activity, allowing for early preparations. However, the more one hopes to avoid something, the more it seems to manifest. Just as Sarnes was on edge, a scout returned with alarming news. The Valyrian army had reached the borders of the Stormlands and Dorne, poised to invade the territory. Sarnes's expression grew grave, though he concealed his panic. The truth was, he bore the psychological scars of the Valyrian forces, having suffered a loss of 200,000 in a previous encounter, an indelible stain on his life. Yet, he could not show this vulnerability. As a lord, he had to instill confidence in his men. Should he appear flustered, the morale of the soldiers would likely crumble, leading to surrender without a fight. He immediately ordered defensive measures, waking all resting soldiers, transporting supplies to the city walls, and positioning archers. "I shall personally take to the walls," Stannis declared, gritting his teeth. He had no choice but to face the threat head-on. To hide behind while the enemy breached the city would lead to his demise just the same. Better to fight alongside his soldiers, even if it meant death, for he would earn a noble reputation. By the time Stannis ascended the walls, a flurry of activity was underway. The scouts he had sent out had returned, and on the horizon, as the sun rose, a plume of dust billowed ominously. Chapter 98. The assault on Night Song City. This time, Case had successfully engaged the elite forces of King's Landing, numbering 300,000, at Blackwater Bay, allowing Gregor to boldly divide his army. One contingent advanced towards the kingdom of Riverrun, while the other moved into the Stormlands. Each army comprised 400,000 men, with Perea appointed as the commander for the Stormlands. Perea had been the leader of the Horse Lords before Daenerys conquered the Dothraki Sea, signifying that he was the most powerful chieftain among the Dothraki tribes at that time. His military acumen and combat proficiency were unquestionable, which reassured Gregor in entrusting 40,000 troops to him. As a longtime commander of 100,000, this new responsibility elevated Perea's status, reflecting Gregor's confidence in him and filling him with excitement. This assignment marked a significant step forward in his military career within the Valyrian Empire, and thus, Perea was determined to claim victory in the assault on the Storm Kingdom. The city of Night Song loomed ever closer, even before his arrival. His scouts had detected the enemy's reconnaissance units, yet they had slipped away too swiftly to be captured. Thus, his movements had undoubtedly been divulged to the defenders of Night Song. However, concealing the massive advance of 40,000 troops for long was an impossibility. Discovery was merely a matter of time. It would be far more prudent to launch a straightforward assault. It was said that the current defenses of Night Song were rather scant, and he possessed the confidence to seize the city within 3 days. As the army approached within a bowshot of the city, they came to a halt, while the defenders atop the walls had evidently prepared for the impending confrontation. The towering arrow towers emitted their shrill whistles, a hallmark of Night Song, where such structures were ubiquitous, making the city easy to defend but challenging to assault. On the walls, Sarnis gazed at the opposing forces. A dark tide halted not far from his position, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Yet, he was acutely aware that he commanded a garrison of 50,000 soldiers, a considerable force for a city defense. If they held steadfast, they could endure for several months. Especially with reinforcements on their way, he merely needed to hold the line for a few days. The enemy began their routine calls for surrender, threatening with tales of slaughter should they refuse to capitulate, attempting to coerce Night Song into submission. This had become the norm of warfare, as Queen Daenerys had proclaimed. Such attempts at persuasion were a necessary procedure, and if surrender was to occur, the lives of both soldiers and civilians must remain untouched. Truth be told, Perea hoped for no such capitulation. As a Dothraki, he held disdain for those who surrendered, considering them weaklings. Except for himself, he deemed surrenderers to be those who did not burn, not mere mortals, and thus not worthy of consideration. After the customary 3 calls to surrender yielded no response, Perea was elated. With a grand gesture, he signaled the 10,000 troops behind him to commence the organized assault on the city. He employed the simplest yet most effective military formation, heavy shield bearers at the forefront, followed by infantry bearing various siege engines, advancing rapidly to minimize casualties as they approached the city gates and walls. The defenders, unwilling to relent, began raining arrows upon them, a deluge that fell like relentless raindrops, piercing through the ranks of the advancing army and inflicting casualties. Yet, the troops marched on resolutely, a dark silk shroud enveloping the ground beneath Night Song. The battle commenced in earnest. After incurring some losses, the army neared the base of the walls and raised their ladders. The defenders responded by wielding long forks, attempting to dislodge the ladders, causing many soldiers who had ascended to tumble down violently. The drums of war thundered, and the clarion call pierced the heavens. On the stone walls, the defenders of Night Song exerted their utmost effort, fully aware that they faced a life-and-death struggle. Archers stationed atop the arrow towers unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, prepared to target any enemy daring enough to approach. Catapults and giant crossbows were strategically placed along the walls, continuously launching massive stones and iron bolts. Regardless, the battering ram had approached the city gates. Crafted from immense trunks and clad in iron at its head, dozens of robust men shouted commands, propelling it steadily toward the gates. Ladders were also erected, as soldiers ascended like ants, striving to surmount the walls. Below, Valyrian soldiers continued to fall, struck by arrows, yet a greater number pressed forward through the rain of projectiles. The battering ram finally reached the gates, each impact resounding with a deafening roar, causing stones and arrows from the walls to rain down upon the shields protecting the ram, which had become pockmarked and battered. The soldiers endeavored to shield themselves, yet many continued to fall. Those on the ladders engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the defenders atop the walls, amidst a flurry of blades and the spattering of blood. Some soldiers succeeded in scaling the walls and clashed fiercely with the defenders, while others were pushed from the ladders, screaming as they plummeted. The battle raged on for hours, the sun hanging high as the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of metal, and the moans of the wounded intertwined, painting a grim tableau of war. Beneath the walls, corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowed, yet the fighting persisted until one side was utterly vanquished. Both sides were still full of vigor, and the skirmish had escalated to a fever pitch from the outset. The Valyrians had managed to ascend the walls multiple times, but due to a lack of reinforcements, they were repeatedly driven back. As the sun dipped in the west, Arya had rotated his troops, cycling through 400,000 men in groups of 100,000 to ensure everyone remained well-rested. However, the defenders could not afford such luxury. They were fewer in number but possessed ample supplies, requiring many to transport the essentials back and forth. By the end of the day, many were exhausted, collapsing to the ground, while the gates had been barricaded from within with stones, rendering entry impossible. In a critical moment, Stannis took a desperate gamble. Blocking the gates meant that those outside could not enter, yet it also meant he could not exit. After an entire day of exertion, Stannis was utterly fatigued, his face stained with blood, mingling with the black dust, rendering him unrecognizable as the noble duke. Finally, as everyone neared the brink of exhaustion, the enemy retreated. Arya understood that haste could lead to failure. A siege could not rely solely on relentless assaults. After the withdrawal, he surrounded the entire city, allowing his men to rest while dispatching a team to harass and feign an attack. Now, the initiative lay firmly in his hands, and a feigned assault could transform into a genuine one. As darkness enveloped the land, Stannis sat by the fire, sharing coarse bread and hot water with his soldiers. In these extraordinary times, resources needed to be controlled, and he could not afford to show favoritism. Winning the soldiers' hearts was paramount. Indeed, witnessing their commanders sharing in their meager rations, without special treatment, deeply moved the soldiers, who thought to themselves that following such a leader was undoubtedly the right choice. The coarse, hard-grained cakes tasted all the more flavorful as the crowd indulged in their feasting. However, the reverberation of war drums echoed from the city walls, signaling the impending assault from the enemy. At the sound of the drums, it was imperative for all to assemble atop the walls. Once everyone hastily climbed the ramparts, prepared for battle, they were astonished to find the Valyrians retreating nonchalantly. Damn it! This relentless cycle left no room for rest. Stannis struck the stone wall with frustration. He understood the enemy's ploy, to exhaust them with ceaseless provocations, knowing they could not afford to ignore them, for a feigned attack could swiftly turn genuine. As he anticipated, the enemy launched a feigned assault every hour. Sometimes they retreated before reaching the battlements. Other times they erected ladders, seemingly intent on climbing. Yet, as Stannis gathered more troops, they would withdraw once more. The most perilous moment arrived in the early hours, when the weary defenders, exhausted and disheartened, contemplated allowing the enemy to advance, convinced they would not truly attack. However, this time, the feigned assault was not without substantial backing. Under the cover of darkness, a large contingent surged forth, initiating a full-scale offensive. Chapter 99. Intercepted midway at that moment, Stannis believed it was merely another feint, dismissing it until a soldier rushed into his quarters, breathless, declaring that the enemy had indeed launched a full attack. Instantly, Stannis sprang from his bed and hurried to the walls. The battlements were already teeming with defenders, the air filled with the cacophony of battle cries. He regretted his deep slumber, realizing that such tumult had failed to rouse him. Donning his armor and seizing his sword, he charged into the fray. The scene was spiraling out of control, with numerous Valyrian soldiers already scaling the ramparts, while many of his own troops were still hastily donning their gear, having just finished their shifts. They were weary, having barely begun to rest before being thrust back into battle. Yet, there was no choice. If the city fell, they would face certain death. The enemy had made it clear that should they refuse to surrender, they would unleash a bloodbath upon Night Song, the infamous Dothraki known for their brutality. They believed the threat to be real, thus preserving their own lives took precedence. As a lord, Stannis' prowess was unmatched by ordinary soldiers. Upon reaching the walls, he felled 2 Dothraki with his sword, igniting a surge of morale among the defenders. One by one, they steeled their resolve and fought valiantly. The tide of battle began to stabilize, the ladders were pulled back, and the number of Valyrian soldiers atop the walls dwindled. As dawn approached, this most perilous assault was finally repelled. Stannis watched as the enemy retreated in an orderly fashion. Overcome by exhaustion, he collapsed beneath the battlements. As he relaxed, an ache coursed through his body. Muscle fatigue mingled with several bleeding wounds he had failed to notice. His fellow soldiers lay scattered, equally battered and grimy. Finally afforded a moment of respite now that the enemy had withdrawn. As the day and night unfolded, the rest time for everyone barely exceeded an hour, comprised of mere fragments of moments. At this juncture, many had become so fatigued that they could scarcely move, succumbing to slumber atop the city walls. Once the mind relinquished its vigilance, the weariness of the body surged forth, and even Stannis refrained from casting blame. He himself longed to abandon all and seize a moment's respite. However, he had managed to rest for a portion of the night, which was considerably better than the average soldier, allowing him at least some mobility. With great effort, he propped up his battered body and descended from the wall. His wounds required dressing, for the mere act of bleeding could spell his demise. As dawn's faint light graced the horizon, wisps of smoke began to rise from within the city as the soldiers commenced their cooking. The intensity of their prolonged battle had rendered them capable of devouring an entire ox. Arya viciously tore into a strip of horse jerky, chewing thoughtfully. He had enjoyed a substantial sleep the previous night and had personally orchestrated a vigorous assault in the early hours, only to find his efforts ultimately thwarted. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he had set his sights on capturing Night Song City within 3 days. Though the sooner, the better, he understood the perils of haste. Today marked the second day, and he planned to launch another surprise attack following breakfast, determined to afford the enemy no respite. This weary army could not endure for long. He had received intelligence that the forces of the Riverlands had already entered the royal territory, likely to arrive by tomorrow. Consequently, he was resolved to avoid any further delays. Planning for relentless assaults throughout the day, confident that the mere tens of thousands within Night Song City could not withstand such pressure. Meanwhile, the troops of the Riverlands had just entered the royal domain when they were requisitioned by Sansa. The reason was clear. After besieging them for a fortnight, the Valyrian fleet from Blackwater Bay had launched another fierce offensive. Has received word from Gregor that a substantial force from the Riverlands was en route to assist Night Song City, prompting a call for a full-scale assault by their fleet to restrain the forces at King's Landing. Given Sansa's cautious nature, it was plausible that this contingent would be intercepted at King's Landing, serving as a potential lifeline. This battle did not aspire to seize King's Landing outright. It merely sought to hold the advancing army at bay for a day, granting Arya a chance. Should Arya seize the opportunity to capture Night Song City, it would be a significant triumph for Kuz. As King's Landing remained oblivious to the specifics of Kuz's fleet, Sansa harbored grave concerns regarding the formidable armada of 10,000 ships breaching the blockade of Blackwater Bay, potentially reaching King's Landing directly. When Kuz launched his sudden offensive in the morning, the fleet besieged within Blackwater Bay, which had been encircled for nearly half a month, was caught entirely off guard. With the colossal warships clearing the path, both sides transitioned from standoff to battle without a hint of hesitation. The surprise attack proceeded with remarkable ease. A volley from the giant ships obliterated dozens of enemy vessels, as Kuz's fleet charged recklessly into the heart of Blackwater Bay. Upon the news reaching King's Landing, both Sansa and Tyrion were taken aback. The assault had commenced with startling abruptness. According to Tyrion's analysis, the enemy's numbers were estimated to be between 500,000 and 600,000, leaving King's Landing's 30,000 defenders in a precarious position. At this moment, the army of the Huggian Kingdom, having borrowed passage through the royal territory, prepared to enter the city of Night Song in the Stormlands to support Stannis. However, Sansa issued a direct command for this force to first assist King's Landing. Although losing Night Song was regrettable, there remained numerous cities and strategic depth beyond it. But should King's Landing fall, the monarchy would be irretrievably lost, leaving Westeros fragmented and in disarray. Therefore, after careful analysis and consideration, even Tyrion endorsed Sansa's decision, recognizing the paramount importance of King's Landing. Losing it would be akin to allowing the enemy to plunge a dagger into the heart of their realm. Thus, under the royal decree, the army redirected towards the Blackwater Bay of King's Landing. Meanwhile, the naval battle had reached a fever pitch. With ships entangled in fierce combat and boarding actions taking place with fervor, many vessels were half sunk, shrouded in thick smoke. Witnessing such a dire scene, everyone hesitated not and immediately boarded their ships to provide support. As Kays observed fresh reinforcements arriving, he realized his strategy had succeeded. He commanded his fleet to fight to the last, determined to hold back this new force, even at a cost, buying them a day's time. The naval conflict raged from morning until dusk, resulting in the destruction of over 1,000 ships and casualties exceeding 100,000, a truly harrowing toll. As twilight descended, Kays glanced at the sky, aware that his mission had been accomplished, and finally ordered the retreat. Upon witnessing the enemy's gradual withdrawal from Blackwater Bay, Sansa breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The adversary had besieged King's Landing for so long, and their sudden full-scale assault might have been an attempt at surprise. Fortunately, reinforcements had arrived, or else the cunning Valyrians might have triumphed. After a grueling day of battle, everyone was weary, and Sansa permitted them to rest for the night before continuing their journey the following day. She surmised that the enemy had also suffered considerable losses and would likely refrain from launching another large-scale offensive in the near future. This marked the first instance since the onset of conflict that Westeros had gained the upper hand. While King's Landing had stabilized, Stannis at Night Song was on the brink of despair. Throughout the day, he had repelled 5 assaults with his forces of 50,000 against an overwhelming army of 400,000, marveling at his own resilience and skill. That evening, as he assessed the battle losses, he was astonished to find that the dead had surpassed 20,000, with countless others wounded. Thus, counting both lightly and severely injured, he had barely over 20,000 troops left at his disposal. Gazing down at the sea of Valyrian soldiers below, a flicker of despair glimmered in Stannis' eyes. Chapter 100. The escape of Stannis. Stannis had not left the battlements all day, his body bearing numerous injuries, and his armor was in tatters. He struck the parapet with a fierce fist, cursing under his breath, wondering when the reinforcements would finally arrive. He thought he had shouted this aloud, yet his voice had grown hoarse, heard only by a few soldiers nearby. However, none responded. Who could say when aid would arrive? At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached. One of those stationed in the castle of Night Song. A raven had just flown in from the castle, and without bothering to open it, the guard promptly delivered it into Stannis' trembling hands. With shaking fingers, Stannis tore open the letter and read it through, only to violently shred the paper into fragments. Doubts gnawed at him, making him question whether Sansa wished for his demise. The letter mentioned the reinforcements, stating that they were held back in King's Landing to partake in the Battle of Blackwater, valiantly repelling the encircling Valyrian fleet. It assured him that the troops would resume their journey at dawn to support Night Song, urging Stannis to hold on until then, for the reinforcements would arrive by midday at the latest. Midday? Stannis cast a glance at his surroundings, where soldiers, grimy and battered, stood among him. Some were missing an arm, hastily bandaged, yet they remained on the battlefield as long as they could still wield a sword. Those who were not beheaded were compelled to defend the city, but such a ragtag force possessed little combat efficacy. If he weren't still atop the battlements, many of these men might have already surrendered. Even he felt the urge to capitulate. Was King's Landing not leading him to his doom? Yet, he understood that he must endure this trial. Once the reinforcements arrived, he could finally rest. Just one night and half a day remained, and he could persevere. Stannis comforted himself thus. Shortly after dinner, the Valyrian forces outside once again sounded the horn of assault, the drums resonating and the horns lamenting as the army roared. The Valyrians, seemingly tireless, returned to the fray after their evening meal. This time, they deployed half their numbers, 200,000 against a mere 20,000. The critical factor was that these 200,000 had rested for much of the day, while the beleaguered defenders were utterly exhausted. As darkness descended, torches ignited atop the walls, illuminating the fearsome visages of the Dothraki, akin to ravenous specters. The defensive horns blared as the remaining 20,000 assembled atop the ramparts. The boulders had long been depleted, and although a fair number of arrows remained, the archers were scarce. Only the ordinary infantry could take up bows temporarily, shooting into the throng below where their numbers ensured that arrows would find their mark. The siege intensified once more, with all aware that the commander aimed to seize the city that night, unwilling to wait until dawn. Indeed, Arya resolved to determine victory or defeat that very night, eschewing feigned assaults. For 100,000 would strike in 2 waves, relentless in their efforts to capture Night Song before the break of day. Vice Commander Cuz had secured him a full day and night in King's Landing. Should he fail to conquer Night Song, he would betray the trust placed in him by Commander Gregor and Vice Commander Cuz. Such failure would render him inept and unworthy of his position as the third in command of the military, thus entwining this conflict with his future. As midnight approached, the second wave of soldiers was dispatched to the battlefield. By this time, the defenders atop the city walls had already suffered considerable losses. The first wave had attempted to storm the battlements thrice, only to be repelled each time, leaving Pariah in a state of anxious agitation. Thus, when it was time for the second wave, he donned his armor personally. Brandishing his familiar curved blade, he was none other than the once mighty cow of the royal city. Sons, let us charge forth. Pariah mounted his steed and led his troops towards the Night Song City. Seeing that their second wave of forces had rested through the night, Stannis gritted his teeth and commanded his soldiers to roll the boulders back to block the city gates. He found himself at a loss. Without those boulders, he had no confidence in repelling the enemy again. However, if the gates were left unblocked, the soldiers hesitated, knowing that a breached gate would spell their doom. Do as I say. Yes. The soldiers hurriedly descended to transport the stones, leaving only a handful of large rocks at the city gates, a mere token gesture. Below, Pariah observed the boulders descending from above, understanding that the enemy had indeed utilized them to obstruct the gates. They had ceased their barrage at midday, indicating that the city had exhausted its supply of stones. He promptly ordered the siege hammer back into action. It would take some time to breach the gates. He waited, knowing that if the gates fell first, he would charge through, and if the boulders were exhausted, he would scale the ladders to the walls. The resounding crashes echoed once more, each strike reverberating in Stannis' heart. The ladders were set against the walls, and the enemy's soldiers, like ants, climbed relentlessly upwards, undeterred by death. In that moment, despair enveloped Stannis entirely. The last boulder was thrown, yet the enemy continued to surge forth, as if they were an inexhaustible tide. He had once contemplated sacrificing himself for the city, but upon reflecting on the vast lands behind him, he deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice everything for a single city. He retreated to the rear, capable of regrouping his forces to resist, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements the following day, ready to clash with the Valyrians once more. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of firewood running out, he resolved. Thus, seizing the moment while he still had men to cover his retreat, Stannis hastily descended from the walls. In the chaos, before despair fully gripped his soldiers, he returned to the castle, accompanied by the guards he had left behind, and opened the back door, fleeing towards the direction of Black Harbor City. Meanwhile, the soldiers atop the walls, who had been resolutely defending, suddenly realized that their commander had vanished, slipping away from sight without a trace. "The commander is gone," cried an astute soldier, as if the sky itself had fallen. "Stannis has fled. It's over. We should surrender." More soldiers recognized the situation, searching in vain for their leader. Such cries echoed throughout, and the morale of the soldiers on the walls plummeted. Those who had been resisting even lowered their weapons. Even the commander has fled. What significance does their vow to resist to the death hold? When Pariah ascended the battlements, poised to unleash a massacre, he was astonished to discover that the soldiers on the opposing side had laid down their arms in surrender, offering no resistance whatsoever. What happened to the promised defiance? Where is your spirit? A profound sense of frustration surged within Pariah, a passion seeking an outlet. Before a row of soldiers from Night Song City, more and more individuals climbed the walls behind him, yet none moved. They awaited Pariah's command, just as the soldiers of Night Song City awaited their fateful judgment. This Dothraki had once proclaimed that surrender would lead to slaughter once the city fell. It remained uncertain whether it was too late to capitulate now. Pariah understood that he could not proceed in such a manner. The queen desired not an empty city, but dominion over this place. Should he adhere to the Dothraki custom of slaughter, Night Song City would be utterly ruined. Pariah was not a man of mercy. He had decimated countless tribes, or else he would not have gained access to the King's Landing. However, at this juncture, he had to consider his own future. The decision not to raise the city was evidently more advantageous for him, as it was a significant urban stronghold. After much contemplation, Pariah suppressed his impulses. Capture the prisoners. We shall first seize the city and regroup. A flicker of surprise crossed the soldiers' eyes. General Pariah had refrained from issuing the order to slaughter, which was inconsistent with Dothraki traditions. Yet, no one voiced any objections, for Night Song City had indeed fallen. Chapter 101. The City of Horns. In the aftermath of the battle, it was reported that the Valyrian forces had suffered over 50,000 casualties in their conquest of Night Song City. Yet such was the price of a strong offensive. Siege warfare differed vastly from open field battles. One could either compel the enemy to surrender without a single loss, or launch an assault, paying a certain toll to capture the stronghold. Night Song City, too, had incurred losses exceeding 30,000, thanks to the Valyrian legion's repeated assaults on the battlements, which inflicted substantial damage upon the defenders. At dawn, the army prepared itself, refraining from disturbing the civilian populace within the city, just as they had done in Dorne. When Perea had accompanied Gregor and Dorne, he had adhered to this principle. The queen had stated that if the citizens did not resist and did not pose trouble for the army, they would be spared, provided, of course, that they were not a rabble. To seize a realm relied on violence, yet to govern it required benevolence. Mercy was a necessary instrument, a policy to win the hearts of the people. The citizens' demands were simple. Whoever could enhance their lives would earn their support as lord, so long as their lives were not in jeopardy. Sarnes, accompanied by his confidants, rode through the night, arriving at Black Harbor City at dawn. Unlike Nightsong City, this place had long been under the control of House Targaryen. Thus, Sarnes had only allocated 2,000 troops to garrison here. Knowing well that the Targaryen family held considerable esteem in this locale, and conscription would encounter little resistance. Indeed, in recent days, aside from the 20,000 men he had arranged, the Tangdelian family has once again recruited an additional 20,000 soldiers, bringing the total number of defenders to 40,000. When he arrived at the city gates, his disheveled appearance nearly caused the guards not to recognize him. Fortunately, it was one of the men he had previously stationed there, who, upon closer scrutiny, finally identified him. They hurriedly relayed the news and granted him passage, allowing Sarnes to enter the city unimpeded. The primary objective of the Valyrian army is the Nightsong City, with Black Harbor City as their subsequent target. Upon entering the city, he immediately dispatched a message via Raven to inform the army to abandon their advance on Nightsong City, as it had already fallen, and to head directly to Black Harbor City instead. The current lord of Black Harbor City is a branch of the Tangdelian family, since the main branch, Barry Tangdelian, has perished. The present lord is Kate Tangdelian. Kate's situation mirrors that of Sarnes, as both ascended to power due to the extinction of their main branches, thus fostering a sense of mutual respect between them. Sarnes, what is the situation in Nightsong City? Your injuries. He observed Sarnes' tattered armor and his blood-stained visage, unwashed and weary. Sarnes let out a heavy sigh, lamenting, "Alas, it is my inadequacy. I failed to defend Nightsong City." He proceeded to recount the events of recent days to Kate in detail, emphasizing his valor and fearlessness as he led 50,000 men to withstand a relentless assault from 400,000 for 2 days and nights, only to be betrayed by the forces from King's Landing, who delayed in sending reinforcements. Ultimately, in the dead of night, unable to hold their ground any longer, he retreated with his men to Black Harbor City. Kate listened with a sense of melancholy. From 50,000 to just 5,000, Sarnes had indeed done his utmost. Moreover, as his direct superior, Kate felt it inappropriate to cast blame. "I have sent word to King's Landing, requesting reinforcements to head directly to Black Harbor. Nightsong City has fallen, and our foremost task now is to secure Black Harbor City, ensuring the enemy does not advance any further." Upon hearing that 100,000 reinforcements would arrive today, Kate's confidence surged. Coupled with his original 40,000 troops, he believed that such a force would be more than sufficient to defend his stronghold against any assault. While the situation in Perea progressed swiftly, Gregor found himself embroiled in a bitter struggle. The cunning mice, though unable to directly engage in battle, commanded unparalleled respect throughout the Riverbend Kingdom. He scoured the realm once more, recruiting 150,000 men, nearly exhausting his resources, leaving most households with only women, the elderly, and children, as all able-bodied men had enlisted. Through this exhaustive recruitment strategy, he nearly depleted the entire pool of young men. Additionally, with timely support from the Lannister family of the West, he amassed 250,000 soldiers, instilling him with absolute confidence in his ability to withstand Gregor's 400,000, leveraging the advantages of fortification. In recent days, Mice and Gregor have engaged in several large-scale battles in the field, with the Knights of the Riverbend Kingdom proving to be formidable adversaries. In this region, the martial spirit prevails, serving as the very cradle of the knightly ethos of Westeros, where honor is held in the highest esteem and knights enjoy considerable reputation and status among the populace. Consequently, they rejected Maester's strategy of retreating into a defensive posture, insisting instead on engaging the Dothraki light cavalry from Valyria in an open battle. To them, those barbaric warriors clad in leather and wielding curved blades could never breach the defenses of their heavily armored knights. However, reality proved to be a harsh teacher. The Dothraki, indeed like cavalry, had been raised on horseback and were adept in mounted archery, fully aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Thus, they refrained from confronting the Iron Knights head-on, instead employing their superior speed to harass them, maintaining a distance while raining arrows upon them. While their projectiles could not pierce the ironclad armor, they found their mark on the knight steeds. When the war horses fell, the armored cavalry was rendered sluggish. allowing the light cavalry to encircle them from behind and dispatch them with relative ease. After several such encounters, even the proud Iron Knights of the Riverlands had to concede that their opponents' tactics were indeed most effective against them. Lorne Brino, the captain of the Iron Knights, pounded the table in frustration, denouncing the cunning Dothraki, who displayed no knightly spirit and dared not engage them in direct confrontation. Otherwise, he would easily dismantle their formation. Maester could only soothe him, recognizing the knight's profound reverence for honor. "Very well, Captain Lorne," he began, "you are well aware that they do not merit the title of knights, and thus they lack the honor associated with it. This time, you must heed my counsel. Let us prioritize defense and refrain from taking the initiative. In doing so, they will find themselves at a loss. Our stronghold of Castle Black is fortified and well stocked with supplies, guarded by a formidable army of 250,000. Even if they were to besiege us for a decade, they would struggle to breach our walls. Once King's Landing has regained its strength, we can then seize the opportunity to counterattack, at which point the Iron Knights shall unleash their true power." Maester, wise and seasoned, spoke with the gravity of experience. He recognized that in an open field engagement, they were indeed outmatched. The Dothraki were a formidable foe, and their commander was particularly skilled at navigating the complexities of battlefield tactics. As for siege warfare, the strategies were limited, primarily revolving around brute force. With 250,000 men, even if they were to expose themselves to slaughter, the enemy would find it challenging to achieve a swift victory. Having suffered setbacks, Lorne grew wiser, acknowledging the truth in Maester's words, and chose to remain silent, tacitly agreeing to the strategy proposed by Maester. Meanwhile, outside Castle Black, an army of 400,000 was encamped, with Gregor seated in command, surveying the scene below. Given the overwhelming number of defenders within Castle Black, what strategy can we employ to seize this stronghold at the least cost? Whoever can propose a viable plan, I shall personally commend them before Her Majesty the Queen. The assembled generals exchanged glances, acutely aware that siege warfare typically entailed brute force. As veterans of the KO, they found strategic planning somewhat beyond their expertise. At this moment, the Norbert brothers stood up from the corner. "General Gregg," one of them began, "I have a modest suggestion that I hope you will consider." Chapter 102, The Poisonous Scheme. The usually taciturn water sorcerers surprised everyone by stepping forward to offer counsel. Gregg felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared they were beginning to genuinely think of the Empress's interests. "Please, share your thoughts, even if they are not entirely apt. Your effort is appreciated," he encouraged with a supportive smile, adopting a more relaxed demeanor than he typically displayed with other commanders. Leo spoke first. "Though the walls of Angling City are formidable, the area within is not vast. Currently, the combined number of soldiers and civilians residing there is around 600,000 to 700,000. Should a large-scale epidemic ensue, the consequences would be catastrophic. General, we could utilize the fallen Iron Knights," he proposed. Gregg's immediate reaction was one of alarm. The idea was exceedingly toxic. With so many people crammed into Angling City, an outbreak would inevitably lead to its downfall, even without a siege. However, he quickly reconsidered. This was war, and he had never been one to harbor mercy. He had employed poison in previous sieges, even contaminating water sources with the deadly gray scale virus, and felt no moral aversion to such tactics. Gregg nodded in agreement, but added, "We currently lack a lethal virus. Relying solely on a handful of corpses would create minimal chaos. Moreover, the casualties among the Iron Knights have not been substantial, and many bodies have been reclaimed by their comrades for the sake of their armor. Thus, we have only just over 100 corpses in the field. No worries. We have what we need," Leo replied. "If the general consents, we will inject the virus into the corpses and throw them into Angling City. The moment anyone touches the bodies, they will be infected. This virus is currently incurable in Westeros. No one can treat it." Though Leo's face remained obscured beneath his hood, the other commanders present felt a chill run down their spines. Such a malevolent plan was chilling, even to them. They were accustomed to killing without hesitation. But the blade's reach was limited. In mere moments, the brothers had decided the fate of hundreds of thousands, and it was wise to maintain distance from such enigmatic individuals. Gregg nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, we shall proceed with your plan. Carlo, gather your men to collect the bodies. The more, the better. Hand them over to the Norbert brothers and await further orders." "At your command." A burly man rose and departed. Previously, they had paid little heed to the bodies, allowing them to rot in the wild. After 4 days of decay, the corpses had begun to emit a foul odor, though it was not yet severe. The Dothraki soldiers stifled their nausea as they gathered the remains and returned them to the Norbert brothers. The two individuals had always resided in separate tents. For the water sorcerer was indeed a cherished gem within the Legion, deserving of the finest accommodations. Outside the tents of the Norbert brothers, a ghastly pile of over 100 decaying corpses had amassed, emanating an unbearable stench that would make even the most seasoned of souls recoil. Even the Dothraki, who had long grown immune to the scent of death, kept their distance. Yet, the Norbert brothers felt no discomfort. They had transcended humanity, even subsisting on human flesh, rendering them impervious to any sense of revulsion or fear. The brothers set about their grim task, each injecting the corpses with ghoul virus. This insidious virus could induce grotesque mutations, swiftly transforming humans into ghouls. Once unleashed, it would be uncontrollable, and across the continent of Sothoros, humanity would be extinguished, leaving only ghouls in their wake. However, they had cunningly added a trace amount of grayscale virus to their concoction, ensuring that humans would perish outright instead of becoming ghouls, thus avoiding widespread chaos and upheaval. As the day waned, the brothers toiled diligently, finally converting all the corpses into biochemical weapons by dusk. Gregor summoned soldiers to retrieve the bodies, while the brothers stood by. One soldier, in a moment of carelessness, tore through the decaying flesh, the putrid state of the corpse making it susceptible to disintegration with the slightest pressure. Leo swiftly seized the soldier's hand, warning him to exercise caution. If he valued his life, he must avoid any physical contact with the cadavers. Use tools to lift them onto the boards, and dispose of the tools afterward, he instructed, smearing something on the soldier's lips. The soldier felt a chill at the corner of his mouth as a substance trickled down his throat, prompting him to stammer an affirmation. Leo had just administered an antidote. This particular poison could only be countered by them or the sorcerers from the Serpent Lizard Isles, and the locals had no time to seek out the sorcerer's whereabouts. The soldiers quickly learned that these corpses were highly toxic, and they proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of direct contact. As night fell outside the walls of Castle Jiaoling, a line of catapults was erected. The guards atop the castle noticed and assumed an impending assault. However, the main force had yet to arrange itself, with only the catapults at the forefront. Judging by the distance, it seemed a harassing attack aimed at bombarding the interior of the castle. The catapults operated with remarkable speed, commencing their barrage before the castle's defenders could ascend the walls. Dark projectiles began to rain down upon the fortress. Before long, the defenders realized the nature of the projectiles, for upon impact, they shattered almost instantly, releasing a mixture of crimson blood and thick green viscous fluid. Many soldiers found themselves drenched in this foul concoction, while others were tragically crushed by falling corpses. In a matter of moments, over 100 bodies had been hurled. Yet Castle Jiaoling remained largely unperturbed by the chaos. They swiftly cleared away the bodies, using shovels to gather the mangled remains and bury them in a pit. The most prudent method of disposing of corpses to prevent the spread of decay and ensuing pestilence. Mice was awakened to report the recent events, yet he dismissed them with indifference. The enemy sought to discuss them, flaunting the corpses of their fallen knights in a grotesque display, attempting to provoke them into engaging in open combat once more. Mice scoffed at this tactic. It might work on naive youths, but against him, it was patently unrefined. Perceiving the enemy's intentions with clarity, Mice simply instructed that the bodies be handled properly and directed his attendants to reassure Lon, urging him to remain level-headed. He understood that the leader of his knightly order was overly earnest and honor-bound, unable to bear the indignity of his comrades' remains being disrespected. He then returned to slumber. Age had rendered him weary, particularly at night, for without proper rest, one's vigor wanes the following day. Upon receiving the news, Lon was incensed, eager to lead his men out of the city for a decisive confrontation. However, the captain of the guard informed him of Duke Mice's orders. No one was permitted to leave, as doing so would fall into the enemy's trap. Reluctantly, Lon suppressed his anger and succumbed to sleep. The soldiers gathered all the bodies and buried them, unaware of the grave danger they posed. The residual blood posed an infection risk. Even those who trod upon the cleansed ground faced peril, as the contagion was highly transmissible, capable of infecting anyone who came into contact with an afflicted individual. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of Jiaoling City, a horrifying epidemic was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 103. Surrounding the three to release one. After 3 days of brewing, the populace of Jiaoling City began to sense a disquieting change. Firstly, many individuals started experiencing spontaneous nosebleeds, a relentless flow that transitioned from vivid red to a sickly green. Concurrently, their skin began to develop a keratinous layer, indicative of the grayscales disease. Yet before the ailment could fully manifest, once the blood turned entirely green, the individual would be lost. This affliction began to proliferate throughout every corner of Jiaoling City, affecting soldiers, civilians, and even numerous officials who succumbed to the illness. Most alarming was the rapid onset of symptoms. Once the nosebleeds commenced, it signified that the scythe of death loomed over one's neck, with mere 5 days until demise. All who had come into contact with the infected began to exhibit early signs of the disease, inciting panic and fear among the populace, who yearned to flee. However, Jiaoling City was encircled by formidable forces, leaving no avenue of escape. Mice sat in the castle, his brow furrowed in despair, finally comprehending the true purpose of the corpses hurled by the Valerians days prior. It was a nefarious scheme, laden with poison. He now refrained from contact with anyone, avoided venturing outdoors, and even insisted on preparing his own meals. Organizing a meeting with the city's high-ranking officials proved to be an arduous task, for it was rumored that many commanders within the military had already fallen ill. The soldiers began to stir restlessly, yearning to break out of the city. They were willing to perish upon the battlefield, to sacrifice their lives for their country. Yet they could not bear the thought of dying in obscurity beneath the shadow of a plague, without ever having faced their enemy, meeting a tragic end. However, Mice understood the gravity of the situation more profoundly. He could not allow these individuals to flood into the heart of Westeros, for such a dreadful disease would inevitably spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. By then, even the 7 gods might be powerless to intervene. Yet, Mice was equally unwilling to meet his demise within the confines of Castle Qiangling. As the Duke of the Riverlands and the Minister of Finance, he wielded considerable power and influence over the nation's economic lifeblood, and he could not resign himself to such a fate. To break out, or to permit only a handful to do so, would be tantamount to a death sentence. The current predicament hinged upon Mice's deliberations. Should he protect his own life at the risk of plunging all of Westeros into a panic over the plague? Or should he firmly restrain both military and civilian populations, confining the epidemic within the borders of Castle Qiangling? He dared not consult anyone, for any decision seemed fraught with peril. Should he declare before the entire army that they would be trapped in Castle Qiangling, mutiny would surely ensue. Conversely, should he allow an escape, the entirety of Westeros would suffer, and he would inevitably face accusations of negligence towards the realm should the plague erupt across the land. Thus, he found himself in a dire dilemma, 2 cups of poison from which to choose. The weight of his worries had turned his hair gray. Outside the walls, Greg and several commanders convened to discuss their next course of action. Leo, the water you distributed to the troops, there were no issues, correct? Greg inquired, his voice husky and somber. None at all. That was the antidote, Leo replied, inwardly relieved. The soldiers who had come into contact with the corpses had been administered the antidote by 2 water mages and would not contract the disease. However, those responsible for the throwing of the projectiles were less fortunate, unaware of the dangers, and some had gotten the blood of the deceased on their hands. Days later, symptoms began to manifest, and the illness nearly spread within the ranks. Fortunately, the 2 water mages managed to halt the contagion's advance. They were the architects of this plague, and thus possessed the means to resolve it. Just before the outbreak showed signs of escalation, they had diluted the antidote in the water, distributing it to the entire army. The effect was immediate. Those with mild symptoms ceased to experience nosebleeds, and those severely afflicted began to recover after a few days, suffering no fatalities. Yet, this incident made Greg acutely aware of the virus's formidable nature. Should it erupt on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he devised a new strategy. I plan to encircle 3 sides and leave one side open, stationing only 10,000 troops to guard the northern gate, while sealing off the other 3 sides, allowing not a single soul to escape. Let their main forces head north, infiltrating the other kingdoms, thereby becoming harbingers of this plague. At that point, I shall see what means they have to resist. Greg's countenance was grave, his eyes glimmering with a venomous light. He was known for his ruthless methods, secure in the knowledge that he had contingencies to easily suppress the virus. Alas, the people of Westeros were not so fortunate. The cows, too, were not of benevolent disposition. None among them had the humanity to challenge Greg's actions. They all believed that in war, death was inevitable. Either one perished or the other did. To them, it was preferable for the enemy to fall rather than themselves. Such tactics not only minimized their own soldiers' casualties, but also inflicted significant blows upon the adversary. Thus, why not embrace this strategy? Consequently, this inhumane approach to warfare was smoothly sanctioned, and the plan was set in motion. With an army of 400,000, 390,000 surrounded the eastern, western, and southern fronts, while only 10,000 remained to the north. The mission of this smaller contingent was not to fight to the bitter end. Should only a few attempt to break through, their task was to intercept and prevent their escape, as they could be the uninfected and healthy. Conversely, if the entire army attempted to flee, they would let them pass, avoiding a direct confrontation. Greg was now prepared, making it abundantly clear to the townsfolk that they were not intent on total annihilation. He was offering them a chance for survival, contingent upon their choices. After such maneuvers, Mace had exhausted his last excuse. My lord, the Valyrians encircle and spare, seeking to lure us northward. We must not fall for their ploy. Yet the soldiers were growing restless, and even the townspeople began to riot, clamoring to leave the city. They cared little for matters of state. Their sole concern was their own lives. A few high-ranking officials selected the largest room, distancing themselves from one another. For now, they had not been infected, which helped maintain some semblance of order in Castle Rock, though it was uncertain how long this would last. After considering various opinions, Mace spoke slowly. The army can be subdued, but do so with restraint to avoid backlash. If they truly revolt, we few cannot hope to contain such numbers. Upon Mace's conclusion, the other commanders fell silent. Indeed, doing nothing or attempting to suppress the unrest appeared to be the wisest course of action. It would prevent resentment from the lower ranks while providing a rationale for the higher-ups. After all, who could quell such a vast rebellion of soldiers and civilians? Those who claimed they should be invited to try their hand at it. Everyone was captivated by Mace's cunning. The Duke's foresight was commendable. At this juncture, inaction seemed the most prudent choice, for any decision made would surely be flawed. Why choose at all? It was better to resign to circumstances. He did not wish to be suffocated in Castle Rock in such a humiliating manner. To die on the battlefield would be honorable, but succumbing to a plague was simply not worth it. Perhaps there were remarkable individuals outside capable of curing such afflictions. The possibilities were uncertain. Embracing a mindset of self-consolation, the management of Jiaoling City resorted to a policy of inaction, retreating to the safety of their homes to avoid infection, waiting for the sentiments of the military and civilians to reach a boiling point, at which they would naturally make choices most favorable to themselves. Chapter 104. The spread days passed, and the number of infections within the city surged, with tragic fatalities occurring daily, intensifying the pressures on both the populace and the military. They organized gatherings and protests, disregarding the curfews imposed by the higher authorities. Even staying indoors did not guarantee safety from infection, as people needed sustenance. And any contact with the outside world carried the risk of contagion. Therefore, what difference did it make to remain indoors or venture out? Protesting now could exert pressure on the management, potentially offering an escape from this city of death. If they continued to be indifferent, who would be accountable for their lives? Listening to the fervent cries of the crowd outside, Mace refrained from appearing, fully aware that these developments were anticipated and inevitable. His authority alone could not compel submission. Thus, he issued no commands, allowing events to unfold organically. His subordinates, lacking directives, remained inactive, with so many gathered outside, who dared to emerge. The risk of encountering the infected made stepping out a perilous gamble. With such thoughts in mind, neither the military leaders nor the management intervened, and the situation escalated. Yet the city gates remained firmly shut. The populace marched but did not storm the gates, still clinging to a shred of rationality, hoping that the higher-ups would, under pressure, voluntarily open the city and release them. It was inconceivable that the gates would be opened without force. Mace, astute and calculating, remained unperturbed, knowing that the common folk, when pushed to their limits, could unleash a formidable energy. The protests were both a demonstration and a test, gauging whether the management would respond with severe repression or remain indifferent to their unrest. These were two starkly contrasting attitudes. The populace was not devoid of intelligence. Based on the higher authorities' demeanor, they could infer certain insights. For instance, during the recent protests, the upper echelons had shown no inclination to act, let alone suppress the dissent. Consequently, many began to speculate on the intentions of those in power, contemplating whether their next actions would escalate further. If no one emerged to address the situation, they would have to devise a plan to breach the city gates. In recent days, the death toll from the plague had already exceeded 1,000, and at this rate, the entire city of hundreds of thousands risked infection, compelling them to act urgently. Items once owned by the deceased became hazardous materials, all requiring disposal. Periodically, thick smoke billowed through the city, emanating from the incineration sites. Finally, under immense pressure, the largest protest in the history of Jiaoling City erupted. As people armed themselves with hoes, kitchen knives, and rolling pins, marching resolutely towards the city gates. At this juncture, the military not only refrained from intervening, but many soldiers eagerly joined the fray. The guards at the city gates, after several days of observation, discerned the higher-ups' deliberate indulgence. Thus, there was no reason for hesitation. When the populace surged towards the gates, the soldiers stationed there not only failed to impede them, but also relinquished their positions at the winches, allowing the throngs to pry open the gates and rush out in droves. Inevitably, many soldiers mingled with the crowd and exited the city alongside them. Outside the northern gate, where only 10,000 were stationed, the sight of a vast multitude of civilians pouring through alerted them that the situation had escalated. They swiftly cleared the way and reported the circumstances to Gregor. Upon receiving the news, Gregor was filled with joy and promptly commanded all troops to remain motionless as he personally went to observe the situation at the northern gate. Upon his arrival, he was met with a lengthy procession of people, countless civilians dragging their families along, the front stretching endlessly, while more continued to spill out of the city. Hundreds of thousands were migrating, and the pace of the civilians, laden with the elderly and children, was far slower than that of a military march. Gregor understood that Mice had made his choice, to preserve himself while allowing the plague to spread across the seven kingdoms. As these masses flowed into other regions of Westeros, the plague would inevitably follow, rendering the spread irreversible. Long before the gates were opened, Mice had released a messenger raven, already prepared, destined for King's Landing. The message detailed the plight of Horn Hill and the overwhelming tide of civilians that he was unable to control. By the time King's Landing received this news, it was already too late to avert the consequences. Sansa's face turned pale, and Tyrion's expression was equally grim. His lands in the Westerlands were closest to the Riverlands, where many infected were likely already infiltrating. That damn Mice, why didn't he inform me sooner? Sansa slammed her hand on the table in frustration. What would it have done? Tyrion retorted. Who could have quelled the populace's uprising or the army's mutiny? Had Mice attempted to intervene, his head might well have been displayed atop Horn Hill, much like Eddard Stark's. Sansa, hearing Tyrion's words, felt helpless. It was indeed true that no one could hinder humanity's terror of a plague, especially one that had been artificially unleashed and was untreatable. Fortunately, Mice had shown some forethought, granting King's Landing a window of preparation. At this moment, the gates of King's Landing were firmly shut, barring any outsiders from entry and ceasing the transport of supplies from various regions, implementing a self-sustaining mode to eliminate all potential risks of contagion. However, as other kingdoms faced the looming threat of the plague, what could a solitary city do? It was merely an isolated fortress. We must devise a means to address the plague, lest the Valyrians compel our surrender without shedding a single drop of blood. We possess no leverage for negotiation. They can effortlessly cure this affliction while we remain powerless. If this continues, it is not only the common folk who may turn to them for refuge, but many from the noble class as well. Sansa understands the nature of the nobility. The interests of the realm often supersede personal desires. In times of existential peril, they may bow to anyone. Having once been a noble herself, she had fervently sought to extricate herself from the kingdom's grasp and establish her own dominion, believing that her own interests outweighed those of the realm. However, circumstances have shifted. She is now the protector of the seven kingdoms and the ruler of King's Landing, necessitating a perspective that encompasses the welfare of all seven kingdoms. This burdensome reality weighs heavily upon Sansa, leading her to lament the multitude of challenges that have arisen since her ascension to the throne. Consider the Targaryens, who maintained a semblance of peace over Westeros for centuries, even amidst the madness of the Mad King, who was ultimately dethroned by a federation of kingdoms that could no longer endure his tyranny. Take Cersei, for instance. Since her rise to power, her preoccupations have been frivolous, with only Daenerys posing a significant threat, and yet, her situation was far less intricate than Sansa's. What Sansa had anticipated to be manageable has devolved into chaos and unexpected complications. She finds herself regretting her acceptance of this tumultuous responsibility. What would Jon do in her place? In Chapter 105, a lucrative proposal is put forth. Summon scholars and healers from the major cities to King's Landing to collectively deliberate on a solution to the plague. This virus is a creation of the Valyrians, and since they possess the means to treat it, it serves as evidence that this affliction is not insurmountable. By scouring all historical records and seeking out similar cases, we can consolidate our findings. With the continent's rich history and abundant talent, I firmly believe we can unravel the mystery of this virus. During a high-level meeting in King's Landing, Sansa advocates for the protection of those capable of assisting in this crisis, preventing them from succumbing to the contagion. Utilizing their knowledge and expertise is the most viable solution currently available. We cannot allow this plague to spread unchecked across the continent. Upon reaching a consensus, The Seven Kingdoms swiftly mobilize, arranging for the safe transport of these scholars and healers to study the plague and prepare to overcome this formidable challenge. Yet, this momentum does little to hinder Gregor's advance. Within 2 days, the city of Harrenhal lies desolate, with the military being the last to withdraw, safeguarding high-ranking officials such as Maester and others as they evacuate. Gregor, undeterred, seeks to occupy the city and drive the inhabitants out to infect a greater number of people. He has no intention of pursuing them relentlessly. His forces have already ingested the antidote to the plague, rendering them fearless, and thus, the army of 400,000 marches boldly into Harrenhal. Due to the hasty evacuation, Greg and his companions only managed to take a few days' worth of provisions and a small amount of wealth. It was not that they did not wish to carry more, but in the presence of the enemy forces, how could one audaciously clear out all the possessions of Castle Qiangling? Even if the adversaries were blind, it would be impossible for them to let them pass unscathed. Now that the enemy was willing to allow their departure, any excessive demands would surely render their escape futile. These matters were understood tacitly. It was merely a transaction of life for wealth, and all parties were aware of the unwritten rules. If one did not leave sufficient benefits for others, what reason would there be for them to let you go? Thus, when Greg opened the granaries and treasury of Castle Qiangling, he was momentarily taken aback. The Riverlands truly deserved its reputation as a renowned granary and prosperous region of Westeros. Among the numerous vast granaries, only 2 stood empty, while the treasury brimmed with golden dragons, dazzling to the eye. Leading an army of 400,000, Greg's supplies had been critically low, but now he no longer needed to fret over provisions. Each granary contained enough sustenance to feed the troops for half a month. He decided to take 30% of the wealth from the treasury as rewards for his soldiers, while the remainder was to be loaded into carts and transported back to Essos for the queen to manage. Indeed, war proved to be the swiftest path to wealth. I may lack for myself, yet I can seize from others. Once the army entered the city, it was evident that most homes stood empty, save for a few elderly individuals who, reluctant to leave their homeland, remained behind. Upon witnessing the legendary barbarian army entering the city, they cowered in their homes, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a sound for fear of attracting the attention of the invaders. However, during the house-to-house sweep, these remaining souls were gradually discovered. Yet, these fierce-looking, robust individuals did not resort to slaughter. Instead, they offered a cup of water for them to drink. This was the antidote to the plague. Consume it, and you shall be spared. Nonetheless, the inhabitants were skeptical of the Dothraki. Could these barbarians truly possess such benevolence? But upon reflection, there seemed little need for malice. If they intended to kill, a mere blade would suffice. Why poison them when poison incurs no cost? Hesitantly, they drank, and some experienced an immediate alleviation of their symptoms. Most of those who remained had already been infected, aware that their time was short, and escape was futile. Unexpectedly, staying behind offered them a chance at survival. Gratitude overwhelmed them, and they knelt in reverence. Yet they failed to recognize that the plague had originated from their own actions. A soldier gently patted the shoulder of an elder. No need for formalities. The old gods do not permit us to slay any civilians. War is a matter for the nobility. Anyone who submits to us is a Valyrian, and every Valyrian shall be enveloped in the light of the old gods. This rhetoric had been imparted to Greg by Daenerys, and he had mandated that every soldier employ such words when addressing the common folk of Westeros. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of Castle Qiangling. The soldiers have grown exceedingly familiar with this operation, having executed it multiple times in Dorne. Daenerys desires land and populace, loyal subjects rather than a throng of resentful rabble ready to usurp her. The inhabitants of Westeros are far too numerous for her to annihilate completely, and such an act would not be permitted by her advisor. Consequently, her approach towards the common folk is one of benevolence. They are indifferent to whom they follow, focusing solely on their own survival and sustenance, relegating all else to secondary importance. Thus, the citizens of Castle Ironwood are filled with gratitude towards Daenerys and the old gods, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. Within the castle, Gregor has taken command, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this endeavor. He convenes the senior military leaders for a strategy meeting to discuss subsequent actions. Remarkably, without shedding a single drop of blood, they have captured Castle Ironwood. The Norbert brothers have rendered invaluable service. I hereby officially appoint you as staff officers of the Legion, placing you on par with the Legion commander. You shall now participate in military discussions, strategize, and propose reasonable suggestions, which I will earnestly consider. The assembled Legion commanders, and those yet to attain such ranks, are taken aback, for although the 2 water sorcerers had previously achieved great feats, Such as in Sunspear, where their water magic proved pivotal, they had merely acted under orders without participating in tactical discussions. Now, the intent of Commander Gregor is unmistakable. The brothers have secured a formidable position within the army through their remarkable intellect and formidable water magic, now equivalent to that of a legion commander. A title overseeing an army of 100,000, a position held by fewer than 10 in all of Valyria. This signifies a rapid ascension for the brothers. In times of war, merit and capability swiftly lead to promotion, as evidenced by the Norbert brothers. Yet, throughout, they maintain an air of calm, revealing no signs of excitement. Their faces remain obscured by hoods, concealing their features, yet their composed presence exudes an inexplicable sense of oppression. Thank you for your trust, General Gregor. Blaze articulates with a slight bow, expressing gratitude while saying little else. Gregor remains unaware of their true identities and origins, only knowing they are individuals personally brought back by the Queen, a fact that could naturally breed a certain pride. He nods slightly. Now, let us deliberate on the next steps, he concludes. Chapter 106, A Heart-to-Heart in Essos, within the Valyrian Empire, at the capital of Noth. Daenerys sits behind her desk, attending to the day's affairs. According to the reports from the front lines, the army has successfully occupied all of Dorne and has also captured both the city of Night Song in the Stormlands and Castle Ironwood in the Reach. Currently, Arya has approached the tempestuous fortress city of Black Harbor, while Gregor, after seizing Cornerstone City, has transported a substantial amount of supplies. Among them, approximately 3 million gold dragons, the currency commonly used in Westeros, have been acquired solely from Cornerstone City. Along with this bounty, the unique specialties of Dorne, gold dragons, and various rare treasures have filled a total of 45 grand ships, which have now departed from Sunspear and are nearing Pentos. Daenerys is exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this campaign, finding it far more favorable than her previous venture into Westeros. Nyla, please bring me some fruit, she commanded. Of course, Your Majesty, came the prompt reply from her attendant, Arya, who had been accompanying Daenerys. Numerous opportunities had arisen for her to act, yet she refrained. Uncertain if she could breach the defenses of that crown, she needed to ensure a single, fatal strike. Now that the holy water had been exhausted, Daenerys had not touched the food, discreetly disposing of it to prevent anyone from consuming it, as doing so would surely lead to suspicion. For those who partook would meet their demise. Arya entered, carrying an exquisite platter of fruit, placing it before Daenerys. You seem a bit distracted today. Daenerys noticed that the arrangement of the fruit was somewhat unusual, lacking her favorite green grapes. Realizing her oversight, Arya suddenly understood that in her preoccupation with procuring more holy water, she had neglected to include Daenerys' preferred fruit. This minor lapse must be rectified. I apologize. Your Majesty, it was my oversight. I shall fetch them immediately. With that, she turned to leave. However, Daenerys halted her. It's all right, I am not a tyrant. After perusing these battle reports for so long, I find myself rather fatigued. Will you not converse with me? Daenerys reclined languidly in her broad chair. Could you share with me your past? How many family members do you have? Arya, unaware of the number of family members belonging to the maid named Nyla, had merely substituted her with another attendant of similar stature, having no time for extensive inquiry. Yet Arya was quick to respond. Knowing that Daenerys likely had no knowledge of the truth and could easily fabricate her own tale. Your Majesty, I have no family left. They perished at the hands of slave masters before your arrival. You liberated the slaves and restored our freedom, which is why I willingly serve you in the palace. Arya's words brought comfort to Daenerys, for rescuing those slaves, those wretched souls, had been her lifelong aspiration. Having now accomplished this transformation, it was a source of immense pride for her. Ah, you too are a pitiable soul. However, serving as my close attendant is no simple task. I once had a close attendant, though I hesitate to label her as such. She was more akin to a friend, a confidant. From Astapor, she began to follow me. Her name is Missandei. Are you aware that she, too, was born into servitude? Yet, she possessed a remarkable intellect, mastering several languages, and served as my invaluable aid. Alas, she was cruelly slain by that vile Cersei. At this juncture, Daenerys closed her eyes, evidently recalling Missandei's unwavering integrity. Her refusal to betray even in the face of death. When Missandei was executed and her lifeless body cast from the city walls, Daenerys could not bear to witness it. She even shunned the thought of retrieving her remains. The fear of seeing her in a bloodied and disheveled state overwhelmed her. From that moment, she vowed to exact a bloody retribution upon King's Landing, ensuring that the avaricious would pay dearly for Missandei's demise. She perished because of me. Under Cersei's orders, with the mountain wielding the blade. I have etched their grotesque visages into my memory. Thus, after breaching the walls of King's Landing, I did not relent. Instead, I unleashed dragon fire, annihilating a significant portion of the city's edifices and streets, and claiming innumerable lives. Yet, I stand by my decision. Do you know what I beheld after the dragon fire had ravaged the land? It was wildfire, countless flames ignited by the dragoness breath. Had I naively entered to accept their surrender, Cersei would have surely detonated the wildfire. Although I fear not the flames, my army would have suffered grievously. Indeed, Missandei, even in death, safeguarded countless lives in my legion. Arya, unfamiliar with who Missandei was, had neither met nor seen her. Yet, she was taken aback by Daenerys' profound regard for a mere handmaiden. Throughout Arya's upbringing, she had encountered innumerable servants, some steadfastly loyal, and others with ulterior motives. Yet, none had ever commanded such significance in her eyes. Her identity, her environment, and her station continually reminded her that she was a Stark, distinct from the rest. One could extend kindness to others, but it must be initiated by oneself, lest one become susceptible to demands and lose the upper hand. While Arya harbors a benevolent heart and is not haughty, deep within, she acknowledges the disparities that exist among individuals. One's lineage inevitably constrains one's potential. Take Arya. For instance, she grew up in comfort, sheltered by her parents and brothers. Even after their demise, she retained the means to traverse the world according to her own ideals once peace was restored. In her travels, she gained profound insights and directly witnessed the harrowing plight of slaves on the continent of Essos. Regarding Daenerys' abolition of slavery, she privately supported it. Had her ambitions not been so grand, had she not brought the fires of war to Westeros, Arya would have admired her greatly. She is indeed a figure worthy of respect. However, rest assured, Your Grace, I, too, shall be as loyal to you as she was, willingly laying down my life in your service. Daenerys shook her head, insisting, No, you are merely a handmaiden. You bear no obligation to sacrifice yourself for me. I would not wish for such a thing. If, should there ever come a day, faced with a similar predicament, I implore you to prioritize your own safety rather than lay down your life for mine. Arya promptly responded, I would never do such a thing. Are you implying that you slaughtered the city for Missandei? Daenerys replied, That is but one of many reasons. You see, raising a city is an arduous decision, one that impacts countless lives, and I have paid the requisite price for that choice. The cost, she reflected, was the dagger that pierced her own heart. This marked the first occasion that Daenerys unveiled her inner thoughts to another, a vulnerability she had never shared even with Grey Worm or Dario. What do you mean? Arya inquired. Do you understand the feeling of being betrayed by a beloved, of having a dagger thrust into your chest while gazing into the depths of their eyes? Filled with affection, yet wielding the weapon? Daenerys articulated her anguish. Arya recalled Gendry, the unremarkable blacksmith. She was uncertain whether she loved him or if her actions were merely a response to the fear and uncertainty that loomed with the threat of the White Walkers. Regardless, on the eve of that impending invasion, she had unwittingly surrendered herself to the blacksmith, even taking the initiative. Surviving the aftermath of war, she had never regretted that encounter. Yet, upon reflection, the thought of Gendry plunging a dagger into her back filled her with resentment and bitterness. You mean to say? Daenerys nodded. I am indeed alive. Otherwise, I would not be here today. It was Drogon who saved me. Later, after I departed, he ascended to the throne of Westeros. Occupying that exalted position, the Iron Throne for which I have fought my entire life, so tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and Arya understood the gravity of Jon's decision to kill Daenerys, a consequence of her devastation and her overwhelming ambition. At that moment, Arya perceived this as an inevitable reality. One must ultimately bear the repercussions of their choices. Yet, she had never truly considered Daenerys' perspective. Why, despite her reputation for mercy, did Daenerys resort to slaughter? It became evident that she too harbored a tender side. Human nature is intricate and capricious, particularly in women. When one contemplates these matters from her viewpoint, it becomes apparent that everything follows a discernible path. Given your expression, it seems you too harbor affections for someone. I can see the turmoil and anguish within your eyes, Arya remarked, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Perhaps, I am uncertain whether I harbor feelings for him. It is merely that during my most desolate and helpless moments, he bestowed upon me the courage to persevere. He is a man of integrity. Furthermore, I am not entirely sure what it truly means to be fond of someone. Daenerys smiled gently. You are still young. Many matters are beyond your comprehension. Oftentimes, individuals misinterpret feelings of gratitude and reliance as love. Of course, in many instances, Such emotions can indeed evolve into love, but that transformation necessitates time for validation, does it not? At that moment, Daenerys exuded a warmth akin to that of an older sister, patiently guiding a younger sibling on the cusp of romantic discovery. Her wealth of experience far surpassed that of Arya, who, despite possessing greater depth and insight than many of her peers, still found her voice overshadowed by Daenerys' presence. It had likely been a considerable time since Daenerys had opened her heart to anyone, and their conversation unfolded for an extensive duration, delving into profound depths until twilight began to envelop the sky. "It is time for dinner, Your Majesty. Allow me to fetch it for you." In that instance, the bond between the two had significantly strengthened, and unbeknownst to them, Arya's address had shed the formalities of Your Majesty. After sharing her burdens, Daenerys felt a sense of relief. Having unburdened herself of recent discontent and melancholy, her spirits notably lifted. Following their meal, Daenerys returned to her work, diligently attending to various documents, for she had indulged in a leisurely afternoon of conversation and needed to catch up on her responsibilities. Numerous urgent matters awaited her personal attention, such as the resettlement of the indigenous inhabitants of the Stepstones. With a bustling flow of ships traveling between Coer and the Stepstones, preparations were underway to establish a war-forward base. Initially, some of the native residents resisted, but under the compassionate influence of the Valyrian forces, they soon settled down. In recent days, the need for extensive construction of military facilities, including docks and ports, had led to the employment of local residents, thus invigorating the local economy. Daenerys had promised that as long as they complied, they would be regarded as Valyrian citizens and would receive the Empire's assistance, with the choice resting in their hands. Consequently, many opted to relocate to the continent, for the historical issues plaguing the Stepstones rendered it a region frequently afflicted by earthquakes, making life for its inhabitants exceedingly arduous. Now that the Queen had spoken, granting them the opportunity for acceptance, what reason remained for hesitation? Families began to migrate en masse. However, the population of the Stepstones was not insignificant, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their strong sense of community made the prospect of separation unpalatable, thus complicating the arrangement of their settlement in any particular city. The sudden influx of tens of thousands of newcomers into a single city would inevitably impose a strain on the local populace, and poor management could lead to potential issues. Daenerys prepared to select her naval forces from among these islanders, as their living conditions and circumstances closely resembled those of the Iron Islands. During the naval battles, the valor of the Ironborn had far surpassed that of the Dothraki, leaving a profound impression on Daenerys. Thus, she aspired to assemble a formidable navy akin to the Ironborn. For relying on her army to temporarily serve as a naval force seemed rather amateurish. The inhabitants of the Stepstones were indeed ready-made candidates for her naval ambitions. However, the living conditions on the Stepstones were not as favorable as those of the Iron Islands. The geographical positioning of the Iron Islands, nestled within a bay, afforded them relatively calm waters and an abundance of fish and shrimp, sustaining a large population. In contrast, the Stepstones lay between two continents, distanced from both. Situated at the perilous junction of the Narrow Sea and the Summer Sea, where fierce winds and treacherous waves prevailed. Those who could endure such conditions were not easily intimidated by the sea. Otherwise, given the area of the Stepstones, it could support a population tenfold that of the Iron Islands. Yet the reality was that its inhabitants numbered less than half that of the Iron Islands. Nonetheless, Daenerys held high hopes for the maritime combat prowess of those who had survived in such an environment. She promptly approved arrangements for personnel from the Stepstones to form a regular navy, gradually establishing a large-scale naval force centered around the islanders. This was her vision for the future navy. Of course, after conquering Westeros, the Iron Islands would also be one of her key targets. Thus, she aimed to lay the groundwork early, preventing the Ironborn from believing that they were indispensable to Essos. As dawn approached, Daenerys finally extricated herself from the multitude of documents, leaving Arya in awe. As a queen, her diligence was truly remarkable. Perhaps if she survived, she would indeed realize the ambitions that lay within her heart. Chapter 108. The dilemma with the army's new strategy in place. The approach shifted from relentless assault to a patient waiting for the plague to fester, allowing Westeros to crumble from within, though this would require time. 3 months later, as infections began to emerge in the north, nearly all of Westeros found itself shrouded in the terrifying grip of the plague, save for King's Landing. A state of martial law had been declared here, with countless refugees huddled outside the city gates, forced to flee their homes in a desperate bid to escape the dreadful contagion. Yet, the forces stationed at King's Landing denied them entry. "Why are we not allowed inside?" We are all subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. We have not been infected. Let us in. We have no other means to survive. Do you soldiers have no family? Will you merely watch as your loved ones perish? Indeed. The soldiers received orders forbidding anyone from entering the city, yet they were troops gathered from various regions, each with their own families and friends. As the plague ravaged the continent, they too felt anxiety and concern, but military orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to comply. Outside the city, the throngs of refugees had swelled to thousands, with more continually pouring in from all directions. Unbeknownst to them, whispers of a rumor had spread that King's Landing was the sole bastion untouched by the plague, a sanctuary where one could evade infection. Thus, those who had previously wandered aimlessly in their homeland, driven by the instinct for survival or the hope for divine protection, transformed into refugees and flocked to the outskirts of King's Landing. In an instant, the city appeared besieged, rendered impenetrable, with soldiers unable to act against these desperate souls. They could neither strike nor scold, but were compelled to offer words of comfort and provisions to prevent unrest. The citizens of the city were gripped by panic, fearing that should the queen's heart soften, she might allow these refugees entry, thereby risking the spread of infection and the obliteration of Westeros's only sanctum. Sansa, troubled by the situation, leaned over her desk, sifting through an array of reports cascading in like snowflakes. The regions most afflicted were the Riverlands and the Westerlands, with a staggering 784 deaths reported in the Riverlands alone yesterday, an official count that likely understated the true toll, which could be double when unrecorded fatalities were considered. Tyrion wore a mask of concern. The death toll in the Westerlands, their Lannister stronghold, had surpassed 5,000, with fresh numbers surging daily, rendering each passing day an eternity. He pondered the progress of the healers and scholars. Had they made any headway? Sansa's brow furrowed with unshakable worry. She had placed her hopes in these intellectuals. Yet after 3 months, there was still no sign of advancement. They claimed to have scoured ancient texts and medical tomes, yet found scant parallels. Save for the peculiar detail of green blood, reminiscent of the ghoul mutation virus that had once ravaged the continent of Essos in ancient times. A flicker of hope ignited in Sansa's eyes. Finally, a glimmer of good news. Summon Master Lothar at once. I must inquire directly, she commanded. Shortly thereafter, a gaunt elder clad in white entered her study, the designated space for her interactions with significant figures. Master Lothar, I have heard whispers of progress in your research. Yet, Master Lothar shook his head, clarifying that it was not so much progress as the identification of certain similarities. Firstly, we have meticulously compared all documentation and found that there are virtually no analogous cases between the continents of Westeros and Essos. Our investigation of the long-deserted continent of Essos yielded some findings. Essos, having birthed civilization earlier than the other two lands, was once magnificent, while Westeros and Essos were still barren. However, this nameless civilization is said to have perished due to a virus, which we now refer to as the ghoul plague. The ghoul virus is exceedingly contagious, and once contracted, humans transform into mindless ghouls, characterized by festering green sores and spots upon their skin, their blood also turning green. However, unlike the plague that afflicts us, those who succumb to it transform into ghouls, a fate we do not share. Instead, as death approaches, a white, scaly keratinous layer emerges upon our skin, reminiscent of the condition known as scaly skin disease. Thus, we boldly hypothesize that this virus is a lethal strain situated between the ghoul virus and scaly skin disease. In essence, it is a synthesis of the two. However, we currently lack the detailed experimental materials and data to substantiate our claims. All remains mere conjecture, with abundant theories yet devoid of experimental subjects, rendering further research impossible. Locke's description was both thorough and candid, conveying to Sansa that without genuine infected individuals for study, all scholars and healers have reached an impasse. To facilitate the entry of infected individuals into the city for research necessitates immense courage from Sansa, risking the contagion of the entire populace. Indeed, her countenance grew dark as she grasped Locke's implication, yet she was not prepared to undertake such a perilous course of action. She feigned contemplation, responding, "Very well, I understand, Master Locke. You may take your leave. I shall confer with the Prime Minister." Locke, a staunch traditionalist, yearned to conquer this plague, which would immortalize his name in history, an aspiration shared by every scholar and a lifelong pursuit. The crux now lay in whether Sansa would grant him this opportunity. He believed that, given their collective intellect, breakthroughs were inevitable if experimental subjects were available. Your Majesty, should we acquire experimental subjects for our research, I vow to overcome this challenge. I stake my life on it. For the sake of posterity and to save countless subjects of the Seven Kingdoms, Master Losk was prepared to gamble everything, including his own life. Sansa found it impossible to feign ignorance, as Losk had made his intentions abundantly clear. Rubbing her temples, she felt a surge of irritation. Master Losk, I understand your sentiments. However, this decision does not rest solely with me. It concerns every individual within King's Landing, and I must bear responsibility for all. Please, depart for now. I require further contemplation. Losk recognized the need to avoid pressuring the Queen too intensely, understanding that her decision was fraught with difficulty. Thus, he complied and withdrew, hoping she would grasp the gravity of the situation. Call Tyrion in, Sansa instructed wearily to the guard at the door. Tyrion awaited just outside, aware that Sansa would seek his counsel post-interview with the Grand Maester. Upon his entrance, Sansa felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hoped Tyrion could offer her some guidance. She recounted Master Losk's words and expressed his unwavering resolve to investigate the plague virus. What are your thoughts on this matter? Sansa posed the dilemma to Tyrion. Chapter 109. Decision. Wind Whisperer. Tyrion furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation with rationality. Engaging in such a perilous experiment should not be considered. However, if they were to remain stagnant, it would amount to a slow demise. Since Maester Lothar possessed such conviction, it would be prudent to provide him with a corpse for his research. Yet, in King's Landing, Tyrion shook his head. Sansa, do you not perceive the gravity of our predicament? All the kingdoms have succumbed. If we take no action, we will have utterly forsaken them, leaving only King's Landing, which would be meaningless. Tyrion spoke with heartfelt urgency, and Sansa listened, her brow knitted in concern. Indeed, this was a time for unity. Preserving only King's Landing would leave them with nothing but a solitary heart, leading to an inevitable dead end. Resolute, Sansa declared, you are right. We must conduct tangible experiments and cannot remain mired in theoretical discussions. Tyrion, issue the command in my name to authorize the Special Research Institute to conduct physical studies. The Special Research Institute had been established specifically to address the current plague, gathering the continent's foremost medical talents and scholars. As King's Landing finally resolved to undertake practical experiments, Gregor's forces gradually advanced towards the southern region of the Riverlands, arriving at the largest city, Old Town. This city was the second largest in the Riverlands, renowned for its prosperity and affluence, and it stood as one of the oldest cities in Westeros. The highest academy in the Seven Kingdoms, the Citadel, resided within Old Town, where scholars congregated, many of whom hailed from this very place. Gregor was not in haste to conquer this city. He had traversed from Castle Black, amassing vast territories and populations along the way, curing them of the plague. Wherever the armies of Valyria passed, the plague ceased to be a concern. Yet, this news had not spread, for those who had been cured were reluctant to return to the infected zones. Who could guarantee they would be fortunate enough to be healed again? Thus, no one dared to publicize the information regarding the cure. Gregor remained calm, asserting that there was no need to send spies to spread the news. Such actions would only incite a flood of people, creating further complications for Westeros, rendering his plans meaningless. His concern lay solely with his own people behind him, the citizens of Valyria, while in front of him stood the Westerosi, his adversaries, who were to be subdued. Thus, as they encircled Old Town, the resistance was tepid, if not entirely absent. The able-bodied men had already fled, retreating to Highgarden, while the Citadel stood desolate, its scholars taken to King's Landing, leaving behind the elderly, the weak, women, and those afflicted by the plague to await their fate. Their eyes were vacant, awaiting the judgment of fate, reminiscent of the situation in the city of Cornerstone. Yet Old Town, being the second largest city of the Riverbend Kingdom, boasted a substantial populace of around 70 to 80,000 souls. Such a multitude would keep Greg occupied for quite some time. When the inhabitants of Old Town evacuated, Greg had not yet besieged the area, allowing them to nearly vacate the place entirely, leaving him not a single copper coin. Fortunately, ample provisions remained, yet Greg had no need for such supplies. Upon entering the city, Greg established a medical station in the central garden square, diligently brewing sufficient quantities of medicine daily, diluting it in water to administer to the populace. Upon learning that the old gods and Queen Daenerys had bestowed upon them the antidote without demanding anything in return, the people were overwhelmed with gratitude, vowing to follow Valyria and Queen Daenerys, placing their faith in the old gods. One cannot entirely fault these individuals for their fickleness. The loyal subjects of the Seven Kingdoms had already retreated to Highgarden, leaving behind those abandoned, aged, weak, women, and children, alongside confirmed infected patients. This was tantamount to relinquishing their lives. Now, Valyria's forces had offered them a second chance at life, willing to embrace and heal them. Why then should they cling to the Seven Kingdoms? That would only lead to their own misery. Currently, Greg's 400,000-strong army had almost entirely occupied Dorne without any significant losses, claiming half of the Riverbend territory. The lands they conquered would naturally be succeeded by Valyrian forces tasked with governance and protection. Their mission was to wage war and conquer, leaving the occupation to Daenerys. Arya was even more decisive, having directly advanced to Windwhisper Keep. This stronghold served as the political and military heart of the Stormlands. Located in the southeastern corner of Storm's End, near the coastline, the castle's water-facing side was perched atop a cliff that overlooked the sea, featuring a grand gate allowing the army to enter or exit via the waterway. The strategic location of Windwhisper Keep was vital, facing Shipwreck Bay, enabling swift mobilization of troops to support the defense of King's Landing. It was from this very place that Robert had launched his campaign, reaching the Blackwater Bay of King's Landing, splitting forces with Eddard to breach the city controlled by the Mad King. Legend has it that the construction of Windwhisper Keep was intertwined with the magic of the Children of the Forest, able to withstand the fierce coastal gales. The First Lord of Windwhisper, Doran, had once declared war upon two deities during the Dawn Age, underscoring the fortitude of this military bastion. Now, this once glorious city faced a renewed challenge, as over 300,000 Valyrian soldiers encircled it, leaving but a single escape route for those who recognized the futility of their situation. Regrettably, Stannis did not choose the path of retreat. Following his defeat at Blackport, he withdrew to Windwhisper Keep, disregarding the potential for public outrage, and enforced a policy of conscription. This decision resulted in the reassembly of an army of 100,000, bolstered by another 100,000 from the Kingdom of the Riverlands. 200,000 troops guarded Windwhisper Fort, enforcing a wartime state of emergency that barred any outsiders from entering, be they Valyrian or their own kin. Furthermore, due to the siege laid by the Arya army, refugees could not approach the fortress. Arya understood that the battle for Windwhisper Fort would be a formidable one. He meticulously compiled data prior to the conflict. Originally, the fort was home to 200,000 inhabitants, thriving economically and boasting formidable military strength. Its walls rose 100 feet high and were 40 feet thick, with the seaward side reaching an impressive 80 feet, making it exceptionally robust. The walls were constructed of 2 layers of rocky reef, filled with abundant sand and stone, effectively cushioning against the impact of boulders. With the addition of 200,000 troops, it was arguably more impregnable than King's Landing itself. Stannis, weary from his journey, had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's rest in Black Harbor, constantly beset by anxiety. Now, back within the formidable confines of Windwhisper Fort, he finally felt a sense of relief. His wounds had scabbed over and were no longer painful. Sipping a fine wine and savoring long-missed delicacies, Stannis sighed in contentment. Oh, at last, he could feel somewhat at ease. Chapter 110. The Dragon Assault. Just as Stannis marveled at how Windwhisper Fort could withstand the Valyrian forces, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens. The tremendous bellow shook the very ground, sending shivers through the souls of all within Windwhisper Fort. Civilians, soldiers, and officials rushed into the streets to ascertain the cause. 3 dragons soared above the fortress, one significantly larger than the others, its massive head unleashing torrents of flame. These were the hidden dragons of Daenerys, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, who had remained concealed since the onset of battle. With her 3 mighty dragons, Daenerys had carved out a vast empire, her victories seemingly assured. At that moment, the 3 dragons converged upon Windwhisper Fort, leaving its inhabitants bewildered and uncertain of how to respond. Yet, the dragons showed no mercy, unleashing their fiery wrath upon the streets below. The earth cracked, buildings collapsed, and people screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. In that instant, be they commoners, officials, or nobles, all were equal before the flames of the dragons, meeting their fate without distinction. Fortunately, Windwhisper Fort was an ancient city, vast enough that even if the 3 dragons unleashed their full might simultaneously, it would require considerable time to obliterate it entirely. However, Stannis could not remain passive. He immediately organized his troops to resist, dispatching men to the armory to retrieve their ballistae. Yet, the news he received chilled him to the core. The armory had been set ablaze in the initial assault, and they were utterly bereft of any means to counter the aerial threat. Originally, they had prepared over 200 ballistae in anticipation of dragon attacks. Now, they had been reduced to ashes, serving no purpose at all. More terrifyingly, the largest dragon was heading straight towards the walls of Windwhisper Fortress. a clear indication of its intent to forcibly demolish the fortifications, thereby allowing the Valyrian forces to breach the city. They had not destroyed the walls immediately, seemingly opting to first conduct aerial assaults within the city, instilling fear and dissuading any resistance before unleashing ground troops to reap the battlefield. Such malevolent intentions. Could it be that Daenerys herself had come? Within Sanny's heart lay despair. Yet a morbid thrill surged through him at the prospect of being vanquished by the hand of the Valyrian queen. It would be a highlight of his existence. From the expedition from Westeros to Essos and back again, Stannis had faced defeat after defeat, growing more resolute with each loss. Just when he believed he could hold firm against the onslaught from Windwhisper Fortress, Daenerys' dragon descended like a divine apparition, utterly shattering his last vestiges of hope. He even mused that if he were to be slain by Daenerys herself, it would not render his suffering in these battles in vain. Such a fate would ensure his name was etched in the annals of history, a thought that brought him a twisted sense of pleasure. As the walls crumbled, the sight was akin to a catastrophic landslide, leaving the inhabitants of the city in a state of shock. When the Valyrian cavalry surged through the fallen ramparts into Windwhisper Fortress, not a soul dared to move. The will to resist had evaporated in the face of such a terrifying creature. Those who might claim they could withstand it were silenced by the prevailing fear. The populace, now subjugated by the dragon's might, dared not defy it. In truth, the entire population of Windwhisper Fortress numbered around 400,000 to 500,000. Yet less than 10,000 had perished at the dragoness claws due to the brevity of the assault. However, the deaths of these 10,000, alongside the widespread destruction and devastation of structures, served as a grim reminder that resistance led only to death, while surrender might afford them a chance at survival. When the Valyrian army entered the city, Stannis anticipated a grueling street battle. To his astonishment, however, the people of Windwhisper had laid down their arms. Civilians and soldiers alike, covered in dust and despair, mingled together as the bells atop the towers rang out chaotically, the sound of surrender. The shadow of the dragon loomed too large. None dared to resist any longer. The majority of those who had the audacity to organize any semblance of rebellion had perished in dragonfire, their ashes scattered to the winds. Even Stannis, the supreme commander of Windwhisper, had vanished, now a mere afterthought in the minds of the populace, who could only hope for the mercy of the Valyrian forces. As legendary tales had promised, this incorporation marked the largest assimilation since the onset of hostilities, with nearly 500,000 military and civilian lives in the city, of which only 10,000 had been claimed by the dragon. The remaining 460,000 outnumbered the Valyrian army, yet among them were the elderly, women, children, and the infirm. Despite this, the able-bodied youth totaled around 300,000, bolstered by 20,000 regular troops stationed there. Stannis spent an entire week organizing the populace, for he knew he had to tread carefully, lest they rise up in rebellion. Thus, he was compelled to proceed in stages. Indeed, the truth is that these individuals were genuinely paralyzed with fear by the dragon. None dared to resist. All meekly surrendered and awaited their fate. The implication was clear. As long as you spare my life, I shall not oppose you. Throughout this week, not only did Greg's faction make remarkable strides, but even the navy led by Cuz employed a clever ruse, leaving ships laden with stones outside Blackwater Bay to mislead any onlookers. He commanded an army of 200,000, making a direct assault on Seagull Town in the north. His fleet comprised over 10,000 vessels, of which only 2,000 were occupied by troops, 2,000 more carried warhorses, and 1,000 held provisions. The remaining 5,000 ships were solely filled with stones, manned by a mere handful of sailors. Now, Cuz positioned the stone-laden vessels just outside Blackwater Bay, hoping to remain undetected for as long as possible. He then set forth with his men from the periphery of the bay, navigating northward along the strait to Seagull Town, the primary port of the north. Once bustling and vibrant, it now lay desolate, as the able-bodied men had been forcibly conscripted into military service, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women who could not possibly carry heavy loads to the docks. The guarding troops were few, with the bulk of forces dispatched to the front lines, rendering the North's defenses more vulnerable than ever in its history. Thus, upon receiving a command from Daenerys, Cuz was dispatched to the north, not for a feigned attack, but for a genuine offensive. Within a week, the North had lost half of its territory. The most time-consuming aspect was not the assault on cities, but rather the gathering of residents and the treatment of the plague. Before landing in Seagull Town, they had already received Leo Norbert, sent by Greg. The first concern was to prevent their troops from contracting the plague through contact with local inhabitants, and the second was to have a water sorcerer on hand to stabilize the morale of the army. when Sansa learned of the invasion in the north. She was nearly overwhelmed by the cascade of dire news. It was Tyrion who stepped forward, promptly stabilizing the situation by reallocating troops from the front lines to assist the north. By the time the main forces arrived, the north had already succumbed to the loss of half its territory. Chapter 111. The last hope of Stark and Lannister. This vengeance war initiated by Daenerys was destined to culminate in the downfall of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros. Once invincible, the Seven Kingdoms fell under the onslaught of dragon fire, water whirlwinds, and plague, nearly meeting complete defeat within a year. It is termed nearly because one stronghold remained unconquered, Valyria, specifically the capital, King's Landing. The seven noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, alongside the royal family of the capital, constituted the highest echelon of nobility in Westeros. However, within just a year, 6 of the previously exalted ducal families had been reduced to dust. In the beleaguered King's Landing, only Sansa Stark of House Stark and Tyrion Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands, remained. In just a year, Sansa appeared to have aged a decade. The vigor she once exuded upon her ascension to the throne had dissipated. This past year had drained her of vitality, with strands of her hair now touched by gray. Although she was still in her 30s, she bore the weariness of one nearing 50. Tyrion fared little better. His scarred visage stark against the backdrop of his despondency as he sat behind the desk in the Prime Minister's office. They exchanged a glance, a bitter smile shared. Yet words eluded them. Just yesterday, the final battle report arrived. The West had fallen. The last loyal soldier of Westeros had perished, while the remaining forces surrendered, kneeling in submission to save their lives. To support other regions, the original garrison of 300,000 in King's Landing had dispatched 280,000, leaving merely 20,000 regular troops within the city. On the Valyrian side, they had initially summoned 800,000 soldiers, bolstered by 500,000 fresh recruits. However, after a year of relentless campaigns, that number had swelled to 1,100,000, comprised of the finest warriors selected from the ranks. Those conscripted laborers had been sent back to their fields or their previous trades. Thus, when a million-strong army encircled King's Landing, the city appeared as a solitary vessel adrift in an ocean, small, pitiable, and helpless. 120,000 against 20,000. This disparity was evident to anyone, including Sansa and Tyrion. In this moment of silence, the besieging army outside was eerily quiet, devoid of taunts or demonstrations, as if they were waiting for something. Sansa tidied her disheveled hair and the unkempt collar she had worn for 2 days, summoning her strength to rise from her chair. "We must confront this eventually," she declared. Tyrion adjusted his hair, striving to appear less disheveled. He followed Sansa closely, mirroring the way he once trailed Daenerys. Together, they ascended the city walls, flanked by the defenders of King's Landing. "I wish to see Daenerys," Sansa stated, her voice slightly hoarse yet clear. Faced with the vast sea of humanity below, Sansa's expression hardened, revealing no trace of fear. Soon, a great dragon descended from the clouds, hovering 30 meters away, towering 10 meters above her position on the battlements. The Queen of Valyria, the divine Daenerys, sat majestically upon it. It had been nearly 2 years since their last meeting, and her countenance bore no signs of the passage of time. Sansa, reflecting on the years, realized that despite being older, she now appeared as if she were the elder. "Sansa, you wish to see me?" Daenerys remarked, lacking any warmth towards this woman who had once sought to renege on their agreement after repelling the threat of the White Walkers. Were it not for Jon, she might not have even reached King's Landing. Queen Daenerys, throughout history, the victors and the vanquished have been clearly defined. I have found myself on the losing side, and thus, I have no words to offer. Yet, I beseech you, could you possibly grant the Stark lineage a chance to endure? With these words, Sansa placed her hand upon her abdomen, a maternal glow illuminating her countenance. Indeed, she had conceived a child with Tyrion over the past year. Daenerys was taken aback, pondering the identity of the unborn child's father. Her gaze shifted to the ever-loyal Tyrion, and understanding dawned upon her. This location stirred memories of the past, when she stood outside the walls of King's Landing while Cersei remained within, and another woman, pregnant at the time, had stood just as she was now. However, that previous expectant mother had been accompanied by her most devoted handmaiden, Missandei. With a mere command, Missandei had lost her head, her lifeless body tumbling from the high walls of the city. Those images, the moment Jorah was pierced through the chest by a White Walker's blade, and the look in Jon's eyes as he plunged a dagger into her heart, were indelibly etched in her memory. Yet, in this moment, Sansa was not Cersei, nor did she possess a loyal attendant by her side. Her new handmaiden, Nerys, was presently amidst her army, bearing witness to the unfolding scene. Daenerys had come to claim the final fruits of her triumph, and it was only fitting that she be attended by her maidens instead of the rough soldiers of her ranks. Thus, not only Naerys accompanied her, but also over 20 other handmaidens. Sansa reflected on Arya's ill-fated venture to assassinate Daenerys, a mission from which she never returned. The consequences were all too predictable. The North had fallen, and Bran, still recuperating in Winterfell, had vanished from sight. Although the North had been entrusted to House Arryn, Bran had not departed from that place. Consequently, Sansa felt a profound sense of isolation. The Stark family seemed all but extinguished. She reminisced about the once vibrant Stark lineage, contrasting it with the present, where even Bran and Arya had been reunited with their parents. Were it not for the life growing within her, she would harbor little desire to survive. Daenerys pondered, her expression laden with complexity. Her initial intent had been to condemn both individuals before her to death. Yet Sansa, as a pregnant woman, and the Stark family's near annihilation weighed heavily on her conscience. To obliterate a lineage that had flourished for generations seemed a grievous loss. She held no fear of the potential dangers posed by nurturing a future adversary. She was a Targaryen, a servant of the old gods, backed by divine power. Would she truly fear a mere infant? After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys resolved to grant Sansa a chance at survival. I can concede to your request, but I, too, have a demand. She paused before continuing. One of you must perish. Her gaze lingered on Sansa and Tyrion, her voice low. Tyrion sighed, aware that his fate was sealed. Yet, if his sacrifice could ensure Sansa's survival and the safety of their child, then perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. The child within Sansa's womb is not merely the last ember of House Stark, it is also the final hope of House Lannister. The Lannister lineage has perished across generations, leaving only the last descendant within Sansa. Daenerys appears to offer a choice, yet Tyrion understands that no choice exists. She merely seeks to humiliate him. With a heavy sigh, he contemplates that if he were to die, Sansa would be spared, for she is the queen of 2 continents, and he believes she would not betray her word. Daenerys nods, stating that she could have easily executed both of them, yet refrained from doing so. Tyrion, having accompanied Daenerys for many years, acknowledges her character with a respectful fist to his heart. He expresses gratitude for her past trust, lamenting that he has failed to honor her faith in him. He feels unworthy of her kindness and offers his life in return. Without hesitation, Tyrion leaps from the towering castle. Chapter 112. True feelings revealed in adversity. Everything transpires with such swiftness that Sansa scarcely has time to react before Tyrion plunges down. Instinctively, she reaches out to grasp him, only then realizing how profoundly important he is to her. Despite his stature as a dwarf, his physical appearance marred by a jagged scar, his courage, wisdom, and unwavering sense of duty towards her and her child move her deeply. She cannot fathom how she would have navigated her reign as queen without Tyrion's steadfast support and companionship. The path has been arduous, and given the chance, she would choose not to wear the crown. In the moment of Tyrion's descent, Sansa feels her heart plummet alongside him, an emptiness so terrifying that she cannot bear to confront it. Over time, amidst their shared experiences, Sansa has unwittingly fallen in love with Tyrion, mistaking their bond for mere mutual benefit. Unconsciously, she steps forward, intent on reaching Tyrion, yet fails to recognize the precipice before her. Her foot catches on the battlement, and her body involuntarily follows Tyrion into the abyss. On their tumultuous journey of love, Tyrion has taken 99 steps, and now Sansa steps forward, though the price is her own shattering. At last, she reaches him, disregarding everything else. Death holds no terror when truly confronted. Tyrion's eyes reflect astonishment, confusion, and a hint of relief as they plummet together, tightly embraced. Just before they touch the ground, a whistle pierces the air, leaving them unaware of its meaning, no longer caring to know. For those prepared to face death together, nothing holds significance beyond their companion. Yet, in the next moment, a dark figure swiftly descended, rescuing them from imminent doom with its massive claws. It was Regal. The whistle that pierced the air was blown by Daenerys. As Regal circled in the air with the 2 of them, the rushing wind rendered their eyes unable to open, yet they understood that they were spared from death. When Regal finally set them down, Daenerys descended gracefully on Drogon. I never anticipated that you, Sansa, would leap alongside him. You must realize that he traded his life for yours. In Daenerys' heart, Sansa epitomized extreme self-interest, always prioritizing her own gain. With someone sacrificing themselves for her, she should accept it without hesitation. Just as Sansa emerged from her emotional turmoil, she recognized her own impulsiveness, but felt no regret. She had finally come to terms with her feelings. She did not respond verbally, but instead acted. She slowly knelt, disregarding the dirt that sullied her queenly robe, cradling Tyrion's face before kissing him. Tyrion, in a state of shock, passively accepted the kiss, initially believing it to be a mere illusion before death, only to realize that it was all indeed real. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. I love him. I cannot stand idly by while my beloved, the father of my children, sacrifices himself for us. If I were to allow that, I would be unworthy of his love. Sansa's eyes sparkled, devoid of the previous gloom and despair, her demeanor reminiscent of her youthful self. Upon hearing Sansa's words, Tyrion embraced her tightly, as if wishing to meld their beings into one. Throughout his life, no one had ever loved him, no one at all. His parents, siblings, and kin regarded him as a monster, and even in secret, they referred to him as the imp. Even a prostitute, bound to him by circumstance, ultimately betrayed him in his time of need, climbing into Tywin's bed instead. He had never known the sensation of being loved, and now, it felt so wondrous that tears streamed down his face. This man, who had faced death multiple times and fought in the Battle of Blackwater, was now overwhelmed with emotion. He had resigned himself to a life of misery, willing to trade his wretched existence for Sansa's survival. Yet he never anticipated that she would go to such lengths for him, the so-called little monster. Seizing the moment, Sansa promptly took Tyrion's hand and knelt before Daenerys on one knee. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Queen for allowing us to live. I, Sansa Stark, hereby surrender to you, Daenerys Targaryen, the Empress of the Valyrian Empire on the continent of Essos, as the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms of Westeros. I acknowledge and uphold Daenerys Targaryen as the sole legitimate Empress of Westeros. Henceforth, I vow never to undermine or challenge the reign of Queen Daenerys in any form. By the old gods, should I violate this oath, I willingly condemn my soul to eternal torment in the abyss. As a northerner, Sansa has always revered the old gods. Upon hearing Sansa's vow, Daenerys displayed a look of satisfaction, for this was the outcome she desired. In terms of legitimacy, forcibly conquering the fallen monarch of the previous generation, compelling them to leap from the battlements, is an act of aggression, while the other party becomes a martyr. What transpires now can be termed a peaceful transfer. A smooth transition that gently integrates the military, economy, culture, faith, and populace of Westeros and Essos, facilitating amicable exchanges and unity between the two continents. Even in historical accounts, the conqueror Aegon is not harshly criticized but rather referred to as the conqueror. Thus, after careful deliberation, Daenerys resolved to besiege King's Landing without assault, subduing her enemies without bloodshed. During the moment of the Queen or Prime Minister's martyrdom, she would save them, allowing her act of mercy to win their hearts. However, the simultaneous leap taken by the two was unforeseen by her. Adversity reveals true affection, a sentiment that evoked a sense of envy in Daenerys. She also decided to honor this tragic couple, especially since they now had a child. Regardless of whether the child bears the name Lannister or Stark, they represent the sole heir of both families. Daenerys approached the kneeling couple and gently placed her hands on Sansa and Tyrion's shoulders. Rise, for having saved you. I shall not permit your demise. Tyrion, although you released Jaime before the battle, it did not result in dire consequences, thus I, as the Empress of the Valyrian Empire, absolve you of all guilt. However, from this moment on, you both shall be mere commoners of the Valyrian Empire, stripped of noble status. Your ability to rise again depends solely on your own endeavors. To this, Tyrion and Sansa could not have wished for more. It was the best possible outcome, for they had not become prisoners nor met their demise, which filled them with astonishment. Gaining the status of commoners and the freedom to live where they choose, unbound by constraints, speaks volumes of Daenerys' generosity, far exceeding their expectations. Thank you, Your Majesty, they expressed. Usually eloquent, Tyrion found himself at a loss for words today, feeling as though he were a mere farmer, unable to articulate the depth of his emotions, which were lodged within him. Perhaps it was Sansa's actions that left him so flustered, causing his clumsiness, yet he felt that everything was worth it. I recall a reader pleading with me to spare Tyrion, willing to do anything for it. Well, I know that reader may no longer see this, but I shall grant him his wish, as well as that of Tyrion and Sansa. In truth, I hold a deep fondness for Tyrion's character, thus fulfilling my own desires as well. Chapter 113. Sorrows. On this day, the last vestige of land in Westeros not belonging to Valyria was utterly conquered. King's Landing was thereafter renamed Dragonstone, in homage to Daenerys' dragons, a name drawn from Daenerys herself. In a span of merely 1.5 years, Daenerys expanded her dominion to such an extent, surpassing her ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, by 6 months. In his time, Aegon employed his mighty dragons in conjunction with ground forces, subduing 6.5 of the 7 kingdoms within a mere 2 years. Only Dorne, where the Rhoynar stood steadfast in resistance, engaged in guerrilla warfare and sought rebellion, ultimately fell to Aegon's political machinations, which divided and dismantled the noble houses supporting the Rhoynar. This struggle spanned over 2 centuries, and it was only after Dorne ceased to support the Rhoynar that they willingly joined the ranks of the 7 kingdoms. Now, Daenerys has eclipsed this record by an additional 6 months, achieving her conquest in 1.5 years. Notably, her first conquest was the most formidable stronghold, Dorne. By employing the legitimate Rhoynar Prince of Essos, she eroded their resolve, and with the Rhoynar's faith in the might of the water wizards, she delivered a devastating blow that shattered their aspirations for rebellion, silencing the Rhoynar descendants. With the remaining 6 kingdoms no longer posing a challenge, the forces from both the north and south converged upon King's Landing, ultimately achieving a bloodless transition of power through amicable negotiations. A year and a half prior, the scars left by Zhang Xian's devastation in King's Landing had yet to be mended. Though the ground had been leveled and numerous refugees had established makeshift shelters in that area, Daenerys had no intention of rebuilding the palace, as it bore no significance. For this place was no longer the capital of Westeros. It was now merely the Valyrian Empire, Dragonstone, while the capital lay far away in Essos at Nazan. Following the conquest of the last territory of the 7 kingdoms, Daenerys' focus shifted to assuaging the local populace, revitalizing their livelihoods, and transforming their beliefs. She also remained mindful of Zhang Xian's directives, planting a vast expanse of fishleaf trees in the moist lands south of the riverlands, allowing the children of the forest, far beyond the wall, to return and thrive. This endeavor had commenced during the conquest of the riverlands, as the number of children had dwindled to just over 100, representing the last embers of hope, the fulfillment of the Green Seer's aspirations. Zhang Xian did not forget them, given their current numbers. The children of the forest are akin to classified endangered species. Each one is a treasure. Fortunately, the children of the forest possess a remarkably long lifespan, typically ranging from 3 to 5 centuries. Given sufficient time and a suitable habitat, their population can indeed recover. Unlike humans, the children harbor far fewer desires and convoluted thoughts, and the faith they provide is of exquisite quality. Through his research on faith over these past days, Zhang Xian stumbled upon a startling revelation. Even non-devout individuals can contribute to the power of faith, albeit in a manner akin to a single drop of contamination in a pot of fine porridge. Even when one meticulously eliminates all desires and various distractions, just a small amount contained a vast expanse of pure faith, and such pollution is irretrievable once it occurs. It is no wonder that deities exercise extreme caution in absorbing faith. The King of Light has succumbed to madness, while the 7 gods no longer bestow their divine radiance. Among the ancient deities, those whose names are known have nearly vanished after a period of activity, with only the King of Light, eager to escape his plight, resorting to frequent interventions through his followers. This ominous sign had already manifested during the barren times of Westeros and Essos, becoming pronounced as the flourishing land of Sothoros emerged. As the earliest continent inhabited by humans, Sothoros, in its current state, ought to have been the mightiest, with its architecture showcasing the splendor of millennia past. The remnants of ancient cities such as Iman Tower, Island, and Goros testify to the advanced civilization that once thrived there. Even the first civilization west of the Bone Mountains in Essos, the ancient kingdom of Giscari, was comprised of exiles from Sothoros. How could such a powerful and prosperous continent have fallen to such depths? Now overrun by ghouls and swarming with venomous insects and serpents, with rumors of wandering spirits. One is left to ponder who was responsible. Zhang Xian speculated that an ancient deity, once welcoming of the power of faith, ultimately succumbed to the corrupting influence of human desires, leading to devastation. This being may have gone mad or perished. Yet, the continent of Sothoros has become a place forbidden to humanity. Even Queen Nyamera, who once fled there with her kin, had to retreat after a time, believing that any creature on Sothoros was more terrifying than the Valyrians. Aside from the gods, Zhang Xian could not conceive of any force capable of obliterating an entire continent, reducing its former glory to naught, and ensuring that no civilization would arise for thousands of years to come. Over the past year, Zhang Xian has remained in seclusion, dedicated to the careful absorption of faith, transforming it into divine power. This process demands meticulous attention and utmost caution. Should the faith of non-devout individuals infiltrate his being, it could sow the seeds of calamity. With such a vast population across 2 continents, it is impossible to guarantee that every individual devoutly worships you. Some are driven by self-interest, while others feigned devotion for survival, secretly adhering to different deities. Thus, in this brief span of 1 year, Zhang Xian has not converted a significant amount of divine power. It is an exceedingly protracted process. Yet, with this minuscule conversion rate, less than 1%, he is capable of achieving feats once accomplished by the King of Light, manipulating the laws of nature and altering the workings of the world. However, this power is fleeting. Once his divine energy is depleted, he will revert to his original self. Through these subtle transformations, each fragment of divine energy he absorbs renders his understanding of the world and all its entities increasingly lucid. Immersed in this state, he remains vigilant, absorbing the influx of belief energy, oblivious to the changes beyond. Until one day, Daenerys suddenly reached out to him through the ice shard he had left behind. Lord of the Old Gods, the task you assigned has been largely accomplished. Do you have further instructions? Zhang Xian opened his azure eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emanating before it receded. Indeed, Daenerys has swiftly achieved what others could not, and after a year of seclusion, it is time to venture forth. Upon concluding his thoughts, a gust of icy wind swept through the desolate stone chamber, and in the place where Zhang Xian once sat, no trace of him remained. Chapter 114. The Unseen Connection. After organizing affairs in Westeros and ensuring a sufficient military presence, Daenerys restructured the former kingdoms into provinces, instituting a separation of military and political powers. Every 5 years, the Nasa Xian faction would dispatch one military leader and one political leader to oversee duties in each major province of Westeros. Each year, the provinces would collect taxes to be sent to the capital of the Valyrian Empire, after which they would govern themselves autonomously. This was a concept Zhang Xian had provided Daenerys. Initially, she had considered a feudal system, but Zhang Xian dismissed this idea. The drawbacks of feudalism were evident. The two continents are separated by vast oceans, making communication difficult. Should any kingdom in Westeros rise anew, they could seize extensive territory while the Nasa Xian faction remains oblivious to the upheaval. Although he believed in Daenerys' capacity to reclaim lost lands, such a venture would be costly in terms of both resources and human lives. Thus, with a superior alternative at hand, Daenerys' titles of nobility would be limited to a select few, those who had initially stood by her in her quest for power. Nobility is inevitable, yet excessive nobility is unnecessary. A sufficient number to maintain control over the continent suffices, as too many would only inflate the ambitions of certain individuals. Upon returning to Nasa Xian, having nearly fulfilled Zhang Xian's directives, Daenerys took the initiative to contact him, inquiring about his plans for further conquests. After receiving a message from Daenerys, Zhang Xian emerged from his seclusion. The faith he could now harness was abundant, transitioning from a modest trickle to a vast ocean, teeming with powerful waves, nearing his limits. Any further influx would overwhelm his capacity to cleanse impurities. Thus, the current volume was just right, and there was no need to gather more followers. Upon contacting Zhang Xian, Daenerys anticipated guidance, but to her surprise, the next moment, a tempest of ice and snow swirled within her chamber, and Zhang Xian's towering figure materialized in her royal quarters. As Daenerys had ensured that no one would disturb her during her communication with him, his sudden appearance went unnoticed. Standing over 3 meters tall, his robust physique exuded an air of authority that compelled Daenerys to avert her gaze. She promptly bowed her head and said, "Master, you have arrived so swiftly." Zhang Xian surveyed the lavish surroundings of Daenerys' chamber. The recent war had ravaged Westeros, siphoning wealth into the city of Meereen, rendering it the richest metropolis in the world. Without exception, there was no pressure in constructing a palace of such opulence. Casually plucking a bunch of green grapes from the table, he devoured them in one bite. These were Daenerys' favorite fruit, exquisitely sweet, bursting with juice, and utterly delightful. "I have come to inform you that I will be departing shortly, and you may find it difficult to reach me for a time. In Valyria, you need only follow the guidance I have provided and develop steadily. We shall discuss other matters upon my return." Zhang Xian's intended destination was Essos, a land rumored to harbor countless secrets. His strength had grown significantly since his initial emergence as the Light King, instilling him with newfound confidence. "Essos, that place is notorious as a zone of death. Why would you wish to venture there?" Daenerys inquired, astonished. Though her master possessed immense power, tales of wandering spirits and a land of fallen gods haunted her thoughts. The specifics of such legends remained unverified, mere whispers passed down through generations. Thus, their truth remained elusive. Such stories alone were enough to instill fear. And despite the might of Valyria's army, Daenerys had never considered setting foot in that foreboding territory. Zhang Xian gazed upward, perhaps sensing an inexplicable calling. Since emerging from his seclusion imbued with divine power, an instinct had urged him towards that destination, suggesting it held what he sought. Hence, he chose to see Daenerys before embarking on this journey. A feeling lingered within him that this venture might lead to an extended absence, necessitating preemptive arrangements. The Light King loomed as the greatest threat. After his last escape, he had vanished without a trace, retreating to some hidden corner to recuperate and bide his time. Zhang Xian feared that during his absence, the Light King might emerge once more to sow chaos, for without his restraint, the Light King would be invincible in this realm. Wear the crown I bestowed upon you diligently, and do not remove it carelessly. In critical moments, it may safeguard your life. He then recounted the history of his enmity with the Light King to Daenerys, ensuring she comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Light King was a deity. Having ascended for millennia, should he regain his full strength, even Zhang Xian in his current state would be no match for him. Daenerys was taken aback to learn of the deep-seated conflict between her master and the Light King, matters of which she had previously been oblivious. It seemed that her master truly intended to embark on a prolonged journey, as he would not have taken such care to impart these warnings otherwise. Rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. The Light King's restoration of power will not occur overnight. During your absence, I shall exercise utmost caution. With that, she prepared to depart, vanishing like a wisp of cold wind before Daenerys could respond. Zhang Xian's arrival had been sudden, and his departure equally swift. Having communicated his concerns with resolute clarity, Daenerys resumed her seat. Contemplating Zhang Xian's words and pondering what course of action she should take should the Light King indeed target her. Before long, Arya knocked and entered. Noticing that the fruits on Daenerys' desk had been depleted, she picked up the tray and went to fetch another platter, observing that the queen had quite the appetite, as a large cluster of grapes had been consumed in no time. Now, Arya found herself disinclined to harm Daenerys, having spared Sansa and Tyrion. Daenerys' charisma had deeply captivated her. She had never encountered a queen so diligent and tireless, often poring over documents late into the night without a hint of weariness upon her face. Even towards the deposed monarch of a rival nation, she exhibited a remarkable sense of tolerance. Though she had abolished the Stark family's noble titles, she had also granted others a glimmer of hope for survival. Having accompanied Daenerys for some time, Arya gradually came to understand the essence of her character and the myriad tribulations she had faced along her journey. Empathizing with her, Arya could not help but acknowledge that had she been in Daenerys' position, she might have succumbed long ago. Perhaps it would have been when her husband, the Horse Lord, was rendered a vegetable by a witch, or when she was captured by the Dothraki and taken back to the Khaleesi's camp, that she would have resigned herself to fate. She did not believe she possessed the courage to rally such a multitude of followers. This endeavor required not only bravery, but also an indomitable spirit and perseverance. In comparison to her own list of enemies, Daenerys' achievements were undoubtedly far more arduous. Yet, at this moment, one could not dispute her remarkable capabilities. Her feelings towards Daenerys were complex, a blend of admiration and reverence, with any lingering hostility having dissipated entirely. Let us proceed in this manner for now. At the very least, she did not kill Sansa, did she? Arya pondered internally, as if questioning the old gods. Chapter 115. The City of Souls. The first destination that Zhang Xian arrived at was the Serpent Lizard Islands, located at the northwestern corner of the Westeros continent. These islands have long been inhabited by fishermen, who, in times of tranquility, engage in their daily catch, but transform into pirates when merchant ships pass by. They belong to no nation, existing solely as the people of the Serpent Lizard Islands. The Norbert brothers hailed from this very place, which represents the fringes of human activity. Southward, across a stretch of sea, lies the Westeros continent. This time, he resolved to explore meticulously, thus he halted at the very edge. Zhang Xian was uncertain of the origin of his intuition, yet at his current level, it was enough to affect his psyche. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate, albeit with caution to avert a recurrence of events akin to those involving the King of Light. Now, he possessed a trace of divine power, a stark contrast to his previous state, and due to his extreme vigilance, this divine power was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. Should he rush the process, he risked contamination by various elements, leading to a murky, viscous impurity residing within his divine essence, which could taint his divine nature. Of course, Zhang Xian had yet to attain divine nature. That would only emerge once his internal power had been wholly refined into divine energy, a level he had not yet reached. The purer the divine power, the higher the rank of the divine nature. Thus far, his divine power remained pristine and unblemished, a testament to his unwavering diligence. As Zhang Xian set foot on the Westeros continent, the sensation intensified, emanating from all directions without a specific guide to direct him. This land is believed to be the cradle of humanity, where, according to legend, early humans were robust and muscular, characterized by long arms and formidable square teeth, resembling primitive beings. The inhabitants revered the god of darkness, and many had records of cannibalism. It was only after the tribes evolved into civilizations that such customs began to wane. Upon entering Westeros, apart from the coastline, the view extended into an infinite expanse cloaked in primordial forests. Legends suggest that the entire continent is enveloped in such wilderness, yet no one has ever verified this claim, as no one has managed to detail a comprehensive map of Westeros. In the maps of Westeros and Essos, only the Serpent Lizard Islands and a few surrounding isles are depicted, along with a small portion of the northernmost lands of Westeros, beyond which there are no further cartographic records. Reflecting on the map in his mind, Zhang Xian made his way towards the ruins of Yiman Tower. This was his initial objective, as Yiman Tower is the closest city ruin to the coast, previously visited by Namelia's team. By the time Namelia arrived, however, the site had already been abandoned for over a millennium. As Zhang Xian hovered above the city, he beheld not only the lush greenery, but also faint traces of its former prosperity. Green vines entwined the edifices constructed from colossal stones, which have withstood the ravages of time for millennia, signifying the remarkable architectural prowess of that era. Furthermore, a chilling aura permeates the atmosphere, instilling a sense of unease that is both inexplicable and palpable, evoking a shudder even in someone as formidable as Zhang Xian. The Yiman Tower is also known by another moniker on distant continents, the City of Hauntings, a tale brought forth by the fleet of Namelia. They fervently recounted the terrors of this place, depicting the specters as fearsome entities. In this moment, Zhang Xian feels as though he has stepped into the realm of the underworld. Despite his formidable strength, the oppressive chill of unseen scrutiny lingers relentlessly. Flying at a great altitude obscures the origin of this unsettling gaze, prompting him to cautiously descend, striving to envelop the entire city with his acute perception. However, apart from the commonplace serpents, insects, and rodents, he detects scant other life forms. With his senses fully attuned, Zhang Xian alights upon the ground, where wild grasses and twisting vines flourish, yielding a soft, yielding sensation underfoot. Closing his azure-hued eyes, he refrains from relying solely on sight, for the eyes can often deceive. He places greater trust in the vivid imagery rendered by his perception. Soon, an expansive mental map unfolds around him, encompassing over 100 kilometers from his position, illuminating the entirety of the Yiman Tower ruins in his mind, akin to engaging in a fully immersive 3D experience. Yet, unlike a mere game, a torrent of intricate information inundates Zhang Xian's consciousness. Beneath the ruins, among the tangled vines, countless invisible venomous creatures lay exposed. It is the dead of night, with no luminescence save for the moonlight. Suddenly, without warning, Zhang Xian's figure vanishes from the spot, having sensed something fleeting within his awareness. Though it was but a brief flicker of activity, it evaded not his keen perception. He is resolutely convinced he did not err. Teleporting to the site of the disturbance, he gestures with a mighty hand, ensnaring the space around him. A spectral figure attempts to flee, yet the confined area Zhang Xian has created proves too formidable for escape. After several futile attempts, the translucent gray entity emits a sharp wail, seemingly enraged. At this juncture, Zhang Xian discerns the true nature of this apparition. The legends surrounding the Yiman Tower are indeed more than mere folklore. This is his inaugural encounter with such ethereal specters, igniting a curiosity to examine them closely. The ghost possesses no lower half, nor arms. Its form is semi-transparent gray, consisting solely of a head and upper torso, moving with remarkable swiftness. Had it not been for Zhang Xian's mastery of spatial manipulation acquired during his recent seclusion, he might have found himself at a loss against this entity. Indeed, the principles of spatial rules he has grasped during his retreat serve as his greatest asset, enabling him to teleport and confine space, skills he has only just begun to command. However, capturing it now seems rather elusive. Zhang Xian's hand passed through the specter's form, as this entity possessed no physical substance, unlike the shadow of the King of Light. The apparition bore a visage reminiscent of a human, devoid of expression, appearing as nothing more than an ethereal wraith, incapable of inflicting any harm upon Zhang Xian. Upon being confined, the specter opened its maw wide, emitting a chilling wail that echoed like a call to its companions. A frigid aura emanated from its being. attempting to invade Zhang Xian's body. This was a coldness entirely distinct from ice magic, which merely immobilizes the corporeal. The chill from the ghost seemed to strike directly at the soul. Fortunately, Zhang Xian's spirit was formidable, shielded by divine power, rendering the spectral chill utterly ineffective against him. Nevertheless, it was astonishing. Zhang Xian could discern that this was likely a mere low-tier specter with a singular method of attack and limited strength. Yet, even such a primitive ghost possessed the ability to target the soul. One could only wonder what means a more powerful specter might employ. Unbidden, a sense of anticipation welled within Zhang Xian. Chapter 116. The Ghost King. One could not ascertain whether this entity was capable of being vanquished. Zhang Xian found himself intrigued. Ghosts, in any realm, are steeped in legend, yet this was his first encounter. Since it posed no threat to him, why not conduct an examination? He initially employed ice magic, yet no spell could inflict damage upon it. Instead, the specter lunged at Zhang Xian, its semi-transparent visage revealing gleaming fangs at the moment of attack. Yet, a translucent barrier materialized before him, halting the specter in its tracks. Even this incorporeal being, capable of traversing walls and rock, was obstructed, resulting in its furious frustration, yet it could do nothing to alter its predicament. Subsequently, Zhang Xian infused a trace of divine power into the ice magic, and the effect was immediate. A small ice spike shattered the specter's essence, which let out a final, reluctant wail before being utterly dispersed. With a wave, he lifted the spatial confinement, restoring silence to the surroundings. Yet, within Zhang Xian's perception, many entities stirred with activity. They roamed in the distance, converging towards his location. Their forms varied, though most resembled the specter he had just vanquished. Some appeared as skeletal figures with golden hues and limbs, still semi-transparent, wielding weapons stained with blood. Others manifested as ghostly beings engulfed in azure flames, their forms seemingly corporeal rather than translucent. In a mere moment, no fewer than 100 specters had gathered around him, likely drawn by the demise of the previous ghost. Zhang Xian had employed spatial confinement, ensuring that sound could not escape. There must be some form of spiritual or arcane connection between these specters. The slaying of one ghost had remarkably attracted such a multitude of others. Zhang Xian, curious to gauge the prowess of these specters, stood still, awaiting their approach. Without exception, all the spirits exhibited remarkable agility, their movements erratic and elusive. Among them, the ghostly flames appeared to possess a certain stealth technique, allowing them to vanish momentarily before reappearing elsewhere, making it difficult to predict their intentions. These apparitions seemed to exhibit a semblance of intellect, circling around Zhang Xian like a cautious dance, yet refraining from advancing closer, each one probing with utmost care. Zhang Xian, in turn, made no aggressive moves. He merely observed, eager to discern whether these spirits were being manipulated by an unseen force or if they possessed independent consciousness. Before long, one of the ghostly flames could no longer contain its impulse and stealthily approached Zhang Xian, while the others remained on the periphery, watching. To the untrained eye, this stealth might appear akin to invisibility. However, it was entirely transparent to Zhang Xian's keen perception. With a swift flap of his wings, a chilling gust imbued with divine power surged towards a distant location behind him. This icy wind, laden with frost particles, ensnared the ghostly flame, and a piercing wail erupted only to be swiftly extinguished. The flame flickered out, and the spirit dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the surrounding air. Lost to Zhang Xian's awareness, the demise of this ghostly flame did not deter the others. Rather, they surged towards the spot where it had perished, akin to sharks sensing blood, seemingly eager to partake in the remains. Zhang Xian observed with clarity. It was the residual chill that lingered after the flame's extinguishment. He was taken aback to discover that these spirits fed upon such remnants, suggesting that they were not initially drawn by the previously deceased phantom's shrill cries, but rather by the lingering aura of coldness it left behind, which likely served as a form of sustenance for them. Having lost patience for their games, Zhang Xian unleashed a formidable storm of magic, channeling the divine essence within the ice shards to obliterate all spirits within his perception. In an instant, the area was cleared, and the cacophony that had filled his senses dissipated. However, the air grew denser with the chilling aura, a consequence of so many spirits perishing at once. For an ordinary person to stand in this place would likely result in immediate succumbing to the frigid atmosphere. Zhang Xian took a moment to attune himself to this chill. It bore no utility for him, and was tainted with impurities that could tarnish his inherently pure divine power. In the stillness of the night, amidst the ruins of the city, Zhang Xian's presence was more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. His towering, robust figure, complemented by a pair of ice-blue wings, resembled that of a dark lord descending upon the earth. At that moment, however, an enormous entity emerged within his perception. This too was a spirit. Yet it differed from the others. While the previous specters were roughly comparable in size, this one appeared deceptively modest, akin to an ordinary human. Yet, the overwhelming chill it emanated extended over a radius of 100 meters. The abundant aura of cold from so many spirits had evidently summoned this formidable presence. The ghost stood with its back to Zhang Xian, exuding an air of fearless tranquility as it leisurely approached him. The pale moonlight illuminated its figure, revealing that it was clad in a striking red garment, a vivid contrast amidst the gray and green hues of the city. At last, Zhang Xian moved, stepping forward to confront the specter, with neither party showing any inclination to retreat. His formidable strength instilled in him an unwavering confidence. No matter how powerful this ghost might be, it was undoubtedly no match for him. Strangely emboldened, the ghost quickened its pace, eventually darting backward, its ghostly white legs emerging from beneath the flowing red skirt. As they closed the distance, within a mere 10 meters, Zhang Xian conjured an ice blade in his hand and slashed towards the ghost in red. Unfazed, the ghost's long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, sweeping towards the ice blade while another part lunged at Zhang Xian. The ice blade struck the hair, as if cleaving through cotton, lacking any sensation of resistance. And in an instant, it was ensnared. However, with a swift twist, Zhang Xian easily shattered the hair into fragments. He redirected the blade back towards the hair that had encircled him. Infused with a trace of divine power, the ice blade became a bane to the ghost's chilling aura, which dissipated upon contact. The ghost, seemingly aware of this, hesitated for a moment before vanishing from Zhang Xian's view. Yet, with his heightened senses fully engaged, Zhang Xian detected the ghost's movements, realizing it possessed a form of teleportation, appearing behind him with sharp claws poised to strike at his back. Just as it was about to seize him, Zhang Xian's massive form vanished from the ghost's sight. With a sweeping strike, he aimed to cleave the ghost in two. But upon unleashing the ice blade, he discovered that the ghost's frigid aura, extending over 100 meters, was no mere facade. Although the ice blade, imbued with divine power, could slice through the chilling barrier, it required a moment, a span of time ample enough for the ghost to evade the attack. As the surrounding cold energy was severed, the ghost seemed to suffer a significant blow, leaping back 10 meters like a startled monkey, crouching defensively, wary of Zhang Xian. While its expression remained concealed, Zhang Xian surmised it was anything but pleasant. Denying it a moment to regroup, he infused more divine power into the ice blade, teleporting closer to the ghost. This time, with an enhanced infusion of power, dispelling the cold aura was as effortless as parting the air. In a moment of desperation, the ghost's dark hair surged, enveloping its entire form without a hint of vulnerability, staunchly blocking Zhang Xian's strike. Although he had merely aimed a casual blow, the ice blade's encounter with the hair still astonished him. Through his perception, he sensed that the ghost's chilling energy had entirely retracted, condensing from a wide radius of over 100 meters into a shield woven of its dark hair, forming an impervious black cocoon. Zhang Xian smiled faintly, raising his blade once more. This time, he exerted a bit more force, and the black giant egg shattered with a resounding crack. Yet the crimson-clad specter had long since vanished. Chapter 117. The king of ghosts speculation. Had this little creature truly fled? One must never underestimate any adversary. The Ghost King's prowess was evidently in a league of its own, far surpassing other spirits, yet it found itself utterly defenseless against Zhang Xian's might. However, escaping the grasp of a demigod endowed with divine power was no simple feat. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, replaying the encounter in his mind. As he cleaved through the black egg, time seemed to slow to a crawl, and a wisp of red smoke darted from the fissure in the shell, swiftly making its way to an abandoned church east of the Yamen Tower. This was the ancient temple dedicated to the Dark God, worshipped on the continent of Westeros. The Dark God was one of the earliest deities, and his followers believed that only two true gods existed in this world: light and darkness, ice and fire, life and death, day and night, winter and summer. Among them, the embodiment of light was represented by the King of Light, Rollo, while the other remained nameless to mortals. Known as the cold deity, god of ice, darkness, and death, the god of night and fear. The eternal struggle between the god of darkness and the king of light dictated the fate of humanity. Thus, the ancestors of the continent of Westeros revered and worshipped the dark god, for they believed him to be an indispensable part of the world's order. With the conflict against the King of Light symbolizing the perpetual battle between life and death, light and darkness. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xian recalled the teachings of the King of Light he had once learned in his temple, which bore striking similarities to those of the Dark God. Now presented with the opportunity to delve into the lore of this ancient cold deity, Zhang Xian felt that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Following the memory of the red smoke, he arrived at the shrine of the Dark God, which lay in ruins. 12 massive stone columns stood on either side of the church, their original colors obscured beneath a veil of verdant foliage. Treading upon the rubble and debris, he ascended the steps, and the statue within the temple seemed to awaken, yet it also appeared as though it had never stirred, remaining unchanged for centuries. However, with his heightened senses, Zhang Xian could not overlook such details. The statue's eyes had indeed shifted. Yet, within his perception, there was no other anomaly, and the statue emanated an ordinary aura, devoid of any other presence. In this peculiar environment, Zhang Xian was uncertain whether the red-clad specter was at play or if the statue truly harbored a trace of the cold deity's divine essence. To ascertain the truth, Zhang Xian resolved to employ the most direct method. He raised his ice blade, poised to strike the statue. Just as he was about to bring it down, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "My lord, please refrain, do not disturb the Dark God." As Zhang Xian turned around, he encountered the crimson figure standing behind him. Devoid of the chilling aura it had previously exuded, yet still shrouded by long hair. Intrigued, Zhang Xian sheathed his blade and regarded this articulate specter. "I presumed you were devoid of consciousness. Ordinary phantoms indeed lack awareness, yet I am an exception. I am the Ghost King, personally anointed by the God of Darkness, tasked with guarding the ruins of Yimen Tower for 5 millennia. The God of Darkness personally anointed you? The conflict between light and dark should have concluded, has it not? Indeed, the struggle between the King of Light and the God of Darkness has reached an end, yet light and dark are eternal adversaries. Their opposition will not cease with the cessation of hostilities between these two deities. It appears you possess considerable knowledge. The God of Darkness has failed, then? Since you have managed to track me down, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. The God of Darkness has not failed, nor has the King of Light triumphed. This conflict is destined to be endless, representing the immutable natural laws of each, as immortal deities that cannot be extinguished by any entity or force, including themselves and one another. Do you comprehend? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. Indeed, when he faced Rollo, the latter had been depleted of divine power, barely clinging to life, yet managed to escape his grasp time and again. The King of Light is no mere minor deity. It is a progenitor of light, existing as long as light itself persists, an eternal entity. The King of Light has likely endured since the dawn of creation. Initially, Zhang Xian naively aspired to vanquish the King of Light, but reflecting upon it, he realized that even the 7 gods had merely sealed it away rather than annihilating it. The reason is simple: it cannot be killed. Nevertheless, he had succeeded in utterly diminishing the King of Light's divine power, casting it into a restorative slumber, preventing it from wreaking havoc for the time being. However, I sense something amiss with the King of Light. Its actions seem incongruous with the radiance it embodies. What could be the reason? The Ghost King appeared to wrestle with indecision, contemplating whether to divulge certain information to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian did not press, patiently awaiting its words. After a prolonged silence, the Ghost King finally spoke. "I can only speculate. The specifics elude my understanding. That pertains to events predating my existence. For I am merely a minor Ghost King in the service of the God of Darkness. Speak freely. I shall consider it. To my knowledge, the conflict between the King of Light and the God of Darkness raged for tens of thousands of years, with neither able to vanquish the other. However, the methods of deities are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps the King of Light possesses an alternative means to decisively resolve the God of Darkness. In any case, I can no longer sense the presence of the God of Darkness, implying its disappearance. Thus, I surmise that the God of Darkness may have been absorbed by the King of Light." This revelation struck Zhang Xian like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. The King of Light has absorbed the God of Darkness? The implications are self-evident. This signifies a union of light and dark. Naturally, externally, the King of Light appears to hold the dominant position, yet in terms of operational style, it seems the God of Darkness has the upper hand. However, if it were absorbed, would that not imply the demise of the Dark God? The Demon King shook his head. No, absorption does not equate to death. If the Light King has absorbed the Dark God, it signifies that both light and darkness coexist within him. As for the consequences, I am uncertain. I have stated that this is merely my conjecture and cannot assert it as fact. Zheng Xian understood that there exists a connection between deities and their subordinates, allowing them to sense each other's presence, much like the bond between him and his summoned entities. Yet, the Demon King claimed he could no longer perceive the existence of the Dark God, coupled with the Dark God's inherent characteristic of immortality. This implies the possibility of his absorption by the Light King. Absorption does not equate to annihilation. It merely suggests that the darkness and death represented by the Dark God have entered the Light King's being, which indirectly elucidates the reason for the Light King's erratic behavior. Furthermore, the Light King's subordinates and avatars being mere shadows, seemingly devoid of brilliance, raises the question of their suitability as servants to such a deity. This reinforces the credibility of the Demon King's hypothesis. It is universally acknowledged that mixing black paint with white paint will never yield gray. Instead, the black will overpower the white, turning all pigments into darkness. The current state of the Light King may very well mirror this reality, as he is gradually being eroded, influenced, and dominated by the Dark God. Chapter 118. The ancient secret. Contemplating this conjecture, many previously perplexing matters suddenly became clear. Zheng Xian had initially believed that Rollo had lost his self-awareness and descended into madness due to the overwhelming force of faith. He never anticipated that the cause lay with the Dark God. This can also be interpreted such that the force of faith indeed inflicted a certain impact upon him. For along with the Dark God, the faith he garnered was also absorbed by the Light King. Thus, the faith from both light and dark followers would create a conflict of principles within the Light King's essence. In this light, it is understandable that the Light King would succumb to madness amidst such intense turmoil. No wonder Rollo has transformed into his current state. Do you know if the Dark God has inspired any other Demon Kings? There are not many Demon Kings enlightened by the Dark God. They are primarily his trusted aides, assisting him in managing earthly faith. However, each Demon King possesses their own territory and cannot leave without command, and my domain is this Yamen Tower. Zheng Xian nodded in understanding. Deities do not have the luxury of time to oversee mortal affairs, necessitating the need for representatives, much like his relationship with Daenerys. Yet, the Dark God evidently harbors distrust towards humanity, hence personally creating the entity of the Demon King to aid in the management of faith. Do you know how the continent of Westeros met its demise? This enigma has long remained a mystery, for that epoch was so remote that no information has managed to endure into our present age. I am well aware of this, as I was a first-hand witness. Through the gradual narration by the King of Ghosts, Zheng Xian finally grasped the splendid era that belonged exclusively to the King of Light and the God of Darkness. It was revealed that in ancient times, the King of Light emerged from the very first ray of sunlight that graced the cosmos, embodying absolute illumination, justice, and hope. However, accompanying this light were shadows and darkness. With the setting sun, the first glimmer of moonlight birthed the God of Darkness. Initially, there was no conflict between the two, as each governed their own domain. The King of Light presided over the day, while the God of Darkness ruled the night. This equilibrium persisted until humanity began to thrive on the continent of Westeros. The King of Light imparted the knowledge of fire to humankind. With this newfound mastery, they could fend off beasts and gradually commence the establishment of their own civilization, a period now referred to as the Age of Antiquity. During this time, all people worshipped the King of Light, Rollo, which fostered a burgeoning belief that significantly enhanced his power, widening the chasm between him and the God of Darkness. The God of Darkness, unwilling to concede, sought to gather his own followers. Yet, the fear that enveloped the night deterred many from embracing the dark. In ancient times, hunters often returned late from their excursions, sometimes perishing outdoors and unable to return to their tribes. Thus, they would call out for their companions at night, gathering around the fire to partake in some ritual, loudly invoking, "Return." This act inspired the God of Darkness, leading to the birth of spirits, which were then referred to as return. In the nocturnal hours, individuals could reunite with deceased loved ones, who conveyed to them that it was the God of Darkness who facilitated their reunion. Consequently, the number of those who revered the God of Darkness grew, and over time, return evolved into what we now know as ghosts. Thus, the struggle between light and darkness commenced. This conflict endured for several millennia, culminating when the civilization on the continent of Westeros reached its zenith. As seafarers ventured across the ocean, they established a formidable civilization on the eastern shores of the continent of Essos, known as the Dawn Empire, which has persisted for millennia. During this period, belief flourished, and people began to venerate other deities, such as the Night Lion, the Lady of Light, the Harpy, the God of the Multitude, and the Black Goat. Among these, The black goat was regarded as the embodiment of death, representing the god of darkness, while the Lady of Light was considered a descendant of the King of Light, symbolizing his teachings in Essos. However, these two deities bore no true connection to the King of Light and the god of darkness. Rather, they were mere figments of human imagination. As the Dawn Empire thrived in Essos, the struggle between the King of Light and the god of darkness on the continent of Westeros intensified. After countless conflicts and contradictions, their discord reached an irreconcilable peak, and the god of darkness unleashed terrifying flesh-eating ghouls, crafted from souls and plagues. The ghoul virus possesses an extraordinary contagiousness, causing an immediate tremor throughout Westeros upon its emergence. The populace experienced an apocalyptic dread, with many succumbing to death while others fled, the majority seeking refuge in Essos, where they established the kingdom of Giscari. A smaller faction remained near the Serpent Isle, patiently awaiting the summons of the Light King. Following the near annihilation of his followers by the Dark God, the Light King acted without hesitation, wielding immense magic to inundate vast expanses of land, inflicting devastating losses upon the Dark God's adherents. As both factions faced catastrophic blows, the two deities spared no effort in their mutual desire for annihilation. Yet, as embodiments of the very laws of existence, they were ultimately incapable of extinguishing one another. In the words of the Ghost King, it may have been the Dark God who faltered. That day, when I completely lost contact with the Dark God, I believed the world was on the brink of collapse, astonished that the Dark God could indeed fall. Yet, following that moment, nothing transpired. Life continued as before. However, from that day forth, Westeros and the Yamen Tower transformed into a forbidden zone for humanity, abandoned save for the presence of phantoms and ghouls. Upon hearing this tale, Zhang Xian could not help but indulge in his own conjectures. Based on his encounters with the Light King, it was evident that his power was not as formidable as the Ghost King had claimed. This led to several possibilities. First, after absorbing the Dark God, the Light King's strength may have diminished rather than increased, as light and darkness inherently counteract each other. Thus, the dual forces within him might erode his remaining power. Secondly, the kingdom of Giscari, established by the Light King's followers upon arriving in Essos, could have been obliterated by Valyria, explaining the Light King's profound hatred towards Valyria and his willingness to unleash widespread carnage to eradicate it. The Light King had conducted two significant massacres against humanity, the first against the Dark God's devotees and the second against Valyria. With his hands stained by excessive bloodshed, the Light King unconsciously lost the purity and righteousness of his nascent state, resulting in another decline in his power. Valyria, a realm devoted to the seven gods, could not idly observe the slaughter of its followers. Thus the seven intervened, sealing the Light King. This elucidates much, but numerous uncertainties remain, which Zhang Xian cannot yet unravel. For instance, the whereabouts of those ancient deities and whether the recently emerged seven gods truly possessed the strength to seal the Light King, who was among the oldest of deities. Even if his power had significantly waned, it seemed improbable that he could be subdued by the newly born seven. Nevertheless, acquiring such profound insights into these ancient mysteries proved immensely beneficial to Zhang Xian, making his journey worthwhile. Chapter 119. The Ghost King of Yilin. As Zhang Xian soared out of the Yamen Tower alongside the Ghost King, dawn had already broken. I have expressed my disdain for the daylight. I cannot venture beyond the confines of the Yamen Tower, lest the God of Darkness punish me. O God of Darkness, I beseech your forgiveness for contravening your command. Zhang Xian cast a disdainful glance at the Ghost King, bound by chains of ice that he had conjured. Did you not assert that the God of Darkness has been absorbed by the King of Light? How then could he punish you? My intention in bringing you along is twofold. Firstly, to ascertain the consequences of your departure from Yamen Tower, and secondly, with your guidance, I can navigate without floundering about aimlessly. Simply lead me to the Ghost King. The Ghost King's pallid visage grew even more ashen, resembling a face dusted with flour. Having grown familiar with Zhang Xian, it no longer maintained an air of mystery. Its long hair no longer concealed its face, yet its appearance remained far from commendable. Oh, God of Darkness, hear what he speaks, as if he could shoulder any repercussions. I merely wish to remain here in peace. I seek no further excursions. Why must I be coerced? Observing the obstinacy of this creature, Zhang Xian contemplated the possibility of employing summoning magic to invoke it. Previously, he had summoned corporeal entities, but never a ghost. Driven by impulse, he unleashed a shard of ice imbued with divine power towards the Ghost King, who continued to utter disparaging remarks. As the icy fragment permeated its being, the summoning spell was activated, and Zhang Xian immediately sensed a resistance, albeit slight. far less formidable than what he had encountered with the ghouls. Before long, the Ghost King's form underwent a transformation. It shed its crimson garb for a mantle of azure, the result of the chilling magic's influence. The once impatient countenance of the Ghost King now bore an expression of reverence, though it retained its self-awareness. "Oh, God of Darkness, what have you done to me? Why do I feel a connection with you?" Zhang Xian smiled. "There is no longer a need to invoke the God of Darkness. You are now my specter." For many years, the Ghost King of Yiman Tower had adhered to the command bestowed upon it by the God of Darkness to guard the tower, a duty it had faithfully upheld for over 10 millennia. Beyond this, it found itself devoid of purpose. Even as the surroundings crumbled into desolation, devoid of life, it remained steadfast in its vigil. Since severing ties with the God of Darkness, it had felt akin to Yora, banished by Daenerys, lost without aim, direction, or motivation. Its existence drained of color. Now, that sensation of purpose had resurfaced. Though it was reluctant to admit it verbally, its body betrayed its intentions, willingly following Zhang Xian. As Zhang Xian released the chains, the Ghost King ceased its struggles to escape. "Surely, you must possess a name?" Zhang Xian inquired. The Ghost King shook its head. "I have no name. The God of Darkness designated me as the guardian of Yiman Tower. Perhaps that is my name. The Yiman Tower lies in ruins. You need no longer safeguard this place. How about this? I shall bestow upon you a name." Zhang Xian recalled a name from the distant recesses of his memory, one that had once been his shadow. "From now on, you shall be called Sadako." The Demon King tilted his head, expressing confusion over such an unusual name. However, since it was bestowed by the new master, he accepted it without further inquiry. "Very well, I shall henceforth be known as Sadako." Although she bore little resemblance to the Sadako of my memories, the cascade of hair did possess a certain charm, making the name not entirely unwarranted. "Sadako, we have now ventured beyond the confines of the Yiman Tower. See, all is well. Next, you shall guide me in the quest to find other demon kings. Which direction shall we take?" As she gazed upon the ancient city that had imprisoned her for millennia, with its blackened walls entwined in verdant foliage, the Demon King Sadako fell silent. It dawned upon her that the only entity which had confined her was herself. With a sigh, she mused, there is another one towards the Yilan direction, a former aide to the God of Darkness. Very well, let us proceed there." Zhang Xian moved with remarkable speed, his form flickering in and out of sight as he traversed hundreds of kilometers. The landscape remained largely unchanged, dominated by the lush expanse of the primordial forest. Upon entering the territory of Yilan, it became evident that not a single green plant dared to enter the confines of Yilan City. All vegetation near the city had perished, reduced to withered grass and vines, lifeless around the periphery of Yilan. The verdant primordial forest and the ominous Yilan City existed in stark contrast, as if two realms entirely separate, a striking sight from above. "Is this truly Yilan? The Demon King here seems to possess greater strength than you." Observing the barren Yilan, Zhang Xian felt a pang of melancholy. This place was not merely a human forbidden zone, but a veritable sanctuary of death. Even plants that ventured too close were slain by the Demon King within, far more malevolent than Sadako herself. Sadako scoffed derisively. "Yilan's temperament is indeed quite volatile, but to claim his power surpasses mine would be a fallacy. I was once the most trusted Demon King of the God of Darkness." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall refrain from intervening. Why not test this fellow's prowess?" Eager for a challenge, Sadako had not engaged with a Demon King of equal rank for over 10,000 years and felt a surge of anticipation. Her previous encounter with Zhang Xian had been a mere crushing defeat, offering no satisfaction, while the other spirits of Yiman Tower were no match for her, denying her the chance to unleash her full potential. Now, Zhang Xian presented her with an opportunity she could hardly resist. "Very well, I shall seize this formidable opponent for my master." With that, she transformed into a crimson mist, soaring towards the inner sanctum of Yilan City. Zhang Xian remained stationary, observing the unfolding scene from above. As Sadako crossed into Yilan's domain, an overwhelming chill enveloped her, followed by a deep, rumbling voice echoing within the city. "You, from Yiman Tower, what brings you here? Have you betrayed the God of Darkness and ceased your guardianship of Yiman Tower?" The voice seethed with barely contained rage. "The God of Darkness has vanished for 12,000 years, and I have remained there for just as long. The monotony has become unbearable. Thus, I have come to reminisce with you. Can you still sense the God of Darkness?" The other party hesitated, unable to feel its presence any longer. Time has passed similarly for them, yet they remain steadfast, awaiting the God of Darkness to issue new commands. "I find little to discuss with you. Your bloodstained garments have disappeared, indicating that you are no longer the Ghost King of the God of Darkness. Am I mistaken? Ha ha ha, Yilin. You remain as observant as ever. Today, in addition to reminiscing, I have another matter, to introduce you to my new master. That voice dripped with disdain. A new master? You have indeed betrayed the great God of Darkness. Are you to become a mere hound for your new master? To contend with me, you are likely not worthy. In the past, I was the foremost warrior under the God of Darkness, the one they trusted most. You and the other Ghost Kings must take a step back. You must now concede that your strength pales in comparison to mine. You speak nonsense. The God of Darkness personally told me I was their most trusted Ghost King. However, that is of little significance now. I have come today to subdue you. Then come forth. Enough of your prattle. Let me see if you have improved over these millennia. As Yilin, the Ghost King, finished speaking, the ground trembled violently, the earth split apart, and a colossal head began to emerge. Chapter 120. The Clash of Two Ghosts. The Yilin Ghost King surfaced from the ruins, and Zhang Xian finally discerned its true form. It was an enormous head, approximately 10 meters tall, and terrifyingly. It bore no face. Rather, it was adorned with human faces the size of an ordinary person, all wailing and screaming, their expressions twisted in agony, as if undergoing some torment. When the Ghost King was silent, those faces called out individually. However, when it spoke, thousands of mouths unleashed a cacophony of sound. Voices of all ages mingling into a dissonant chorus that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, Zhang Xian feigned indifference, coldly smiling. You still rely on the same old tactics to instill fear. After all these years, you have shown no growth. With that, a chilling aura emanated from her, coalescing into various weapon forms such as swords and spears, aimed at the Yilin Ghost King. These ethereal weapons imbued with Zhang Xian's dark energy possessed formidable lethality against other spirits. A foe of inferior rank would be obliterated upon contact. A Ghost King could rival 1,000 spirits, underscoring the Ghost King's formidable power. However, the Yilin Ghost King remained silent, its myriad faces simultaneously opening their mouths, unleashing a harrowing wail. A wave of green resentment emanated from the Yilin Ghost King, expanding outward in all directions. The green shockwave clashed with the icy blue weapons in midair, dispersing the shockwave while the ethereal blades shattered. In their first encounter, the two Ghost Kings were evenly matched. Jinzi understood that this time, she could not harm Yilin, for they had once been formidable allies under the Dark Deity, possessing a mutual understanding of each other's capabilities. Thus, as her shadowy blades and swords struck, her long hair danced wildly in the wind, each strand standing erect like a cascading black waterfall descending from the heavens, launching a frenzied assault upon the Ghost King Yilin. At the moment her hair made contact, it coincided perfectly with the shockwaves generated by the shattered blades. Countless strands, akin to a realm devoid of boundaries, pierced directly into Yilin's body, penetrating his visage and eliciting a cacophony of anguished wails. Just as Jinzi sought to advance further, numerous hands suddenly sprouted from the surface of the Ghost King's body. These hands reached out, forcefully grasping Jinzi's long hair. With a powerful push from the hands beneath him, Yilin's head soared into the air, charging towards Jinzi. However, her hair was both resilient and pliable. In an instant, it tightened and propelled Jinzi away from the approaching head. Not deterred by this tactic, the Ghost King relentlessly tugged at Jinzi's hair, attempting to draw her closer. Yet, her tresses seemed to possess an infinite capacity for extension. As he pulled, they merely lengthened, simultaneously splitting off additional strands to continue the assault. Her elongated hair, akin to steel whips, struck fiercely against the Ghost King. Clad in blue, Jinzi had scarcely begun the battle when she gained the upper hand, for she was now a summoned entity of Jingxin, able to draw upon his magical prowess, much like the Norbert brothers. Conversely, Yilin could only rely on the accumulated dark energy within himself, which, in terms of endurance, paled in comparison to Jinzi's. As the two became locked in a stalemate, their struggle persisted until darkness enveloped the sky, yet neither could claim victory. With the passage of time, the enormous Ghost King began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The technique of transforming dark energy into blades was not exclusive to Jinzi. Yilin too wielded it, as it was merely a direct application of dark energy manifestation. However, as night fell, their respective quantities of dark energy blades became incomparable. Jinzi continued to condense hers swiftly and in abundance, her strength undiminished. In contrast, Yilin faltered. The ghostly visage atop his head could no longer howl, and his dark energy blades appeared sporadically, sometimes dissipating before they could fully coalesce. As the Ghost King fell to the ground, his voice revealed exhaustion. Yamen Tower, you have betrayed the Dark God. One day, you shall pay the price. For now, allow yourself a moment of pride." With that, his head rapidly shrank, attempting to burrow into the earth to escape. However, Zhengxin would not permit his escape. He immediately enacted a spatial blockade, sealing off a radius of 100 meters around the two Ghost Kings. Yilin attempted to flee, but as he burrowed underground, he collided headlong with a transparent membrane. The impact left him disoriented, unable to discern direction, and by the time he regained his senses, Jinzi's hair had caught up with him, ensnaring him securely. At that moment, Zhengxin descended from the sky, gazing down upon the defiant Ghost King Yilin. "Are you the master behind it all? It seems rather unimpressive." Zhang Xian paid little heed to this remark and turned his gaze towards Jinzi. "Are you, the kings of the underworld, so stubborn in your words?" Jinzi replied respectfully. "My lord, prior to our submission, we were unwaveringly loyal to the Dark God. I believe this can be seen as a virtue, otherwise we would not have been waiting here for 12,000 years. Zhang Xian found this reasoning sound and inquired, "How many kings of the underworld are there in total?" "There are 7, scattered across different regions. Aside from myself and Yilin, there are Pablo, Naz, Ian, Isaac, and Fros." Zhang Xian had never heard of these 5 places. In the maps prevalent in Westeros, only a small portion of the continent of Essos was depicted, while the other areas remained uncharted. It was not that the cartographers lacked the desire to illustrate them, but rather that no one had ever seen them. The remaining regions would have to be explored by Zhang Xian himself. At that moment, Yilin appeared to regain some composure, struggling incessantly to break free from Jinzi's grasp. With a swift gesture, Zhang Xian sent a shard of ice into Yilin's body. Instantly, the head ceased its struggles, and after a brief silence, its hue transformed from a grayish yellow to a radiant blue. "You may release him now," Zhang Xian instructed Jinzi. Jinzi, aware of Zhang Xian's methods, recognized that the diminutive Yilin would pose no challenge in his master's hands. Indeed, upon being freed, Yilin showed no resistance. His featureless head bore no facial features. Yet the aura emanating from him indicated his submission to Zhang Xian. Following Jinzi, another king of the underworld was subdued. Floating in midair, Yilin's tone was no longer defiant. "King Yilin, I greet my master." Jinzi couldn't help but revel in the irony. Wasn't this particular king once so proud and rebellious? He had claimed he would face the Dark God's wrath, and yet here he was, greeting his new master. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Yilin's faceless visage, quickly vanishing as he reverted to his original form. "Let us refrain from mockery. We are all in the same boat, including the other 5. We shall all embark on a new journey as kings of the underworld under our new master." "You are right. 12,000 years is far too long." Jinzi ceased her taunts. Despite their rivalry over the years, a sense of camaraderie lingered between them. "By the way, my lord, I presume your arrival is to seek the relics left by the Dark God?" Yilin spoke once more. "Relics? What relics?" Chapter 121, Pablo. Zhang Xian was genuinely unaware that there existed any relics on the continent of Essos. His visit was driven solely by an instinctive feeling. "My lord, are you not aware? In the time when the Dark God was active in Essos, his palace was situated on an island at the southernmost tip of the continent. It was concealed by the Dark God's immense power, and only by uniting the 7 kings of the underworld can it be unlocked. I had assumed you sought us out for the Dark God's relics. Even if it was not originally the case, it has now become so. Zhang Xian is almost certain that the mysterious resonance comes from that place. Could it be that the Dark God, much like the King of Light, is sealed by enigmatic forces, yearning for liberation? After all, the notion of the fusion between the King of Light and the Dark God is entirely speculative, concocted by him and the Ghost Kings, lacking any substantial evidence. Yet, it is evidently impossible for him to relinquish this pursuit. He must tread carefully and avoid repeating previous mistakes. You assert that only by amalgamating the powers of your 7 Ghost Kings can the passage to the Dark God's ruins be unveiled. But, if I were to employ a more formidable force, could I not breach it forcefully?" Sadako shook her head, stating that such an endeavor would be futile. Any external force applied violently would lead to the self-destruction of the passage. The 7 Ghost Kings are manifestations of the Dark God, sharing the same lineage and essence, necessitating the borrowing of our primal energy to access the passage. Zhang Xian expressed concern over this matter, pondering whether summoning magic would jeopardize their source of power. Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from invoking the magic. Yet, without summoning, it is likely that these 2 Ghost Kings, given their unwavering loyalty to the Dark God, would not have divulged this information to him. However, this concern is unfounded. Though we currently draw our magical energy from you, our origins remain tethered to the Dark God. Unless we are utterly obliterated, we will always bear his mark. Reassured by this revelation, Zhang Xin resolved to gather the 7 ghost kings before exploring the dark god's ruins, which perpetually beckoned him, undoubtedly harboring treasures suited for his endeavors. Excellent. Let us depart. We shall proceed to our next destination, and I entrust you to guide us to the next ghost king for us to subjugate. Zhang Xin made his decision, and Sadako and Yilin offered no dissent. The 2 ghost kings led the way, with Zhang Xin following closely behind as they journeyed southwest. As Zhang Xin was unfamiliar with the route ahead, he could not teleport directly as he had from the Yamen Tower to Yilin. Thus, he had to accompany the 2 ghost kings on a leisurely flight. The journey lasted through the night and well into the next afternoon. As the sun began to dip toward the west, a series of towering, stark white spires emerged on the horizon. These pointed towers rose higher than ancient giants, standing out prominently from afar. Up ahead is Pablo, Master, Sadako remarked, glancing back. Pablo was their next destination, and it was evident that the Ghost King here possessed a volatile temperament, as the area remained untouched by flora. The spires pierced the clouds, each soaring several hundred meters high, distinctly showcasing the city's architectural style. Yet, as they drew nearer, Zhang Xin could see that these white towers were all weathered and eroded, many having collapsed, while those still standing had remarkably broad bases. Having endured for over 10,000 years, one can discern the remarkable development this place has achieved. The White Tower resembles a series of bony protrusions, adorned with ominous black windows that evoke a sense of unease. Is this indeed Pablo? The city possesses a distinctive character. Go forth and capture the Ghost King here on my behalf. Currently, Zhang Xin commands 2 formidable Ghost Kings, whose powers are closely matched. A 2-on-1 confrontation would undoubtedly yield an advantageous outcome. As such, capturing them one by one will only amplify his superiority as time progresses. Very well, my master. Pablo may not secure a victory even against one of us in a duel. United, we shall easily overpower him. With that, Sadako and Yilin swiftly charged into the heart of Pablo's city, soaring through the skies while exuding the unique aura of Ghost Kings. This formidable presence clearly alerted Pablo's Ghost King dwelling within the city. Atop the tallest spire, an enigmatic white figure emerged, seamlessly blending with the tower. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this Ghost King of Pablo was entirely silver in hue, glimmering with a skeletal sheen in the twilight glow. To be precise, it resembled a mere framework of bones, its arms and legs shaped like razor blades. Although only about 1.7 meters tall, its sharp and commanding aura rivaled that of any Ghost King. What brings you to, leaving your own territory to intrude upon mine? Pablo, evidently recognizing these former colleagues, was the first to speak. However, Yilin, known for his notoriously volatile temperament, wasted no time in responding. Transforming midair into an enormous human head, he unleashed a terrifying array of ghostly visages. In that instant of transformation, thousands of mouths launched a simultaneous sonic assault. Sadako followed closely, her long, waterfall-like tresses cascading towards Pablo's location in a direct onslaught. Pablo, momentarily taken aback by the sudden aggression from the 2, quickly regained composure. With a powerful leap, he evaded the sweeping black hair and swung his arm, his bone blades severing the sonic attack with precision. With his skeletal wings unfurled, he floated gracefully in the air. This was indeed his battle state. He had not intended to engage in combat initially, merely inquiring, only to be met with the duo's unprovoked attack. Yet, as a Ghost King, Pablo was not one to be trifled with. He retaliated with a swift strike, severing the advancing black hair, and darted towards the essence of the 2 ghosts. Pablo's form shot through the air like a silver arrow, colliding directly with Yilin's massive head. In contrast to Sadako, Yilin's larger frame made him a more suitable target for assault. With a single stroke, Pablo cleaved through the flesh and skin encasing Yilin's head, akin to slicing through tofu, causing countless agonized expressions to manifest across Yilin's myriad of faces. Yet Yilin did not show any sign of weakness. Amidst the splattering of blood, hundreds of arms sprouted from her body, delving into her own head to excavate Pablo. Blood and flesh flew in all directions as Yilin screamed in agony, ruthlessly digging into her own skull. Sadako also came to assist, her long hair extending into Yilin's wounds, attempting to restrain the rampaging Pablo. However, in mere seconds, Pablo burst forth from the opposite side of Yilin's colossal head, drenched in blood, transforming into a crimson skeleton. Only the blades of his hands and legs retained a glimmer of silver light. Chapter 122. The city of Nazca. Pablo was a demon king of pure aggression. In terms of attack potency, neither Sadako nor Yilin could match him. However, The situation was more favorable now, as the two demon kings joined forces against one. As Pablo emerged, Sadako's long hair swiftly followed, ensnaring his waist, arms, and legs, leaving only the blades unbound. While the rest of his body was enveloped in her flowing black locks, Pablo was immobilized at once, and simultaneously, the furious Yilin launched her assault. The dark energy transformed into blades that penetrated Pablo's being. These spectral blades did not harm the body directly, but rather infiltrated the mind and soul of the opponent, inflicting excruciating, acts-like torment upon their essence once they were embedded within. This was why both Sadako and Yilin exerted themselves to dismantle each other's dark energy blade attacks during their confrontations. The consequences of being penetrated by such forces were invariably fatal. Now, with Pablo firmly under Sadako's control, he could have easily broken free within 2 seconds. But the odds were 2 against 1. With their seamless cooperation, one controlling and the other attacking, they swiftly rendered Pablo devoid of combat capability. The blade demon Pablo emitted a pained howl, reminiscent of a human enduring severe torture. Typically, a demon king would not possess such frail willpower. But the sudden and ferocious onslaught caught Pablo utterly off guard, nearly reducing him to a mindless state. Zhang Xian, observing the rapid decline of Pablo's will, seized the opportunity to unleash the summoning magic he had prepared, piercing an ice shard into Pablo's mind. The once violently thrashing Pablo suddenly froze in place, ceasing all movement. Sadako was acutely aware of the consequences of the ice shard infiltrating a demon king. It was utterly irresistible. Decisively, she released her control of the long hair, and Yilin ceased her dark energy assault, instead beginning to recuperate her own injuries. Her physical form was a manifestation of countless dark energies and resentments, embodying the power of a demon king rather than a true corporeal body. Yet, even this manifestation suffered considerable damage after enduring the frenzied attacks from an equal opponent. However, as long as there was sufficient energy to replenish, such wounds would heal swiftly. At this moment, the blade demon Pablo was entirely under Zhang Xian's control. Having retracted all his menacing sharpness, bowing his proud head in submission to his master, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Pablo Yuzhenzi. And Daitu shall serve me henceforth, and you shall not be wronged. With the capture of the Ghost King Pablo, the city, once suppressed by dark energies, began to crumble, its white spires gradually collapsing. The Blade Ghost had long maintained the city's structures through his own dark essence, awaiting the return of his master. Yet what he received was Zhang Xian instead. The architecture here differed from both the Yamen Tower and the Yilin. It was slender and fragile. Had it been subjected to the elements, it would have long since faded into the annals of history. Casting a wistful glance at the city he had guarded for millennia, a flicker of reluctance crossed Pablo's fiery gaze, but he ultimately turned and followed Zhang Xian eastward. Zhang Xian's next destination was a city in eastern Westeros, known as Na City, situated along the coastal region. The terrain here was no longer the boundless primeval forest, but vast expanses of Gobi Desert, with increasing winds and sands as they ventured further east. Legend has it that eastern Westeros was the cradle of human civilization, the region where the earliest signs of human activity were found. After establishing their civilization, the people constructed countless pyramids, yet most had been ravaged by the relentless sands. However, the pyramids of ancient Na City remained remarkably intact, a testament to the Ghost King's suppression. The Ghost King here was a mummy, and Na City was once the most populous city of its followers. Thus, Na's power should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, with the combined strength of the three Ghost Kings, dealing with the small entity of Nas was hardly a challenge. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation in ancient Na City, Zhang Xian nodded with indifference. As it required no effort on his part, he could simply leave it to his three subordinates. Having learned well from the Night King's experience, Zhang Xian preferred to remain in the shadows unless absolutely necessary. The ground beneath him gradually transformed from green to yellow, with sparse patches of greenery dotting the Gobi. As they flew eastward, the terrain transitioned from barren land to sandy dunes, where remnants of collapsed pyramids began to emerge on the horizon. Their journey lasted 3 days. Primarily due to the slow pace of the Ghost Kings, had he known the precise location, Zhang Xian could have arrived in under an hour. Jinzi, Daitu, Blade Ghost. This mummy is still under your purview as per our usual arrangement. Zhang Xian had renamed his 3 Ghost Kings for ease of reference, finding the original city names cumbersome and opting for simpler titles. Naturally, the 3 Ghost Kings dared not voice any objections. Receiving a name from their master was a tremendous honor, and they complied without hesitation. Hence, Yilin was renamed Daitu, Pablo became the Blade Ghost, and Jinzi retained her name. which flowed smoothly. Rest assured, master. A mere Nas is no match for me. I shall conquer it on your behalf. The Blade Ghost, newly under Zhang Xian's command, was eager to prove his worth and demonstrate his capabilities. Remember, one must never underestimate the enemy. Even a seemingly insignificant foe, though 1,000 times weaker, could claim your life if you let your guard down. You must not perish easily, understand? At least not before we open the passageway to the ruins. Zhang Xian silently added in his mind. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, the three Ghost Kings were deeply moved. Their master truly cared for them. They nodded in unison, assuring him that as long as he remained alive, they would not truly be lost. Let us swiftly capture the mummy. Sothoros is vast, and we have 4 more Ghost Kings awaiting our command. With that, they hastened their pace, and the edge of Nazca City soon came into Zhang Xian's perception. As they drew closer, Zhang Xian could not help but marvel at the grandeur of Nazca City. There were no walls here. The periphery was entirely adorned with yellow pyramids. Unlike those he had seen before, the surface of these pyramids remained remarkably smooth, with intricate carvings clearly visible. After another hour, Zhang Xian and the 3 Ghost Kings finally arrived at Nazca City. As the oldest city in human civilization, it possessed a unique allure. Beneath their feet lay a dense cluster of well-preserved structures, now fully visible in the daylight, with a magnificent pyramid at the city's center serving as the resting place for the mummy. All right, let's draw out the mummy swiftly, Zhang Xian commanded. Yes, the 3 Ghost Kings immediately took to the skies toward the apex of the pyramid, radiating their formidable presence as Ghost Kings. Chapter 123. The final target. The 3 Ghost Kings unleashed their power, instantly rousing the slumbering mummy. The tip of the pyramid was shattered, and a coffin made of pure gold erupted from its summit. What are you 3 doing together? Have you forgotten your duties? The words dripped with anger, as if the speaker regarded themselves as the foremost Ghost King beneath the Dark God. We have come to visit an old friend. Is our presence unwelcome? The Blade Ghost replied, swinging his arm, as the sharp edge sliced through the air with a resonant hum. Since you are here to see an old friend, why not come in for a chat? The Nas Ghost King, clearly sensing the ill intentions of the 3, sought to lure them into his domain. However, the 3 Ghost Kings were not so easily deceived. Entering the pyramid would place them in Nas's territory, where the accumulated resentment and dark energy would exponentially increase the difficulty of capturing the mummy. Big Head's body swiftly expanded, transforming from the size of an ordinary human head to a towering height of several meters, blocking the mummy's escape route. The 3 Ghost Kings formed a triangular encirclement around the mummy. Realizing the situation was amiss, Nas struck first. The coffin lid flew open, unleashing an overwhelming suction force directed at Zhang Xian. Simultaneously, a grayish-yellow bandage extended, aiming to ensnare the Blade Ghost. However, the blade of the ghostly assassin is specifically designed to counter such malevolent entities. Before the bandaged figure could fully entwine itself, the knife struck down, reducing the bindings to mere fragments, while the flakes of a snow-like substance cascaded from the heavens. Subsequently, the heady figure provided assistance as countless spectral blades surged from behind, all of which were repelled by the golden sarcophagus. The mummy had yet to reveal its true form, remaining concealed within the protective embrace of the golden coffin, which offered formidable defense against the onslaught of spectral blades. The mummy's intentions were unmistakably clear: to eliminate Sadako before being besieged, thereby alleviating its own burdens, and then to engage in a protracted battle with the ghostly assassin and the heady figure, utilizing the sarcophagus's protection. Yet, despite its meticulously crafted strategy, it severely underestimated Sadako's prowess. As fellow demon kings, and with 2 allies to divert attention, how could the mummy so easily drag Sadako into the coffin? In an instant, Sadako's raven locks surged forth, transforming into a cascading waterfall of darkness, fiercely resisting the pull emanating from within the coffin. Simultaneously, beneath this veil of hair, an unassuming hemp rope stealthily delved into the depths of the sarcophagus. This was Sadako's weapon, a noose. Anything ensnared by this noose is rendered incapable of escape, save for those possessing overwhelming power. Within the same rank, it only feared the blade of the ghostly assassin, for Sadako was confident in her ability to confront all others. The mummy, preoccupied with fending off the approaching ghostly assassin, felt the impact of the strikes causing fissures to mar the golden sarcophagus. If allowed to continue unabated, its fate would be sealed in death. In a moment of distraction, Sadako seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, ensnaring the mummy's neck with the noose and forcibly dragging it from the abyss of the coffin. Before all present, a mummy, entirely wrapped in bandages, emerged, struggling to free itself from the noose as it attempted to corrode the connection with Sadako using its bindings. Yet, the heady figure and the ghostly assassin were clearly unwilling to grant it such an opportunity. The heady figure unleashed a sonic assault. Thousands of mouths emitting soul-shattering sound waves that sent the mummy hurtling away. Immediately, the ghostly assassin followed up without hesitation, cleaving the mummy's bandages into the air. With each strike, the ghostly assassin's spectral energy invaded the mummy's form, causing turmoil within, rendering it incapable of concentrating. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the mummy was easily subdued. When Sadako, with the noose in tow, dragged the weakened mummy back like a hound, it was evident that among the 4 demon kings, the mummy was the most beleaguered at that moment. Its wrappings were nearly obliterated by the ghostly assassin's relentless strikes, requiring a significant amount of spectral energy and time to replenish, leaving it temporarily unable to stir chaos. As the mummy was presented before Zheng Xian, it then noticed that behind these 3 demon kings stood a master. No wonder they dared to defy the orders of the Lord of Darkness. Emerging from their guardian realm to assault it, they had evidently betrayed their master. Although Zheng Xian could not discern its expression, he could still sense the mummy's disdainful emotions. Zheng Xian refrained from unnecessary words. To attempt to reason with a ghost king so utterly devoted to the god of darkness would be an exercise in futility. The only way to alter their perception of their master was through summoning magic. A shard of ice penetrated the mummy's cranium, obliterating its loyalty to the god of darkness. As the ice shard melted away, the mummy bore Zheng Xian's mark, irrevocably becoming his ghost king. After subjugating the mummy, Zheng Xian simply referred to it as mummy. Of the 7 ghost kings, 4 had been tamed, leaving 3 remaining, distributed in the western and southern regions of Westeros. Due to the considerable distance, it took Zheng Xian and his entourage a fortnight to traverse from the eastern city of Nazgûl to the western city of Ian. In Ian, they encountered a mother-son duo of ghost kings, with the large ghost leading the smaller one. They also possessed a combined attack technique. A solitary ghost king would likely find it challenging to contend with this mother-son pair. However, with 4 ghost kings at his command, Zheng Xian easily subdued them in a 4-2 confrontation. Although each of the 2 was individually weaker than the other ghost kings, their strength lay in their combined assault. The smaller ghost, resembling a large-headed doll, possessed a peculiar ability to briefly inhabit the bodies of other spirits, allowing it to control its adversary, while the mother ghost launched spectral blade attacks against them. Such attacks, though common among ghost kings, were notably effective. The agony inflicted by the blades was something most ghost kings could scarcely endure. After capturing the mother-son duo, only 1 ghost king remained in the southwest and another at the southernmost point, closest to the relic passage. Following suggestions from Sadako, Zheng Xian resolved to confront the southwest ghost king, Isaac. The distance between Isaac and Ian was not great. Within a day, Zheng Xian, accompanied by his 6 ghost kings, soared into Isaac's territory. The area was shrouded in miasma, rendering visibility of the ground nearly impossible from above. However, Zheng Xian's perceptive abilities compensated for this obscurity. In his awareness, the remnants of the city were nearly obscured by towering trees, each adorned with a treehouse, cloaked in vibrant green moss that melded the structures with the trees, making them nearly indistinguishable. Upon sensing the presence of so many old friends within his domain, Isaac, the Ghost King, was immediately struck by panic. The gathering of such numerous Ghost Kings was beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, out of loyalty to the God of Darkness, Isaac made a token effort to resist. Ultimately, he was successfully possessed by the doll-like ghost, and after enduring a thrashing from a whip fashioned from Sadako's hair, he surrendered, fully integrating into Zheng Xian's expanding family. Now, only one target remained, the southernmost Ghost King at Floros. Let us embark. Chapter 124. The Snow Woman. Floros is the location nearest to the Relic Passage, where the Ghost King known as the Snow Woman resides. She is the most formidable among us. Before departing for Floros, the Knife Ghost provided Zheng Xian with an introduction. Snow Woman? Does she have a name? The Demon Blade slightly nodded his large head and spoke. It cannot exactly be deemed a name. It is merely how the God of Darkness has referred to it all these years. It is the first Demon King that the God of Darkness has bestowed his grace upon, having accompanied him the longest. Although none of us are willing to submit to one another, we all understand that none of us can rival its strength. It is indeed the most trusted subordinate of the God of Darkness. Otherwise, it would not serve as the final bastion. You 7 should be able to manage without much difficulty. After all, we are all Demon Kings, and it stands to reason that there shouldn't be such a vast disparity in our powers. However, The silence that ensued was unexpected for Zhang Xian. Each of these demon kings was obstinate and proud, yet they all shared an unusual consensus regarding the Snow Woman, refraining from voicing that the 7 demon kings could easily overpower her. Strictly speaking, the doll demon is merely a subordinate of the demon mother and has not formally accepted the god of darkness's grace. Even with an additional demon king, it would not necessarily guarantee victory over the Snow Woman. Is she truly that formidable? Zhang Xian inquired. Indeed, she is exceptionally strong. When she defeated me, she did so with a single spell, the demon blade replied. She is unlike us. She is a magic-type demon king, excelling in large-scale control and damage spells. Although we are numerous, facing the Snow Woman, sheer numbers do not always confer an advantage. Even approaching her can be quite troublesome. She is called the Snow Woman and specializes in large-scale magic. Could it be ice magic? Is this not fortuitous? Any ice magic would hardly pose a challenge to me, Zhang Xian declared confidently. Fear not, march forth boldly. With me leading the charge, what is there to fear? The eyes of the demon kings gleamed with renewed determination. Even if they were not a match for her, they could always retreat. Now, they had a master backing them, so they decided to advance and test their strength, secure in the knowledge that the Snow Woman could not kill them. With their plan solidified, the demon kings felt a sense of assurance as the large contingent began its march southward. As they ventured further south, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and Zhang Xian estimated they were nearing the southernmost point of this world. Indeed, no matter where one might be, the poles are realms of extreme cold. This journey was the longest they had undertaken, spanning over a month, as the ground beneath them gradually became blanketed in snow, with no trace of greenery to be found, illustrating the vastness of the Sorceros continent, which likely surpassed the combined size of Essos and Westeros. The further south they traveled, the colder it became. Zhang Xian sensed the temperature plummeting to nearly minus 70 degrees, a chill more severe than the eternal frost plains north of the wall. Fortunately, these demon kings were not averse to the cold, and Zhang Xian, being of semi-divine nature and possessing the ice magic of the Night King, found the conditions quite comfortable. After 3 or 4 more days of travel, the scenery finally transformed from the endless expanse of snow to the gradual emergence of an ice and snow city on the horizon. The conditions here are utterly unsuitable for human existence. Thus, the town's expanse is rather modest, perhaps even smaller than a village in Westeros. However, during the zenith of the worship of the Dark God, this place indeed housed inhabitants, all fervent devotees of the Dark God who were deemed worthy to dwell here. It can be articulated that Phros is the ultimate pilgrimage site for the worship of the Dark God, being the closest locale to the Dark Goddess temple. To the south, across the sea, lies the island of the Frost God, a dominion belonging to the Dark God, where the remnants of the Dark God's temple now stand, and where Zhang Xian's aspirations are directed. Phros is entirely sculpted from ice and snow, a landscape of pristine whiteness. Yet, before anyone could draw near, a gust of frigid wind, imbued with an icy chill, swept through, halting the advance of the Ghost Kings. This was likely the Snow Maiden's detection of their presence. Issuing a warning, it was evident she had no intention of parleying. The Ghost Kings exchanged glances, each feeling a pang of trepidation. But knowing they had arrived at this juncture with their master nearby, they felt emboldened. "Follow me," commanded the Blade Ghost, taking the lead. Its blade, designed to counteract all forms of malevolent energy, would also prove effective against the icy magic of the Snow Maiden. Facing the swirling tempest of dark energy, the Blade Ghost surged forward, limbs outstretched, transforming into a colossal spinning top as it charged. Datu, now restored to his combative state, unleashed a thunderous roar, employing sound waves to combat the dark energy storm. The other Ghost Kings also showcased their unique abilities, uniting to resist the Snow Maiden's frigid magic. At last, the storm dissipated with a resounding pop, the obstructive magic shattered. The Ghost Kings could finally advance once more. However, they had scarcely flown any distance when they halted, for a terrifying aura emanated from the heart of Phros, compelling them to cease their progress. The Snow Maiden was incensed. She had long sensed these unwelcome guests and was aware of their prowess. In a moment of irritation, she conjured a tempest of dark energy as a warning, hoping to dissuade them. To her astonishment, they disregarded her caution and shattered her spell. Although it had been a mere casual display, shattering her own magic was a sign of disrespect. Since they refused her courtesy, they would face the consequences. Amidst the hazy air intermingled with snowflakes and chill, a tall, slender figure gradually materialized. The Snow Maiden was not particularly tall, indeed rather slender, standing approximately 6 feet. Yet, she exuded an air of fragility, as her physique appeared almost too delicate. Despite this, all the Ghost Kings, from the mountain-like Datu to the fearsome Isaac, regarded her with trepidation, their expressions turning grave. The Snow Maiden glided closer, halting approximately 50 meters from Zhang Xian and the other 8 figures. Zhang Xian had long since discerned the true form of the Snow Woman and comprehended her formidable prowess, yet he chose to remain reticent, eager to observe the extent of the disparity between her and the other Ghost Kings in actual combat. Thus, he suppressed his own aura, blending inconspicuously among the assembly of Ghost Kings. The Snow Woman maintained a frigid expression, her lips sealed in silence as she fixed her gaze upon the assembled specters. Unyielding and wordless, her ice-blue pupils radiated a perilous gleam, while her cascading white hair danced in the wind. Clad in scant fabric that revealed ample skin, she evoked no sense of allure, only a chill that sent shivers through those who beheld her. At that moment, 6 of the 7 Ghost Kings had arrived, accompanied by an unfamiliar entity, their intentions unmistakably clear. Yet, the Snow Woman would not permit them to advance unimpeded, even at the cost of her own life. She would thwart their designs. Your Excellency, the last time we sparred, you relied on your prolonged service to the Lord of Darkness and your superior strength, and I accepted my defeat with grace. Now, after 12,000 years, I believe my own powers have grown somewhat stronger, thus I have come once more to challenge you. The Blade Ghost crossed his arms, his twin blades glinting ominously. Is that all you've got? This marked the first utterance from the Snow Woman, her tone sending a chill through the air. No. I have not yet inflated my ego to that extent. It is we 6, along with the Ghost Mother Estal. We all recognize your immense power, your Excellency. One-on-one, none of us stand a chance against you. However, united, we may prove to be your match. Hypocritical fool, feel free to test me. But should I inadvertently send any of you to the netherworld, do not blame anyone but yourselves. Despite their trepidation, the Ghost Kings drew confidence from the presence of their master. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in battle first, growled the hot-tempered big head, unleashing a torrent of ethereal blades. He harbored no illusions of harming the Snow Woman with such an assault. His sole aim was to divert her attention. As Big Head initiated the attack, the other Ghost Kings hastily followed suit. Sadako's noose snaked through the chaos like a shadowy serpent, barely noticeable amidst the flurry of strikes. The Ghost Doll stealthily approached the Snow Woman, while the Blade Ghost swung his weapon towards her in a fierce downward arc. Each Ghost King showcased their most adept techniques. Yet, the Snow Woman merely waved her hand lightly, summoning an icy barrier that coalesced in the air to intercept all assaults. Immediately, she retreated with the grace of a snowflake caught in a tempest. Then, seemingly from nowhere, she produced a staff crowned with a radiant ice-blue gem. An icy tempest surged forth, flanking the Ghost Kings in a fierce ambush. The Snow Woman's magic diverged from the norm. As a Ghost King, she excelled in wielding the powers of the ethereal. While conventional ice magic would scarcely affect the Ghost Kings, her spells, infused with potent spectral energy, yielded a distinctly formidable effect. 2 formidable storms converged at the focal point of the Ghost King, creating a cyclone that trapped numerous Ghost Kings as if they were ensnared between 2 walls. The overwhelming negative energy suppressed them, causing their own dark essence to flow sluggishly, making resistance exceedingly troublesome. In the frigid expanse of the Antarctic frost, this was akin to granting the Snow Woman an amplified advantage on her home turf, allowing her to exert a crushing dominance over the 6 Ghost Kings. Yet, the 6 Ghost Kings were not entirely powerless. The Blade Ghost exerted all its might to cleave a fissure, shattering a small portion of the storm and escaping through the opening. Each of the other Ghost Kings possessed their own defensive strategies. However, the Blade Ghost was entirely offensive in nature, with exceedingly low defensive capabilities. To it, attack was the best form of defense. The dispersal of a small portion of the storm opened a pathway, prompting the various Ghost Kings to retreat, slipping through the fissure and maneuvering behind the ice wall. Under the leadership of the Blade Ghost, they encircled the Snow Woman. Yet, the Snow Woman remained unfazed. With a mere turn, she unleashed a flurry of ice spikes from beneath her garments, compelling the Ghost Kings to draw near with caution. Simultaneously, the ice shards mingled within the storm shattered the negative energy blades mid-flight. However, with the Blade Ghost's counter to the dark essence, the Snow Woman found herself unable to inflict any significant harm upon the Ghost Kings. Her attention then turned to the tall, peculiar blue figure that had accompanied the Ghost Kings. Unfamiliar with his identity, she surmised that anyone capable of aligning with the Ghost Kings must be no ordinary individual. Perhaps he could serve as the key to her advantage. Thus, she diverted a portion of her focus, occasionally directing ice spikes and storm winds towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, bemused that the Snow Woman regarded him as a potential breakthrough, prepared to teach her a lesson. In an instant, he activated the powers of the Night King, sealing off all ice magic elements within a kilometer radius. Within that sphere, no being other than himself could wield even a trace of ice magic. In that moment, surprise flickered across the Snow Woman's visage as the once violent ice spikes and swirling storm abruptly ceased, and the chaotic magical aura that had raged for hours vanished entirely. The Ghost Kings were momentarily taken aback, with Sadako reacting the quickest. She unleashed the hanging rope towards the Snow Woman's neck. Instinctively, the Snow Woman brandished her staff. Yet her mastery over ice magic, honed over thousands of years, seemed to freeze in place. She could sense its presence, but was utterly unable to command it. In that moment of hesitation, the hanging rope had already ensnared her neck, tightening its grip. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, the other Ghost Kings would not let it slip away. Each exhibited their might, unleashing their most potent attacks towards the Snow Woman. Nevertheless, the Snow Woman, being the mightiest Ghost King under the Dark God, could not wield her ice magic at this critical juncture, but she could still harness her dark essence. A pure surge of dark energy coalesced into a shield, absorbing the majority of the assaults. However, the Blade Ghost was least intimidated by the dark essence. With a single stroke, it cleaved through the dark energy shield, mercilessly striking the Snow Woman's chest. The Snow Woman, a being of pure Een, naturally does not bleed when struck. However, a blade capable of severing the essence of Een inflicted considerable damage upon her. As a result of the force from the strike, she was propelled backward. Yet the noose around her neck, tied by Sadako, followed suit. In that retreat, Sadako was drawn along as well. The swift Blade Ghost seized the opportunity to close in on the Snow Woman, its razor-sharp claws grasping her, unleashing a tempest of relentless attacks. As a sorceress Ghost King, the Snow Woman was severely hampered after being silenced by Zhang Xian's magic, leaving her with only the ability to wield Een energy. However, among the Ghost Kings, various methods exist to counteract this energy, significantly diminishing her once formidable advantage and drastically reducing her power. Soon, she found herself grievously wounded by the pursuing Blade Ghost. Yet, the Ghost Kings exercised restraint. They understood that their master required the Snow Woman to open the passage to the ruins. So their assaults were merely expressions of frustration rather than lethal blows. With a decisive strike from the back of the Blade Ghost's weapon, the Snow Woman was forcefully driven into the ground, deeply embedding herself within the snow pit. Thus, the battle approached its conclusion. For thousands of years, the Ghost Kings had been suppressed by the Snow Woman, and their pent-up resentment was nearing release. Now, she stood utterly stripped of the haughty demeanor she possessed upon her entrance, appearing even more wretched than Isaac after a brutal beating. Zhang Xian descended slowly from the clouds, his immense wings folding as he gazed down upon the Snow Woman. The assembly of Ghost Kings stood behind him, bowing submissively. At this moment, the Snow Woman realized that Zhang Xian was the true leader of this band of specters. I do not care what methods you employed to compel these traitors to follow you, but I can unequivocally inform you that all your tactics are futile against me. Do not harbor delusions of utilizing me to unlock the passage to the ruins beneath the Dark Temple, she thought bitterly, filled with regret for her arrogance. She found herself incapable of even self-detonation spells, her Een energy thoroughly dispersed and suppressed. Desperation led her to hope that her words might provoke the blue monstrosity before her into slaying her. Are you certain? Zhang Xian inquired, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the Snow Woman, his eerie blue eyes shimmering with strange fluctuations. She elongated her delicate white neck and commanded, "Kill me." Zhang Xian chuckled softly, "My objectives remain unfulfilled. How could I possibly bring myself to end your life so easily? Submit to me willingly." As his words fell, a shard of blue ice penetrated the Snow Woman's mind. She trembled violently, a reaction unlike that of the other Ghost Kings. Anticipating resistance, Zhang Xian inserted another shard to reinforce his control. The challenges he faced in subduing the Snow Woman were several-fold compared to those with the other Ghost Kings. Yet the outcome was inevitable. She ultimately succumbed to his dominion. In a short while, the Snow Woman ceased her trembling and regained her composure. Under the influence of Zhang Xian's power, her injuries began to heal rapidly, and soon she was able to rise. The first act upon her resurgence was to kneel before Zhang Xian, humbly declaring, "The Snow Woman is willing to serve her master with all diligence." Chapter 126. The Snow Woman's speculation. The Snow Woman has fallen under the control of Zhang Xian's summoning magic, exhibiting absolute loyalty to him. Moreover, With Zhang Xian's formidable ability to suppress magic, subduing the Snow Woman is a trivial task. She is not foolish. In fact, she is quite astute. Acutely aware of the disparity in power between them. The Dark God has been absent for over 10,000 years, and she has waited long enough. Now that a being capable of subduing the 7 Demon Kings, the Dark God's minions, has emerged, she decides to cease her resistance. Truth be told, she is profoundly curious about what lies within the relics of the Dark God. Unfortunately, she once dared not abandon her post in Westeros. Now that someone has achieved this, she shall accompany them to satisfy her curiosity. The 7 Demon Kings share a common origin, having been conceived by the Dark God. Even though Zhang Xian has summoned them under his control, this fundamental truth remains unchanged. Their inherent power still derives from the Dark God. Arise, relics of the Dark God. I require your assistance in unveiling the secrets that lie within. However, before we proceed, I have several inquiries to pose to you. The 7 Demon Kings, along with a ghostly doll, bowed in unison, declaring, "Master, please ask your questions. We vow to speak without reservation." Regarding the whereabouts of the Dark God, do you harbor any speculations? Although Sadako has shared her own conjecture about the Dark God's fate, it is merely her personal theory. Now that the 7 Demon Kings are gathered, it would be prudent to inquire if they possess any unique insights. The Demon Kings exchanged glances, with Sadako remaining silent. Having already conveyed her thoughts to Zhang Xian, the Snow Woman, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "I am the Demon King closest to the battlefield where the Dark God and the Light King clashed. During that fateful encounter, the 2 deities stirred up monstrous waves upon the sea. While I could not see their forms, the terrifying aura was palpable." Closing her eyes, the Snow Woman meticulously recalled the chaotic events of that time. She could only sense waves of dreadful, searing energy emanating from the distant sea. This is Antarctica, where temperatures plummet. Before the gods engaged in battle, the ocean was entirely frozen, with ice layers several kilometers thick. However, after their confrontation, the ice shattered, and intense heat scorched the surface, liberating the sea, while the ice and snow on land began to melt. The repercussions of that battle reverberate even to this day, thousands of years later. This explains why the waters of Antarctica do not freeze. During the conflict with the Dark God, the Light King must have employed some formidable magic to unseal the entire ocean. At that time, colossal icebergs were swept hundreds of meters into the sky, and tsunamis relentlessly battered the land, claiming the lives of thousands of fervent followers of the Dark God residing in Westeros. Faced with such catastrophic warfare, the Snow Woman found herself powerless, unable to intervene or protect the inhabitants of the city. At that moment, colossal waves surged, and at the horizon of the sea, flashes of lightning and thunder were faintly discernible. My ice magic was stifled beneath the overwhelming presence of 2 deities, akin to the feeling of being stripped of magic today. I was rendered powerless, compelled only to retreat. Eventually, as the aura subsided and the sea calmed, I sensed the presence of the King of Light, who at that time appeared quite feeble, his aura fluctuating chaotically. I felt that even I might have had a chance to exchange a few blows with the King of Light then, yet he paid me no heed and walked away, leaving no words behind. Since that day, the God of Darkness has not manifested, nor has he uttered a single word to us. At this point, the Snow Woman paused, a hint of perplexity lacing her voice. The God of Darkness and the King of Light each epitomize the laws of the world. As long as these laws endure, so shall they. The God of Darkness cannot perish, suggesting that he has either been sealed by the King of Light or perhaps has ventured to another realm, unable to return for the time being. Both scenarios are plausible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian expressed a sigh of lamentation. The once mighty King of Light had, under his influence, kept the Antarctic seas free from ice for millennia. Just this aspect alone made Zhang Xian question whether he could achieve such a feat himself. Now, however, he found himself being pursued and beaten like a dog. His powers diminished significantly, perhaps even to less than a tenth of their former glory. The possibility that the God of Darkness might have been sealed by the King of Light seemed more credible than Sadako's theories. The God of Darkness indeed could not be killed, but he could be confined, much like the King of Light in the past, whose naivety led to his unfortunate release of this entity. One could ponder if the remnants of the God of Darkness might likewise unleash him from his seal. Zhang Xian began to contemplate deeply. If the God of Darkness were indeed sealed, then the one who enacted the seal could only be the King of Light, without question. If the seal was placed by the King of Light, then the means to break it would undoubtedly not involve gathering the base energies of the 7 Demon Kings to access the ruins. Such a seal would be utterly meaningless. Only the King of Light himself could possibly unravel it. Moreover, when the King of Light departed, he paid no mind to the Snow Woman, indicating that the 7 demon kings were inconsequential in his eyes. Like ants, their existence posed no impact on him, whether he crushed them or spared them. This suggests that accessing the ruins through the 7 demon kings should not pose a problem. Upon reaching this understanding, Zhang Xian felt a sense of relief. As long as he exercised caution upon entering the ruins, significant issues should be avoided. He nodded, acknowledging the Snow Woman's conjecture, which at least sounded more plausible than Sadako's theory of the convergence of light and darkness. The King of Light, having narrowly triumphed over the God of Darkness, sealed him away, and subsequently, without allowing time for full recovery from his injuries, hastily set his sights on Valeria, provoking the wrath of the 7 gods. His defeat and subsequent sealing were also within the realm of possibility. In summary, it is an established fact that the King of Light has severely diminished in power and is now devoid of divine strength, having retreated to a hidden corner, effectively self-sealing. It is likely that he will emerge only when his strength has been restored. By that time, the primary target of retribution would undoubtedly be Zhang Xian. He must fortify himself during this period to confront the vengeance of the King of Light on a future day. Speculations among the other Ghost Kings range from being sealed away like the Snow Woman to hiding away to recuperate, with some even conjecturing about venturing into another realm. Such notions seemed less credible than being sealed. As for the truth, Zhang Xian had no means to verify it. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to explore the relic, a sanctuary of a deity that harbored untold secrets. How could Zhang Xian resist such a lure, since it appeared increasingly certain that opening the passage posed no issue? It was only prudent to embark on this journey. Rewards were bound to await. Very well, let us proceed, and set forth towards the ruins of the God of Darkness. Chapter 127. The Temple of Darkness. Under the guidance of the Snow Woman, Zhang Xian and the assembly of Ghost Kings approached the ruins of the God of Darkness. This island was entirely concealed by the divine power of the God of Darkness, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Only by opening the passage to the relic could its presence be revealed. Is this truly the site of the relic? After several days of flight, the Snow Woman led Zhang Xian to a tumultuous sea, where fierce winds howled and waves roared, indistinguishable from any other oceanic expanse. Indeed, this is the place. I once ventured here with the God of Darkness, albeit only on the island. I was not permitted to enter the interior. This was already a tremendous favor, as the other Ghost Kings could not even ascertain the whereabouts of the relic, only aware of its existence. The winds upon the sea were no less than force 14. The dark waters resembling a colossal beast poised to devour, with claws bared and waves raging. Each crest towered over 100 meters, rendering even the mightiest vessels of Blue Star incapable of navigating such treacherous waters. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the surroundings. Yet he detected not the slightest trace. One must commend the God of Darkness. The methods employed were indeed unfathomable, beyond his current comprehension. So, where lies the entrance? Zhang Xian turned to the Snow Woman. With a charming smile, the Snow Woman replied, "Master, please remain patient, and let us unveil the passage to the relic." With that, the 7 Ghost Kings positioned themselves according to the formation of the 7-pointed star, spreading out at a distance, channeling their inner source power towards the center of the star. In the tempestuous air, it seemed as if even the atmosphere was being ruffled. Ripples began to emanate, growing increasingly intense and dense. As the vibrations reached their zenith, a dark fissure was torn in the air, resembling a portal through which impenetrable darkness prevailed. Light could not penetrate, only an abyss of endless blackness. Now is the moment. The Snow Woman's voice rang out, and without hesitation, Zhang Xian plunged headfirst into the obsidian passage. Following suit, the 7 Ghost Kings transformed into streaks of light, entering the passage before it sealed shut. After Zhang Xian and the 7 Ghost Kings entered the passage, the black portal vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Within the shadowy ruins, Zhang Xian felt as though he were suspended in the cosmos, with no sky above or ground below, surrounded solely by an expanse of darkness, devoid of any other entity. In an instant, a long-buried emotion surged within him. Fear, a primal instinct rooted in the essence of life. Fortunately, Zhang Xian retained control over his body, preventing him from succumbing to the disorienting abyss surrounding him. A moment later, the 7 Ghost Kings followed closely behind. The Snow Woman manifested her form and declared, "Master, this is merely a passage within the ruins, designed to thwart unauthorized intrusions. I know the way, follow me." With that, she led the way, veering to the left. Zhang Xian and the other Ghost Kings hurried after her, anxious not to lose her in the enveloping darkness. The Snow Woman navigated along a predetermined route, twisting and turning through the void. Despite the absence of any reference points, she possessed an innate awareness. Knowing precisely when to change direction, they flew for what felt like an eternity until a glimmer of light suddenly emerged ahead. This light, while reminiscent of a night on the mainland, was a vast improvement over the surrounding pitch blackness. "Prepare yourselves." The Snow Woman's voice rang out, and tension gripped the group. It was their first time in this place, the abode of deities, and the secrets within were unknown. Just as they approached the light, an overwhelming force of divine power erupted without warning, emanating from the entrance of the light. This was likely an automated defensive mechanism. It triggered an attack upon detecting any approach not led by the god of darkness or a representative of the deity. This was precisely why the Snow Woman had urged them to prepare. The divine force surged forth, nearly overwhelming the 7 ghost kings. Divine power was of a far superior caliber than their own dark energy, existing on an entirely different plane. Even if this power originated from the god of darkness thousands of years prior, it was far beyond what the current 7 ghost kings could withstand. In this critical moment, Zhang Xian intervened, conjuring a spatial barrier fueled by divine energy, capable of counteracting the force of the divine eruption. The barrier enveloped Zhang Xian and the 7 ghost kings, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing such an attack head-on would have been tantamount to certain death. Once the external divine power subsided, Zhang Xian lowered the barrier and gazed at the entrance of the ruins, sensing the calm within. The Snow Woman nodded, signaling that the danger had passed. The automated attack was merely the final obstacle, and they could now proceed. As the luminous veil flickered, Zhang Xian stepped through, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself on a small island under the cover of night. The island was modest in size, with tranquil waters stretching endlessly around it, and the forest on the island appeared dense and shadowy. At the heart of the island stands a towering mountain, its summit remarkably flattened to accommodate a grand palace. Crafted from an unknown material, the palace exhibits an exterior devoid of seams, resembling a single sculpted monolith rather than a structure assembled from stones. Observing the flattened expanse atop the mountain, Zhang Xian contemplated a possibility. This palace may have been hewn directly from the massive rock at the peak, a feat that truly defies belief. My prior visits to this place left me unaware of the palace's interior, as the Lord of Darkness had not permitted my entry. The Snow Maiden approached Zhang Xian respectfully. Nodding, he replied, "Let us indulge your curiosity and behold the abode of your former master." With that, he led the assembly of ghost kings toward the palace atop the mountain. The island was modest in size, and within mere seconds, Zhang Xian and the ghostly entourage found themselves upon the summit. As their feet touched the ground, Zhang Xian sensed a surge of energy emanating from the mountain. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that this mountain was distinct from the rest of the island. It seemed to possess the unique ability to filter out impurities from the power of belief, rendering it a colossal treasure, far surpassing Zhang Xian's arduous efforts to cleanse such impurities. However, the Ghost Kings remained oblivious to this phenomenon, as they had yet to attain the capability to absorb the power of belief. Indeed, these divine sanctuaries were extraordinary. Simply residing here allowed them to focus entirely on absorbing pure belief energy, without the distraction of purification, considerably enhancing their cultivation. Might the Lord of Light possess a similar sanctuary? If so, his restoration of power would not require an extensive duration. Fortuitously, he had already discovered such a place. Come, let us enter and uncover the secrets and treasures left by the Lord of Darkness. Chapter 128. The Treasure Chamber of the Lord of Darkness. Zhang Xian took the lead, advancing towards the foreboding, enigmatic palace. Upon reaching the towering entrance, standing several meters high, he gestured for the Snow Maiden to approach and pushed the door open. She stepped forward and, with a gentle nudge, the door swung open effortlessly, revealing an unguarded threshold. It appeared that the Lord of Darkness had a rather lax defense for this island, confident that as long as he remained alive, no creature, including deities, could penetrate the outer protective barrier. This situation inadvertently benefited Zhang Xian, as the ability of the 7 Ghost Kings to access the relic passageway seemed to be a contingency plan set by the Lord of Darkness. Anticipating the possibility of failure in his conflict with the Lord of Light, it was a means for someone to access his sanctuary and seek vengeance on his behalf. This contingency was likely intended for the Ghost Kings, and more precisely, for the Snow Maiden. The grand entrance swung open, revealing an expansive domed chamber, devoid of windows. Yet, at the very moment the doors parted, an array of torches ignited along the walls, casting an ethereal blue flame that illuminated the space with a chilling brightness. The floor was inscribed with enigmatic runes, each standing independently, yet intricately interconnected. These runes intertwined to form a colossal hexagram, radiating a spectral blue light. Zhang Xian could distinctly sense that the power of faith, upon encountering the hexagram, underwent a process of refinement and purification. Not only that, but it was also subjected to a vigorous compression. If the density of naturally absorbed faith was akin to cotton, then the density after refinement and compression resembled that of steel. The divine power extracted from such concentrated faith was incomparable to anything found externally. It may be asserted that, with an equal amount of divine power, the Dark God could wield merely 1% of it to contend against Zhang Xian's full 100%. The disparity between them is beyond comparison. Truly, the ancient deities possess a profound heritage and accumulation that one such as myself, a newly ascended demigod, could scarcely hope to rival. This journey has proven invaluable. Even if it were solely for the palace and the formation, Zhang Xian would consider himself immensely fortunate. To a deity, this palace is akin to a celestial artifact, its significance second only to one's very life. After millennia, the formation continues to operate autonomously without the Dark Goddess' divine influence, showcasing its extraordinary nature. The specters, however, were oblivious to the formation's true power. Yet the intricate runes intertwining to form the grand array incited awe and wonder. Wow, is this truly the relic of the Dark God? It is indeed shrouded in mystery and grandeur. I can almost perceive the essence of the Dark God, exclaimed Isaac, a brash soul, whose words often spilled forth unchecked. Fortunately, he had a good rapport with the Blade Ghost, who promptly rapped his head, signaling him to silence. For mentioning the former master in the presence of the new was akin to inviting calamity. Zhang Xian, however, was not one to harbor petty grievances. He had come to inherit the Dark Goddess' legacy and was grateful for the assistance of these specters. It was inconceivable that he would easily vent his frustrations upon them. Moreover, his spirits were buoyed, rendering him considerably more magnanimous. And he chose to ignore Isaac as he ventured deeper into the chamber. The entire palace lay enveloped within the embrace of the hexagram, and simply remaining within its confines proved to be an exquisite comfort. The Dark Goddess' domain extended far beyond the lobby. Beyond the foyer lay the Dark Goddess' meditation chamber, treasure vault, alchemical lab, and study. A study? This was unexpected for Zhang Xian. He had not anticipated such a need from the Dark God. Yet, upon reflection, considering the Dark God's extensive lifespan and venerable age, it was entirely reasonable to harbor diverse interests. Even deities are not mere thoughtless machines of cultivation. They require respite and leisure. Naturally, Zhang Xian was most intrigued by the treasure vault. As Zhang Xian approached the door, he hesitated to open it, allowing the Snow Maiden to push it instead. His heart was laden with wariness regarding the threshold before him. The door swung open without incident, and Zhang Xian, accompanied by the myriad of ghostly kings, stepped inside with a casual gait. His eyes were immediately drawn to a row of weapon racks, behind which lay numerous stone platforms adorned with various items. Zhang Xian inspected each item meticulously. Anything collected by the God of Darkness was undoubtedly of remarkable quality, and now, these treasures rightfully belonged to him. He bypassed the foremost weapon rack, for its contents were evidently of an inferior grade compared to those resting upon the stone platforms. Each platform bore inscriptions detailing the names and origins of the items. The first artifact caught his attention, a longbow, measuring 2 meters in length. The bow boasted an ancient design, its surface a rich emerald hue, emitting a soft green luminescence. The inscription read, "Life Bow, originating from the old gods." This was a companion weapon, seized by the God of Darkness. Remarkably, this bow required no arrows. Merely drawing the string would conjure energy arrows that, upon release, would cleave through the fabric of space to reach their adversaries directly. There were 2 types of energy arrows, one red, meant for assaulting enemies, and the other green, intended for healing allies. When charged with life energy, it possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect the fallen. The brief description, though succinct, was enough to leave Zhang Xian in awe. Firstly, the fact that it was a companion weapon of the old gods indicated a profound bond, akin to the legendary Pangu and his cosmic axe from Blue Star mythology. The God of Darkness had audaciously plundered the old gods, claiming their birthright weapon. Zhang Xian felt an urge to cry out in astonishment, the implication staggering. How formidable was the God of Darkness? The theft of a companion weapon was a deep-seated grudge. Yet he had never heard of the old gods seeking vengeance or attempting to reclaim their weapon. This suggested that the God of Darkness possessed an undeniable superiority over the old gods, who seemed to have shrunk back in fear regarding this matter. To think such a weapon of that caliber lay here, quietly gathering dust, was an utter disgrace. With the legacy of the old gods now coursing through him, reclaiming the life bough felt like a rightful claim. Eagerly, he reached for the ethereal green bough, its 2-meter length complementing his towering height of over 3 meters perfectly. Upon contact, Zhang Xian sensed an emotion emanating from the bough, joy, excitement, and an eagerness that made it seem almost alive, yearning to accompany him into battle. With this impeccable weapon now in his possession, he was liberated from the necessity of conjuring ice blades for combat. He effortlessly opened a spatial rift to stow the bough away, this space being a realm he had carved out for himself, primarily for the purpose of storage. The first treasure from the God of Darkness had filled Zhang Xian with immense delight, heightening his anticipation for what other marvels lay ahead. Continuing onward, I arrived at the second stone pedestal, upon which rested a single-handed longsword, its design extravagant and resplendent, shimmering with a silvery luminescence. Upon discerning the inscription on the pedestal, Zhang Xian could scarcely believe his own eyes. This defied all logic. Chapter 129, The Godly Companion Weapon Collector. Zhang Xian was utterly astonished by what he beheld. The pedestal clearly proclaimed, Flame's Sword, Messenger of Light, Hero's Crimson Blade. According to legend, this sword was wielded by Azor Ahai, who used it to combat darkness, making him one of humanity's most renowned heroes. Yet, in truth, this sword is the companion weapon of the King of Light, Laro, and was not forged by Ahai. Moreover, the soul of Ahai's wife did not become the spirit of the blade. If a sword were to be forged from the heart's blood of an ordinary woman and imbued with a soul to become a spirit, it certainly would not deserve to be sung of as such a mysterious and powerful artifact. From the beginning, this hero's sword has always been the companion weapon of Laro. However, it is perplexing that this sword should be found within the treasury of the Dark God. The conflict between the two deities evidently concluded with the mysterious disappearance of the Dark God and Laro's retreat due to injuries. Yet, why would the companion weapon of the King of Light appear here, clearly contradicting the facts? Zhang Xian found himself at a loss. Yet the reality lay before him. The Messenger of Light was within reach, exuding an undeniable aura of divine power. And the inscription carved by the Dark God could not be deceitful, for there was no one else present. If it were to inscribe falsehoods, it would merely be deceiving itself. Zhang Xian gently touched the blade, feeling its searing sharpness and an evident resistance. Clearly, this sword had no intention of being wielded by him, nor did he harbor any desire to use it. This was, after all, Laro's companion weapon. Were he to take it, the King of Light would undoubtedly sense its absence, and the sword would surely return to Laro's grasp. He had no wish to invite such trouble upon himself. Thus, it seemed best to let this sword continue to gather dust in its rightful place. The mystery remained unsolved. But it did not deter Zhang Xian from continuing his exploration. The next treasure was a lustrous white jade orb, modest in size, merely the size of an infant's fist, with the inscription on the pedestal revealing its origin. Water God Pearl, companion artifact of the Flood God. Possessing the Water God Pearl grants the ability to manipulate the world's water sources. The description was simple yet deadly. To control the world's water sources was to command the essence of life itself. Humans cannot exist without water, as over 70% of their bodies consist of it. To wield water is tantamount to wielding human life. However, this artifact might be better suited for a water sorceress. I should take it, even if I cannot use it. I could bestow it upon my subordinates. Zhang Xian suspected that the Dark God had a penchant for collecting godly companion weapons, as he had observed 3 consecutive stone pedestals, each showcasing a divine companion weapon, including the Messenger of Light belonging to the King of Light, directly attesting to the Dark God's formidable strength. The numerous companion weapons of the deities rest in the hands of the God of Darkness, which explains why one has never heard of any deity making an appearance wielding a distinctive weapon. Zhang Xian's curiosity deepens. He wonders if there are any other companion weapons belonging to different deities. As he continues to explore, he discovers not a deity's companion weapon, but a pair of wings known as the Sophia wings, which grant the bearer a pair of black wings to soar through the skies. While they hold little utility for Zhang Xian personally, he muses that they could be bestowed upon his subordinates. He stows them away in a spatial rift and presses on. Next, he encounters the Beast God's tusks, a companion weapon that possesses the ability to drain blood and spirits, with armor-piercing capabilities, even against divine armor. The Beast God. Why has he never heard of such a deity? Zhang Xian mutters in confusion, only to quickly realize that the Beast God is unlike the others. His companion weapon is a single tusk, and since it has been removed, The fate of the beast god is all too clear. The god of darkness has a record of slaying deities. Zhang Xian cannot help but feel a chill. After all, this is a god, and the beast god, bearing the title of divinity, should not be easily defeated. The fact that this tusk can breach the defenses of divine artifacts indicates the beast god's formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, despite this, he was still vanquished by the god of darkness, demonstrating that even deities are not invincible, provided one possesses sufficient strength. This also underscores the might of the god of darkness, who can even slay gods. This tusk, roughly the length of a human forearm, is exceptionally sharp at its tip, and even from a distance, one can detect a heavy scent of blood, a testament to the lives claimed by it. Given the demise of the beast god, there is no reason to keep it hidden. Zhang Xian unceremoniously adds it to his collection. Following this, Zhang Xian swept through the entire treasury, vacating it of its valuable contents, including 15 divine artifacts. There were too many for him to examine individually. Among the companion weapons of the deities, there are only 4 belonging to the old god, the flood god, the beast god, and the king of light. These are artifacts of an even higher caliber than the divine artifacts. Even the god of darkness could not have amassed many. Possessing these 4 is already quite remarkable. I have little use for most of these treasures. Take a look at these artifacts. If any of you find something you need, feel free to take it, Zhang Xian declared, presenting the divine artifacts from the treasury for the 7 great ghost kings to choose from. He is not a miser. The ghost kings represent the pinnacle of his combat strength, each capable of annihilating a city, and thus they must be adequately armed. I shall pass, master. The staff I wield is itself a divine artifact, a gift from the god of darkness, and I find it suits me well, boasting considerable power, the snow woman replied. Presenting the staff she had recently utilized, its top adorned with a resplendent pigeon egg gemstone, radiating a rich magical aura that enables instantaneous casting of many spells. The sword ghost also declined, stating that the 4 blades he possesses are perfectly suited for him, rendering any additional weapons unnecessary. Similarly, Sadako remarked that her hanging rope serves as her companion weapon, leaving no room for replacement. As for the other demon kings, they have long been satisfied with their weapons, having used them for millennia and expressed no desire for change. Zhang Xian did not insist on this matter, merely stating that they could seek him out whenever needed. The demon kings acquiesced readily. Zhang Xian's next objective was the alchemy chamber. He was curious to discover whether, at the level of the dark god, there remained any need for elixirs. However, it must be noted that elixirs are typically reserved for divine beings or demigods like Zhang Xian, offering no utility to ordinary mortals. Upon opening the door to the alchemy chamber, Zhang Xian found shelves brimming with vials and jars, and a significant space that housed a cauldron for refining elixirs. Zhang Xian was entirely unversed in the art of alchemy, but recognizing that this cauldron was designated for the dark god, it was reasonable to assume it was not an ordinary item, so he decided to leave it be for the time being. His primary intention was to observe the finished products. He casually picked up a vial from the shelf, which bore no name for the elixir, only its effects, indicative of the dark goddess' apparent indifference to nomenclature. It enhanced the efficiency of faith absorption and was best paired with the training chamber. Zhang Xian read aloud that this vial was intended to complement training sessions, aiding in the absorption of faith power and harmonizing with the training environment. It was evident that the dark god had invested considerable effort into cultivation, which explained their formidable strength. This entire shelf was stocked with such elixirs, and upon cursory inspection, there were likely around 100,000 doses, sufficient for Zhang Xian's prolonged use. Moving to the next shelf, he discovered divine power pills, designed to replenish divine energy. Prolonged consumption could accumulate substantial divine strength, quite beneficial. There were also wall-breaking pills, meant for demigods to break through to true divinity. The variety of elixirs in the alchemy chamber offered significant advantages for Zhang Xian, who was still a demigod. These might have been concocted by the dark god in earlier times, now rendered less useful for their later stages. Exiting the alchemy chamber, Zhang Xian arrived before the study door, which typically housed secrets. What mysteries lay within the dark goddess study? Zhang Xian could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chapter 130. The Dark God's Diary in the Dark Goddess Study. Zhang Xian instructed the demon kings to explore the palace on their own, wishing to avoid any disturbances at that moment. This aligned perfectly with the demon king's expectations. They had long harbored curiosity about the vast palace of a deity, every nook and cranny worthy of thorough exploration. Thus, they dispersed in small groups, embarking on their own explorations. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian entered the Dark Goddess study. The room was modest in size, devoid of windows, yet richly appointed within. A desk occupied the center, with rows of recesses carved into the walls, filled with books. Zhang Xian approached the desk and casually pulled out a notebook. The paper appeared to be crafted from some animal hide, soft and smooth to the touch, and though the book seemed thick, it contained relatively few pages. Zhang Xian opened the first page. I am uncertain of my origins and the reason for my existence. However, if there truly exists a higher deity, I implore them to grant me release from this life. This solitary sentence, inscribed upon a single sheet of paper, conveys a depth of meaning that rivals 1,000 words. How could the god of darkness harbor thoughts of seeking death? And what does the notion of a higher deity imply? Has it stumbled upon a revelation? Zhang Xian, perplexed, could only continue to peruse the pages. Today, I overheard the prayers of the faithful. It appears humanity possesses the habit of meticulously documenting the minutiae of daily life, chronicling themselves and others. This is indeed a commendable practice, and thus, I shall commence my own records from this day forth, hoping that one day, as I revisit these entries, some of my inquiries may have found resolution. I question the significance of this endeavor. Must we annihilate one another to find closure? Though I have ascended to divinity, I remain burdened by a weighty mission. Nay, it is a burden greater than any mountain, one that I struggle to bear. Why must light and darkness be adversarial? Are they not two of the most ubiquitous forces in existence? Yet, an enigmatic voice, or perhaps an instinct, persistently urges me that only by extinguishing the light can I attain true redemption. The night bestows upon me formidable strength, rendering me immensely powerful, yet before the darkness, I am unworthy of the title god of darkness. It is the night that governs me, rather than I who commands the night. Regrettably, that fellow Rollo seems oblivious to these truths. In pursuit of the light that resides within, he has relentlessly sought to obliterate me, perhaps driven by a similar mission. Yet, I remain in ignorance of the purpose behind all this. Should I vanquish Rollo, what shall I gain? Redemption? And what is it that I seek to redeem? This quandary haunts me day and night. I am tormented by the weight of existence, struggling to breathe, as the prayers and faith of my followers leave me in turmoil. I have lived for countless millennia, and I can scarcely recall my true age. When I contemplate, I wonder, am I truly immortal? What would transpire if I were to perish? Thus concludes the first entry of my diary, predominantly filled with the musings of the god of darkness regarding his own nature, alongside subtle revelations interwoven within the text. Even the god of darkness is baffled by the necessity of light's opposition to darkness. What is the essence and significance of their conflict? Upon deeper reflection, the god of darkness's doubts are not entirely unfounded. Light and darkness, ice and fire, day and night, are they not all indispensable components of the cosmos? This dichotomy transcends notions of righteousness and malevolence. What is justice, and what constitutes evil? These are merely human perspectives, shaped by their own interests. What benefits humanity is deemed just, while that which harms humanity is labeled evil. If we were to adopt such a viewpoint, would it not be excessively simplistic? The night does not inherently signify malevolence. Rather, it serves as a sanctuary for humanity's repose, while the daylight hours are predominantly occupied by toil. From this perspective, can one truly deem the night as wicked? If the act of rest is to be branded as evil, then what remains in this world that embodies justice? Previously, Zhang Xian had never contemplated such matters. But following the musings of the god of darkness, he finds merit in this line of thought. Justice and malevolence are merely superficial manifestations of the universal values within the human realm, serving as guiding principles recognized by the majority, and delineating the moral standards that distinguish humanity from the animal kingdom. This distinction merely reflects the varied applications of power. To assert that darkness is synonymous with evil and light with justice would be an egregious oversimplification. Nonetheless, the prevailing sentiment among most is indeed this dichotomy, leading to an instinctive aversion towards the god of darkness, whose very name suggests a lack of righteousness. Many may be unaware of the nature of their repulsion, for the night has never inflicted harm upon them. It is entirely reasonable for the god of darkness to harbor such doubts. Since its inception, it has never committed acts of slaughter against humanity. On the contrary, under the protection of the god of darkness and its followers, the continent of Sothoros has flourished, giving rise to some of humanity's earliest civilizations. Furthermore, it has never exhibited exclusionary behavior towards the followers of the god of light. In stark contrast, the god of light has, on multiple occasions, perpetrated large-scale violence against ordinary humans. Evaluating the actions of these two deities is a complex endeavor for Zhang Xian, especially given his own possession of the dragon crystal of the Night King and his past encounters with the god of light. Thus, He finds himself aligned with the god of darkness. Even now, a year after the god of light escaped its bindings, its thoughts remain fixated on avenging the seven gods and obliterating Westeros, much like it once annihilated Valyria, though it may possess its justifications. Those reasons resemble the frantic justifications of a madman for their own erratic behavior. The god of darkness has expressed a desire for death within the opening lines of its first diary entry, a sentiment Zhang Xian struggles to comprehend. Perhaps it seeks to escape its fate, or perhaps the weight of its prolonged existence has fostered a sense of world weariness. The god of darkness offers no explanation, and Zhang Xian is left to speculate. In any case, it seems that the god of darkness does not wish to engage in conflict with Larlo. Yet Larlo's insistence on the dichotomy of light and dark has repeatedly ensnared it in struggle, causing considerable distress to the god of darkness. It has attempted to eliminate Larlo. But alas, such an endeavor proves impossible, akin to Larlo's inability to vanquish it, in a stalemate where neither can prevail over the other. The god of darkness has chosen the path of self-destruction. Even Zhang Xian cannot help but marvel at the peculiar nature of this god of darkness. In his imagination, the god of darkness should embody an ominous, wrathful figure, one capable of annihilating the world at the slightest provocation. Yet, through various clues and the introspective journey chronicled in its diaries, it becomes evident that he has misjudged. At this moment, the god of darkness presents a visage that is somewhat refined, affable, and even benevolent. What is this all about? Perhaps it would be wise to consult the demon kings, for they have genuinely encountered the dark god. If anyone in this world possesses the deepest understanding of the dark god, it would undoubtedly be them. Once I escape, I must inquire thoroughly. For now, I shall continue perusing the dark god's diary. I casually flip to the next page. Chapter 131, Sophia. Today, that rascal Rollo sought to trouble me once again, this time accompanied by an assistant. This little creature, who claimed to be a beast god, was a white tiger adorned with wings. I must admit, it possessed a certain skill. With its assistance, Rollo finally managed to gain the upper hand. Rollo is a god who knows when to retreat, aware that it cannot slay me. Yet this beast god was oblivious and audaciously ambushed me while I attempted to flee, sinking its teeth into my most cherished armor, a divine artifact crafted by Sophia herself, which I have treasured dearly. The audacity of this creature to pierce my armor was simply outrageous. I lured it into a prearranged trap and ensnared it, personally extracting its divine essence and dividing it into 7 parts. A beast god stripped of its divinity ceases to be a god. As I gazed into its eyes in its final moments, I noted the stubborn hatred still burning within them. I could not fathom why it harbored such animosity towards me. After all, it was the one who initiated this conflict. Did it truly perceive itself as my equal, alongside the King of Light? One could only conclude that its demise was deserved, for it demonstrated a complete lack of intellect. We are beings born of heaven and earth. While you are merely a product of cultivation, what could you possibly compare with us? Rollo raged outside, thunderous in fury, yet utterly powerless against the grand formation I had constructed, forced to witness as I claimed the beast god's divine essence and one of its teeth. Though these trophies may serve little purpose, they shall suffice as mementos, allowing me to provoke Rollo in the future. However, reflecting on the armor Sophia gifted me fills me with sorrow. I must ponder how to explain this to her. This second entry in the diary concludes here. A key piece of information emerges. The beast god met its end while aiding Rollo, and the tooth was taken in a fit of rage. The divine essence was divided into 7 parts, presumably to enlighten the 7 demon kings. It is no wonder there exists such a vast disparity in strength between the 7 demon kings and ordinary spirits. It appears their power was derived from the essence of the beast god, making it quite reasonable. Furthermore, it seems that deities can be categorized into 2 types: those that were born alongside the universe, existing eternally in tandem with it, such as the dark god and the king of light, and those like the beast god, who ascended to divinity through cultivation. Though they may be gods, they remain a tier below the true natural deities, as they are mortal and can indeed be slain. Natural deities often embody specific laws of nature, such as the flood god and the old gods, the latter representing the forces of nature, trees, flowers, and the earth, all fall under their dominion. The water deity, akin to others, descended upon this world following the birth of water. These gods, companions of nature, are immortal, yet their whereabouts remain a mystery to all. The most devoted followers of the old gods, the children of the forest, are nearly extinguished, and the old gods themselves have not emerged. Now, the legacy of the old gods has fallen to Zhang Xian. What, then, has become of the former old god? Delving into the diary of the Dark God, many of Zheng Xian's doubts were elucidated, yet this revelation brought forth even more enigmas. The alliance between the King of Light and the Beast God inspired me. My confrontations with that fellow Rollo had always placed me in a position of advantage. However, recently, their combined forces managed to suppress me. This suggests that perhaps they could ally with more gods to attempt my demise. Thus, I sought out the water deity, requesting that it join forces with the King of Light. To my dismay, the water deity showed no inclination to engage in our conflict. This entity is exceedingly indifferent, even neglecting the cultivation of followers, so it was hardly likely to assist Rollo. In response to my unreasonable request, the water deity expressed dissatisfaction, prompting me to seize its water god pearl. Surely, this would provide sufficient justification for its involvement. Unexpectedly, the deity remained unfazed, casually offering me the water god pearl. I turned away, incredulous at its generosity. After all, that is its inherent weapon. Yet, it truly remained indifferent. The water god pearl proved useless in my possession, so I decided to store it for now, intending to return it later. With the water deity unwilling to cooperate, I resolved to confront the old god. This being, despite being a nascent deity of merely a few millennia, inexplicably called itself the old god. In any case, I resorted to plundering the old god's life bow, having heard that it valued that weapon above its own existence. I doubted that every god would be so magnanimous as to freely bestow their inherent weapons. Fortunately, the old god took the bait, recognizing its inferiority to me, and proactively reached out to Rollo. When the two gods returned to trouble me, I was filled with hope. Yet the old god proved exceedingly disappointing. It was far too weak. With a mere shroud of darkness, it suffered a wound to its essence and fled, leaving only Rollo behind, from whom I had taken the weapon, as he too escaped. Why is it so difficult to embrace death? Perhaps I should go and appease Sophia instead. The dark god mentioned Sophia across 3 consecutive entries, likely referring to the owner of the wings of Sophia. Zheng Xian grew curious about this Sophia. Could she be the dark goddess' wife or lover? It seemed unbelievable that a deity of such stature would harbor such desires. This entry also elucidated the origins of the 4 divine inherent weapons. They were all crafted by the dark god to seek assistance in its own demise. But how did the dark god ultimately vanish? According to the Snow Woman's account, the final battle featured only the King of Light and the dark god, with no other deities involved. The King of Light was, in fact, inferior in strength to the dark god and even had its weapons seized by the latter. In pursuit of clarity, Zheng Xian directly flipped to the final page. Sophia has perished, my beloved. You were the sole ray of light in my protracted existence, the lingering thought that haunts my endless days. Your every smile and frown incessantly torments me. You possessed such kindness and beauty. Even Laro could not be deemed the King of Light in comparison to you. Now, I yearn to descend and accompany you. Yet rest assured, before my departure, I shall ensure Laro is taken with me. I will force him to kneel before you, to confess his transgressions. Since even the longbow of life cannot resurrect you, I shall consign this world to accompany you in death. The final entry in the diary is succinct, yet conveys a chilling reality. Sophia's death confirmed Zheng Xian's suspicions. She was indeed the beloved of the god of darkness, perhaps the very one who had soothed his troubled heart. Her demise directly unraveled the god of darkness's seal, inciting him to seek the annihilation of the world, to inter it alongside Sophia. The chronicles of the final battle, detailing how the King of Light emerged victorious and how the immortal god of darkness vanished, remain unwritten. It stands to reason, having suffered defeat, Laro would certainly not permit the god of darkness to return and document the events, thus erasing any records. Zheng Xian closed the diary, his heart unsettled for an extended duration. Chapter 132, The Corrupted God of Darkness. The entries within the diary recount various trivial matters, such as the enlightenment of the 7 demon kings and mundane interactions with Sophia. From these writings, it is revealed that Sophia was an early deity of the Sorsos continent, specializing in the crafting of artifacts, particularly adept at creating armors and supportive items. Conversely, the god of darkness excelled in alchemy, being not only the god of darkness, but also the most distinguished alchemist. When Sophia ascended from demigod to deity, she required a wall-breaking elixir and sought the assistance of the god of darkness. It is likely that the potions within the alchemical chamber were prepared by him for her. After Sophia's ascension, out of gratitude, she began to assist the god of darkness in crafting, and as time passed, the two deities developed a connection that naturally blossomed into a relationship. For deities, emotions often appear burdensome. However, the god of darkness, having lived for eons, found himself overwhelmed by emptiness. The companionship of a kindred spirit finally infused his existence with color and novelty. Yet, fate did not favor the god of darkness. The king of light, having lost his weapon, sought vengeance upon him, setting his sights on the untrained Sophia. She represented his vulnerability and weakness. In truth, the king of light merely intended to abduct Sophia, coercing the god of darkness to reclaim the herald of light. Regrettably, Sophia's fierce spirit led her to believe that the king of light sought to use her as leverage against the god of darkness, thus threatening his very life. Resolute in her defiance, she chose to self-destruct. The king of light was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the beloved of the god of darkness could display such ferocity. His only desire was to reclaim his weapon. What fault did he possess? Extraordinary novel network. However, the die has been cast. Sophia is dead. The dark deity is aware that chaos will ensue, and thus, it decisively retreats into hiding. As anticipated, the dark deity descends into madness, intent on annihilation. The indifferent flood god and the reclusive old god are the first to suffer its wrath. Although both deities are natural gods, endowed with the gift of immortality, the dark deity possesses means to inflict even greater torment than death. The reason for their immortality lies in their divine essence, which communicates with the cosmos, allowing them to draw sustenance and replenish themselves. This connection is inviolable, unable to be severed by any being, mortal or divine. Consequently, the dark deity employs formidable powers to grievously wound their divine essence. While it cannot extinguish their existence, it can indeed weaken their bond with the cosmos. The recovery from such injuries would be painfully slow, followed by the destruction of their corporeal forms, leaving only their divine essences behind. These essences are then sealed within a unique formation devised by the dark deity, completely severing their connection to the cosmos. In this manner, even in immortality, they would remain eternally trapped within the formation. The only means of escape would be the destruction of either the cosmos or the formation itself, an endeavor no deity possesses the strength to undertake, not even the Light King. Once the threats posed by the old god and the flood god have been eradicated, the dark deity focuses its energies on locating the Light King. However, it soon finds itself astonished by the Light King's inexplicable disappearance, as if he had evaporated into thin air. The dark deity comprehends that the Light King must possess a sanctuary akin to its own, yet its power remains insufficient to unveil this hidden domain. Thus, the dark deity embarks on a fervent odyssey of cultivation and advancement. Previously, it had been engrossed in worldly affairs, preoccupied with its romance with Sophia, concocting elixirs, and assisting humanity, occasionally granting modest wishes. However, after this turning point, the dark deity undergoes a transformation. It ceases to document its thoughts, neglects all other matters, and entrusts the management of the continent to the 7 ghost kings, devoting itself solely to cultivation. Eventually, it reaches a plateau, its hand brushing against an unseen barrier. It remains unaware of the potential consequences of breaching this threshold. Yet, the instinct of a deity warns that should it transcend, it would no longer be able to reside in this world. The realm cannot sustain the power it seeks and would unravel. Although this is precisely what it desires, it cannot proceed until it finds the Light King. An indelible hatred propels it. It vows not to rest until the Light King is vanquished. It seeks to extract the essence of Larho and carry it eternally, inflicting torment as atonement for Sophia. Thus, upon emerging from its seclusion, the first act is to extend its divine awareness across 3 continents, penetrating every corner, with even the formations unable to obstruct its perception. The location of Larho is swiftly discerned, for with newfound strength, the dark deity has grown significantly more powerful than before. A colossal hand emerged, piercing through the myriad obstacles of the void, traversing the infinite expanse, and seizing the King of Light from its clandestine sanctuary. The King of Light, caught off guard by the sudden assault, was momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the god of darkness, and was swiftly ensnared by the god's vast hand. Landing upon this isolated island, this singular act left Rollo gravely wounded. It had never anticipated that the god of darkness could possess such formidable strength, unable to withstand even a single exchange under its dominion. In a state of panic, the King of Light sought to mount a final resistance, unleashing the full extent of its divine power to cast forth a radiant sunbeam. The ice, several kilometers thick, was instantaneously melted by the searing light, causing the ocean to churn violently with the surge of divine energy. Yet, it was aware that this was merely a desperate struggle. Given the current disparity in their powers and the deep-seated enmity between them, Rollo realized that it might soon be condemned to a fate worse than death. Just as despair threatened to engulf Rollo, an unexpected transformation occurred. The god of darkness, wielding potent sorcery, caused the very fabric of this realm to buckle under the strain. Above, dense storm clouds amassed, while bolts of lightning slithered through the sky like colossal serpents, flickering in and out of visibility. The thunderous roars of the lightning pierced the soul, and the sheer magnitude of this display forced Rollo to avert its gaze. Unable to fathom what kind of power could so thoroughly distract the god of darkness from confronting it. Seizing the opportunity while the god of darkness was thus preoccupied, Rollo fled from the darkness of the storm clouds. The area was relatively small, spanning merely a few dozen kilometers, yet the thickness of the clouds was intimidating. From a distance, the lightning within seemed capable of piercing the very earth. Observing from afar, each bolt appeared as thick as a large bowl. And one could only imagine that, upon closer inspection, the lightning would rival the girth of a century-old tree. The relentless strikes of lightning formed an ethereal cage, ensnaring the god of darkness within its confines. Each bolt lashed against the god's form like a whip, gradually sapping its divine essence. After enduring 99 strikes, the god of darkness was rendered weak, when suddenly, a magnificent golden gate materialized in the heavens. Before Rollo could discern the gate's true design, the lightning cage, along with the god of darkness, was pulled into its embrace. In the final moments before vanishing, the god of darkness uttered a curse, declaring, "With my life as wager, Rollo, I curse you." Though the specifics of the curse went unspoken, its effects became evident. Thereafter, Rollo's power waned day by day, a noticeable decline, as the very essence of its divinity descended into madness. Eventually, both the gate and the god of darkness vanished, leaving behind only a stupefied Rollo. Chapter 133. The commencement of cultivation. At that time, the god of darkness was extraordinarily powerful, and Rollo felt a profound realization. It had once believed their strengths were nearly equal, only to discover the true chasm between them. Yet, despite the overwhelming might of the god of darkness, it too could not escape the fate of being struck by lightning and imprisoned within the gate. Rollo did not know what lay beyond the door, but it must have been exceedingly dreadful, for it was the last place he wished to venture. Dragging his injured form, Rollo returned to his sanctuary to recuperate. However, he feared that his overwhelming power might lead him to share the same fate as the god of darkness. With only 30% of his strength restored, he dared not push any further. Now, with the god of darkness having traversed the mysterious portal, and the old god and the god of drowning having fallen victim to his malice, Rollo suddenly felt invincible, convinced that no remaining deity could rival him. Indeed, in his prime, no divine being could stand against Rollo, yet now he was diminished. The terror instilled by that storm cloud had left him too frightened to regain his full might, compounded by the curse cast upon him by the god of darkness before his departure, which caused his powers to regress. Thus, after wreaking havoc and obliterating Valeria, he attracted the attention of the newly emerging seven gods. Initially, he presumed these nascent deities to be lacking in strength. Little did he anticipate that the King of Light, who had roamed for eons, would find himself bested by them. These seven gods were a unified entity, their methods enigmatic and unpredictable. In the past, Rollo could have easily subdued 10 adversaries, regardless of their peculiar tactics, but now he found himself unable to do so. To illustrate, if Rollo were akin to the infamous Ouyang Feng of the martial world, then the seven gods could be likened to the seven eccentrics of Jiangnan, never having lost a verbal spar, yet never having won a physical confrontation. The god of darkness dismissed the seven gods entirely, regarding them as insignificant minnows, unworthy of his attention. Yet times had changed. These seven eccentrics had managed to topple the mighty Rollo, sealing him within an underwater cavern. Had it not been for the unforeseen actions of Zhang Xian, who recklessly released the King of Light, Rollo might still be languishing in that watery prison. Of course, Zhang Xian was unaware of any of this. He was only familiar with the contents revealed in the diary. After perusing the entirety of the god of darkness's journal, Zhang Xian closed the thick tome, filled with a sense of melancholy. The god of darkness recorded his thoughts sporadically. Sometimes he would write continuously, while at other times, decades would pass before he penned another entry. To the god of darkness, perhaps a span of 10 or 20 years felt akin to mere days for an ordinary person. With such immense power, time may have lost all significance. Setting the diary aside, he approached the shelf where books were stored and casually pulled out a volume titled The Bard's Ode, the Eos version, alongside chronicles of the Sorceros continent and the origins of the deities. The god of darkness indeed had diverse interests. After skimming through several inconsequential tomes, He found the origins of the deities to be particularly enlightening, as it detailed the origins of renowned deities across the 3 continents. Zhang Xian delved into it with renewed curiosity. Apart from a few natural gods, he was astonished to discover the existence of artificial deities. According to the writings of the God of Darkness, deities were classified into 3 tiers, the first being natural gods, the second being cultivated gods, and the third being artificial gods. The artificial deities are manifestations derived from human beliefs, including the 7 gods, harpies, and the night lion. Natural gods are immortal and indestructible. Nothing can truly annihilate them. Cultivating a god is an arduous endeavor, requiring exceedingly stringent conditions. Throughout history, only the beast god has ascended through cultivation. The God of Darkness expresses disdain when mentioning artificial deities, claiming that their suffix lacks the merit to bear the title of god. He asserts that they are mere constructs of human desire. Yet they possess an array of abilities that barely qualify them for divinity. Just as Zhang Xian contemplated delving deeper into his reading, a sudden knock interrupted him. Upon opening the study door, he found the Snow Woman standing outside. "I apologize for interrupting your reading, Master, but we have discovered a medicinal garden behind the palace, filled with various long-extinct spiritual herbs, each extraordinarily precious. I thought it prudent to inform you." "A medicinal garden? Ah, indeed, the God of Darkness excels in alchemy. Since alchemy necessitates raw materials, it is only natural that such a garden exists. Even a god cannot conjure materials from thin air. Given the stature of the God of Darkness, it is unlikely that ordinary spiritual herbs would catch his eye. The herbs cultivated in this garden must undoubtedly be rare and exceptional." Frankly, even Zhang Xian, who lacks proficiency in alchemy, felt compelled to take a look. "Let us go? Show me this place. Although I may not recognize most of them, it would be a pity not to witness such treasures." Following the Snow Woman's lead, Zhang Xian arrived at the rear of the palace. As he entered, a powerful fragrance mingled with the scent of herbs enveloped him. Here, the God of Darkness had established a spirit-gathering array, nourishing the herbs with spiritual energy. Even if the God of Darkness had not tended to them for millennia, these herbs continued to thrive. At this moment, all the herbs had reached ages in the thousands, with some even spanning several tens of thousands of years. Fruits had fallen to the ground, sprouting new seedlings, creating a chaotic scene, yet without exception, each one thrived splendidly. All the herbs were unfamiliar to Zhang Xian. He could not even name them, and the Ghost Kings recognized only a few, unable to identify them all. These spiritual herbs had long vanished from places like Essos and Westeros, thriving solely under the care of the God of Darkness. After touring the medicinal garden, Zhang Xian had no intention of harvesting them. Firstly, he lacked the skill in alchemy, and secondly, these herbs, nourished by the spirit-gathering array, were flourishing. Once picked, they would quickly lose their potency, rendering their collection a waste. It was better to allow them to grow freely. Following his exploration of the garden, Zhang Xian took a thorough look around the palace, which contained several empty rooms, the purpose of which remained unclear. He instructed the Ghost Kings to arrange their own rooms within the palace, as a day of cultivation here would equate to 10 days outside, offering them substantial benefits. Zhang Xian then made his way to the exclusive cultivation chamber of the God of Darkness. Before his arrival, Zhang Xian specifically went to the alchemy chamber to procure medicinal elixirs, the kind specifically designed for use within that sanctum. He was about to embark on an intense cultivation session. Outside, the path of cultivation had been arduous, and in a span of a year, he had barely refined a fraction of 1% of his divine power. To him, that seemed substantial and pure. Yet now, Zhang Xian comprehended the limitations of his experience. In comparison to the Dark God, the solidity of his divine energy might not even rival that of cotton, with ample room for further compression. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Zhang Xian immediately sensed the profound differences. Indeed, it was the exclusive training ground of the Dark God. The purity of the faith energy and the density of spiritual essence were realms apart. With such an abundant array of enhancements, it was impossible for Zhang Xian not to feel elated. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, initiating his first formal retreat for cultivation. Chapter 134. The breakthrough to divinity. The Dark God's exclusive cultivation chamber was fortified by a gathering array of spiritual essence, teeming with energy, complemented by the heptagram array within the main hall that ensured the purity of the faith energy. Zhang Xian's journey to refine his divine power unfolded with remarkable ease. However, the efficiency was not as rapid as it had been outside. The primary reason lay in the compression enhancement effects. While he could refine 1% of divine power in a year outside, Within this chamber, he struggled to refine even a thousandth in the same span. Nevertheless, the power he managed to refine was magnitudes stronger than before, categorically belonging to an entirely different echelon. Zhang Xian first refined and compressed the divine power he had previously cultivated. That 1% was now entirely refined and merely required recompression. Consequently, all his divine energy would resemble that of the Dark God, placing him among the elite of deities. Within the Dark Goddess Palace, Zhang Xian was blissfully ignorant of the passage of time in the outside world. There were no celestial cycles to mark its flow, allowing him to immerse himself entirely in the tidal surge of faith energy that washed over him. Gradually, his divine power was purified and refined, transforming and filling his very being. Zhang Xian had inherited the legacy of the old gods, cultivating diligently. Yet he remained uncertain of his divine classification. Perhaps he belonged to the fourth type. Regardless, as the divine energy within him surpassed the halfway mark, he became acutely aware of an imposing barrier. It appeared that accumulating divine power beyond half was sufficient to attain divinity. Yet achieving completeness would render him intolerable to the world. Where would he ultimately go? Zhang Xian was uncertain. But the transition from demigod to true deity was a pivotal step. He retrieved the barrier-breaking elixir and consumed it without hesitation. Moments later, a surge of divine energy roared within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against an unyielding barrier. Should this tidal force of divine energy fail to shatter the barrier, his path would end here, and his life would stagnate at this stage, a fate Zhang Xian was unwilling to accept. With the aid of the barrier-breaking elixir, he relentlessly pressed against the obstruction. Prior to this critical juncture, Zhang Xian had meticulously studied the cultivation insights penned by the Dark God himself. It was indeed a treasure beyond measure. Thus he was well acquainted with the procedures for this crucial breakthrough. Without any reckless charging, Zhang Xian initially tested the power of the breaking wall pill, gradually increasing the intensity. As the potency of the pill began to wane, he maximized his strength, causing the barrier to tremble. Yet, it still fell short of being shattered. With a swift motion, he consumed 3 more breaking wall pills, transforming them into pure energy to assist his divine power in this moment of vulnerability. The effect of the 3 pills was immensely potent, and as the barrier collapsed completely, the tide of divine energy surged, prompting Zhang Xian to quell the restlessness within himself and stabilize his realm. The shattering of the barrier heralded the birth of yet another deity in this realm. No longer would he rely on the half-divine strength to deceive the unknowing. This time, he was a true deity, equipped with authentic divine means, no longer fearing the King of Light. During this period, Zhang Xian had immersed himself in seclusion. Unaware of how much time had passed, he decided to step out and inquire about the Ghost King. Upon opening the door to the training chamber, he found it empty. Not even a ghost was present. Expanding his divine consciousness, he quickly discerned that the Ghost Kings were in their respective rooms, not wandering aimlessly. His perception had now evolved into divine consciousness, offering him an observational capacity and range 100-fold greater than before. The moment he focused his thought, the 7 Ghost Kings instantly knew their master had emerged from seclusion, promptly setting aside their cultivation and appearing before Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian sat regally in the seat once occupied by the Dark God. How long had he been in seclusion? Master, you have spent 285 years in your retreat, they reported. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Over 1,000 years. He had assumed only a century or 2 had passed, instinctively calculating based on his previous training durations, unaware that refining and compressing divine power would consume so much time. Previously, he could refine 1% of divine power in a year. Thus, 50% would take about 50 years. Even accounting for the extra time needed for compression, it should have only doubled. Yet now, 285 years had elapsed. He cursed under his breath, astonished by the duration. He had heard that in cultivation, time was irrelevant, and indeed, this retreat had spanned over a millennium. Fortunately, his attempt to break through had been successful, and he intended to relax. Had he continued to push forward, he might have remained in seclusion until the end of time. This retreat has been excessively long. I wish to see the outside world. What are your thoughts? Shall we venture forth? For the Ghost Kings, a millennium was but a fleeting moment. Their lifespans were measured in tens of thousands of years. Having awaited the Dark God for over 10 millennia, they had long since cultivated patience. A mere 1,000 years was insignificant. Zhang Xian, however, was different. He had crossed over in his 20s, and his year in Westeros and Essos had been filled with rich experiences. Yet, he never expected that a brief retreat would age him into an ancient relic of over 1,000 years. In truth, His mental age still felt akin to that of a man in his 20s or 30s. Although the Demon Kings had grown accustomed to solitude, they were nonetheless eager to venture out and explore, for the last time they had a close encounter with humanity was nearly 15 millennia ago. It remains a mystery how Valyria has evolved, yet Zhang Xian could still sense a tidal wave of faith emanating from it, a testament to Valyria's enduring strength. The fervor of belief now surpasses that of the past. In the early days of the Empire's establishment, despite a vigorous promotion of the old god's faith, only a minority adhered to it, as the predominant belief was still in the seven gods. After more than 1,000 years under Daenerys' rule, Valyria must surely be flourishing beyond measure. The seven Demon Kings expressed their willingness to accompany Zhang Xian into the human realm, seeking a reprieve from their monotony. For even deities and spirits require moments of relaxation, being sentient beings themselves. Thus, they set forth. Without further ado, Zhang Xian enveloped the seven Demon Kings in divine energy for a swift teleportation. The Zhang Xian of now was not the same as before. Previously, he could only teleport himself over short distances, trailing behind the Demon Kings for 2 to 3 months. Now, he transported the assembled Demon Kings from the southernmost Shadow Temple to the northernmost Serpent Lizard Isles of Sothoros in the blink of an eye. Beyond the northern waters lay the true abodes of humanity. It would be wise for you to alter your appearances, lest you frighten the populace. After all, those lands are filled with my followers, and I would not wish for any devout believers to pray for your demise. Upon hearing this, the Demon Kings were taken aback. Though they understood their master was jesting, a sense of trepidation washed over them, prompting each to cast a transformation spell, adopting human forms. Zhang Xian reverted to his former appearance as well, and with another teleportation, they arrived at Quarles, the largest port city in southern Essos. Chapter 135. The Holy Feast. Zhang Xian and the seven Demon Kings manifested as 8 individuals, each embodying distinct human traits. The Demon Mother took the guise of a young woman cradling a child. Zhang Xian donned a black robe, presenting himself as a figure of nobility among the group, while the others assumed the roles of attendants, following him into Quarles. After over a millennium of development, Quarles had transformed into the largest city in southern Valyria. Its scale expanded more than 5-fold, with an increasing number of affluent inhabitants. With his black hair and dark eyes, Zhang Xian blended in rather seamlessly. As the city was known for its strong inclusivity, where individuals of any hue or hair color attracted little surprise, the streets bustled with shops, tea houses, and eateries, all of which had been newly constructed, erasing the former narrow and cramped alleyways. The thoroughfares now sprawled wide and clean, free from the unsightly droppings of horses, and the air was devoid of unpleasant odors. Pedestrians flowed to and fro, perusing the wares of street vendors. Quarles was imbued with a vibrant commercial atmosphere. The standard of living had risen significantly, and smiles adorned the faces of its denizens. Since Valyria unified the continent, the specter of war had vanished, and the term slave had long since become a relic of the past, relegated to the pages of history. It seems that people have forgotten that Quells was once the largest hub for the slave trade in the Bay of Slaves. In the heart of the reconstructed city of Quells, a monumental statue has stood for over a millennium, becoming the most renowned landmark of the area. This statue is erected atop the ancient temple, seamlessly integrated with it, where countless supplicants gather daily, fervently worshipping the deity of their faith. Although the old god has not manifested any miracles for over 1,000 years, multitudes still believe in its existence. In the contemporary capital of Valyria, a stone monument commemorates the grand spectacle of the Empress's coronation. Under the blessings of the old god, the Empress was granted immortality, and to this day, she remains unchanged, having lived for over 1,000 years. This stands as the most compelling evidence of the old goddess' presence. Consequently, each day, outside the temples dedicated to the old god across the nation, devotees spontaneously organize gatherings. These assemblies vary in size from grand to humble, yet they have never ceased. Wealthy patrons take turns donating, providing sustenance for the impoverished who gather outside the temples, with the evening meal being particularly lavish, as it is a gift from the old god to the needy. Thus, in Valyria, regardless of one's poverty, there is always a bountiful dinner to be had each day. Many who come to partake in the meals do so frequently, and gradually, they become imbued with the spirit of the gatherings, transforming into devout followers of the old god. Behind this benevolent initiative lies the support of Daenerys. Since the founding of the nation, temples and statues of the old god have flourished, with grand temples dominating the major cities, each boasting at least one statue of the old god, regardless of size. This initiative was launched by Daenerys shortly after the establishment of the kingdom. during a time when Valyria had recently vanquished the Seven Kingdoms, and her authority was at its zenith. No one dared to challenge Her Majesty's proposal, which, despite its burdensome nature, was seen as a necessity. As a result, the cities of Valyria eagerly adopted this practice, maintaining it daily. For the populace had not yet fully liberated themselves from the shackles of slavery, and the number of those suffering from hunger was alarmingly high. These gatherings provided many with a glimmer of hope, as they looked forward each evening to the opportunity to enjoy a warm meal outside the old goddess temple, where, within the designated time, they could eat as much as they desired, though they could not take any food away. This, undoubtedly, placed a significant strain on Valyria's finances at the time, yet it effectively united the lowest echelons of society across the two continents. It diminished the potential for insurrection, as all classes were firmly under Daenerys's control, rendering any rebellious intentions futile. Without any dissenters, how could rebellion even be contemplated? Eventually, as Valyria's economy prospered and the income of the common folk increased, the number of those unable to afford food diminished. Nevertheless, this cherished tradition has endured. In this contemporary era, individuals have long abandoned the notion of capitalizing on a meal. Instead, they quietly engage in prayers before dining, expressing their gratitude for the bounties bestowed by the ancient deities. This gathering has transcended mere sustenance, evolving into what is now revered as the Holy Feast. Some attendees partake only sparingly, yet they dedicate an hour to their prayers, fervently hoping that the ancient gods might hear their voices. It is no wonder that the power of faith swells ever more robustly. Indeed, it is a testament to Daenerys, who orchestrated such an event. Truly, she is a woman of intellect, and the decision to appoint her as the spokesperson was undoubtedly astute. Zhang Exing gazed at the hundreds of meters of banquet tables stretching outside his temple, where patrons dined with grace and composure, devoid of greed or haste, which filled him with profound satisfaction. No one dared to cause a ruckus or raise their voices in front of the ancient temple. There were attempts to disrupt Daenerys's efforts to win over the hearts of the common folk, yet all such endeavors met with immediate repercussions. Otherwise, this tradition could not have endured for over a millennium. Had Daenerys been a mortal rather than one of the undead, this lavish endeavor would likely have devolved into a mere tool for financial gain. Yet her enduring existence has deterred such malfeasance. In a moment of inspiration, Zhang Xin decided to partake in this event designed to gather followers for himself. "Do you see?" he remarked. "This is an initiative orchestrated by my earthly representative, specifically to amass devotees for me. I have not laid eyes upon her in over a millennium. Soon, we shall partake in this feast, and then we will visit NASA to introduce you to her." The demon kings were taken aback, having heard from those nearby that in cities of all sizes, such feasts occurred daily, leading them to contemplate the immense financial burden that entails. To be candid, they had once been the representatives of the dark gods in their respective cities, yet had never conceived of such a method for attracting followers, leaving them with a sense of embarrassment. Zhang Xin joined the line, patiently awaiting his turn for the banquet. After a brief wait, dedicated staff approached to inquire if they required meals and proceeded to assign them seats. Soon, the food was presented before them: a steak, a portion of bread, vegetables, and jam. Though simple and modest in quantity, it was permissible to request more after finishing, but takeout or wastage was not allowed. Presently, the availability of food had diminished significantly from its initial abundance, as some individuals could not even finish a single meal, merely attending for the spectacle. Zhang Xin and the 7 demon kings dined in silence. Although they did not rely on food for sustenance, the significance of this meal was profound. It marked their first shared repast in over 1,000 years, thoughtfully prepared by Daenerys, imbuing the occasion with a sense of remembrance. After dining, Zhang Xin expressed his gratitude to the temple staff, who responded with courteous smiles, displaying no hint of impatience. Zhang Xin felt increasingly pleased. The quality of those who worked here was commendable, which was truly delightful. After finishing our meal, we strolled along the streets, absorbing the local customs and ambience as evening approached. "Come, let me introduce you to Daenerys," I suggested. The kings of the dead, intrigued by the prospect, had heard numerous legends about Daenerys during their stay in Quarrels, especially in front of the temple. The opportunity to meet Daenerys in person, along with her dragons, piqued their interest significantly. After all, they served under the old gods, making them colleagues of sorts, and Daenerys had been a follower of their master even before them, serving as the earthly representative of their lord. Thus, her status was undoubtedly elevated in comparison to theirs, further igniting their curiosity to encounter her. Chapter 136. The current state of Valyria divine power enveloped the 7 kings, and with a mere thought, they initiated a long-distance teleportation. The knight in quarrels no longer adhered to a curfew policy, yet no one noticed the absence of several figures amidst the bustling streets. Nazasan, the capital of the Valyrian Empire and the site of the Empress's coronation, is a sacred place where the old gods descended to bestow their blessing. It boasts the largest temple dedicated to the old gods, sprawling over 1,500 acres, complete with a vast plaza adorned with countless scenic gardens and fountains, all breathtakingly beautiful. Within its bounds stands the tallest statue of the old gods in the world, soaring to a height of 300 meters, a majestic figure that gazes down upon all, symbolizing the unassailable authority of the old gods. Valyria is a nation where divine authority surpasses royal power. However, Daenerys, as the Empress of Valyria, also serves as the Pope of the Old Gods Church, wielding both divine and royal power, making her undeniably the supreme ruler of this world. Her governance has been exemplary, preserving the honor of House Targaryen. Thanks to the legacy of Gregor Targaryen, the Targaryen lineage thrives, and due to historical circumstances, they remain unaware that their ancient ancestor Gregor shares no blood relation with Daenerys, whether motivated by self-interest or the welfare of their family and empire. The current Targaryen family unanimously believes Gregor to be Daenerys' younger brother, a notion that Daenerys has subtly encouraged. As the sole legitimate heir of House Targaryen, Daenerys has transcended mortality, and even if she were not undead, the curse of that which would render her unable to bear offspring. This is why she has taken such measures. Consequently, the Targaryen family has rightfully emerged as the most powerful family in the empire. Following them is the Harris family, which has wholly inherited the wisdom and strategies of their ancestor, Dario Harris. Each generation produces at least one astute decision-maker to serve as the queen's hand. For over a millennium, under Daenerys' deliberate control, Valyria has witnessed no emergence of new nobility. Instead, the legacy remains firmly in the hands of the original families that fought alongside her to establish this vast dominion. The Targaryens, the Harrisses, the descendants of Kaz, and the Caracado family, 2 dukes and 2 marquises, along with the remaining earls and lower-ranked nobility, whose titles were once granted but are not hereditary, have now faded into the annals of history. However, due to the solid foundation laid by their ancestors, their descendants commenced their lives from a significantly elevated position compared to commoners. Thus, they continue to serve as high-ranking officials under Daenerys. Of course, some families have seen their lineage tragically diminish through relentless trials. Notably, the progeny of Tyrion and Sansa emerges as a remarkable legacy. What began as a mere flicker of hope has burgeoned into a towering tree. Tyrion and Sansa have been blessed with 4 sons and 5 daughters, totaling 9 children. Among them, 2 sons bear the surname Lannister, while the other 2 are named Stark. In a gesture of love and compassion, Tyrion chose to allow their firstborn son to inherit his mother's surname, Stark, to spare her the burden of daily melancholia. The second son, inheriting his father's lineage, is a dwarf. Tyrion, having faced discrimination and scorn throughout his life due to his stature, and his wife, nurtured their second son with an abundance of affection. A child raised in love knows neither inferiority nor cowardice, despite both being relegated to the status of commoners. Their noble origins and sharp intellect enabled them to seize opportunities in commerce, thereby establishing a prosperous family business and securing their foothold in Dragonstone, the former site of King's Landing. Though the 2 families have branched out independently, all descendants remain cognizant of their shared ancestry, as siblings united by blood. Each generation consistently produces a dwarf who is cherished rather than scorned, embodying a tradition upheld by the Lannisters. In this lineage, being a dwarf signifies honor rather than shame, for each dwarf possesses exceptional wisdom and capabilities that surpass their peers. Throughout over a millennium, the family has often relied upon the sagacity of dwarfs to navigate turbulent times. Notably, one of Tyrion's 7 times great-grandsons, a dwarf named Scarrow Lannister, briefly wrested a position of power from the Harris family, seizing the hand of a queen. Although this position soon reverted to the Harris family in the subsequent generation, it served as a clarion call for diligence. Without sufficient effort, such esteemed roles could easily be usurped by others. Nevertheless, in the span of a mere 2 terms, over 10 years, the Lannister family captured the attention of the Valyrian elite. Daenerys, upon beholding the proud and unyielding dwarf, radiating confidence rather than self-doubt, was momentarily reminded of a long-lost acquaintance. The grievances of the past, particularly those concerning Jaime, had long been laid to rest. In her earlier years, she had been excessively sensitive, intolerant of any disobedience. However, after centuries of reign, Daenerys' heart had expanded beyond measure, rendering her impervious to emotional upheaval. Yet, the sight of Tyrion's descendants brought her immense joy, prompting her to entrust them with the rights of governance. Thus, after an absence of 8 centuries, the Lannister family embarked once more on the path of political involvement. Every dwarf born of the Lannister and Stark families is destined to earn the favor of Daenerys. Even if they do not secure a significant position in the Queen's court, they will surely enjoy high office and wealth, claiming a seat at the council. This ensures the enduring prosperity of both houses, each family taking pride in having produced a dwarf. Curiously, there seems to be an uncanny understanding between the two families, as each generation takes turns producing a dwarf. If one dwarf survives, the next will not be born, but the birth of a dwarf guarantees a century of prosperity for the family. Each dwarf serves both houses, showing no bias towards the Starks or Lannisters, reminiscent of the return of Tyrion. Thus, the two families share a competitive yet symbiotic relationship, fundamentally intertwined, supporting one another in both commerce and politics. They have evolved into the third most powerful family, following the two great ducal houses, essentially functioning as one. Their influence surpasses even that of the wealthy Caricado family, which controls vital trade ports, and the Case family, renowned for producing exceptional warhorses for the Empire. It is indeed remarkable that a family without noble titles or dedicated lands has flourished to such a scale. Yet, the descendants of Tyrion and Sansa have achieved this under Daenerys' deliberate support, with their enterprises extending across much of Westeros and Essos. In terms of wealth, they could rival nations. The taxes they remit annually suffice to sustain the entire Valyrian army and its expenses. However, while they possess great wealth, the absence of lands means they lack private soldiers, mitigating the risk of nurturing potential adversaries. Aware of their ancestors' complicated history with Queen Daenerys, they refrain from any actions that might incite her suspicion, using their riches solely for indulgence, relying on the foundations laid by the dwarves to support numerous less capable family members. Thus, they have earned a moniker, the family sustained by dwarves. Interestingly, this reflects their greatest wisdom. The other members of the family are not truly inept, but rather choose to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing the Queen's attention. In Chapter 137, Daenerys and the Night King. When Jung Xian appeared in Nasa Nu with the 7 Night Kings, he seamlessly integrated into the throngs outside the Old God's Temple. This was the most bustling time of the day. The communion had yet to disperse, though night had fallen. The absence of a curfew meant that Nasa Nu remained extraordinarily lively. Since the complete pacification of regional turmoil 5 centuries prior, Valyria has not enforced a curfew, and the current populace is unaware of such a concept, with vibrant nightlife just beginning to flourish. The scale of the Nasashan has expanded at least tenfold since Jung Xian's last visit. Here, the construction of city walls has ceased, for it is deemed unnecessary. A vast empire does not require walls for protection. This confidence is indeed bestowed upon Daenerys by the old god. For an empire under divine protection has no reason to fear petty intrusions. Jung Xian felt a pang of anxiety for Daenerys. After over a millennium, he was utterly unaware of the world as happenings. Even if Valyria had truly met its demise during this time, he would have been unable to assist. Fortunately, all seemed to be progressing favorably, and that rascal Rollo had not made any further disturbances. Otherwise, Daenerys might have found herself in a precarious situation. Enveloped in divine power, Jung Xian, accompanied by the 7 Ghost Kings, entered Daenerys' palace. Its architectural expanse ranks only second to that of the old goddess cathedral. Daenerys dared not construct her palace larger than that of her master. Jung Xian had not informed Daenerys of his return. He wished to ascertain whether, after a millennium, she had let her guard down. Under the influence of divine power, ordinary mortals could neither see nor sense the presence of Jung Xian and the Ghost Kings as they traversed the palace, akin to moving through a deserted realm. Finally arriving at the grand observation deck. At that moment, Daenerys was seated atop the observation deck, gazing down upon the plaza below. The palace and cathedral were situated in opposition, with a vast square between them designated for rituals, ceremonies, and other large-scale events, open to the public for leisure. Holding a goblet of red wine, Daenerys sat gracefully in a soft chair, her legs elegantly crossed. The summer breeze caressed her hair, and after over 1,000 years, Daenerys had not changed a bit. Not a wrinkle graced her visage. It was no wonder that people believed the old gods had bestowed upon Her Majesty the Queen in ageless beauty and longevity. Anyone would share this sentiment. Seeing Daenerys adorned with the crown he had given her brought a sense of solace to Jung Xian. It seemed she had taken his words to heart. Jinzi, test her, but do not truly harm her. Observe her reflexes. Understood, master. Eager to comply, Jinzi appeared as a demure maid, one of Jung Xian's attendants alongside the Snow Maiden. With a flick of her wrist, a noose emerged from her sleeve, slithering like a serpent towards Daenerys's fair neck. The speed was astonishing. Being merely a mortal, Daenerys was unable to react in time. However, her crown could. Just as the noose, imbued with a heavy aura of death, was about to ensnare Daenerys. A flash of white light erupted from the crown above her head, unleashing Zhang Exion's divine power, which instinctively countered the attack, deflecting the noose back towards Jinzi. Although Jinzi had trained for thousands of years as a ghost king, and her opponent was merely a remnant of Zhang Exion's divine essence, divine power is ultimately divine power, impervious to the forces of death. Should she be struck by the counterattack, Jinzi would face dire consequences. However, this was a contingency left behind by Zhang Exion himself. And now they all remained under the divine protection of Zhang Exion, thus impervious to such retaliations. The white light of the counterattack, upon contact with Zhang Exion's divine power, seamlessly merged into it, dissipating into nothingness. This turn of events jolted Daenerys, who had been lost in thought. As the white light flashed, she swiftly grasped the whistle beside her, the very whistle she used to summon aid. Throughout the millennia, Daenerys had endured countless assassination attempts and betrayals. But the crown had ensured her safety time and again. Once the crown retaliated, she would blow the whistle for assistance, and a legion of guards would promptly arrive to protect the queen. This procedure had become second nature to Daenerys. Yet this time, when she put the whistle to her lips, no sound emerged. As she retreated and attempted to blow the whistle, she turned to see who dared to enact an assassination within her own chamber. To her astonishment, she found a cluster of individuals standing behind her, 8 or 9 in total, all clad in ordinary attire, one of whom was even a woman cradling a child. Before she could fully process her shock, Daenerys instinctively opened her mouth to scream, only to be silenced by a young man who stepped forward. "It's all right, Daenerys. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to test your vigilance after so many years," he said. With that, Zhang Exion waved his hand, reverting to his true form. When the colossal figure towering at 3 meters appeared in her chamber, Daenerys momentarily froze. Before realization dawned upon her, her master had returned. After more than 1,200 years, she had called out for him countless times, yet had received no response. She was unaware of Zhang Exion's whereabouts and harbored many doubts and concerns, but in that moment, all her fears vanished. Her master was immensely powerful. How could he possibly encounter misfortune? A joyous expression instantly illuminated her face, and she couldn't help but rush into Zhang Exion's embrace. "You have finally returned, my master," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears and a sense of abandonment, much like a forsaken little girl who had once again found solace. Zhang Exion gently patted Daenerys on the top of her head in a gesture of comfort. "It is all right. I did not foresee this journey would take so long. But I have returned safely now." Daenerys, still weeping, released Zhang Exion. "I am sorry, my master. I was too overwhelmed. Who are these individuals?" Zhang Exion had not provided Daenerys with many aids, but each one offered significant support, such as the Norbert brothers. They had played a pivotal role in conquering Westeros, achieving remarkable feats in battle. However, when Daenerys prepared to reward them, they declined. In their words, they served their master and had no need for earthly rewards. They only wished to await their master's return alongside Daenerys. Daenerys, feeling helpless, acknowledged that they were indeed her equals in status. Consequently, she appointed the two as the grand protectors of the old God's Cathedral, where they would reside, eat, and train, leading a life of seclusion within its sacred walls. "Allow me to introduce you to these remarkable beings. This is the Snow Woman, and this is Sadako, who just tested her abilities. They are both lords of the underworld from the continent of Westeros, once esteemed aides to the Dark God, invincible beneath the divine. Now, they are under my command. And henceforth, you shall be colleagues." Daenerys was momentarily taken aback. The subordinates of the Dark God? Such antiquity. It dawned upon her that her master had ventured to the continent of Westeros and recruited the former followers of the Dark God. An invincible force beneath the gods. What immense power that entailed. Instantly, Daenerys' demeanor became increasingly amiable. "Greetings to you all, as we shall work together under our master. I kindly ask for your guidance. I am but an ordinary person, devoid of any martial prowess. It is solely through the crown bestowed upon me by our master and a measure of caution that I have survived to this day, relegated to performing mundane tasks. The security of our master rests in your capable hands." True to her status as a queen for many years, Daenerys demonstrated humility when necessary. She engaged with each lord of the underworld, shaking hands and lowering her stance with sincere warmth. Zhang Exion had returned primarily to ascertain whether he could unearth the Light King, while also harboring concerns for Daenerys' safety after a millennium apart. Seeing her now, his heart was considerably eased. He intended to complete his tasks before returning to the Dark Goddess Temple to continue his training. However, he would grant the lords of the underworld the freedom of choice. They need not remain confined, but could roam freely while ensuring Daenerys' protection. Observing the harmonious interaction between Daenerys and the lords of the underworld, Zhang Xin felt a sense of relief.